Chapter 1. The Many Sons, Many Blessings System. Song Yi, you have been cultivating at the Tianxian sect for 20 years. You still haven't reached the foundation establishment realm. According to the sect rules, you now have two choices. 1. Go to the sect's material source pavilion and collect 100 spirit stones. Then leave the mountain to spread your lineage. Help the sect identify people with spiritual roots. 2. Go to one of the 3,000 subsidiary sect worlds, tour the world there, and search for individuals who have the aptitude for cultivation. For each person contributed, you will receive a certain amount of resources. Song Yi, who was nearing his fated age, looked at the outer sect elder in front of him, bitterness showing on his face. Elder, does this mean I will never succeed in becoming an immortal? The outer sect elder, xuanhuan, glanced at Song Yi with deep eyes. To walk the path of immortality requires not only talent and opportunity, but also wealth, companionship, laws, and land. Those like you without any special origins have mediocre talents. Without cultivation resources, without a dual cultivation partner, without miraculous techniques or sacred lands, how can one ascend to become an immortal? It's better that you choose one option steadily and enjoy what remains of your days. Listening to elderly Xuanhuan's words, Song Yi looked up at the sky, reluctant. After traveling through the dimensions for over a decade, he had originally thought he would be the destined protagonist, surely becoming an elite in this world. But after wasting so many years, he had only managed to reach the middle stage of the innate realm, failing even to enter the inner sect of the Tianxian sect. Sigh. It appeared there were two paths before him, but Song Yi knew that choosing the first, going down the mountain to expand his lineage, would lead only to death if he didn't manage to break into the foundation establishment realm yet. This vast world was too brutal, not just in the cultivation realm, but among mortals as well. Too many failed cultivators meant the mortal realms were complex, intertwined with powers more intricate than the cultivation sphere itself. After careful deliberation, Song Yi decided to go to the small worlds of the 3,000 sects. These lesser realms were tethered to the larger one, but their inhabitants generally had much weaker cultivation bases. Even someone at the foundation establishment level in the large world would be considered a celestial being within these smaller ones. He was half a step away from foundation establishment, which should make him practically unstoppable in those places. Since he clearly wasn't destined to be the chosen protagonist, might as well embrace mediocrity. Attention. Detecting host's intent to slack off. Activating the Sun Hopeful system. The host receives rewards immediately upon taking a wife and fathering a child. These rewards can exchange for talents from myriad dimensions that are inherited by the unborn son, and both his sons and heirs' combined talents, techniques, and cultivations shall be passed down to the host. Ding. Host has received a beginner's big gift package. Although Song Yi heard the system voice in his head, he remained unmoved. Elder, this disciple chooses to go to the 3,000 sects subworlds to help the sect scout for disciples. Very good. The training elder, seeing Song Yi made up his mind, handed him a token, giving brief instructions before departing. Song Yi, clutching the token, headed toward the back mountain where the subworld forest lay. He seemed to completely ignore the existence of the system. Attention. Host, do you wish to open the gift package? Unaffected, Song Yi submitted the token to the guard on the back mountain and entered the subworld forest. What was called a subworld forest was essentially a collection of space fissures. Generations of the sect's grandmasters had carved out smaller worlds within them, raising countless humans inside to provide the sect with talents and resources. To govern and harvest the resources from these smaller worlds, many individuals like Song Yi lived within these subrealms. Facing countless such subrealms before him, Song Yi did not care which possessed abundant resources or talented individuals. Since his plan involved slacking anyway, none of these mattered. Without much thought, he leaped into one of them. Song Yi hadn't even had time to assess the nature of this world when a late innate cultivator flew beside him. With an unfriendly expression, he bowed slightly and said, "You're the new arrival, aren't you? I've cultivated here for several years already. Young brother, why don't you try another subworld?" Song Yi had never expected competition even in the act of slacking off. Observing the polite yet decisive dismissal from this innate latter-stage elder brother, Song Yi bowed politely. "My apologies, senior brother, I wasn't aware of the rules. I'll leave now." With that, Song Yi departed from this subworld. Attention, esteemed host, your system is fully activated. Just opening the gift pack grants numerous awards, enabling dominance in this world. Ignoring it entirely, Song Yi chose another subworld and plunged right in, only to be driven out again. Attention, host, swiftly open the gift pack. Only by marrying and having children will you avoid being bullied. Go away. For years, you weren't around during my journey. Now, when I'm ready to let things slide, you show up. Too late. I no longer need it. Enraged, Song Yi jumped into another subworld. But this time, his luck ran out as he was outright beaten out by a foundation-established senior brother from inside. Blood trickling from his lips, Song Yi's face darkened significantly. Damn, not even slacking was permitted? Since that's the case, then I'll reluctantly accept it. System, open the big gift package for me. Attention. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the gift package. Received a set of Emperor Stonehouse talent template, inheritable by unborn offspring. Received a set of Emperor Xiaoyan's talent template, only inheritable by unborn offspring. Initial reward points 100. System mall activated. Looking at the talent templates in his mind, Song Yi couldn't help but wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Foundation establishment realm, is it? Bullying people, are you? Alright, Wait until I father a few emperor sons, and then I'll settle accounts with all of you. After his fierce outburst, Song Yi became much more cautious this time. Exploring several more small worlds and being driven out again, Long Xiao finally grasped the patterns of the subworlds. He discovered that within the subworld forests, the larger spaces had better resources. Good subworlds always showed wide cracks, their blue depths significant. As for those cracks like fine threads, almost transparent subworlds were newly carved, barely noticed by disciples of the sect. Song Yi locked onto a subworld at the boundary of the world forest and slipped inside. This time, Song Yi finally didn't encounter any peers who came to drive him away. Looking at this tiny subworld with only 5 or 6 countries, Song Yi nodded contentedly. Finally, I can have some peace and quiet to bear children. Landing directly beside a bustling city, Song Yi headed straight for the palace. For such a small world, Song Yi wasn't worried about encountering powerful individuals. The upper limit of the world determined the strength levels of its inhabitants. In the larger cracked subworld Song Yi had previously explored, there might be a few local foundation establishments. But in this minuscule cracked subworld, even having someone in the innate early stage would be considered extremely rare. Still, for caution's sake, Song Yi planned to go to the royal palace, the center of power. On one hand, he wanted to use imperial authority to quickly scout beautiful women, and on the other hand, he aimed to understand the strongest force within the country as quickly as possible. However, just as Song Yi entered the city, he faintly heard the sound of a girl sobbing. Following the sound, Song Yi arrived at a brothel named Xuanhuan Manor. The crying girl had just been sold here, threatened and beaten by the madam. Song Yi saw the young and beautiful 18-year-old girl, helplessly huddled in the corner, her arms around her knees, her eyes full of despair. He charged straight in. What do you think you're doing? This is the back courtyard of Xuanhuan Manor. If you want pleasure, go to the front yard. The madam yelled harshly upon seeing an intruder. But Song Yi wouldn't spare her a glance, walking straight toward the girl. What's your name? Xuanhuan. The girl choked back tears as she looked up at Song Yi, her lips trembling slightly. Ruoyan, are you willing to come with me, be my wife, and have children with me? Song Yi gazed seriously at the girl as he spoke. Chapter 2, Marrying a Wife. The madam of Xuanhuan brothel had never seen such an audacious person, one who dared to take away the young girl she had just purchased right in front of her eyes. Hey, you have some guts. Do you know whose place this is? It's owned by Prince Duo Long, the younger brother of the current emperor. Thinking that Song Yi might be someone important because of his calm demeanor, the madam tried to intimidate him with the name of the prince, hoping he would retreat upon hearing it. But Song Yi was no ordinary mortal. He wouldn't even give a glance to an emperor if he came. Song Yi paid no attention to the madam's threats, focusing only on the woman before him. Ruoyan felt as though she had encountered a life-saving straw while drowning. Without hesitation, she nodded. If you can save me, I will work like an ox or a horse to serve you for the rest of my life. Hearing Ruoyan's determined response, Song Yi revealed a satisfied smile. Since Miss Ruoyan agrees, let's go. I'll give you a grand wedding. With that, Song Yi strode to Ruoyan's side, reached out, embraced her, and walked straight toward the door. Stunned, the madam watched Song Yi leave her establishment as if it were his own house. When Song Yi was about to leave, the madam could bear it no longer. San beat him. Upon the madam's command, 2 burly men wielding clubs entered from outside and rushed toward Song Yi. Song Yi didn't even bother to look at them. With a casual wave of his hand, both men spewed blood and were thrown dozens of meters away. The madam stared at Song Yi in shock, her eyes filled with terror. Then, regaining her composure, she shouted, "Don't think you can do as you please because you're a martial artist. Wait until our prince comes. There's a great master in his service. You're going to." She didn't finish her sentence before Song Yi slapped her hard, sending her flying. Seeing the madam lying unconscious, Song Yi scoffed softly. Noisy. After leaving Xuanhuan brothel, Song Yi decided against heading to the palace, intending first to arrange their marriage. He then took out a 1-year-old ginseng he'd grown in a higher realm, exchanged it for a large sum of silver, and purchased a grand mansion within the imperial city along with over 100 servants. On the second day, under the stewardship of the manager, Song Yi's residence was festooned with lights and decorations, radiating festive joy. Wearing his wedding attire, Song Yi awaited patiently, and shortly after, Ruoyan appeared in her bridal gown. 1 bow to heaven and earth, 2 bows to ancestors. As they completed the wedding rites, Song Yi heard the sound of a system reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying a wife. You've earned 100 reward points, legendary artifacts, the Great Luo Sword Seed, and the mysterious Heavy Ruler. Song Yi was delighted with the rewards. With legendary artifacts now in hand, what more was there to wait for? Children must be made. Emperors need to be born. Feeling extremely good-natured, Song Yi picked up Ruoyan in his arms and walked towards the east. Ruoyan knew what was coming next. Her face flushed red as she hid her embarrassment against Song Yi's chest. Her heart thudded anxiously, filled with both fear and anticipation. Wife, every spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Gently placing Ruoyan on the bed, Song Yi lifted her red veil. Just as he was preparing to remove his clothes, a great number of soldiers surged into the estate. Surrounding the manor entirely, a luxurious carriage approached Song Yi's gates. How dare you intrude on my Xuanhuan brothel and kill my madam? How reckless of you. Masterly, it's up to you. The elegantly dressed prince inside the carriage smiled faintly as he spoke to the elderly martial arts master seated before him. The aged yet confident master gave a curt nod to the prince. Prince, it will be easy for us to capture a mere martial artist. Speaking thus, he flashed out of the carriage and kicked open the heavy wooden doors weighing hundreds of caddies. Please excuse me while I fetch a cup of tea, Your Highness. I'll bring back the head soon enough. The white-haired elder confidently stepped into the manor, indiscriminately attacking the servants inside without any regard. A cry of horror erupted throughout Song Yi's home as more than 10 servants met their ends. At this crucial moment, Song Yi's intimate proceedings were rudely interrupted. Enraged, he rose from the bed, donned a robe, and bellowed as he opened the door. Who has no eyes and dares interrupt my business? Old fan, get over here immediately. As he spoke, a bloody head flew through the air, rolling directly to Song Yi's feet. It was none other than his trusted butler, Old Fan. Seeing his butler killed, Song Yi fixed a frigid glare at the direction from where the head had been hurled. An old man with flowing white hair stood before him, smiling benevolently. Was it you who disrupted the xuanhuan brothel and killed the Madam Mother? Glancing disdainfully at the early, innate level man before him, Song Yi answered. Yes, it was me. After Song Yi admitted it, the white-haired master looked him up and down. Seeing that he had good potential, he stroked his beard proudly and said, I see you have great potential. It would be a pity to kill you. Why don't you become my disciple? I'll plead with the prince for your life. Song Yi looked at the presumptuous old man before him and suddenly felt a playful urge. After being submissive and flattering in the higher realms, now in this small world, he wanted to be the top dog. Song Yi pretended to be very afraid and said, Thank you, master, for sparing me. I'm willing to go and apologize to his highness. The white-haired master looked at Song Yi approvingly. You are teachable. Ha ha. Outside the mansion, Song Yi followed the white-haired master out and approached the brocade carriage where the master declared, Your Highness, I've brought the man who intruded on xuanhuan brothel, but this young one has great potential, and I wish to take him as my disciple. What do you think of this? Hearing this, the prince was annoyed in his heart, but still agreed. After all, this was one of the 3 grandmasters the prince spent large amounts of gold and silver to support every year. He dared not offend him. Just as the prince was about to agree, Song Yi suddenly spoke from outside the carriage. I'll become your disciple if the teacher is among the top in the world. Only then will I learn. Upon hearing this, the white-haired master became quite smug. Before he could say anything, the prince inside revealed himself by lifting the curtain and stated, Master Wang ranks 2nd in our Wu dynasty and is among the top 10 even within the 5 nations. Song Yi snorted upon hearing this and took a disdainful look at the white-haired master whose nose seemed almost touching the sky. If someone at the early innate level can rank in the top 10, what powerful people must this country have? Fine, since I know this, you're useless to me. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura burst forth from Song Yi's body. The previously overconfident white-haired master looked at Song Yi with terror in his eyes. He appeared as if he had seen a ghost. A terrestrial deity. You've actually reached the terrestrial deity realm. Song Yi looked at the white-haired master lying in shock on the ground and casually swung his hand. The 2nd strongest expert in the Wu dynasty was instantly turned into a puddle of flesh. Seeing the prince who had already wet his pants in fear, Song Yi waved dismissively. Don't disturb me again, understood? With that, Song Yi returned to the mansion to finish his unfinished business. Chapter 3. My sons have the demeanor of emperors. The next day, with a clear mind and fresh spirit, Song Yi directed the servants who hadn't fled to tidy up the courtyard. Afterward, he sent someone at the mid-inner stage in his courtyard. Come out, don't make me move. Song Yi casually said this. Then a figure flew over from a distant high-rise building. Sorry for disturbing the immortal. Please forgive me. This figure was none other than the top master honored by the royal family of the Wu dynasty. He clearly knew some secrets, knew that there was a celestial realm in this world, and occasionally immortals would descend. After hearing the prince report the situation to the emperor, he immediately understood that Song Yi in front of him must be an immortal from above. Thus, he did not dare to put on airs as the strongest man in the world, but instead respectfully greeted Song Yi. Song Yi was rather polite to this man, merely waving his hand. All right, I just came here to enjoy my old age. Just don't bother me unless something major happens. Understand? Upon hearing Song Yi's words, the man let out a deep sigh of relief. He had feared that this immortal might propose some outrageous demands which could endanger not only himself, but also the entire nation. Well then, I won't disturb you further. I will certainly ensure the emperor understands not to have any irrelevant people disturb you. After saying this, the man bowed to Song Yi and quickly left. Thus, Song Yi peacefully spent half a month and successfully waited for his wife's pregnancy. Ding! Detecting that host's wife Qing Ruoyan is pregnant with 2 sons. Do you wish to use the talent template? Hearing the system's voice, Song Yi looked at his slightly nauseous wife with delight. Use it, must use it. Ding! Host uses the template. The 2 sons respectively obtain Xiaoyan's template and Shihao's template. As soon as the system's voice faded, Song Yi perceived 2 extremely powerful entities quietly brewing inside Ruoyan's belly. With all his cultivation, Song Yi peered through the flesh to observe them. One object was a tiny bone, emitting boundless power. The bone was covered with dense golden symbols resembling unparalleled secret techniques. Besides the bone, on the other side, there was a remarkable yin imprint. That imprint resembled celestial fire, endlessly burning. The ancient yin character much like a naturally born emperor, inspired involuntary submission. Seeing these two familiar items, Song Yi's joy was so immense his mouth stretched to his ears. Ha ha ha, never thought it. Never thought it. My favorite Huang Tian Di and Do Di have become my sons. Song Yi hugged Ruolian, spinning around laughing. Another few months passed, and finally, it was time for her delivery. Anxious Song Yi waited outside, when suddenly unusual signs appeared in the sky. Two nine-clawed golden dragons kept circling, roaring, and eventually flowed into the room. Then came a wail as the golden dragons entered the crying infant's body. Before Song Yi could celebrate, endless heavenly flames descended from the sky. The colorful heavenly flames surged into the second newborn child upon another cry. Seeing the disappearing strange phenomenon, Song Yi finally couldn't resist bursting into the room. Gazing at the two loudly crying infants, Song Yi gleefully held them in his arms. Ha! My two sons both have the demeanor of. Unfinished words made Song Yi realize he shouldn't say such things, and promptly closed his mouth. Still, the joy looking at his two uniquely talented sons was indescribable. Having such sons, why should he continue to struggle? He could now just sit back and relax. Ding! The host gives birth to two children, receiving 200 reward points, world-class cultivation methods, the Immortal Sutra, and Burning Decree. Hearing the reward announcements from the system, Song Yi was even happier. Now everything was settled, cultivation techniques ready at birth. All they needed were resources and practice. That wasn't difficult since he ruled this world and lacked no resources. 5 years passed swiftly. Under Song Yi's intensive care, what once were swaddled babies became little boys. The firstborn, Song Yi, named Song Hao. He loved drinking milk, playful, and mischievous. The younger brother, named Song Yan, calm and quiet, often bullied by his older brother Song Hao. Song Yan would retort, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't underestimate me just because I'm poor now. Under the abundant resources provided by Song Yi, at the age of 5, both boys swept through this small world. All martial arts masters were beaten thoroughly. Even the imperial palace of the Wu dynasty had been turned upside down by the two kids. But the emperor of the Wu dynasty didn't dare complain a bit, and instead pampered them with lavish care. Song Yi realized that his two sons had reached the peak of their cultivation within this limited world. It was time to consider joining a sect. Given his sons' potential, entrusting them to a sect meant guaranteed cultivation support. With their talent, becoming sect leaders would be certain, utilizing the sect's resources to nurture his own sons. This plan suited Song Yi very well. Immediately, he summoned his two sons back. My dear elder sons, today Daddy has something important to discuss with you. Then he briefly explained his identity and the situation of the sects in the greater world. The two children, wise beyond their years, quickly understood everything he said. Upon hearing that there was an even more magnificent celestial realm above this world and powerful sects within it, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Father, I want to go to the great world. The great world must have larger bird nests and tastier beast milk. As Song Hao spoke, drool trickled down his chin. Song Yan also chimed in beside him. Father, I want to go to the great world too. The great world must have incredible cultivation techniques and treasures. I want to get them and then defeat my brother. At the thought of his younger brother trying to defeat him, Song Hao's little face tightened. Not just 30 years, even 100 years won't make a difference. Little brother, you'll still be bullied by me. Hearing this, Song Yan's face twisted into one of boo-foo cheap discontent. Seeing the brothers about to fight again, Song Yi hurriedly stopped them. All right, my two good sons. Father will send you both to the great world, but once we get there are 3 rules. First, you cannot use your current names, nor tell anyone who your father is. Song Hao, when outside, you'll be known as Huang. Song Yan, you'll be Xiao. When the time is right, Father will inform you when to revert back to your real names. Second, you two must practice hard. Strive to enter the inner sect as soon as possible, aiming for positions such as elder or sect master. Understand? Third, later on, you will have many brothers and sisters. When Father sends them to the sect, do not openly connect with them, but privately support each other. Do you understand? The two boys nodded, somewhat understanding, and in their childish voices, replied, We understand, Father. The next morning, Song Yi led the two boys to bid farewell to Ruolian. Ruolian had already heard about this from Song Yi the previous day. Knowing it was for the future of her children, she could only shed tears in agreement. As mother and sons were about to part ways, tears flowed uncontrollably from Ruolian's eyes. My lady, don't cry. It's merely sending them to the great world. It's not a permanent separation. If you miss them, I can quietly bring them back sometime. After consoling Ruolian, Song Yi took out the passage token of the small world, and instantly they arrived at the border of the small world. Holding the hands of his two sons, Song Yi walked towards the edge of the forest, just as coincidentally, the Foundation establishment disciple who had once fought Song Yi also appeared with a child. Seeing his nemesis made Song Yi glare coldly at him before walking away swiftly. That person, however, kept staring at the two extraordinary-looking children by Song Yi's side, his heart shaken. Could these two children be good candidates? Watching their backs as they left, he turned to look at the entrance to Song Yi's small world. Never expected such promising talents could come from this small world. No way, after I finish delivering this kid, I must take a look inside. Such a good place, how can it be monopolized by some trash like him? With his decision set, the Foundation establishment disciple revealed a sinister smile as he prepared to explore Song Yi's small world. Chapter 4, Talent Testing. After leaving the little world forest, Song Yi led his two sons towards the deeper part of the sect, walking toward the disciple pavilion. The disciple pavilion is where Tianxian sect recruits new disciples and tests their talent potential. All those selected as good prospects in the little world forest are sent to this place. If one passes the talent test with an average or better result, they'll be accepted as a disciple, allowing the one who found them to receive resource rewards. As Song Yi watched other sect members bringing more and more prospects back and forth, he whispered another reminder to the two boys. Remember, call me Uncle Song, never father. The two boys solemnly nodded in agreement. As they stepped into the pavilion, they could hear people gasping in surprise and sighing. This talent testing is similar to gambling on jade. Gambling on jade involves an ordinary stone with a small opening showing a piece of jade inside. It's up to you to guess if the entire stone contains valuable jade. If upon cutting it open there's nothing but worthless rock inside, then the stone is fake. The talent detection here works the same way. The promising candidates chosen from the world are those with extraordinary talent, exhibiting unique phenomena. But because these individuals come from the little world, there's still a difference compared to the great world, a difference symbolized by that layer of stone covering their true potential. Only through talent detection can the stone be cut open to reveal whether it truly conceals a precious gemstone, showcasing real above-average talents for the great world. Senior brother, are these the two prospects? Song Yi nodded. Then a number plate was issued by the attendant, leading them to the area for talent testing, indicating Song Yi should wait in line. The little world forest is vast, and every day, suitable candidates are brought here. However, only a few testing stones exist, so everyone must take numbers and wait in line. Song Yi held the 51st number and waited. After half an hour, when it was finally Song Yi's turn, an interruption occurred. Child, give me a number. At this moment, a late-stage xuanhuan cultivator suddenly entered the hall, leading 7 or 8 children. Upon entering, he intentionally made a loud sound to draw everyone's attention. Seeing this, everyone revealed envious looks. For ordinary cultivators, finding 1 or 2 suitable candidates is already commendable, while getting 3 or 4 good ones is rare. Now, seeing this person bring 7 or 8 prospects at once, it was clear that he had encountered a great opportunity or destiny. Zhang Ji, leading a group of excellent prospects, looked very pleased with himself. After receiving the number, he wanted to quickly conduct the talent test. However, upon seeing such a long queue, he frowned. Glancing at the people ahead in line, both in the first and second positions were late-stage xuanhuan cultivators, whereas Song Yi, third in line, was only mid-stage xuanhuan. Eyeing Song Yi, who was only at the mid-xuanhuan level, Zhang Ji confidently approached the front of the line and arrogantly said, "Younger brother, let's exchange our number plates." In the sect, strength always comes first, and this applies in the disciple pavilion too. Although there are rules against cutting in line, if senior members like those at the Zuji Foundation establishment stage arrived, the junior ones usually hand over their spots willingly. If you offend someone stronger, your life in the little world forest could get very difficult. Dying in the little world doesn't mean anything, as no sect would intervene on your behalf. Thus, Zhang Ji believed Song Yi would readily hand over his spot. Others present watched Song Yi with malicious anticipation, and Song Yi, whose turn was almost approaching, naturally felt irked by this sudden interference. Even though the person asking him to yield was 1 realm higher than him. He now considered himself the father of 2 future emperors and didn't want to lose face in front of his sons. Moreover, after giving birth to 2 imperial-grade children, Song Yi himself now possessed extraordinary talent through the legacy of his sons. With supreme confidence backed by his sovereign bone and mystical fire enhancements, Song Yi believed he could kill across realms. Senior brother, the disciple pavilion has rules. We follow the principle of first come, first served. Song Yi politely but firmly refused Zhang Ji. This shocked everyone present. One by one, their eyes widened as they looked at Song Yi in disbelief. Is this person insane from being stuck in the little world? Doesn't he understand basic courtesy? Yes, waiting in line longer won't kill you, but offending powerful seniors might. Oh, poor guy, he'll regret this in the little world forest. Not necessarily. If his 2 prospects turn out to possess extraordinary talent, perhaps no one will touch him. Extraordinary talent. Out of 1,000 prospects, 1 average level talent is already pretty good. Whispers rippled throughout the disciple pavilion as everyone regarded Song Yi as if he were already dead. Upon hearing Song Yi's response, Zhang Ji was momentarily dumbstruck. He then became furiously angry, his face turning red. Through gritted teeth, he glared at Song Yi and said word for word, "Will you change places or not?" "No." Song Yi bluntly declined Zhang Ji, turning his head away and continuing to wait in line. Infuriated, Zhang Ji's body trembled as spiritual energy surged around him, sending a wave of oppressive force directly toward Song Yi. However, just as this oppressive power emerged, a cold snort resounded through the hall. Humph. With that single sneer, Zhang Ji's overwhelming momentum was instantly shattered, and he was dealt a severe blow, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Zhang Ji realized that the voice belonged to Bai Qingyang, the elder in charge of overseeing the disciple pavilion. Private duels are not allowed at the disciple pavilion. He had momentarily forgotten about this due to his anger towards Song Yi. Realizing it now, he was drenched in cold sweat and knelt down in panic, admitting his mistake with a kowtow. "Elder, I know my fault. Please forgive me." After performing over a dozen loud kowtows, Bai Qingyang's voice sounded again. "Stand up." If you break the rule again next time, there will be no mercy. Zhang Ji gratefully thanked the elder and obediently returned to the back of the line. However, his hateful gaze fixed on Song Yi, planning to follow him into the little world after the talent testing to kill him there. Finally, after the two people ahead finished their tests, it was Song Yi's turn. Looking at the two talent detection stones before him, he gestured for Song Hao and Song Yin to place their hands on them. The moment they pressed their hands onto the stones, a flow of spiritual energy surged from the stones into the boys' bodies. Then the talent stone changed colors, shifting from red to orange, then yellow to purple, before finally reverting to an ordinary stone. Song Yi was somewhat dumbfounded. It shouldn't have been like this. Red represents average talent, orange slightly above average, yellow high talent, and purple extraordinary. If the talent stone has no reaction at all, it indicates inferior talent. In reason, his two sons of the great emperors should have at least displayed talent above the yellow level. Yet after the whole process, there was no reaction. The onlookers behind him were filled with schadenfreude. Turns out they're fake prospects. I thought they were actually good talents. Humph, found two fake prospects and offended a senior disciple more powerful than himself. This man is in trouble. At this very moment, Zhang Ji was elated upon seeing the results of Song Yi's chosen prospects. Staring at the stunned Song Yi, he scolded directly. Trash, aren't you going to quickly take your two little trashes away? Don't embarrass yourself here. Upon hearing this, before Song Yi could react, his two sons stepped forward. Who did you call trash? Despite being young, Song Hao possessed a mature mindset. After hearing someone insult his father, he could no longer keep quiet. His underdeveloped sovereign bone emitted a faint trace of mysterious aura, illuminating his entire body. An aura, though not overwhelming but highly enigmatic, enveloped the entire pavilion. Beside him, Song Yin stood by Song Hao's side. Between his furrowed brows, a cold and eerie mark gradually appeared. It resembled the burning, yin, character, radiating a heat that could incinerate everything in the world. Chapter 5. Defying the Heavens' Aptitude. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a burst of mocking laughter erupted from Zhang Ji's mouth as he looked down at the two young children with disdain in his eyes. Garbage from two small worlds. Arrogant and ignorant of the vastness of heaven and earth. Get out. Boy, quickly drive these fake protégés out. Zhang Ji was searching for the boy's figure when he suddenly turned and found several boys respectfully standing by an old man with silver hair but youthful looks. The disciplinary elder of the aspirants' tower, xuanhuan. Seeing that it was the elder who had just scolded him, Zhang Ji immediately lost his arrogance. With a grin on his face, he flattered xuanhuan. Elder, these two talentless fake protégés. I didn't lay a hand on them, just telling them to leave quickly so as not to waste everyone's time. Xuanhuan did not listen to Zhang Ji's explanation at this moment. Instead, he kept staring at Song Yi's two sons. Deep within, he was both puzzled and pleasantly surprised. As someone who had reached the divine realm, he had been cultivating on the top floor just moments ago. Suddenly, two peculiar presences woke him up, even more astonishing when he saw they were two potential disciples. Are these the protégés you found in the small world? Xuanhuan smiled and asked Song Yi. After Song Yi nodded and confirmed, Xuanhuan walked to the talent stone. He instructed Song Yi's two sons to place their hands on it again, and after a series of changes, it returned to its original state. Looking at the abnormal behavior of the talent stone, Xuanhuan stroked his beard, thought for a while, and then turned to Song Yi and asked, "What is your name?" Song Yi. Good, Song Yi, right? You go back first and come again tomorrow. These two sons, I need to keep them here for individual testing. All right, elder. Hearing what the elder said, Song Yi let out a sigh of relief. Such sons of great emperors with defying the heavens' aptitude could not be detected by the talent stone. Indeed, an elder is an elder, spotting it instantly. Watching the elder take his two sons away hurriedly, Song Yi was filled with relief. Good sons, work hard and strive to bring the sect under my control. One can be the main master, the other the vice master, and I'll be the father of both masters. Having settled the matter of sending his children off for training, Song Yi prepared to leave the aspirant's tower and return to the small world forest. Walking to the door where Zhang Ji was waiting, he shot him a provocative glance. Zhang Ji immediately became irritated, but due to the sect rules, he dared not make a move. Thus, he glared fiercely at Song Yi as he left. Just as Song Yi returned to the small world forest, the disciplinary elder Xuanhuan had already brought the two children to meet the sect master Tian Qingzi. Being at the pinnacle of the divine realm and about to step into the immortal transformation realm, he instantly noticed their extraordinary nature. Especially after hearing about the anomaly in the talent stone mentioned by Xuanhuan, he was almost moved to tears. Aptitudes that defy the heavens. Actually aptitudes that defy the heavens. Tian Qingzi looked at Song Hao and Song Yin like treasures. Two little ones, what are your names? An unsmiling sect master at all times now appeared like a kind grandfather coaxing his grandsons. My name is Huang. My name is Yin. Listening to such unique names, Tian Qingzi nodded continuously. Good names, good names. Xuanhuan had never seen such a side of their sect master before, which deepened his curiosity even more. Brother-in-law, what exactly are the talents of these two kids? Speak up already. Tian Qingzi ignored the anxious Xuanhuan, ordering the servants to house the two in the rooms reserved for personal closed-door disciples. Upon hearing the arrangements, Xuanhuan understood clearly. His brother-in-law, the supreme master of their sect, intended to personally train these two closed-door disciples. What are closed-door disciples? It means that after taking these students, no others would follow, passing on all the master's knowledge to them. Even after becoming sect master, brother-in-law had never taken a disciple, yet now chose directly to initiate them as closed-door disciples. This made xuanhuan feel uneasy, wanted to stop it. Brother-in-law, have you decided to close the gates with just these two disciples? Tian Qingzi looked at the confused xuanhuan, excitement evident in his gaze. Younger brother, having these two as apprentices is more than enough. Our Tianxian sect will surely become the foremost sect of the North Barbaric region in the future. Why do you say this, brother-in-law? Let me explain to you, younger brother. The awakening stones of our sect are crafted from the spirit stones of the northern domain, which you know well. Since the northern domain is barren compared to the entire divine continent, this talent stone can only detect supreme level talents. Anything above the supreme level cannot be detected. Cannot be detected? Xiang Qingyang murmured quietly, then realized instantly. In a flash, his whole body trembled as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Master brother, you mean these two possess the defying the heaven aptitude? Yes, defying the heaven aptitude, born emperors. At that moment, Xiang Qingyang felt as if his mind was buzzing. He had never even considered defying the heaven aptitude. Because the last appearance of such an individual in the northern domain was 10,000 years ago, that person being the current lord of the northern domain, Duke Xuanhuan Zhao, the guardian king of the north. Now that their sect had two future figures on par with Zhao, how could he not be overjoyed? By the way, those two protégés are from which small world? We need to investigate that small world thoroughly. Oh yes, and the person who selected them, did he know about their talents? Xiang Qingyang understood what his senior brother was worried about, and shook his head. He's only in the middle stage of innate cultivation, and probably couldn't see through it. When the talent stone behaved strangely, everyone thought these two had inferior talent. I didn't say anything at the time. I just let him leave and come back the next day. Hearing this, Tian Qingzi sighed in relief. That's good. Before these two grow up, the secret of their defying the heaven talents must be kept under wraps. As for that man, tomorrow you should explain things publicly. The abnormality of the talent stone led our sect master to personally test them, and they turned out to have ordinary talent. It's just that these two are clever and likable, so the sect master decided to take them as door boys, giving him some rewards, but nothing too extravagant. Xiang Qingyang nodded. Senior brother, I understand how to handle it. Watching Xiang Qingyang leave, Tian Qingzi's stern face broke into a smile like a flower. He ran quickly to the ancestral hall to inform the ancestors of the great news. Meanwhile, Song Yi in the small world harbored vague concerns about Zhang Ji seeking revenge. So before leaving, he relocated his wife elsewhere, disguising her as an ordinary person. After making all necessary arrangements, Song Yi exited the small world, awaiting his reward. Just half an hour after Song Yi left, a white-clad figure appeared in front of the small world where Song Yi resided. It was none other than the disciple stage cultivator Song Yi met yesterday. Instead of returning to the disciple quarters after meeting Song Yi yesterday, he hid among the forest waiting for Song Yi's return. Upon discovering which small world Song Yi lived in, he remained patient and waited until Song Yi left. Now confident that Song Yi was gone, he emerged. Looking at the small world before him and recalling the two exceptional protégés Song Yi had brought, the man smirked coldly. Let me see why this small world produced two such promising candidates. Chapter 6, Mediocrity. Song Yi's head was now filled with thoughts of the rewards he was about to receive. Even though he had prepared carefully to prevent risks, he couldn't avoid the upcoming danger. Just as he left, and even before the transmission gap closed, the figure of a foundation-building disciple squeezed in. Similarly, arriving in the small world Song Yi cultivated, this disciple possessed powers akin to an earth immortal, almost capable of annihilating all living things. Am I not mistaken? Can such a barren place really give birth to two genius disciples? Cultivators above the foundation-building stage can sense the spiritual energy within heaven and earth. Generally speaking, the concentration of spiritual energy can be used to judge the depth of a small world's potential. The spiritual energy in this broken place is so low that it's barely noticeable. It's just enough for those natives of the small world to cultivate and improve. The disciple felt disheartened but still unwilling to return empty-handed when looking at the scenery here. At the very least, if I can't get it, then Song Yi, that dead waste, shouldn't either. At this thought, the disciple immediately revealed a grotesque smile. Unfortunately, this happened to be the remote city where Song Yi had arranged for his first wife, Ruoyan, to hide. On the other side, outside the disciple pavilion gate of Tianxian sect, Song Yi had already been waiting for a long time again. Logically, the old ancestor of the sect should be able to see the extraordinary demeanor of my sons right away, but why has there been no movement until now? Song Yi was puzzled. Could there have been a problem? He also had a vague sense of unease, but couldn't explain it, so didn't care too much about it. He originally thought he would become a prominent figure, but Song Yi continued to be neglected for over an hour. As batch after batch of colleagues brought cultivation candidates, they received rewards large or small and left, agitating Song Yi's heart more and more. But before receiving his own earned reward, who appeared but Zhang Ji, idly finishing up one deal after another. He weighed the yellow-grade storage ring in his hand. Without exception, it was stuffed full with rewards from recommending disciples this time, which would be enough for him to indulge himself for some time in the upper realms. Wow, isn't this Song Yi? The hard-headed old ox who failed to gain even a fart after sending in only 2 disciples. This guy's face indeed deserved a beating, but the current Song Yi had yet to obtain any substantial rewards or enhancements from the system, thus enduring patiently for now. Yet some people, the less you acknowledge them, the more obnoxious they get. I say, Song Yi, are those 2 of yours actually grandchildren of an elderly village woman somewhere? Upon hearing these words, Song Yi twitched his eyelid. If Zhang Ji found out that the talented disciple he sent was his biological son, things might become inexplicable. Song Yi was about to refute, but then saw the servant boy of Elder Qingyang rushing over. Song Yi, you're here? Come with me quickly. Zhang Ji gave a quick glance. Damn it. Song Yi, weren't your fake disciples discovered by the elder? That's heresy, death sentence. Go to hell. Who says I'm here to receive punishment? Oh, so confident, Song Yi. Even now, you're still stubborn like a dead duck holding its ground. I want to see how the elder punishes you. Zhang Ji, this odious-faced individual, was in no hurry to return to his small world to find genius disciples, but instead wanted to watch Song Yi make a fool of himself before the sect's high-ranking members. It seemed as though finding talented disciples wasn't difficult for him at all. This guy is acting so cool and composed. Something strange must be going on, Song Yi suspected. In the martial dynasty of the small world, he hadn't failed to attempt searching for talents. However, in several months, except for a mediocre young prince, there wasn't a single remarkable one. In this period, I've done thorough research. Even in other superior small worlds, seeking gifted disciples isn't easy. Where does Zhang Ji's arrogance come from? Anyhow, Song Yi wasn't in a rush to openly confront him. It was still too early. In a moment, led by the boy, Song Yi and Zhang Ji arrived at Xiang Qingyang's separate temple. Greet Elder Xiang. Regarding meeting the sect's elder, Song Yi and Zhang Ji could still cooperate tacitly. Xiang Qingyang glanced at the 2 and immediately lost patience, turning to look at the boy. Didn't I tell you to only bring Song Yi over? What's going on with this Zhang Ji? Zhang Ji. The boy instantly became confused, hurriedly kneeling down and bowing his head. I apologize, elder. It was Zhang Ji who insisted on coming along, and I didn't dare stop him. Come to think of it, every year Zhang Ji leads in the top 5 numbers of recommended disciples, an exaggerated performance record that even sect leader Tian Qingzi has proposed multiple times wanting to observe the small world Zhang Ji chose. Yet he always uses various excuses to refuse and obstruct. Well, it seems having a witness isn't bad. Where's Song Yi? I'm here, elder. Song Yi took a step forward and knelt on one knee. Zhang Ji stood to the side with his arms crossed, ready to enjoy the show. After multiple inspections by the elder hall, the actual talents of the disciples recommended by Song Yi are mediocre. Since sect leader Tian Qingzi is in need of serving attendants, these disciples will be sent to his mountain peak to serve as attendants. Song Yi has made an effort in searching, so he will be awarded 200 low-grade spirit stones and 2 yellow-rank magical artifacts. Song Yi, don't just stand there. Come forward and accept your reward. Mediocre talent? The lowest rank of serving attendants. That's all I'm getting? Song Yi could hardly believe his ears. With the template enhancements, both Song Hao and Song Yin possessed world-class talents, even emperor-level potential. How did they turn into failures according to Tianxian sect? Damn, it really isn't punishment. But this reward is miserly, fitting for you poor and worthless Lao Song Yi. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ji showed no restraint in mocking him. Although Elder Xiang Qingyang despised such behavior, Zhang Ji's disciple recruiting skills were undeniable, so he simply turned a blind eye. But when he stroked his beard and noticed Song Yi's fiery glare, he almost forgot what he was about to say. Cough, cough. Zhang Ji, leave first. I have something important to discuss with Song Yi. After Zhang Ji left, Xiang Qingyang clearly sensed that Song Yi wasn't happy. Elder, do you mind explaining this? How did good seeds become ordinary? Suppressing his anger, Song Yi added. Next moment, Elder Qingyang immediately switched to a flattering smile. Hee, Song Yi, you've misunderstood. What I've done was actually for your own good. You indeed brought exceptional disciples with emperor-like potential and transcendent talents. But if you received corresponding rewards, countless disasters would surely follow. So now, not only am I not worried about myself, but some old man starts worrying for me? The 2 disciples you brought have now become personal disciples of the sect leader. What? Personal disciples? Song Yi struggled to suppress his excitement. Exclusive ones. Upon hearing this, Song Yi finally thought, now that sounds more reasonable. Chapter 7. Song Yi. Xiang Qingyang's concerns were, of course, clear to Song Yi as well. This world is never short of geniuses. However, these 2 sons of Song Yi, Song Hao and Song Yan, with the blessings of the Supreme Emperor Bone and the 9 heavens eat fire, are nothing less than extraordinary among geniuses. Such remarkable presences would undoubtedly attract attention from various quarters, including sects more powerful than Tianxian sect that may even pose a threat. So, Song Yi, do you understand what I mean? Xiang Qingyang spoke earnestly, but in Song Yi's view, he still seemed intent on swallowing up the rewards due to him. Was this old man not also fishing for words, trying to probe whether Song Yi knew about the true talents of the 2 children? Though Song Yi was of average strength, he wasn't foolish and immediately saw through the old man's intentions. Wanting to spill the beans? Daydreaming. Even while pretending to know nothing, Song Yi wanted to subtly hint and give the other man a scare. I get the gist, but while I was searching for disciples in the small world, I always felt there was some hidden power within these 2 good seeds. Upon hearing this, Xiang Qingyang indeed twitched an eyelid, showing slight uneasiness about what to do next. Of course, he wanted to keep the matters of Song Huang Hao, and Xiao Yan under wraps, allowing them to quietly improve their cultivation skills with Tian Qingzi. For those who knew too much, their mouths had to be sealed. Song Yi, naturally, was someone unavoidable at this level. If dealt with directly, his ability to find disciples could not be overlooked. Song Yi, you should understand. In this world, power proves everything. Even higher power can boost one's luck and cultivation. Your fortune is good, but it's a pity about your lack of power. Song Yi didn't want to hear all this nonsense. Strength and luck are indeed somewhat interconnected, but I also know this. A person won't work if they're hungry. In other words, he was implying that he wanted more rewards? Xiang Qingyang showed slight exasperation, but after a brief contemplation, nodded. If I were to give you more rewards this time, could you then find even more promising apprentices? Song Yi did not answer directly. With a full stomach, I'll try hard. Fine. Your cultivation hasn't increased, yet your skill for smooth talk has improved considerably. Remember my words. You must keep the matter regarding those two children confidential. Otherwise, it will harm not only you, but also the two children. Allow you to go to the scripture hall, refining tower, and treasure repository to claim 50 portions of rewards in my name. Regarding the confidentiality of Shantian sect, Song Yi had confidence in their work. Though he became esteemed due to his sons, he was the biological father of the two children. All he did was for their better development, and his rise would provide them with protection in the future. My current abilities hold no status in this vast world. I must bide my time and strike when the moment is right. Song Yi resolved that he must quickly enhance his strength, so eventually, he could proudly announce himself as the parent of an emperor's son. After being instructed further, Song Yi exited the Elder's Hall, looked at the sky with its emerald green color draping across the 9 heavens, and his resolve grew stronger. Just then, the master of the sect, Tian Qingzi, arrived with his newly recruited close disciples, renamed Huang Hao and Xiao Yan, and acquainted them with the hierarchy of the sect before arriving at this place. As they rounded the corner, Song Yi met them face to face. At the sight of Song Yi's familiar face, the two children almost instinctively wanted to call out father, and Song Yi noticed the two children, which caused a sudden nervousness. If the Grandmaster learned that these two children were his own, unpredictable situations might arise. Fortunately, a unique bond of paternal love triggered a mental impulse in the two children. Huang Hao and Xiao Yan promptly swallowed their words. The two brothers exchanged looks, silently agreeing, and then paid a deep bow to Song Yi. It was the same bow Song Yi once taught them to present when they joined the sect to pay respects to their master. But it was Tian Qingzi who missed this honor, instead leaving Song Yi to accept it first. Haha, who would have thought that the two kids you recruited have such fondness for you? The teacher-apprentice ritual should be mine to receive, but you stole it away first. Upon hearing these words, Song Yi instantly grew alert. The two children may not understand these rules, but by standing there and accepting the disciple initiation ritual, Song Yi had inadvertently committed a grave offense against the Grandmaster. The consequences would be very serious. Song Yi certainly didn't blame the children. After all, he rarely met the sect leader in the past, and was unsure of his personality and stance. Right at this moment, Huang Hao noticed something amiss. His master's fluctuating aura seemed slightly displeased. Perhaps because of their actions, his father appeared to be targeted. Having thought of this, Huang Hao's little head quickly formulated a response. Master Tian Qingzi, Lord Song took us in and raised us when we were very young. That's why we are able to stay by your side now. To Xiao Yan and me, Lord Song is like a father. After speaking, Huang Hao subtly nudged Xiao Yan with his little hand. Although the boy often butted heads with Huang Hao, he still knew how to protect his father. That's right, Master Tian Qingzi. Father Song has been extremely benevolent towards us. A man must never forget the kindness he has received. Tian Qingzi adored these two prodigies dearly, never expecting them to be so respectful and considerate of their emotions. Good, very good. I seem to remember that Song Yi was always a righteous and kind-hearted person in the sect. It appears that the children you recommended have indeed inherited your noble character. It turns out that Song Yi had taken care of these two children as if he were their second father. What he didn't know was that Song Yi was actually their biological father. Thank you, Master, for your favor. We only hope that these two children can grow under your guidance and contribute to the sect. Though this is what he said aloud, deep down, Song Yi couldn't help but hope that the old master would soon abdicate in favor of his son. At this point, Huang Hao and Xiao Yan exchanged meaningful nods as if they had made up their minds simultaneously. Each of them grabbed one of Master Tian Qingzi's hands. Master Tian Qingzi, Father Song has treated us well. Could you bestow some compensation upon him on behalf of your disciples? In the future, when we too grow up, we will surely dedicate our efforts to the Tianxian sect and lead it forward. Good, very good. Since both of you have requested it, Song Yi, step forth and receive your reward. Song Yi hadn't anticipated that his two sons, untaught, would collaborate and say just a few words to make Tian Qingzi shower rewards upon their father. This trait seemed inherited from their mother, Qing Ruolin. Thinking of his hardworking wife, Song Yi resolved to spend more time with her once he returned home. As for the third child, he decided to let his wife rest a while longer before addressing it. After some amicable conversation, Tian Qingzi took the two children and departed into the clouds. Song Yi stood there, feeling proud of his children. To speak frankly, I never intended to bask in my children's glory and live off their wealth and prestige. At the very least, All my actions have been justified and guilt-free, even providing assurances for the children's futures. Chapter 8. Suffering in the Small World. Apart from sighing, Zhao Su of course had his own matters to attend to. Even though leaving a child by someone else's side was not a long-term solution, at least it wouldn't waste their talent. I still need to urgently improve my strength. Once I rise again, I won't be so repressed anymore. Even if Song Yi reached the pinnacle of strength, his child would still have to venture out alone to become a true emperor who can handle things independently, rather than stay under his or the sect's protection like a flower in a greenhouse. After visiting the scripture hall and the refining tower, he finally received 2 additional rewards at the reward chamber. One was a subsidy for introducing disciples from Xiang Qingyang, while the other was something Song Yi's excellent son managed to get from Tian Qingzi through persuasion. Shit, this is so much. Song Yi looked at the Xian stage storage ring in his hand. Although it wasn't completely filled, it was already half full. Bear in mind that the space inside a Xian stage storage ring is 10 times larger than that of a Huang stage storage ring. In other words, the total rewards Song Yi received far exceeded those of Zhang Ji by countless times. Among the common colleagues of this session, Song Yi's rewards were almost unprecedented. Holy crap, these items even surpassed the resources and allowances given to a cabinet elder in an entire year. Song Yi had already planned how to use these rewards, retain what's necessary for myself, and leave the rest to my beloved wife. As I ascend, I mustn't forget the wife who endured hardship with me since we tied the knot. She also needs to continuously break through her limits to eventually ascend with me to the higher realms. At the same time, Song Yi was aware that the system ability at his disposal did not limit him to just one wife. If he wanted more blessings for his family, naturally, he needed more women around him. Of course, Song Yi was not some mindless breeder. He wouldn't treat his wives as mere tools for gaining advantage. That would be unfair to both the wives and the children. These things should evolve naturally, he thought. Just as he said this, Zhang Ji seemed to have been trailing Song Yi for quite a long time. That little brother informed me that Song Yi went to the reward hall and came out practically laughing his head off. I remember Xiang Qingyang gave him such a measly reward. At this point, Zhang Ji, hiding in a corner, noticed the storage ring in Song Yi's hand shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Damn, am I seeing things? That's a Xian stage. A Xian stage storage ring. I've begged every elder I befriended countless times, said all the right things, done all the favors, but I still couldn't obtain a single Xian stage storage ring that symbolizes identity and strength. So what gives? What makes Song Yi any more deserving than me, with just his pathetic rewards, to use a Xian stage storage ring? Zhang Ji was so angry that he nearly fainted. He never imagined the situation turning out this way. Perhaps driven by jealousy, combined with their previous conflicts, Zhang Ji inexplicably followed Song Yi until he saw Song Yi entering a small world located in the most remote corner of the small world forest. The farther the small world is from the center, the worse it gets. Song Yi found 2 promising young talents in that broken place. No way. Why should Song Yi, that useless piece of trash, possess a storage ring? This isn't fair. I'll take it. It belongs to me. As Zhang Ji prepared to enter Song Yi's small world, a jade pendant hanging on his waist suddenly emitted a faint glow. Zhang Ji cautiously picked it up. What's going on? The talent production site within my small world seems to be having issues. I'd better go back and check immediately. After all, I cannot miss the deadline for submitting talented disciples. Since this concerned his livelihood, Zhang Ji had no choice but to return. However, he couldn't let go of Song Yi easily. He instantly devised an ingenious plan, borrowing the knife to kill. Zhang Ji then found another disciple spy and directly handed over a xuanhuan pill to him, asking only that he conceal his identity, enter Song Yi's small world, and seize the storage ring Song Yi owned. In return, the treasures Song Yi had stored would be equally divided between them. Keep in mind, the group tasked with constantly searching for new talent for the sect generally consisted of people with foreseeable, mundane futures in cultivation. They resented being trapped in their roles, yet lacked the resources or means to enhance themselves. A xuanhuan pill could sufficiently allow them to break through into the foundational phase, cleansing and strengthening their constitution, elevating them to a whole new realm. As for the origin of this xuanhuan pill, Zhang Ji didn't disclose much. Blinded by profit, the man naively agreed. Watching the person he sent enter Song Yi's small world, Zhang Ji was satisfied, revealing a vicious and malevolent smile. People like me simply cannot stand others doing better than me, let alone you, a worthless Song Yi, daring to defy me. Convinced that he had Song Yi beat, Zhang Ji strutted towards his own small world. During the time that Song Yi was absent, the martial dynasty within the small world experienced a great upheaval. Bear in mind that time in the small world passes 10 times faster than in the greater world. Literally, 1 day in heaven equals 1 year on earth. Song Yi had spent some time in the Tianxian sect in the greater world, and an entire year had already passed for his martial dynasty under his governance. The moment Song Yi stepped out of the space-time rift, he saw that the martial dynasty, which should have been developing smoothly under his rule, was now desolate and dilapidated. The banner inscribed with his name had been cut down and lay in the mud, replaced by another flag bearing the name Wang Ba. Realizing something was terribly wrong, Song Yi cursed loudly. What the hell? While I was gone, someone dared to invade my home. Curse them to hell. In a flash, his martial aura erupted, but instead of heading straight to the martial dynasty's capital, which might have been occupied, he went directly to the remote town where his beloved wife Qing Ruoyan was hiding. Throughout the journey, He was overwhelmed with worry. My xuanhuan, we haven't even enjoyed our good fortune together yet. Please be safe. The more one cares about something, the more likely it is that bad things happen. As the remote town came into Song Yi's sight, its ruined walls and ravaged ruins sent shivers through his heart. Xuanhuan, where are you? Inside the town, a woman named Xuanhuan was tending to the wounds of the common people. Now a mother herself, she had reluctantly parted from her child, but after years by Song Yi's side, she had developed an indomitable spirit. When she heard a familiar voice call her name outside the city wall, tears of resentment welled up in her eyes, though she didn't stop bandaging the wounded. Through a bond shared between husband and wife, Song Yi instantly sensed her grievance. When he appeared beside her in a blink of an eye, Xuanhuan immediately threw herself into his arms, sobbing. You bastard husband, where did you go? I was so worried about you. Seeing her safe, but much thinner and wearier after a year of turmoil and disaster filled him with anger. With a deep intake of breath, a surge of fury quickly rose within Song Yi, almost consuming him entirely. Daring to make my wife suffer, daring to tamper with my small world? You're asking for death. His killing intent exploded. Chapter 9. The Immortal is here to save us. Song Yi held Xuanhuan and comforted her a few times, about to leave this place. Suddenly, there came the sound of hooves around them. Trouble. Run fast. The Yellow Cloud Army is coming. Miss Xuanhuan and this, sir, don't just stand there. If caught by the Yellow Cloud Army, life will be worse than death. Yes, run fast. The wounded commoners were startled like birds that had been frightened by arrows and ran away in panic. Several of the people Xuanhuan had cared for came to persuade Xuanhuan and Song Yi and tried to help her carry her luggage. Husband, let's go. Xuanhuan looked somewhat tense and afraid, but Song Yi remained calm, holding onto her tightly, suppressing his anger as he asked, what have these Yellow Cloud soldiers done? The local commoners did not answer, but even Xuanhuan's expression indicated how deeply the Yellow Cloud Army had scarred her memories. And Xuanhuan didn't hide it. She told Song Yi everything. In the past year, an outlaw named Wang Ba suddenly started a rebellion for unknown reasons. At first, it was thought to be merely a bandit uprising, so the imperial court didn't pay much attention, sending troops to suppress it. However, unexpectedly, Wang Ba rose quickly, defeating the army sent against him with ease. Wang Ba also rapidly established the Yellow Cloud Army and began conquering cities swiftly. Within several months, many cities fell, and Wang Ba became a force strong enough to crush the imperial court. But after conquering the cities, Wang Ba didn't bring peace to the original residents. Instead, he let his subordinates act as they pleased, even ordering massacres. Although this city wasn't completely wiped out, things were still far from good. There was rampant abduction of young women and recruitment of forced labor. The old and children who couldn't be used were killed outright. Xuanhuan herself hadn't been directly affected, but she had witnessed firsthand the brutal murder of an elder man's daughter. It was too horrifying to bear. Listening to all this, Song Yi became increasingly enraged. Even Xuanhuan was almost disgraced. These men clearly didn't know what their deaths would mean for daring to harm his woman. Xuanhuan wanted to pull Song Yi away together, but Song Yi consoled her, saying, see how your husband will avenge you. As the sound of the horse's hooves grew louder, Xuanhuan was already extremely uneasy inside. However, at this moment, a single sentence from Song Yi made her feel completely at ease, as though a great mountain stood by her side. That isn't Miss Xuanhuan. What is she doing? And that man, why doesn't he run? Perhaps because they've been here too long. They've completely gone mad. Why bother about them? The Yellow Cloud Army is almost here. We must go. Such a pity. Miss Xuanhuan is beautiful and kind-hearted, but alas, no one paid any attention to Song Yi here. After all, he was just an unimportant person. Moreover, some thought that everything was fine for Xuanhuan until Song Yi showed up, causing her some kind of breakdown, leaving her behind to die together. And most importantly, the reason the Yellow Cloud Army arrived was surely due to Song Yi's shouting. Song Yi was the one who deserved death, a real shame about Xuanhuan. Moments later, a large contingent of cavalry appeared, bearing Wang Ba's banners, clad in yellow armor. Each face among those arriving radiated a mocking and cruel expression. Every day, slaughtering these unarmed individuals became their greatest source of pleasure. In this process, perhaps finding a few decent-looking women provided them entertainment. What person stands there? Upon arriving, noticing that amidst everyone fleeing, Song Yi alone remained motionless, they immediately felt that they had been insulted to an extreme degree. Overwhelmed by anger, they contemplated the best way to brutally murder Song Yi. Yet, when they noticed Xuanhuan beside Song Yi, they all froze. Though her clothes were ragged, and she was rather thin, her beauty was still evident, undoubtedly exquisite. To find such a rarity in this desolate place was incredibly rare. Instantly, their eyes gleamed like starving wolves fixing their gaze on prey, their mouths watering. Hand over that woman obediently, and if we enjoy ourselves, we might spare your life. Even at this time, thinking about protecting their women, the Yellow Cloud Army could still commend their courage. But Song Yi's rage had reached its peak, leaving no room for mercy in his plans. He simply said faintly, you will all die together. Seeking death, the Yellow Cloud soldiers charged immediately, intending to kill Song Yi and seize Xuanhuan. But Song Yi only lifted his hand slightly, and in the instant, a powerful spiritual energy burst into the surrounding air, unleashing a force so formidable that, what is? No. With screams of agony ringing out, dozens of yellow cloud soldiers were annihilated instantly, leaving not a trace behind. The people who had been fleeing couldn't help but turn back when they heard the commotion here. In an instant, they were dumbfounded at the sight before them. Could this be real? Wasn't it just a dream? How could one person annihilate so many in the blink of an eye? Moreover, the Yellow Cloud Army soldiers wore battle armor and were strong individuals. Even a grandmaster wouldn't be able to achieve such feats. No, this wasn't something humans could accomplish. It must be an immortal. So, was this person actually an immortal? They found it hard to believe, their expressions frozen in bewilderment. But xuanhuan was certain. The man standing before her was her husband, as formidable as ever. Simultaneously, xuanhuan felt remorseful. Why had she doubted Song Yi earlier? She shouldn't have doubted him. She must not have doubted him. xuanhuan's guilt grew stronger within her. Song Yi came close to her, embraced xuanhuan tightly, and said earnestly, "Ruoling, with me around, no one will dare to bully you again." xuanhuan clung tightly to Song Yi, firmly believing every word he spoke. Just as Song Yi was touched by the moment, suddenly, the surrounding villagers gathered around. With eyes filled with reverence, they all knelt down beside Song Yi. "Immortal sir, please save us." The land had been ravaged, families torn apart, and the imperial court destroyed. There was no one left they could trust. They had thought their fate would be hiding and living in fear for the rest of their lives. But unexpectedly, they had encountered the true immortal Song Yi. Thus, they could only beg the immortal to give them a path to survival. Faced with the pleas of so many, Song Yi sighed and decided his course of action. Instantly, embracing xuanhuan, Song Yi flickered away, completely vanishing from the spot. Those who had just been pleading to the immortal suddenly saw Song Yi disappear, leaving everyone utterly disheartened as they collapsed onto the ground. Had the immortal abandoned them? How sorrowful their hearts became. Was there truly no way out but death? The deaths of numerous Yellow Cloud soldiers here would soon become known. Without protection from the immortal, how could they survive? Without a doubt, Wang Ba would soon dispatch the Yellow Cloud army to wipe out this place. Their only option was to flee as quickly as possible. What they didn't know was that Song Yi was already heading straight for the palace to capture Wang Ba. Chapter 10, Terrifying Sword Qi. Beauty, don't run away. And you little beauty, what are you afraid of here? Your Majesty, please spare him, he is still a child. Roll out. You serve me, and I've already been very generous to you. Do you want your head hung on the Grand Hall as well? In the harem, a very ugly man kicked open a man wearing a dragon robe, pulled back an originally naked woman who was trying to escape, threw her on the bed, and picked up a girl hiding under the bed. His lewd laughter made the girl tremble with fear. Trying to struggle, but it was completely useless. She cried out, "Father Emperor, save me. Your Majesty, save us. This is the new Emperor's favor to you, so accept it." The man in the dragon robe showed pain and gave this heartbreaking decision. After hearing these words, it instantly filled everyone with endless despair. Should a husband and a father say such things? Lying on that bed is his most beloved concubine, his dearly loved daughter. Among those heads hanging in the great hall were his dearest crown prince, along with his other sons and relatives. With all this hatred and humiliation now, he has actually willingly accepted them. And at this moment, he even bows down and acknowledges his oppressor as Lord. Such events are indeed hard to believe, yet they have truly occurred. Faced with such hateful mocking eyes, the emperor feels very helpless. What can he do? He is an emperor, yes, but now he has also become a prisoner. He just wants to live. He is only 50 years old. What did he do wrong? Humiliation means nothing. Survival is the most important. But he doesn't know. Wang Ba just let him live temporarily to play around with him. They originally wanted to provoke resistance from the emperor, but they didn't expect him to be so weak, cowardly, and incompetent. This genuinely causes deep disdain from Wang Ba within. Originally, he planned to toy with the emperor's concubines, his women, right in front of him. Now, Wang Ba suddenly feels that it holds no meaning. Just when he hasn't taken any action, a sudden emergency report comes from outside the door. "Beauties, remember to wait for my return." Wang Ba lost interest in continuing the game. Rising up, he left and coldly snorted as he walked by the emperor, giving him a kick. The emperor still dared not resist, just being terrified and losing all composure. Afraid that the other would kill him. Seeing such an incompetent emperor, the princesses and concubines couldn't bear it. Rather than seeing further humiliation when Wang Ba returned, they directly collided with the wall to commit suicide. His last two family members died before his eyes, shocking the emperor immensely. He howled, "Why are you doing this? Why are you so despondent? You're gone, what am I supposed to do?" Already frightened beyond measure, in order to avoid Wang Ba's anger upon returning, the emperor begins seeking an opportunity to escape from here. After leaving, Wang Ba continuously received urgent reports, without exception all stating news about lost cities. Within one day, how could this be achieved? Wang Ba was greatly surprised, his face darkened. All your reports came at the same time about city breaches. How strong must the enemy be to simultaneously attack so many cities? Could they be gods? The older brother seems to really be a god. Wang Ba narrowed his eyebrows and looked at the person who said that sentence. That person was also startled, hastily saying, "There is absolutely no enemy force, just one person who flew here." Flew here? Hearing this, Wang Ba fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, the others who were reporting also quickly said, "Yes, he just used one finger and our city walls collapsed. We never even saw him. Isn't he truly a god? Heaven, How can we possibly win against him? Compared to their chaos, Wang Ba seemed rather calm, falling into deep thought for a moment. Wang Ba, where are you? Suddenly, a thunderous roar sounded from the sky, as a person came down like a meteor. He was exactly Song Yi. After making sure Qing Ruoling was safe, he arrived here, intending to personally resolve everything. The reason why he previously breached those city walls was because he was worried that if he went straight to the royal dynasty and left Qing Ruoling behind, it wouldn't be safe enough. Anyway, slaughtering those armies for Song Yi was as simple as merely lifting his hand while passing by. Fly. Just discussing earlier, and now witnessing someone truly flying, it instantly frightened those people, throwing them into a panic. Haha, the master of this small world, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Wang Ba burst into laughter, sizing up Song Yi as he sighed. What a pity, your cultivation level is so low. Hearing these words, Song Yi was also taken aback. Isn't this guy just an ordinary person? Why does he say such things? Suddenly, Song Yi's spirit tensed. The great Luo sword embryo on his body began to react. It was triggered by this Wang Ba. This Wang Ba is not simple at all. Yet, no matter how Song Yi probed at this moment, there was absolutely no spiritual energy emanating from Wang Ba's body. He was completely an ordinary mortal. How could that be possible? The others, especially those who had followed Wang Ba for a long time, were stunned speechless. Although they knew Wang Ba had great abilities, it was all within their understanding. But now, the one flying in the sky was like a divine being. Their elder brother wasn't afraid, and he even said he was waiting for him, with a tone that seemed mocking. What's going on? Their brains couldn't keep up with the situation. Even though it's regrettable to use it, there's no other way. You'll have to be my stepping stone. Having said that, Wang Ba quickly pulled out a yellow talisman paper from his body. Ting! A sound of a sword resounded. Terrifying sword chi suddenly released, setting the talisman paper ablaze, and forming the shape of a sword. The sword chi was dreadful, changing the color of heaven and earth, and it seemed like the entire royal city was trembling. This sword chi is at least at the level of a spirit chi practitioner. Song Yi couldn't help but take in a deep breath. Haha, using the peak spirit chi level sword chi to kill you is indeed wasteful, but you should feel content. As the sword chi took form, Wang Ba casually waved his hand, and the people around him couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure, instantly turning into blood and flesh. They didn't even imagine that they would die because of the residual power from their elder brother's attack. They originally thought, since their elder brother had such capabilities, that even if they couldn't become immortals, they would at least live a few more years and practice some spells. But just as this idea appeared in their minds, it vanished into thin air. The sword chi erupted, turning the surrounding land into powder. Die! The moment the sword chi cut down, Song Yi remained completely unfazed. In Wang Ba's eyes, Song Yi should definitely be too scared to move. What he didn't expect was that at the very instant the sword shadow descended, a streak of sword light rose from Song Yi's body. Chapter 11. It almost killed me. The sword chi talisman of a spiritual energy realm master is indeed powerful, but no matter how strong it is, it's not the same as the person being there. It was just a remnant of sword chi. Facing the true divine artifact, the great law sword embryo, how could it possibly run rampant? The great law sword embryo surged out from Song Yi and faced the sword chi without hesitation, absorbing it into its own body. The mighty sword chi struggled, but suddenly, as if with consciousness, it sensed the power on the great law sword embryo and rushed toward it, allowing the great law sword embryo to fully absorb it. The feeling was like returning to mother's embrace. Wang Ba was stunned. This is my trump card. This is the sword chi of a spiritual energy level expert. Even though it's only residual, it's still extremely formidable. Forget Song Yi, even an expert at the spiritual energy level would either be mortally wounded or die. Could Song Yi have resolved it with just a sword shadow? What in the world is going on here? For a moment, Wang Ba couldn't believe it, nor understand it, his face filled with astonishment. Truly dangerous. I almost got killed by you. Song Yi sighed with relief. But after hearing this sentence, tears streamed down Wang Ba's face. Kill you? The sword chi didn't even touch you, did it? Thinking about the impending situation, Wang Ba wanted to flee immediately. But the moment he turned around, Song Yi instantly appeared on the ruins. Wang Ba dared not move anymore. He was just an ordinary person. How could he possibly compare with a cultivator? In an instant, Wang Ba knelt before Song Yi. Master, I admit my fault. To know your mistake and make amends is virtuous. Let me reward you with a soul search technique. Song Yi smiled faintly and grabbed his head. Wang Ba was shocked and tried to struggle. But how would Song Yi give him the chance? In an instant, he tore his soul apart and unleashed the soul search technique. The soul search technique itself isn't difficult, but it requires a certain strength in one's soul. Moreover, those subjected to it will find their souls damaged afterward. At worst, they'll lose their soul and become fools. At worst, their souls will dissipate completely. Song Yi was curious. How could an ordinary person like Wang Ba possess such treasures? Such things, even within sects, were significant presences. Therefore, he could only use this method to investigate the reasons. However, Wang Ba was indeed an ordinary person whose family had been exiled and then murdered due to the incompetence of the emperor, eventually becoming bandits. Their early days were commendable, killing the rich to help the poor and never troubling the common folk. So why later? No, this person wasn't Wang Ba. Or rather, not the complete Wang Ba. Song Yi suddenly discovered that there was another soul intertwined within this person's soul. And that person was Xuanhuan, a traitor from the northern sect. He stole a precious treasure from the sect and fled to Tianxian sect. When he was discovered, he abandoned his body, his fractured soul escaping to this small world, where it unexpectedly fused with Wang Ba. As for the sword talisman, it was one of the treasures brought from the sect. Another item hidden on him was a treasure map. It was rumored to be the inheritance place of a once-upon-a-time Earth immortal level expert. That was peculiar enough. This inheritance should proceed straightforwardly, but instead, they made it complicated with the treasure map and tests. So troublesome. Especially when, through the other's memories, Song Yi learned that the treasure map most likely already fell into the hands of the Tianxian sect after Zhou Yan's physical destruction. Song Yi lost interest. It wasn't that the treasure inside wasn't enticing, it was that there would undoubtedly be numerous dangers within. Without the proper blessing, one wouldn't just act as a foil, but might also perish in the process. Song Yi didn't want to be such an unfortunate person. Having more sons seemed better. When his son becomes an emperor, who cares about mere earth immortals? Not compared to a divine emperor. The reason Wang Ba could continuously conquer cities owed much to Zhou Yan's soul. Although only an ordinary person, he still knew many methods that didn't require spiritual energy. Moreover, Wang Ba's aim was to kill Song Yi with the sword Qi, take Song Yi's resources, and then cultivate again. This raised some real questions in Song Yi's mind. That sword Qi was so powerful, yet beyond his control. At that point, if Song Yi himself were cut into pieces, wouldn't the storage rings on his body be shattered too? Of these, aside from his own Xin class ring, 8 or 9 out of 10 would be destroyed. And did Wang Ba think everyone owned a Xin class ring? Or was he simply too foolish to consider this point? Wouldn't it have been simpler to hand over the sword talisman and exchange it for resources? Well, not all was lost. At the very least, now that the Great Law Sword embryo has merged with the sword Qi, Song Yi can somewhat coalesce and use parts of it, a potential ace up his sleeve. Regarding the aftermath here, Song Yi approached the emperor. Actually, ever since learning from Wang Ba's memories about the vile deeds of this useless emperor, Song Yi truly felt disgusted. If there were any other options, it wouldn't come to this. Unfortunately, it seems unavoidable. Wang Ba was ruthless, and so was Zhou Yan's soul. They killed all members of the royal family and countless ministers, sparing only the emperor, whom Wang Ba held a grudge against. Thus, Song Yi found himself left with no one else to rely on. For now, maintaining the restoration of the Wu dynasty still required the emperor's identity. Song Yi decided to temporarily set aside any grievances until a new emperor could be chosen after his heir was born. But the emperor had no idea about Song Yi's thoughts. Sobbing and wiping his nose, he knelt before Song Yi and thanked him for his great kindness. Could this really be the demeanor of an emperor? Song Yi found it hard to believe. Even beggars on the street had more dignity than him. Every second spent with him made Song Yi feel sick, so he simply left. Actually, Song Yi did not know that the title of emperor had long been in name only in the hearts of the people. Instead, everyone knew that the real savior was immortal. If not for this immortal, they would still be displaced, still suffering, still uncertain if they would live or die. It was all thanks to this immortal who brought their lives back to them. Although they did not know the name of this immortal, and many had forgotten what the immortal looked like, they still chose to build a temple for Song Yi, offering incense and calling him the Savior Immortal. Upon hearing this embarrassing and overly dramatic name, looking at the face in the temple that, though powerful, bore no resemblance to himself, Song Yi felt mixed emotions. Sigh. Let the commoners do as they please. Song Yi didn't want to get involved, thinking instead to improve Qing Ruoling's living conditions. However, he suddenly noticed faint golden light emanating from his body, and inexplicably, he possessed the power to connect with countless people, his consciousness even reaching the temples. Could this be the power of faith? Song Yi had heard rumors that one could gain immense power through the belief of the masses, even ascending to godhood. But these were just legends, right? Until now, when it turned out to be true. So it wasn't such a bad thing after all. For a moment, Song Yi couldn't ignore the matter anymore. After all, the people of the Wu dynasty had already become his followers. Originally, Song Yi intended to make sweeping reforms, but then suddenly, news arrived from Tianxian sect. Surprisingly, Tianxian sect wanted him to return at this exact time. That seemed far too sudden. He had only returned from Tianxian sect recently. Moreover, he had been busy with trivial matters these few days, unable to spend much time with Qing Ruoling. And now, this happened. Feeling somewhat helpless, Song Yi sighed. Tianxian sect insisted he must go. Otherwise, when the sect's elders came down hard with blame, Song Yi would surely face severe punishment. Chapter 12. Is this guy sick? What is going on here? He has just returned and hasn't even had a chance to catch up with his wife or have some intimate time together, and now he's being dragged back to work again. Indeed, the life of a worker offers no freedom. Song Yi was silently musing that one day, when his two sons ruled over the Tianxian sect, he could retire as the Grand Emperor of Tianxian, and then who would dare to exploit him like this? Though he thought this, Song Yi still had to return to Tianxian sect. However, before leaving, Song Yi found a relatively safe place for Qing Ruoling. Although the Wu dynasty has been pacified now and nothing will happen in the near future, it's still better to find a safer place as a precaution. At the same time, Song Yi handed over the cultivation methods and resources he had prepared for Qing Ruoling. Looking at the resources that everyone covets in her hands, Qing Ruoling felt more longing for Song Yi. He has only been back for a few days, they haven't even had a chance to enjoy peace together, and now he has to leave again. Will you be gone another year next time, husband? It's uncertain, maybe longer. So, before I come back, you must begin cultivating. Otherwise, by the time I return, you might grow old. Song Yi said smiling. Qing Ruoling instantly questioned, if I get old, will my husband stop wanting me? How can that be? You are my most important wife. Song Yi embraced Qing Ruoling, who shyly buried her head into Song Yi's chest. After this brief moment of intimacy, Song Yi stepped onto the wind and flew away. Tianxian Sect. The atmosphere here was quite tense at this point. When Song Yi returned, he was already surrounded by some white-robed disciples. These were the Tianxian Sect Enforcement Hall disciples, not maliciously, but merely informing Song Yi that there would be a routine inspection soon. The object of the inspection was not Song Yi himself, but rather his small world, so Song Yi would have to go to the enforcement hall. When Song Yi arrived at the enforcement hall, he saw those people checking extremely meticulously. Although they did not enter, they had special Dharma eyes, which could investigate thoroughly with just a glance. The process seemed simple, but it consumed an immense amount of energy. Song Yi had heard about this earlier, and now upon seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but marvel. The Dharma eye is indeed powerful, able to see through illusions. It seems he should also acquire one when he has the time. Upon arriving at the enforcement hall, Song Yi saw other people gathered here, discussing amongst themselves. What was wrong with the Tianxian sect? Even the enforcement hall Dharma eye disciples have come out. Every single person who can cultivate the Dharma eye is a genius among geniuses, and the resource consumption is great. The Tianxian sect didn't train many such individuals, and wouldn't normally deploy them. Today, however, everything seems very formal. Not only Song Yi, but others were also utterly astonished. As they wondered about this, suddenly an elder of the enforcement hall walked out. The rest of the disciples all respectfully bowed and reported to him. Uncle Master, nothing has been discovered. It seems that person has fled. He couldn't help sighing and looking down at the bewildered faces of numerous disciples below him, explaining calmly. Yesterday, the Tianxian sect was suddenly attacked by thieves. The treasure vault was burgled. Our sect leaders suffered severe injuries after which they fled. By now, they should have already escaped from Tianxian sect. Everyone may return. With that, the elder turned around and left, leaving everyone completely baffled. Is it over already? And how did someone invade Tianxian sect? Such an important matter, why was it settled so quickly? Unbeknownst to the crowd, while the elder turned to leave, he asked a nearby enforcement hall disciple, how did things go? Reporting to the elder, everything has been completed, and we've also discovered some interesting clues. Would you like? Let's temporarily avoid alarming them. Let them develop naturally. Understood. That disciple followed behind the elder, glanced back at Song Yi's direction, and revealed an intriguing smile. So turns out this whole time it had nothing to do with him? Song Yi sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated. If only he had spent this time trying to have children with Qing Ruoling. Seeing there was nothing more for him to do here, Song Yi intended to leave along with everyone else. Unexpectedly, a person blocked his path. It wasn't anyone else, but Zhang Ji. What was this guy up to now? Song Yi didn't want any entanglements with this individual and wanted to walk around him, but Zhang Ji deliberately blocked his way. Song Yi, you offended me before. How about we wipe out all grudges between us? As long as you submit to me, it won't be a problem. Zhang Ji pretended to be magnanimous, but Song Yi didn't bother to pay attention to him. A settlement? Now, is it really that simple to say settlement, and it settles? Soon enough, the one proposing a settlement will definitely be me. Seeing Song Yi unfazed, Zhang Ji became slightly annoyed but didn't explode. Instead, he smiled and continued. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I will tell you the method to identify talented candidates. How about that? Song Yi couldn't help but look puzzled as he listened. According to his understanding, it was absolutely impossible for Zhang Ji to initiate a reconciliation. Even if it meant Song Yi's submission, it was something that would never happen. Especially since he had actually come up with a method for finding talented candidates. How could this be possible? This was the very foundation of his standing in Tianxian sect. Let alone someone like him who was an enemy, probably even to his real family members, he wouldn't have divulged it. There were too many peculiarities here, and Song Yi couldn't help but become cautious. Seeing that Song Yi still hadn't agreed, Zhang Ji couldn't help but make an expression of regret, shaking his head and saying, "That's really too bad. I thought we could become friends. So it looks like we can only be enemies. Too bad, too bad." Zhang Ji left with a demeanor of great regret, but Song Yi, upon hearing those words, couldn't help but curse under his breath. There's something wrong with him. Becoming friends with him? Could it be that Zhang Ji had taken some wrong medication? It was way too abnormal. Song Yi felt there was something strange somewhere and didn't want to linger here long, intending to return directly to his small world. When he returned to the small woods, only a few people were left, still returning to their own worlds. Due to being delayed by Zhang Ji, Song Yi had changed from being first to being last. But Song Yi wasn't overly concerned. However, just as he was preparing to open his small world, suddenly, Song Yi's expression changed. What was going on here? His small world couldn't be opened. For a moment, Song Yi quickly tried various methods and then directly realized. His small world had been sealed off by someone, and without breaking the seal, it simply couldn't be opened. But he was fine before, so how could this problem appear so suddenly? Was it the work of the enforcement hall? Why would they seal off his small world? No, if there was an issue with his small world, they definitely would have detained him right away. Since it wasn't done by the enforcement hall, then who did it? Could it be someone's prank? Song Yi observed that the seal wasn't very powerful either. With his strength, he could break it after putting in some effort. Could it be Zhang Ji's retaliation? These thoughts flashed through Song Yi's mind, making it hard to judge for a while. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, and with a swoosh, a streak of light condensed and directly shot towards Song Yi. Chapter 13. You're such a sneaky one. Shua. Song Yi was immediately aware of an attack from behind, and he quickly dodged, causing the streak of light to miss its target. Wow, you actually noticed me. A bulky figure emerged from the other side. If Song Yi hadn't discovered him in time, that move could have been fatal. Who are you? Are you not afraid that the Tianxian sect will discover you if you act here? Song Yi saw that the opponent was one level higher than him, and his eyes were filled with caution. As long as I kill you fast enough here, the elder won't notice. TSK. It's truly unfortunate for you. You offended the wrong person, Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji is notorious for holding grudges, and since you also possess some nice treasures, this is why you're about to die. If you give me your treasures willingly, I might consider giving you a quick death. The man walked towards Song Yi with ill intentions and revealed the mastermind, Zhang Ji. It seemed this person had no good relationship with Zhang Ji but helped him out of self-interest. No wonder this person had such confidence. He was at the late innate realm stage, one level higher than Song Yi. The difference of one realm was like heaven and earth. Especially now, Song Yi was alone. Looking around, Song Yi took only one step before the other party caught up. The spiritual energy flowing from the opponent's hands was very powerful and mighty. Song Yi couldn't return to his original world, so he jumped into the nearest world available. Do you really think you can escape? The other party leaped in as well and continued pursuing Song Yi. While fleeing continuously within this world, the speed of the opponent was extremely fast, and the distance between them grew shorter. At the same time, the opponent said viciously, I advise you to kneel down and surrender now, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I will torture you until you die. Hearing the opponent's voice, Song Yi landed on a small peak. Humph. The opponent thought Song Yi had surrendered, so they hovered arrogantly in the air looking down coldly. Are you not going to kneel? The one who should kneel is you. With a roar, Song Yi released his full spiritual energy. Though it wasn't as strong as the opponent's, it was close. Seeing that Song Yi dared to attack him, the opponent was momentarily stunned but then revealed a mocking face. It seems Zhang Ji was right after all. You really don't know your place. Alright then, I guess I was too merciful earlier. Next, it's time to teach you a lesson, so you know how to bow before the strong. The opponent slapped his palm, gathering vast spiritual energy into a palm seal. Song Yi gathered his spiritual energy and confronted the attack head-on. Pang! Under this overwhelming force, Song Yi couldn't help but retreat several steps. Even though he managed to deflect much of the power, the mountain peak beneath him still began to crumble. Not bad. For Song Yi's struggle, the opponent remained unperturbed. The disparity between their levels was clearly evident. Yet Song Yi didn't abandon his attack, instead launching an offensive first this time. Seeing that Song Yi dared to attack again, the opponent lost the previous calmness and turned angry instead. Already at a disadvantage, Song Yi still dared to attack. This person thought Song Yi was reckless. So he determined to make Song Yi kneel before him. Their powers clashed once more, and Song Yi was forced to retreat further. Meanwhile, the opponent used magical seals, which Song Yi found hard to counter. Boom boom. Finally, unable to withstand the pressure, the small mountain collapsed. However, under this mountain lived some commoners who looked up at the suddenly collapsing mountain and the spectacular figures in the air, each filled with awe. They fought in the air, and could even perform feats like moving mountains and filling seas. These were immortals. To ordinary people, seeing such a scene brought forth the immediate thought of deities. In their opinion, no matter what these divine beings were doing, they must bow down. To give these immortals enough reverence would ensure their protection. But what they didn't realize was that, should they dare come closer, the residual energy from these immortals was enough to leave them without burial. However, neither Song Yi nor his opponent noticed or cared. Song Yi was forced back, and there were already multiple wounds on his body. Just when it seemed over, the man formed a large knife from his spiritual energy, aiming to cut Song Yi's thigh off. Song Yi's pupils instantly emitted a sharp beam of light, forming a translucent sword shadow in his right hand, with a smile playing on his lips. Finally succeeded. Taste my Deluo sword embryo. In an instant, the translucent sword shadow between Song Yi's right hand seemed to cut through the void, instantly striking out. What? The opponent would never have thought that all along. Song Yi had been waiting for the opportune moment, solely for the purpose of gathering this attack. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. Faced with that terrifying sword strike, his spiritual energy great knife shattered in an instant. The formidable sword chi instantly tore apart his body. In that moment, he could only let out a cry of agony, without even a chance to escape. The sword chi directly annihilated his body, leaving not a trace behind. Cough cough. Song Yi won, but at this point, he was still pale-faced and riddled with injuries. Gazing at the outcome of the opponent being obliterated without a trace, Song Yi couldn't help but sigh in admiration. How truly powerful this Deluo sword embryo's chi was, worthy of being the treasure that he favored. Though he had expected it to be powerful before, only after experiencing it did he feel renewed awe. Unfortunately, Song Yi's cultivation level was still low. He was unable to fully use the Deluo sword embryo. What Song Yi had used was merely a strand of the sword chi that Wang Ba's power had previously supplied to the Deluo sword embryo before being devoured. Once used, it was gone. But Song Yi didn't think it was regrettable. After all, this had saved his life, and prolonging the battle would have been very disadvantageous for him. If a treasure was lost, so be it. As long as he lived, as long as he became powerful enough, wouldn't the Deluo sword embryo still be freely accessible? Earlier in the small woods, to avoid drawing attention, Song Yi hadn't dared to use it then, preferring instead to lead the enemy into this world. And only when no one was around did he trigger the Deluo sword embryo. With everything resolved, Song Yi naturally had no intention of lingering longer here. He planned to first find a place to restore his spiritual energy, and then return to his own small world. But just as he was about to turn and leave, there was a sudden sharp whoosh from behind. Song Yi originally intended to once again invoke the Deluo sword embryo's chi, but its energy had already been drained, vanishing with Song Yi's last remaining strength. With no choice, Song Yi hurriedly dodged aside at that moment. Unbelievable. After such a long battle, you still have the strength to escape. It turned out that in this small world, there was another person present. Song Yi, astonished, stared at the other party, who in turn looked at Song Yi with ill intent. Chapter 14. A step too slow meant death. At this moment, a smile crept across his face as he said, I've been waiting for the two of you after watching your battle here. Shouldn't I get some reward for waiting so long? Phew, Lao Lu. This guy actually made Lao Lu's actions sound refreshingly elegant. Song Yi was truly impressed. Hand over the treasure you just obtained, and I might spare your life. The other did not attack directly, obviously fearing the great Luo sword embryo, but also understanding Song Yi's current state. There was a great possibility that it could no longer be used. Is it meaningful for all of you to say these things every time? Do you think I'm foolish? If I give you the treasure, won't you kill me more easily? Come and take it if you want it. Song Yi turned and fled, hurrying with all his strength. Seeing Song Yi escape, the other person huffed and quickly chased after him. His injuries were still faintly aching, and he had consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. Song Yi's speed had slowed down significantly at this point. As he saw the other one catching up quickly, Song Yi suddenly changed direction and flew fiercely toward the opponent. What? The other person was also shocked when they saw Song Yi suddenly produce a surge of colorful flames between his hands. It was the heteroclite fire. The heteroclite fire was extremely hot and of high temperature. In an instant, it flew out from Song Yi's hands and quickly formed a surrounding circle, locking down the enemy. Song Yi had reserves of strength beyond what the other person expected. Caught by surprise, the other quickly threw out several magical symbols, but unexpectedly, upon facing the 7-colored flames, those spells were quickly devoured. Such powerful flames. In shock, the other couldn't help but exclaim. But soon greed flickered in his eyes. With a wave of his long sleeves, leaving behind a few shadow figures, he surprisingly escaped the encirclement of these flames. And then swiftly moved toward Song Yi, claws ready, straight for Song Yi's throat. The supreme bone. The instant the other approached, Song Yi's entire body roared like a giant dragon. Golden light filled the sky, and the might of the dragon resounded. Before the person could react, the golden dragon had already surrounded them. No. He tried again to leave shadow figures to escape, but the golden dragon didn't give him any chances. With a burst of intense force, his body was instantly torn apart, turning into a mist of blood. Not good. With the death of the opponent, Song Yi finally collapsed once more, falling from the air and hitting the ground. How slow is this guy? Zhang Ji had been waiting in the forest for quite some time, but there was still no sign of the other's arrival. For a while, he felt extremely annoyed. Previously, he had already given the valuable pills to that person, originally intending for them to resolve Song Yi at that moment, and snatch the Xian stage storage ring to divide it evenly. But because of the theft in Tianxian sect, they got delayed. And he himself had to rejoin the fray and specifically intercepted Song Yi for a while to ensure Song Yi's small world received a seal and Song Yi couldn't return. Zhang Ji always believed that all of this was futile effort. Wouldn't it have been simpler to take out Song Yi in one move, then quickly destroy the body and evidence? Even if Tianxian sect conducted an investigation, they would have no complaints. But it had to be so troublesome, and he even had to step in personally. In the end, Song Yi managed to escape to another small world, wasting such a long time. Could it be that the other guy had taken these items secretly and fled? Zhang Ji chuckled softly as this thought crossed his mind. After placing a secret technique on the other party, he could find them no matter where they fled in the world. Zhang Ji didn't believe the other person was that stupid. Just as Zhang Ji was waiting, suddenly he sensed that the secret method planted on that person had vanished. How could this be? Had the other somehow erased their trace and fled? Damn, they actually left a backup plan like this. Zhang Ji did not think the other would fail. After all, not only was their cultivation level 1 realm higher than Song Yi, but they were also experienced cultivators, certainly not someone Song Yi could match. Yet how did the other manage to escape his secret art? No way. He needed to go check the small world. Zhang Ji entered that world, looking around everywhere, but all he found was a battlefield. Zhang Ji was naturally stunned. What happened here? Why was there such a big hole here? Could it be that a meteor struck here? No, it's not right. Zhang Ji clearly sensed an exceptionally strong sword aura here. Even as someone of the foundational establishment stage, he felt deeply awed. This sword chi seemed like it wanted to consume him. Staying here for even a second more, he felt as though he might explode. What terrifying sword chi! Why does this small world harbor such a thing? Not daring to linger here further, he felt too many signs of imminent danger. Every sense told him this place was far too dangerous to remain. He was very sure that he was nothing more than an ant in this world, capable of being crushed at any moment. At this moment, he had no time to think and rushed toward the exit of the small world. Back in the forest of Tianxian Sect, Zhang Ji was still shaken, frequently glancing back at the small world. He feared someone might come chasing him. Only after confirming his safety did he finally calm himself down. Then he began to wonder, why was there such a powerful battle scene in that world? Could it be that the earlier man actually perished there? For a while, he pondered this deeply but couldn't figure it out. But suddenly, Zhang Ji remembered what the law enforcement elder had said. Was it possible that the thief hadn't escaped from Tianxian Sect at all, but rather hidden inside that world? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, that thief was someone who had faced the sect leader. Releasing such sword chi wasn't surprising. But the law enforcement elder had clearly stated that the person was injured by the sect leader. Despite being wounded, they still had such formidable strength, leaving Zhang Ji once again admiring his own cleverness. If he stayed there rashly and was discovered by that thief, he might end up dead without a proper burial. He really was too smart. As he was congratulating himself on his wisdom, he realized how important this discovery was. If he reported it, this would surely count as a great achievement. How could he let such glory slip away? But then Zhang Ji froze in place. What pretext could he give for reporting it? Originally, he intended to kill Song. Internecine killing was a major crime. Though occasionally the sect would turn a blind eye, it was only behind closed doors. If it came out openly, he would be the one in trouble. Even if he lied, and the sect found out during their investigation, his punishment would only double. Considering this, Zhang Ji reluctantly gave up on claiming the reward. After all, anyone who could escape the sect leader's grasp and possess such terrifying sword chi was no ordinary person. If he offended such an individual, and they were still alive, wouldn't he be bringing disaster upon himself? With these various factors weighing on him, he naturally abandoned the idea of informing. Instead, he turned his focus to Song Yi's small world. In his view, Song Yi and the other person must have already been killed by the stronger being within. In that case, who could possibly stop him from entering Song Yi's small world? Chapter 15. No money to repay debts. Zhang Ji quietly entered Song Yi's world. At this moment, Song Yi's consciousness was engulfed in a pitch-black void, and by the time he woke up, he had no idea how much time had passed. Song Yi found himself lying on a bed inside a small wooden cabin. A bowl nearby emitted a bitter medicinal smell. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Song Yi felt a bitter taste rising in his throat. It was clear that, earlier, someone had administered quite a lot of medicine to him. Song Yi tried to get up, but just a slight movement sent waves of pain coursing through his body, as if all his bones were about to disintegrate. At the same time, Song Yi realized that almost all of the spiritual energy within his body had dissipated. Right now, he was practically no different from a useless cripple. Song Yi couldn't help but laugh bitterly, realizing this must have been the consequence of using the supreme bone and the strange fire. Even in a severely wounded state, relying solely on these two treasures had proven too much for his body to handle. Though he managed to survive by chance, he was now almost entirely incapacitated. However, relatively speaking, Song Yi still considered himself lucky. His supreme bone and strange fire remained intact, though they hadn't recovered yet after such a short period. With time, they would recover gradually, allowing him to restart his cultivation. Since things had come to this point, Song Yi accepted his fate calmly. Since I've come here, I might as well make peace with it. You've awakened. An elderly man with white hair approached. Compared to Song Yi, this old man appeared even more ethereal and dignified. Unfortunately, this person was just an ordinary mortal. Was it you who saved me? Song Yi had no memory of what happened after he lost consciousness. The old man smiled faintly inside. You youngsters these days always chase after illusions. There are indeed immortals in this world, but when they clash, mortals should only think about fleeing for their lives. Yet, you young ones dare to approach the battleground. It's already incredibly fortunate that you're alive. Some others ended up as fleshless paste under falling boulders. Listening to the old man's words, Song Yi understood that the other party mistook him for someone who sought immortality that day but got involved in the aftermath. If the old man knew that Song Yi was actually one of the culprits responsible for causing such calamity among the immortals, his reaction would be priceless. At this moment, the old man took out paper and pen from somewhere unknown and began writing something down while asking, Hey, young man, what's your name? My name is Song Yi. Song Yi looked up and noticed the old man was writing a list. It seemed to enumerate various herbs, possibly those Song Yi had consumed. But the more Song Yi studied the list, the more he felt something was off. Why were there entries for accommodation and massage fees? Young man, I brought you back to life, but I'm kind-hearted, so I won't ask for extravagant gratitude. All you need to do is hand over the money on this list. Smiling broadly, the old man handed over the list filled with items. His earlier ethereal demeanor vanished as he extended his hand towards Song Yi for payment. Since the old man had indeed saved him, it was only fair. Unfortunately, Song Yi's storage ring wouldn't open, and his body was as clean as his face, meaning he couldn't produce a single coin. Cough, cough. Who am I? Where am I? What's my name? Youngster, don't pretend to be confused. Tell me where you're from. I think I've lost my memory. The old man stared at him silently. Song Yi owed a significant amount of money, and although it was true that many precious herbs had been used on him, they weren't nearly as numerous as what the list stated, nor were the prices listed nearly as exorbitant. Alas, no matter how cheap the herbs might have been, Song Yi simply couldn't pay for them right now. Seeing this situation, the old man angrily shouted, "Cheater," and flung the piece of paper onto the ground. Another free eater who expects everything for nothing. Embarrassed, Song Yi could only stand there awkwardly as the old man huffed and declared, "In that case, boy, you won't leave here. Once you're better, work for me as a pharmacy apprentice." Being utterly powerless, Song Yi had no choice but to put his fingerprint on the agreement and become the apprentice of the pharmacy. Though food and lodging were provided, there was no salary, and it would take centuries before he could earn enough to repay the debt. Of course, from a mortal's perspective, Song Yi couldn't possibly live that long. Thus, Song Yi would naturally end up marrying and having children while serving the old man for the rest of his life. Song Yi wondered why this seemed no different from a system. He was being forced to have kids again? Although the old man indeed profited from the arrangement, it was fair given the old man had saved his life. Song Yi didn't bother complaining. He only intended to stay here for a year or half to allow his supreme bone and strange fire to recuperate. Afterward, once he could start cultivating again, he'd leave immediately. For now, since his body wasn't going to recover quickly, Song Yi decided to remain and heal temporarily. The old man's name was xuanhuan. Though he could be sharp-tongued, he personally took care of Song Yi until the latter could walk again, tending to him with meticulous attention. Even though Song Yi had lost his cultivation temporarily, his body was still far superior to an ordinary person's due to his past training. In just a few days, Song Yi was already able to get out of bed and walk around. Such a recovery speed left even the old man praising him endlessly. On a quiet morning, Song Yi woke up only to hear a commotion in the courtyard, accompanied by the sound of things being smashed. Were people here because the old man had mishandled their treatment and they were now making trouble? It seemed unlikely. Though short-tempered, the old man was highly skilled in medicine and well-respected within the surrounding area. It was nearly impossible for it to escalate to such an extent that people were breaking things outside. What was going on? Song Yi opened the door, startled to see the herbs xuanhuan had carefully dried being knocked over and trampled. Worse yet, xuanhuan himself had been pushed down and was now being punched and kicked repeatedly. When Song Yi appeared, he heard xuanhuan shouting in pain, "Young man, run. Run fast. Run. As if you can escape after offending someone from the Holy Immortal Sect. None of you are getting away." The leader of the group delivered a brutal kick to xuanhuan's head, nearly knocking him unconscious. Song Yi noticed as the others approached him with sinister intent. xuanhuan's anguish deepened. He did not regret standing against the Holy Immortal Sect or the current predicament he faced, but he deeply regretted allowing Song Yi to recuperate at his home these past days. This had nothing to do with Song Yi. It was all because of him. xuanhuan could already imagine how the crazed disciples of the Holy Immortal Sect would severely injure Song Yi or possibly kill him outright. Even if Song Yi survived somehow, his wounds wouldn't have healed completely, so his chances of living much longer were slim. Filled with overwhelming guilt, xuanhuan couldn't bring himself to look up even once. Every pitiful cry from Song Yi was tormenting xuanhuan internally. But wait, that wasn't right. These cries didn't seem to belong to Song Yi, and why would one person make two different cries of agony? As xuanhuan's mind buzzed with questions, someone suddenly pulled him off the ground, placing him in front as a shield while yelling fearfully, "Don't come closer. What do you intend to do?" Chapter 16, Do You Believe in Me? At this moment, xuanhuan's heart was filled with confusion. He originally dared not to look up, but at this time, he had no choice but to raise his head. Surprisingly, he discovered that Song Yi, who he thought was almost certainly doomed, now stood before him as calm and composed as ever. On the other hand, the people who were once intent on beating him lay groaning chaotically on the ground. And that leader from just moments ago, out of sheer fear, actually positioned himself in front of xuanhuan to threaten Song Yi. "Don't come closer, or else." Or else what? Song Yi walked over indifferently. xuanhuan could feel the heartbeat of the person behind him accelerating step by step with every move Song Yi made, trembling in fear so much that his hands began to shake. Could it be that scary? The Song Yi before him appeared to be someone utterly incapable of harming even a chicken. Fear should have been directed toward the silver needles in xuanhuan's hands, which might even hold more intimidating power. But what exactly happened? This man who seemed unable to harm even a chicken now looked like a devil, causing such overwhelming fear. Even though xuanhuan really couldn't figure it out, the one the other intended to threaten, in fact, became so scared that he immediately abandoned xuanhuan and fled without looking back. What exactly just happened? xuanhuan was still confused, while Song Yi remained calm as ever and said, "He's merely afraid of ending up like them." "Did you do this? Have you recovered? Or what?" Song Yi's indifferent demeanor left xuanhuan thoroughly baffled. Fortunately, the crisis seemed to have passed. Not long after, while tidying up the yard, Song Yi noticed several more people approaching. However, there was no need to worry this time, since they had come to protect xuanhuan. They were late due to being delayed by the attacks of the Holy Immortal Sect. Lately, the Holy Immortal Sect had become increasingly brazen, even receiving protection from the local authorities. If this situation continued, they would eventually be done for. Upon hearing this, Song Yi couldn't help but ask, "What is the Holy Immortal Sect?" Everyone was stunned, never expecting anyone not to know about the Holy Immortal Sect. Although they didn't openly say it, secretly, they thought it showed a severe lack of knowledge. If the members of the Holy Immortal Sect heard this, Song Yi would likely be dragged away and flayed alive. It sounded serious indeed, but what exactly was the Holy Immortal Sect? Since xuanhuan knew Song Yi had been unconscious for a long time and hadn't left during his recuperation period, he was completely unaware of the external circumstances. Thus, xuanhuan informed Song Yi that the so-called Holy Immortal Sect was essentially an organization devoted to worshipping deities. With the recent appearance of heavenly deities in the sky, the number of believers grew rapidly. Soon enough, they expanded into an organized group, gaining financial support from various backers, recruiting large numbers of disciples, and extending their influence. Now, if you did not believe in these gods, then you were considered an enemy. Listening to all this, Song Yi felt that this kind of belief was too extreme. He expressed strong disapproval of it. Upon hearing this, xuanhuan couldn't help but roll his eyes and sarcastically said, "I don't know whose fault it is, trying so desperately for immortality that they nearly got themselves killed. If it weren't for your actions today, I would have really doubted whether you'd consider joining the Holy Immortal Sect." Huh, it's called faith and strength. Song Yi was somewhat embarrassed. Join the Holy Immortal Sect? To follow along with those radical people and worship himself? Song Yi didn't care less. As long as he restored his abilities, all this wouldn't matter anymore. xuanhuan and the other subsequent plans largely revolved around security measures because they themselves did not believe, and in the nearby area, they were quite renowned. So naturally, those people would target them. After failing this time, they would surely return again next time. While they were making their plans, Song Yi had already left. Despite having no current cultivation, his own strength meant that ordinary people couldn't harm him. During this time, all he wanted to do was recover quietly. But there were always people trying to disrupt his peace. In the dead of night, when all was quiet, Song Yi was still awake when he heard some commotion outside. It was that group planning a stealth attack under cover of darkness. Without waking xuanhuan, Song Yi dealt with them quickly, forcing them to flee in panic. That same night, in order to avoid future disturbances, Song Yi directly stormed and destroyed the main church of the sect in the town. What puzzled Song Yi was that the leader of the Holy Immortal Sect wasn't there. Otherwise, he could have wiped out the whole sect at once, saving himself a lot of trouble. Song Yi returned disappointedly. Not long after Song Yi left, many people hurriedly returned in a panic. Among them, a man dressed in magnificent attire, wearing a golden crown, stared at the ravaged remains of the main church in anger, shouting loudly, "How dare anyone so desecrate the gods? These people are sinners deserving death. They must die, they must die." With a single sentence from this sect master, countless people below agreed in unison. The sect leader glared at the crowd and asked, "Who among you is willing to capture this person who has desecrated the gods?" Unexpectedly, those who had just been brimming with arrogance, upon hearing these words, all became like deflated eggplants. Not a single person dared to step forward. Instead, they all took a step back during this moment. Only one person remained, standing there in a daze. "Su Feng, you are truly a fine example. We take pride in you, and the eyes of the immortals will look upon you." Before the sect leader could finish speaking, this person started coughing hard, wearing an expression full of sorrow as he said, "Sect leader, it's not that I don't want to go. It's just that I was injured earlier, and I am truly unable to bear such a heavy responsibility." In truth, what he wanted to say was that he hadn't reacted quickly enough, and his leg had been snapped by Song Yi's kick earlier, which was why he hadn't managed to retreat in time. Seeing that he indeed had injuries, and severe ones at that, the sect leader didn't say anything further. He could only take a deep breath and ask again, "Which of you followers is willing to lead the expedition?" Once more, everyone stepped back in perfect harmony, leaving another person who hadn't realized in time, standing there alone. Looking at all the gazes landing on him at such a critical moment, refusal seemed too embarrassing. On ordinary days, he was the type who cared most about appearances and revered the immortals the most. But then, he recalled Song Yi's terrifying combat prowess. At the time, there were more than half of their group present on the altar. And yet, wasn't it hopeless? Weren't they utterly annihilated by him, nearly wiped out? Recalling Song Yi's fearsome fighting ability, it was as if a bloodthirsty demon appeared vividly in his mind. Especially when he remembered the intimidating glare turned toward him, a sense of despair overwhelmed him. This man trembled all over in fear. In haste, he shouted loudly, "My wife has given birth. I must return home immediately." Without waiting for anyone to react, he scurried away as fast as he could. What? Hadn't his wife just run off with someone else? Yesterday, he was still upset about this matter. How had she come back today? The sect leader's face turned iron gray. How could he not know the real reason? Enduring it once again, he asked, "For the honor of the immortals, who among you is willing to go?" This time, no one retreated. It wasn't because they couldn't retreat. It was simply that retreating further would send them off the stage. Chapter 17. Who dares to accept the test? Even though no one stepped back, still no one came forward. For a time, the entire area was completely silent. The sect leader was clearly the most embarrassed person there. "Gentlemen, all of you are devout believers in the immortals. The immortals have always been watching over us, blessing us. Do you know? In fact, this is equivalent to the immortals' way of urging us. Why is that enemy so powerful? It's because it's very likely he was sent by the immortals to test us. So, if you give up, you have already lost your qualification to be watched by the immortals. Do you understand?" His words made many believers lower their heads in shame. Indeed, they were afraid of it. Fear. One person had attacked their headquarters, akin to a war god, unbeatable and invincible. That scene was too shocking. It made them very afraid. In fact, the strength of that person even once led them to think that he might truly be an immortal. But the sect leader's words suddenly let them realize something. Right. Perhaps this is the immortals urging of us. This is their test of us. If we fear it, how could we possibly be noticed by the immortals? Suddenly, they realized everything and condemned their own previous behaviors. Looking at their appearance, the sect leader was quite pleased. But they didn't know that indeed, it was a provocation from the immortals, but not a test for them, because the one who acted against them was their immortal. Yet, although their courage had risen, they were also quite clear about one thing. They really didn't have the ability to face such a powerful enemy. When the sect leader saw everyone had already built up their courage, he nodded with satisfaction and directed his gaze towards a former capable subordinate. Zhou Qia, you shall lead everyone well and teach those who defy the will of the immortals a lesson. This person named Zhou Qia heard it and was originally brimming with confidence. He stood on the platform raising both hands as if he wanted to gain the recognition of the immortals in his heart. But when the sect leader added another comment, remember, bring back the person who dared to attack the sect altar and show the immortals how we resolve this test. That person, instantly, the fear inside Zhou Qia's heart surged up again. How powerful that person was. Their combined attacks were useless against him. Thinking they had struck the man hard after great difficulty, their iron staffs just sounded like hitting stones and were subsequently snapped off effortlessly by the attacker. Could humans really do such things? Especially, later on, a large cleaver hacked at his arm. But the man's arm didn't bear even the tiniest scratch. Instead, that large cleaver actually got chipped. Could humans really do such things? Was this the trial from the immortals? Instantaneously, scenes of Song Yi rampaging across the sect altar flashed before his eyes. The terrifying results made his whole body tremble. No, he simply couldn't be the match of that person. Even if everyone went at him together, it would still be impossible to deal with him. He was the real immortal. No, so-called divine tests, he absolutely cannot handle. No, I can't. I am unable to. He no longer possessed the earlier self-confidence, leaving only terror behind. Abandoning this honor directly, he turned around and ran out like a madman. This outcome left everyone speechless. The sect leader was also stunned on the spot. After all, he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, unaware of what kind of person could cause such fear among them. Nor did he understand what exactly was going on. He could only feel that it seemed because of that person's appearance, belief in the immortals in their hearts was close to collapse. He, the so-called spokesperson for the immortals, felt powerless all at once. Everyone was afraid, now utterly unusable. The once grand holy immortal sect was virtually defunct overnight. It was unimaginable. Sect leader gritted his teeth and roared furiously. The immortals will definitely not forgive any of you. However, his so-called immortal returned home, slept soundly through the night, and started learning medicine with xuanhuan the next day. Although technically Song Yi was working off debts as a pharmacy apprentice, practically speaking, there wasn't much difference from being the elder's disciple. Everything in the medical field was generously imparted, and Song Yi learned extremely quickly. Even xuanhuan was impressed. Within a few days, almost half had been mastered. Such speed made xuanhuan find it incredibly hard to believe. Instantaneously, xuanhuan became very happy. Hadn't he stumbled upon a treasure? With such talent, it is believed that it wouldn't take long to surpass oneself. As long as he is given the opportunity, in the future, he could even leave his name in the entire history of medicine. Having encountered such a precious disciple who could inherit his knowledge, how could he not be happy? And what made him even happier was that the so-called holy immortal sect, which had been a scourge to countless people in his eyes, hadn't dared to attack them recently. It seemed they were definitely afraid of their defense. Speaking of their defenses, Song Yi could only sigh. What kind of defense was that? To put it plainly, there were just a few people patrolling openly at the village entrance, and others stationed secretly, falling occasionally into danger. Most of the so-called traps were also old and broken. They wouldn't work on people, let alone on hunting prey. If they really met an enemy's attack, what would they use to fight back? Probably, in the critical moment, they could only rely on Song Yi. Fortunately, Song Yi had solved his own troubles beforehand. Lately, life here was quite leisurely. He learned about medicine every day, recovering some of his supreme bone abilities. Worth mentioning was that he got along well with the neighbors. Although the aunt and her daughter, xuanhuan, were pleasant to look at, he didn't have any improper thoughts. Purely, after seeing enough men each day, it was enjoyable to look at a few beautiful women. Especially xuanhuan, who came here every day calling brother Song Yi. Sounded truly pleasing to the ears. Song Yi was merely waiting for his full recovery before considering whether to bring Qing Ruoling here to live. After all, apart from Qing Ruoling, there wasn't much else to hold him in that small world. On the contrary, this place gave Song Yi a sense of home. The next day, Song Yi walked out of his room and just exercised a little outside when he saw a young girl running anxiously into the courtyard. Xuanhuan, why are you in such a hurry? The old man isn't at home. How could this happen? Seeing her panicking, Song Yi couldn't help but ask, could it be that auntie is sick? No, it's my father who is injured. Xuanhuan's father, Su Gao, was strong and healthy. Even wild beasts found it hard to hurt him in daily life. Although his body was far from comparable to those cultivators like Song Yi, it was already equal to those martial artists. Yet, such a person had actually been injured, and judging by the state of xuanhuan, it seemed he was seriously hurt. Chapter 18, The Beast Approaches. Xuanhuan wasn't around. Usually, gathering medicine in the mountains would mean returning only at night. So Song Yi could only volunteer himself. Xuanhuan hesitated upon seeing Song Yi actually stepping up. Song Yi grinned and asked, what's wrong? Don't you trust brother Song Yi? Of course not. I naturally trust brother Song Yi. Let's go. The young girl immediately dragged Song Yi toward her home, completely ignoring gender norms. Arriving at Xuanhuan's house, Song Yi suddenly noticed a commotion in the yard. a series of loud, ow-ow cries. This voice didn't belong to xuanhuan's father, but rather to a young man. Indeed, that was the case. Walking into the room, Song Yi saw a young man lying on the chair, looking relatively handsome. He had a wound on his body, though it was merely a superficial injury. At that moment, he continued shouting as if he were about to be slaughtered like a pig. It was hard to imagine that he had only suffered minor external injuries. Song Yi couldn't help questioning xuanhuan. Didn't you say your father was injured? Oh, I forgot about him. You actually forgot about this? Xuanhuan felt extremely guilty, but it wasn't entirely her fault after all. After all, this kind of wound, if dressed properly and treated with some medicine, would heal within a few days. On the other hand, at this time, xuanhuan's father xuanhuan, his thigh had been pierced by some sharp object, blood flowing freely, and there were also multiple claw marks across his body. Yet, he gritted his teeth and endured silently. Seeing this, Song Yi gave him a thumbs up. What a real man. Where is big brother Zhang? Xuanhuan's mother came out of another room, carrying water. Not seeing Zhang Xiaonan made her heart worry greatly. The old man went up the mountain to gather medicine. Probably won't be back until nightfall. There was no way around it, since many medicines destroyed by the Holy Immortal Sect could only be found in the mountains. Moreover, Zhang Xiaonan believed that Song Yi could already handle some ailments, so he left confidently. Who would have thought they'd encounter something like this? Regarding the worried Mrs. Su, Song Yi appeared calm, stepping forward to examine Mr. Su Xingyan's wounds. Upon hearing that, Su Xingyan grew anxious. What did you just say? Big brother Zhang went into the mountains. Song Yi nodded, and instantly Su Xingyan grew increasingly worried. Attempting to get up caused another surge of pain, forcing him to sit down again. No, hurry, go into the mountains. There's a monster in there. I was injured by it. Hearing these urgent words, Song Yi realized how serious the matter was. But just as he was about to leave, he glanced at Su Xingyan's severe injuries, immediately instructing xuanhuan nearby. Xuanhuan, come with me to prepare the medicine. I'll show you how to boil it. Then what about you, brother Song Yi? I'm going up the mountain. What? It was the young man who exclaimed, abruptly ceasing his ow-ow cries. Jumping out, he pointed furiously at Song Yi and said, Are you even a doctor? How dare you ignore your patient? Do you know? I'm not a doctor. Before he could finish, Song Yi cut him off with a single phrase. Nevertheless, the man quickly regained his composure and continued to look at Song Yi disdainfully with an arrogant attitude. Do you even know who I am? Xuanhuan, let's go. To someone like this pampered young master, Song Yi paid no attention. Grasping Xuanhuan's hand, he prepared to leave. When the man saw that Song Yi was ignoring him and holding Xuanhuan's small hand, he lost control. Fool, I am the son of the magistrate. Do you believe me or not? If you dare to utter another word, I don't mind killing you. Suddenly, the terrible killing intent silenced him. At that very moment, it was as if he had encountered death itself, trembling uncontrollably. The whole Su family hadn't seen such a side of Song Yi before, feeling awestruck. However, Song Yi then gently said to Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan, let's go. Leading Xuanhuan away from there, they returned to the pharmacy to quickly assemble the necessary herbs. Subsequently, after explaining how to cook the medicine, Song Yi immediately set off. Xuanhuan watched Song Yi's departing figure, unable to suppress her growing concern. If it weren't for her father needing care, she would truly want to go with Song Yi. Roar! In the forest, a massive black beast, its claws as large as a human head, was still fighting against several young men. Those sturdy young men wielded various farming tools, striking together at the beast. Unbeknownst to them, none of the tools managed to inflict even a scratch. Instead, the beast counterattacked, obliterating their weapons instantly. Such a fearsome creature chilled those who had previously dared to attack. Get out of the way, everyone. A burly man stood tall, head and shoulders above normal people. Holding a huge iron hammer, he roared loudly and slammed it down from the sky. Clang! A deafening sound rang out, instantly shaking his grip painfully. But the beast was completely unscathed and instead had become utterly enraged. With a roar, it unleashed an enormous force that instantly knocked the two men down, and its terrifying blood-filled mouth swallowed one of their heads in one bite. As for the other person, drenched in the splattered blood, his gong had been completely shattered with fright. He screamed loudly, repeatedly calling for others to come and save him. But at this moment, everyone who witnessed this scene was struck with immense fear. Their dongs were on the verge of being shattered, almost no different from the terrified man. In such a situation, how could the others possibly dare to face the beast? Even the man who swung the large hammer was now extremely afraid, casting it aside in fear and turning to flee. Seeing this, the rest scattered like birds and beasts, all retreating to the village at the foot of the mountain. Uncle Zhang, it seems these wounds have already started to rot. Zhang Xiaonan, in the village, looked at their wounds and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Having studied medicine for many years and lived here for so long, Zhang Xiaonan had never seen such a disease or such a wild beast before. He originally only planned to gather herbs on the mountain, but unexpectedly, when Zhang Xiaonan saw several injured villagers from Shiha village, out of compassion as a doctor, he naturally followed them back to provide treatment. On the way, he also spotted the beast. According to the villagers, during this recent period, for some unknown reason, a strange beast suddenly appeared in the mountains. This beast was incredibly terrifying and moved with remarkable speed. Even the villagers hunting hadn't noticed it until they were all attacked by the beast one after another. And today, there had been cases of death, which finally spurred the villagers into action. Dependent on the mountain for survival, this ever-present wild beast became their greatest concern. If they didn't resolve the problem, How could they continue living there? Thus, they quickly organized themselves and decided to venture into the mountains together to eliminate the beast. Meanwhile, xuanhuan was left in the village to treat the people. These people, no matter what medicine they consumed, just wouldn't get better. Upon seeing this, xuanhuan couldn't help but feel astonished. Chapter 19. A hero with one punch. The wounds on these people left xuanhuan at a loss for the time being. Xuanhuan had treated so many diseases in his life, but he had never seen such cases and did not know how to treat them. He was utterly at a loss for a moment. However, when xuanhuan didn't know where to start, suddenly there was an uproar outside. What's going on? Why are you back? What are you doing? Don't ask why. Run quickly. That monster is coming. What? Before everyone reacted, they suddenly saw a huge black monster running at an extremely fast speed. Like the sound of rolling thunder, accompanied by roars, it already scared many people out of their wits. That beast rampaged wildly, and within a blink of an eye, an old man at the village entrance was tackled down due to insufficient speed. There was no chance for him to struggle as he was swallowed whole by the bloodstained mouth. The cruel scene made many people's legs tremble in fear. They opened their eyes in horror, and even their legs went limp. There was no time left to escape. A perfectly fine person was chewed up in an instant. The beast quickly turned its gaze to others. Those who screamed and couldn't escape were also tackled down and eaten in just a blink of an eye. No matter how the villagers resisted, it was all useless. Not to mention their weapons were only farming tools. Even real blades would probably be ineffective against this beast. After the beast stormed into the village, many families quickly shut their doors and windows and locked them tightly. They thought this way would keep them safe. But when the beast passed by the first house, the crying of a child inside caught its attention. Suddenly, the beast directly broke through this house. Doors were as fragile as paper before the beast, easily torn apart. Countless people watching were filled with terror. Many more felt sorry for the children inside. Their father had already died from an attack days ago. Now only the orphans and widows were left, unable to escape such a calamity. It was truly lamentable. But who dared to do anything faced with such a situation, since they couldn't protect themselves? However, someone actually stood up with a wooden stick in hand under such dangerous circumstances. Damn, this wooden stick might be insufficient to even tickle the beast. But it successfully enraged the beast, which, as he wished, stopped attacking the house. Just at this moment, the beast suddenly turned around and bit him. Shockingly, the person doing this was none other than xuanhuan. Numerous people couldn't help but admire xuanhuan's bravery. But more people sighed over xuanhuan's sacrifice. Xuanhuan was certainly doomed. At this point, only a deity could save him. Right when they judged xuanhuan dead, it was truly a miracle descending from the heavens. Maybe the deity appeared. In front of everyone's astonished eyes, a figure suddenly stood there, moving at a speed no one could see, arriving in front of xuanhuan instantly. There were no weapons in his hands. He just clenched his fist and swung it abruptly. Bang! In an instant, the beast was punched so hard it bled profusely from its head and let out a pitiful roar. No one expected this, and it was unbelievable. That beast wasn't harmed by even hammers or big knives. Yet now a mere human punch inflicted head injuries on it in an instant. This seemed too surreal to be true. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they absolutely wouldn't believe it. What kind of fists were these? Ayo! At this point, the beast roared in pain. No one had thought that the very beast that had been feared by everyone just moments before would now be filled with dread. Facing Song Yi, the beast roared furiously, seemingly gathering all its courage, and jumped straight towards him. Song Yi prepared all his strength against the charging beast, intending to kill it in one blow. Unexpectedly, the beast used the nearby houses to change its direction mid-jump and ran off without looking back. This reaction left everyone stunned in place. Song Yi immediately picked up the wooden stick originally held by xuanhuan and threw it towards the direction of the beast. At this moment, the wooden stick that had been thrown actually pierced through the beast's buttocks like an arrow. The beast howled in pain, but its will to live was unwavering. It ran straight into the deep mountains and vanished without a trace. The desire for life is truly amazing. Song Yi couldn't help but sigh. Since he sensed some unusual activity here, he rushed over and saw the beast attacking. He realized this beast was far from being an ordinary human. It must be a fiendish beast. However, Song Yi had seen countless illustrations of fiendish beasts, and none matched the one before him. Could something strange like this exist due to the master of this small world? Perhaps it was possible. But wasn't this thing too weak? Even without recovering his full strength, Song Yi could easily deal severe injuries to it. What Song Yi didn't know was that the beast would also be utterly frustrated by such words. It wasn't so weak. Everything happened because of what Song Yi did, causing it to weaken so much and lose much of its intelligence. Yet it still got criticized this way, especially since it was injured again by Song Yi. If the beast knew, it might have spat blood and died right then. At this point, all the villagers came out of their houses. They looked at this man. Was he really human? A beast they all couldn't subdue was effortlessly dealt with by just him, and then fled in terror. This was simply unimaginable. Xuanhuan, who was on the ground, was helped up by Song Yi. Although Xuanhuan already knew Song Yi's martial prowess was extraordinary, he never expected it to reach this level. Despite the shock, Xuanhuan was very glad that Song Yi had come to save them. Right at this moment, the entire village started cheering and applauding Song Yi. They didn't merely regard Song Yi as their savior, but almost as a deity. After this calamity, they decided to celebrate this hero. Song Yi and Xuanhuan, who were about to leave, were retained with great hospitality. Chapter 20. Peerless beauty, no blessing to enjoy. Su Shengyan had his own prescriptions that he could drink and remain peaceful for now. Song Yi stayed here with the purpose of waiting until tomorrow to slay the beast in one move. The beast actually possessed the strength of a mystical creature, though not much, it was still noteworthy. Song Yi planned to rest here overnight and proceed tomorrow. In the evening, on the village square, people sang and danced to offer Song Yi wine in celebration. Tonight, his name would be completely engraved here, destined to become legend. Is that person really Song Yi? Not only is his combat power so high, but he's also so handsome. Yes, compared to him, everyone else pales in comparison. I wonder if he's married. I would willingly marry him. With your looks, forget it. Someone as powerful as Song Yi would at least need to be paired with a princess. I said being a concubine would work too. On one side of the square, many young women were constantly sending suggestive glances to Song Yi. Occasionally, someone would pick flowers and place them in Song Yi's hand, others handed over handkerchiefs. For a moment, Song Yi, being a big man, found himself covered in these things, feeling quite out of place. Xuanhuan couldn't help laughing stealthily on the side, yet also felt very proud. Compared to himself, Song Yi was more successful, not only excelling in medicine but also demonstrating such martial prowess that perhaps only the legendary grandmasters could compare. At this moment, Xuanhuan no longer viewed him with the eyes of a debtor, but rather as a child. He felt immense relief. The men in this village, although indeed there were many who were jealous, because among the women giving flowers to Song Yi, some were those they admired. However, while they were jealous, they also deeply admired. They didn't even possess such strength themselves, let alone daring to step up during that critical moment. Song Yi had accomplished it. This was what deserved their admiration and faith. Another beautiful woman from the village handed Song Yi a handkerchief, then shyly walked away. At this time, the village chief laughed and said, "If young hero Song Yi has any intention of staying in our village, his future would be filled with numerous wives and concubines." Cough cough. Song Yi looked at the envious and admiring gazes around him and couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if he stayed, whether he would take all the women in the village. That would be too cruel. And furthermore, there were many he had no blessings to enjoy. Has hero Song Yi already married? Do you have any intentions of getting engaged? I have a daughter, actually. Our Song Yi actually has a betrothal. Xuanhuan immediately intervened, pulling Song Yi aside. No matter, my daughter doesn't mind being a concubine. The chief shoved Xuanhuan aside, smiling mischievously at Song Yi, and said, "Hero Song Yi, choosing a day is less certain than seizing the opportunity today. Why don't you spend the night in deep conversation with my daughter first? She is beautiful beyond measure, unmatched by xuanhuan within 10 villages far or near. Looking across the empire, only a princess can compare with my daughter. If it wasn't for witnessing your brave deeds, your extraordinary strength, I wouldn't dare entrust her to anyone other than an imperial palace, as she is destined to be a queen mother." Song Yi listened somewhat confused. So amazing? Prettier than xuanhuan, comparable only to a princess, and supposedly destined to be queen of a nation? How could such a stunning beauty come from this small village? Carefully considering it, given that there are both mother and daughter xuanhuan, this seemed not surprising either. Still, if the chief's daughter was truly so beautiful, why hasn't there been any movement towards marriage? Why hasn't anyone mentioned her in the village itself? Song Yi couldn't understand. Nevertheless, if the girl was indeed so beautiful, he might as well accept her. Later, he could bring her back to his own world and let her coexist peacefully with Qing Ruoling. But seeing how much the chief praised her, Song Yi fell into deep thought. The surrounding crowd, including Xuanhuan, couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. We don't wish to destroy your pleasant imagination, but reality is just too harsh. Suddenly noticing something, the chief shouted to the distance, "Daughter, you've come. Come out. Come quickly and meet the hero who saved our village today." Before Song Yi turned his gaze, an earth-shattering rumble sounded instantly. Boom. It seemed as if the ground was trembling. Song Yi even struggled to stand steady, wondering if he had drunken too much. Looking in that direction, Song Yi did not see any peerless beauty. Instead, he saw a massive blob of flesh, holding what appeared to be a large ham in her hand but looked like a chicken drumstick. Her rolls of fat quivered endlessly, her eyes almost invisible, and her face left only large nostrils and an enormous mouth. At that moment, Song Yi thought he heard the howl of hell itself shouting, "Hero, I've come." Song Yi immediately took a deep breath. This was indeed unmatched across the entire nation, perhaps even including himself. Save for the emperor, there might not be anyone else in the country who could afford this. Every step she took towards Song Yi filled him with an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was utterly suffocating. At this point, Song Yi would rather face Zhang Ji's assassination attempt. As his plea, "Don't come over here," seemed powerless against her resounding voice. "Thank you, I'll take my leave." Song Yi quickly grabbed Xuanhuan and ran straight out of the village. He truly didn't want to stay another second here. Even with those beauties present, the image of that scene couldn't fade from his mind. Years later, despite this place eventually becoming a pile of yellow earth, with no trace left behind, Song Yi would never forget that unforgettable sight. It was awe-inspiring. Looking at Song Yi's departing figure, the chief's daughter sniffled. "Why does the hero refuse to stay and look at me once? Maybe the hero doesn't want to hinder your great future. After all, you're destined to become a concubine in the palace." While saying these words, the chief felt deeply moved inside. Others around were stunned. At this moment, they finally believed something. When someone tells lies often enough, they really start to believe them, and it completely upended their original worldviews. Alas, Everyone couldn't help but sigh. The feast had just begun, but the main guest had already fled in fear, something unheard of. It made everyone feel quite regretful. After all, Song Yi possessed such great power. If he truly chose a woman here, or even more, no one would object. After all, such fine lineage could bring stronger people to the village in the future. The village would really be different. Of course, it would never be the chief's daughter, unless one's eyes went blind, just like the chief's. After Song Yi left, the women of the village couldn't help but gaze at that retreating silhouette, feeling regretful. Chapter 21. Raising Savage Beasts. Song Yi took Zhang Xiaonan back to the medical hall overnight and subsequently, without waiting for Zhang Xiaonan to make fun of him, slipped away quickly. Zhang Xiaonan laughed once, but didn't stop there, heading directly towards the Su family. When the Zus arrived, Su Wenwen's parents and she herself were visibly anxious. They immediately asked Zhang Xiaonan to check on Su Xingyan. There was no way around it. After all, they all knew that Song Yi had only studied for a few days. At such a level, how could one be exceptionally skillful? So, under these circumstances, some doubts naturally arose about him. However, at that time there were no other options. Only Song Yi had learned a little bit. What did others know? Therefore, there was nothing to be done. Upon Zhang Xiaonan's arrival, they naturally held great hope. After examining his wound, Zhang Xiaonan soon discovered that some medicine had already stopped the spread of the wound. It was also evident that Su Xingyan was clearly injured in the same way as those villagers who were hurt by the savage beast. But what surprised Zhang Xiaonan was that when he first encountered this venom from the savage beast, he was momentarily at a loss for solutions. Yet Su Xingyan, who was similarly poisoned, had been restrained by the correct herbs. Upon asking who had prepared the medicine, the answer unsurprisingly turned out to be Song Yi. Zhang Xiaonan was taken aback. The person he hadn't seen manage this feat, Song Yi, had easily cracked the problem. For a moment, he couldn't help but laugh. Exceeding the master and surpassing the blue, with this dosage, there is no need for me. Huh. The other's astonishment was no less than Zhang Xiaonan's. At the time, Song Yi had just casually glanced at it, and yet managed to concoct such a potent drug. Indeed, as Zhang Xiaonan said, exceeding the master and surpassing the blue. After Zhang Xiaonan gave some instructions, preparing to leave, Su Wenwen suddenly remembered the youth. According to Su Xingyan's account, originally he had unexpectedly met him in the mountains, being attacked by the savage beast. These wounds were left behind from fighting the savage beast to protect him. However, something puzzled Zhang Xiaonan. Based on what he saw, that savage beast should show no mercy to any living creature. Because during the attack on the village, the beast killed a human and ate them before stopping. Given the savage beast's power, unless one possessed the strength equivalent to a grandmaster like Song Yi, survival would be impossible. But what about Su Xingyan and the young man? For a moment, Zhang Xiaonan could not figure it out. When they arrived at the youth's room, they were startled to find that the youth had vanished. Although this individual hadn't sustained severe injuries, judging by his pampered state, there was no way he could have left in the dead of night. Still, no matter how hard they searched that night, they couldn't find the youth. Since Song Yi had not killed the savage beast, they dared not rashly enter the mountains. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaonan also noticed that Song Yi was missing again. Though he did not know where Song Yi had gone, he did not suspect him. He didn't realize that Song Yi was deep in the mountains, looking for traces of the savage beast. Even though Song Yi's cultivation was sealed, his spiritual awareness remained. By releasing his spiritual awareness, he probed the mountain. Admittedly, it was impossible to cover the entire mountain, making it difficult to pinpoint its location. However, fortunately, the blood shed by the beast during the daytime was still on the ground. Song Yi could track its position based on these marks. Not long after, following the direction in which the beast fled, Song Yi reached a small town at the foot of the mountain. It ran to the town. Song Yi was stunned. According to the nature of the savage beast, the people here might find it hard to survive. However, upon arriving here, there were no signs of struggle at all. Moreover, the townsfolk were fine, without any apparent injury. Nevertheless, Song Yi followed the clues and discovered that the savage beast had actually entered a temple. Song Yi quietly sneaked in and found that the vicious creature, so cruel earlier in the day, now showed no hostility in front of a group of people. Indeed, Song Yi saw that the black-clad individuals had some talismans on them, clearly exclusive items from Tianxian sect. Apparently, they belonged to the original owner of this world. But regardless of whether that person had already been killed by Song Yi or not, how did these ordinary people manage to use them? For a while, Song Yi did not intend to reveal himself. After all, even though his spiritual awareness was unimpaired, he still could not use the soul search technique. He could only silently observe. At the same time, the village had not found that youth and did not make a big fuss about it. They assumed that perhaps he had returned home. But, was everything truly so simple? The next day, the village was surrounded. When Zhang Xiaonan and the others woke up, they hurried to the entrance of the village and saw there a ferocious beast that looked almost exactly like the one from yesterday, fiercely battling many officers. Just as yesterday, the savage beast was incredibly powerful, overwhelming the soldiers with ease. As the beast was about to wreak havoc, a sudden burst of light appeared. "Unworthy creature, will you not submit?" A thunderous voice roared, and at that moment, someone dressed in the attire of the Holy Immortal Sect slowly approached. Their leader, the sect's patriarch, exquisitely adorned, stared at the beast before him and disdainfully barked, "Kneel before me." Thud! The savage beast fell directly to its knees before him, revealing fear in its eyes. The patriarch of the Holy Immortal Sect proudly looked at everyone and proclaimed loudly, "From now on, This savage beast has been subdued by our holy immortal sect. All commoners need not worry any longer. Just believe in the holy immortal sect, and we will ensure your safety. For several days, the villagers had been disturbed by this savage beast. Even those who hadn't encountered it firsthand knew its terrifying reputation. Especially now, seeing it with their own eyes, they were sure that such a powerful savage beast was beyond human strength to fight. In comparison, if the holy immortal sect could subdue this beast, did it mean that the members within weren't ordinary humans? Did it mean they had initially misunderstood? Seeing the situation with their own eyes, this once fearsome savage beast now behaving like a tame little kitten, they were immediately reignited with faith. Xuanhuan, witnessing this, remained silent for a while. Although Song Yi had indeed subdued the savage beast, it was purely through brute force. This situation, however, was entirely different. They managed to make it submit directly. Such skills were truly divine. Yet Xuanhuan did not believe they were real deities. He viewed them as imposter mystics putting on an act. But if they could achieve something like this, could it be possible that the savage beast was actually tamed by them? Chapter 22. The ferocious beasts have already submitted to us immortals. Suddenly, Xuanhuan had this terrifying thought in his mind. But Xuanhuan had no solid evidence. How could he dare to say it easily? Especially on this scene, there were already so many people who had faith. Xuanhuan was originally the one who opposed, and when the time came, he would definitely be attacked by all, which was very disadvantageous for him. But Xuanhuan did not want to do anything at this moment, but the other party wouldn't give him a chance. At this moment, the master of the holy immortal sect noticed his position, smirked, pointed at Xuanhuan, and said, I can feel the force that obviously goes against the will of the immortals. It's you who are going against the will of the immortals. You deserve death. As the master of the holy immortal sect pointed him out, everyone looked at Xuanhuan. Suddenly, Xuanhuan became the target of everyone's hatred. With the glances around, Xuanhuan has already sensed that things were getting weird. He wanted to leave at this moment, but it was already too late. In an instant, Xuanhuan was surrounded. I've said it before, he is just a menace. He doesn't even believe in immortals. Look at that. Sorry master, sorry immortal, I was wrong. From now on, Xuanhuan will be our enemy. Scoundrel Xuanhuan, how dare you harm the immortals? Everyone has finally realized that Xuanhuan is a fraudster. It was him who harmed my child back then. You're all scoundrels, and so are you. Your child was dead when they were sent over, can you blame others? Now, some fortune tellers here perform some tricks, and you actually believe it. Xuanhuan was pointed at and cursed by these villagers, and some had already started hitting him. Although some still supported Xuanhuan, what they could stir up in this situation was truly negligible. More people still showed enmity towards Xuanhuan and his followers. Damn it, one of them rushed to the stage directly, shouting loudly, "You damn fraud, let me see your power." With his loud shout, he rushed forward bravely, but the next moment the master of the holy immortal sect disdainfully glanced at the ferocious beast beside him. Instantly, the ferocious beast received its instructions. Almost in an instant, the ferocious beast lunged directly, and the man had no reaction at all. In the next moment, he had completely turned into a corpse. His head was devoured in one bite. This cruel and bloody scene shocked everyone. At this time, all they could see was fear. It was precisely because of this fear that, almost immediately, they all began to confirm something. Compared to Xuanhuan, whether in martial power or other aspects, they naturally all chose the holy immortal sect. Even the ones who originally supported Xuanhuan, during this period of time, many had knelt down. Almost in an instant, the number of people around Xuanhuan dwindled drastically. For such a terrible scene, the hearts of the remaining people were also full of fear. The master of the holy immortal sect laughed with satisfaction, as if looking at animals struggling before their death during this time, mockingly watching everything. Arrest them and use their blood to sacrifice to the gods. Following the order of the master of the holy immortal sect, the villagers all attacked. Although Xuanhuan and his companions struggled desperately, it was all in vain. They were soon captured. When the villagers learned of this news, regardless of whether they believed in the holy immortal sect, at least they were afraid of the ferocious beasts and had to submit to them. Xuanhuan was different. Despite the severe wounds on his body, he still stood resolutely, picking up farming tools ready to fight desperately. Alas, even without injuries, facing so many villagers, it would still be futile. Xuanhuan was soon captured. Xuanhuan, Dad, xuanhuan and her mother rushed out, wanting to reach Xuanhuan's side. But they were stopped. And, seeing xuanhuan's mother, despite being dressed in hemp clothing and rags, she still remained beautiful, along with pure and charming xuanhuan. Greed filled the eyes of the holy immortal sect's master. At this point, he pointed at xuanhuan and her mother, shouting loudly, "These two need to be sacrificed to the immortals. They are completely different from the others. Be careful." "What do you want to do? Don't come near." Xuanhuan and her mother had no way of resisting. They were instantly tied up and dragged away. The master of the holy immortal sect felt very happy inside. Those who didn't trust him had now all been caught by him. Also, capturing the mother and daughter Xuanhuan really made his heart itch. Still, he continued to pretend to be composed. When leaving, the master of the holy immortal sect looked at the ferocious beast and couldn't help but coldly snort. That greatest enemy, the one who destroyed the holy immortal sect overnight, Song Yi, has vanished without a trace. It seems he fled after somehow receiving news of the attack. Whatever. It's just a mere Song Yi. No matter how high his martial prowess may be, what use does it serve? I have a true immortal's ferocious beast right by my side. A human? Nothing but an ant. The villagers followed the holy immortal sect master and left together. They quickly arrived at the sect's temporary altar. Though it was just temporary, due to the ferocious beast's presence, more and more people began to believe in them. Indeed, because of this, construction progressed very rapidly here, and the place became nearly as complete as a formal sect. Even the altar was already set up. Upon returning, the magistrate from the county office couldn't help but step forward and ask, "Master, may I know when my son will be released? Do you want him back?" The holy immortal sect master coldly snorted. At this moment, the ferocious beast beside him gave a piercing glare. In an instant, the magistrate panicked and hurriedly said, "No, no." The holy immortal sect master laughed smugly and deliberately spoke profoundly. "Let me tell you, your son becoming an immortal spirit pet is his fortune. Countless people aspire for it, yet can't attain it. Afterward, he'll even be able to follow the immortal and cultivate Tao. How dare you wish for him to return to being that idle playboy? Magistrate, perhaps your brain is ill?" "No, no, definitely not." Hearing such good news, the magistrate would say nothing further, exactly as the holy immortal sect master had anticipated. He strutted away with satisfaction. In reality, from the very beginning, the magistrate's son had started transforming into a ferocious beast. However, he could not accept this fact and attempted to escape, only to later encounter pursuit from the ferocious beast. Precisely because of this, he faced such a predicament. But since he was of the same kind as the ferocious beast, the previous one let xuanhuan and him go. Yet, with the appearance of the holy immortal sect master, they naturally couldn't be allowed to continue fleeing. Thus, he effortlessly turned him into a ferocious beast. The process was incredibly swift and highly covert. Song-Yi never realized that the ferocious beasts were actually transformed from humans. It truly defied all logic. Chapter 23. Did the immortal run away? The patriarch of the holy immortal sect looked at everyone who had been completely under his control and felt extremely proud in his heart. Soon, he had the captured people placed on the altar and waited nearby. Xuanhuan and her mother were struggling continuously, shouting insults. But for him, the more they struggled, the more excited he became. It didn't take long before a man arrived there. Looking at the people placed in the altar, this man turned to the patriarch of the holy immortal sect. "Master." What surprised everyone else was that the holy immortal sect patriarch actually called this person master. How astonishing. Who exactly was this person, to be even more powerful than the patriarch of the holy immortal sect? The others couldn't guess the identity at all, but also dared not ask rashly. "Where is the person named Song-Yi? Why isn't he here?" "Master, it's just a minor figure like Song-Yi. What's so important about him?" "Idiot." That man cursed out loud, making the patriarch of the holy immortal sect tremble with fear. "If that person really escapes, he will be our biggest threat. You don't understand how formidable that person truly is. We absolutely must not let that person live. Begin the sacrifice and send many ferocious beasts to find Song-Yi." No one knew why the mysterious man cared so much about Song-Yi. They did not understand what was going on. However, they couldn't dwell on it now because the altar had already started. Under the command of the patriarch of the holy immortal sect, a green liquid was poured directly into a large pit within the altar. Inside, Zhang Xiaonan and Su Shengyan struggled ceaselessly as the water quickly reached their thighs. Regardless of how much they resisted, they found themselves becoming weaker. Before they knew it, it seemed like the water would soon completely submerge them. It appeared that this was the end. "Father, Uncle Zhang." Xuanhuan began to cry. She was powerless at this moment. In pain, she could only watch helplessly. Listening to the conversation between the patriarch of the holy immortal sect and the mysterious man mentioning Song-Yi's name, thoughts of Song involuntarily arose in her mind. "Brother Song-Yi, where are you? Please come and save us. Brother Song-Yi." "Umph. Master, rest assured, I will capture Song-Yi as soon as possible." The patriarch of the holy immortal sect spoke earnestly, and the mysterious man nodded. However, at this very moment, suddenly a voice came from the sky. "I hear someone is looking for me." Song-Yi suddenly emerged from the crowd, startling everyone present. More shocking still was that Song-Yi had someone dangling in his hand. He carried the person with such ease, leaving many awestruck at his strength. When the mysterious man saw the person in Song-Yi's hand, he immediately tensed up. "You are Song-Yi," the patriarch of the holy immortal sect said directly, without feeling any fear. Suddenly, numerous ferocious beasts appeared from all directions. These beasts all looked identical, and they were extremely savage. How could there be so many ferocious beasts? Everyone was utterly shocked when they saw this sight. Having one was terrifying enough, and now seeing so many appearing at once was unimaginable. Isn't it true, as Zhang Xiaonan had mentioned, that these ferocious beasts are raised by the holy immortal sect? That may not necessarily be true. Perhaps they were subdued by the holy immortal sect instead. The holy immortal sect patriarch is unbeatable. His magical power is the greatest, unmatched, as an immortal. Despite some speculations among those present regarding the many ferocious beasts, deep down, they realized survival was most important at the moment. Everything else was irrelevant. The holy immortal sect patriarch smirked smugly and said, "My children, tear this person apart." Instantly, one by one, the ferocious beasts rushed towards Song-Yi, looking fearsome and wielding enormous strength. "Song-Yi, flee quickly. There are too many. There's no need for you to save us." "Brother Song-Yi, be careful." Zhang Xiaonan and Su Wenwen both worried about Song-Yi. Yet Song-Yi remained calm as he headed toward the sacrificial pool. Just as the ferocious beasts were about to reach him, Song-Yi gave a snort and produced a silver needle, plunging it directly into the abdomen of one of the beasts. Then, swiftly pulling it out, he stabbed the same spot on another beast after another. It happened so fast. Within moments, Song-Yi had already completed several stabs. The ferocious beasts, previously invincible against blades and bullets, collapsed instantly like wilted vegetables upon being struck. Blown by the wind, they fell over. What's going on? Everyone was incredulous at this scene. How could a single person eliminate so many ferocious beasts in an instant? Is he even human? Song-Yi didn't respond to their astonishment. Instead, he took the opportunity to throw the ferocious beasts one by one into the green liquid within the sacrificial pit. Simultaneously, he quickly pulled xuanhuan and the others out. Cries of agony suddenly emanated from the ferocious beasts. It turned out that these creatures were not actually beastly monsters, but living humans. How incredible was that? Son, husband, dad, what are you doing here? Grandson, my grandson. Countless people exclaimed at this scene. Among the crowd, their relatives couldn't help but stand up, wanting to rush over. Xuanhuan was utterly amazed as Song-Yi calmly told him, "Don't worry, I've released that energy trapped inside their bodies. They'll become ordinary people now. Ordinary people. We can discuss this later. Let's deal with the problems right in front of us first." Song-Yi had no idea how to explain it yet, since it was related to Tianxian sect. Who would have thought that such an event would occur here? Song-Yi's gaze remained locked onto the mysterious man. The mysterious man snorted and left in frustration, disappearing in a flash of light. This once again stunned everyone. To leave like that certainly wasn't done through any illusionary trick. Could it be that the mysterious man is truly the immortal? But what exactly is his story? All were full of the same question except for the patriarch of the Holy Immortal Sect, who was extremely nervous. "Master, why are you leaving? Why do you abandon me? Don't leave me behind." "That's right, my followers, the members of the Holy Immortal Sect. You just saw that. It was indeed the power of an immortal. So, we really have a great connection with immortals. Listen to me. If you kill this monster, the immortal will return." At this point, would anyone still believe the words of the patriarch of the Holy Immortal Sect? Compared to believing him, more people were filled with doubt about the mysterious man and the identity of the ferocious beasts. Song-Yi didn't pursue. He already knew the other party's identity, but battling them without recovering would pose significant challenges. Chapter 24. He would kill the prince. After Song-Yi began tracking that ferocious beast, he discovered there was collusion involving people from the Holy Immortal Sect. There, Song-Yi waited for a day, and in the end, no one appeared. The injured ferocious beast was recuperating there while others were taking care of it, and Song-Yi learned this from their conversations. It was clear that they were just caretakers, with nothing else significant. So, Song-Yi decided not to wait anymore. Upon seizing and interrogating one of them, he found out that the so-called ferocious beast had been cultivated by an unknown method by the leader of the Holy Immortal Sect using living humans. Moreover, the sect's leader intended to cultivate tens of thousands more. Included among these were the children of county magistrates and wealthy landowners. His ambition went far beyond that. He planned to unify the entire royal dynasty by cultivating ferocious beasts capable of opposing the royal power. According to what Song-Yi knew, the leader of the Holy Immortal Sect was merely a mortal and had no connection to the original owner of this small world. Besides, if he really possessed the ability to cultivate ferocious beasts, then during Song-Yi's previous attack on their headquarters, the leader would not have been unable to resist. Additionally, Song-Yi discovered that the talismans controlling the ferocious beasts originated from the Tianxian sect. The relationship between all these factors led Song-Yi to make some speculations, but none of them were confirmed. Later, Song-Yi learned about Zhang Xiaonan's capture and came immediately. Upon seeing the mysterious figure behind the Holy Immortal Sect's leader, Song-Yi became certain. Apparently, the person was also a cultivator. It was likely that the individual had originally been the true owner of this small world who did not submit to the Tianxian sect. Thus, after his death, the person approached Song-Yi but was fearful due to the latter's ability to kill him even when severely wounded. Hence, they conspired with the Holy Immortal Sect's leader. When Song-Yi appeared, this mysterious person had already become fearful, especially after Song-Yi effortlessly fought against the ferocious beasts. Due to fear, they chose to leave. The Holy Immortal Sect leader, left behind as the one plaguing the public, desperately begged in vain. "Hero, please let me go. I am just someone who does work for others. That person is the real mastermind. If you let me go, I will willingly hand over all the assets of the Holy Immortal Sect." The leader of the Holy Immortal Sect knelt before Song-Yi, who coolly kicked him away. The image of the Holy Immortal Sect leader in everyone's hearts had utterly collapsed, especially now that the leader had no ferocious beasts left to use. It seemed like families previously harmed by him shouted in anger at that moment. "Kill him." In an instant, numerous people surrounded and attacked the Holy Immortal Sect leader. Before long, after being beaten up and accompanied by cries of agony, the Holy Immortal Sect leader was left bloody and unrecognizable. Once the Holy Immortal Sect leader was dead, the crowd who had reacted came to kneel before Song-Yi. "Thank you, hero, for saving our lives." Had it not been for Song-Yi, they would certainly have perished. Had it not been for Song-Yi, the Holy Immortal Sect would have continued to cause chaos. All of this was brought about by Song-Yi for them. In a moment, they all felt immense gratitude towards Song-Yi. And those who once followed the Holy Immortal Sect, whether out of fear of retaliation from Song-Yi or other reasons, also knelt before him. In an instant, Song-Yi replaced the position of the Holy Immortal Sect leader. Even here, his status was comparable to an emperor. He held the life and death authority over all of them. But Song Yi showed no interest in such things. Amidst their reverent worship, Song Yi took xuanhuan and the others and left. Xuanhuan and the rest were deeply grateful to Song Yi, but they also harbored doubts about what had happened. At the same time, they didn't know how to ask. But Song Yi understood. It was time to tell xuanhuan and the others something important. He directly informed them. Actually, the deity that the Holy Immortal Sect has always worshipped is none other than me. What? Whether it was xuanhuan or Su Xingyan's family, upon hearing this news, all of them were staring at each other in disbelief. They were all shocked, except xuanhuan, who revealed admiration and reverence. What are you doing? Song Yi looked perplexed at xuanhuan, who had seized the opportunity to grab Song Yi's wrist, seemingly trying to diagnose him. I'm checking if your old injuries have recurred recently due to excessive combat, causing damage to your brain. You're the one with a damaged brain. Not brain damaged. You claim to be a celestial immortal? Come on, show us a flight. Song Yi sighed inwardly, showing himself clearly yet still disbelieved. Well, since he had said all that needed to be said, believing or not was entirely up to them. It wasn't that xuanhuan didn't believe. Rather, the whole thing was too incredible to be believed. In their minds, immortals were beings capable of summoning winds and rains, omnipotent figures shrouded in great mystique. Conversely, Song Yi did possess a certain air of mystery. However, after living with Song Yi for such a long time, how could xuanhuan believe that Song Yi was the legendary immortal? Thus, no matter how, he simply couldn't and wouldn't believe it. Nonetheless, irrespective of everything, they were still grateful to Song Yi in their hearts. If Song Yi didn't want to reveal anything, then there wasn't any need for him to say more. Life seemed to continue like this. The outside world indeed experienced a series of turmoil because of the downfall of the Holy Immortal Sect. But from any perspective, the Holy Immortal Sect had already been labeled as a cult within a short period. This was partly due to the fact that the Holy Immortal Sect actually refined ferocious beasts using living humans and intended to offer them as sacrifices. Moreover, the most crucial reason was that the Holy Immortal Sect had failed entirely. The disciples of the Holy Immortal Sect were either imprisoned or killed. Even the most mysterious person above the Holy Immortal Sect leader disappeared because of their fear of Song Yi. It could be judged that the remaining forces of the Holy Immortal Sect wouldn't dare to cause trouble easily. As a result, naturally, there was no one who continued to support them anymore. Even the imperial court issued an order to completely eradicate the remnants of the Holy Immortal Sect. Unless a real immortal came down to assist the Holy Immortal Sect, otherwise, it would be very difficult for the Holy Immortal Sect to make a comeback. The only concern among everyone was that mysterious person associated with the Holy Immortal Sect. The ability to vanish suddenly made it unclear whether it was an illusion or divine powers of an immortal. But, on that day, too many people witnessed firsthand that even if someone possessed the magical skills of an immortal, what difference did it make? In the end, hadn't they also been afraid of that person named Song Yi? As for Song Yi, during this time, numerous visitors came to see him. Various groups attempted to recruit him, some even offering rewards higher than those given to grandmasters. Unfortunately, Song Yi rejected all of them. The most noteworthy case involved a prince who attempted to recruit Song Yi. After being refused, the prince became infuriated and planned to kill Song Yi. However, the next day, someone found their corpses in the forest. Dozens of them, including the prince, met their deaths without exception. And around the prince was a true grandmaster and several other highly skilled individuals. This shocking event thoroughly intimidated a lot of people. Could it be that Song Yi was truly more powerful than a grandmaster? Chapter 25. So fast? In a moment, many people could guess based on the prince's whereabouts. Most likely, the prince's death had something to do with Song Yi. Killing a member of the royal family was a great crime that could lead to the extermination of one's clan. But the truth is, even some common folk from the martial world and low-ranking officials could guess what had happened. However, the emperor held back and did nothing. The matter of a noble prince's death was settled quietly like this. Song Yi, who was suspected, remained untouched. This led to much speculation about Song Yi. What kind of background does Song Yi have? Is he one of the emperor's men? Or is Song Yi so powerful that even the emperor cannot do anything? For a time, such speculation spread. But given the current situation, since even the prince met his end at Song Yi's hands, who would dare to provoke Song Yi lightly? Moreover, if the imperial court itself wouldn't touch Song Yi, how could they dare inquire any further? Thus, after just a few days, everything around Song Yi had returned to peace. Hardly anyone came by, except for those who sought him out by reputation. As for Song Yi, he paid no attention to those who didn't intentionally try to cause trouble before him. Instead, he dedicated himself fully to studying medicine under xuanhuan and focused on recovering. Within months, Song Yi had already surpassed xuanhuan in medical skills. Seeing Song Yi's extraordinary talent, xuanhuan grew happier day by day. Nowadays, in terms of medical knowledge, xuanhuan had already passed everything he knew on to Song Yi, leaving nothing more to teach. It was clear that the issue of repaying a debt had long been forgotten. Presently, it seemed xuanhuan regarded Song Yi more as his successor, feeling proud and honored because of him. Sometimes when they talked, Song Yi learned that xuanhuan was now a solitary old man. It was said that xuanhuan once had a son, but he had died. When these topics arose, Song Yi noticed that xuanhuan felt no sorrow, only hatred. Not knowing why, but Song Yi also didn't bother asking, focusing solely on waiting for his recovery. Brother Song Yi. One day, while sorting herbs in the courtyard, Song Yi heard a pleasant voice. Turning around, he saw a young girl approach. Xuanhuan. Brother Song Yi, my mother asked me to bring over these dumplings. Xuanhuan brought a bowl of steaming dumplings, and Song Yi didn't hesitate to start eating. Instantly, this made Xuanhuan somewhat unhappy. Brother Song Yi, mother meant for you and Uncle Zhang to eat them together. Why are you eating alone? It's fine. I'll take the soup to him later. Saying that, Song Yi still left half a bowl of dumplings. When he went inside, although Zhang Xiaonan expressed dissatisfaction at Song Yi having eaten first, he said nothing, taking the dumplings with a grin and watching Xuanhuan closely. Even though over the past few months, he had lost that initial sense of being wise and transcendent when they first met. Yet, seeing Zhang Xiaonan staring at a young girl like that, Xuanhuan might not have said anything, but Song Yi couldn't stand it either. And Zhang Xiaonan, seizing the moment, asked, Su girl, I forgot to ask you this during these times. Do you have someone you like? Instantly, Xuanhuan's face turned red with embarrassment, and she said nothing. Frowning, Song Yi scolded. You don't go for some middle-aged woman, but a young girl. You're an old bull trying to eat fresh grass. The old bull eating fresh grass is you, not me. Annoyed, Zhang Xiaonan gave Song Yi a glance, then continued looking at Xuanhuan with a smile, asking, Wanwan, go home and ask your father if the engagement from years ago still stands. This Song Yi may not be exceptional in every way, but you two know each other quite well. Marrying him won't be a bad deal. Both Xuanhuan and Song Yi were startled. It turned out Zhang Xiaonan had been waiting for them. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaonan bragged loudly. Although Song Yi is as dull as wood, I, Zhang Xiaonan, am a divine person, and even wood can be carved into jade under my guidance. Marrying him, your family will definitely gain from it in the future. Also, the succession of my teachings isn't something just anyone can handle. Although Zhang Xiaonan wasn't shy about praising himself, Song Yi felt warmth within him. This elder with whom he had only been acquainted for a few months, who had saved him despite no blood relation, was now considering his life ahead. Song Yi's heart warmed. As Song Yi escorted Xuanhuan away, Xuanhuan held her bowl, facing backward toward Song Yi, murmuring almost inaudibly, Brother Song Yi, would you marry me? The young girl was too shy to express herself clearly, yet through just these months of interaction, her affection for Song Yi had silently grown. She waited anxiously like a child who had made a mistake, bowing her head as she awaited Song Yi's reply. Song Yi gently patted her little head and smiled, saying, Of course I will follow the arrangement. After receiving a satisfactory reply, Xuanhuan left joyfully. When Xuanhuan shared this news with her parents, the household erupted in chaos. Originally, Song Yi thought that the absurd betrothal would at least meet some opposition from Xuanhuan's parents. Unexpectedly, Xuanhuan's parents immediately pulled her to the courtyard where Song Yi was and dragged him along to find Zhang Xiaonan. They hurriedly asked, When will the wedding ceremony be held? Little E, does next month work for you? Song Yi looked bewildered. This was too fast, too decisive. He wasn't ready yet. But before Song Yi or Xuanhuan could prepare, arrangements were already being made starting the very next day. Now not only Zhang Xiaonan, but especially Song Yi's reputation had grown far beyond their village. His fame spread across the entire town. Thus, many people had been notified, and soon the news reached every corner of the town. When everyone learned that Song Yi was getting married, they were all shocked. They all wondered who the young lady Song Yi was marrying was, or perhaps whether it might even be a princess from the imperial family. After all, in everyone's eyes, Song Yi, whose name had become famous, was no longer comparable to an ordinary person. Even members of the royal family, including princes, could hardly match him. As for Song Yi's earlier incident of killing a prince, since then, there had been no response from the empire. Clearly, this matter was regarded as trivial. Or maybe, though that prince had ill intentions about rebellion, he was still a prince. Despite such a prestigious identity, his death left Song Yi unscathed. This suggested that Song Yi must have deep connections with the emperor. So, a figure like Song Yi should marry at least someone like the daughter of a high-ranking official. However, what no one expected was that Song Yi was marrying an ordinary country girl. This came as a surprise to many. Many sighed, realizing that growing up together like childhood sweethearts must carry significant weight. It seemed whoever married Song Yi would naturally have great luck. Still, many thought it inappropriate for Song Yi to marry a country girl, no matter how beautiful she might be, and making her his main wife seemed even less appropriate. This was also something Su Shengyan worried about greatly. Chapter 26. Are they short of temperament? Since that day, they naturally understood. Song Yi is definitely no ordinary person. He's the dragon and phoenix in the pool. Someone like him could easily resolve the crisis of the Holy Immortal Sect, and his future will definitely be boundless. Although they didn't know Song Yi was involved with the prince, during that period, every person entering the pharmacy looking for Song Yi, weren't they all dressed impeccably, of noble status? With such an identity, would there be any lack of women? Clearly not. It can be said that as long as Song Yi wanted, beauties under heaven and wealth would come to him at a mere wave of his hand. If this were the case, when Song Yi rises to prominence in the future, how much glory would their family share in? Even if Xuanhuan liked Song Yi, it was only one-sided love. Su Xingyan and the others were furrowing their brows due to worry, having no idea what to do, when suddenly news came from Zhang Xiaonan about renewing the marriage agreement. This agreement had been made when Zhang Xiaonan's wife was pregnant, and Su Xingyan had just married, binding their unborn children in a pact of belly engagement. At the time, no one expected such an event to happen. Originally, this marriage contract could have been considered tacitly voided. But unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaonan brought it up again. This was truly an opportunity given to them. Zhang Xiaonan lived up to being their elder brother, truly thinking of them in everything. Su Xingyan and his wife were deeply moved inside and immediately agreed. They feared Song Yi and Zhang Xiaonan would change their minds, hoping the wedding date would be as soon as possible. But Song Yi felt it was moving too fast. Even faster was that, originally scheduled for next month, it ended up being set just at the end of the current month. That day was indeed a good omen, but the distance was less than half a month. Unlike Song Yi, who was confused, xuanhuan was extremely looking forward to that day. In merely knowing Song Yi for half a year, he had left a deep impression on her by rescuing her from hungry wolves in the mountains that day. Now, it was the time for the girl to realize her dream. On the grand wedding day, although there weren't the complicated rituals from the city, there still were many people coming here. A great number of prominent families and nobles came. Even some big figures from the capital arrived. Such events were something unimaginable in the past. How surprising. It turned out that major figures from the capital appeared just to attend someone's wedding. In normal times, these people had only seen Zhang Xiaonan, who used to live in the capital because of his superb medical skills, and even then not very often. The rest, had they ever seen those figures? Especially so, now facing so many at once, who were all trying to ingratiate themselves. Those unaware might even think this was a wedding for some general or imperial prince from the capital. What was more shocking was this. Upon their arrival, Song Yi completely disregarded them, even ignoring them. Not only did none of those people blame him, but they also thought it was already quite difficult to simply attend the wedding. This matter truly subverted everyone's views. But Song Yi didn't care. Zhang Xiaonan and others treated them very well instead. However, what troubled them was this. Zhang Xiaonan originally calculated materials needed for most people in the village. Although they prepared a lot, they hadn't expected there'd be so many guests. Forget the villagers, even just the officials and noble gentlemen alone weren't enough. Faced with such a situation, Zhang Xiaonan and the rest temporarily felt perplexed. Though the county magistrate, in order to get closer to them, directly told them they could invite all the chefs from the taverns in the county now. It was still somewhat too late. Moreover, how could their preparations match the standards of those important figures? For a while, as they were worrying helplessly, Song Yi, upon hearing, walked into the hall directly and shouted loudly, "Today's banquet is only prepared for the people of the village. The latecomers should make their own arrangements." What? People came to attend your wedding, bringing gifts so thick that you ignore them already, and now you don't even provide food and let them arrange their own feast? Isn't that ridiculous? Even the emperor probably wouldn't act like that. Yet without exception, these people had absolutely no objection. Instead, at this moment, they activated all the rites they could to make the outside decorations as perfect as possible within the remaining little time. Such an incident was utterly baffling. As a result, this strange scenario unfolded. Apart from the originally prepared place, Song Yi proceeded normally with the wedding. While outside, the honored guests were busy preparing banquets, striving to eat the wedding feast together with others. The whole wedding was very lively. With makeup applied, xuanhuan looked extraordinarily beautiful. The two completed the wedding ceremony, with Zhang Xiaonan smiling continuously on stage, and everything was filled with joyous celebration. Congratulations! Host's wedding successful, gaining 100 reward points, 1 revival pill, and reward Wang Ping'an template. The rewards were very generous, and Song Yi was also extremely pleased. Song Yi directly consumed the pill, and the massive medicinal power began to repair his injuries. At the same time, his cultivation started to rapidly recover. These Huandan pills are truly powerful. Song Yi sighed as he reflected on this. With his cultivation beginning to recover, he was now completely unafraid of being toasted by the crowd. Instead, he managed to get many people drunk. In truth, most people here were feeling anxious in their hearts. Regardless of their initial relationship with Song Yi, the influential figures outside were all important individuals from the royal court, who had yet to eat or drink properly. This reality made the commoners feel utterly tasteless about their meal, leaving them with mixed emotions. Some even dared not make a sound while eating for fear of attracting attention. They did not understand why these high-ranking officials tolerated Song Yi's treatment without anger, but that's because an even more significant person was slowly approaching. The emperor approaches. Suddenly, a eunuch's voice rang out. No one could have imagined that this remote mountainous place would someday welcome the emperor of the dynasty. Even less imaginable, the emperor came solely to attend someone's wedding. Hearing, the emperor approaches, and witnessing the collective kneeling of those powerful figures outside, everyone inside finally realized the gravity of the situation. Even those within the room quickly rushed out, kneeling towards the direction outside the village, none daring to look up recklessly. However, at this moment, someone noticed that despite the arrival of the emperor, Song Yi remained there drinking alone calmly, without any change in expression, as if nothing was related to him. Zhang Xiaonan tried to pull Song Yi down to kneel, but Song Yi remained composed, instead supporting Zhang Xiaonan to stand up. This only made Zhang Xiaonan more nervous. This is the emperor. A single misstep could lead to beheading and family extermination. Isn't Song Yi being too bold? There was no time for Zhang Xiaonan to think further. At this point, an imposing figure in a dragon robe walked toward them. To ordinary people, the emperor was truly the emperor, exuding an aura of pressure naturally. Even more surprisingly, behind the emperor stood a woman dressed simply, with average looks. But given her position behind the emperor, her identity was certainly no ordinary one. Straight away, they approached Song Yi. Chapter 27. Really unworthy of brother Song Yi. When the emperor arrived, instead of kneeling before him, Song Yi was calmly drinking his wine. For a moment, the emperor didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, at this time, He abandoned the dignity of an emperor and respectfully paid respects to Song Yi. Pay respects to the immortal. Instantly, everyone's mind went buzzing. What exactly was going on? The emperor bowed to Song Yi? Song Yi wasn't the emperor's subordinate, but rather, the emperor was actually under Song Yi? Also, what did the emperor mean by paying respects to the immortal? Was Song Yi an immortal? All present drew in a sharp breath of cold air. At this moment, this piece of news made it quite inconceivable for them. Especially xuanhuan, who remembered the half-joking words Song Yi had once spoken. Song Yi had said that he himself was an immortal. At that time, they truly thought that Song Yi was just joking around. But, unexpectedly, this turned out to be true. Song Yi was genuinely a true immortal. It was like living in a dream. Until now, they couldn't react. Who are you? Song Yi looked at the person behind the emperor with a gaze. That person immediately knelt down in front of Song Yi and begged for mercy. Please, immortal, spare my life. I was indeed too presumptuous before. As long as the immortal spares my life, I will forever follow your commands. With regards to his identity, Song Yi had already fully understood. The mysterious person who appeared at the Holy Immortal Sect was originally the servant of the original owner of this small world. This person should have received resources due to their own low talent, and so focused completely on cultivation. However, he could not neglect the tasks assigned by the Tianxian sect, and wanted to exchange resources through these tasks. Thus, he selected a representative in this world. This person could handle mundane affairs for him, while also helping select geniuses to manage the royal dynasty. Originally, except for submitting candidates at the end, he never interfered with the outside matters. But unexpectedly, after Song Yi's fierce battle arrived here, it attracted him because it was too intense. Witnessing the battle here made him have devious thoughts. Ultimately, after being slain by Song Yi, the person representing him naturally came to know everything. After spending some time finding Song Yi's location, he still feared whether Song Yi's strength remained even if injured and could kill him. After all, although he was the representative of that disciple, he hadn't obtained much cultivation resources himself. Through sheer effort, he cultivated only up to the middle stage of body refinement. He didn't want to fail due to carelessness and lose everything. But also, he wanted the resources in Song Yi's hands. Hence, he had been preparing for a desperate battle all along. Yet, his cowardice determined his failure. Using the Holy Immortal Sect, using fierce beasts. These might be powerful weapons against ordinary people, but for Song Yi, they were nothing more than trivial things he could eliminate with ease. After witnessing Song Yi's power, he fled in disgrace, realizing that Song Yi would recover very soon. At that point, he would be in danger. So he took the opportunity to devise many methods during that time. Without exception, despite successfully cultivating, all he could think from was the mindset of a mortal. His abilities were merely better than average commoners. How could he compare with Song Yi? Therefore, in the end, he chose to surrender, hoping Song Yi would spare his life. Indeed, such a choice of his can be considered wise. After Song Yi recovered his strength, he planned to resolve the trouble caused by this man someday. Then he would surely die. But now, since he openly showed up and surrendered, Song Yi did not intend to kill him directly. Still, towards someone who tried to harm him, Song Yi had no intention of showing mercy. Flick! A flash of light passed by Song Yi's hand, directly landing on the man. Phew! At that moment, the man spat out a mouthful of blood. Besides his physical injuries, he realized a mysterious force was mysteriously fading away. No, my cultivation. Oh, in an instant, he became an ordinary mortal again. Falling from heaven to hell happened just within a blink of an eye. He cried out in pain incessantly. He didn't expect Song Yi to be so decisive. He had thought that if he surrendered at this time, even if Song Yi didn't accept him, at least he would spare his life. However, all his imaginations ended in vain. As his cultivation dissipated, he suffered immense pain. This situation made many others tremble in fear, especially the emperor, who had completely lost his former majesty and was now trembling like an ordinary person. Since you wanted to kill me, I naturally won't let you off easily. Having your cultivation stripped, but sparing your life, is already mercy. You're lucky go. Song Yi waved his hand, and instantly a strong wind arose. This gust of wind did not affect anyone else. Instead, it precisely lifted that person and blew him far away. Song Yi controlled the wind so as not to kill him, but to make him disappear from his sight. In an instant, everyone gasped in astonishment. Someone shouted loudly, "An immortal!" Once again, everyone fell to their knees. For so long, they had been searching for immortals, even joining the Holy Immortal Sect, never imagining that the true immortal was right beside them. And the irony, how ironic it was, that the Holy Immortal Sect sought to oppose Song Yi, the true immortal. But at this moment, no one cared about such contradictions. Their main focus was kneeling before Song Yi. Song Yi's power had proven to all that he was truly an immortal. Facing the adoration of so many people, Song Yi felt nothing. Instead, he helped xuanhuan to his feet and smiled, saying, "Now do you believe I'm an immortal? Of course. Forgive my ignorance and disrespect, immortal." Xuanhuan was no longer addressing the original Song Yi, but the immortal Song Yi. Yet seeing his performance, Song Yi couldn't help but shake his head. What had happened? He just wanted to be with them normally. Why couldn't they live as normal after revealing his status as an immortal? Was it too hasty for him to disclose his identity? Song Yi began to doubt if he should have kept his secret hidden. Brother Song Yi is an immortal. In the bridal chamber, the bride xuanhuan stood by the window, watching everything happen here. Her heart was overwhelmed with complicated feelings. This should have been a joyous occasion, yet inexplicably, she felt profound sorrow. Song Yi was an immortal, And no matter how beautiful she, Xuanhuan, might be, she was merely a mortal, her lifespan limited. Even if Song Yi cherished her, she could only accompany him for so long. Could she really never be together with brother Song Yi forever? Xuanhuan started to sob softly. Chapter 28. I'm just a weak and helpless emperor. In just a short moment, Song Yi's identity had undergone a tremendous change. A immortal. This awe-inspiring identity was truly hard to believe. They couldn't believe it, but there was nothing they could do because not only did the emperor say so, even Song Yi himself now acted accordingly. The shock this brought was unimaginable. In contrast to the astonishment of those outside, Xuanhuan felt more disappointed at this time. It was only then that Xuanhuan truly realized the gap between herself and Song Yi. It was originally this big. Song Yi was a genuine immortal, able to summon wind and rain and live forever. And herself? She was merely an ordinary person who couldn't even live to be 100 years old. Not to mention reaching 100 years, in just a few decades, she would already start to age. When her beauty fades, how could she possibly still match up to the handsome and dashing Song Yi? Xuanhuan burst into tears at this realization. She really wasn't worthy of Song Yi. Perhaps this wedding was just for Song Yi to fulfill his own desires. Xuanhuan cried fiercely in the room and eventually mustered up the courage. Not wanting to hold Song Yi back, she made the decision to leave on her own, and immediately prepared to change her clothes. Song Yi naturally had no idea what Xuanhuan was thinking. At this moment, facing these people, he felt very helpless. It didn't matter much for others, but xuanhuan and Su Xingyan were different from the rest. After all, Su Xingyan and his wife were supposed to be his future in-laws, and xuanhuan was like a master to him, someone he considered family. They were certainly different from these villagers. However, Song Yi wasn't in a rush either. Since his cultivation had already recovered, there was plenty of time ahead to correct things. He said faintly, "Today is my wedding day, so let's proceed as planned. I don't want anyone to disrupt my joy. Do you all understand?" Although Song Yi's words were very calm, they carried Wuxing pressure with them. Those below nodded one after another, not daring to go against him in any way. As for you all, you came uninvited. But since this is my wedding banquet, your presence is still considered a blessing. Stay outside and don't disturb the ones inside. Understood. We understand. The many people replied respectfully. Among them was also the emperor, who found the situation very frustrating. As the emperor, although he was considered the most noble human being, he simply couldn't compare to an immortal. Originally, he had no intention of attending the wedding, because during this period, even though that person had drawn his attention towards Song Yi, he had merely regarded him as someone talented like before. Who would have thought that this person turned out to be a genuine immortal? And not just that, but the same immortal who fought that day, the one who ultimately emerged victorious. This news was truly shocking. The emperor originally didn't know how to face the situation, unsure of how to attend the wedding with his status. After all, although he had learned about Song Yi's identity, coming suddenly like this would surely be inappropriate. He was very worried that if he failed to make Song Yi happy, instead causing anger and embarrassment, what should he do? He was originally still pondering over this matter. But unexpectedly, that person went even further. Not only did he mobilize all the civil and military ministers of the court, even the emperor himself had to follow along. He thought he had made it grandiose, believing it would earn Song Yi's favor. But it turned out that the other party had no intention of letting bygones be bygones. Now good, not only was he directly stripped of his power, but they were left awkward here. There was too much bitterness within the emperor's heart that he couldn't express. Very helplessly, as the supreme emperor, today he could only obediently follow Song Yi's arrangements like a subject. And he was extremely afraid deep down, in case something upset Song Yi, or perhaps some commoners present pleased Song Yi. If Song Yi directly took away his imperial robe and gave it to the ordinary people, where would he go to fight back? And who would dare to resist on his behalf? Even his own complaints couldn't be voiced. This emperor position might as well be finished, probably becoming the most wronged emperor in the world. Therefore, the emperor today performed like a eunuch, frightened and trembling. Even when he went outside to sit down, surrounded by many ministers, the hastily prepared feasts tasted flavorless in his mouth. By the end, he didn't even know what he had eaten. All that lingered in his heart was fear. However, if the emperor was already like this, how much worse must it be for the other ministers? Their situations weren't any better. Although they wouldn't think as deeply as the emperor did, he was sitting right beside them, behaving like a well-behaved grandson. Not only did they have to act like well-behaved grandsons, but they also had to behave even lower than the emperor, who was playing the role of a humble grandson. Many ministers, especially those closest to the emperor, were already drenched in sweat. They feared not only Song Yi, but also whether they might have done something inappropriate that could make the emperor hold a grudge against them. If there were repercussions when they returned, it would mean trouble. Outside, everyone looked sullen, and inside wasn't much better either. Though they indeed surrounded the immortal, their hearts bore immense pressure, especially those who hadn't helped xuanhuan and instead surrendered to the holy immortal sect. Even though after that, Song Yi hadn't disciplined them and xuanhuan had forgiven them, they still feared that Song Yi might bring up those old accounts at this moment. In that case, they'd surely die without even knowing how. Therefore, their hearts were filled with the desire to curry favor with xuanhuan, who was very close to Song Yi. But, in such a situation, with the immortal Song Yi inside and the supreme emperor outside, they didn't dare to move or eat. They could only stand there awkwardly. Song Yi, however, didn't care about all that. He walked directly to the couple, xuanhuan and Su Xingyan. Facing the three trembling individuals, along with those around them, he raised his wine glass and spoke decisively. Everyone, especially Uncle Zhang, don't feel so distant. I am still Song Yi. My identity hasn't changed too much. If this wasn't considered a change, then what would be called one? Although the others didn't say anything, their expressions clearly revealed their doubts. Song Yi continued. Regardless, today is my wedding day, and you are different from the rest. At least we should celebrate as usual, right? Don't let my wedding day become so silent. Chapter 29, Let Nightfall Come. Song Yi couldn't help but remind everyone. It was only at this moment that Zhang Xiaonan and the married couple Su Xingyan realized what was going on. This wasn't some casual gathering for meeting immortals, but rather the wedding day of Song Yi and Su Wanwen. People like Zhang Xiaonan, as their elders, how could they not be here to congratulate them and bring blessings? Although the few who had caught on still harbored some lingering doubts deep inside, they were now considering the bigger picture, no longer dwelling on those concerns. Seeing that they had already come to their senses, Song Yi nodded with great satisfaction. Suddenly, Song Yi hesitated. Song Yi noticed that Su Wanwen in the room was trying to leave and even wanted to change out of her wedding dress. What was going on? Why were there so many things happening today? All he wanted was to get married. Feeling utterly helpless inside, Song Yi quickly returned to the bridal chamber. At this point, Su Wanwen had already changed into her regular clothes and was planning to sneak out through the window. But despite the torment within her heart, she couldn't help but steal a glance at this long-desired bridal chamber. Su Wanwen was wiping away tears stealthily, sobbing softly. Farewell, brother Song Yi. Hello, Wanwen. Without warning, Song Yi appeared by the window, scaring Su Wanwen, who was about to climb it, nearly making her fall down. Quickly reacting, Song Yi deftly exerted his spiritual energy, transforming it into a red cloth that swiftly pulled Su Wanwen up. Then Song Yi leapt forward, wrapping Su Wanwen in his arms. Brother Song Yi. Realizing that her beloved had saved her, Su Wanwen's heart filled with indescribable joy. But just as soon as that, she came to her senses. Hastily pushing Song Yi away, she said, Brother Song Yi, I don't want to hold you back. Your future is becoming an immortal. Actually, you are already an immortal. As for me, I am just an ordinary mortal. In the future, before Su Wanwen could finish her words, Song Yi had already understood the situation. Song Yi chuckled softly, touching her head and saying without hesitation, You silly girl. What's so important about being a mortal or an immortal? Moreover, I'm not an immortal, I am a cultivator. One day, you too can become a cultivator like me, and we can ascend together as immortals. Really? Su Wanwen looked at Song Yi incredulously, finding it hard to believe these words. However, the sincere look in Song Yi's eyes made her certain he wasn't deceiving her. In an instant, Su Wanwen couldn't help but cling to Song Yi, sobbing. Seeing how adorable this foolish girl was, Song Yi felt somewhat amused, but also helplessly touched. Song Yi easily resolved Su Wanwen's inner turmoil. However, Song Yi also informed Su Wanwen about Qing Ruoling. Upon learning that Qing Ruoling was Song Yi's first wife, Su Wanwen very graciously yielded her position as the wife and indicated that given Song Yi's excellence, she could accept being a concubine. As long as she could be with Song Yi. Song Yi tapped Su Wanwen on the forehead and laughed. Even though it's inevitable for me to have more than one wife, I'm not like those other men. You each are my dearest loves. What nonsense about concubines and secondary wives? You all are my wives. Primary wife, secondary wife. So you will be my secondary wife. Song Yi spoke plainly, and Su Wanwen initially became delighted, but quickly came to realize, pouting with discontent. If you put it that way, doesn't that mean there will be others later? Perhaps, maybe, probably, seems like, possibly yes. Though Su Wanwen felt a little jealousy, it didn't bother her much internally. She was only somewhat irritated that Song Yi hadn't lied to her. It was truly frustrating. Cough cough. Looking at Su Wanwen's cute appearance, Song Yi held her and walked towards the bed, smiling. Dear, it's getting late. It's time to retire. Su Wanwen hesitated, but wasn't the sun still shining brightly outside? How could it be considered late in the day yet? Song Yi paused, remembering that their marriage ceremony had been specially arranged in advance today. Even though various events had unfolded, it didn't take up too much time. On the contrary, it had skipped many formalities, allowing Song Yi to enter the bridal chamber faster. This way, the time could indeed be said to be rather early. Yet Song Yi had already grown impatient. With a laugh, he casually waved his hand, and immediately a burst of light shot from his palm. Song Yi had already restored his strength with the help of the pill. As a Shankan, innate, expert, it was very simple for him to obscure the skies and block out the sun within a certain area of this small world. Outside, the crowd was still eating, though many had lost their appetite. Everyone was anxious and worried. But suddenly, they realized the sky had darkened without warning, plunging them into pitch-black darkness. What was happening? Could it be that their worries had made them unable to see what was right in front of them? Had their anxieties clouded their eyes? They were perplexed, but then came one scream after another. People kept bumping into each other due to the complete absence of light, hitting things unknowingly or knocking someone over. Chaos broke out outside instantly. Damn it! Who dares to step on my foot? You damn brat! Who tripped me, the general? And who are you? How dare you push me, the general? It's I, the emperor. Who are you? When we return to the capital, I will not let you go unpunished. Spare me, your majesty. Song Yi paid no attention to the chaos outside. In the room, Song Yi and Su Wanwen experienced heaven and earth overturning, and Su Wanwen learned that growth came with such pain, excitement, and joy. Only then did true nightfall come. Su Wanwen collapsed onto the bed completely exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. As a cultivator, Song Yi's body was naturally strong, and after keeping xuanhuan busy for a long time, she deserved some good rest. By this time, everyone outside had left. Someone must have brought out a fire starter from their belongings, providing some light, allowing the place to be quickly tidied up before everyone departed. It was now late at night. Song Yi chuckled lightly as he looked toward Zhang Xiaonan's room. Although Zhang Xiaonan knew Song Yi's identity, deep down he still cared only about celebrating Song Yi's marriage. Mr. and Mrs. Su Xingyan were also still awake, seemingly planning something for their only daughter. Clearly, as xuanhuan's parents, they held no ulterior motives and were genuinely delighted that xuanhuan had found such a fine place to settle down. At this moment, Song Yi used all his reward points from the system mall to exchange for a new template. Truly, the templates in the mall were incredibly expensive. Fortunately, the Wang Pingan template happened to be on sale at a discount price. Chapter 30. How can such a place give birth to two emperors? How expensive this is. Song Yi looked at the items in the system store, and most of them had normal prices. However, only those templates made Song Yi feel almost on the verge of tears. Any one of them could be enough to make Song Yi go bankrupt. Fortunately, the Wang Pingan template was on sale recently. Thanks to that, Song Yi bought the Wang Pingan template without hesitation. Even though the template was purchased at a discount, Song Yi still thought it was excellent. After all, whether from talent or other aspects, it was top-notch. Especially, this template had a great luck boost. That meant if he used this to draw a prize, while it wasn't guaranteed to win every time, there was still an extremely high chance of winning. Who wouldn't want such good fortune? With such luck, you might imagine one day falling down and discovering a divine artifact. That was not impossible. After acquiring the template, Song Yi felt more joyful inside. Living each day as a carefree wanderer with family by his side seemed pleasant enough. Just then, if Qing Ruoling could be here, it would be even better. Song Yi originally wanted to return to his own world and take xuanhuan and others along. But unexpectedly, when Song Yi prepared to do so, xuanhuan turned out to be pregnant. So efficient, Song Yi could only use the Wang Pingan template and stay by xuanhuan's side during her childbirth. However, Song Yi overlooked one matter. He did not come here for tourism. He fell here because he was being hunted. Although his enemy was dead and Zhang Ji, the mastermind behind the attack, hadn't shown up yet, this didn't mean the incident was over. In Song Yi's original world, Wuchao, Zhang Ji finally arrived. Looking at this decrepit place, Zhang Ji couldn't believe that such a location could produce any remarkable talents. Producing just a few cultivators was already difficult here, let alone producing prodigies. In the past, Zhang Ji would have probably taken one look at such a place and left, or he wouldn't even bother hearing about it. But there was no way around it. Zhang Ji remembered the reward Song Yi received, a mystic-grade storage ring. It was something Zhang Ji craved desperately. He had sent so many disciples to the Tianxian sect, but their rewards were nothing compared to what Song Yi gained for sending only two. He didn't believe the enforcer elders' claim that the two disciples Song Yi sent were chosen solely due to their personalities, thus rewarded generously by the sect leader. Who was the sect leader? Someone who has lived longer than their age combined. How could someone like that possibly select disciples merely based on personality and offer so many rewards? That was impossible. There was only one possible explanation. The two children Song Yi sent weren't ordinary geniuses. They were important enough that even the sect needed to protect their identities. Thus, everyone was told they lacked talent. But Song Yi was still rewarded handsomely. All these considerations explained everything clearly. Still, no one from the Tianxian sect would tell Zhang Ji the truth, and Song Yi, who knew the real story, was already dead. For this reason, Zhang Ji had to stay longer in this ruined world to uncover the truth. After wandering around this world for a long time, no matter how hard Zhang Ji tried to find talented individuals, he found none useful at all. Too weak. Absolutely too weak. Despite Zhang Ji's inner dissatisfaction, he ultimately found no one worthy. These really were desolate small worlds. It was truly a waste of time. Zhang Ji initially wanted to leave immediately, but spotted a temple nearby by accident. To mortals, the deities they worshipped were usually nothing more than myths compiled from folklore. But Zhang Ji learned unintentionally that a transcendent actually appeared before and saved the entire empire. He was certain this person had to be Song Yi, the owner of this world. Thinking of returning empty-handed after this trip, Zhang Ji was already filled with anger. Looking at the statue worshipped by mortals, Zhang Ji mocked it with contempt but still gathered a streak of spiritual power in his right hand. He lightly flicked it, and the spiritual force suddenly erupted outward. Bang! The Song Yi statue inside the temple shattered into pieces instantly. Ah! All the surrounding villagers were greatly startled. What is going on suddenly? They all looked at Zhang Ji. Even though he stood so far away, just a flick of his finger caused the divine statue to be destroyed. This was something that ordinary humans couldn't achieve. Could it be that he's also a deity? But if he were a deity too, why would he destroy Song Yi's statue? Countless villagers instantly had many questions in their hearts. Zhang Ji didn't bother with them. It was already very generous of him not to kill these people. As he originally prepared to leave after venting his frustrations, suddenly a man wearing an imperial robe appeared from the other side and cautiously approached Zhang Ji. Pay respect to the immortal. When the emperor looked up, he realized it wasn't Song Yi. For a moment, even he felt amazed. What kind of lord is this, and what sort of being? Zhang Ji mocked inwardly as he looked at the emperor from Song Yi's small world. Seeing such a ruler, his heart filled with derision. What use could such an emperor have? Wouldn't it be better to kill him just like that? May I know the immortal's name? Are you somehow connected to the previous deity? The emperor tentatively asked, but when Zhang Ji cast an icy glare, he was immediately frightened and trembled violently. Still, Facing the current predicament, there was no time for hesitation. Gathering all his courage, the emperor said to Zhang Ji, "Please, immortal, show mercy. Your humble servant." "No, me. Ever since the last incident, I've been unable to perform. As the emperor, I am now without an heir. I seek the immortal to bestow your power." When Zhang Ji heard this, though he looked down on Song Yi in his heart, he thought it highly improbable that Song Yi, someone of his stature, would do anything for such a mortal emperor. An impotent emperor, how ridiculous that sounded. But if he dared to ask Song Yi for help under such circumstances, could there be some hidden plot involved? Suddenly, Zhang Ji thought of his own method for cultivating talents and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Perhaps, Song Yi might have used this emperor to produce those two children. Though different from his method, there were similarities nonetheless. Thinking about this, Zhang Ji found it highly plausible. In the vast universe, anything is possible. He himself had accidentally discovered a lost technique, allowing him to continuously send high-quality disciples. Perhaps, Song Yi had also obtained some other mysterious methods. Chapter 31, The Impotent Emperor. Thinking about this, Zhang Ji immediately asked, "The two children Song Yi took away at the beginning, were they taken from you?" "Two children." This emperor quickly realized that Song Yi was the previous immortal. However, for a moment, he couldn't understand what Zhang Ji meant by this sentence. Seeing the emperor's bewildered face, Zhang Ji couldn't help but frown. Could it be that this matter was different from what he thought? Could it be that this emperor actually had nothing to do with Song Yi? While Zhang Ji was puzzled, suddenly an eunuch beside the emperor stepped forward. Don't underestimate this guy just because he's an eunuch. In reality, he could gather intelligence from across the entire realm for the emperor. It can be said that basically all the intelligence under heaven must pass through his hands before reaching the emperor. So naturally, he knows more about some things than the emperor does. Immortal Song Yi did have two children, but after that, no one has seen them again. He has children? Zhang Ji couldn't help but pause for a moment after hearing this, then urgently grabbed the air and pulled the eunuch close in front of him. The eunuch trembled in fear. Regardless of how much power he held within the palace, in front of this immortal, he was like an insignificant ant that could be crushed at any time. "Tell me everything about Song Yi." That eunuch dared not hide anything. Compared to offending Song Yi, he would rather survive now. Thus, he told everything he knew without omission. From Song Yi's sudden appearance in this world, taking charge of the Wu dynasty, marrying xuanhuan, and finally disappearing mysteriously only to return later. Many details in between were not very clear. There was no way. Ever since they found out how terrible Song Yi was, they naturally didn't dare investigate him anymore. These stories came from people living around Song Yi who witnessed and recorded them. In short, although these contents were very scarce, they were enough for Zhang Ji to find leads. Song Yi hadn't searched for any disciples at all, and according to this eunuch, those two children were actually Song Yi's sons. It seemed the situation was even more intriguing than Zhang Ji had imagined. Zhang Ji couldn't wait to uncover all the secrets. Unfortunately, Song Yi was already dead. Now, the only remaining informed person left was his wife. Unfortunately, Song Yi had hidden her when he left. What a meticulous fool. Zhang Ji gave a cold laugh and said to the emperor, "Song Yi is dead. Henceforth I will take charge of this small world." Immortal Song Yi is dead? They recalled the day when Song Yi, with his own strength, nearly changed the course of destiny. It was terrifying indeed. Such a fearsome Song Yi, was he really dead? For a moment, they couldn't believe it. But Zhang Ji stood before them, his overpowering presence leaving them unable to deny. "Bring me the woman named xuanhuan." "Immortal, my illness." "Shut up." Zhang Ji didn't give him a good face. How dare a mere mortal talk conditions with him? He doesn't deserve it. Confronted by Zhang Ji's anger, the terror made the wimpy emperor almost wet himself, requiring others to support his trembling legs. He wouldn't dare talk about anything else anymore. The previous immortal Song Yi, though cold, wasn't as ruthless as this. This Zhang Ji clearly gives off the impression of someone who would kill if there's disagreement. Faced with such a terrifying Zhang Ji, naturally they dared not oppose and could only timidly follow his orders. And as for xuanhuan being the wife of Song Yi, this identity was now irrelevant after Song Yi's death. In comparison, in the emperor's view, survival was the most important. Whatever kindness or loyalty, they're worth nothing compared to staying alive. As for impotence, if Zhang Ji refuses to cure it, he has no choice but to obey Zhang Ji's commands first to save his life. His impotence was due to the initial shock of seeing his beloved concubine, daughter, and numerous sons die. As a result, he has no descendants, making the future of the throne extremely unstable. But all of this doesn't matter when compared to saving his life. To save his life, he mobilized a large number of troops to find xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's whereabouts were extremely mysterious. After Song Yi had prepared everything, it naturally wasn't easy to find her. Exactly for this reason, half a year passed. Zhang Ji killed many eunuchs near the emperor, scaring him every time to the point his heart leapt into his throat, and he dreamt about his own death. If it weren't for this useless emperor having some use, Zhang Ji would have killed him too. Even though the Tianxian sect's time had only passed half a day, this little world could essentially be said to be under his control. But such a waste of time made him even more furious inside. As Zhang Ji was considering whether to return to the Tianxian sect to find some secret arts there, and then come back to search for xuanhuan, suddenly news came from below in the Shanghai province about xuanhuan's whereabouts. Where's xuanhuan? Zhang Ji rushed there immediately and found to his astonishment that there was actually a statue of a goddess standing on the town square. More than 2 months ago, there had been an upheaval here. For some unknown reason, many wild beasts suddenly emerged from the mountains with great ferocity, overwhelming even the soldiers. Faced with these terrifying beasts, the villagers could do nothing but suffer this unexpected calamity. Many lost their lives among them. Even though they killed numerous beasts, it seemed like they just wouldn't stop coming. Even creatures like snakes, rabbits, wild cats, and dogs were among them. The fighting power of wild cats, dogs, and rabbits might naturally be much weaker, but when they increased in number, they also became quite a nuisance. When paired with ferocious tigers and wolves, as well as poisonous insects and snakes, every day hundreds of people in this area would die, many villages and towns falling victim. It was even more terrible than enemy invasion or rebellion. As people had no choice but to abandon their homes, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared. She resembled a celestial being who used powerful spiritual energy to repel countless creatures, winning survival for the common folk. Because of this, once normalcy returned, the locals set up this statue out of deep gratitude. Statue. After learning all this, Zhang Ji viciously shattered it with one palm. He coldly laughed. You two weak ants certainly love playing the savior role to gain gratitude from the world. Since you do this, let's see if you dare to show yourself. Zhang Ji flew into the air, forming a seal with both hands, and instantly countless black bats appeared in the sky, so dense they obscured the sun. In a flash, the bats rushed toward the village, and before the villagers realized what happened, they were torn apart by the bats. Moments later, these villagers had already been bitten dead where they stood. Immortal, what are you doing? The eunuch who had accompanied Zhang Ji to confirm Qing Ruoling saw this situation and was greatly shocked. His question was seen by Zhang Ji as a reproach. A lowly ant daring to accuse him of anything? Isn't he asking for death? Chapter 32, The Evil Immortal. In an instant, Zhang Ji casually waved his hand, and many bats immediately came to devour the man. Unlike those ordinary bats, these ones were all conjured up by Zhang Ji's spiritual power. Although they looked like bats on the outside, in reality, they were much more ferocious than regular bats. As a result, that person didn't even have a chance to resist. After a scream of agony, he was quickly torn into pieces by countless bats. Blood splattered everywhere, and the sight was horrifying. Zhang Ji did not care at all about this scene. He coldly watched as lives were taken one after another. To Zhang Ji, these were nothing but existences akin to ants, merely possessing human form. Precisely because of this, he showed no concern. His only goal was to force Qing Ruoling to appear. Qing Ruoling didn't know what was behind it all, thinking it was just another group of wild beasts that had suddenly appeared. Looking at the lives being constantly victimized, those who cried out in pain, Qing Ruoling could not stand idly by. She stepped forward, using her own strength to fiercely fight against the bats. Qing Ruoling's own power wasn't very strong. The only reason she was able to fight was because of the treasures and talismans left behind by Song Yi, which were of no small grade. Originally, Song Yi had left these for Qing Ruoling to save her life. But in Qing Ruoling's mind, with her current cultivation level, there were few things in this world that could truly threaten her. Moreover, Qing Ruoling thought Song Yi would be back before long. Therefore, she naturally didn't care much about these matters. Swish, swish, swish. Driving the treasure and talisman, massive killing power emerged the moment they appeared, destroying numerous bats in the sky. It is the goddess coming to save us. It really is her, the goddess. Esteemed goddess, please save us. The moment Qing Ruoling appeared, her overwhelming spiritual power killed the bats, catching the attention of many survivors. They respectfully knelt before Qing Ruoling, praying and asking her to rescue them. Qing Ruoling glanced at these people and became even more resolute, relentlessly attacking the bats. However, Qing Ruoling soon realized something was off. The dead bats had no bodies. This wasn't due to their immense power eradicating the corpses completely. Rather, these bats didn't have any bodies at all. Qing Ruoling judged that these might be illusions formed by someone's spiritual energy. But in this world, other than Song Yi, who else could do such a thing? Song Yi certainly wouldn't act this way. So who was it? At that moment, Qing Ruoling was filled with great doubt, unsure how to proceed. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the air. So you were here all along. It was hard finding you. Accompanied by a cold snort, countless bats gathered together, forming a massive vortex. In the center of the vortex, Zhang Ji slowly emerged. Zhang Ji, looking at Qing Ruoling who now held the treasures, grew increasingly enraged. The weapons and talismans in Qing Ruoling's possession were of a high grade, things that were even difficult for him to obtain. And yet, they had ended up in the hands of someone who had only just started practicing cultivation. It was obvious that Song Yi had given them to her. How could Song Yi command these resources so freely? Why should he have this privilege? These things should be mine. For a moment, Zhang Ji's eyes burned with greed and anger. Qing Ruoling realized the situation was wrong. Seeing the hostile look in his eyes, she understood that this person was coming after her. Thinking to leave, Zhang Ji instantly threw out a magical seal, trapping Qing Ruoling inside. Qing Ruoling hastily activated the treasure given by Song Yi, but because her own cultivation was too weak, the artifacts barely made a dent upon colliding head-on. But unlike the artifacts, once the talismans were triggered, they immediately unleashed all their immense power. A loud rumble sounded. The magical seal was utterly destroyed. Zhang Ji clenched his teeth, his gaze growing darker. In his view, Qing Ruoling was already his prize. Everything she carried, naturally, belonged to him without exception. If the things she casually used were indeed his, the waste of his efforts made his heart ache. Stop at once. Zhang Ji roared, wanting to stop Qing Ruoling while unleashing a powerful force almost immediately. In an instant, despite having the talismans, Qing Ruoling struggled to withstand the assault. Before she knew it, she was sent retreating repeatedly, crashing against a house, her face pale. Zhang Ji was about to attack again when, unexpectedly, many ordinary people suddenly stood up around him. Evil immortal, give my family back. Goddess, run away. Evil immortal, I will fight you to the death. In an instant, all these people rushed fearlessly toward Zhang Ji. Among these mortals, there were always some who carried immense courage. Despite their weak powers, they had hearts comparable to deities. Facing a formidable foe, they charged ahead without hesitation. Xuanhuan tried to stop them, but it was already too late. Zhang Ji glanced contemptuously at these mortals and casually waved his hand. Instantly, a powerful flame erupted, swallowing them all before they even had time to react, reducing them to ashes. Qing Ruoling looked at those who had died and felt immense sorrow in her heart. These people, originally unrelated to her, had now chosen to die resolutely for her cause. Such grievous hatred was all brought about by Zhang Ji. Qing Ruoling had no power to resist, nor could she escape. She could only stand there in despair as Zhang Ji seized her. My husband will not forgive you, Qing Ruoling said through gritted teeth, but unknown to her, Zhang Ji burst into laughter upon hearing this. You're talking about that worthless man Song Yi? How regretful, he's already dead. Zhang Ji mocked Qing Ruoling with disdain, causing her entire body to tremble with fury as she rejected his claim. That's impossible. You're lying. Zhang Ji didn't bother arguing further at this moment. Instead, he began scrutinizing Qing Ruoling up and down. No matter whether it was talent or cultivation, Qing Ruoling undeniably belonged to the lowest category. How could such a woman have given birth to two geniuses? With this thought, Zhang Ji immediately conjured an illusion with his spiritual power, fake versions of Song Yin and Song Hao, appearing in great torment. Given her low cultivation level, Qing Ruoling couldn't see through the deception. When she saw her two children suffering greatly, she cried out involuntarily. How? Yin, what have you done to them? At this moment, Qing Ruoling believed Zhang Ji's words and began to worry deeply about her children. And the maternal concern evident on her face confirmed something to Zhang Ji. It matched exactly what the eunuch had told him. They truly were Song Yi's children. Chapter 33, Song Yi's Return. Yet the question remained. Song Yi and Qing Ruoling both had such poor talent. How on earth did they manage to produce such a genius? For a moment, Zhang Ji could only continue to interrogate Qing Ruoling. Although the soul-searching technique could certainly uncover the truth, it would also cause irreparable damage to Qing Ruoling's soul. Zhang Ji dared not take the risk. If Qing Ruoling were injured, then any effective method would be closely related to her. Wouldn't that simply waste the opportunity? Zhang Ji did not want to have gone through all this time without success. So he coldly threatened Qing Ruoling. What is Song Yi's method of cultivating young talents? If you don't speak, I will slaughter them immediately. But how could Qing Ruoling know these things? She knew nothing about what kind of young talent her child was. Moreover, in Qing Ruoling's view, this must surely be closely related to Song Yi himself. She absolutely could not betray Song Yi. Faced with Zhang Ji holding her child as a threat, though Qing Ruoling felt as if her heart were being carved by a knife, she still would not reveal even a trace. No matter how Zhang Ji tortured her, Qing Ruoling remained silent throughout. The devil, do you really think I have no way? Zhang Ji cast a wicked glance at Qing Ruoling and said ill-intentionally, since those two young talents are your offspring, they must have some great relation to you. If so, perhaps we should let me create another two with you. TSK, your beauty is still quite remarkable. Qing Ruoling's complexion changed drastically. To be defiled in such a manner was something she found much harder to accept than physical torture. At that moment, Qing Ruoling struggled with all her strength. Alas, what could her cultivation achieve in terms of struggle? Just as someone with lecherous intent was going to rip her dress apart, suddenly Zhang Ji paused, then quickly turned around, unleashing a vast force behind him instantly. With a loud boom, a massive force unexpectedly sent Zhang Ji reeling. How can you still be alive? Zhang Ji, incredulous, stared into the air where none other than Song Yi stood towering amidst the sky. Did you dare touch my woman? You're courting death. Song Yi, who rushed back from that small world, seeing his own woman was about to be bullied by Zhang Ji, was enraged. Furthermore, considering the grudge for ambushing Song Yi before which almost cost him his life, that alone was already enough for Song Yi to kill him 100 times over. Zhang Ji never expected that Song Yi could still be alive. It truly left him feeling too inconceivable. After all, at that time in the small world, he had seen the sword energy of such destructive intensity. Even someone whose cultivation was higher than Song Yi's had died. So how could Song Yi possibly survive? Moreover, looking at Song Yi now, not only had he not died, but his cultivation seemed even more refined than before. Clearly, there must have been some strange encounter here which he didn't know. Alright, regardless of whatever happens, as long as he can subdue Song Yi first, won't all questions be answered eventually? This Qing Ruoling would naturally not be needed anymore. Immediately, Zhang Ji sneered, taking out a red long sword from his person, surging spiritual energy continuously emanating, extremely tumultuous. Song Yi summoned an excellent sword casually with a gesture, appearing instantly in his hands. Song Yi gazed indifferently at the exquisite sword Zhang Ji easily produced, coupled with the Shmin stage storage ring on his finger. At this moment, Zhang Ji was consumed by even greater jealousy. These belonged to him. In an instant, Zhang Ji launched an aggressive attack, transforming into a streak of light rushing straight towards Song Yi. Song Yi was calm, despite not having completed the foundation building stage yet. but he relied on the primordial power infused within the sword. Clang, accompanied by a resounding sword melody. In the next instant, Song Yi unleashed a powerful sword chi. In that little world, after Xuanhuan gave birth to the child, he had already received the system's reward. Among these rewards was the tailing pill, which could instantly elevate cultivation. Without hesitation, Song Yi swallowed it, directly bringing his cultivation to the peak of the late primordial stage. For others, the gap between the late primordial stage and the foundation building stage was not just a bit large. To put it bluntly, if they encountered each other, it was without question that someone at the foundation building stage would annihilate someone at the primordial stage. The gap seems like just a little, but in reality, it was as vast as the ocean. Many people have spent their entire lives unable to cross this threshold, but Song Yi himself had solid foundations. Having two sons had already placed him ahead of others of the same realm by not just a little. It was precisely because of this that Song Yi, with his treasure items, gained confidence. He decided to kill Zhang Ji under these circumstances to eliminate potential threats. Though Song Yi indeed thought this, realistically speaking regarding the gap between the two of them, it was not so easy to make up. Every powerful sword chi released by Song Yi was blocked without exception by a single spell from Zhang Ji. Next, Zhang Ji did not hesitate to retaliate. The red longsword in his hand was able to strike just once, and it already made Song Yi's tiger mouth go numb with shock, forcing his body to continuously retreat. Song Yi, no matter how many strange encounters you experience, you're still just a weak little ant. Does an ant think it can shake a big tree? Daydreaming. In an instant, an extremely powerful force was released from Zhang Ji. Indeed, Zhang Ji's strength was formidable. The release of that power alone had already put immense pressure on Song Yi. Song Yi was shaken back several steps by this force. Seeing that Song Yi was clearly at a disadvantage, Zhang Ji wasted no time and immediately continued his assault. His overwhelming power had already driven Song Yi into a desperate situation. When Qing Ruoling saw this scene, she originally wanted to come and help, but the restriction placed on her by Zhang Ji stopped her. It was because of this that Qing Ruoling couldn't move at all at this moment. Husband, Qing Ruoling could only feel helpless worry, praying that Song Yi would win. Though Zhang Ji's attacks were indeed ferocious, Song Yi was momentarily being suppressed. But in fact, Song Yi was merely being restrained. None of these attacks had actually harmed Song Yi. Instead, Song Yi had been planning something all along without making a single move. Unnoticed by Zhang Ji, as his red sword whistled away and terrifying force erupted, Song Yi died. Meanwhile, numerous binding seals suddenly appeared in the air around them. These were prepared from the start by Zhang Ji, waiting for this exact moment. But Song Yi had also been waiting for an opportunity all along. Similarly, he was waiting for precisely this moment. The strength of foundation building cultivation was indeed surprising and beyond what Song Yi could fully withstand with his current power. But, since Song Yi couldn't defeat him outright, why not take advantage of this moment to begin forming the supreme bone? Roar. Just then, a dragon's roar pierced the sky, as Zhang Ji's massive attack hurtled towards Song Yi, aiming to annihilate him there and then. Unexpectedly, a sudden burst of golden light from Song Yi blocked everything. How is this possible? This move by Zhang Ji was carefully prepared, and even someone on his level wouldn't be able to resist it, let alone a mere innate stage practitioner. Chapter 34. Qing Ruoling. Even those who were at the same level as him would be unable to withstand this move. But, Song Yi didn't bother blocking it at all. He simply condensed the golden light emitted by this move, dispersing it completely. How is this possible? Zhang Ji felt an incredible sense of disbelief. But the next moment, he noticed the terrifying threat released by that burst of golden light. Such a formidable power wasn't something he could easily resist. Under the weight of this pressure, Zhang Ji felt like a mere ant in comparison. Moreover, Zhang Ji had no time to evade as golden light suddenly coalesced into a golden dragon around Song Yi. The roar of the dragon and the blinding glow ascending skyward replaced everything else. Almost instantaneously, the golden dragon surged toward Zhang Ji. Boom. Under this force, Zhang Ji was utterly pulverized. Finally, it's over. Song Yi exhaled deeply at this point. Having used his supreme bone during its prime condition combined with his enhanced cultivation meant there weren't too many after effects. Still, Song Yi felt some physical drain due to the strength of the force. He quickly retrieved a pill from his storage and swallowed it. Though he hadn't yet refined it, it began to help restore him gradually. Without time to refine further, Song Yi rushed towards Qing Ruoling. Instantly, Song Yi shattered the restraints on Qing Ruoling's body. Husband, you've really kept me waiting. At this moment, Qing Ruoling did not scold Song Yi but embraced him and began to weep. But then, Qing Ruoling remembered something urgent and hastily said, Husband, you shouldn't have killed him. Our children are still in his hands enduring torture. We now don't know how to find them. Qing Ruoling was overwhelmed with concern. Imagining her children's suffering tortured her heart as if cut by a knife. She wished she could rush forward right now to take their place in suffering. Listening to these words, Song Yi was momentarily stunned. However, he soon smiled, gently stroked Qing Ruoling's head, and said, Didn't I already tell you? I've arranged everything properly for our children. They are being well cared for by someone who is even more worried about them being harmed than us, their parents. How could such a thing happen? That person must have faked it to force secrets out of you. When you reach higher levels in your cultivation, you will naturally be able to discern it, as can I. Speaking, Song Yi casually formed a hand seal, and instantly before him appeared an intimate scene between himself and Qing Ruoling. Qing Ruoling became flustered, softly punching his chest as she lightly scolded him. With Song Yi's reassurance, Qing Ruoling calmed down. She couldn't help but marvel at how extraordinary cultivating was, since things like this were possible. Well, Ruoling, I originally wanted to bring Xuanhuan here to introduce you to, but the journey is far, and... Before Song Yi finished, Qing Ruoling suddenly got angry and started pinching him. So what? You let me suffer here while you married and bore children somewhere else. Unjust. It was all because I wanted to return to see you sooner. What Song Yi said was true. If he hadn't married and fathered children, the system wouldn't have rewarded him with those items, making his return impossible. And if he hadn't returned early, Qing Ruoling might have met an unfortunate fate. Such consequences were horrifying indeed. Zhang Ji was despicable. While Song Yi and Qing Ruoling were teasing each other lovingly, suddenly a faint light flickered in the air. Song Yi hadn't noticed as it swiftly formed into a transparent figure. Then, the red long sword which had broken into pieces on the ground suddenly sensed a consciousness. Next, with a swoosh sound, all the fragments flew together rapidly. Qing Ruoling noticed the fluctuations, and Song Yi also sensed something was wrong. But at this point, everything was too late. The incoming fragments were too fast, leaving Song Yi no time to react. Just as he was about to be struck by danger, Qing Ruoling pushed him forcefully aside. No, Ruoling! Song Yi shouted, only able to watch helplessly as the shards pierced through Qing Ruoling's chest. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something more. Everything was already too late. Though Song Yi couldn't hear clearly, he could make out her last words, seemingly saying, "Husband, live on well." At this moment, the haunting figure of Song Yi's beloved, accompanied by blood raining down from the skies, stirred him profoundly. Furiously holding her limp body, Song Yi roared out, seeing Qing Ruoling's lifeless form devoid of any remaining vitality. "I'll take your life." Zhang Ji hadn't completely died. In that earlier situation, a magic treasure he had obtained in his youth had protected his soul and part of his cultivation. And Zhang Ji harbored an indescribable hatred for Song Yi, who was responsible for bringing him to such a terrible end. Thus, he wanted to launch a surprise attack at this moment and annihilate Song Yi. However, Qing Ruoling unexpectedly intercepted the blow. Realizing the peril, Zhang Ji knew something was wrong and hurriedly attempted to flee. But was it still in time? In a rage, Song Yi once again summoned the Supreme Bone. Even if enduring the backlash pain from it at this very moment, he didn't care at all. Everything was just for killing Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji must die. The golden dragon seemed to feel Song Yi's fury, roaring as golden light filled the skies, along with immense power descending instantly upon Zhang Ji. This time, Zhang Ji had no more means to escape. If struck by this, Zhang Ji could definitely be considered certain death. "Spare me, brother Song. I've realized my mistakes. I will tell you the way to find our children. With this knowledge, your status within the sect will surely..." But however he struggled, resisted, or even pleaded for mercy, it made no difference, since one's mistake had already happened and caused irreversible harm. If his plea for forgiveness and regret were useful, what then would punishment amount to? The golden dragon, bearing unimaginable strength, practically crushed his soul in an instant. Song Yi held nothing back. His goal was this, to ensure the man suffered complete annihilation of his soul. But then, as Zhang Ji screamed in agony, with his soul being obliterated, Song Yi felt regret. He regretted extinguishing the enemy's soul so easily. It was too lenient. That man had brought about such dire consequences, costing Qing Ruoling her life. He should have been tormented endlessly by Song Yi, forever denied any chance of rebirth. Fueled by sorrow, Song Yi approached Qing Ruoling's body, suddenly remembering that the reward from the system for this mission wasn't merely enhancement elixirs. There was also a 9-fold revival pill. Without hesitation, Song Yi administered it to Qing Ruoling, helping refine it and restoring her vital energy. Chapter 35. The 9 Turns Life Continuation Pill. Why are you so foolish? Don't you know that even if you hadn't blocked it for me, I could still have lived? That man couldn't kill me, but by doing this, you've harmed yourself. Song Yi was overwhelmed with grief. At this moment, he almost exhausted all his strength and used the 9 Turns Life Continuation Pill to bring Qing Ruoling back to life. The 9 Turns Life Continuation Pill isn't the real miraculous elixir. Its rank is not high. It's merely a type of medicine that can extend one's lifespan and prolong life. Though Qing Ruoling had low cultivation, she suffered such heavy injuries that it was as if her soul had dispersed. In this situation, relying solely on the 9 Turns Life Continuation Pill would be very difficult. As a result, Song Yi had no choice but to use all his power to save Qing Ruoling. As Song Yi almost drained all his strength, finally, a miracle occurred. The power of the 9 Turns Life Continuation Pill took effect. Although it didn't directly bring Qing Ruoling back from the dead, it still managed to seal her last bit of vital essence and extend her lifespan. Even so, this was already enough for Song Yi. The next most important thing for Song Yi would naturally be finding other herbs that could save Qing Ruoling. Regarding what happened here, as well as the turmoil in the Wu dynasty, Song Yi cared not at all. However, he learned that today's events involved the participation of Emperor Wu. If they hadn't cooperated so fully with Zhang Ji, perhaps Zhang Ji wouldn't have discovered Qing Ruoling so quickly. Had it not been like that, Song Yi might have returned in time. For the incompetent emperor, Song Yi now harbored murderous intent. And so, Song Yi picked up Qing Ruoling's body and left directly. But he did not know that after he left, a phantom figure appeared here, staring silently at the direction where Song Yi had departed. The Imperial Palace. The emperor was currently still uneasy. He naturally didn't know the situation on Zhang Ji's side. What he worried about now was whether, If Zhang Ji truly resolved these issues, he would come back in the future? What should he do if Zhang Ji doesn't return? As an emperor, being in such an impotent situation was inherently a disgraceful matter. Now, there were no heirs below him either, nor any distant branches or idle kings. It could be said that their lineage had already been almost entirely wiped out. Under such circumstances, if he couldn't cure his impotence, in the future, wouldn't he just be giving his empire away? If so, he would indeed become the first emperor in history to do so, undoubtedly becoming a subject of casual conversation among future generations. Moreover, such matters were not something he wanted to erase simply by wanting to. Without a crown prince, his dynasty was destined to face turmoil and demise. What could he do then? He tried various kinds of human medical treatments, and within just this period, his body was practically like a huge cauldron of medicine, enduring unbearable torment from numerous medications. Yet despite all this, his condition showed absolutely no signs of improvement. These outcomes had proven that human methods were ineffective. The only hope left was Jituo on the immortals. However, that immortal Zhang Ji was truly too cold-hearted. He feared greatly that instead of helping him, Zhang Ji might kill him. Compared to that possibility, he suddenly became more concerned about his own life. Just as he was troubled by these concerns, suddenly, a deep thunder resounded across the sky. "Xuanqi, get out here." The emperor suddenly heard someone calling his name and was immensely surprised. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Before he could react to whose voice it was, a eunuch beside him hurriedly panicked and said, "Your Majesty, it's the voice of that immortal." The voice of an immortal? At once, the emperor realized immediately. Of course, the immortal has returned. He realized this, yet failed to recognize that the immortal wasn't Zhang Ji, but rather Song Yi. He mistakenly assumed that Zhang Ji had successfully captured xuanhuan and was triumphantly returning. For this reason, he excitedly rushed out, precisely in order to meet Zhang Ji and beg earnestly for help to restore his vitality. Perhaps, Zhang Ji's mood would be great, and he might help him. Thus, the emperor hastily ran out anxiously, which stunned the nearby eunuch. Indeed, the emperor hadn't really reacted. "This is Song Yi. You've betrayed the whereabouts of his wife. When he comes back, it'll be a miracle if he spares you, let alone treating your impotence." Dreaming, right? Regarding the emperor's actions, the eunuch was extremely perplexed. But there was no way to stop him. By this time, the emperor had already run out, and in the eunuch's eyes, not only was the emperor running out, but also his corpse. This day, the heavens were truly going to change. "Immortal, you've returned. You must have triumphed since you've come personally." No, I offer my congratulations in advance. The immortal, consider my hard work for you, seeking out xuanhuan's whereabouts. Please cure my illness as a favor. I am truly grateful. The emperor had been speaking with great excitement. However, when he looked up and suddenly saw the person filled with killing intent wasn't Zhang Ji, but Song Yi instead, he immediately collapsed in fear. "It was you who betrayed Ruoling's location." Song Yi's voice was cold and dark, an invisible aura of death spreading. Even hearing this alone made it feel like one had fallen into an icy tomb. "No, it's not true. Immortal, please let me explain." "Actually, let him explain." Song Yi sneered. It was this man who had caused Ruoling to end up in such a condition. Without the 9 turns life continuation pill, she would surely be dead already. And now, he dared to beg for mercy? This cowardly emperor should have been killed by his own hands from the very beginning. Replacing him with anyone else would have been better. Impotence. That was what he deserved. It was heaven's retribution. But heaven had punished him far too lightly. Just impotence? For such a treacherous emperor only seeking to survive at all costs, it was far too lenient. Frankly speaking, without a doubt, if this emperor could save his life, he'd unhesitatingly cut off his own organ to become a centenarian eunuch. Such a person, no, such a creature disgraced the word human. He didn't deserve to exist in this world, just like Zhang Ji. At that moment, gazing at the near-dead Ruoling in his arms, Song Yi's rage continued to rise. With one hand stretched upward, he grabbed toward the sky. In that instant, multicolored celestial flames coalesced and enveloped the imperial palace in scorching fire. Countless people watched this scene that resembled the end of the world. Yet strangely, none felt its evilness. Instead, they perceived only holiness. It was a sacred fire, inspiring reverence, as if it were cleansing the darkness and filth from the world at this very moment. And the celestial fire descended for but one purpose: to save humanity and extinguish sin. That sin being the dog-like emperor. As people witnessed the divine flame descend from the heavens, no matter how the emperor begged for mercy, it would make no difference. Chapter 36: The Legend of the Celestial Punishment. "No, I don't want to die." At the moment the 7-colored Yi fire descended, the emperor scrambled desperately in an attempt to escape. But how could he possibly evade it? No matter how hard he struggled or crawled, he could only move a negligible distance. And at this very moment, the Yi fire descended into the world. Its overwhelming power spread out instantly, and he was left struggling endlessly as he burned under the excruciating heat that scorched his entire body. Needless to say, the terror of the Yi fire needs no elaboration. A force of such caliber should naturally have annihilated him at the first instance. But if someone were to perish so easily, wouldn't that be too merciful for him? Song Yi then lowered the temperature of the Yi fire, burning him with the intense heat until he perished in anguish. Although the celestial fire had a vast range and presented an undeniably terrifying scene, it didn't affect anyone else. Everyone almost simultaneously witnessed this divine action, feeling profoundly shaken within their hearts. Is this the celestial punishment? Shortly after Song Yi departed, the incident of the divine punishment had concluded. The news quickly spread throughout the land. The news of that day was truly awe-inspiring, and the scenes were incredibly spectacular. It would be nearly impossible for people to forget it. On that day, everyone remembered a celestial being coming to this place. His immense power made the common folk bow in submission. He had come representing the celestial punishment. The emperor of Wu dynasty was originally nothing good anyway, long despised by the populace. But because he was the emperor, no one dared to rebel against him. Even as a tyrant, the people under heaven remained powerless against him. People only remember that, since a celestial appeared, the Wu dynasty was forced to make changes due to the celestial's might. As a result, the celestial was satisfied and not only guided the Wu dynasty to operate normally, but also constantly protected the mortals. Thanks to this, all under heaven enjoyed a period of prosperity. But good times do not last forever. When the celestial ascended back to heaven, leaving the mortal world, the emperor reverted to his tyrannical ways, soon inciting popular anger, leading to rebellions even among bandits. Such situations truly allowed people to taste the hardships of life, experiencing the abyssal inferno. However, just at this critical moment, the wife of the celestial fearlessly helped the people, and the celestial descended once again, rescuing the suffering masses, driving away the bandits, and restoring order. People sang praises for the celestial, building temples for him, and offering sacrifices. Though the celestial no longer resided in the mortal realm, he left behind his wife, like a goddess in the mundane world, healing and protecting humans from beasts. People expressed gratitude towards her and erected statues in her honor. Yet, with the celestial absent, evil demons eventually set their sights on the human realm. Taking on a human form, they destroyed the temple of the celestial, subjugated the cowardly emperor, ruled the world, captured the celestial's wife, the goddess of the human realm. Despite this, the goddess never revealed herself. But the emperor and the evil demons colluded, going so far as to sacrifice an entire province of civilians just to force the goddess to appear. Finally, in order to save humanity, the goddess who hailed from the mortal world met her demise before the returning celestial. Her death plunged the celestial into deep sorrow. After enduring a fierce battle, the celestial exterminated the evil demon. However, such a defiled mortal world was something that no single celestial could alter. Carrying his deceased wife, the celestial determined to make the corrupt, malevolent emperor pay the price. At that very moment, blazing flames scorched the heavens and earth, consuming the emperor and wiping out the darkness of the world. Carrying his deceased wife, the celestial returned to the immortal realms. From this point onwards, this story rapidly spread far and wide. Not just for years or decades, but for hundreds, even thousands of years, the tale persisted. This legend ceased to be vague. There were always those who remembered, who understood. Although the celestial had left, the new emperor who ascended the throne followed the ideals of the celestial, caring deeply for all his subjects. This tale, he ensured, must continue. Recorded in the annals of history, future generations must know. Even without the emperor, the eyewitnesses of that day tirelessly passed these stories down to their descendants, urging them never to forget the celestial of that day. These tales did not endure in the mortal realm for long. Unaware of these developments, Song Yi returned to Tianxian sect. First, he went to another small realm to pick up xuanhuan's family and xuanhuan together. After all, that wasn't his personal small realm, and thus it wasn't entirely safe. Upon returning to his own private little world, Song Yi chose to distance himself from worldly affairs. He carved out a mountainous region in a remote area, built houses, and settled them there. Is this Sister Qing Ruoling? Xuanhuan looked at Qing Ruoling lying motionless on the bed, practically devoid of life, already near death. Although she had merely seen Qing Ruoling's appearance and hadn't exchanged a single word with her, Xuanhuan felt unconsciously drawn, sensing that she had become like her sister. Moreover, Xuanhuan held Qing Ruoling in great admiration. She didn't know if she had the courage to react as Qing Ruoling did, to resolutely face death for Song Yi in such moments. Song Yi took a deep breath and said to Xuanhuan and the others, "Now, you all take care of Ruoling here. I don't know how many years it will take before I return this time. This place is isolated from the world, and I have sealed it with a formation. No one will come in without permission. You all focus on cultivation, don't slack off." Once again, Song Yi pulled out a lot of resources. This time he was going to search for herbs to help Qing Ruoling. The effect of the 9 turns continuous life pill still lingered, but Qing Ruoling could not wake up. Before the effects of the pill wore off, Song Yi must find rare treasures that could cure her. There was no doubt this would be very difficult. Song Yi didn't know when he would be back. The system space store did not have these items, and Song Yi couldn't exchange them either. However, Song Yi exchanged a formation capable of blocking intruders and protecting everything here. It also contained the power of a spirit-gathering array to assist the people inside with their cultivation. It was rumored that even someone at the spirit-penetrating level might not be able to break through it and hardly notice it. Because of this, Song Yi finally felt at ease. He didn't want what happened before to happen again, so he left behind his own blood essence seal. As his cultivation improved, the drop of his blood essence in this small world could even sense any changes around the area, even if he were far away at Tianxian sect. If Song Yi could break through and enter the foundation establishment stage, then he could surely reach even further. With all these arrangements made, Song Yi felt more secure about leaving. Though Xuanhuan was reluctant, there was nothing she could do for the sake of Qing Ruoling. The resources and cultivation methods Song Yi left behind were enough for them to continue training. In the days ahead, they would follow Song Yi's words and diligently practice hard. Song Yi held a baby in his arms, none other than Song Pingan, Xuanhuan's child. Song Pingan followed Wang Pingan's template and was favored by the heavens' luck. Without a doubt, Song Pingan, possessing this fortune, whether or not danger would come wasn't the most crucial. What mattered sometimes was the chance others searched endlessly for, but couldn't find. This child would always come across it easily. On the day Song Pingan was born, a sudden downpour occurred. At first thought, it seemed like an ill omen, but it turned out to be nature's baptism. Song Yi believed that perhaps taking the child along could increase the chances of finding rare treasures for himself. Chapter 37. Treasure Pavilion. Song Yi returned to the Tianxian sect first, and placed the child properly before heading to the treasure pavilion to search for rare treasures that could prolong life. Although Song Pingan himself has good talent, even as an infant, if he were brought along, it would be easy for others to notice him. Though the strongest figure in the Tianxian sect on the surface is the sect leader, how can there have been so many strong individuals over time without reason? And although Song Yi's cultivation level has improved somewhat recently, and his old wounds have healed, if he encounters those of the elder generation, it would still be difficult to conceal himself. Therefore, placing Song Pingan in a hidden place outside was considered a safe move. Though this indeed caused Song Yi to lose some opportunities to find rare treasures. But currently speaking, although Song Pingan is endowed with good fortune, it does not necessarily mean that he will be useful within the Tianxian sect, so safety was the better option. Although the Tianxian sect was in some chaos due to someone breaking in earlier, overall, it did not affect Song Yi much. Arriving directly at the treasure pavilion, the commodities here, although also varied and dazzling, cannot compare with Song Yi's system shop. However, Song Yi's store doesn't have the 9 turns life continuing pill either, nor does it have anything else that could help xuanhuan prolong her life. But Song Yi was amazed to discover here that there are actually quite a few life-prolonging pills available. Although their grades aren't high, they can all be used by Song Yi. Thus, Song Yi immediately took out a large amount of spirit stones and began to buy them in bulk. The resources in his Xian stage storage ring have already accumulated considerably, so Song Yi didn't care about these costs. It seems that senior brother is in dire need of these life-extending pills. Suddenly, one of the disciples from the treasure pavilion said to Song Yi with a mischievous smile. Song Yi knew that the other person must have mistaken him for a disciple whose lifespan was nearing its end, but had managed to maintain their youthful appearance. Such people are not uncommon in the Tianxian sect. Some among them even sacrificed their own lifespans to gain cultivation levels, then looked for these solutions when their lifespans were nearing their end. Therefore, such occurrences have become quite common to them. Moreover, these types of pills for increasing lifespan and restoring vitality are extremely valuable and more expensive than regular pills. Are these only the low-grade ones? Song Yi asked with dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, the man smiled mischievously and said, "Of course not. Senior brother might not know, but we do have more items that haven't been displayed yet. Just you see." Song Yi understood perfectly what his intention was, spirit stones. If it came down to it, wouldn't it be a waste of effort if Song Yi couldn't afford the required number of spirit stones? In response, Song Yi directly revealed his Xian stage storage ring. Instantly, this drew an impressed look from the other party. Xian stage storage ring. One must understand just how precious this already is. For ordinary disciples, even having a Huang stage storage ring is very rare, which further divides into lower quality, middle quality, upper quality, and supreme quality. Most intersect disciples only possess upper or supreme Huang stage storage rings. Being able to produce a Xian stage ring means either being a personal disciple of an elder of the sect or an important figure from a certain family. Regardless of the case, it signifies something incredibly precious. At this moment, the other person now regards Song Yi with even greater importance, smiling even more brightly. "Senior brother, this way please." The second floor of the treasure pavilion is no longer accessible to ordinary people. Although entering requires paying 1 spirit stone, this is no big deal. Still, a single spirit stone is enough to deter some who are merely idling around. After Song Yi arrived here with that disciple, he saw numerous, even more advanced treasures. Naturally, the prices also soared significantly. 9 turns life continuing pill. Song Yi suddenly noticed a pill called 9 turns life continuing pill on this level, though its grade was slightly lower than the one he had obtained earlier. Although the spiritual medicines here were more expensive, fortunately, Song Yi managed to purchase it after spending some cost. Witnessing Song Yi's wealth, the disciple was ecstatically happy. The commission from this sale was almost equal to his entire month's income. What a real big spender. At this moment, the disciple became even more fawning. But Song Yi continued with little emotional fluctuation, saying, "Is this all?" Hearing this, the person was startled for a moment, then shifted his gaze toward the direction of the 9 turns life continuing pill. It was as if wanting to inform Song Yi that the 9 turns life continuing pill was already superior compared to other spiritual medicines. How could Song Yi not be aware of this? But the problem was that the 9 turns life continuing pill itself had certain limitations. A person can only use it once. Taking it multiple times would render it ineffective. Even though the 2 9 turns life continuing pills were of different grades, their effects were nearly identical. Xuanhuan was destined not to be able to take the 9 turns life continuing pill again. Hence Song Yi had to give up. Looks like there's nothing else. Song Yi turned around ready to leave, making that person startle again. Then, greatly pleased, it appeared that this big spender hadn't planned to stop yet. This was absolutely great news. Although, currently speaking, all the things he could sell had already lost their appeal to Song Yi's refined eye. But it didn't mean the treasure pavilion lacked other good treasures. Immediately, he rushed in front of Song Yi, who was about to leave, and hastily said, "Big brother, wait a moment. The treasure pavilion has more than just the first and second floors. Can I enter the third floor?" Song Yi asked lightly. The treasure pavilion of the Tianxian sect naturally followed certain rules. The first floor was open to everyone without restriction. To enter the second floor, one needed to pay a spirit stone, which was basically no different from the first floor. However, reaching the third floor was not that easy. Only personal disciples of the Tianxian sect or elders were allowed to enter it. And incidentally, Song Yi qualified for neither category. In response to Song Yi's question, that disciple quickly chuckled and said, "Well, while the third floor does have these rules, they aren't really much different from the first and second floors. After all, if some senior brothers have spirit stones but don't want to buy items on the first or second floors, would it be too unreasonable to restrict them further?" His words indeed sounded reasonable, but upon careful consideration, it essentially boiled down to one thing. A money-making opportunity can't be missed. What sort of rules matter when there's money on the line? Since the other party had said so, Song Yi naturally intended to take a look at the third floor. Though he had indeed bought many things on the first and second floors, these did little to help Qing Ruoling wake up. They only extended her lifespan slightly, leaving her still unconscious. But, given Song Yi's current difficulty in finding something that could fully save her life, this was already enough. So, he naturally didn't hesitate to purchase those items. Still, if the third floor really contained something else, Song Yi certainly intended to go and check it out. "Big brother, wait a moment." Seeing Song Yi heading straight upstairs, he immediately stopped him, quickly explaining, "Even though you can enter the third floor, I can't. The third floor requires someone else to lead you. Please wait for a while." Song Yi nodded. The disciple's cultivation level was originally too low. It was already impressive that he could bring him to the second floor. He probably wouldn't even recognize any of the treasures in the third floor anyway. Chapter 38, the third floor. Although the disciple cannot enter the third floor, someone else will need to bring Song Yi in. But Song Yi can be considered as a recommendation of his, so naturally, he could also get some rewards at that time, which wouldn't be low either. Today, Song Yi was undoubtedly his benefactor. Even if he arranges someone else to receive Song Yi, he still needs to praise Song Yi in front of that person. "Ah, it turns out your junior brother Song. I see that last time the elder gave you more than just a mystic tier storage ring. There were quite a number of spirit stones inside too." Suddenly, a beautiful woman stepped gracefully with lotus-like steps, her posture seductive and alluring. But she didn't give off an impression of being a disciple of Tianxian sect at all. Instead, she radiated a worldly charm. Still, one couldn't help but admire her enchanting power here, which had already subconsciously made people want to spend lavishly for her sake. Just as she came here wanting to flaunt her charm, Song Yi seemed completely oblivious, entirely unconcerned. This made her pause for a moment because she could see that Song Yi was merely at the peak of innate cultivation, not even having reached the foundation building stage yet. How could such a person resist her allure? It was truly strange. However, Song Yi didn't give her much time to think, and spoke indifferently right away. "I wonder, senior sister, does this floor have any medicinal elixirs that can save lives?" Looking at Song Yi's calm demeanor, for the first time she began to doubt her own charm. But she didn't dwell on it too much, and instead started answering Song Yi's question. "Younger brother, from what I know, you've already bought a lot of life-saving elixirs on the first and second floors. And yet, you're still asking for them on the third floor. It seems you're not buying them for yourself alone, are you?" What she said wasn't without reason. She was very different from the previous person, possessing powerful cultivation despite lacking a divine eye. She was certainly no ordinary individual. She could clearly see that Song Yi wasn't near death. On the contrary, from Song Yi, she could perceive vibrant energy and strong vitality, qualities that weren't present in someone nearing their end and requiring a massive replenishment of life essence. Most of the medicines he brought, though similar in effect, varied in power. Unlike the 9-turn renewing elixir, which could only be taken once by a single person, consuming those after refining would result in an immense boost in longevity. Therefore, these were definitely not needed by the lively Song Yi standing before her. So there was only one possibility. Song Yi had someone else who needed saving, someone whose lifespan was nearly depleted, devoid of vitality. That was why he was acting like this. "Do you really need to know so much?" Song Yi's gaze turned slightly cold. He disliked people guessing his intentions like this, even though this woman possessed significantly higher cultivation than him. But remember, Song Yi was currently one of the most important guests here. With the vast amount of spirit stones he had already consumed, which far exceeded what ordinary people could match, he had become a figure carefully treated by the treasure pavilion. Even if this woman was an upper-level attendant at the treasure pavilion and had great cultivation, she still shouldn't treat Song Yi this way. Otherwise, should Song Yi file a complaint, there would certainly be consequences for her. The woman was surprised as well, indeed recognizing the truth of this situation. Yet, given her remarkable beauty, she had rarely been treated this way. Who would have thought that today, this person would dare to act thusly? This man was no ordinary individual. Instead of becoming angry with Song Yi, a sense of conquest rose within her. People. No, humans were indeed strange creatures like this. In fact, I believe you should understand. This third floor is unlike the first two. Prices here are expensive to the point where even cultivators of Qi realm often find it hard to afford. I won't deny that you possess such wealth, but I feel obligated to remind you in advance. These elixirs for prolonging life and restoring vitality are always precious, and those here on the third floor are especially so. Even a random one among them already costs as much as 100,000 spirit stones. Song Yi was also astonished. On the first floor, there were merely a few hundred, or at most 1,000. On the second floor, it was several thousand. Except for the 9-turn renewing elixir, none surpassed 10,000. And the 9-turn renewing elixir barely crossed that threshold. Here, even a random one cost 10,000? Given the gap, despite Song Yi's current wealth, he might still end up bankrupt. At this realization, Song Yi frowned deeply. It was truly astonishing to reach this extent. But upon further reflection, it wasn't entirely implausible. After all, lifespan was extremely crucial wherever you went. The stronger one was, the more it was inherently required. Don't be deceived. Even the most advanced spirit medicines sometimes only add a few more years to one's life. But despite this, they are still highly sought after by many. For them, lower-level pills that increase lifespan by 10 or 100 years simply don't work. Instead, it's these high-level medicines that truly make a difference. Thus, in the past, the low-level medicines were useless, while the high-level ones were too hard to obtain. Junior brother, why not tell me about the person you're trying to save? I can recommend the appropriate spirit medicine based on the circumstances. Don't be fooled by some medicine's grand descriptions. Sometimes for certain special people, they not only fail to help, but may also harm their original constitution. Of course, if you yourself are a master alchemist, consider my words as nothing. But, I must still remind you that the Treasure Pavilion of Tianxian Sect always maintains extremely strict rules, and any confidential matters will not be revealed at all. Otherwise, the Treasure Pavilion of Tianxian Sect couldn't have stood its ground here. Song Yi pondered for a moment, and didn't really care much about what the woman said. All this talk about not revealing information pertained to things that didn't concern them anyway. Think about it. If this matter really affected the Tianxian Sect, wouldn't they react? How could they let this continue unchecked? So, when the time comes, this statement would just be meaningless. However, Song Yi didn't think much of this aspect either, and he calmly stated, "What I need is a medicine that can revive someone after being brought back with the 9-turn renewing elixir. That person's soul has scattered. Even the 9-turn renewing elixir can only preserve the essence, barely holding onto a breath." What? Hearing Song Yi's words, the woman was greatly shocked. The 9-turn renewing elixir is an incredibly precious pill. When used properly, it can almost bring someone back from the dead. But the soul must have been shattered to such an extent that even the 9-turn renewing elixir could not fully restore life, but merely maintain a faint breath. She didn't know that xuanhuan ended up like this simply because her cultivation level was low and she faced the power of Zhangji. What amazed her even more was that despite the situation, Song Yi still intended to save her. Could it really be done? Chapter 39, 3 Methods. The woman was very surprised that Song Yi had gone to such lengths. It wasn't that she doubted Song Yi. On the contrary, she already admired him deeply in her heart. She admired how Song Yi, after having exhausted one 9-turn renewing elixir, continued treating the patient despite great sacrifices. Even the disciples from the prestigious families within Tianxian Sect couldn't match this. If Song Yi wished to cure the patient, he would need to bear even more costs. Not to mention whether Song Yi had the capability, his current demeanor alone confirmed his resolve. She knew for certain Song Yi would spare no expense to save the other person. Such a man of deep affection and righteousness was truly rare in the world. Her respect for him grew immensely. But at the same time, she couldn't help but doubt. Could Song Yi truly rescue the other? It wasn't because Song Yi lacked the will. Rather, it was difficult for him to possess the necessary strength. After all, what they were dealing with was far more precious than the 9-turn renewing elixir. What Song Yi had purchased so far from the Treasure Pavilion was nothing more than a drop in the bucket, and he would require much more later. Frankly speaking, she wasn't sure if depleting all the resources from the 3rd floor would guarantee success either. It was an extremely unstable factor. Upon realizing this, the woman sighed and said, "As you can see, although there are many treasures on the 3rd floor, they are also exceedingly expensive. Moreover, the person you wish to save couldn't be cured even by the 9-turn renewing elixir. With my conservative estimate, if you want to treat them with the herbs from the 3rd floor of the Treasure Pavilion, you'd need at least 1,000,000 spirit stones. And whether or not they'll recover fully is still a big question. Therefore, I suggest you don't pin your hopes too high on the 3rd floor." When Song Yi heard these words, he had already anticipated as much. But being officially informed made him feel incredibly disappointed nonetheless. Apparently, saving xuanhuan was going to be far more challenging than he expected. But, suddenly, the woman hesitated as if wanting to say something. Song Yi realized she must know something important, so he respectfully bowed, saying, "Please, honored senior sister, enlighten me without reservation." That woman stifled a delicate laugh before glancing around, and then said solemnly, "In fact, I know 3 ways to find items imbued with vital energy." 3. Song Yi was surprised too. For someone to know just one method usually required tremendous effort. How could this young woman, who merely looked like a pretty disciple from Tianxian Sect, know so much? "You shouldn't get excited too soon. Let me finish." Then the woman cut off Song Yi's excitement, warning, "First, within our Tianxian Sect itself. Don't be fooled. While the Treasure Pavilion appears to have only 3 floors, there's actually a basement." A basement? Song Yi was startled. He'd never heard of such a thing. Yes, the 3rd floor caters to general inner disciples and elders. But, even ignoring if they can really provide for every elder, do those elders themselves even get what they need? Seeing Song Yi silent, she continued, "In truth, the Treasure Pavilion of Tianxian Sect isn't just as it seems. it secretly has connections with Xuanhuan Pavilion. As long as you're willing to pay a high enough price, you'll surely find unimaginable treasures. After hearing this, Song Yi bitterly laughed, saying, "Is anything in this world ever so simple? Sufficient price. I can't afford even the third floor, let alone the rest. I'm just giving you a hope for the future. When you gather enough spirit stones, give it a try." The woman teased Song Yi before continuing. Secondly, there's the spirit flame beneath the ancient Dan Emperor city. It's rumored their alchemist gathering will take place in a few years, and whoever comes first will be allowed to use the spirit flame to refine elixirs. You could then use it to save people. Are you joking? Song Yi questioned. If it were Song Yin, his son, maybe he'd have a chance. However, could Song Yin really grow strong enough within these few years? And Song Yi himself, his alchemical skills would be lucky to pass the preliminary trials. Having rejected her two suggestions, Song Yi himself no longer held any hope. Perhaps, this woman was just teasing him. If Song Yi could achieve that level, would he still be here? Just as Song Yi was about to give up, the woman suddenly became serious. Have you heard of the sky-splitting forbidden area? Sky-splitting forbidden area? Song Yi was taken aback. How had he never heard of it? Currently, one of the 3 great forbidden zones in the cultivation world is the sky-splitting forbidden area. It was rumored that after the battle of the ancient celestial emperor, space had fractured, locking the original land within it. Countless powerful cultivators had fallen and formed this place. Throughout history, though many have managed to enter the sky-splitting forbidden area, how many who ventured and actually returned alive? Just the fractured space inside is enough to make cultivators below the transcendent god stage hesitate before even attempting entry. Even those at the transcendent god stage aren't guaranteed to survive entering it. There's no doubt about how dangerous it is. Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered one of the 3 great forbidden zones, the sky-splitting forbidden area. But it's worth mentioning that although the sky-splitting forbidden area is certainly among the 3 forbidden zones, for many, it's also a place of great fortune. Though immortals may have perished there, countless treasures from powerful warriors remain. Those who enter could possibly encounter many opportunities. Even just understanding a little of its secrets brings boundless benefits. So, despite numerous deaths, there are still many who rush to enter it. Thank you, senior sister. Song Yi didn't say much. Instead, he spent his last spirit stone on a pill. When he was about to pay, however, the woman stopped him and smiled, saying, "I'll cover this for you. Considering your rare devotion and righteousness, I'll also give you a few more excellent pills." Song Yi glanced at them and realized they were also quite expensive, momentarily amazed by her generosity. But Song Yi quickly asked, "One doesn't accept gifts without a reason. What exactly do you want me to repay you with?" Such a good atmosphere, ruined by Song Yi. She was quite disappointed. Nevertheless, she regained her composure and seriously told Song Yi, "If I'm not mistaken, you'll definitely head to the sky-splitting forbidden area eventually. Of course, if you choose not to go, then disregard what I said. But if you do go, I hope you can retrieve such a treasure. Whether damaged or whole, even a fragment would do. I will heavily reward you then." She handed Song Yi a diagram showing a very unique compass artifact. It was clear how important this was. Song Yi nodded. "If I get the chance, I will." Chapter 40. Not cultivating immortality won't do either. Song Yi could not guarantee anything. After all, the Crack Void Forbidden Area was extremely dangerous. His own safety in the Crack Void Forbidden Area was difficult to ensure, let alone other things. But even so, this woman smiled and nodded, after which she handed those over to Song Yi. After looking at them for a moment, Song Yi then purchased an alchemy furnace and left. Song Yi's alchemy skills were naturally not that strong, but if it was just refining, with his abilities, it was something he could achieve. After obtaining these, Song Yi, along with Song Pinyin, found a relatively quiet place. Here no one would disturb him. He began the extraction process on these spiritual herbs using the knowledge he had learned in the alchemy furnace. Whether it was due to Song Pingyin's good fortune or whether Song Yi's own alchemical skills were quite high, it only took slightly more than 2 years to successfully refine all of it. If someone else were to attempt this, how could it be so easy with such a large quantity? It would surely take much more time. Yet Song Yi managed to extract a considerable amount, all of which could be used by Qing Ruoling. Although Song Yi spent the entire 2 years refining without almost any cultivation, he still made progress. This was because of his 2 sons, Song Yin and Song Hao, who had advanced rapidly over these 2+ years. The system progressed quickly due to their advancements, thus accelerating Song Yi as well. However, Song Yi was continuously refining during this period, and any lack of concentration could possibly lead to failure. Therefore, he had to suppress his urge to advance, waiting until today. It's time. Song Yi saw that the time was about right, placed all the refined medicine into his storage ring, sensing the earth chi while swallowing a pill. Suddenly, a powerful force began ascending. Primordial spirit power coalesced into Song Yi's great Tao foundation. Solidified strength filled the surroundings. Fierce winds whipped up in gusts. Momentarily, Song Yi's surrounding strength climbed. Boom. Early stage foundation establishment realm. Mid-stage foundation establishment realm. Late peak mid-stage foundation establishment realm. Song Yi was astonished that he ascended so many stages in such a short time. Even reaching the late peak mid-stage foundation establishment realm, being only a step away from the later stage. This was truly astonishing. Without mentioning others, Zhang Ji breaking through to the foundation establishment realm has been going on for who knows how many years now, expending countless resources and efforts with absolutely no results. Thus, Zhang Ji kept seeking out resources endlessly. He was striving to break through. After investing so much effort over such a long duration, who would have thought that Song Yi, who didn't cultivate for 2 years, ended up breaking through to this level? How could anyone not be shocked? Moreover, Song Yi broke through in the small world, where 1 year equals 1 day in Tianxian sect, since the small world's rules are incomplete and lack spirit energy. Ordinarily, people carrying resources here for cultivation will not achieve any breakthrough regardless of time invested. If Zhang Ji knew, who knows what he would think. Song Yi was naturally not someone of outstanding talent. His ability to break through owed entirely to his sons. Song Hao's current cultivation was at the middle stage of primordial, whereas Song Yin was at the peak early stage of primordial. Song Yin might be lower in cultivation, yet Song Yi was surprised when he observed Song Yan's panel. Song Yin turned out to be a third-rank alchemist. This greatly shocked Song Yi. Song Yin never learned the art of alchemy. This suddenly reminded Song Yi of Emperor Yan's template. Yes, Emperor Yan, aside from his inherent fiery power, also possessed vital alchemy techniques. In this regard, perhaps his son could help save her mother. Song Yi immediately thought of the events regarding Dan Emperor City. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before they commenced. Only, he wondered if his son was ready for such a task. Unfortunately, currently, Song Yi couldn't even meet with both of them. Under the strict protection of Tianxian Sect's secrets, if Song Yi attempted a direct approach, he would undoubtedly be discovered. On the contrary, under these circumstances, it would be disadvantageous for both parties. Hence, Song Yi had no choice but to abandon this thought. Song Yi's small world had passed 2 years, and is now relatively stable. After the emperor passed away, a new emperor took his place. They continued to uphold the title, Wu Dynasty, to commemorate sage, immortal Song Yi. And seemingly due to the previous heavenly retribution, the present court became cautious and careful. To avoid repeating past mistakes, they specially established positions known as celestial envoys. In normal times, these envoys held no real power. However, once the world plunged into chaos, they gained the right to accuse. They could, based on the trends of the world, with the ceremony of immortals, replace the emperor. There was no doubt that they indeed possessed such a right. Because they were envoys of Song Yi, though self-proclaimed, they had indeed gained the trust of the people. Moreover, when they died or became unfit, there would immediately be others to take their place. At the same time, to avoid anyone having too much power and thus causing chaos, they especially implemented mutual checks and balances, with the common folk making decisions. Upon learning all this, Song Yi couldn't help but feel that after this transformation, the place had become so modernized. Still, one could tell that these measures still had significant limitations. It was unclear what the future held. Song Yi didn't have the heart to manage another mortal dynasty. Though he harbored a certain degree of waiting for their silent development, he didn't think about it too much. Finding the mountain range, Song Yi stealthily entered it without them noticing. In these 2 years, though they were in a world without spirit energy, where the rules weren't complete, thanks to the abundant resources provided by Song Yi, they progressed rapidly in cultivation. By now, both Su Shengyan and his wife were at the late stages of body forging. They completely rid themselves of signs of aging, looking vigorous and lively. Had it not been for maintaining appearances, they might already have given xuanhuan a little brother here. As for xuanhuan, who trained the hardest, she had already reached the Shinten stage. Xuanhuan aimed not only to catch up with Song Yi, but more importantly, she also aspired to be like Qing Ruoling, not mentioning if she could help Song Yi in the future. At the very least, when Song Yi faced danger, she wished to shield him from fatal blows. In comparison, Zhang Xiaonan's situation was entirely different. He was still stuck at the initial stage of body forging with hardly any progress. What was going on? In terms of talent, they were all equally mediocre, neither outshone the other. But when it came to insight, Zhang Xiaonan was undoubtedly superior to the rest. Added to that was his diligence in studying medicine. Even if he couldn't match Su Wanwen, he should at least surpass Su Xingyan and his wife, right? Yet conversely, he fell far behind. Soon, Song Yi understood the reason. Zhang Xiaonan simply didn't care about cultivating as an immortal. The novelty wore off quickly, leaving nothing else. Chapter 41, The Void Prohibited Area. When Song Yi was in that small world, he also heard about Zhang Xiaonan's affairs from Su Shengyan and the others. In earlier years, the Holy Immortal Sect had already been established. However, due to the absence of Song Yi and his group, not many people worshipped them. Nevertheless, cultivators in that world continued to exist, with the emperor always under their control. Among all this, Zhang Xiaonan's son always wanted to cultivate, wanting to escape life, aging, sickness, and death. Because, from childhood through adulthood, he had witnessed that even the highly skilled Zhang Xiaonan could do nothing to prevent his wife's death or his friend's demise. Watching helplessly as they died, he suffered greatly and began inwardly questioning Zhang Xiaonan's medical abilities. Or perhaps, what he doubted wasn't just Zhang Xiaonan's skill, it was the medicine of all mortals. Fundamentally speaking, something incapable of reviving the dead and deciding human fates could not possibly help anyone. Though this was indeed the truth. Still, at the end of the day, he was merely a mortal, and reaching such an extent was already remarkably difficult. Remember this point. What they considered omnipotent was actually achieved by highly cultivated practitioners, or true deities. How could ordinary people reach such levels? Life and death have destinies. Fate is unpredictable. The cycles of existence follow fixed laws. Even those who practice immortality cannot arbitrarily alter the lifespans of many. Certainly, with great means, changes are possible, but arbitrary alterations harm themselves. Moreover, compared to mortals aging and completing a lifetime, There are times when cultivators don't even fare better. Zhang Xiaonan's child ultimately died within the Holy Immortal Sect, leaving Zhang deeply grief-stricken and filled with hatred for these deceptive sect members. Now that the Holy Immortal Sect has been eradicated, Zhang Xiaonan should be looking forward to a new life. However, Zhang Xiaonan cannot easily get over the internal barriers in his heart. Under such circumstances, how could Zhang Xiaonan cultivate? Rather than doing so, he preferred living a simple life. Faced with such a situation, would Song Yi let him have his way? Song Yi certainly did not want to return after training outside only to find Zhang Xiaonan reduced to a handful of yellow earth. If Zhang Xiaonan couldn't untangle his inner knot, then it might be best for Song Yi to give him a helping hand. Unnoticed by everyone, Song Yi had stealthily returned to the mountains under the cover of night. While Zhang Xiaonan was sorting herbs, Song Yi used his spiritual power to make him fall asleep. Zhang Xiaonan, now unconscious, never expected that after Song Yi quietly approached him, he injected spiritual power into his body. Now that Song Yi had reached the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment, achieving all this came effortlessly. Within a short time, this energy started to trigger Zhang Xiaonan's latent spiritual power. With a rumble, Zhang Xiaonan began to rapidly ascend. Immense spiritual energy surged through his body, blending with his physical form and elevating him continuously. Simultaneously, Song Yi infused the refined elixirs into Qing Ruo Ling's body slowly. Thanks to Song Yi's enhancements, these wouldn't cause Qing Ruo Ling to absorb them immediately. Instead, the energy would release gradually over time, naturally allowing her body to integrate the effects bit by bit without overwhelming her due to excessive power. These medicines could ensure that Qing Ruo Ling remained problem-free for 100 years, and the 9-turn rebirth pill would maintain her lifespan during that time. Though the period mentioned is a century, Song Yi realistically had no more than 100 days. It wasn't that Song Yi didn't want to take Qing Ruo Ling to Tianxian sect, so she could adapt its flow and pace. But both Qing Ruo Ling and others like xuanhuan were born in this incomplete little world. Without special baptism by Tianxian sect's unique power, it'd be hard for them to remain there long-term. And receiving such baptism could only be arranged internally by Tianxian sect. Such conditions aren't opened lightly, and definitely not for ordinary people. Even the chosen ones usually require much time and resources while cultivating to rid themselves of impurities. Thus, with such limitations, Song Yi could not organize this easily, hence the limited time available. After doing all of this, Song Yi didn't linger further and quickly left the place. The next morning, xuanhuan woke up and came to take care of Qing Ruo Ling, only to find Zhang Xiaonan fainting in the yard. She urgently summoned Su Xingyan and his wife. What happened? Awoken by the sounds around him, Zhang Xiaonan also slowly came to consciousness in a daze. For some unknown reason, Zhang Xiaonan clearly felt utterly drained, his body aching all over. Yet, upon standing up, he suddenly realized there was something akin to wind swirling around him, lifting his body as though he were floating. It was an extremely unique sensation. In the next moment, he felt as if strength rapidly returned to every part of his body, causing him to instinctively move about. How strange. Zhang Xiaonan could feel the abnormality in his body but had no idea what was happening at that exact time. However, xuanhuan and the others were overwhelmed with astonishment. Could this be? When they helped Zhang Xiaonan to his feet, they were astounded to find that the sparse white hair on his head had turned back to its original color, and the wrinkles on his face had mostly disappeared. More importantly, Zhang Xiaonan's cultivation level. It had soared straight to the initial stage of innate ability. Everyone looked at each other, not fully understanding the cause. Suddenly, xuanhuan remembered something and rushed directly to Qing Ruo Ling's room. Indeed, she found signs that Qing Ruo Ling had been affected by something. A powerful force within her body was being absorbed slowly. At this point, xuanhuan confirmed it. Song Yi must have returned. What? Upon hearing this, xuanhuan's parents and Zhang Xiaonan were all greatly surprised. Song Yi had indeed returned, without them sensing a thing. Especially, xuanhuan's parents, for almost 2 years, had devoted themselves entirely to their cultivation day and night, consuming a massive amount of resources just to reach their current levels. And Song Yi, after returning for merely one night, didn't even show himself. Yet Zhang Xiaonan had advanced directly to the innate stage. The difference made them both sigh in bitter acknowledgement. Even Zhang Xiaonan, who had given up on cultivation, now seemed unable to avoid it any longer. Alas, the three let out consecutive sighs, completely unaware that xuanhuan had become even more determined to accelerate her own cultivation. She did not want to rely on Song Yi's help. If she couldn't aid Song Yi, she would at least ensure she wasn't a burden to him. Moreover, she was resolved to do everything within her power to resolve Song Yi's concerns so that he wouldn't have to worry and could focus on finding the spiritual herbs needed to cure Sister Qing Ruo Ling. Therefore, she needed to urgently dedicate herself to cultivation. Whatever happened here would no longer need Song Yi's intervention. She would handle it herself. Thus, when Song Yi would no longer have to concern himself with these matters, he could concentrate solely on rescuing Qing Ruo Ling. After making up her mind, xuanhuan went back immediately to prepare for her cultivation. Chapter 42. An accident caused by a son's urination. Song Yi was taking Song Pingyan to the vicinity of the rending void forbidden grounds. There was no other way out for Song Yi. The only glimmer of hope left was the rending void forbidden grounds. But Song Yi wasn't completely unprepared. With the cultivation breakthroughs of Song Yin and Song Hao, and their becoming alchemists, they had managed to bring Song Yi some reward points during this time. These reward points weren't insignificant, but Song Yi didn't have time to purchase any more templates with them. Instead, he chose to buy 2 life-saving Rending Void Divine Spirit Talismans at this time. The Rending Void Divine Spirit Talisman was a special offer in the system space and conveniently solved Song Yi's urgent problem. Compared to the Rending Void Divine Spirit Talisman, the nearby Cold Heaven Ancestors template clearly fell short. After all, this was currently the only thing that could protect Song Yi. Tear through space, escape 10,000 miles. Though its rank was only 5, it should be enough to save one's life in the peripheral area of the Rending Void Forbidden Grounds. After obtaining these, Song Yi immediately set off with Song Pingyan. With Song Pingyan, his son's luck on his side, they might truly find something worthwhile. Daddy. After picking up Song Pingyan, Song Yi left Tianxian Sect. The Rending Void Forbidden Grounds were closest to Tianxian Sect. It was rumored that the founding master of Tianxian Sect once entered the Rending Void Forbidden Grounds and received an inheritance, thus establishing the sect. However, this was just a rumor. Whether or not it was true was still uncertain. Song Yi had no intention of seeking any inheritance. All he wanted were the spiritual herbs that grew in the peripheral area due to spatial energy. When Song Yi arrived near the Rending Void Forbidden Grounds with Song Pingyan, he indeed immediately sensed the terrifying power contained in the air around them. But despite the abundant spiritual qi here, it was not suitable for random cultivation. Because this spiritual qi contained spatial forces, and a careless mistake could instead harm oneself with the spatial forces. Moreover, refining here was nearly impossible, since the forces contained within this space could affect the entire Rending Void Forbidden Grounds. Attempting to refine here would quickly draw the attack of surrounding spatial forces. These forces seemed to possess intelligence. Having suffered losses more than once, most people preferred entering the Rending Void Forbidden Grounds over recklessly refining. At present, although the outer periphery of the Rending Void Forbidden Grounds looked normal, many people had already gathered there. They all hovered, waiting for the spatial anomalies of the Rending Void Forbidden Grounds. One couldn't just rush into the Rending Void Forbidden Grounds. Otherwise, it was almost certain death. Of course, if your cultivation was powerful enough, you could tear through space. There were exceptions. For those who did not want to die, another method existed. Though dangerous, it offered a slim chance of survival. This was the spatial anomaly of the Rending Void Forbidden Grounds. At intervals, no one knew exactly how long. When the spaces of the Rending Void Forbidden Grounds shifted, one area became relatively weaker, providing a dangerous entry point. It was said that this used to be the entrance to this space. Therefore, everyone waited for the opportunity to enter. Daddy, I need to use the restroom. Song Pingyan, still a mere mortal, naturally needed to eat, drink, urinate, and defecate along the way. However, Song Yi had originally planned to stay and wait, because it was said that the timing of the entrance appearing was brief, and everyone was waiting here for the Rending Void Forbidden Grounds. If Song Yi went to relieve himself at such a crucial moment, it would sound absurd to other cultivators. To bring a child, a mere mortal who couldn't cultivate, to such a dangerous place was outrageous. Were they treating this place like a tourist attraction? Although it was like this, regardless, this was his own son, after all, and Song Yi couldn't ignore him. Thus, Song Yi took Song Pingyan to a secluded spot so he could urinate there. Being young, Song Pingyan naturally didn't think much about it and began urinating in front of everyone. Just as they were waiting for him to finish and leave, Song Yi suddenly heard a loud scream, which made him panic. Whose voice was it, if not his own son, Song Pingyan? Turning around, he saw that Song Pingyan, who had been urinating, was suddenly caught in a spatial vortex. How could this spatial vortex appear here all of a sudden? Could it be that his son's one act of urination caused it? Song Yi didn't have time to think much and jumped down to rescue Song Pingyan, while simultaneously taking out the Rending Void Divine Spirit Talisman. But he soon realized that the situation was more complicated than he had imagined. Originally, Song Yi intended to grab Song Pingyan and directly activate the Rending Void Divine Spirit Talisman. But this force generated an immense suction power, leaving Song Yi no chance to even use the Rending Void Divine Spirit Talisman. In the blink of an eye, he found himself completely unable to respond. Immediately after, he was utterly as if in a coma. Though he had consciousness, under the power of space, he couldn't move at all. This feeling was truly terrifying, casting a huge shadow over Song Yi's mind. This fear stemmed not only from the surrounding spatial forces, but also from his worry about Song Pingyan. In any case, no matter how you looked at it, this terrible place was somewhere Song Yi hoped he would never come back to again. After a while of dizziness, Song Yi finally managed to regain a bit of his will. Opening his eyes, he found a child lying on top of him crying loudly. Daddy, you're not dead. Listening to you. It sounds like you'd be happy if I were dead. Song Yi's face turned black, though he knew his son was worried about him. These words still made him feel slightly awkward. Daddy, I was just afraid you wouldn't wake up. The little one admitted his slip of tongue, but compared to this, Song Yi cared more about where they were now. It was dark and damp around them, with an extremely foul smell. Looking at the stone walls, could it be that they were inside a cave? Song Yi stood up and scanned the surroundings. Indeed, they seemed to be inside a cave. However, in theory, shouldn't they have been caught up in the spatial forces? Even if they were fine, they should still be within the confines of the Rending Void Forbidden Grounds. Song Yi didn't remember reading anything about such a place in the Rending Void Forbidden Grounds. Could it be that he wasn't in the Rending Void Forbidden Grounds? For a moment, Song Yi was uncertain. After all, the entire event was far too strange. Why had the space suddenly targeted him? While Song Yi was pondering over this, another issue arose with Song Pingyan. Daddy, save me. This little guy was even more trouble than his two elder brothers. The moment Song Yi was distracted, he ran further into the cave. For some reason unknown at the moment, he started screaming in pain. Song Yi hurriedly rushed over, only to find himself completely baffled. Chapter 43. Two Sword Spirits. This place still remained a mystery to Song Yi. He didn't understand where exactly it was. Therefore, Song Yi maintained constant vigilance towards his surroundings. After all, even though his cultivation had significantly improved, he was still only at the foundation establishing stage. Not to mention the foundation establishing stage. In the Rift Void Forbidden Zone, even at the periphery, the chances of falling from the spiritual chi realm were quite high. However, Song Yi would never have thought that his youngest son turned out to be such a troublemaker. While he was still looking around and contemplating how to deal with the situation, his son had already sneaked out without Song Yi noticing. Although this son of his was extremely troublesome, there was nothing Song Yi could do about it. After all, as his own son, Song Yi would have to take responsibility even if he made a mistake. He hurried toward the direction where Song Pingyan had gone. After what had just happened, he was already very afraid. One must understand, in the situation just now, he couldn't even use the sky-breaking divine spirit talisman. Although it appeared that the sky-breaking divine spirit talisman was an amazing artifact for escape, Song Yi understood that, actually, if he really encountered such a situation, even with two sky-breaking divine spirit talismans in hand, he wouldn't be able to escape. Fear had already taken root in his heart regarding this place, and he had to find Song Pingyan immediately. But, when Song Yi arrived here, he saw Song Pingyan crying and couldn't help but pause momentarily, stunned. Is this called dangerous? Danger like this? There stood a black-dressed woman with a revealing outfit, sensuous posture, and seductive charm. She was holding Song Pingyan, running around a stone pillar while laughing flirtatiously. Little brother, choose sister. You see how beautiful I am, so good at taking care of others. Following me, you won't suffer any losses. As she said the last sentence, her well-endowed chest bounced, something no longer describable as large white buns. The proud peaks could practically bury young Song Pingyan. Song Pingyan, being young, naturally didn't feel anything unusual, just terribly frightened. Listening to her words, Song Yi nearly swallowed his saliva. What's up? This lady probably hasn't used any charm arts or tricks. Why did he feel she was even more enchanting than the younger sect sister from the treasure pavilion? Too terrifying, simply too terrifying. And what shocked Song Yi even more was that the reason this woman ran around was because behind her, another girl of around 5 or 6 years old, wearing a red dress with twin tails like porcelain doll, chased after her. With bare little feet pounding on the ground, she angrily yelled in a babyish voice while pointing furiously at the woman ahead. Damn you, MOU. Stand still. You are so audacious you dare to ignore Master's command. You truly shameless woman. I haven't disobeyed the Master's command at all, replied the seductive woman smugly as she continued to run. I am going to properly take care of our new young master. There's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. Hee hee, Linglu, you can wait for the next one. The coquettish woman laughed and ran, making little Linglu furious beyond measure. In the blink of an eye, clusters of formidable sword energy gathered in her tiny fists. After seeing this, Song Yi could not help but become utterly stunned. Though this little girl looked very small, the sword energy in her hands was by no means inferior to that of the spiritual chi level. It was precisely the kind of energy that Song Yi had once gained from his Deluo sword embryo. How old is she? She was simply too terrifying. Sword energies roared and charged forth. At first, Song Yi was worried and tense, fearing these sword energies might accidentally harm his son. But he needn't worry at all. That seductive woman known as MOU merely turned back, emitting a wave of black sword energies that effortlessly nullified every strand of those roaring sword energies coming toward them, leaving no damage. Dad, save me. Song Pingyan was utterly terrified at the current situation. When he spotted Song Yi, it was as though he had seen a savior, calling out his father's name, hoping Song Yi would come and rescue him. Instantly, both MOU and Linglu halted their movements, their eyes fixed intently on Song Yi. My son, it's not that your father doesn't want to save you. I myself am barely holding on. Song Yi knew full well that none of these individuals, whether the cute girl or the flirtatious woman, were forces he could possibly withstand. Hey, little Linglu, isn't that your master over there? Just as Linglu was staring dumbfounded at Song Yi, the woman who held Song Pingyan somehow managed to sneak behind her. Kicking Linglu hard from behind, she sent the latter flying towards Song Yi. Song Yi was bewildered, suddenly seeing Linglu soaring toward him. He wasn't sure whether he should catch her or not. But, to his astonishment, Linglu directly spread her arms and hugged him. Linglu's small body directly embraced Song Yi, showing her fangs and widening her eyes with a smile. Before Song Yi could figure out what was going on, he saw her instantly pick up his right hand and bite straight through his index finger. Blood flowed from Song Yi's finger, and the next moment, this girl actually revealed an extremely strange pattern. She grinned cutely and said, "Hurry up and sign the contract." Huh? What kind of contract? Master recognition. What was happening? Song Yi hadn't even reacted yet to everything that happened. Why was he tied here? And why had these two suddenly targeted him? While Song Yi was confused, the alluring woman named MOU chuckled and said, "Why don't you quickly sign the contract? This is a great opportunity for you. Wouldn't you like to obtain a 6th-tier spiritual sword that grows with its master?" 6th tier? Song Yi took a deep breath immediately. 6th tier was extraordinarily precious. Even the Tianxian sect only possessed one 7th-tier item. Besides, this item could still grow. Once a treasure reaches its limit, making it grow further is incredibly difficult and may require unimaginable conditions. Even then, the success rate is uncertain. However, During the period when such growth-type treasures have not reached their normal tier, they grow without any obstacles. A 6th-tier weapon, and it can still grow. If news got out, even the elders of the Tianxian sect would go mad to fight over it. Did Song Yi have any reason to hesitate? From the current situation, Song Yi also realized that either of these two women could kill him and his son. There was absolutely no room for resistance. Under such circumstances, they were willing to recognize him as their master. Perhaps it was because they had stayed in the Rift Void Forbidden Zone for too long, felt lonely, and missed human company. So they wanted to acknowledge him as their master so someone could stay with them. With such good fortune at hand, why should Song Yi hesitate? Therefore, he started recognizing the little girl as his own. But what Song Yi didn't notice was that, at this moment, the little girl showed a mischievous smile. Chapter 44. Who goes there? Mutual scheming. Apparently, everything here was already part of the little girl Ling Lu's plan. Just now, Song Pingyan, that curious little one who had been wandering around unintentionally stumbled upon this place. The fortune gathered on his body directly attracted the two slumbering sword spirits here. Both of them simultaneously took a liking to this little fellow, wanting him to be their master. Because they could sense that as long as Song Pingyan grew stronger in the future, he would definitely become a great sword immortal. How could such an opportunity be easily missed? Naturally, they wanted to seize this chance properly. While little Miss Ling Lu was contemplating how to greet Song Pingyan, Mou had already planned everything out. Right after Ling Lu finished speaking a sentence, Mou suddenly dashed out and snatched Song Pingyan away. It felt just like a child kidnapper. Regardless of Song Pingyan's frightened crying in her arms, she left with a chuckling smile, dodging Ling Lu. In fact, given their cultivation, both of them had noticed Song Yi when he first arrived here. The reason they hadn't spoken up was entirely because Song Yi was far too weak. Moreover, they could tell by the aura around Song Yi that he possessed very low talent and mediocre cultivation. So, why should he deserve to be their master? Naturally, in the first instant, they ignored him. However, Mou, that woman truly had a black heart. Seeing Ling Lu kept trying to compete with her for Song Pingyan without giving up, she decisively planned to let the Ling Lu sword recognize Song Yi as its master. If this happened, then Ling Lu wouldn't be able to compete with her for Song Pingyan anymore. With such plans in mind, when Mou kicked her over, she had already intended to charm and persuade accordingly. But what was unexpected was that before she even said anything, the Ling Lu sword actually recognized Song Yi as its master directly. What was going on? Ling Lu couldn't possibly fail to see that this Song Yi had extremely poor aptitude and certainly wouldn't achieve greatness in the future. If this continued, wasn't it a waste of time to choose him as the master? Wasn't it tarnishing oneself? Had Ling Lu suddenly lost her mind? Though Mou didn't understand this for a moment. In her view, no matter what, since Ling Lu has recognized Song Yi as her master, then eventually, she herself wouldn't be competing for Song Pingyan anymore either. Why not go along with this then? At that moment, Mou immediately felt that Song Pingyan was already within her grasp. Mou smiled seductively, believing that all her schemes had succeeded. But she didn't realize that the little girl had cunningly signed a contract with Song Yi. When Song Yi's essence mixed with the little girl, the contract was sealed. A surge of power emerged at that moment, establishing a mysterious connection between them. Song Yi felt that the Mou sword was already tightly linked with himself. And in that moment, though the Mou sword did not speak, it had already become Song Yi's personal sword. Wait, suddenly, both Song Yi and Mou realized there was a problem. Wasn't the Mou sword supposed to be the younger sister, named Ling Lu? Wasn't the seductive woman actually Mou? What was going on? For a moment, both of them were baffled. Song Yi looked at Mou hugging Song Pingyan, while Mou stared at Song Pingyan, who was dazed. Words couldn't describe their complex feelings at that moment. They were at a loss about how to express the situation. Ling Lu, what have you done? Up until now, Mou still did not know how exactly she was manipulated. She didn't expect that just moments ago Ling Lu was behaving so naturally, but now, this person was actually pretending to be Ling Lu. How could her heart not be filled with anger and embarrassment? At the same time, her biggest question was exactly how Ling Lu managed to pull off all this. Though the Ling Lu sword was born with innate spirit, its quality did not fall behind hers. Besides, it had formed much earlier than her and knew far more about the outside world and cultivation. That was also why the spirit of the Mou sword appeared as a seductive woman, while the spirit of the Ling Lu sword took the form of a young girl. It wasn't due to any special preferences from the masters who created them. It was purely because of the difference in their ages. This is why things turned out this way. No denying that the Ling Lu sword holds promise for the future. What the Ling Lu spirit knows, the Mou spirit knows. What the Ling Lu spirit doesn't know, the Mou spirit does. But only this time, she simply couldn't figure it out. Faced with the humbled spirit of the Mou sword, the spirit of the Ling Lu sword embodied as the young girl was ecstatic. Not only had she retrieved the master she desired for herself, ensuring a bright future, but she had also made the Mou sword, which had always schemed and bullied her, swallow its pride this once. The spirit of the Ling Lu sword was ecstatic, her face beaming with joy. The Ling Lu sword spirit smugly declared, "Humph, back in the day, the old master once said that you, having formed earlier than me, understand far too many human complexities. With your nature, after the old master left, you were bound to bully me. If it was just ordinary bullying, it would have been fine. But if you were doing so for a master you fancied, you would definitely deceive me, making me choose someone with poor talent and cultivation. So, the old master specially left behind a once-cursed seal, giving you the choice of recognizing your master into my hands. This way, I could use this to suppress you when the time comes. Me? The MOU Sword Spirit looked at the overjoyed Ling Lu Sword Spirit, recalling all these years during which she had no way to deal with the bullying. Could it be that she had planned this from the very beginning? Wasn't it true? Didn't the old master say that the newborn Ling Lu Sword Spirit was as pure as snow, untouched by any evil in the world, a symbol of absolute purity and goodness? Is this being untouched by worldly evil? Absolute purity? Pure as paper? With such deep scheming, it has been planned for so long. She is essentially a black lotus. Oh heaven, old master, didn't you misjudge this one? I am the one who's been bullied. MOU's spirit inwardly lamented endlessly. The old master was too biased, actually giving Ling Lu Sword Spirit such great power. Am I adopted? And then I bullied her? Who exactly bullied whom? At most, I let her get angry occasionally, but she directly chose a lifelong partner for me. My next life. Just like that, it's gone. Even if Song Yi's cultivation is weak, without accident, his lifespan should still last hundreds or even thousands of years. So much of my youth would have been wasted for nothing. MOU's spirit wanted to cry but couldn't, harboring intense hatred towards Ling Lu Sword Spirit. The Ling Lu Sword Spirit was extremely pleased, skipping merrily over to MOU, grinning as she tried to take Song Pinyin out of MOU's arms. But even at this stage, MOU, with her pitiful face, refused to let go. Her predetermined choice for her next life was now lost. How could she possibly be content? How could she let go? But though MOU looked pitiful, Song Pinyin, who had finally found an opportunity to escape from the suffocating embrace, dared not stay there anymore. He quickly broke free and ran off with the Ling Lu Sword Spirit. Chapter 45. I don't need you. Perhaps because Ling Lu Sword Spirit looked about the same age as him, Song Pinyin felt this might be the best playmate. On the other hand, MOU Sword Spirit looked far too fierce for young him. So, he didn't want MOU Sword Spirit at all. Watching Song Pinyin struggle and run away from his embrace, MOU Sword Spirit felt even more devastated at this moment. How could such a thing happen? Is there no justice in heaven, or is there no law? MOU Sword Spirit had to spend a long time before finally accepting this fact unwillingly. Reluctantly, she walked towards Song Yi, who had just realized what was going on. Since she had already acknowledged Song Yi as her master, she naturally had to follow Song Yi. Ordinarily, being recognized by such a beautiful sword spirit and being followed by her would indeed be a good thing. But she was smart, and she looked down on Song Yi. For a moment, Song Yi felt both annoyed and worried. What troubled him was that MOU Sword Spirit looked down on him, but wanted to compete with Ling Lu Sword Spirit for his son. If she looks down on me, fine. If she's interested in my son, that's also okay. If they're both interested, it's no big deal either. Then let both of them simply stay by my son's side. One gorgeous and one adorable. Sounds pretty good, right? Unfortunately, these two were very modern. They insisted only one of them could stay, and the one rejected had to choose Song Yi. No, what does this mean? It seems like Song Yi was specifically meant to get what others don't want. Moreover, they were manipulating each other to make the other come to Song Yi. What is this? It feels like a punishment given to Song Yi, something he least wants and fears the most. But, that aside, since Song Yi doesn't care about these things. However, what Song Yi feared was that once a sword spirit recognizes its master, if the master doesn't die, it will always stay with Song Yi. The intelligence possessed by MOU Sword Spirit was already much more powerful than an ordinary person. Although magical artifacts cannot harm their masters, Song Yi was afraid that when fighting against others, she might not help, but instead disrupt his escape without harming him while possibly revealing his secret tactics to the opponent. She would probably wish for his death, sparing her from waiting hundreds or thousands of years in pain. The imagination is great, but Song Yi's life would be at risk. Song Yi must prevent such occurrences. Even if MOU Sword Spirit didn't plan to do so, he would stifle it in its infancy. Thus, after MOU Sword Spirit unwillingly came over, Song Yi appeared calm and asked her indifferently, "Am I really that bad, making you two sabotage each other to choose me?" MOU Sword Spirit glanced at Song Yi. The look of disdain was like saying, "Don't you have a clue yourself? You've already said it aloud, why ask us again? If you were anything like your son, we wouldn't be scheming against each other, competing for him. If you weren't so lacking, you wouldn't be in such despair now." Humph. Song Yi saw through her meaning, gave a cold snort, and mocked. "If so, then you may as well cancel our connection. The world is vast. Besides my son, there must be someone stronger than my son out there. You need not bother staying with me. Please find someone better. Perhaps you can find someone more excellent than my son." Facing Song Yi's mockery, MOU Sword Spirit hadn't said anything yet, but Ling Lu Sword Spirit beside her was mocking MOU Sword Spirit while playing with Song Pinyin. Hey, what's wrong with MOU sister? Getting dumped? Looks like you're not quite up to it, huh? Die, girl. At this moment, MOU Sword Spirit was almost mad with anger, grinding her molars. She wanted to rush over and give Ling Lu Sword Spirit a beating. Struggling to calm her rage, she looked at Song Yi and forced a smile. "How could that be? Master, you're worrying too much." Even though MOU Sword Spirit said so outwardly, inside she started cursing Song Yi. Given any other option, no one would choose Song Yi. It's unimaginable that this Song Yi could manipulate her this way. Just like the heavens are set against her, everything goes against her wishes. Yet, Song Yi showed dissatisfaction with MOU Sword Spirit's response. At this point, he mildly said to MOU Sword Spirit, "In that case, I'm sorry, but I don't really need you. Compared to MOU Sword, I actually do have better options." Huh. This time, not only was MOU Sword Spirit dumbfounded, Ling Lu Sword Spirit also froze. Song Yi was just a small practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage. Where would he find better options? Given Song Yi's talent, MOU Sword Spirit being given to him was truly a waste. He actually didn't want MOU Sword Spirit? Just as MOU Sword Spirit and Ling Lu Sword Spirit were both puzzled by this, Song Yi looked at the sky above the cave, closed his eyes, and sensed the spiritual energy around him. Raising his right hand into a sword point, suddenly, an enormous amount of spiritual energy coalesced into a mighty Jin Qi. Pointing towards the cave, Song Yi abruptly unleashed it. A radiant and formidable Jin Qi surged forth in all directions. Great Luo Sword Qi. Boom. As soon as the Sword Qi emerged, the cave trembled violently, like an earthquake. The terrifying Sword Qi filled the entire heavens and earth, and for a moment even MOU Sword Spirit and Ling Lu Sword Spirit were completely suppressed by this power. It wasn't because their power was weaker than the Sword Qi. On the contrary, their strength was undoubtedly far greater than this Sword Qi. Still, the reason this Sword Qi could cause them soul deep shock lay entirely in the fact that the Great Luo Sword Embryo was not something they could ever compare to. This single fact alone was enough to strike awe into their hearts. Terrifying force, trembling souls, and the quaking of the cave itself. All these effects occurred after just one wave of Song Yi's Sword Qi, and in an instant, everything was utterly destroyed. A gaping hole had been ripped open in the sky above the cave by this single burst of Sword Qi. The edge of the hole still bore powerful residual traces of the Sword Qi, which were more than enough to leave anyone witnessing it awestruck. Moreover, the primary outcome was that the formation array of the cave had been shattered, revealing countless fragments of space in the air above. Such was the fearsome power of this attack, leaving Song Yi himself quite astonished. Gazing particularly at the fragmented space above, he realized with amazement that the Great Luo Sword Embryo had somehow become so potent without him noticing. Back when he was at the congenital stage, Song Yi had only barely managed to activate the Great Luo Sword Embryo. Furthermore, the amount of power he could use from it was extremely limited, so it hardly helped Song Yi very much. If not for Zhou Yan's Sword Qi Talisman, Song Yi would have found it very difficult to use the Great Luo Sword Embryo effectively. However, since ascending to the Foundation establishment stage, everything has changed for Song Yi. At this level, Song Yi is already capable of harnessing some of the Great Luo Sword Embryo's inherent power without needing to rely on the stored Sword Qi Talismans. Although it might not yet be sufficient to contend against MOU Sword Spirit and Ling Lu Sword Spirit, it is certainly enough to exert significant pressure upon them. But what Song Yi hadn't expected was that, at this point, MOU Sword Spirit would glare furiously at him and shout, "Are you crazy?" Chapter 46. This is really incredible. Looking at the power that Song Yi had unleashed at this moment, his heart was filled with more joy than anything else. The Sword Qi of the Luo Sword Embryo was so powerful. It seemed he didn't need to worry about anything excessively. With such potent Sword Qi within himself, it appeared he had no reason to fret too much. Song Yi thought smugly to himself, wondering whether MOU's and Ling Lu's Sword Spirits would regret their prior decision after being shocked by his display. But MOU angrily came to Song Yi, delivering a heavy blow to the back of his head, and said furiously, "Are you crazy?" Song Yi hadn't expected her not only to show no fear, but also attack him at this moment. Yet, as he saw MOU's Sword Spirit cursing while flying hastily with Ling Lu's Sword Spirit toward the rift, he became bewildered. The fissure appeared to be filled with space fragments caused by the Luo Sword Qi, flowing endlessly into the cave. The peculiar patterns surrounding the cave rapidly gathered together, striving desperately to form an array. Although it seemed like the array would soon be completed, the force here was exceedingly terrifying, capable of devouring the array in an instant. Moreover, the cave began to be consumed by the spatial force. Damn, how did we encounter such a fool? Big sister MOU, what should we do? MOU's and Ling Lu's Sword Spirits flew to the cave at this moment. There was none of their previous hostility between them now, as they truly acted like sisters. Both quickly infused their spiritual powers into the continuously disintegrating array, maintaining its operation. However, even though the array was continually restored under their efforts, the spatial forces were equally strong, giving them almost no chance to salvage the situation. The area began to collapse gradually. The situation grew increasingly perilous. Even the combined strength of MOU's and Ling Lu's Sword Spirits proved insufficient. Space continued expanding unceasingly. Upon realizing this situation, Song Yi finally understood why MOU's Sword Spirit had been so nervous and furious earlier. His use of the Luo Sword Qi not only destroyed the cave, but also the array outside the cave. It could be confirmed without a doubt that the spatial force aimed to annihilate everything here. To say the least, Song Yi had obliterated not just their refuge, but also the sanctuary of all within this space. Song Yi hadn't anticipated causing such chaos, feeling utterly impulsive. Snap! Boom! Space fractured at an alarming rate, resembling shattering glass, exposing a dark abyssal void afterward that seemed eager to engulf everything. That terrifying force instantly spread over the array, unstoppable, breaking the array in moments even with the reinforcement of MOU's and Ling Lu's Sword Spirits. The overwhelming impact sent them back into the cave, inflicting severe injuries on both. Big sister MOU, what can we do? Spatial power is something we cannot resist. It seems like the end has come. At this moment, memories arose in their minds of their former master who, using every ounce of strength, created this place with their own cave heaven treasure. In the end, In order to stabilize the array against the daily intrusion of spatial force, the old master exhausted their life essence. This allowed the two sword spirits to survive and preserve the inheritance force. They originally thought they wouldn't be able to replace their master's fate or bear witnessing their demise, already enough anguish for them. Unbelievably, up until now, they'd found someone who could accept the inheritance and help them leave this place. However, it turned out to be someone quite reckless, lacking adequate talent or cultivation. After reluctantly acknowledging him as their master, he still believed they looked down upon him. Even if it were true, why couldn't he realize the state of affairs within himself? He stubbornly flaunted some obscure opportunity he got somewhere, trying hard to impress them. And unfortunately, he succeeded, breaking their master's carefully preserved seal and allowing the spatial force to begin spreading, ending everything. Facing this outcome, they almost foresaw an inevitable death. In response to all these situations, they felt utterly powerless and despaired in this moment. Everything was indeed over. Sorry, master. We never imagined encountering such a result that led to everything. Closing their eyes, both Mou's and Linglu's sword spirits waited silently for death to arrive at this very moment. However, it was precisely during this critical time when Song Yi realized he was powerless. But he couldn't sit idly by and watch himself and his son die. Instantly, he recalled the heaven-piercing divine spirit charm. He also thought that since they might die anyway, it would be better to make a bold move. Son, come over quickly. Just at this moment, he urgently called out to his son. Song Pingyun understood the situation was somewhat critical. Although he wasn't too panicked because Song Yi was here, he still obediently ran over and came to Song Yi's side. Song Yi then brought Song Pingyun to the front of Mou's and Linglu's sword spirits. At this moment, with desperate expressions on their faces, Mou's sword spirits still harbored immense hatred for Song Yi. All because of Song Yi. Song Yi felt awkward, realizing it was indeed his fault, so he couldn't refute it. On the contrary, Linglu's sword spirit didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, she thought that after finally meeting Song Pingyun, dying just like this was truly regrettable. If only they could stay alive a little longer, even just a bit more time. Unfortunately, there was no such opportunity. Why don't you two revert back into swords? I think I can take you both out. You? Mou's sword spirit looked skeptical, clearly not trusting Song Yi. Even her old master had gone through great efforts to merely find a slim chance, and leaving still required waiting for a certain period of time to achieve it. How could someone who seemed so talentless and weak in cultivation possibly succeed? Apparently, Mou's sword spirit did not believe in this, nor was she willing to trust it. Though Linglu's sword spirit wasn't as distrustful as Mou's, she also didn't trust Song Yi. However, Song Pingyun seriously said by the side, Daddy is very powerful, he can definitely do it. You should believe in him. No matter what, it was Song Pingyun speaking. At this moment, Linglu's sword spirit had no choice but to nod obediently. With a clanging sound, she transformed into a white-blue longsword with beautiful patterns. Ouch! Unfortunately, as soon as Linglu's sword spirit turned into the sword, its considerable weight caused Song Pingyun to collapse under it. Song Yi hastily picked up the Linglu sword, looking at the frustrated Song Pingyun with a smile, and said, Don't worry, after practicing in the future, you'll be able to lift it effortlessly. Okay, this kid Song Pingyun was pretty smart. Although his young age made lifting the Linglu sword impossible, he didn't show that it was due to the sword's weight. Sometimes commenting like this on girls can really be inappropriate. Chapter 47. I'll take you out. Even if it's just a sword, you'd better not. Can you really find a way to take us out? Mou Jianling looked suspiciously at Song Yi, unwilling to believe. Song Yi replied indifferently. With the current situation, can you still consider so much? Look, Song Yi pointed to the sky, and almost none of the cave above was visible now. The formations had also disappeared. Only space kept devouring everything. At this speed, within the time of one incense stick burning down, everything here would be completely gone. When the terrifying spatial force reached them, the result would be predictable. To this end, Song Yi asked her, Do you have a method to leave here? Or do you have a method to ensure your survival, ensuring your original form won't be destroyed? Mou Jianling remained silent. If she had such a method, she wouldn't be in such a hurry right now. In the past, even her old master, who was so powerful, died here, let alone herself. Seeing Mou Jianling remain silent, Song Yi shrugged helplessly. Isn't that settled then? If you can't make it yourself, staying here is just waiting for death. Since it's a dead end anyway, why not take a risk with us? Maybe we could survive, and then go see the outside world. What methods do you have? Why must I return to my sword form? Mou Jianling didn't want to do this. She stared at Song Yi and questioned him angrily. Song Yi took out 2 broken space divine talismans, giving one to his son and keeping the other in his own hand, then said regretfully, Look, there are only these 2. So, you'll need to enter the storage ring. You? Mou Jianling clenched her teeth in anger. Since she was created, she had never entered any of these storage spaces. Even her old master never did that. But this Song Yi actually wanted her to go to such a place. At that moment, she detested Song Yi intensely. However, she was powerless. Song Yi was both her master and the only hope now. Under these circumstances, she had no choice but to accept Song Yi, and had to transform back into a sword. Its appearance wasn't much different from the Linglu sword, but its body was entirely a dark blue color, and instead of decorative patterns, strange markings adorned its surface. When Song Yi gripped the sword tightly, he felt what flowed through it wasn't spirit energy, but Yin energy. Not ordinary Yin energy either, the power was quite strong. Song Yi already felt that if he didn't use Dalu Jian embryo, it would be impossible to subdue the other party. But at this moment, he couldn't think too much. He quickly put both Mo Yujianling and Ling Lu's sword into his storage ring, and then immediately grabbed Song Ping'an by the side. He directly pressed the seals, activating the two broken space divine talismans. Suddenly, Song Yi felt the space around him seemed to undergo tremendous changes at this moment. A strange force began trying to drag him into those spaces. Humming, Song Yi, looking up at the space above, couldn't help but frown. Indeed, it was as he thought. Though the broken void divine talisman was undoubtedly extremely powerful, it was after all a talisman that split the space. Song Yi initially believed that being produced by the system, it was certainly extraordinary, perhaps as a life-saving god item. However, ever since he and Song Ping'an were dragged into this space, there was a subtle feeling that things weren't as simple as he had imagined. And in such a case, he also felt that whether the outer layers of space might also create a significant impact when he activated the broken void divine talisman. The answer was absolutely yes. As a talisman that splits space to escape, the instant its spatial power appeared, it caused the surrounding spatial forces to change drastically. The speed of space consuming originally expected to last an hour had now accelerated due to the emergence of the broken void divine talisman. Moreover, the speed was quite fast. It seemed that all the spatial forces around had been attracted over. Within a blink of an eye, they had already reached above Song Yi's head. Feeling the immense pressure from within, the spatial force was akin to tearing Song Yi apart. Even Song Yi, who had already advanced to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment cultivation, found himself without any room to resist. Truly frightening. So, this is the power of space? Indeed, it seems only a great enlightened realm expert could rival such power. Unable to help taking a deep breath, while his heart was beating continuously and the situation was extremely critical. All of a sudden, the two broken void divine talismans shot out like flashes of light. In that very instant, Song Yi and others also felt their bodies becoming lighter. Immediately after, he and Song Ping'an were pulled away by the power of the talisman and disappeared in an instant. Right as Song Yi had just vanished, the space here was already completely swallowed up, leaving behind one crack after another, gradually forming a void force. The space kept shattering as if it had become almost indistinguishable from other places. But, in the very next moment, a streak of white light suddenly cut through the void. In this broken space, a figure strolled forward leisurely. When he arrived, he couldn't help but frown. Pausing for a moment, he took out an old map from his waist and with the other hand, grabbed a wine flask, taking a big gulp before squinting and staring at the map, then focusing on the void here. The disheveled old man couldn't help frowning. This shouldn't be. The map shows that this is the territory of Mo Yujianling and Ling Lu's sword. They should be here? Why are they gone? Could they have moved? That doesn't make sense either. The two of them don't have such abilities. As he spoke, the disheveled old man glanced at the nearby void energy. This endlessly breaking space would tear apart even a divine communicator cultivator. Yet, standing amidst such a space, the old man seemed unaffected, casually observing everything. Facing the situation here, the old man was certain. The power of Mo Yujianling and Ling Lu's swords certainly could not endure the disturbances of these spaces. Unless, suddenly, the old man came up with a horrifying idea. He threw the map away, intending to throw the wine flask too, but hesitated and put it back at his waist. Hastily, he made seals with both hands, causing powerful spiritual forces to form strange patterns around him. The space, which had been breaking rampantly, began to be affected by his power. In a moment, the old man's face drastically changed as he drew in a deep breath and exclaimed in disbelief, "Where is my disciple? You damned Mo Yujianling and Ling Lu's sword. What did you do with my disciple? My disciple's gone." The old man shouted in despair, severely blaming himself in his heart. If only he hadn't taken that sip of wine, he wouldn't have missed Song Ping'an being dragged into this space. Chapter 48. It was just a sip of wine. If not for that, how could the power of space have taken Song Ping'an away? All this was because of that sip of wine. It made him lose Song Ping'an. Even though he rushed here afterward, it was already too late. He regretted it deeply in his heart. It wasn't his fault. After all, who could have imagined that Song Yi and Song Ping'an would be so lucky? In just a moment while drinking wine, they were taken away by the Rift Void Prohibition. What was even more unexpected was that not long after they were caught here, he hurried as fast as he could, yet coincidentally, the space here broke apart just before he arrived. What kind of situation was this? Could it be that heaven really wanted to destroy him? For a moment, the old man was at the verge of tears. How could he know that not only were Song Yi and Song Ping'an alive and well, but they were also teleported to an unimaginable place by the Void Spirit Talisman? The Void Spirit Talisman was indeed powerful. Even facing the force of the Rift Void Prohibition, it could directly tear open a spatial passage and teleport them out. But the problem was, the biggest issue with the Void Spirit Talisman was that its teleportation location was extremely unstable. Precisely because of this, even Song Yi himself couldn't imagine that it actually teleported him back to his own small world. Originally, Song Yi had even prepared to travel thousands of miles or to other regions. But fatefully, this force sent him back to his small world. Alas, after Song Yi returned to his small world, he checked his spiritual energy, which was almost depleted within his body. Fortunately, using the Void Spirit Talisman didn't cause any harm to his body. Both he and Song Ping'an were unscathed. After taking out Mo Yujian and Ling Lu Jian from his storage ring, Mo Yujian and Ling Lu Jian transformed into their spirit forms and started observing their surroundings. They confirmed that this place was indeed no longer the Rift Void prohibition. For a moment, Song Yi and the swords were incredibly surprised by such a turn of events. This was something their previous masters had never achieved. Song Yi had actually succeeded? The Ling Lu sword spirit looked at Song Pingan nearby and repeatedly asked where they were. Song Pingan had already learned from Song Yi that this truly was their small world. Though Song Pingan didn't quite understand what a small world meant, he knew it was the place where he grew up. So he simply told the Ling Lu sword spirit, "This is my home. Your home is so big." The Ling Lu sword spirit couldn't help but marvel. Since the day she was created, the Ling Lu sword spirit came into existence inside the Rift Void space. Thus, her memories consisted of nothing more than the mountain caves on the outskirts of the Rift Void prohibition, her former master, and Mo Jian, who used to bully her. She had no real conception of home. Now, seeing such vast expanse, completely different scenery from the cave, feeling the breeze, it all felt so genuine, so pleasant. It was truly wonderful. On the tiny face of the Ling Lu sword spirit, there was innocence and the longing of a child for the future. Song Pingan grew up here since childhood. Even though the landscape here was different from his birthplace, being young, he hadn't noticed anything particularly different. Therefore, he could only stare blankly at the Ling Lu sword spirit. The Mo sword spirit did not show the same yearning for the new world as the Ling Lu sword spirit, but instead remained calm as she walked towards Song Yi. "Thank you for bringing us out." The Mo sword spirit sincerely thanked him, but Song Yi nonchalantly responded, "Anyway, you've signed a contract with me. From now on, you're mine, so doing this favor isn't worth mentioning." The Mo sword spirit's chest rose and fell with anger. In the past, she was alluring, knowledgeable about worldly affairs. Not only other sword spirits, but even real people might not match her charisma. When it came to teasing, she usually teased others. Even her former master resorted to authority to suppress her. She'd never been angered by anyone like this. Unknowingly, was it because she was truly inferior, or simply because she couldn't summon interest in Song Yi? She lacked the motivation. Alas, Song Yi couldn't help but sigh again, looking around and feeling sorrowful. Upon seeing Song Yi suddenly become like this, the Mo sword spirit impatiently said, "I know you have a magical artifact far surpassing me and Ling Lu, but our growth will eventually make us better than it. Moreover, if you are dissatisfied, you can slowly dissolve our contract in the future. Once a treasure recognizes its master, even if it has consciousness, the spirit cannot arbitrarily dissolve the contract unless the master perishes. Aside from this, it would require the owner themselves to terminate the contract voluntarily. Since Song Yi's cultivation was rather low, he needed to separate gradually from the spirit, which indeed took a lot of time and effort. Song Yi did not have such an intention for the time being, and he just said indifferently, "I sighed because my son and I went to the Rift Void prohibition to collect spiritual herbs. Unexpectedly, we got nothing, and the Void Spirit Talisman was also used up. Now, it's time to figure out how to delay the situation again." Upon hearing this, Mo Jian immediately seized on one sentence from what Song Yi had said, "Got nothing." Did the father and son get nothing? Were Mo Jian and Ling Lu Jian not considered treasures? How many cultivators would scheme and exhaust their energy trying to obtain a decent magical artifact? In the end, those who truly gained nothing were the unfortunate ones. On the other hand, each of them had obtained a weapon. Moreover, these weapons could grow with them. How many people would scramble for such tools if they were put outside in circulation? And yet, none of this seemed to count to him. How could Mo Jian's spirit not be infuriated over this matter? Song Yi felt speechless. What he meant by getting nothing referred to the spiritual herbs. He gained nothing during that journey, merely being teleported out without obtaining any of the intended items. Without the Void Spirit Talisman now, he dared not enter the Rift Void prohibition again so hastily. To save xuanhuan, it looked like he'd need to consider alternative methods. As a result, Song Yi felt an array of bitterness rising within his heart, and truly lacked the mood to quarrel about anything with Mo Jian. But as Mo Jian observed Song Yi's dejected demeanor, she couldn't help but harumph by the end. "Do you really think you gained nothing? What kind of spiritual herbs do you desire? Tell me." Mo Jian assumed an air of arrogance, clearly dissatisfied with Song Yi's appearance. Song Yi paused, thinking Mo Jian was merely asking normally, so he casually replied, "Herbs that can extend life and restore vitality." Extend life. Mo Jian stared strangely at Song Yi. She realized neither Song Yi nor Song Pingan were at risk of losing their lives anytime soon. It seemed they sought such things for someone else. At this moment, a faint glow appeared in Mo Jian's hands, and she asked disinterestedly, "Does this work for you?" "What is that?" Song Yi turned his head and was surprised to see that Mo Jian had a strange herb in her hand, confirmed by the system to be bloodline grass. Chapter 49, Bloodline grass. Bloodline grass. Song Yi, upon seeing the spiritual herb in Mo Jianling's hand, couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air. Had the system not identified it for him, he wouldn't have been able to tell that this was actually bloodline grass. It was said that it was formed by the coagulation of countless blood, only growing in places where energy gathered and requiring thousands of years to form. If properly used, bloodline grass could instantly bring someone back from the dead. It was different from the 9 Revolutions continuation pill. The pill couldn't repair the soul, which is why xuanhuan, even after taking it, could only nourish her soul. In the process, vitality would still disappear, requiring constant replenishment. However, bloodline grass was truly capable of reviving life. As long as one had a last breath and their physical body wasn't completely destroyed, bloodline Yin grass could restore them. Such a bloodline Yin grass was something every sect in the cultivation world would fiercely compete over. Possessing such an item meant that the old masters within their sects could possibly survive for an unknown period. One could say, it already affected the foundation of a sect. Even Song Yi's system space didn't contain such an item, yet it had appeared in the hands of Mo Xuanhuan. He couldn't help but doubt if this bloodline Yin grass was fake. Didn't expect that you would recognize bloodline Yin grass. Mo Xuanhuan was also surprised that Song Yi had recognized it. But then she noticed Song Yi looking at her with a skeptical attitude. She realized that Song Yi probably didn't believe her. Immediately, she scoffed and said, "Since you doubt it, I'll just take it back." "Not so fast, how could I doubt this?" Song Yi quickly took the bloodline Yin grass from her. When the object, with its dense Yin energy and bloody killing aura, appeared in Song Yi's hands, a force attempted to retaliate against him, but it caused him no harm. Its appearance was peculiar, filled with blood-killing qi and covered with Yin energy. Though time had passed, the power contained within hadn't diminished. Song Yi was certain that this bloodline Yin grass would be sufficient to save Qing Ruoling. This time, it was Song Yi's turn to sincerely express his gratitude. "Thank you very much. No need. From now on, we're settled," replied Mo Xuanhuan, turning her head away, clearly still upset about what happened earlier. Song Yi felt helpless. "How do you plan to use the bloodline Yin grass?" asked Mo Xuanhuan. She didn't want such a precious bloodline Yin grass to be wasted by Song Yi without achieving anything. Song Yi already had his own plan. Calmly, he said, "I will search for enough Yin energy, and with my own essence and blood, irrigate and feed it, then give it to Ruoling to consume." Unexpectedly, as soon as Song Yi finished speaking, Mo Xuanhuan began scrutinizing him up and down. Then, closing her beautiful eyes, she sighed and said, "You are truly great." Huh. Song Yi failed to understand what she meant by that. Mo Xuanhuan solemnly tapped Song Yi's shoulder, expressing serious approval. "I never expected that. To be rid of our mutual contract as soon as possible, you would choose such a suicidal method. My heart feels deeply moved. Rest assured, whatever new master I might encounter in the future, I will always remember you. Your heroic deeds will be engraved in my memory." While saying this, Mo Xuanhuan paid no attention to Song Yi's gloomy expression. Her tone implied that Song Yi was certainly doomed, and he had done all of this specifically for her. Instantly, Song Yi angrily yelled, "What nonsense! I don't intend to die. If you don't want to die, why would you use your essence and blood?" Mo Xuanhuan gave Song Yi a disapproving glance. Song Yi paused, confused, and said, "Well, isn't that what the book says?" "Book? What book? Where did you see that?" Naturally, Song Yi couldn't admit that this information came from the introduction of bloodline Yin grass on the system. Mo Xuanhuan looked at Song Yi as though he were an idiot, then snapped, "All right, let me explain this to you. Bloodline Yin grass does indeed concentrate Yin energy and essence and blood. It can also focus on itself. But the issue is, bloodline Yin grass needs an immense amount of it. Generally, anyone below the level of spirit energy must sacrifice their lives to accomplish this. And do you think your own blood and qi can compare with spirit energy? Or are you confident that you can endure the massive Yin energy and ensure you won't be eroded?" Song Yi fell silent, and Mo Xuanhuan continued, "Apparently, you cannot. But in doing so, you will undoubtedly meet your end." As Song Yi listened, he was struck by fear. This system really was a swindle. He'd known this before. This thing wasn't good. It only showed up when he hit rock bottom, and this time, it was plotting to harm him. If it weren't for Mo Xuanhuan's reminder, he would have immediately returned and used the bloodline Yin grass to heal Qing Ruoling. At that point, he would certainly have died. The system seemed more aggrieved now than Song Yi was angry at this moment. It wasn't, was it? Don't you read a book all the way through? There was a sentence under the description of the uses of bloodline Yin grass saying those with low cultivation should use cautiously. Do you consider yourself a strong cultivator? Apparently, there was no place for the system to cry foul. Song Yi then smiled at Mo Xuanhuan and said, "So if what you say is true, do you know how to resolve this?" "Me?" Mo Xuanhuan stretched, gave Song Yi a seductive look, and said lightly, "It's not impossible to tell you. Just beg me. If you beg me, I'll tell you. I beg you." To Mo Xuanhuan's surprise, Song Yi directly pleaded with her. She didn't expect this. She thought Song Yi would put up at least some resistance. Goodness. No hesitation from him at all. However, she nodded contentedly after Song Yi begged. Then, she took a deep breath and said lightly, "The method isn't difficult either. All you need to do is find the souls of 10 utterly evil people." Utterly evil people? Song Yi was somewhat puzzled. Mo Xuanhuan continued lightly. "Ordinary people will do. They don't have to be cultivators. Remember, they must be evil ones. Even one person who doesn't fully fit that category will cause failure." Why is that? Song Yi knew many formations. Some among them needed women's or men's or children's essences for their functioning, but none differentiated between good and evil as such. Could there really be a difference? For a while, Song Yi was quite confused. Mo Xuanhuan lightly answered, "Bloodline Yin grass requires the nurturing of wicked thoughts, and when cultivated by thoroughly evil intentions, it can unleash the power of the formation. But if even one of them isn't pure enough in their evil, then all your efforts will go to waste. Don't think about it too much. You'll come across such cases a lot more in the future. Remaining confined in your small sect won't let you see anything. I advise you, when you get the chance, try to undergo training in other places. Increase your knowledge, and also, you might find things that are beyond your imagination. Is Tianxian sect just a small place? Song Yi couldn't help but pause momentarily shocked. Though Tianxian sect was indeed not very large, it was far from being considered a small sect. It was one of the northern region sects after all. Chapter 50. The Forging of the Immortal Weapon. Is Tianxian sect considered a small place? In the northern domain, even if Tianxian sect isn't one of the largest sects, it's certainly a well-known location. In fact, over the years, Tianxian sect has been gradually replacing the original northern ruler and aims to dominate the north. Otherwise, Song Yi wouldn't plan for his two sons to succeed as the leader of Tianxian sect in the future. However, judging by Mo Jinling's demeanor, it seems she doesn't put Tianxian sect in her eyes. Or perhaps, she doesn't even care about the northern domain at all. Let me tell you this, outside the Laikong Forbidden Zone, if it weren't for your son, we might have had to wait much longer. Among those outside the Laikong Forbidden Zone, either their cultivation is insufficient or their talent is lacking. Only your son can still hold our attention. When Mo Jinling said this, she clearly looked down on Song Yi with great disdain. Her expression made Song Yi immediately roll his eyes and wave his hand irritably. All right, I'm not worthy of you. It's good that you know. Mo Jinling raised her head arrogantly with some satisfaction. Song Yi let out a cold laugh and then spoke icily. You look down on me so much. Why don't you compare your strength with my treasure? In that Laikong Forbidden Zone earlier, I didn't understand the situation there, which led to the events afterward. But here, this is my little world, and I am quite clear about it. As he spoke, Song Yi summoned the power of Daluogen Embryo. A vast and surging force erupted instantly. Faced with such a terrifying power, Mo Jinling's expression changed drastically. She took 2 steps back and stared at Song Yi's smug face, unable to contain her anger. So what? Do you think having a treasure makes you so great? If I were at my peak, how could I have tolerated your arrogance? At peak strength, Song Yi, who had already formed a contract with Mo Jin, hadn't sensed any sign of damage in her. At this point, Mo Jinling already became arrogant, sneering contemptuously. Don't think your treasure is amazing. Even at its peak, it was less than a quarter as strong as me. Although Song Yi didn't know how powerful Mo Jinling would be at her peak, the current Daluogen embryo, by its very name, was still just an embryo. It wasn't even fully formed yet. That's where the real future potential lies. Come to think of it, after Daluogen forms, would it surpass the power of Mo Jin? Song Yi thought about whether he should tell her this disheartening truth. After some consideration, he decided against it. After all, the Daluogen embryo was his trump card. But still, Song Yi curiously asked, if so, why do you only have this much power now? Mo Jinling sniffed disdainfully. Do you think the spatial force that formed the Laikong Forbidden Zone was easily resisted? Oh, Song Yi responded indifferently. So it was damaged by the spatial force. What did you say? Mo Jinling was nearly driven to rage. What did Song Yi mean by this statement? Did he look down on the Laikong Forbidden Zone? Or did he look down on her? Or perhaps, he looked down on the spatial force? How could he say such things here? Does he know how fearsome the spatial rift forces were when the Laikong Forbidden Zone space formed? He almost died on the outskirts of the Laikong Forbidden Zone, and yet he dares to make such big talk here? Was Song Yi out of his mind? But how could Mo Jinling understand Song Yi's thoughts? Song Yi truly didn't belittle her. It was just her words that made Song Yi realize that Mo Jin's ultimate limit still couldn't compare with Daluogen. By the way, can you tell me about your master? I mean, the one who created you. Song Yi was also curious about what kind of person the creator was. Could they foresee the arrival of Song Ping'an through divination? Initially angry at Song Yi, Mo Jinling had no specific way to counter him and didn't want to engage in too much conversation. However, since Song Yi mentioned her old master, and given Song Yi's respectful demeanor with no sign of disrespect but genuine curiosity about his story, she felt no need to withhold anything and was rather willing to share her master's story. In reality, there wasn't much to share. Her master had once been an ordinary disciple within a major power, originally destined to live a life of mediocrity. But unexpectedly, one day, his innate talent for forging swords was discovered. Since then, whether it was the practice of the sword path or sword forging, he advanced rapidly day by day. He became the youngest expert in both fields. This Song Yi knows well. It's the story of a useless talent making a comeback. Don't be fooled by the seemingly outrageous tales on the surface, but once you dive into it, or rather, just look around you. It's everywhere. The theme of underdogs rising to greatness. Furthermore, Mo Jin's old master eventually became a celebrated swordsmith in the cultivation world. Back then, even an immortal emperor existed within the cultivation world. Even the immortal emperor himself would personally seek out Mo Jin's old master for crafting swords. Among his creations were 3 famous masterpieces, all classified as celestial artifacts and imperial weapons. The imperial sword Shadow, Rending Sky, and 9 Raids. His sub-celestial sacred tier works and 10th rank pieces were innumerable. Above the 10th rank came divine weapons, and beyond that, true celestial artifacts. Could your old master be Gufengzi? Song Yi was surprised. One person who crafted 3 celestial artifacts, worthy enough that an immortal emperor would protect him during their forging. These were legendary figures whose stories were indeed recorded in the Tianxian sect scrolls. However, due to the fragmented nature of these records, combined with the fact that even a 6th rank artifact seemed extremely far-fetched for Tianxian sect, such tales were regarded as mere legends for casual conversation. In fact, no one really believed them. Because, regardless of any record, one thing is certain: how incredibly rare celestial artifacts are. Throughout history, There have been very few immortal emperors who owned a celestial artifact. Therefore, without proof, naturally no one believed such accounts. You've actually heard of him? Mo Jianling felt quite astonished. Song Yi showing surprise at hearing her old master's name was exactly what she wanted. She enjoyed this reaction, but then Song Yi suddenly posed another question. If that's so, why aren't the Mo Jian and Ling Lu Jian celestial artifacts? It seems they weren't among his finest creations. Often, one sentence from Song Yi was enough to infuriate someone to their limits. Mo Jianling, who had just been feeling smug, immediately fell into an awkward situation because of this single question. Glaring viciously at Song Yi, she snapped irritably. Do you think celestial artifacts grow on trees? Crafting a single sword drains the forces of heaven and earth. You can't just forge one if you feel like it. It can only happen once every 1,000 years, and even then, the success rate is uncertain. Besides, materials required for forging celestial artifacts are hoarded by various immortal emperors. It's not easy to obtain them. Even so, neither me nor Ling Lu fall short. Chapter 51. And what of those who are respected by 10,000? Song Yi naturally did not know that forging celestial artifacts had various kinds of rules. It's not as simple as having the ability to forge and being able to forge whenever you wish. Sometimes, even with such skill and such materials, it takes 1,000 years to draw upon the forces of heaven and earth once, and the success rate is also not high. But even so, according to Mo Jianling's statement, Gu Fengzi forging 3 celestial swords within 10,000 years was already quite remarkable. Moreover, when Song Yi asked Mo Jian and Ling Lu Jian if they were not Gu Fengzi's celestial artifacts, not his greatest works, this immediately angered Mo Jianling. How dare Song Yi belittle her like this, saying she was not one of Gu Fengzi's greatest creations? She was instantly furious. Taking a deep breath, she disdainfully said, if all things in the world were as foolish as you, why would the world even need to exist? I ask you, if you were given an opportunity for your son to be born with the cultivation level of establishing a foundation, but from now on it would be extremely difficult to break through further, with uncertain success rates and requiring immense resources. Alternatively, he has extraordinary talent, although it does indeed require some growth time, but will inevitably break through the foundation building stage in the future without needing to spend too much, with a very high success rate, and potentially can progress further still. If you were to choose, which would you pick? Of course, Song Yi would undoubtedly choose the second option. Without deliberately intending to have limits, one naturally wants continuous growth potential. Being overly limited often leaves one stagnant, too restricted. And listening to these choices, Song Yi originally wanted to choose the second option. However, he quickly realized that Mo Jianling clearly wasn't letting Song Yi make comparisons. Instead, she was telling Song Yi that when Gu Fengzi forged Mo Jian and Ling Lu Jian, he thought about it exactly like this. You mean, you and Ling Lu Jian? Seeing Song Yi's look of disbelief, Mo Jianling proudly stated, exactly. Although the old master was revered by many people, even esteemed by immortal emperors who willingly guarded him, those relationships were all built on the premise that the old master would forge celestial artifacts for them. 1,000 years, for those at their levels, seems near, but actually sometimes, they have waited too long and almost lost patience. Because of this, if they discover the old master hiding celestial swords, there will surely be conflicts. Moreover, at that time, the situation would be very unfavorable for the old master. An ordinary man committing no crime is nonetheless condemned for possessing treasures. Song Yi sighed. Without absolute strength, whether it be an alchemist, swordsmith, or artifact crafter, in the end, they will all be enslaved by others. It only looks glamorous on the surface. Mo Jianling nodded in agreement, took a deep breath, and continued. Furthermore, the materials for celestial swords have been collected by the various immortal emperors. In this case, the only method left to the old master was to let the celestial swords grow like cultivators, allowing them to self-break through. Though there are countless ways for magical tools to enhance themselves through refinement, they are all very difficult. The materials needed for breakthroughs sometimes do not outnumber the materials used in creation. In the end, one still cannot escape the issue of celestial artifact materials. So, in this situation, a 9th grade spirit sword, MOU, was forged. I am a trial work, but the old master was truly talented, and he succeeded. With the help of 9 abyssaline chi, I can cultivate myself and achieve self-breakthrough. The immortal emperors care nothing for an ordinary 9th grade treasure, even if it breaks through to 10th grade later. They only care about celestial artifacts. Years later, one of the immortal emperors invited the master to forge another celestial artifact. However, this time they encountered another immortal emperor who had been lying in wait. The new celestial artifact was successfully forged, but before it could be named or consecrated, another immortal emperor suddenly made a move to seize the celestial artifact, sparking an inevitable battle. In the end, both emperors perished together, space shattered, and we were all swept into the chaos. The old master suffered serious injuries during that time, unable to recover, nor leave what you call the Rift Forbidden Zone, with little time left. Mo Jianling spoke with none of her previous demeanor, now only sadness and anger remained. That once acclaimed first swordsman of the realm, Gu Fengzi, admired by all, respected even by immortal emperors, in reality, was merely a tool to be exploited by countless immortal emperors in their power struggles. His dream was incomplete, yet he met his end in this conflict. How tragic it sounded. Song Yi felt myriad emotions, resolving more firmly that only powerful cultivation could bring freedom. He only hoped that his sons would grow up well soon, allowing him, this father, to retire early. With his severe injuries, the old master could not leave the rift forbidden zone. He could only use his remaining strength to create a unique space and form an array, along with that mountain cave you destroyed. Song Yi was speechless. With everything already said and done, how could it be changed? Don't hold grudges too deeply. Mo Jianling didn't want to continue explaining and instead gave a meaningful look. Afterward, Gu Fengzi used the remaining undestroyed celestial artifacts combined with spatial forces to forge the Linglu sword. Unlike Mo Jian, its growth potential had yet to be fully proven. Though growing into a new celestial artifact was very likely, the process would surely be no less difficult than breaking through to become an immortal emperor. Additionally, the materials selected for Mo Jian were naturally inferior to those of Linglu's sword. One could say that Linglu's sword surpassed Mo Jian in terms of innate foundation. This indicated that Linglu's sword had greater potential. But regardless of which one, they both represented his final hope. Unfortunately, his lifespan had already destined him to not see the results. In such a situation, he spent his last days constructing an array within the rift forbidden zone. He thoroughly understood the power of space, then slowly extended the array beyond the boundaries of the rift forbidden zone. Thus, if someone with good talent appeared, Mo Jianling and Linglu Jianling could directly transport them through the spatial array to the mountain cave. Song Pingyan and Song Yi came this way. As for why Mo Jianling and Linglu Jianling couldn't be directly transported out, that was because Gu Fengzi's body had reached its limit when constructing the array. He simply couldn't achieve that. Moreover, the array itself was led by Mo Jian and Linglu Jian, especially Mo Jian. Having fallen nearly to 6th grade quality, it maintained the array at great cost. If they were to leave, the array would immediately collapse. Though some people could enter the rift forbidden zone and still come out alive, this was only possible because Mo Jian and Linglu Jian sustained the array, calming the spatial forces that once raged violently, thus reducing the difficulty. It was precisely during this time that the founding master of Tianxian sect entered the rift forbidden zone and returned alive. Chapter 52, The Lost Legacy. But, once the rift forbidden zone leaves the array, it will return to its former state. That is also why Mo Jianling and Linglu Jianling have not come out all along. However, that does not mean they cannot get out. Before his death, Gu Fengzi told them that during certain intervals, there is a period when the space in the rift forbidden zone becomes very weak. This seems to be caused by the lingering power of the Xian Emperor inside. Nevertheless, regardless of how things turn out, there is only that specific period when they can exit with the help of the array's power. The time is extremely short, so they cannot hesitate. Also, when Mo Jian and Linglu Jian choose their masters, they must be cautious, as this may directly influence the future. Inside the rift forbidden zone, there lies the legacy of Gu Fengzi. Only those with sufficient talent can obtain it, naturally referring to Song Pingyan. Mo Jianling regretfully said, even though Ling Lu recognized your son as her master, the time was too pressing back then, leaving no room for the transmission. We might even die in there. Song Yi originally wanted to say how fortunate it was that he managed to bring everyone out alive. But upon reflecting on the matter, it was because of him that everything started. Even without him, they could have spent some time getting out and Song Pingyan would have obtained the legacy of Gu Fengzi. Although Gu Fengzi wasn't an Xian Emperor, he was indeed a genuine sword immortal of a high rank. Possessing such a legacy, Song Pingyan would surely advance rapidly in the future. Unfortunately, now it's all gone. Seeing Song Yi's look of regret, Mo Jianling couldn't help but repeatedly emphasize what he had lost due to his actions to make Song Yi feel deeply guilty. At last, she informed Song Yi that actually, Gu Fengzi's legacy still remains within the rift forbidden zone. Only, currently, they can no longer enter. What a pity. Mo Jianling thought her plan would work perfectly, but in reality, after Song Yi felt regretful, he said nothing more and remained calm as he casually asked, prepare 10 extremely wicked individuals for the blood inheritance in grass. Do we need anything else? Mo Jianling was filled with question marks. Why did Song Yi suddenly shift the topic? Wasn't that previous issue finished yet? Aren't you supposed to feel remorseful for your actions? Numerous questions sprang up in Mo Jianling's mind. However, Song Yi showed no intention of returning to the previous topic. Instead, he continued asking, by the way, do I need to assist in setting up the array required for absorbing the blood inheritance in grass? Do we need any materials? Mo Jianling shouted straight away. I need a Xian weapon. Can you get one? Does this count? Song Yi took out the xuanhuan ruler from the system space. Unlike the Dalu sword embryo, the xuanhuan ruler has a relatively higher grade right off the bat. But the problem was, the functionality of the xuanhuan ruler was far too minimal. Aside from being indestructible, it didn't offer much. It merely enhanced the control over spiritual energy. Even compared to some low-level magical artifacts, this point was quite similar to xuanhuan ruler, making it not much better than these lower-tier tools. So basically, apart from its quality, the xuanhuan ruler is quite underwhelming. Upon further reflection, Yandi himself hardly ever used the xuanhuan ruler, mainly relying on strange fires instead. This made sense. And thus, although described as having the quality of a Xian weapon, it had nothing else remarkable about it. Faced with this description, Song Yi inwardly doubted its credibility. Could it really be considered a Xian weapon? If it weren't useful, would he have to solely rely on the Daro sword embryo, which was still an embryo? However, while Song Yi pondered over this, Mo Jianling was already astounded beyond maintaining decorum. Her mouth hung open in astonishment as she looked at Song Yi and the xuanhuan ruler before her eyes. She couldn't confirm whether this was truly a Xian-class weapon or not. After all, the xuanhuan ruler itself was too restrained and no longer had a defined ranking level. Not even the system could judge it accurately. Therefore, Mo Jianling was unable to discern what the xuanhuan ruler exactly was either. But, through observation, Mo Jianling could affirm that, in terms of quality alone, this xuanhuan ruler was exceptionally superior. Even if compared to Mo Jian in its prime, it would be hard to surpass this quality. For a moment, though Mo Jianling couldn't determine its exact grade, she believed it was at least a grade 10 or possibly higher. Who is Song Yi? He appears to be just at the peak of the mid-level foundation building stage, and his talent is rather poor. Such people should not own a grade 4 magical artifact, let alone something of grade 3, which is already incredibly hard to achieve. Yet here we are. Setting aside the Mo Jian and Ling Lu Jian that Song Yi and his son had just obtained, Song Yi himself already possessed a sword of indescribable mystery, one that could even rival a quarter of his own peak strength. Moreover, there was also the Pekong Divine Spirit Talisman that allowed them to escape from the Rift Forbidden Zone. Now, he had actually produced such a high-quality magical artifact? Could he really just be from Tianxian Sect in such an obscure rural area? For a moment, Mo Jianling simply couldn't believe any of this. There were too many questions in her mind, and no one could answer them for her. Still, facing Song Yi who was still asking questions, Mo Jianling could only faintly reply, "It's not bad. Maybe it can come in handy." Only after Mo Jianling said it might be useful did Song Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. But what he didn't know was that Mo Jianling had only said it could come in handy to cover up her lie. In fact, it wouldn't be used at all. Mo Jianling had just said it offhandedly before. Nevertheless, regardless of anything, Song Yi had already brought about a certain level of shock to her. Nowadays, even though Song Yi and Mo Jianling still occasionally quarreled with each other, they had already grown familiar to some extent. They no longer held the same grudges they once did. Mo Jianling called over Ling Lu Jianling, who was playing nearby with Song Pingyuan, directly instructing her on what array needed to be set up. Then, she sent Song Pingyuan back to prepare first. Ling Lu Jianling doing it? Song Yi still had a bit of doubt. After all, compared to Mo Jianling's vast experience and knowledge, Ling Lu Jianling was practically like a little kid. This truly made Song Yi somewhat uneasy. However, Mo Jianling seemed unfazed, calmly saying, "Rest assured, if she were a child, then you wouldn't even measure up to a child. There's probably no one in your entire Tianxian sect who could match her in terms of arrays." Mo Jianling never missed an opportunity to mock Song Yi when she had the chance. Song Yi had already started getting used to it, trying not to get angry whenever Mo Jianling ridiculed him. Even so, since Mo Jianling had already said there was no issue, he naturally breathed a sigh of relief as well. But Song Yi couldn't help but ask, "If Ling Lu Jianling goes to set up the formation, what will you do? As for me, how could I possibly leave you alone? Of course, I'll stay with you." Chapter 53. People are hard to find. I will naturally go with you, for I am afraid that you may not be able to distinguish who the villain is when the time comes. If you make a mistake, the only bloodline in grass will be gone. When the time comes, the person you look at might really have no way out. Song Yi knows that bloodline in grass is extremely precious, and being cautious indeed has its benefits. But how could this Mo Jianling make it seem like he can't tell good people from bad ones? Although Mo Jianling has existed for a long time, in this cultivation world, sometimes living a long life doesn't mean having much experience, nor does it mean one's intelligence is higher than those who live shorter lives. Just like some people who have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, in the end, are still less insightful than someone in their 30s. Their temperaments are just like children's, which is simply laughable. Song Yi has been reborn twice and has seen many people, so he doesn't think he is inferior to others in this aspect. But Mo Jianling is right. Bloodline in grass is too precious, and this process cannot afford any mistakes. Therefore, Song Yi agrees to proceed with Mo Jianling. The small world is not small in scale. Moreover, after Song Yi's appearance in the small world, it is now orderly and expanded in scale. Unfortunately, due to the incomplete rules of this small world, even if there are more people, it is still difficult for talents to be born. But why can Zhang Ji's small world keep producing geniuses? According to Song Yi's knowledge, Zhang Ji's small world is not much different from his own, both being quite poor. However, unexpectedly, the other party was able to bring quite a few outstanding young talents to Tianxian Sect later on. Although this matter has always puzzled Song Yi, he doesn't dwell on it much at this moment. Instead, he wants to search within his own small world. Soon after, Song Yi realizes the problem. Song Yi's small world has already undergone significant changes, and its order can be said to be basically established. As a result, many people here believe in Song Yi and they all have proper faith. Of course, this doesn't mean everyone must be kind. There naturally exist many malicious evil people among them, and they remain unrepentant, but they dare not act rashly because of the current peaceful world. First of all, they don't want to be punished by the celestial beings. Secondly, they are also afraid of being caught now. This suppresses them, in Mo Jianling's eyes. They aren't considered as extremely evil people, and ultimately, this doesn't count towards the quota. If they were added recklessly, it would most likely lead to failure instead of success. Faced with such a situation, Song Yi naturally dares not arrest them. The world is vast. There should be a few exceptions, right? But Song Yi has traveled through many places. Although there are indeed some evil people among them, the problem remains the same. Because of the oppression, they lose such qualifications. After circling around for a while, Song Yi hasn't found a single person. Even, Song Yi thought about going to the prison. In this current situation, those imprisoned must surely be great villains and evildoers, right? However, the prison is almost empty. Even if there are some people, the problems they encountered themselves are not minor, but in Mo Jianling's view, they are all unqualified. All these are unqualified. Song Yi pointed to one person with an evil-looking face, grimacing. This person kills and plunders for personal gain, harming countless people. He did commit many evils, no doubt about it, and in my opinion, he is utterly wicked and deserves immediate execution. Regardless of the reason, he is a grave offender. But then Mo Jianling helplessly said, what I need is someone with absolutely no good intentions or emotions in their heart. Their evil actions are solely for their own happiness, with no other reasons. But this person? He acted to buy medicine for his sick mother. As long as there's a hint of another emotion, they don't qualify. Is it this hard? For a moment, Song Yi's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, truly stumped. Where in the world do so many unreasoned evils come from? Perhaps there are people who are naturally evil in the world, but they are too hard to find. Song Yi was left feeling as if crying, realizing that this matter was far more complicated than he had imagined. It's a good thing Mo Jianling followed him all the way, otherwise, serious problems would have definitely occurred. Song Yi feels extremely helpless about this. He searched through half of the small world and managed to find only 2 people. To be even more precise, in reality, there is actually only one person. This individual has always been hiding, but both Mo Jianling and Song Yi can tell that the person is struggling to remain patient. If given a bit of time, he will definitely break out. In this way, they could say they found 2 people. Although such a method can be used, Song Yi feels it's just too slow. Moreover, tempting others to commit crimes seems somewhat inappropriate. For a moment, Song Yi finds himself considering these matters quite deeply. But ultimately, all these reflections boil down to one issue. The results are too slow to manifest. Neither Song Yi nor Mo Jianling wishes to wait around like this for long. Given the current outcome, they naturally contemplate deeply. In the end, Song Yi decides that rather than searching in this already formed small world where it's hard to judge things, it would be better to go to places still in chaos. Perhaps, there will be some suitable candidates there. With this thought in mind, Song Yi immediately recalls another small world that currently exists. Since that's the case, he might as well take a look at that small world. Mo Jianling doesn't hesitate at all and agrees readily to go there. They don't waste any time dragging things out here. Immediately, Song Yi takes her in the form of Ling Lu's sword and departs from this small world. The sooner they can find enough candidates, the better. As Song Yi just emerged from that small world, he suddenly notices Zhang Ji's small world. Zhang Ji is now dead, so what exactly does his small world look like? And what secrets does it hold? If Song Yi says he's not curious, that would simply be a lie. The question is, should he really go there now? Song Yi hesitates for a moment. Knowing Zhang Ji's small world isn't simple at all. What's wrong with that place? Mo Jianling sees Song Yi pause and look toward that direction, prompting her curiosity to peek over. Hiss. Mo Jianling inhales sharply, looking incredulously at that area. What's going on? Song Yi can't help but ask. Something's off. Chapter 54. Are there traces of a xuanhuan here? That place is not ordinary. Mo Jianling was actually able to spot issues in Zhang Ji's small world at a glance. However, no matter how Song Yi looked, the small world seemed normal with no apparent differences. What exactly was different about it? For a time, Song Yi could see nothing unusual. In response, Mo Jianling said indifferently, I might have been mistaken. Your Tianxian sect, such a backwater place, shouldn't have something like this. Huh. Song Yi disliked people who only spoke half-truths, acting profound and turning simple matters into complex ones. Unfortunately, as Mo Jianling didn't wish to elaborate, Song Yi couldn't force her to do so either. Song Yi found himself utterly unable to deal with the current situation. If you can't be sure about anything, why don't we go inside and take a look together? By then, any issues will become obvious. Seeing that Mo Jianling was hesitating, Song Yi immediately thought that since this was the case, they might as well directly enter Zhang Ji's world and explore. Wouldn't everything become clear by then? Moreover, Song Yi originally wanted to investigate some things about Zhang Ji. There had always been no opportunity before. Now, with this chance presented, Song Yi naturally couldn't let it slip easily. With Mo Jianling present, her knowledge would certainly exceed Song Yi's on many matters. Even though Mo Jianling has fallen to the 6th rank, she still possesses strength comparable to spirit energy. Thus, should they encounter any trouble, she'd be able to handle it. And most importantly, although Mo Jianling did not say it, her earlier actions showed that something within Zhang Ji's small world attracted her attention. What could possibly attract Mo Jianling? This was precisely what made Song Yi curious as well. With all these factors combined, Song Yi definitely wanted to proceed and inspect. After hearing Song Yi's suggestion, Mo Jianling readily agreed without opposing him. Thus, Song Yi led Mo Jianling towards Zhang Ji's small world. During Zhang Ji's absence, his small world had already descended into chaos. After all, even though he was just reported missing for a few days in the whole Tianxian sect, in this small world, he hadn't appeared for over a decade. This was a span of time never seen before. In the past, regardless of how long, it had been limited to just a few years. Relatively speaking, every time Zhang Ji was away on matters in Tianxian sect and delayed for a few days, that equated to several years in this small world. Though such situations were unavoidable and happened frequently, Zhang Ji would usually find ways to notify them during such times. As a result, major problems would never arise. However, this time around, Zhang Ji's disappearance wasn't just for a day or two. So much time has passed with no news at all, causing great worry. Precisely due to this, unrest had already spread across the entire small world in recent years. After Song Yi arrived in this world, although he and Mo Yujianling possessed considerable strength, others said that Zhang Ji no longer existed in this world anymore. Even if Zhang Ji were still alive in this world and standing before Song Yi right now, Song Yi alone, even without Mo Yujianling, would have been enough to face him. Yet, even so, after coming to this world, Mo Yujianling actually told Song Yi, "Don't alert anyone yet. Since the previous owner of this world had died, unless absolutely necessary, avoid using spiritual energy and conduct investigations disguised as an ordinary person." What? After learning about this from Mo Yujianling, Song Yi was extremely surprised. What did this mean? The biggest difference between them and ordinary people isn't simply due to their cultivation. It's precisely because of having enough cultivation power that they can easily investigate the common folk. If they were now to remain inactive with their spiritual powers and act just like regular people, their pace would become slow. And how would they locate those evildoers? Facing Song Yi's concerns, Mo Yujianling responded calmly. "From what I know, the person you want to save has several decades left to live. Meaning that as long as we can find these dozen or so exceedingly wicked individuals within the next few decades and bring Bloody and Ean Grass along with us, that'll be sufficient." That's what I said, but if we can do it in advance, let's try to do it earlier. Naturally, Song Yi hoped to see Qing Ruoling as soon as possible. Moreover, compared to aimlessly wasting so much time here, evidently he would rather cultivate under such circumstances. It was always better than wasting so much time, wasn't it? However, when Song Yi didn't understand, Mo Yujianling merely responded indifferently. "Do you think what is more important, that you practice cultivation sooner, or that your life is the most crucial?" Song Yi was greatly shocked. This naturally didn't need questioning. Compared to all kinds of cultivation, without life, how did any of these matter? Without life, what use was having such high cultivation? But he didn't get why Mo Yujianling had to suddenly say these things at this moment. In fact, it's quite simple. I saw something unusual before we came into this small world. That kind of thing isn't something a place like yours should have. It can be said that only by possessing a Xuanhuan level combat power can it be fully formed. Xuanhuan. Song Yi was extremely surprised when he heard this sentence. Since the ancient times, although until now everyone still passed down stories of Xuanhuan orally, even some sects claim that indeed there were figures like Xuandi levels in their sects many years ago. However, if they really could have a Xuanhuan as their protector, then their sect would truly be stable. Tianxian sect used to be just a small sect, and for so many years, it hasn't been able to rise up, entirely because it lacked a Xuanhuan level existence. And other sects were precisely because of the possession of Xuanhuan level figures that they could remain steady. But over so many years, their Xuanhuan began gradually fading away. Thus, their sects started declining, being overtaken by Tianxian sect step by step. Although Xuanhuan could almost be considered immortal, they are fundamentally equivalent to beings that go against heaven, so they will face the 5 decays of Xuanhuan. If they don't endure these 5 decays, then it cannot be called true immortality after all. One day, they would also die. That's why those sects are now nearing the same demise. Chapter 55. Too handsome, they all avoid him. Although in recent years those sects have started to gradually decline. However, Tianxian sect still dare not make any rash moves under such circumstances, because they are extremely afraid that any force-possessing and near-to-demise immortal might fear their sect would be swallowed up after their death. And if it comes to this, they might go down with Tianxian sect in mutual destruction. Then what could Tianxian sect possibly use to withstand the opponent? So regarding this issue, Tianxian sect restrains its development under such a situation. But anyway, these are all matters of the upper echelons. Song Yi cannot possibly meddle in these affairs. And he, at best, only knows that his son is highly regarded within Tianxian sect. As for other internal information, he remains completely unaware. Not to mention encountering those old fossils. And Zhang Ji doesn't even compare. Far worse than himself. Yet Mo Yujianling told Song Yi that there existed an immortal in his world. How could Song Yi not be shocked by this? Not just Song Yi, even Mo Yujianling, when facing such a formidable existence, was utterly powerless. No wonder Mo Yujianling became so tense. With this said, Song Yi felt increasingly uneasy about the current situation. Could it be that another sect has already intended to secretly investigate Tianxian sect? The possibility of an immortal appearing here led Song Yi to believe this must be the reason. But Song Yi quickly negated this thought. First off, immortals of this caliber wouldn't bother personally coming to investigate. And even if they did investigate, it wouldn't merely focus on one small world of Zhang Ji's. This was simply impossible. Seeing Song Yi lost in deep thought, Mo Yujianling immediately sighed and said, "You're thinking way too much. In fact, it's nowhere near as complicated as you think." "What do you mean by that?" Earlier, before Song Yi could ask anything, Mo Yujianling directly replied in a light tone. "What I meant earlier is that it's something requiring a battle strength equivalent to an immortal level, but isn't itself an immortal. It's like saying, regarding this small world, aside from those innately formed ones, almost all are required to be opened by an existence of the divine might realm. And now, this small world does not have any divine might realm existence. Therefore, as the master of that small world, are you suggesting you yourself are of the divine might realm?" Mo Yujianling's words left Song Yi speechless. In conclusion, she was referring only to what appeared, not the thing itself. Upon reflection, it made sense. If Mo Jianling had truly sensed the presence of an immortal, she would have definitely left at the first opportunity. It would be unimaginable for her to recklessly proceed in such a situation. Nevertheless, even so, these events were astonishing enough. Could such a tiny place really contain something of a mortal-level existence? And more importantly, what exactly did Mo Jianling see? But Mo Jianling simply shook her head and indifferently said to Song Yi, "I'm not sure yet, but I know for certain that the aura accompanied by the laws of heaven and earth belongs exclusively to immortals. Only this can create such special things. But apparently, the opponent isn't that powerful. No matter what, there's no way to accurately gauge their true strength. So, under these circumstances, we should avoid direct confrontation with them." She clearly didn't want to tell him everything, and Song Yi decided not to inquire further. Nevertheless, this only piqued Song Yi's curiosity about what exactly lay within Zhang Ji's small world. Regardless, Mo Jianling urged Song Yi to act cautiously, reining in his spiritual power to prevent being discovered by the other party. Whoever it might be, as long as they avoided direct conflict, that's enough. Song Yi and Mo Jianling concealed their auras, becoming indistinguishable from commoners, and arrived at a tavern within the small world. Unexpectedly, as soon as they reached the tavern, seeing its open door clearly signifying business, Song Yi and Mo Jianling's mere appearance frightened the waiter, who instantly panicked and bolted the doors shut. Facing the other side's panic-stricken demeanor, Song Yi and Mo Jianling were both momentarily dumbfounded. They looked at each other. Although neither favored the other, neither looked like someone who would instill terror upon being seen. Moreover, being first-time visitors to this small world, they certainly couldn't have been listed as wanted criminals feared by others. Could there exist villains in this world who resembled them? This question confused them for the moment. However, Mo Jianling requested that under such circumstances, they must not use any spiritual power. Therefore, they could only seek another inn at this time. Initially, the street wasn't entirely deserted. While it also couldn't be called bustling, there were still a few passers-by moving back and forth. But when some of these passers-by caught sight of Song Yi and Mo Jianling, they hastily dodged in fear. In particular, a person who had originally seemed lackadaisical suddenly became terrified, trembling all over and nearly falling to the ground upon noticing them. Following this, the individual scrambled backward in panic. Hey, Song Yi finally found someone he could question. Along the way, too many people had fled as soon as they saw them. It made Song Yi and Mo Jianling begin to doubt their own appearances. Could they truly be those legendary beauties who frighten others with their good looks? Could it be because those people found themselves unable to compare with their appearance? Whatever the reason, they wanted to know the truth. Thus, they simply stopped this person. When faced with them, the person trembled uncontrollably and even warmed the ground beneath him while crawling. A warm stream flowed out from his pants, and an unpleasant odor filled the air. At the sight of such an embarrassing scene, Song Yi was utterly speechless. Mo Jianling turned her head away, unable to bear looking. Clearly, questioning this person would fall on Song Yi's shoulders. Song Yi had no choice but to personally intercept him, adopting an intimidating demeanor. "If you don't tell us why you're so afraid of us, then don't blame us for being ruthless." Song Yi reached into his pocket intending to retrieve a dagger to appear more menacing. However, due to Mo Jianling's command restricting the use of spiritual power, Song Yi could not open his storage bag. Even if he did manage to open it, everything inside required spiritual energy to function. With no other option, Song Yi retrieved a wooden stick from nearby, seemingly used for kindling, which clashed greatly with his image. But there was nothing else to do but make do with it. Are you guys really going to run? Chapter 56. I'm so sad. What people didn't expect was that, under such circumstances, before Song Yi threatened the other side, they instead said, "Why aren't you guys leaving now? Do you really want to die here?" When Song Yi and Mo Jianling heard this, they were both puzzled. How did this person manage to threaten them under these circumstances? While Song Yi was thinking about it, he couldn't help but look at the man's crotch. There was a wet patch emitting an unpleasant odor. It was such a shameful scene, yet the person could still talk like this, claiming they were looking for death. Song Yi didn't know whether he should admire the person's courage or not. He had to admit that this person managed to wet their pants, which was something. But on the other hand, they were capable of saying such words under these circumstances. That was indeed unexpected. Why are you staring at me? Aren't you outsiders totally clueless about what's happening here? Seeing Song Yi looking at his embarrassing groin area made him furious. He shouted angrily, "If you don't leave right away, when they come, you will only have one way out, death." Song Yi and Mo Jianling immediately understood. This person wasn't afraid of them, but was worried about the trouble their arrival might bring. That was why they tried to avoid getting involved. "Master, look over there." Just as Song Yi started comprehending everything, a noise came from behind him. Looking back, a young man dressed in luxurious clothing stood at the front. His gaze was fixated intently on Mo Jianling's eyes with sheer lust, utterly disgusting. His companions nearby also wore sly smiles and flattered him openly. They ignored Song Yi completely, directly focusing their attention on Mo Jianling, and even pushed Song Yi aside rudely. "Don't touch my beauty." This young man was quite incensed at how ignorant his servants were behaving. Such a beautiful woman was something he had never seen before. Her appearance was akin to a celestial fairy, her alluring gaze capturing the soul itself. She certainly did not belong to the mortal world. How could someone of this caliber be touched by common lowly folk? Thus, seeing such ill-mannered servants, his anger grew considerably. Those servants who were about to reach Mo Yujianling quickly stepped back after hearing his words. He moved towards Mo Yujianling step by foul-smelling step, muttering, "Celestial being, don't be scared. I'm not a bad person. You're too beautiful. I wish for you to grace my house with your presence. What do you say, celestial being?" Mo Yujianling felt insulted just by looking at him. However, Mo Yujianling didn't rush to act either, but chose to glance over at Song Yi beside her instead. Song Yi was ignoring the situation completely, seemingly aloof and indifferent, oblivious to how he'd been shoved earlier. Honestly speaking, many cultivators don't cultivate the mind, they included. Oftentimes, if ordinary people dare defend them, even if they didn't end up in complete annihilation, they would still pay dearly. Considering Song Yi's character, he wouldn't let the insult go unanswered, given the number of offenders earlier. Yet now, Song Yi appeared entirely unmoved by those events, and stood to the side, allowing things to unfold as they may. Seeing Song Yi act this way, Mo Yujianling felt extremely dissatisfied. Song Yi acted like the hands-off landlord, leaving all the responsibility to Mo Yujianling. How could this be acceptable? Hence, seizing the opportunity, Mo Yujianling threw herself onto Song Yi in a flirtatious manner, whining, "Darling, they're so terrifying. Lenny is so scared." Though Mo Yujianling was stunningly beautiful and exuded charm, making it hard for anyone to resist. Song Yi might have been captivated in the beginning, but having gone through so much, he knew exactly why Mo Yujianling was doing this, and surely it couldn't be anything good. Therefore, he felt chills run down his spine, and goosebumps all over his body, stepping back instinctively. However, right at this moment, Mo Yujianling gave a coquettish smile and gently pulled Song Yi. "Let me tell you, it's best not to use any spiritual power here. I've already sensed something that has been constantly monitoring us. It's better not to act rashly until we know exactly what kind of thing is dealing with us. Otherwise, we might end up in a passive situation. As for the ones in front of us, they're yours to handle, darling." After saying these cautionary words in a low voice, Mo Yujianling again acted pitifully. "How could you do this to me, husband? Was your half-step retreat serious? Such a small action hurt me so much. Lenny is so heartbroken. What a trickster." Song Yi wasn't sure whether Mo Yujianling was telling the truth or bluffing, but the current issue was that she had directly shifted the focus onto him. It had to be admitted that she was incredibly successful at this. The young master and his servants also now focused their gazes on Song Yi, all harboring feelings of anger and hatred. Why should Song Yi be treated like this, so cowardly, and yet still manage to have such a beautiful woman following him? That's unfair, too unfair. Seeing how Song Yi treated Mo Yujianling, they were already jealous and became even angrier, wishing they could grab him on the spot and peel him alive. And those people around who managed to escape safely and hid inside the house couldn't help but sigh when considering the next phase. Mo Yujianling would surely fall into the clutches of that villain soon. Her fate would likely be no different from those unfortunate girls, possibly staying longer due to her exceptional beauty. But fundamentally, what difference would it make? After all, that playboy had a notorious reputation. As for Song Yi, it didn't need much thought. Why did people back off immediately upon seeing Mo Yujianling? Just to avoid having anything to do with that beautiful woman. Even approaching her would count. The outcome was obvious enough. Yet Song Yi actually appeared as Mo Yujianling's husband under such circumstances. He clearly had no idea how to write the word death. As everyone was sighing over these matters, Song Yi indeed felt very helpless because of them. Still, he wasn't worried about the other side's strength. Chapter 57. The Miracle of Medicine. In the face of the few people in front of him, Song Yi simply did not care at all. After all, no matter what, these people were just ordinary individuals. What kind of strength could they possibly have? They merely had the advantage of numbers. And even if Song Yi did not use any abilities, he was still a cultivator. The inherent strength of his body was far beyond that of an ordinary person, and he could easily slaughter thousands or even tens of thousands of such mortals without using spiritual energy. However, what annoyed Song Yi deeply was being manipulated by Mo Yujianling. Nevertheless, regardless of how much he believed in himself at this moment, the final outcome was that he had to follow Mo Yujianling's suggestion and try to behave like an ordinary person for now. Better safe than sorry. Whether that guy truly existed or not, it was always better to be careful. If anything happened, he could always back off promptly. Otherwise, if something really occurred, then he would undoubtedly meet his end. Facing the several people who approached with ill intentions, it was effortless for Song Yi to act, and those individuals had no ability to resist at all. With a single punch, they were all sent flying away. In the blink of an eye, with just a few punches, there was no one left standing on the other side. At this moment, the man became extremely anxious. He never imagined that Song Yi could fight so well. The guards around him, though not very powerful, were not to be underestimated either. Absolutely, they were far from ordinary. Yet, under such circumstances, they couldn't withstand even one punch, which clearly demonstrated just how formidable Song Yi was. His heart filled with deep concern. Looking at Song Yi brought a bit more fear. Song Yi had not yet intended to resolve anything at the moment, but Mo Yujianling thought that this fire needed to burn hotter. How could this end here? How could the other party retreat out of fear? Once again, Mo Yujianling revealed countless allurements, charm, and seduction. Mo Yujianling's every smile and frown appeared completely soul-stealing in the eyes of the opposing party. This situation made the playboy lose his mind instantly. At this moment, he seemed like a well-trained little dog. Whatever Mo Yujianling said seductively, he wouldn't dare to disobey. Taking advantage of this, Mo Yujianling complained what it said. Could it be that I have to stay with you, the ungrateful wretch? Is there really no one to save me? As long as someone can rescue me, I am willing to serve him for the rest of my life." With these words, it was like the beating of war drums sounding for the soldiers. The former timid and cowardly man was now brimming with courage. Roaring loudly, he shouted, "Beauty, I'll come save you. Evil scoundrel, die!" And he rushed over yelling fiercely. Drumming up his courage, picking up a stick nearby, he charged forward with a loud shout. That mighty strike aimed to crush Song-Yi into meat paste. Facing the opponent's posture, Song-Yi nodded slightly in approval at the moment before directly slapping the individual away. Ah! At that moment, a miserable scream rang out. He fell heavily onto the ground, half of his face immediately swelling up like a pig's head, and his teeth flew out. The condition was truly too pitiful to behold. However, in this situation, aside from the few servants protecting him worrying about being punished upon returning home, nobody felt any sorrow or pain for him. Even those hiding behind the rooms couldn't help clapping joyfully in this scenario. It was because doing this was incredibly relieving. That guy had harmed the local villagers for quite some time, affecting far too many people, too many women and men suffering at his hands. It was precisely for this reason that many bore hatred towards him. But evidently, they lacked both the power and background, coupled with fear, which led to the current state of affairs. They never expected that they had just been worried about Song-Yi and Mo Jianling, but suddenly these two turned out to be hidden experts who helped them resolve so many troubles. However, their concerns quickly arose once more, because they also understood how powerful the opponent was, and they were certainly no match for them. In that case, wouldn't they still be in danger? For a moment, they couldn't help but worry again about Mo Jianling and Song-Yi. To say they were worried about Song-Yi and Mo Jianling, might as well say they were actually concerned whether these two would drag them into trouble later on. After all, evildoers don't often reason with you. As long as they're happy, everything is fine. More often than not, even if you're not related to their situation, should you appear before their eyes at such a time, they will make you pay the price. The people here have suffered too much. They are far too familiar with this kind of behavior. Truly regrettable. It seems I have to follow him again. Mo Jianling's last sentence was pure mockery. However, upon hearing these words, the pig-faced young master immediately felt as though his goddess had once again fallen into the hands of the other side. Thinking about how his woman would now fall from grace, his rage soared. He let out a roar and got up. "Release her." Song-Yi and the others looked at the pig-faced young master standing up, quite surprised. Even though that previous punch didn't involve any spiritual force, this guy was merely an ordinary person, so to withstand it and not faint was already quite commendable. No one expected that he could get up at this moment, simply because of Mo Jianling's words. Faced with such a situation, both Song-Yi and Mo Jianling couldn't help but sigh. A miracle of medicine. Indeed, once a person has a goal, no amount of obstacles are insurmountable, no problems too hard to resolve. In light of such circumstances, neither Song-Yi nor Mo Jianling acted immediately. But everyone thought that this person would boldly stand up and fight Song-Yi for Mo Jianling. Instead, after standing up and looking at Song-Yi's calm face, the guy shouted, "You wait for me," and then turned around without hesitation and fled, leaving behind a bewildered Song-Yi and Mo Jianling. How could this person be so unpredictable? Even they were confused for a moment. Chapter 58, Flowers Planted on Buffalo Dung. At the sight of their opponent's frantic escape, Song-Yi and Mo Jianling were also very surprised for a moment. However, their movements themselves did not have too much impact because of the opponent's actions. As for those few people lying on the ground nearby, especially the lackey, he couldn't help but snarl angrily at this moment. "Beauty, don't worry. My young master will be back in no time. When that happens, it'll be the end for this little brat, and you'll surely be saved then." At this point, the guy really believed that Mo Jianling leaned towards his young master. Actually, thinking like this wasn't unreasonable. After all, although his young master looked hideous, still, there was no denying that his background here was extraordinarily powerful. Could these people possibly be a match for his young master? It wouldn't take long before reinforcements arrived here, and when they did, Song-Yi would surely get his due punishment. Song-Yi and Mo Jianling were too lazy to even bother with him. The man was not some sort of loyal retainer who cared about his young master anyway. Simply put, if he had been beaten so badly while here, he'd undoubtedly face punishment upon returning. Regardless of the reasons behind the situation, the fact remained, there would definitely be punishment awaiting him. But no matter the cause, if something wasn't done properly, then punishment was unavoidable. And if he managed now to establish good relations with Song-Yi and Mo Jianling, it might result in his young master not punishing him when he returned. Instead, if he managed to build rapport well enough, there could be rewards instead of punishments. Therefore, seizing this opportunity, he must not let it slip away. "You just wait. When my master returns, he won't let you off lightly." Under such circumstances, he continued spewing all sorts of threats towards Song-Yi. Truly, at this stage, he hadn't learned his lesson yet. Song-Yi didn't even bother responding under such a scenario, and Mo Jianling walked over, completely ignoring the voices beside her. She calmly said to Song-Yi, "That thing has already left." After hearing this, Song-Yi remained silent. He knew what Mo Jianling referred to, but given the current situation, he couldn't confirm whether she spoke truly or whether she was just toying with him. And Mo Jianling clearly perceived the skeptical look in Song-Yi's eyes at this point. So, she helplessly stated, "No matter what is going on with that thing, I've decided to follow it and see for myself first. Just stay here." After hearing this sentence, Song Yi couldn't help but pause momentarily, startled. He didn't doubt Mo Jianling's own abilities. It was certain that since Mo Jianling dared say this at this critical juncture, then she certainly possessed corresponding skills. Mo Jianling wasn't like Linglu Jianling, an ancient creature that had lived among humans for centuries. She would never risk her life recklessly to investigate something. Since she had spoken now, it meant that she definitely had what it took. Only, why did Mo Jianling choose to go alone without bringing him? Could she think he was a burden? Resolve all this in front of you. Mo Jianling answered faintly as she glanced at the people around them. Do you really think I fear him? Do I care about them? At this moment, Song Yi noticed that quite a number of troops were coming from a distance. These were actually the mundane armies. Unexpectedly, they too could be easily mobilized by the other side. From this, it became clear that the person's position here wasn't trivial. Dad, that's the guy. In no time, someone leapt out of a carriage with a face swollen up like a pig's head. It was none other than the one driven away by Song Yi. This time, he had come back leading a large army with an aggressive aura solely focused on handling Song Yi. Wasn't Song Yi supposed to be good at fighting? What use was being good at fighting if you only relied on brute force? When you're in the game, strength matters, but so does your background. And Song Yi? A simple small fry. How could he compare? Just imagining how Song Yi would be with his goddess made him livid with anger. How could such a nobody possibly deserve her? Yet, contrary to their assumptions, though they thought they'd brought along plenty of soldiers to secure Song Yi's doom, Song Yi paid them no mind whatsoever. At this moment, Mo Jianling softly said, "If you came with me, we'd inevitably waste time. Don't forget, our main purpose for coming here isn't to chase that thing, but to find the extremely wicked ones. If it turns out that we can't find these people, then by that time, you will also be unable to save anyone." Mo Jianling's words were indeed correct. Song Yi's main purpose for coming here wasn't related to this. As for the people in front of you now, how many can actually be beneficial to your cause? You'd better seize this opportunity well. After saying these words, Mo Jianling turned and left. As Mo Jianling was about to leave, the pig-headed young master couldn't help but shout loudly, "Beauty, where are you going?" Beauty has disappeared. Everyone was extremely astonished, as Mo Jianling had vanished without a trace. Could an ordinary person do such a thing? For a moment, everyone was overwhelmed with astonishment. They couldn't believe what they saw, yet Mo Jianling's disappearance forced them to acknowledge it. How did she achieve that? Could it be that the woman earlier was actually a celestial being? Especially at this moment, they recalled her beauty and believed everything to be true. Thus, everyone now believed in Mo Jianling's divine identity, which in turn stirred up intense hatred toward Song Yi. Song Yi, this man was truly detestable. What kind of character would let a beautiful flower like her grow on buffalo dung like him? Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but it turned out she was also a deity. Yet Song Yi didn't cherish her properly, and even made her leave sorrowfully. A deity. Song Yi treated her so poorly. It was a heinous act. All at once, everyone directed their anger towards Song Yi. Song Yi could only feel utterly speechless. What was wrong with these people? Mo Jianling had been with him, and it made sense that in their eyes, she was a goddess. But why did they assume that Song Yi had failed her? Besides, hadn't they considered whether Song Yi might not have been worthy enough to be with Mo Jianling? Could they possibly believe in those old tales like the cowherd and the weaving maiden? At this point, Song Yi lost all words and didn't bother explaining anything further. Immediately, he began dealing with these bothersome individuals before him. Chapter 59, this is also a Taoist immortal. Song Yi showed no courtesy at all to these people. He immediately caught the sycophant beside him. Before that man even reacted, Song Yi threw him aside. Right after that moment, Song Yi directly launched an attack. For Song Yi, those people here were nothing but some minor nuisances who could be easily dealt with. Even though they wore armor and wielded fine weapons, none of them could withstand a single punch from Song Yi. Rushing in among them, he was like an undefeated war god. In the blink of an eye, a large number of people around Song Yi had already fallen. The pig-faced young master saw this scene. Inside the carriage was his old father. Faced with this situation, they could hardly believe their eyes. However, at this time, they became extremely panicked because so many of their subordinates had been defeated in just a few moments. On the contrary, Song Yi, under such circumstances, didn't seem to have been affected in the slightest. One might even say that not a single hair on him was injured by all those people. This left too deep a shadow on them. Faced with this situation, they knew that continuing in this way would be impossible to capture him, instead bringing enough danger to themselves. So, they hastily tried to leave during this time. But how could Song Yi let them have this opportunity? He began to exert more force. With his cultivation at the peak of the mid-foundation stage, even without using spiritual energy, without revealing himself as a cultivator, he could easily resolve these people. Shwa shwa shwa. Song Yi's speed was very fast, capable of defeating multiple figures in an instant. His formidable combat prowess made others tremble with fear, and they no longer rushed towards him recklessly as before. Even if they rushed forward recklessly, they couldn't stop Song Yi. Their retreat gave Song Yi a perfect chance. He immediately rushed out, and before the father and son could react, Song Yi was already there. "You stop him." These two acted quite flustered, hurriedly pushing the people around them forward. At this point, even delaying for a second would be beneficial. But Song Yi effortlessly bypassed those people and reached right in front of them. Before Song Yi could say anything at this moment, the pig-faced young master suddenly shouted, "Father, save me. Son, don't be afraid. You damn wretch, die for me." In an instant, someone leaped down from the carriage. It was his father, and in his hand, He actually held a yellow talisman paper at that moment. With a boom, a powerful flame erupted, and in just the blink of an eye, it turned into roaring fire rushing towards Song Yi. Facing this flame, Song Yi furrowed his brows involuntarily. In this situation, he had no choice but to use his spiritual power, dispersing the flames with one strike. It couldn't be helped, as this was genuinely a real talisman paper. Although its rank wasn't high, in this situation, if one were unprepared and resisted it purely with physical strength, it would only result in injury. Song Yi didn't want to end up like that, so he could only use his spiritual force to defend at this moment. There was no other way. Mo Yujianling hadn't anticipated that the opponent would have something like this in his possession. But fortunately, Mo Yujianling seemed to have parted ways with that dangerous item before leaving. It hadn't returned, apparently unaffected by what happened here. Still, how did this person possess such a thing? Certainly, mortals couldn't own something like this. How can you? This is something given to me by immortals. Could it be that you are an immortal as well? This item as his ultimate trump card was naturally not something ordinary people could withstand. At this point, he also remembered Mo Yujianling, who had just left. If Mo Yujianling was indeed a goddess, then Song Yi, who was with her, must not be a mere mortal either. Upon reflection, they realized that the earlier event wasn't any myth about gods marrying humans and then being betrayed by humanity like the story of the cowherd and weaver girl. Rather, it was a tale of two genuine immortals being together. From the fundamental point, the people they'd been offending all along were two immortals. These immortals simply didn't care about their actions, viewing everything as a mere game. What started as a mere game to punish them transformed when he used an immortal's artifact to fight against another immortal. This was no longer simple punishment. Realizing this, he suddenly felt the terrible consequences awaiting him. In the face of such a scene, he couldn't help but kneel down at once. Immortal, I am truly sorry. It was just a momentary impulse. Immortal, please forgive me. At this point, when he said this, everyone present couldn't help but be shocked once again. An immortal? Is the person in front of us an immortal? In this situation, they suddenly understood. Being with Mo Yujianling, Song Yi certainly wasn't an ordinary mortal. It was merely their arrogance that made them believe he had betrayed the immortal for mundane affairs. And those commoners hiding in the shadows also couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. From the beginning, the arrival of these two individuals in the village clearly indicated that they weren't ordinary people. However, due to fear, none dared to come forward. When Song Yi faced those people earlier, they were worried for him, believing that his capture would inevitably result in dire consequences, despite how many opponents he defeated. Because these opponents weren't just mere soldiers, behind them stood an overwhelming power. Even a grandmaster was no match against an entire nation. Here, they were akin to the local emperor's position. Hence, naturally, they were concerned. But now, realizing it all too late, they understood how foolish they'd been. They had worried over an immortal. In this situation, the pig-faced young master's legs went limp. He couldn't imagine that the figure before him was indeed an immortal. He preferred to believe Mo Yujianling might be one, but struggled to accept Song Yi as an immortal. Even so, under such circumstances, he kept refuting the claim. But did his refutations really matter? His old father, who knelt and shook in terror beside him, feared that Song Yi would execute him any second. Song Yi looked at the kneeling masses around him without much feeling. He only gazed coldly at this man in front of him and asked indifferently, "Why do you possess such a talisman? What exactly is going on here?" Upon hearing Song Yi's question, the man was suddenly startled. He seemed to remember something and quickly spoke. "Immortal, you must surely be a friend of Zhang Ji Immortal. I have known of your arrival and have been awaiting you for quite some time already." Chapter 60. There's a reason why he didn't come back. Surely you must be a very close friend of Master Zhang Ji? Suddenly, this guy lost his earlier fear and instead showed great excitement at this moment. I knew he would definitely come back. I knew someone would surely arrive. Master Zhang Ji has finally returned. We've waited for you for so long. Master Zhang Ji. Song Yi looked at the guy's extremely respectful expression and immediately understood that this person was clearly someone sent by Zhang Ji to this world. But, what is his actual identity? After some careful thought, Song Yi let out a cold snort and said, "It's true, Zhang Ji currently has many responsibilities on his shoulders. In such a situation, I could only come here alone." Upon hearing this sentence, he felt even more overjoyed. Meanwhile, people around were utterly stunned. Judging from the current state of affairs, Song Yi, this person who practically beat them all, was not just a celestial immortal, but also an immortal closely related to their concerns. In other words, this person was their own kind. Could it be that one of their own hit them so hard? Although these commoners had much to say about this after realizing the truth, they only muttered it in their hearts and wouldn't dare voice it openly. Regardless, Song Yi was a true-to-life celestial immortal. Such an identity was, in their minds, an existence far beyond reach. However, after learning Song Yi's true identity, the crisis they originally perceived in their hearts could now be considered relieved to some extent. And as for the common people staying in the rooms, they became tense upon discovering this matter. Instantly, the supreme celestial immortal hero they once admired fell into being nothing more than a villain's accomplice in this very moment. Already living under extreme hardships, how would their future conditions fare with the arrival of another celestial immortal? Faced with such a problem, they couldn't help but feel increasingly uneasy. Did the celestial immortal bring that treasure this time? At this sudden inquiry, Song Yi could not help but be taken aback. Where did he know what treasure Zhang Ji was supposed to bring? Frankly speaking, he wasn't aware of anything regarding these matters and couldn't possibly explain them right now. Song Yi could only think carefully under these circumstances and replied, there have been some situations on Zhang Ji's side. Those treasures cannot temporarily be brought over. So please allow me to come first and help you solve these problems. If there is anything particular, feel free to tell me. Song Yi made up some excuses, but did not expect that the other party would be directly startled. You are not a friend of Master Zhang Ji. He has never mentioned bringing any treasure. Just now, it was merely my way of testing you, and I never expected you to fall for it. Hearing these words, everyone present was taken aback. They never expected the plot to reverse again and again. All at once, confronted with such enormous information volume, they had no idea what to make of it. Everyone at this moment was utterly puzzled, not knowing what exactly had happened. As for Song Yi, when he looked at the individual before him, he too was quite astonished. Not knowing the truth naturally led him to blurt out fabrications that were easily exposed by others. There was no doubt about it. From the start, Song Yi did not expect anyone to believe him completely. But he did not anticipate that this person would test his identity at this moment and even create such lies. This was truly unexpected. Looking at the self-satisfied look on this guy's face, who had uncovered his true identity, Song Yi could not help but smirked and said, even if you know my true identity, so what? Do you really think that you can capture me just with your people? Have you even considered whether you might put yourself in danger by revealing my identity? These words from Song Yi effectively doused a bucket of cold water over the other party. That's right. How could he be so careless? Earlier, it was clear that he couldn't hold his ground against Song Yi. Instead, he turned around and tested the other person. He was just a common mortal, and even with those talismans he carried, they were ultimately useless against Song Yi. On the contrary, standing right before him, Song Yi was a genuine celestial immortal who could do anything effortlessly. After realizing the severity of the situation, he couldn't help but swallow a lump in his throat. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated such consequences, and now that he realized it, it was already too late. Song Yi did not expect the person before him to be so foolish. What kind of shared affinity did Zhang Ji have with this guy for selecting such a person? It was truly speechless. Dad, his pig-brained son was also incredibly nervous in this situation. He knew for certain that there was no way he could match Song Yi at this moment. Dealing with him would be as simple as squashing an ant. However, he quickly regained his composure and mustered the courage to say again, son, don't worry. Your father will protect you. If you can't even protect yourself in front of me, then may I ask how are you going to protect him? Song Yi let out a cold laugh and took a step closer. Looking at the approaching Song Yi, his heartbeat quickened. Taking a deep breath, he threatened, I don't care who you are, but by coming to this world, you've already broken the rules set by immortal Zhang Ji. I'm telling you, if you don't leave right now, once immortal Zhang Ji returns, you're definitely going to die. If you dare to harm us, Zhang Ji will flay you alive and torture your soul. Never did he expect the other party to threaten him using Zhang Ji's name. Song Yi coldly laughed and said, don't you think there might be a reason why Zhang Ji hasn't returned for so long? Reason? The other party immediately paused, startled. Sighing, Song Yi said coldly, the reason is that he's already dead, and therefore he can never return from now on. Dead? Upon hearing this sentence, he froze where he stood. Recalling Zhang Ji's incredibly powerful magic, it was simply inconceivable. Such a high-level existence. How could they possibly die so easily? Absolutely impossible. It must be a lie from the man in front of him. As for why Zhang Ji hasn't come back, it must be because of some crucial matters that delayed him. It had to be this way. Yet, while he still couldn't believe these things, Song Yi was already done waiting. Chapter 61, The Repeatedly Fickle Enemy. Facing the guy in front of him, Song Yi sneered coldly. It had to be said, this guy was truly foolish. He dared to reveal others' secrets when he didn't have enough power himself. Naturally, in such a situation, the first outcome to face would be death. The other party couldn't believe that Zhang Ji was already dead. However, no matter how much he refused to believe it, Song Yi was now standing in front of him. By this point, it was already impossible for him to resist. Song Yi grabbed him firmly. As the man started to struggle, a powerful force completely bound him. At this moment, those around were already numb at the sudden change in events. What exactly was going on? Was Song Yi one of their own people, or an enemy? Each rapid shift made them feel like they were on a roller coaster. They could no longer fully accept these identity changes. What if everything changed again in a while? However, Song Yi gave no chance to this man, and immediately extracted his soul. Soul-searching technique was promptly used as Song Yi read about his past with Zhang Ji during this time. This guy was indeed originally born in this small world. However, initially, because he liked bullying others from a young age, everyone around him disliked him greatly. Nevertheless, he cared nothing about this. Since others couldn't do anything to him, he became a notorious bully among the children back then. Unfortunately, later on, his father got into trouble with the authorities and was imprisoned, causing his fall from grace where he began to get severely beaten by various people. It's no wonder everyone treated this child this way. After all, this child was inherently evil since birth and had bullied countless other children without mercy. He even beat neighboring children nearly to death, leaving them unable to seek justice. Yet, he showed no remorse and continued his reckless ways. So, how could everyone not take revenge when given the chance? Should they treat him nicely instead? At most, an old woman passing by gave him a bun, ensuring he wouldn't starve under those conditions. Everyone thought this guy's life had ended, but unexpectedly, just before his death, he met Zhang Ji. Song Yi had to admit, these two were really well matched. Zhang Ji took interest in this guy. Although there was no talent and no chance of becoming an apprentice, yet in Zhang Ji's eyes, this person could replace him in handling things in this world. Thus, in such circumstances, Zhang Ji directly acted and saved him. Then, Zhang Ji brought him to the palace and using his status as a fairy naturally elevated his position. His power eventually equaled that of the emperor. Not only did he rescue his father, but he also gained supreme authority. When he regained his power, the first thing he did was seek revenge. Most people in the village were subjected to his torment and ultimately tortured to death. As for the old woman who gave him the bun, he claimed she only gave him a stinky bun and accused her of hiding meat at home, which she refused to give. Due to this, that old woman was forced to die painfully by eating too many buns. This man's actions truly proved him to be a born villain. Song Yi really felt speechless for this individual. If this guy were allowed to stay in this small world, it wouldn't take long for the entire world to be destroyed because of this ordinary guy. If it weren't for Zhang Ji wanting to complete his mission and thus preventing this guy from causing chaos here, probably countless lives would have already been lost. Even so, from the suffering expressed by the villagers, it was clear they endured significant hardship. Song Yi further searched and found out that Zhang Ji had arranged 4 people in this small world. This person was only one of them. The others were the emperor, the prince, and someone else who wandered in the martial world elsewhere. According to Zhang Ji's orders, these 4 people periodically counted pregnant women about to give birth. As these women neared delivery, they would bring them special concoctions to drink. No one knew exactly what these concoctions were. Despite opposition from some, they succumbed to their threats. After drinking them, almost every woman would die after giving birth. Finally, the newborns would be taken away. For the fathers of those children, if they were lucky, their child might still be thrown out and could be taken back. If unlucky, they wouldn't know where the child would be taken to or perhaps just receive a corpse. The children who were thrown away were because of insufficient talent and did not improve at all due to the potions, so they were considered useless. Whenever Zhang Ji came to check on these children, upon discovering their lack of potential, he would berate them harshly and impose penalties as punishments. In such situations, they were often enraged, so some of the children would even be killed on the spot. On occasions when they were in a good mood, they would throw these children away instead. Naturally, some would survive this way. This was also why there was a sharp decrease in women in this small world, and one would hardly see any children around. One could say that even without them, this small world would probably soon be completely destroyed. But Zhang Ji certainly wouldn't let this world be destroyed so easily. After all, Zhang Ji still needed to use these people to complete his tasks and gain rewards. If the world disappeared, how would he complete his tasks? So every now and then, he would bring over a group of women. They weren't creators, not even Song Yi, nor the headmaster of Tianxian sect, could conjure up women out of nothing. So it must have been obtained from other places, whether it was another dimension or something else. It didn't matter anymore. Because even after appearing, these women would die in this world within a short period of time. It had only been in the last decade or so since Zhang Ji suddenly disappeared that no such potions appeared. They retrieved the children but had no idea who to hand them over to, so they simply returned the children. As a result, this world slowly began to recover during this period. But, even so, the father-son duo continued to torment others, forcibly taking young women, which had long become commonplace. After learning a few things from this man's mind, Song Yi was extremely indignant and wasted no time in crushing his head immediately. Chapter 62. This father is not worth it. There was no more useful information to be gleaned from this person. As for what kind of potion Zhang Ji gave, he had no idea at all. Only the prince who accompanied Zhang Ji could know something about these things. Because according to his memory, that prince was the one who appeared beside Zhang Ji at the very beginning, even earlier than the emperor. Most of the time, things were communicated through that webpage, and that prince also possessed such a potion. After learning all this, the guy's head was crushed by Song Yi. There was no way. After Song Yi used soul searching, the other party's soul had dissipated. In this case, it would be absolutely impossible to revive him with bloody Yin grass. This meant he was utterly useless. Moreover, with all his wicked past, even if Song Yi wasn't one to detest evil so strongly, he still couldn't help but feel anger upon seeing it. Therefore, since this guy was useless, he might as well be killed directly. After doing all that, everyone around him was completely stunned. They quickly realized, if Song Yi's identity had previously been uncertain, ally or enemy, then now Song Yi had already killed their superior. How could this situation possibly be reversed? Unless the current divine Song Yi could resurrect again. But what would be the point of that? Looking at Song Yi's face, now full of murderous intent, they could almost determine at this moment that this was absolutely impossible. Once Song Yi became their enemy, they stopped resisting in this situation as well. After all, how could they possibly match up against an immortal? If the immortal truly wanted to kill them, it would be an effortless task. So, they could only kneel and beg for mercy at this time. The gentleman with the pig-like head, when faced with his father being killed like this, showed not a trace of anger, only fear. When faced with the current Song Yi, this pig-headed young master knelt down almost without hesitation. Mercy, immortal. I really know I've made a mistake. I will never dare do it again. Your father is dead. I will really never dare do it again. I said I killed your father. Mercy, immortal. I will really never dare do it again. Song Yi's face darkened as he realized this guy didn't care at all that his own father was dead, and it was his own doing. All that mattered was saving his own life. Everything else was secondary compared to preserving his life. No matter what Song Yi said to him now, he begged for mercy without hesitation. Compared to others, as long as his own life could be saved, everything else was unimportant. From his father's memories, Song Yi learned that this little man had received what could be called fine traditions, having caused trouble and harmed countless people since childhood. As an adult, he harmed even more women. Among them, there were many women whose children were basically given to Zhang Ji. Naturally, after drinking those potions, these women met with the same fate, and those without talent were thrown out by him. He hadn't kept any child for himself or regarded them as such. To him, they were merely leftovers from his search for pleasure. Thus, under such circumstances, this person was completely devoid of humanity from childhood to adulthood. Such a person naturally fulfilled the conditions and became one of the sacrifices for the blood yin grass. As for the sycophant under his command, although on the surface it seemed he just obeyed this person, in reality, this guy was only bullying others under false pretenses and had done quite a bit of evil deeds. He hadn't hesitated to harm men and dominate women. That guy, like the rest, had been stealing chickens and sneaking around since childhood, making him another sacrifice fit for the blood yin grass. Zhang Ji, in this world, could easily find sacrifices by casually looking around. This was very different from the difficulties Song Yi encountered in finding suitable ones back in his world. Upon arriving here, he immediately found 3 sacrifices. And if he looked more carefully, finding 10 more wouldn't be an issue. At present, Mou's spirit had chased after the strange thing and left, while Song Yi had already used magic twice recently. The opponent had not reappeared, indicating no need to worry. Thus, Song Yi directly performed magic, transforming into ropes to bind the pig-headed young master and his lackey together. In the face of this miraculous scene, the people around were all astonished. Indeed, the person before his eyes was a celestial being. This was something only a celestial could accomplish. At this moment, Song Yi threw the 2 bound individuals to the people nearby and said coldly, "I have some matters to attend to. Make sure you keep a good watch on them for me. If they escape, I will annihilate all of you together. Rest assured, I won't hesitate to show my abilities when the time comes." As Song Yi spoke these words, an overwhelming killing aura emanated from him, instilling terror into everyone who saw it. This wasn't just about the disparity in strength. It was also the terrifying oppressive power of his killing intent. Only those who had been on battlefields and shed blood possessed such an aura, and only the supreme ones among beings could wield it. But they were far beneath that level. Facing such fearsome killing intent, their fear grew immeasurable at this very instant. Truthfully, even if Song Yi hadn't issued such a threat, they wouldn't dare to defy him anyway. But after being threatened, they were naturally determined to guard them with every ounce of effort they could muster. After all, surviving under these circumstances was nothing short of a miracle for them. As for whatever duties lay ahead, they would commit themselves fully, refusing to betray the Celestial's command. Without lingering any further or holding back his powers, Song Yi shot off into the distance in one swift motion. To these observers, his speed turned him into nothing more than a streak of white light that vanished almost instantly, leaving each person present more awestruck than ever. Not a single one dared to slacken their vigilance in this moment, and hundreds of pairs of eyes, people above and below, even villagers originally numbering in the hundreds, were now fixed on those 2 figures. Both the pig-headed young master and his servile lackey began trembling uncontrollably in the current situation, involuntarily letting loose streams of warmth down their legs as they soiled themselves out of sheer fright. When had they ever encountered a scene like this, facing imminent death? They were already utterly terrified, reduced to babbling nonsense. Song Yi had no interest in reorganizing this dynasty. This small world was essentially teetering on the brink of collapse anyway. Once Tianxian sect discovers Zhang Ji's demise, they would undoubtedly take control here. Chapter 63, The Strange Prince. Song Yi pressed forward and soon arrived at the Angry Sea City. This place was a fringe area, but for some reason, the representative of the heavenly envoy who was supposed to have immense power and even personally ordained by immortals chose to stay here instead of elsewhere. Song Yi couldn't find anything particularly different about this place. Even worse, the spiritual energy here had thinned out to practically nothing. Unlike Song Yi's small world, this small world was intrinsically of a higher rank than Song Yi's. Thus, it possessed some level of spiritual energy, albeit incompletely governed by the laws of the universe. Still, under such circumstances, naturally gifted individuals could be born without any extraordinary manipulation. Even ordinary people, who don't rely on spiritual energy, can sense the difference between this place and others. Firstly, the plants here were much less vibrant compared to other areas. After all, everything in the world relies on spiritual energy to flourish. The richer the spiritual energy, the more robust the growth. In thin spiritual zones, vegetation might not grow at all. Of course, Song Yi's world had been almost devoid of spiritual energy from the start, surviving based purely on universal rules rather than spiritual energy. Even so, if Qing Ruoling hadn't born Song Yin and Song Hao, the area would still have been desolate. Though not entirely barren, it wasn't lush either. If there were a way to introduce more spiritual energy, the vegetation here would likely thrive better. To stay here now clearly wouldn't be ideal, let alone for someone who wasn't an ordinary person, someone close to Zhang Ji with a significant connection to him. It didn't seem like the typical case of hiding to avoid being found by others. The person seemed to choose this place deliberately to conceal something, likely related to Zhang Ji. Song Yi extended his divine awareness but didn't discover anything unusual. While it was true that Song Yi could easily enter and dominate, he could also use soul-searching techniques to retrieve every truth. Such a method might indeed be quick and straightforward, but problems arise if things aren't understood beforehand. It'd be easy to ruin something. Moreover, alarming the other party might lead them to destroy the original object. What if Song Yi ends up achieving nothing after all? Most importantly, Song Yi sensed that the sword spirit connected by some kind of covenant, was nearby. Though uncertain as to why, Mou's presence meant something mysterious must be here too. Something even Mou feared. How much of a chance did Song-yi, a mere peak middle foundation building cultivator, stand against it? Clearly, Song-yi wouldn't rashly engage in such dangerous activities. Hence, he decided to first conceal himself, blend in, and observe what was happening with Mou before making a move. This prince lived in an old, secluded house located far away from the main residential areas. Though relatively sizable compared to other houses, its furnishings were surprisingly shabby for someone of the prince's high status. As Song-yi walked through, he noticed something odd. There were no women around. Instead, most inhabitants were men and eunuchs. Not a single maid or serving girl. From his father's Yu's memories, Song-yi knew that this prince disliked the opposite sex. But surely, it wasn't normal for there to not be a single woman around? Song-yi sneaked into his room intending to search for clues, and quickly realized that the room was spotlessly clean with no peculiar odors and no trace of dust. Could it be? Upon examining the items in the room, Song-yi felt utterly disgusted, truly speechless. In Zhang Ji's small world, all kinds of talents existed truly. Bearing with it, Song-yi searched around the courtyard but found nearly nothing. However, unexpectedly, behind a fake mountain, he stumbled upon a hidden passageway. Some restrictions were placed here, subtle enough that even Song-yi's divine sense failed to detect them without getting closer. Once Song-yi reached it, he identified it as the restriction technique used by the Tianxian sect. These weren't just given to random disciples as rewards. They existed in talismans and could be extracted. They were akin to array formations that could only be used once, but required constant maintenance with spiritual power. Around the area, plenty of spirit stones were set up, evidently used for maintaining the seal continuously over time. Although the cost in spirit stones was low per usage, the prolonged consumption still accumulated to a substantial amount. What could be here that would make Zhang Ji invest so heavily? Song-yi naturally had the ability to enter without being detected. What is going on here? Upon entering, Song-yi was startled to find that his spiritual power was gradually disappearing, and the surroundings were constantly devouring his life essence. Song-yi had intended to turn around and leave immediately, but he suddenly realized that a figure was already standing behind him. You actually found this place. In that case, it's time for you to offer yourself as a sacrifice. Song-yi recognized the person as the prince of this region, yet his face was pale like a puppet, who promptly shut the entrance of the passage. Boom. The moment the gate closed, tremors began shaking the area violently. As Song-yi attempted to use his spiritual power to protect himself, he was shocked to discover that it was depleting at an even faster rate. What exactly is happening here? Despite his cultivation level, he never expected to encounter such a predicament. Song-yi quickly gathered all the remaining spiritual power into one strike. Bang! The entire cavern shook with the force, but there was no visible damage to its structure. Refusing to accept the situation, Song-yi noticed that his spiritual power was almost gone, so he didn't hesitate any further. Roar! A dragon roar filled the air as Song-yi summoned a small portion of the Supreme Bone's strength. Currently, he could wield the Supreme Bone's power without endangering himself. By unleashing this force flawlessly, a tremendous impact struck against the gate. Its fearsome energy caused cracks to form across the surface. Bang! The gate shattered, and the cavern collapsed instantly. Golden dragons enveloped Song-yi, exuding an imposing aura that obliterated everything in their path. Boulders exploded outward as debris scattered. In the midst of the dust settling, the prince outside the false mountain was struck by a massive rock, slamming hard against the wall. He was mangled, practically twisted beyond recognition. But not a drop of blood flowed from him, and he appeared devoid of pain, staring blankly at Song-yi emerging from the collapsed cavern. Song-yi also noticed him but remained silent, having sensed something odd about the man. This might no longer be a human being. As Song-yi was pondering, he suddenly felt something unusual behind him. Turning back, Song-yi discovered. Chapter 64. A portion of an immortal's corpse. The situation for Song-yi was such that, though the crisis had been defused, this sudden occurrence left Song-yi somewhat off guard. Because at this moment, he saw that beneath the ground lay countless corpses. Each corpse had been drained of their essence and chi, transformed into dry husks. No wonder, when Song-yi arrived here, he didn't encounter a single person. They had all become corpses, having had their essence stolen from them. This was definitely not the work of ordinary people. Practitioners generally wouldn't do something like this. It was only possible that there was some sort of evil entity present here. And at the same time, that prince on the other side roared furiously, emitting an array of strange cries. Shortly after, his body was enveloped in swirling black energy. His face turned horrifyingly grotesque and terrifying. In the next moment, he lunged directly at Song-yi with a speed faster than before. This was due to the enhancement provided by the black energy, amplifying his strength even further. However, Song-yi merely exuded a strand of pure energy indifferently, striking out almost instantly and hurling him far away. The prince crashed heavily onto the ground but continued to emit hideous cries without showing any signs of pain. Song-yi immediately cast a seal technique. This seal subjugated the prince instantaneously, making him struggle continuously yet unable to break free. At this moment, Song-yi calmly descended beside the prince. Song-yi initially wanted to use the soul-searching technique to examine his memories, but soon, he discovered that this creature had no soul or spirit. In this case, Song-yi had no means of examining his memory. Yet, how could a thing without a soul or blood, a puppet, act independently under these circumstances? And what exactly were these surrounding clouds of black energy? Song Yi harbored many questions about these things, extending his hand to grasp the black energy around him. He confirmed at this moment that it was precisely these things that had absorbed the spiritual power within him earlier, preventing him from unleashing his abilities. Because now, even as he held them in his hand, they continued to voraciously consume his spiritual energy. What exactly did Zhang Ji accomplish here? While Song Yi was still pondering about these inexplicable phenomena, suddenly, his mind tensed. Trouble. Song Yi suddenly sensed a powerful force rushing towards him from the other side. Rather than sensing the force rushing toward him, it was more accurate to say that Mo's sword spirit abruptly flew over at this moment, detecting Song Yi and instantly warning him of imminent danger. It seemed that the final item controlled by Mo had detected the commotion and emerged. Without wasting a second, Song Yi rose quickly and fled toward another direction. The speed of the enemy was much faster than he anticipated. Just as Song Yi had flown out a short distance, the opponent already appeared behind him. That was a figure surrounded by swirling black mist, with an extremely ferocious and hideous countenance that closely resembled the prince who had just been slain. Had Song Yi not killed that prince personally moments ago, he might have mistaken this figure for the same prince. But, clearly, the opponent was not. Your flesh and blood fit my expectations better. Upon finishing these words, he transformed into a streak of black mist and charged straight at Song Yi. Song Yi hesitated not a bit. Realizing that the opponent's speed far surpassed his own, he withheld nothing. Instantly activating the Supreme Bone, a golden dragon suddenly burst forth from within his body. The formidable strength originating from the ancient dragon's roar filled the heavens and the earth. Its mighty power surged forth, colliding with the shadow almost simultaneously. Boom! An overwhelming shockwave resulted, and Song Yi's golden dragon disintegrated practically in an instant. The Supreme Bone proved evidently inadequate. Song Yi had foreseen such an outcome. Thus, without delay, he summoned his seven-colored divine fire once more. Whoosh! 7 vibrant hues of flame erupted all around him, completely enveloping the area. A horrific blaze scorched everything it touched, devouring nearly all existence. The original shattered Supreme Bone Golden Dragon coalesced anew at this very moment, its formidable strength reasserting itself throughout the heavens and the earth. Together with the 7 colored flames, the Golden Dragon launched a coordinated attack, swiftly encircling the vicinity. Initially, the dark silhouette didn't intend to fear them and was about to barge through. However, when it came into contact with the 7 colored flames and the Golden Dragon, these forces seemed to naturally possess an immense level of restraint over him, and it was precisely because of this that he was immediately intimidated. The flames from the 7 stoves scorched his body, while the Golden Dragon almost instantly hurled him away. Damn! He also felt the pain surging through his body and quickly retreated. This wasn't due to his own power being inferior to Song Yi's, but rather because he was restrained by the Golden Dragon and the 7-colored spiritual fire. If it were only one of them, either the spiritual fire or the Supreme Bone, he could suppress either with his overwhelming strength. But now, both had appeared together, forcing him to be cautious. And at this moment, Mo's sword spirit caught up from behind. Damn! The young man in front of him looked unremarkable, possessing only mid-foundation level cultivation. Yet, he harbored so many powerful magical treasures, something truly unimaginable. When Mo's sword spirit arrived here and witnessed the scene, it couldn't help but be surprised. Song Yi apparently had even more items at his disposal, and all were incredibly potent magical treasures. Mo's sword spirit sensed something even more profound. It seemed as if Song Yi hadn't fully unleashed the true powers of these treasures. If he did, their might would rival its own force. Mo's sword spirit couldn't fathom Song Yi's identity or experiences. How could he have such talented offspring, wield a formidable Dharma embryo like the Great Law Sword, and also possess so many treasured tools? Mo's sword spirit remained confused by these mysteries. However, it didn't dwell on speculations about Song Yi's background. Instead, it moved beside Song Yi, dealing a direct strike to the back of his head while angrily rebuking. I underestimated you when I said you were a tiger. You're not just a troublemaker, you're pure foolishness. Didn't I tell you to try not using spiritual energy to handle things, and simply go after those evildoers? Why are you causing so much commotion here? Do you intentionally want to invite trouble upon yourself? How did I end up with a master like you? Are you trying to make me find a new owner? Chapter 65. Is this reincarnation or a son? It was precisely at this moment that Mo Yujianling was so angry at Song Yi that he couldn't help but keep mocking Song Yi. Song Yi was truly very angry about this matter, and also felt extremely helpless. What did he do? He merely followed what Mo Yujianling said. But unexpectedly, there were so many accidents during the process. If he didn't use spiritual power or magic in the face of these things, he would probably have died there. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely be seriously injured. Faced with the situation at that time, did he have any other choice? Obviously, there was no other choice, which is why he did it. However, facing the furious Mo Yujianling, Song Yi was also at a loss for how to explain. But as they were arguing with each other here, the shadow was already very angry and coldly said, "You guys are really despicable. Can you actually shake me just by relying on yourselves? What a daydream. The treasures on your body aren't few. Although your cultivation level is indeed somewhat low, you're still good nourishment." After saying this, before others could react, he emitted a huge black beast, opening its bloodthirsty mouth, rushing straight towards Song Yi. Song Yi and Mo Yujianling both immediately noticed it. Faced with such a threat, where was there any meaning in continuing their argument? Immediately, both of them swiftly moved. Xuanhuan, after teleporting a few steps, directly emitted waves of greenish sword chi from his entire body, fearsome and powerful, terrifyingly filling the heaven and earth. Almost instantly, it seemed that the surroundings were entirely filled with the sword chi formed from this ghostly energy. The terrifying forces made it seem like the surroundings had fallen into a frozen chamber. Upon almost completing this formation, Xuanhuan also released it without hesitation. At the same time, Song Yi on the other side was not holding back much either. The supreme bone golden dragon appeared, and the seven-colored mystical fire covered the surroundings. As all the powers emerged in an instant, Song Yi quickly chanted the incantation, coordinating his attack with Xuanhuanlings, releasing them all simultaneously. Their fierce attacks fully surged at this moment, directly sending overwhelming force towards that dark shadow. When the other party saw this scene, they didn't show much panic but remained rather calm instead. Without further ado, the dark figure spread his arms wide, causing countless black mists to rise instantly beneath them. These black mists rapidly surrounded the entire area, completely enveloping themselves in response to the oncoming assault. In just a flash, Song Yi and Xuanhuanling's attacks disappeared without hitting anything. Both Song Yi and Xuanhuanling were momentarily stunned, confused about what happened exactly. In the next instant, they realized they urgently needed to escape from this situation, but it was too late. The surrounding black mist rapidly expanded and enveloped them entirely. Soon after, they were swallowed up and plunged into a dark space. Both Song Yi and Xuanhuanling were startled. At this point, Song Yi intended to continue using the Supreme Bone or the Mystic Fire to destroy the surroundings thoroughly. However, Xuanhuanling hurriedly stopped him. You talk big, don't you? You don't check the surrounding environment, but you start using supernatural powers recklessly. What will you do if you end up exhausting yourself to death? Xuanhuanling's sharp words made Song Yi aware of the situation. Upon observation, Song Yi indeed found that something around was continuously devouring his internal spiritual power. It was identical to entering the cave inside the false mountain previously, making him unable to utilize his inner spiritual power under these conditions. What kind of array is this? Song Yi perceived his surroundings, but failed to find any trace of an array pattern. If this was an array, then it far exceeded the level that Song Yi knew. Yet the problem was, Song Yi hadn't seen the opponent set up any array at all. This isn't an array. Xuanhuanling, gazing at the surroundings with a serious expression, stated, this is a Dao field domain. Domain. Song Yi was startled upon hearing this. Xuanhuanling nodded and explained, when your cultivation level is sufficient, you can allow your own Dao to coalesce into a world-like boundary, similar to a barrier, forming a unique spatial realm. Like an array again, able to transform and enhance. So, does this mean we are up against a true immortal? At this moment, Song Yi was already getting tense. A being at the level of a celestial immortal was something that even the entire Tianxian sect couldn't deal with. How could Song Yi be able to? If he still had the spirit-breaking divine seal in hand, he might have been able to escape. But now, in just a moment, Song Yi also became extremely anxious. And as for Song Yi's current state, Xuanhuanling should have mocked him, but there wasn't any such mood at all. Instead, he too became tense in this moment. The one we're currently facing is not a complete celestial immortal. This guy is only a part of what remains from an immortal's body. An immortal's body? And it's just a part. Song Yi found it absolutely incredible how this was possible. Xuanhuanling explained it was merely a portion of an immortal's corpse, not even the whole thing, and it had been abandoned for many years. Who would have thought that now, from it, a new living entity had emerged? This sounded truly unbelievable. Faced with Song Yi's astonishment, Xuanhuanling gave him a scornful look and blandly said, what's so strange about it? Forget an immortal's corpse, even if it's just the body of an ordinary person who has fallen in cultivation. After death, it becomes like a rare earthly treasure, continuously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, gathering boundless spirit energy, and slowly giving rise to a new consciousness. Somehow similar to the zombies you know. When Xuanhuanling put it that way, everything made sense. Even so, Song Yi couldn't help but marvel. It was just a part of a corpse, not even a complete one, and it was already capable of doing all this. It really was astonishing. So, does this newly born consciousness count as the remnant soul reborn from the original owner of the corpse, or should it be considered a newly born infant-like soul? If that's the case, then when the original soul of the corpse's owner is still around, should this newly born entity call it the old master or father? Upon hearing these words from Song Yi, Xuanhuanling couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's naturally the newly born one, and it has almost no connection to the past soul. It can only be considered something akin to mushrooms growing on the corpse, without any memory. Chapter 66, Realm. Xuanhuanling also introduced the other party's species to Song Yi. This is an extremely unique spirit, born from a corpse that has already died. It is very distinctive. It looks almost no different from normal humans, with the only difference being that they themselves are born of corpses, belonging to those who have more or less within them containing some form of corpse energy, yin energy, and sha energy. Although not the original owner, they inherit part of what originally belonged to the deceased. What Song Yi found speechless was that this thing seemed like a rebirth, but there was absolutely no sign of rebirth. The original thoughts could be said to be completely gone. It wasn't about the soul being reborn at all. It was more like a child being born, with a soul possessing unique thoughts. Although this was indeed the truth, and had been so since ancient times, the occurrences were far from just one or two instances. Still, Song Yi always felt that this was so strange. It was as if, after his death, he himself would still be carrying a child in his body, similar to a posthumous child. And if it were just women, then it would be fine. But crucially, men were also the same. More importantly, according to what Mo Yujianling said, this entity was not even a complete immortal's body, but only a part of it. It's unclear exactly which part, but overall, it looked extremely odd. Yet out of this oddness, this present one inherited part of a previous immortal's realm power. That was something Mo Yujianling did not expect. Though Mo Yujianling didn't know the full strength of the entire body while alive, she could suppress the other by the inherent traits of the Mo Yujian and even possess some ability to slay it. Things were different now. Unexpectedly, this guy was able to wield the power of a realm. That made it entirely different. Mo Yujian was not slaying him through sheer personal might. Her own abilities weren't enough to kill him outright. Because even if this present entity's cultivation lacked the true power of immortals, it being incomparably distant from the actual strength of an immortal, it was still transformed from a portion of an immortal's body. Although unable to compare directly with a true immortal, it certainly wasn't something ordinary people could sever easily. With how things currently stood, Mo Yujian clearly lacked the capacity to do so. However, under these circumstances, Mo Yujian could rely on her nine powers to extract its energy. Even if it originated from an immortal's body, it would undoubtedly die. But now they were effectively confined within this entity's realm. In such conditions, Mo Yujianling naturally found it difficult to manifest her abilities. Hearing Mo Yujianling's concerns, Song Yi paused for a moment before asking, "So, if this realm breaks, does that mean you'll have a chance to deal with him?" Mo Yujianling was taken aback, then nodded. But she couldn't fathom how, though incomplete, the power of this realm was certainly not something a peak mid-foundation stage cultivator could break. Not even Song Yi, or even her herself, could accomplish that. Did Song Yi have such an ability? Whoosh whoosh. At that very moment, amidst their hesitation, the dark figure outside intensified more power around them. Immediately, the fearsome forces made the swallowing force of this realm even stronger. Song Yi could distinctly feel his spiritual essence slipping away. At that instant, Mo Yujianling suddenly infused a strand of a greenish hue into Song Yi's body. This essence protected Song Yi, preventing any further depletion of internal spiritual energy. Going on like this isn't feasible. My strength can only hold out for a certain amount of time. You should try your method soon. Once this is broken, I'll find a way to deal with him. After hearing that, Song Yi nodded and stepped forward to take a look around. Within that expanse of dark space, darkness coalesced into a shadowy black figure appearing before Song Yi. Yet the real form was hidden, resembling more a phantom conjured by raw power. Haha, boy, stop resisting. If you cooperate quietly, I'll consider sparing your soul from consumption, leaving just the devouring of your flesh. Later, I will personally search a body for you, and you shall follow my commands. Don't talk about the insignificant Tianxian sect outside here. Even in the wider cultivation world, there'll be a place for you. Pretty good deal, right? Song Yi responded with a laugh. So you're saying you accept? Allow me to consume your body peacefully. He thought surely Song Yi must have submitted at this point. Thus, upon Song Yi saying this, he had already rushed to harness spatial powers, eagerly trying to engulf Song Yi. Unfortunately, just as the power of the realm reached Song Yi, he only let out a faint, cold laugh. Whoosh. Suddenly, a vibrant seven-colored flame surged upward, catching the unprepared black shadow off guard and delivering it a major blow. The scorching flames instantly ignited everything, and the horrifying force caused the shadow to wail in agony. Although this wasn't truly its main body here, a thread of divine consciousness hidden within was naturally affected directly by the assault. You damned fool. I will consume your body and torture your soul endlessly. I'll ensure you suffer eternally without release. Listening to the continuous cries of anger from the other side, Song Yi remained nonchalant. He didn't believe for a second that handing over his body would actually spare his soul. Besides, it wasn't even the end yet. Why should he consider surrendering his body so easily? Isn't that a bit too absurd? Song Yi had no intention of conceding like this. Facing the opponent's screams, Song Yi understood that the guy was undoubtedly consumed with frustration and anger. There wouldn't be much time left for Song Yi now. Taking a deep breath, Song Yi said to Mo Yujianling, "Next, I will activate the Great Luo Sword Embryo. Using its terrifying power along with the assistance of the Supreme Bone and Strange Fire, we should stand a chance." Mo Yujianling looked at Song Yi solemnly. Though Song Yi's plan sounded simple, she could sense that things wouldn't be as straightforward for him as described. Moreover, given Song Yi's fierce nature, it was unsurprising he hadn't acted immediately before. This move would surely come with a considerable cost. Thinking about this, Mo Yujianling felt an intricate mix of emotions welling up inside her. After pondering for a moment, she responded, "Since you've made your decision, then proceed. Rest assured, regardless of what happens, I will replace you and rescue the ones you seek to save. Your son, Song Pingyan, will also become a new sword immortal under the aid of the spirit Du Sword. He will carry on the legacy of our previous master in the future." Song Yi began feeling increasingly uncomfortable. What was all this about? Why was Mo Yujianling suddenly speaking in such a manner? Even though enacting this decision would indeed exact a certain price, why did Mo Yujianling's words make it sound as though he were about to die right after using this ability? Chapter 68. One who will stab you in the back at any time. In this situation, it was precisely the best moment for Mo Jianling to take action. What was she waiting for at this moment? Mo Jianling immediately started forming the mystical gestures, and a streak of dark green light emerged. In an instant, a foreboding atmosphere as if from the 9 abysses began swiftly enveloping the land at this time. Seize! Mo Jianling cried out with feminine strength, launching a peculiar mystic gesture that quickly struck the black shadow. What is this? Damn it, my power! Under the illumination of this mystic gesture, the shadow's entire yin qi was perfectly being extracted in this moment, attempting its utmost to resist and remain. But, no matter how hard it tried, all it did was slow down the process. There was nothing else it could do. No, don't. Helplessly watching all his powers being absorbed. Although he was transformed from a part of a celestial being's body, fundamentally speaking, he was still augmented by yin qi. Once these yin essences were lost, he would no longer possess life force. Therefore, he began gradually begging for mercy. Please, have mercy on me. I am a portion of a celestial's power, willing to bow and call you master, and the help I can provide in the future will be tremendous. Just by gaining my assistance, it is akin to having the support of a celestial consciousness. In the future, I'll definitely be of great use. Even in just a period of time, I will grow back into a celestial. At that time, there will be a celestial who bows and calls you master. It couldn't be denied that these terms put forward by the opponent seemed trivial on the surface, but they were enough to make even the entire Tianxian sect lose their hearts. Song Yi's 2 sons may one day possess the potential to become immortal emperors, but that was in the distant future. If they hadn't grown to such heights by then, everything would ultimately come to naught. However, this one before them was different. Although he currently no longer possessed the might of a celestial, like he had said, given enough time, he could recover. Even if he couldn't fully restore himself, it would still be an exceedingly powerful force. Such an occurrence was highly tempting for the entire Tianxian sect. How could the inner circle of the Tianxian sect not agree to something like this? Song Yi was also somewhat tempted by these words. Yet, it was merely a little bit. Moreover, at this moment, even Mo Jianling immediately spoke out in opposition. I advise you to think carefully. Although this entity is part of a celestial's remains, indeed inheriting some aspects of the original celestial, it cannot be regarded as a complete celestial. Their limits are as such, and furthermore, within it, they aren't slowly recovering, but rather must cultivate from scratch like others. Most importantly, he speaks easily, yet restoring strength comparable to a celestial is far from easy. One could even say it's harder compared to the ordinary people's cultivation. This sort of thing has a high starting point, yet its ultimate cap in the future is also low. Listening to Mo Jianling's description of this entity, Song Yi realized that this being's utility was only limited to the present. Its potential for growth in the future was too minimal. Upon hearing this, Song Yi indeed felt disdain. Mo Jianling continued. Of course, if you want a powerful combat force in the short term, it isn't a bad choice either. After all, this guy's fighting prowess. Even I, face to face without considering counters, am no match for him now. I truly didn't expect you to speak thus. Song Yi chuckled. It's the truth. Mo Jianling, slightly disgruntled, retorted. My current strength indeed falls short to his, but this doesn't mean it will always be so. Sure enough, Mo Jianling would never lose when it came to wordplay. Song Yi smiled and kept listening to Mo Jianling, who then added, and most importantly, you need to consider thoroughly before choosing him. Consider what? Song Yi asked in confusion. Mo Jianling let out a faint laugh and said, the entity before you is not a good thing. It originates from a corpse and underwent countless purifications with yin energy and sacrifices made by living beings. In essence, calling it an evil entity is no different. Whether or not you believe the words it utters, that's entirely up to you. I recognize you as my master. At worst, during times of danger, I wouldn't step forth to assist, nor reveal the true situation. But that entity would turn against you at critical moments, very possibly reducing you to a sacrifice yourself. As long as you let your guard down, it will make its move. As Song Yi listened, he shivered in cold fear. He had no interest in keeping something by his side that would eventually turn around and consume him. Moreover, if the original intention of subduing it was to gain a powerful force to aid him, then based on the information from Mo Jianling, during real danger, this formidable power would not only likely fail to assist him, but might even stab him in the back. Wasn't this just an expedited way to get him killed? In fact, one could say it was even more malicious than what Mo Jianling had proposed. Song Yi immediately discarded the thought without giving it another moment's consideration. It was evident that Mo Jianling had foreseen all this from the start. Hence, she didn't pause at all and continued to channel her gestures to absorb the entity's essence. The powerful yin energy belonging to the shadow was being completely drained into Mo Jianling. In no time, a significant portion of it had already been absorbed. By now, the dark aura surrounding the black shadow had vanished, leaving behind a figure that looked almost exactly like the former prince they encountered before. Damn you two. You will pay for this. I swear I won't let either of you off. One day I will return, and when that day comes, it will be your demise. From the black mass, some residual power attempted to flee. Song Yi realized this was its last card, a force that neither he nor his own abilities could obstruct even slightly. However, at this critical juncture, Mo Jianling gave a cunning smile and said, if we are so despicable, how could we possibly allow you another chance? You should peacefully vanish here today. What are you planning? At this moment, the entity was deeply shocked, as it had nearly escaped successfully. That final burst of yin qi was all it had left to sacrifice. Indeed, its most vital advantage lay in the fragment of the Celestial's remains where it was born, essentially its body. Yet, for survival, it had now decided to abandon this foundation. Just as it was about to flee, Mo Jianling suddenly transformed into her original sword form. The blade pointed downward, with intricate patterns of dark yin qi swirling at the tip, quickly forming an array. Chapter 69. To be damned forever without redemption. The formation embodied by Mo Jianling appeared here quickly, and its formidable power was also perfectly demonstrated at this time. Strands of greenish light appeared in the sky, and at this moment, that originally fleeing black mist was directly linked by the array patterns. There was no way to escape now. I won't die. No matter how much that person struggled at this time, there was no way to escape such a fate. Mo Jianling had successfully sealed the opponent firmly with her formidable strength, gathering that strand of black mist completely. Once again, an eerie glow appeared on Mo Jian. In the blink of an eye, Mo Jianling restored her elegant charm. But aside from her coquettishness, her face showed more coldness this time. She had no pity for the black mist before her eyes. With a casual wave, all the forces around from the formation gathered together, overwhelmingly powerful. In an instant, before the black mist could struggle further, she had already grasped it into a lump. Mo Jianling, accompanied by her own yin qi, refined and condensed this force rapidly. Then she gave it to Song Yi with a nonchalant glance. Take it, or it will be gone if you drop it. Mo Jianling spoke casually. Too suddenly, Song Yi was caught off guard. When he picked it up, Song Yi clearly felt that there existed an extremely powerful soul force inside. He used evil techniques and sacrificed lives to gain strength, converting them through the body of an immortal. This allows his soul to reach great enhancement. As for me, I extracted the yin qi from him, condensing his soul into a supplement. Huh. Hearing these words, Song Yi felt utterly confused for a while. Mo Jianling sighed helplessly. Simply put, I have transformed what was left of his soul into this power. It's an extremely rare nourishment. Though the other party is not the soul of an immortal, it truly comes from the power of immortals. The strength contained within cannot be compared with ordinary people's. After you eat it, your soul will gain a tremendous boost. You might even understand the domain force of immortals. Will you eat it or not? Eat? Of course I'll eat. With such a good opportunity, Song Yi wouldn't let it go. Without hesitation, he swallowed it down. I told you to take it, not eat it right now. You didn't make any preparations. Are you really as reckless as you seem? Seeing Song Yi swallowing it whole so abruptly, Mo Jianling got quite startled. What? You're supposed to eat it later, not now? Song Yi also turned pale, realizing he was too hasty, didn't even inquire about the details, listened, and then ate it. He truly felt as if Mo Jianling was correct, like he was really rash. Yet, he never acted this way before. Recently, what has happened? Suddenly wanting to show off, he ended up being overly aggressive. Song Yi himself couldn't figure it out, but now wasn't the time to ponder over it. Thus, Song Yi asked, then, what's going to happen to me next? Not much, only that your soul can't withstand the power of the other side. Gradually, your soul will become hard to bear the pressure. Firstly, it'll painfully tear your soul apart bit by bit. Then, slowly, you'll only feel endless suffering until it gradually disappears. That's all. That's all. If we've reached this point, naturally that's all. If you are not lucky enough and no one helps you recondense your soul, then your fragmented soul will dissipate step by step. You can say you'll disintegrate entirely, with no chance of rebirth. Listening to this, Song Yi was filled with fear, never expecting things would get this serious. However, seeing Mo Jianling look as if none of this mattered, Song Yi became silently lost in thought. After contemplating for a moment, he faintly questioned, looking at it like this, surely you have a method. Speak. Why should I tell you? Mo Jianling asked in puzzlement. Song Yi calmly replied. You just took away plenty of yin qi from his body. Those are sufficient for you to cultivate. However, since you got it under my help, shouldn't you help each other? Who wants to help you? Naturally you do, beautiful, gorgeous, and charming beauty. Have mercy on me. Save me. Upon seeing Song Yi in such a state, Mo Jianling couldn't help but burst out laughing softly, charmingly captivating and bewitching. But soon, Mo Jianling returned to her normal self, pretending to be aloof and proud as she said, since you've pleaded with me so earnestly, naturally I'll help you. Song Yi, I'm here, my lady. Song Yi obediently listened to her words as Mo Jianling pointed a finger delicately at his forehead. Instantly, a force surged into Song Yi's mind. This force caused Song Yi's body to spasm for a moment as an awe-inspiring power began to fuse with his soul. The original force that had entered Song Yi's body and was already growing was halted by the strength injected by Mo Jianling. At this moment, Song Yi's soul began to recover, slowly increasing in strength. What is this? Done already. Mo Jianling informed Song Yi he was restored at this point, but Song Yi still found it hard to believe. Unable to resist asking, isn't this a bit too simple? Hearing Song Yi's words, Mo Jianling chuckled and replied, what's so difficult about it? Although the consequence is indeed very terrifying, it doesn't mean that stopping it is equally difficult. In fact, relatively speaking, all you need to do is separate your soul from the force you absorbed, then absorb it slowly. As long as you achieve this, that's enough. Song Yi was stunned by what he heard, not because it was hard, rather, because it was so incredibly simple. Even without Mo Jianling, Song Yi himself could have easily done it. In the end, she made it sound so horrifying. Song Yi truly thought it would be complex. But in reality, it was this simple? For a moment, Song Yi looked utterly exasperated at Mo Jianling. Mo Jianling smirked triumphantly and said, "Don't glare at me. I haven't lied to you at all. If these steps aren't followed, you really will disintegrate completely, with no hope of rebirth." Seeing Mo Jianling giggling happily, Song Yi could only sigh helplessly. There's nothing he can do. By now, at least he didn't make any promises to Mo Jianling. However, despite this little mishap, Song Yi could already sense the soul power within him continuously growing. All he needed to do was settle down and properly absorb it. Surely, this would bring unexpected gains. Not just Song Yi, Mo Jianling had reaped numerous benefits as well. With all of this combined, they were walking away fully satisfied. Chapter 70, Problems Arise Again. This trip could really be described as a full load of return. They did not choose to leave directly, because Mo Jianling needed to absorb the yin energy here. Otherwise, if time passed, it would be quite wasteful. Fortunately, there was no longer too much need to worry about time at the moment. Song Yi now had enough time, and it was just right to settle down and absorb things carefully. They sought out a relatively quiet place, and Song Yi sat cross-legged. At this time, Song Yi began to slowly unravel the forces infused by Mo Jianling, and then these forces were gradually released from Song Yi's body. With the massive power under Song Yi's guidance, these forces began to merge with him and started slowly nourishing Song Yi's soul. Song Yi's soul grew stronger due to this nourishment. If this continued, there would be little need for Song Yi to do more. Not long after, Song Yi already felt an ascending sensation. His soul had thoroughly transformed, coalescing together. The process was extremely simple. One might even say that Song Yi didn't have to specially do anything. Song Yi already felt the enhancement of his soul. Not only had his spiritual perception expanded, but his soul had grown powerful. Even during this process, he also achieved a certain breakthrough in cultivation level through absorbing all this power. In no time, Song Yi had once again reached the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. And yet, these powers hadn't been completely absorbed yet. To fully absorb them wasn't a problem of cultivation practice, but rather a matter of time. Just absorb over time, there's no need to worry about other things. Meanwhile, through getting a hold of the memories of the other person's soul, Song Yi had also learned about this guy's recollections. It was exactly as Mo Jianling had said. This thing was born after the death of an immortal and did not inherit the memories of that immortal. No memory was passed on at all. Only the innate divine powers of this being could be inherited. All of this can be considered incomplete. Dealing with a foundation cultivator, spirit energy, Dantian C, or condensed Dan realms may still be possible. But when facing someone at the spirit communication level, it would be fairly challenging. Because of this, Mo Jianling actually wasn't worried at that time. Because there was indeed the possibility that Mo Jianling could still break those restrictions with some explosive force. But Mo Jianling had been injured previously by fractured spatial forces within the Liekong Forbidden Zone. As a result, its power had taken a discount, so at that situation, it couldn't escape from that particular field immediately. In comparison, Song Yi clearly sensed that so-called field wasn't really much of a field at all. It was very far off from what a true field would be. Because of this, at the end, Song Yi had no other method but to abandon his own body and choose to flee. At that moment, he essentially had no chances left anymore. Even if he reacquired a body next, it would be hard to face off against Song Yi and Mo Jianling. Firstly, his main advantage lay in the fact that he was born from part of a celestial corpse. Without that body, what major advantages remained? This so-called soul was actually not particularly strong either. It was just higher than others of the same realm and had somewhat deeper reserves. Moreover, Song Yi had also directly learned about his past. This fellow didn't even know anything about the celestial of the past. Since his birth, he had been obtained by Zhang Ji. Exactly how he got it, he had merely known through what Zhang Ji told him. It turned out that it was something included in the rewards given by the Tianxian sect before. The issue is, the Tianxian sect never gave such a reward. Back then, Zhang Ji's small world had luckily produced a talented individual, albeit not highly gifted, but the Tianxian sect still granted some consoling rewards. A middle-grade yellow stage storage ring. Compared to Song Yi's mysterious stage storage ring, this was practically garbage beyond measure. However, understand that back then, Zhang Ji's situation, even his initial position, was worse than Song Yi's. The seed sent away, let alone emperor-level talent, barely qualified with talent. That was how lucky a thing it was. Sometimes, finding a person of even passable talent could be extremely difficult. Song Yi deeply understood this point as well. However, even though the Tianxian sect gave Zhang Ji a consolation prize, they wouldn't possibly give out something like this. Even if the people managing the treasury at the Tianxian sect had cloudy eyes, at least they should have known the detection during distribution. Even if they failed to recognize it as part of a celestial's body, at the very least, they should have known this was absolutely not something ordinary. That could be said to be extraordinarily hard, and even an ordinary magical treasure would have no way of comparing. It also contained a very powerful force inside. Such an item was obviously not a mundane object. At this level, let alone giving it to the Zhang Ji of the past, even the later Zhang Ji or the current Song Yi would not be worthy. Therefore, that thing very likely had little to do with the Tianxian sect. Instead, it was unknown who had placed it there. However, regardless of what exactly happened, neither Song Yi nor Zhang Ji, nor the soul born from the celestial corpse, had any knowledge about the matter, leaving no way to verify anything. But no matter what, it currently didn't hold much importance. Firstly, Zhang Ji and the soul birthed by the celestial corpse were both gone now. And all this has already fallen into their hands, beginning to be refined. In this case, if someone truly was behind it all, they had undoubtedly been surpassed long ago. Regardless of what exactly occurred, Song Yi at least couldn't dwell on it too much now. As for the memories that followed, there was nothing particularly remarkable about them. After acquiring this object, Zhang Ji unexpectedly discovered that water soaked with it could make the human body rich in spiritual energy, granting new strength. How exactly Zhang Ji proceeded was entirely absent from these memories. As far as Song Yi knew, the Tianxian sect shouldn't possess such dark arts. It was indeed possible to sacrifice a living person's life for the sake of the fetus within one's belly. Although this method could indeed give rise to quite a number of infants, things often reach their extremes before reversing. This method did not spread through the cultivation world, surely not just because it defied heaven and was excessively wicked. After all, in the hearts of many, or perhaps even the majority of cultivators, the lives of mortals counted for little. If they really knew about this, they would certainly hesitate not a moment to sacrifice insignificant mortals, trading their lives for young talents. Even if these young talents relatively lacked in innate abilities, if enough less talented ones accumulated experience, then in time, they would still constitute a massive sum. For these mortals, they considered them almost disposable. Moreover, if by chance a talent of sufficient ability appeared, wouldn't everything be worth it? Chapter 71. He once thought of the world. So, even if this is a dark art, as long as it can be spread out, let alone other sects, even the Tianxian sect would probably use it. It's just very likely that they would use it secretly rather than openly. But, there is no such record in the Tianxian sect, and they haven't even touched these things. Moreover, this only appears in the hands of an ordinary disciple. Although Zhang Ji has a certain role within the sect, he cannot be compared with those true cultivation disciples. So, there is absolutely no way that such an important task would be entrusted to him. That being the case, it implies that this has little connection with the Tianxian sect. Song Yi was temporarily at a loss over this issue, his head pounding. He had thought that this time, quite a few troubles would be resolved, at least he could solve the problems at hand. But unexpectedly, it turned out otherwise. Now, it brought him many questions, leaving him momentarily uncertain about how to investigate. He could only try not to think too much under such circumstances. As long as these matters didn't immediately threaten him, everything else seemed trivial. While Mou's sword spirit continued to cultivate, Song Yi directly returned to the same town, bringing along the pig-headed young master and his few subordinates. The townspeople were extremely respectful when they saw him. Truly, he was their god. They wished this genuine immortal would come to save them. They didn't want to live in suffering anymore. They couldn't continue living like this, always on edge. If things went on like this, they might be wiped out completely. In reality, Song Yi had no intention of saving them. After all, this wasn't his own world. If he left behind too many legends here, once the Tianxian sect discovered that Zhang Ji was missing, any future investigation revealing too much of his own traces would be extremely detrimental to himself. At first, he planned to ignore the whole matter entirely, but it couldn't be helped. Zhang Ji's world was exactly what Song Yi needed the most at present. Not because this world already possessed spiritual energy, but because there were far too many of the extremely wicked people that he required in this world. Those people were what Song Yi needed for aiding the blood legacy in grass in the future. Therefore, naturally, he unintentionally helped the people 66 times around Xuanhuan. And precisely for that reason, during this period, Song Yi traveled through the palaces everywhere. Originally, even finding one extremely wicked person in his small world was extremely difficult. But in this world, they were really everywhere. In the blink of an eye, he found 10, and if he wanted to, he could have easily gathered 100 here. But there was no need. After taking these 10 away directly, Song Yi ceased concerning himself with the affairs here. As for how the common people fared hereafter, naturally, someone else would manage it. They could also rise up in rebellion. After all, now the opposing side no longer possessed the so-called power of immortals. Moreover, if later this place were discovered by the Tianxian sect, the Tianxian sect would definitely not turn a blind eye to what occurred here. Though everyone doesn't care much about the lives in this small world, these lives are nonetheless one of the sources of good seeds they can find in the future. Even if they lost 1 or 2, even 1,000, it wouldn't matter much. However, the loss of an entire small world's life force, even the chaos into which this small world fell, making it impossible to provide them with new seeds. Especially before, the seeds provided by this small world ranked among the top priorities of all the worlds. How could they not care? Therefore, there will surely be a reorganization of this place then. Song Yi certainly did not wish to attract too much attention at that time, for it would be very disadvantageous to him. But, Song Yi never expected that. When he appeared here as a god and did all these things. Although he ultimately did not find that emperor, when that emperor learned of these messages, he almost fainted from fear. Especially after thoroughly understanding these events, it could be said that every aspect made him tremble with fear. As an emperor, he was fundamentally different from the emperor in Song Yi's small world. Initially, he truly wanted to do practical things for the common people. He didn't intend to become an enlightened monarch who cared deeply for all under heaven. At the very least, he didn't want all the people to starve. He didn't want to end up like his father, virtually ignoring state affairs and allowing the common folk to suffer endlessly. There were times when he simply could not understand why his father, the emperor, was so enlightened and loving him. That attitude didn't resemble that of a decadent ruler at all. If it weren't for understanding the affairs of the realm, he would have truly believed that his father was an upright and open-minded emperor, a genuinely good one. But precisely because he understood, he realized that his father wasn't. Instead, he was a calamity to the realm, causing its people to live in misery. So, he had always wanted to change these things. At the very least, he wouldn't be like his father. However, only after growing up did he realize the hardships his father endured. His father, as a young man, was just like him. He also wanted to save the common people, to become a benevolent emperor. But in the end, they found themselves unable to do otherwise. Even while sitting on this supreme imperial throne, they were mere errand boys. It was then he learned there was an even higher being above them, a divine immortal. Precisely because of this immortal's presence, they often found themselves powerless. They had to follow the commands of this immortal, watching the people drink substances akin to poison, infants taken away by the immortal, and mothers dying cruelly. Nearly every day, many people died, countless families were torn apart, and numerous infants vanished without a trace. Such insensitivity, such cruelty. Was this really an immortal? More like a fiendish demon. Under these circumstances, they had no way to resist. Once, an emperor dared to question and attempted to stop such practices. As a result, he naturally became a former emperor, erased from the royal genealogy, as if he had never existed, never stepped into this world. Thus, since then, no one dared to oppose anymore. Nevertheless, even so, this immortal still thought the number of infants was insufficient, the emperor's efficiency too low. In this situation, other individuals began to be sought out. Not only those with similar authority like that certain prince, but also other figures started appearing. Their main purpose was to provide more infants to the immortal. Undoubtedly, this practice caused even more suffering for the masses. But what could be done? Who could resist? Chapter 72. They are not of the same kind. They simply did not have such power, nor had they ever had enough strength. All they could do was helplessly watch these events unfold, helplessly witness chaos across the land, and helplessly bear the condemnation of the world. In time, they grew numb and became the tyrant that everyone saw them as. It wasn't that they had lost themselves. It was that there was simply no way to regain their true selves. This emperor also thought that he might spend his entire life in such a decline, sacrificing countless lives for the survival of more people. But little did he expect that one day, this kind of dawn would actually come. When he heard about these things, he was truly both afraid and happy. He was afraid of ending up like those others, dying a miserable death. But he was also happy because the dawn of this world had arrived, and the people under heaven would naturally be saved. He spent each day in this manner, almost waiting for death to come. But what he didn't expect was that after many days had passed, death had not yet arrived by his side. On the contrary, it seemed as if the immortals had completely disappeared. Those wicked ones who had been taken away had no further news whatsoever. Nowadays, the world was filled with songs of praise for that immortal. The people were genuinely delighted that this world of filth had welcomed such an immortal. The common folk, being unaware of the truth, praised the immortal, believing it was he who brought them new light and new hope. The only somewhat regrettable thing was that even though so many evildoers had been punished, why hadn't that dog emperor been taken away too, allowing him to die? Since these people didn't know the truth, it was natural for them to think this way. But he was different. He knew clearly that the one who could harm the masses of this world was not him, this powerless emperor, but the immortal who could decide the life or death of all at once, the immortal who could destroy the entire world. It was this immortal who had caused all of this, causing all babies to go missing, causing mothers to die after pregnancy, causing many families to be displaced. But, clearly, all of this was within the control of that immortal. Why would the immortal suddenly choose to do this, transforming overnight into the great hero who saved the great wall of the world? Accepting the reverence of the people. Based on his past understanding of this immortal, the immortal would absolutely disdain such recognition. Moreover, considering the current situation, the person only did half a job before leaving without completing everything. Evidently, the main purpose was not to save the people, nor was it about gaining fame. So what exactly was his intention behind doing all this? For a while, the emperor couldn't make sense of any of it. But what made him feel joyful now was not only surviving all this, but also seeing the world move towards betterment. He knew that many people today held great resentment towards him. Too many commoners wished for his death. But compared to other possibilities, this already counted as a good outcome. The commoners would not directly do anything to him, and he must use this time to comfort the people. This is what he needed to do now, completing one of his own wishes. He began handling the administration, drastically revising all the old issues from before, bringing clarity back to governance, and the people started living peacefully again. Everything in the world seemed to be returning to normal. And regarding the ability to change such an environment, those who felt grateful were not toward the emperor. It was still Song. The reason was simple. Everyone believed that what the emperor had done in the past came straight from his heart. The chaos that had existed in the world before was mostly due to the incompetence and folly of this emperor. Though the emperor responsible for all this hadn't been punished, seeing so many evildoers die and knowing that the immortal himself had acted surely scared him witless. Under these circumstances, the emperor certainly revised his former behavior drastically. He dared not offend the immortals anymore. What if the immortal returned and punished him? Thus, under these circumstances, whatever revisions the emperor made were credited to Song Yi's achievements. Even if, one day, this emperor were to do anything wrong or suddenly die under mysterious circumstances, the public would certainly see it as another sign of the immortal's wrath. There was no doubt this would be closely tied to Song Yi. Faced with the enlightenment the immortals had bestowed upon them, the commoners naturally discarded their previous beliefs and embraced a new divinity. Song Yi thus naturally took center stage. The commoners in the place where Song Yi and Mo Jianling first appeared had personally witnessed their appearances, as did the soldiers there. Naturally, their looks were etched into people's minds, and it didn't take long before someone was commissioned to sculpt them into images. One portrayed unparalleled valor, the other, a beauty that enchanted all beings. These two statues were placed side by side, presenting an image of harmonious talent and grace, akin to celestial lovers destined for each other. Hence, the world began contemplating the idea of worshipping them. However, another question immediately arose. What were their identities? In the eyes of these mortals, surely the heavens must also have a court. If so, then heavenly deities must hold distinct ranks. What kind of deities were these two who descended to save them? What were their official titles? After pondering this for a moment, they soon devised two identities from a mortal's perspective. Song Yi was titled Juku Junan Xiaoyao Zhenjuan, the leisurely lord who relieves suffering. Mo Jianling was hailed as Pudu Zhongxing Xiantian Nuxian, the heavenly goddess of compassion. These titles were carefully thought out and deemed most fitting. After all, no one knew what positions these deities held in heaven. They feared that if the titles they conferred were too grand, it might anger other deities and cause trouble for these two. If the titles were too small, it wouldn't be appropriate either. Thus, after much deliberation, they decided on such identities. Under these circumstances, these titles would neither overshadow their importance nor detract from the fact that they were saviors of the mortal realm, highlighting their immense contributions. All of this stemmed from the imaginings of the common folk. When the emperor noticed the faces carved onto these newly crafted statues, he couldn't help but be greatly astonished. After all, he had seen Zhang Ji personally and knew there wasn't any fairy accompanying him. So how did this happen? Despite his repeated questioning, everyone who had once seen Song Yi and Mo Jianling swore on their lives that these depictions matched exactly without error. Even if Song Yi and Mo Jianling were brought over now, they would probably find themselves quite impressed with how accurately their likenesses were captured. In fact, the person who created these sculptures deserved to be recruited away. This realization suddenly dawned on the emperor. Could it mean that these two weren't Zhang Ji's accomplices? Chapter 73, Give me one as well. It was really hard to believe, but when the emperor thought about it at this moment, everything seemed inevitable. If it were the previous deity, he wouldn't help others, let alone causing no trouble. That would already be something worth thanking heaven and earth for. But now, he has saved humanity. Isn't this precisely representing a drastic change from before? Before, the emperor was pondering what exactly happened. Was Zhang Ji committing some sort of wicked deed, with ill intentions? Now, however, it was evident that it wasn't him at all. Instead, the other deities had grown tired of his actions, which is why they specially arrived. Finally, after all this time, salvation has arrived. The emperor felt extremely grateful in his heart. At this moment, he finally didn't need to worry any longer. With the truth unveiled, he could sleep peacefully again. And upon learning this information, he swiftly informed the nearby eunuch, passed down the notice. Since these two deities have warned us by saving the world, we must follow without question. Moreover, we must publicize their message and let them know that we've understood. Announced nationwide. We shall hold a grand ceremony. Yes, your majesty. The eunuch immediately passed down the news. Upon receiving the information, none of the officials questioned it. After all, this involved not just his majesty. It also concerned those legendary deities, and thus it related even more intimately to their own lives. How could they not take it seriously? Firstly, there's something important to understand. They were certainly not good people either. With chaos in the court and calamity among the people, how could it be unrelated to them? It's easy to see, among these officials, how many corrupt ministers and greedy officials must there be. Therefore, upon learning that this arriving deity was punishing evildoers, they were genuinely frightened. Although they weren't ultimately punished, they were still shaken by the ordeal. Because of this, no one dared to act recklessly anymore. Even though there has been no news of the deity recently, in their hearts, they remained perpetually anxious and uneasy. Upon hearing this matter this time, they naturally agreed first thing. Not only did they agree, but they intended to wholeheartedly and earnestly contribute. Such an important event must not encounter any error. Thus, they started contemplating ways to make the event more magnificent. However, they soon learned. In the imperial edict issued by the emperor, although the scale of this ceremony was indeed large, it strictly forbade overworking the people or wastefully spending resources, warning of severe punishment otherwise. Their duty was to follow the emperor's command, and they also recalled. Hadn't this deity recently been punishing bad people? It hadn't even been a few days since then, and they hadn't yet enjoyed much peace. Yet, the result might once again involve laboring and wasting resources in preparing the celebration for the deity. Wouldn't that embarrass the deity? Faced with such a situation, they carefully considered and fell into deep contemplation. How exactly could they ensure compliance with the emperor's orders while maintaining propriety towards the deity? This was a problem. This issue even made them feel that preparing gifts for others seemed easier by comparison. So how should it be done? For a time, everyone here agonized over arranging a proper ceremony for Song Yi. Yet, they had no idea that as the core of this incident, and their very own deity in their hearts, Song Yi himself was utterly unaware of all these matters. Even worse, if Song Yi knew that his actions had caused so many changes, he would regret it immensely. He would surely, at the first opportunity, conceal his identity, preventing his true nature from being revealed. After all, this way too many people would learn of Song Yi's presence. No doubt, the Tianxian sect could investigate through means far more complex than imagined. Regarding all of this happening now, Song Yi was completely oblivious. Once Mo's spirit sword had absorbed all the Yin Qi, she left this small world together with Song Yi. Although there were still numerous questions, they no longer mattered much. Having collected everything they needed, Song Yi returned to their world. Mou, your speed is so slow. As soon as Song Yi returned to his mountain range, he saw Ling Lu's spirit sword waiting idly by the entrance. Nearby, Song Pingyan was practicing swordsmanship, clearly struggling due to his young age, even with a wooden sword. No, Mou, why has your energy changed? How did you enhance your strength? Did you sneak and eat something good without telling me? Although the spiritual attributes of Ling Lu's sword spirit and her counterpart have certain differences, they still share a mutual connection because they come from the same origin. After absorbing all those yin qi, Moyo's sword spirit not only fully recovered from the injury she sustained during the space collapse, but also enhanced her own strength. For this situation, Ling Lu's sword spirit naturally assumed that Moyo's sword spirit must have secretly obtained some great item without telling her. However, in response to Ling Lu's sword spirit's questioning, Moyo's sword spirit covered her mouth and giggled lightly. This isn't something I brought back. It's all because my master thought I did well and rewarded me with it. What? Song Yi was also very surprised for a moment, as it was indeed true that these gains had something to do with his involvement, but there was no denying that all these achievements were gained by Moyo's sword spirit herself. He didn't expect her to suddenly attribute all these accomplishments to him. Clearly, it wasn't to flatter Song Yi. It was merely because Moyo wanted to irritate Ling Lu's sword spirit. Song Yi found this quite exasperating. Why should he be dragged into their disputes? However, Ling Lu's sword spirit actually believed it. This could be understandable. After all, at the start, what Song Yi presented truly shocked them. Whether it was the great Luo sword ingot or the breakthrough divine spirit charm, these things suggested that it was perfectly reasonable for Song Yi to possess something that could enhance Moyo's sword spirit. So considering this, Ling Lu's sword spirit turned her gaze towards Song Yi. Taking small steps forward, just as she was about to approach, Moyo's sword spirit playfully stepped before her, blocking her path. Little Ling Lu, what do you want? This is my master. You have your own master too. Blocked by Moyo's sword spirit and hearing these words, Ling Lu's sword spirit was momentarily furious but could do nothing. She pouted helplessly and turned her head away. Seeing Ling Lu's sword spirit's expression, Moyo's sword spirit became even more delighted and beamed joyfully. Just then, Song Pingyan stopped practicing his swordsmanship and slowly walked over. He glanced at Ling Lu's sword spirit and then said to Song, Dad, can you give Ling Lu something similar? Chapter 74. Who is the servant? Obviously, at this moment, Song Pingyan didn't want the Ling Lu sword spirit to be wronged, so he especially came to ask Song Yi for a treasure like that of the Ling Lu sword spirit, in order to give it some improvement as well. Song Yi chuckled wryly, thinking of his foolish son. He then helplessly said, Your father is merely an ordinary later-stage foundation-establishing cultivator. If you ask me to improve your power, I do have methods. But take a look at these two. What rank are they? No matter how talented your father may be, it's impossible to casually produce such treasures. But, Song Pingyan still wanted to say something. Song Yi shook his head helplessly and said, It was just a danger we encountered in a certain place. After resolving those dangers, the Yin energy was absorbed by Mou. Ah, now I understand. The Ling Lu sword spirit put on a look as if everything were within her expectations, clearly disdaining everything that Mou had done. Mou's sword spirit let out a humph, obviously very dissatisfied with the current situation. Master, you're back. Song Yi had just returned when he saw xuanhuan and others coming to greet him. Xuanhuan had already known all about it since Song Pingyan and Ling Lu's sword spirit returned. How could Song Pingyan and Ling Lu's sword spirit set up formations here without keeping anything from them? And knowing that this would be the time to save Qing Ruoling, xuanhuan was also extremely pleased. Unfortunately, her own abilities were too limited. Therefore, she couldn't provide any assistance. At this moment, Song Yi noticed as well during his absence. Although their cultivation levels had indeed improved, it wasn't much. This wasn't because they had relaxed and not focused on their cultivation. Rather, cultivating was naturally like this. Even with sufficient resources, one's progress wouldn't always be smooth. Moreover, their original talents weren't particularly strong either. Brother Song Yi, you've returned. Seeing Song Yi's safe return made them quite happy. Song Yi hadn't been in the rending void Forbidden Land for even a day, but it was outside the small world where time passed differently. Hence, nearly a year had gone by here. For Song Yi, it wasn't a long time. However, for xuanhuan and the others, several years had already passed. Song Yi embraced her and consoled her with a smile a few times. Witnessing Song Yi and xuanhuan's intimate scene, Mou's sword spirit grew restless. She immediately stepped forward, smiling brightly, and saying, Oh, so this is one of the women you keep in your heart, huh? She truly is youthful and charming. Not bad eyesight at all. Unexpectedly, Mou appeared, and Song Yi already sensed that things weren't right. What mischief was Mou up to now? But before Song Yi could react, xuanhuan unexpectedly stood up at this moment. Examining Mou carefully, even before Mou could continue speaking, xuanhuan enthusiastically pulled Mou's hand. Mou was momentarily confused by xuanhuan's actions, not understanding what was going on with this girl. You must be the new older sister, right? I know Brother Song Yi has good taste, but seeing you, I truly realize how outstanding Brother Song Yi really is. I believe you should know that we have Qing Ruoling as an older sister ahead, who is Brother Song Yi's original wife, and we should address her as an elder sister. But I know I might not fit in well, so I'm willing to step aside. Sister, you can be Brother Song Yi's second wife, and I will be the youngest. Pingyan, you must be kind to your younger sister. If you dare to bully her, watch out, mother will spank your bottom. For a moment, Everyone was dumbfounded by xuanhuan's words. What does this mean? Why does it sound so strange? For a while, faced with xuanhuan's words, they all paused and thought. Soon enough, Song Yi was the first to regain his senses, tapping xuanhuan's little head lightly. What are you thinking all day, not focusing on your cultivation? I have been practicing properly. Xuanhuan felt deeply wronged as she touched the spot where Song Yi had tapped her, feeling both pain and injustice, unsure what exactly she had done wrong. Next, Mou Sword's spirit finally understood the situation and simply couldn't help herself from being angry. Originally, she just wanted to irritate xuanhuan, making her mistakenly think that after Song Yi left her, he started philandering outside. Eventually, bringing back someone more beautiful than before, making her feel like Song Yi preferred new lovers over old ones, causing xuanhuan and Song Yi to have a quarrel. At that moment, various love scripts were swirling around in Mou Sword's spirit's mind. As a result, not only did these scenarios fail to unfold, but they were completely altered at this moment, leaving her at a loss. What was going on with xuanhuan? Not only did she not blame anyone, but she even wanted to give up her position. This was simply too well behaved. It was almost touching. Then, Mou Sword's spirit wasn't moved, but rather became even angrier. Why should she be with Song Yi? Moreover, there was a daughter, the daughter that xuanhuan thought of, which was none other than the Linglu Sword spirit. How could Mou Sword's spirit accept such a situation? She immediately furiously exclaimed. Who wants this position? Who's together with him? I'm not part of your kind. Huh? It isn't you. Xuanhuan also couldn't help but stop in surprise after hearing this. Song Yi nodded and said, she naturally is not. I'm sorry. Xuanhuan hurriedly apologized when she realized she had made a mistake, and asked curiously, since it's like that, then who is she? Her. Song Yi thought for a moment, then calmly said, she has to call me master. Brother Song Yi, you're buying servants? Xuanhuan said in astonishment. You are the servant. I am a sword spirit, a sword spirit. Mou Sword spirit was utterly speechless. She didn't know why. Even though xuanhuan's thoughts were pure, she was supposed to be the easiest to deceive, even worse than Linglu Sword spirit. Instead, her innocence caused her continuous breakdowns. How could she endure this? Mou Sword spirit immediately snapped at Song Yi irritably. Now that you're back, I'll go rescue someone. Don't disturb me during this time. There's only one bloodline grass left. Once it's gone, those you want to save will have no hope and no place to bury them. Do you understand? Song Yi nodded, and Mou Sword spirit let out another humph, then walked into the courtyard, releasing the extremely wicked individuals she had put inside the space earlier. When treasures reached a high enough rank, they could open their own spaces inside, similar to cultivators opening a miniature world. Even better, their small worlds could be carried around. Therefore, Mou Sword spirit stored all her items there. Chapter 75. Why is a loan needed again? Song Yi was rather puzzled that Mou Jianling went to treat Qing Ruoling, and of course, Song Yi was very happy about it. It's understandable not to let Song Yi interfere. After all, there are many things involved. As Mou Jianling said, once any mistake happens, it will not only fail, but also waste the blood Yanyin grass. Qing Ruoling is really difficult to save. Song Yi could understand all these, but why did Mou Jianling set up a barrier directly in Qing Ruoling's room after saying this sentence? The barrier blocked everything, so currently, Song Yi and others cannot get close. Relax, Mou has great skills. Although she is a sword spirit, she is no worse than normal cultivators. Linglu Jianling walked over, her cute appearance, but very seriously said. Song Yi nodded. Although Mou Jianling often tried to trick him, at least there were no issues with how she handled matters, which indeed made Song Yi feel more at ease. Forget it. After all, since this matter is being handled by Mou Jianling, he doesn't need to worry too much. Immediately after, Song Yi quickly returned to the courtyard with everyone. Nowadays, the outside world was also very peaceful. They didn't need to worry about anything. According to what Mou Jianling said before, this would take a lot of time. So during this period, Song Yi didn't need to deliberately bother with anything. Even so, how could Song Yi not keep worrying? Song Yi expanded the originally small courtyard, adding several more rooms. These did not require Linglu Jianling's help, so during this time, Linglu Jianling started training Song Pingan. What surprised Song Yi was that Linglu Jianling had quite a lot of resources, all extremely precious, specifically left by Gu Fengzi for the successor. And these were naturally used on Song Pingan, absolutely not giving even a bit to anyone else. According to Linglu Jianling, Mou Jianling also had plenty, but it seems that Mou Jianling didn't want to share with Song Yi. Song Yi shrugged indifferently. Though seemingly indifferent, in reality, it was hard not to be bothered, but there was nothing that could be done about it. During this period, Song Yi gradually absorbed those soul force energies while guiding Zhang Xiaonan and Su Xingyan's cultivation practice. After experiencing previous events, Zhang Xiaonan had also come to terms with everything. Regardless of the past, for Zhang Xiaonan now, there were still people he cared about. Although Zhang Xiaonan did have some reservations due to Song Yi's identity, these weren't regarding other aspects, but merely his status. Over time, these reservations faded away. Zhang Xiaonan now also had someone he cared about. After the last experience, he also began cultivating formally. Although relatively speaking, his cultivation speed wasn't fast, it was enough to extend his lifespan. Song Yi's explanations on this aspect were simple and easy to understand, and they significantly helped their improvements. In such a short time, Song Yi could only manage to change their current situation. For the future, they still needed to rely on their own efforts. By day, Song Yi would teach them. At night, Song Yi would spend some time cherishing xuanhuan. Living like this peacefully for a long period, Song Yi didn't expect that in such intimacy, Xuanhuan was pregnant again. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining offspring. Reward points 200. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your son Song Pingyan has reached the body forging stage, rewarded with 100 points. With the improvement of cultivation nowadays, these rewards have also increased accordingly. Song Pingyan's breakthrough gave Song Yi a certain amount of reward points, but there was still no template for this newborn son. Song Yi hurriedly checked the system store. Upon seeing it, he was immediately stunned. Shit. Each item inside had absurdly high prices, just like before, and there were no discount templates available now. Conversely, Song Yi's total reward points now were barely a few hundred. It could be said that these reward points were not even enough for him to buy some spiritual herbs. As for buying any templates, it was purely wishful thinking. Thus, Song Yi could only silently curse under his breath. What should he do? He can't let his son be born without anything, right? Song Yi felt that if that happened, wouldn't it seem somewhat unfair to his new son? For a moment, Song Yi fell silent. But where could he possibly find so many reward points? Detected that the host's newborn son has no template, and your reward points are somewhat insufficient. Would the host like to activate the credit mode? Credit mode. After hearing this, Song Yi couldn't help but pause for a moment. The system quickly explained. Credit mode means estimating the credit points based on the current host's abilities, then giving the host a certain amount of credit points, which can be used in the system space, just like reward points. Correspondingly, the host needs to spend 1.1 reward points to offset 1.0 credit point, and the host must repay within the corresponding time. Otherwise, the host will receive appropriate punishment. Listening to these words, Song Yi couldn't help but think that this system was getting more and more outrageous. It had incorporated modern concepts. Wasn't it purely being a capitalist? It was becoming less and less concealed. But just as before, he still had no way out and could only silently accept all these. Song Yi checked his credit rating, which turned out to be pretty high. Without hesitation, he spent 10,000 credit points to purchase an eternal life template. To be honest, he didn't particularly like this template. Unlike other templates suitable for his sons, this one required an immense passage of time, with infinite vicissitudes ahead. In simpler terms, this was not the type that skyrocketed in power instantly, but instead relied on surviving through hardships over long periods. Compared to cultivation speed, it certainly did not stand out among others. So why would Song Yi spend so many credit points on such a lackluster template? The answer is straightforward, because this life force was robust enough. Sometimes, compared to immense strength, life itself was the most critical factor. If you lost your life, everything else ceased to matter. What good were the rest of them? Naturally, this aspect was extremely important. This template could bring boundless vitality, not only ensuring personal longevity, but also granting powerful vitality to others, enabling shared eternal life. How could Song Yi let such a great thing slip away? Immediately, he bought the template on credit. Then, he began connecting it to his new son, naming him Song Chongqing. After finishing all these, Song Yi patiently awaited the future birth of this son. Chapter 76, The Hidden Stronger One. Such a powerful Yin energy. This array has actually appeared in this little world. It seems that this little world is truly extraordinary. In any case, after being here for such a long time, it's time I should go and take a look. At this moment, a figure who had been hiding in the dark gradually emerged from this small world. She slowly flew to the mountain range where Song Yi and the others were. Facing the Yin energy constantly coalescing in the air, she also stepped into it at this time. The spirit of Ling Lu's sword, who was originally teaching Song Pingyan to practice sword techniques in the yard, suddenly became alert, and her gaze turned toward the distance. What's wrong? Song Pingyan asked very confusedly. You must hide quickly. Go find your father and let him protect all of you. Without explaining to Song Pingyan, the Ling Lu sword spirit already took off directly, entering the clouds in the sky. Hey, there's actually a pretty powerful sword spirit around. A woman's surprised voice came from the sky, then facing the Ling Lu sword spirit who was coming head on, she immediately struck out. A spell was cast, and instantly collided with the Ling Lu sword spirit's sword chi. With a boom, an overwhelming power exploded in the air almost instantaneously. That terrifying force was unleashed in an instant, causing the mountains to start shaking. Accompanied by the earth-shaking tremor, Song Yi, who was in the room preparing to plant a template into his unborn son Song Chongqing, suddenly felt something strange. Unlike xuanhuan and the others who thought it was just an earthquake, this earth-shaking movement was definitely not an earthquake, but rather the impact of a powerful spiritual force. In his little world, aside from Mou and Ling Lu sword spirits, where could such a powerful existence come from? For a moment, Song Yi was very puzzled, but he didn't hesitate. He immediately walked out of the room and encountered Song Pingyan running over urgently. Daddy, what's wrong, Pingyan? It's Ling Lu. She told me to come find you and to hide. Listening to Song Pingyan's words, Song Yi only then noticed that the petite figure fighting in the air was indeed the Ling Lu sword spirit, and another one, which he couldn't even clearly see. Who was she? Why did such an entity intrude into his space? While Song Yi was utterly bewildered, suddenly another thunderous explosion sounded in the sky. Ling Lu sword spirit's powerful sword energy disintegrated all at once. A single spell directly hurled the Ling Lu sword spirit down from the sky. Like a meteorite, the Ling Lu sword spirit fell downward, and Song Yi quickly released his spiritual energy. He leaped into the air and caught the falling Ling Lu sword spirit before gently placing her on the ground. However, the next second, a sudden flickering sound occurred right in front of him. Behold, The person who had fought with the Ling Lu sword spirit in the sky suddenly appeared in front of Song Yi. Her arrival was incredibly abrupt, leaving Song Yi no time to guard against it. Be careful, she's at the Huashan level. The weak Ling Lu sword spirit hurriedly reminded at this moment. Huashan level? Song Yi immediately looked incredulously at the beautiful woman before him, whose allure was comparable to Mou's, but whose strength was so much more formidable. This brought complete disbelief to Song Yi. A Huashan level powerhouse. Even Tianxian sect doesn't have many people at this level, who can be considered first-class strongmen under celestial tribulations. So, why does this existence come here instead of going to Tianxian sect? At this moment, the woman smiled faintly and said, "Little sister lives up to being a high-grade sword spirit. You can even see through my cultivation level. You're really amazing." Realizing her strength now made these words seem somewhat mocking. This person hasn't attacked immediately, indicating she probably doesn't intend hostility. Do not provoke her, none of us are currently a match. Suddenly, Song Yi received a transmission from inside the room by Mou sword spirit. Apparently, Mou spirit sensed the situation outside. But now, the bloodline in grass array was at its critical juncture. If Mou spirit leaves, Qing Ruoling would surely be in real danger. Moreover, even if Mou sword spirit came out and worked together with Ling Lu sword spirit and Song Yi, they absolutely wouldn't be a match for the person before them. A Huashan level master is nearly at the peak of various sects' pyramids currently. Even if Song Yi and the others spare no effort, it would be extremely hard to fight against her. Faced with such a situation, Song Yi tensed up for a moment. Having failed to welcome you earlier due to my ignorance, please don't hold it against me, Venerable One. No blame, no blame. The woman smiled and said, I have been disturbing you in your small world for several years now. Of course, if we were to switch to the outside world, it might just be a few days. As she laughed and spoke these words with an air of indifference, Song Yi felt his heart tighten immediately. Clearly, after hearing those words, Song Yi recalled something. A recent event at Tianxian sect matched the current situation rather well. It was about a great thief who had infiltrated Tianxian sect. According to official reports, this person had been severely wounded by the sect master and fled. However, those in the know understood what wasn't said. Back then, the enforcer's disciples searched everywhere for that thief. Despite their fruitless search, wasn't it all the more obvious? The thief was clearly still on the loose. They hadn't found him, not even a shred of information. It seems you've heard about the incident at your Tianxian sect recently. At the time when Song Yi was summoned away by Tianxian sect's order, she had noticed as well. After all, although the sound transmission orders were internal affairs of Tianxian sect, before someone at the divine transformation realm's strength, these matters were easily discoverable. Your arrival here is truly an honor. Song Yi knew the current situation was far from favorable. They weren't a match for her. So, faced with such power, Song Yi could only try not to offend her. Still, since you've been here so long, why didn't you inform me earlier? It would have allowed me to make preparations. In response to Song Yi's question, the woman simply smiled faintly and said casually, Injured by your sect master, I barely managed to save my life back then. I hardly had the time to notify you. As a disciple of Tianxian sect, there was also the risk of you betraying me, which could have put me in grave danger. After all, I am no match for your sect master. If all the people of Tianxian sect came after me together, wouldn't I surely die? But then, in getting to know you over this period, I gradually felt assured. Because after all, you're not exactly the righteous sort yourself. Song Yi felt the woman was deliberately insulting him, but due to her overwhelming strength, he couldn't dare question anything. And so, in this moment, he could only swallow this insult. Chapter 77. I know everything. You must not blame me. I haven't made up any of this. You little devil killed your own sect brother and concealed so many facts. Clearly, you have a son with exceptional talent, yet you failed to report this to your own sect. And you are still trying to hide these truths. Aren't all of these acts clearly betraying the loyalty you owe to your sect? Song Yi felt embarrassed and ashamed. The woman in front of him seemingly knew everything. She was terrifying. These were very serious matters. If anyone found out, he would definitely be arrested. Who wouldn't want to know the secrets behind these events? Just as Song Yi was preparing for a potential confrontation, she casually shook her head and said, Don't worry, I don't care about your secrets, nor do I care about the relationships behind you. I don't care why you came to Tianxuan Zone either. I don't want to be your enemy. I just want what belongs to me back. The reason I showed up today is purely because your situation caught my attention. And besides, my injuries have healed. I need to complete my task soon and leave Tianxuan Zone. Her words quickly stirred up Song Yi's doubts. Clearly, from her words alone, one could deduce that she had mistaken him for someone with ulterior motives. She didn't understand his exact goals, which caused quite a bit of commotion here. As for Song Yi, whether it be the person he once was or the rapid increase in his cultivation, along with the treasures he possessed, including Mayo Jian and Ling Lu Jian, the two powerful treasures, along with the spirit blades within them. There's no doubt. Each of these things hinted at how complicated the situation truly was. Because of this, she suspected that Song Yi's stay here must have some hidden purpose. After all, owning so many incredible treasures couldn't be achieved by ordinary people. Perhaps there was some grand design and powerful background behind him. For the same reasons, confronting him recklessly might bring disaster upon herself. Indeed, it wasn't a wise move. That's why she didn't act immediately with her current cultivation level. Faced with her thoughts at this moment, Song Yi found himself somewhat reassured, even if it wasn't entirely reliable. But at least for now, his life seemed safe enough. Thus, regarding the questions raised earlier by her, Song Yi soon asked, If so, Then may I ask what exactly you want to retrieve? What of yours can be found with me? Song Yi was completely baffled. He couldn't think of anything in his possession that belonged to her or was related to her. Do you remember Zhou Yan? Song Yi paused for a second, then it hit him. Back when he first returned to this world, inside Wang Ba's body, wasn't that soul named Zhou Yan? Seeing Song Yi deep in thought, the woman smiled and said, looks like it has come back to you. Yes, Zhou Yan was a member of our sect. There was once an internal conflict in Jilin Yunmen. During that time, Zhou Yan took advantage of the chaos to enter the treasure vault, stealing our sect's supreme treasure, the ancient sword, and managed to escape with it. Laughable, isn't it? The traitor stole the supreme treasure to protect his own interests, betrayed Jilin Yunmen, and ever since, has been pursued and attacked relentlessly by us. Not only did he sustain grave injuries, but his cultivation ability also suffered significant damage. It was truly miserable. From her tone, Song Yi could hear a certain sense of schadenfreude. Then she continued, under such circumstances, naturally, he had no way to protect himself. He was forced, out of necessity for survival, to seek refuge in other sections. As he already knew many secret techniques and methods of Jilin Yunmen, combining this knowledge with his former identity, he easily gained entry into several fairly large sections. Moreover, carrying the supreme treasure of Jilin Yunmen on him naturally made him welcome by numerous sections. Though due to pressure from various sides, many sects dared not officially welcome him openly, they welcomed him in secret. After considering several options, he eventually chose a sect with strength comparable to Jilin Yunmen. Tianshuan Zone. Song Yi questioned in confusion. If he had chosen Tianshuan Zone, then why did he end up escaping here later? Her questioning made Song Yi feel increasingly perplexed. Her expression at this moment was filled with schadenfreude. She gleefully said, but he didn't expect that because of his betrayal to the sect, even after joining another sect, he would still be distrusted by others. Although he would be granted a corresponding position for a while due to the importance of what he brought, this would only last for a short time. Afterward, the situation naturally speaks for itself. Song Yi also strongly agreed with these statements. Regardless of which sect it was, once you betrayed it, it would definitely draw hostility from many people. No matter whether this event was related to you or not, once you were in another sect, they would all look at you differently, and you wouldn't have access to the core anymore. If you could betray once, then you could certainly do it again. This thought led many people to have prejudice against traitors. So under normal circumstances, there were very few who dared to betray. Even if someone chose to leave their original sect, they would intentionally publicize how terrible their previous life had been, just to win a bit more attention. And even so, success wasn't guaranteed. Just as the woman before him said, Jiang Hongxue had indeed betrayed her own sect. This news spread far and wide, and when people learned of her actions, she should have abandoned those things immediately and chosen to trade them for survival instead. That's what she should have done. However, she insisted on clinging to power, trying to survive by joining another sect. Unquestionably, this was a foolish move. Thus, she ended up with only superficial glory. As expected, as soon as matters concerning her new sect's interests arose, she was naturally excluded. She had no way to touch the core, nor could she fully integrate into the sect. The power in her hands was merely a facade. In reality, her authority had already been completely undermined. What awaited her next was already foreseeable. The outcome was clear. She ultimately met with such an end. Chapter 78. Could you possibly be a divine artifact? That guy thought he had received protection. But who would have known that soon after, once the other party figured out these treasures and wanted to obtain them, his fate had already been determined. The other party didn't need him as a person. They only required the treasures he carried. The result was naturally that a plan was long prepared, and then came the time to kill him. However, this man could indeed be considered very clever. Upon joining that sect, he immediately sensed something was wrong. After confirming the situation, even before the other side acted, he fled directly from there. Although he did manage to escape with his life, he also suffered pursuit and heavy injuries by the opposing party. Finally, in such a condition, he couldn't survive any longer. In his final moments, he was forced to entirely abandon his physical body and allow his soul to ascend heavenward, eventually reaching your place. After fleeing to Tianxian sect, he was very smart and didn't choose anyone's protection, but still, he was discovered and ultimately died along with losing his Tao. Nevertheless, his soul was surprisingly preserved and escaped into your small world, waiting for a day to recover and rise again. And our Jilin Yin sect's most precious treasure finally ended up at your Tianxian sect. Song Yi knew that while the content he read in memory was roughly similar, it was apparent that the other party had concealed information regarding the treasure map. However, Song Yi wasn't concerned about those things. Currently, what mattered most to Song Yi was staying alive. Everything else was meaningless. At this moment, the other party continued. Actually, I wanted to retrieve the items belonging to our Jilin Yin sect from within your Tianxian sect. But since I couldn't find their hiding place, I startled the Tianxian sect, resulting in a great battle. Alas, not only was I gravely injured at that time, but I also returned empty-handed, almost captured by you all. But fortunately, I exhausted my strength and fled here to your small world. Song Yi felt somewhat speechless. What's so special about my small world? Why do people always come here when something happens? If one doesn't know better, they might assume that there are some treasures hidden in this small world. Truly, it's infuriating. Since you've already killed Zhou Yan, the traitor, I don't have much more to say. However, the sword Qi talisman on Zhou Yan was one of the treasures of our Jilin Yun sect, created based on the sword Qi of an ancient sword. You need to return it to me. But the sword Qi has already been used. Song Yi said innocently right away. I know. The other party nodded, smiling as they added. But I also know that one of your treasures can absorb all the sword chi. Therefore, I require the sword chi inside your magical treasure. I believe that even 7th or 8th tier magical treasures couldn't fully assimilate all that sword chi in such a short time. You must have some left over. Return that to me, and I will leave immediately without bothering you and won't disclose anything that happens here. The other party opened their eyes wide, displaying nothing but sincerity. It seemed like this deal wasn't bad after all. After all, these things were unexpectedly gained, as if picked up by chance. Now returning them didn't seem unreasonable. If it truly was as she said, this way, it would both save his own life and cause no problems. Indeed, it was a good thing. However, the biggest issue wasn't returning the sword chi. Rather, where would Song Yi get the sword chi to return? One must understand that after Song Yi's Daluo sword embryo had completely consumed the sword chi, everything was thoroughly refined and absorbed, leaving nothing behind. And now talking about returning it, if there were any remnants, Song Yi would undoubtedly have returned it immediately without hesitation. But there wasn't any. That item originally belongs to our xuanhuan sect, and now I'm simply asking you to return it. Even though it is indeed a valuable object, I believe with your status, you wouldn't overly care about it. If so, we don't necessarily need to create conflict over this matter, right? If necessary, I'll give you another excellent material for forging weapons, some pills, and a protective talisman. For cultivators at this level, they're definitely more advantageous than the sword chi. At this moment, the other party showed extreme sincerity, which Song Yi clearly saw as full of genuine intention. In reality, given the other party's cultivation level, even if they were to forcefully seize it, Song Yi currently would have no means to stop them. Although it might be due to concerns about Song Yi's supposed background, their sincerity was more than enough. If Song Yi truly had what was being asked for, he would undoubtedly exchange it without hesitation. But the problem was, he didn't have it. What could Song Yi produce at this moment? Absolutely nothing. Even though I've reached this state already, you still refuse to agree? It was evident that because Song Yi continued not producing anything, the other party had started becoming anxious. At this point, regardless of some concerns about Song Yi's real background, it couldn't be helped. This was an extremely precious treasure of xuanhuan sect. In such a situation, she could only begin showing her true colors. The Ling Lu sword spirit urgently told Song Yi, there's no need for you to clash with her over a so-called sword chi. It's not worth it. When Mo Jian's cultivation is sufficient in the future, it can also reach that level. When the other party was completely angered, Song Yi, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, if I had it in my hands, I would certainly give it to you without hesitation right now. But the biggest issue is, I don't have it in my hands at all. What? This made everyone else stunned. Especially the woman, whose face became unbearably dark as she stared at Song Yi word by word. It's impossible. I saw it clearly back then. It was your magical treasure that absorbed the sword chi. Could it be that your treasure is 10th rank, or even divine grade? Of course not. Song Yi wouldn't dare say it outright, for doing so would endanger himself, wouldn't it? After careful consideration at this time, he immediately thought of a response, and said, back when we were in the crack sky forbidden zone, we encountered spatial turbulence. In order to survive, I activated that sword chi, and it was all used up. Used up? Upon hearing this, she hastily performed hand seals and incantations, a beam of light enveloping Song Yi's body. Clearly, she intended to use this method to check whether there was still any trace of the sword chi on Song Yi's body. However, the final result was obvious. There was none. Facing such a situation, what could she do? Chapter 79, perhaps his background is terrifying. Really gone. After probing Song Yi, she was also greatly shocked. Apparently, the result already sufficiently explained the situation. Song Yi no longer possessed that sword chi. Perhaps, as Song Yi had said, it had already been used up in the cleft sky forbidden ground. Immediately, the other party couldn't help but curse. Are you sick or something? Why go to the forbidden area if you have nothing to do? If you need anything, you could have come to me. I'm not incapable of helping you. Her hurried words were truly embarrassing. Would you really help others, without joking? Song Yi was unaware of her existence. If Song Yi knew there was an existence of her caliber in his small world, he would undoubtedly abandon his own small world without hesitation and leave quickly. Being with someone of this level, has Song Yi lived enough? Song Yi looked at the angry figure before him. Though they didn't make a move, they were still a potential threat. After carefully pondering, he asked, Senior, judging from your cultivation, it's evidently impossible for you to have relied on that sword chi for cultivation or to subdue enemies. Now, since you're still in my small world within the Tianxian sect, it seems quite certain that you haven't abandoned your pursuit of the treasures of xuanhuan men. Since your last failure was due to not finding the exact location, you're looking for this now, clearly aiming to use the sword chi to find the precise position? The woman glanced at Song Yi, not expecting him to have seen through everything so clearly. At that moment, she did not refute anything, simply nodding in agreement. Seeing that she had admitted it, Song Yi smiled and said, if that's the case, things become manageable. Do you know where the treasure of xuanhuan men is? The other party stared at Song Yi, somewhat disbelievingly. Song Yi shook his head and replied helplessly, you've seen it yourself. My current status in the Tianxian sect is lowly. How could I possibly know the hiding place of such valuable things? That was true. Even though Song Yi had managed to get his two sons promoted, they still wouldn't know that they were his sons. Even if they did, they absolutely would never tell Song Yi about such an important matter. Likewise, even his two sons might be unaware of this critical information. Upon hearing Song Yi's reply, The other party rolled her eyes at him disdainfully and retorted sarcastically. If you don't know, why are you talking at all? Although I don't know the specifics, I do have other methods to ascertain them, Song Yi said confidently. You have a method? Hearing Song Yi's words, the other party clearly found it hard to believe. Song Yi was indeed preserving his life, since these matters were closely tied to himself. If, for any reason, the mood of the person before him turned sour, and they decided to vent their anger on Song Yi, fearing their restraint might weaken, how could Song Yi's frail body withstand her plaything-like treatment? Purely for survival reasons, Song Yi then spoke. Actually, my method involves the artifact that absorbed your sword chi back then. Though I can't handle it flawlessly, I should be able to utilize similar sword chi to help you pinpoint the location. In reality, Song Yi hadn't explicitly informed her. Because the Dalujian embryo had absorbed her sword chi, it had formed a connection between them to some extent. Precisely because of this, Song Yi could sense her, even if he couldn't perceive it fundamentally. Given the power inherent to the Dalujian embryo, it was still capable of detecting the general position of hidden swords. Thus, Song Yi made this decision. And immediately, Song Yi extracted a thread of sword chi from the Dalujian embryo and handed it over to her. Upon receiving this strand of sword chi, she seemed skeptical at first. However, as she began probing the essence of this sword chi, soon, she was astonished to discover its purity. How powerful must the source of this sword chi be? She couldn't help but recall the previous instances of acquiring such sword chi. Without exception, even their ultimate treasure was probably on par with this one. It was truly unimaginable. For a while, she felt an unprecedented awe toward these insights. Subsequently, as she gazed intently at Song Yi, it was evident that after a brief internal struggle, thoughts raced through her mind. As far as she knew, Song Yi currently exhibited no indication of any background, and nothing she'd encountered suggested otherwise. Yet based on his recent actions, it seemed impossible for someone completely without a background to accomplish what he had done. Song Yi, with his wildly growing cultivation, which shared no resemblance to the Tianxian sect's fundamental methods, and this strange formation, not to mention his sons and their mysterious treasures, all of these things hinted at something unusual about him. Even among those hailed as destined children or people whose luck defied heaven, it was incredibly hard for one to suddenly acquire so many magical artifacts. And even if they managed to find such treasures, how could they advance in cultivation so rapidly without issue? Hence, it was reasonable to suspect that Song Yi must be an outsider here with some unknown agenda. But what exactly was that agenda? As of now, everything remained a complete mystery. Even she, despite her abilities, could not fully understand this man before her. All of this undeniably pointed towards someone extraordinary. This might hint at a hidden power within the world, or perhaps even from beyond the Four Realms. Judging by his current display, this force was undoubtedly on par with any sect from the Four Realms or more powerful. Given all this, she naturally had no desire to make Song Yi her enemy and thereby cause enormous trouble for her sect. However, upon witnessing the artifact Song Yi held, she couldn't help but feel drawn to it despite it merely being separated strands of sword chi. It clearly indicated an item rivaling xuanhuan's most precious treasures. If she could obtain it, her sect would surely undergo a significant revival. Yet at the same time, she risked angering a major power because of it. With these conflicting thoughts weighing heavily on her mind, she struggled over what decision to make. As she wrestled with this dilemma, Song Yi broke the silence and said, "Since you've acquired this strand of sword chi, I'm sure you'll be able to use it to locate the treasure you seek. When that time comes, it will have nothing to do with me anymore. Therefore, there won't be any further need for us to maintain contact." Recognizing this as a polite way of dismissing her, the woman paused for a moment, then replied with a smile. "Nothing has been decided yet." Chapter 80. You come and steal the goods. None of this is certain at the moment. How can I leave like this? For a moment, the other side said with a smile, which made Song Yi frown and ask, "What isn't certain yet?" Song Yi couldn't wait for the other party to quickly leave in this situation, so he kept looking for what issues he still needed to resolve. He would do his best to solve them as soon as possible. However, what he didn't expect was that the other party smiled and said at this time, "I'm very uncertain about the sword energy in your hands right now, although it indeed can sense some magical artifacts. But at those places where treasures are hidden, the Tianxian sect has set up layer upon layer of protections. There are all kinds of prohibitions and great formations outside the doors which are quite extraordinary. How can I be sure that these things of yours can open the way for me to find the supreme treasure of xuanhuan? And how can you be sure that your sword chi can find it?" Song Yi could tell that the other party was obviously taking advantage of the situation at this time. With those previous streams of sword chi, though Song Yi hadn't felt much about them before, the Dalu Jianpei definitely did. Although these streams of sword chi were slightly different from the previous ones, the previous sword chi certainly didn't have all the functions she mentioned. Clearly, this was just a deliberate trap for Song Yi. How could Song Yi allow himself to be taken advantage of? If I wasn't sure, why would I stay here for such a long time? Why would I even wait for you? The other party laughed beautifully and countered, "If I originally had those streams of sword chi, I can say that even without 100% certainty, I'd at least have 90%. But currently, with what you've provided, I don't even have 50% confidence. Moreover, if we're talking about the previous sword chi, I could have even used those to invoke the techniques of my xuanhuan sect and break through some restrictions. In essence, there would have been an extremely high chance of success. But until now, I haven't found enough confidence, and isn't all of this entirely because of you?" Before Song Yi could refute, the other party immediately continued. In any case, you must come with me once. To your Tianxian sect's treasure vault? Song Yi was instantly shocked by this suggestion. Yet, the other person nodded quite calmly, clearly indicating this was her intention all along. There was absolutely no way Song Yi would agree to such a thing. The other party aside, she herself was already a powerful existence at the Huashan realm. In comparison, Song Yi was only a minor cultivator at the latter stages of Foundation establishment. Not mentioning entering a treasure vault, but even trying to steal something from the inner sect would easily result in numerous people being able to subdue him. And those vaults weren't only under heavy protection, but also guarded by formidable individuals. Even Huashan cultivators had been detected attempting to tamper with these areas previously. If someone as weak as Song Yi, who was still at the Foundation establishment stage, ventured into such places, wouldn't that be seeking death? I don't think I need to take such risks with you. Besides, I am a cultivator of the Tianxian sect. If I were to do this, wouldn't I end up being just like one of your sect's traitors? Song Yi strongly refused at this moment, yet hearing his words, the other party didn't display any anger. Instead, she chuckled lightly. As if hearing some funny joke, she looked at Song Yi intently, examining him up and down with obvious amusement. Let me ask you, do you really see yourself as a disciple of the Tianxian sect? Am I not? Song Yi's true identity wasn't as complicated as the other party imagined. In her mind, Song Yi was actually here undercover. Thus, upon hearing Song Yi's response, she gently shook her head and meaningfully said, regardless of whether you belong to some other sect on the outside, based on your current situation, do you feel you owe this sect any loyalty? At this point, Song Yi wanted to mention how he had already contributed 2 children with exceptional earth attribute talents to the sect. He had practically given away his son, but these words mustn't be uttered recklessly. After all the other party knew right now was about the Lao Pingan in front of them. If they learned that he had 2 more sons, especially the one in xuanhuan's womb, then it's likely the other party wouldn't hesitate anymore, and would start finding ways to take Song Yi back by force. After all, this method of cultivating such outstanding talent deserved offending a large sect. If you really don't want to go, then there's nothing much I can do. After all, what I'm about to do is extremely dangerous. I can't possibly force you, right? And if something happens and you make any sound, I would be the first one in danger. The other side quickly made a consideration and said helplessly. However, with a smile, the other party continued. But if I were to tell the Tianxian sect about all your secrets, what do you think would happen then? Song Yi was utterly speechless. Such a powerful person actually wanted to tattle. And as an outsider, someone who was already wanted by the Tianxian sect, the other party actually resorted to tattling under these circumstances. It was truly exasperating. What made Song Yi even more frustrated was that he had no way out of this situation and had to obey the other's arrangements. With a sigh of resignation, he chose to compromise. I can go with you, but if I get exposed, I will disclose everything about xuanhuan. You could certainly kill me here, but I think it wouldn't take long before a formidable power arrives here. I wonder if xuanhuan would be able to withstand the attacks from such a great power at that time. The other party was threatening Song Yi, and Song Yi retaliated with a threat of his own. But unlike Song Yi, the other party was fully confident in their capabilities. Song Yi was entirely different. He was merely bluffing based on the current speculations the other party harbored. If the other party didn't believe him under these circumstances, he would have absolutely no recourse and would be left to the whims of the other. Fortunately, the other party dared not risk jeopardizing their sect's future. In fact, one could say that even reaching this state already entailed significant risks, especially threatening Song Yi like this. Imagine, even for a highly skilled individual, when facing a central figure stronger than their sect, would they dare act this way? Obviously, they wouldn't. Chapter 81. Call me Little Hong Hong. Up to this point, there was really no other method, so they had no choice but to proceed with this one. Song Yi could only be forcibly led away by the other party under such circumstances. But this also resolved quite a few troubles. In this situation, the other party considered whether there was truly something formidable behind Song Yi, and thus specifically ensured his safety during this operation. Song Yi could only faintly say at this time, give me some time. Once I've handled everything, I'll go with you. No problem. She didn't oppose these things in the slightest and readily agreed. Then she turned around and left as if she had never been there at all. After she left, Song Yi did not even let out a sigh of relief. The presence of such powerful beings was completely unpredictable right now. If she tried to eavesdrop at this moment, there would be no way for him to prevent it. Should that happen, the situation would become dangerous indeed. So Song Yi deliberately didn't say much and merely told them faintly, I need to go out for a bit. I might not be back anytime soon. Big brother Song. Xuanhuan almost broke into sobs, nearly crying. Clearly, they were very worried about the current situation. Ling Lu Jianling was filled with resentment. If only their own abilities weren't lacking, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Song Yi smiled faintly and said indifferently, don't make it sound like I'm definitely going to die. If my guess is correct, the other party should have already guessed something. No matter what, if anything goes wrong, I believe our elders won't let this mission continue without regard for me. In any case, they must consider the danger Tianlingyun sect might face if anything happens to me. Ling Lu Jianling still didn't understand, and when she wanted to ask more, Mou Jianling's voice suddenly cut in. If this puts us at ease, you should still be cautious. If the situation becomes too dire, you can reveal your identity to Tianxian sect when the time comes. But revealing it. Rest assured, though the mission will fail eventually, compared to your safety, none of that matters. Tai Immortal sect does not want its disciples who have a chance to survive to give up needlessly. The primary concern is ensuring your own survival. That's what you should do. If Tai Immortal Sect fails in this mission, the elders themselves will surely come personally. Having said that, there should be no issues. After I leave here, everything depends on you. Alright. The conversation between Mo Jianling and Song Yi at this moment was completely enigmatic to everyone else. These words made it hard for them to figure out what was going on. Elders? Immortal sects? What was all this? They naturally wouldn't know, but Mo Jianling understood Song Yi's thoughts immediately. The other party's power was simply too strong. Even they couldn't confirm if the other person had truly left. If they hadn't, and were secretly listening outside, then that would be very dangerous for them. Therefore, they couldn't carelessly discuss these contents right now. Mo Jianling cooperated with Song Yi, deliberately fabricating their surroundings so that what they said sounded true. Sure enough, the person eavesdropping outside became more convinced upon hearing this. It wasn't that she hadn't considered the possibility that Song Yi might be deliberately concocting this story. There might actually be no truth to it. But, currently speaking, her doubts were already greatly reduced. If it weren't for the crucial relationship with Jilingyun Sect's supreme treasure, something that related to their survival, she really wouldn't want to take such risks. However, there was no other way. If they didn't obtain that treasure, they didn't even need to offend the major sects. In a short while, they would be virtually extinct, unbeknownst to how many people were scheming against them behind closed doors. When crises arise, how many people would help them, versus how many would directly turn against them? She didn't want to face such a situation. Compared to facing it later, it would be better to take a desperate risk now, even if failure meant destruction anyway. Despite this, she would try her best to protect Song Yi when the time came. After all, they couldn't afford for real trouble to ensue. She didn't know that Song Yi had precisely calculated these worries, which was why he put on such a show. Song Yi originally wanted to rely on this mysterious background so the other party wouldn't dare take him along. But he had underestimated the importance of the supreme treasure to them. Despite the risks, they insisted on taking him along. For this, Song Yi couldn't do anything about it. However, making the other side have some concerns was still a good thing. Song Yi didn't talk too much here, as saying anything specific could lead to exposure later. He just consoled them and reminded xuanhuan to be careful when the next child was born. After all, if the Tianxian sect came to his little world because of their investigation into Zhang Ji's matter and accidentally saw the gifted Song Changsheng, then that would be very disadvantageous. Song Yi walked out of the mountains, and the other person was already waiting at the entrance of the mountains. Seeing Song Yi come out, she smiled lightly and said, "Are things settled so quickly?" Song Yi didn't say much more, but quietly nodded. "You don't need to worry so much. Though I failed last time, it was because I underestimated the Tianxian sect. This time is different. I am well prepared, so I will protect you." The other person patted Song Yi's shoulder, comforting him. If the elder feels confident, then that is a good thing. "Stop calling me elder. Elder, it makes me sound too old. I'm not that old yet." At this moment, she showed a flirtatious demeanor, combining her voluptuous figure and curvaceous body, truly a feast for the eyes. Then she gently said to Song Yi, "In fact, my name is Wei Hong." Wei Hong. Honestly, Song Yi felt the name didn't match her. "So, Elder Wei Hong, let's go. How can you keep calling me elder? Why don't you call my name alone, or just call me Hong Hong?" Now she seemed completely different from before. Hearing this, Song Yi continued to calmly say, "That might seem disrespectful to Elder Wei Hong. It's better for me to address you as Wei Hong Elder since both your status and experience are far higher than mine." Chapter 82. He just went with the flow. Is this kid getting revenge on himself? As Wei Hong listened to him constantly calling her predecessor, she felt anger but was unable to vent it. Still, she didn't dwell too much on it and calmly said at this moment, "Since that's the case, let's set off then." Subsequently, the other party grabbed Song Yi, and a sudden surge of force arose, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing directly from here. Their speed was extremely fast. They were indeed worthy of being powerful individuals in the Huashan realm. Song Yi was taken away from his own small world in an incredibly short amount of time, and soon after had already arrived outside. On the surface, everything outside the Tianxian sect appeared as usual, though Song Yi had already noticed many disciples beginning to investigate something. With Wei Hong's help concealing his figure, while walking discreetly, Song Yi gradually understood by listening to the conversations around him. It turned out the news of Zhang Ji's death had already been released. Even though Zhang Ji did not leave behind a body, nor was there anyone searching for him, each disciple of the Tianxian sect had a blood essence token. This object could allow the higher-ups to understand the safety situation of those below. If gravely injured, this token would start showing cracks. If the person died, the token would break completely. Zhang Ji's situation was just like that. Even though both Zhang Ji and Song Yi had their blood essence tokens kept safe, their status was too low, so very few people would take notice. In fact, had Zhang Ji not been of some importance, they might have even found out and still neglected the matter. After all, in the cultivation world where so many events occurred, how could one possibly bother investigating the truth behind a subordinate's death? Not to mention, going outside for cultivation trials carried risks, including potential self-destruction during meditation. How could anyone find time to care about such details? Nevertheless, Zhang Ji had contributed many excellent talents to the sect over the years. Thus, he naturally received more attention from the upper ranks compared to others, receiving slightly better treatment than the rest. When his death was discovered, it garnered considerable attention, prompting some investigations to begin. Though the enforcement hall was not involved, the investigators currently present were certainly not easy to fool. Wasn't Zhang Ji the one you killed inside the small world? Seeing Song Yi show such concern, She quickly recalled the person lying beside him back in the small world. As such, she had some guesses regarding these matters. Song Yi did not conceal anything about these matters, but instead responded calmly. I truly didn't expect the guy to cause so much trouble even after death. These people's investigations may eventually reach your small world. Wei Hong looked at these people continually conducting their investigations and couldn't help but say with interest. Though she indeed wanted to intimidate Song Yi through these remarks, there was no denying that what she stated seemed truthful. Well, bringing you along was a helpless decision. Since it has already happened, I will help you resolve this matter. Upon hearing Wei Hong's words, Song Yi stared at her in disbelief. Although Wei Hong's cultivation was extremely high, she was ultimately not a member of the Tianxian sect. Could she really handle things solely with brute strength? If so, not only would the tasks fail, but she might also get exposed by the higher-ups of Tianxian sect. In which case, wouldn't this lead to counterproductive results and affect her critical missions? Surely, she wasn't that reckless. Clearly, Song Yi had misjudged the matter regarding Wei Hong. Wei Hong had brought Song Yi along, risking offending a potential power within the upper echelons of the sect, indicating the importance of these missions in her mind. She naturally wouldn't allow trivial matters to derail the entire plan. As for the current circumstances, Wei Hong already had an appropriate resolution in mind. After learning from Song Yi the location of Zhang Ji's small world, she quickly transformed into a streak of light and headed towards Zhang Ji's small world. Not long after, Song Yi saw her return. The smiling Wei Hong reassured him upon her return. Rest assured, everything has been resolved. The Tianxian sect won't be able to link it back to you unless some of the true elders step in, perhaps uncovering some clues. But I believe the Tianxian sect shouldn't care this much about a disciple like you, should they? Song Yi found it hard to believe that all of this could be completed in such a short period of time. In response to Song Yi's doubts, she only gave a faint explanation at this moment. Although I didn't find too many strange things in his world, I added some fuel to it, and I believe that by the time they investigate further, the Tianxian sect will inevitably discover that their disciple was actually swallowed by a beast. Beast? Song Yi became increasingly confused as he listened. Wei Hong directly explained. It's actually very simple. According to what you said, that guy used some unknown method, continually producing talented young ones, so he has been highly watched. And up until now, the Tianxian sect still hasn't figured out the exact reason for the continuous emergence of these talented individuals. I also went in to check, but because of the short amount of time, I couldn't find much useful information. All I could learn from some civilians was about prior incidents where children and women had gone missing. Later on, a divine being saved them. I think that divine being must not have been Zhang Ji, and later on, probably only you, Song Yi, could enter it. Song Yi could not deny this point. Seeing Song Yi like this, she felt more assured in her heart. At this moment, she continued, but as far as I know, it's hard to achieve such results with normal methods, and considering how lowly a disciple he is, he probably resorted to some evil art. Although I entered it initially, I don't know much about the inside either. Song Yi indeed knew not much more, and he wouldn't tell her what little he did know. Wei Hong didn't ask further, continuing instead. Although my investigation was extremely brief, the useful information I currently have generally amounts to this. I wonder if your sect can uncover more details than me, but I have left them some relatively easy-to-find clues. I wonder if they will investigate along the lines I anticipated. Song Yi was surprised and didn't know what she had done. She smiled, then faintly said, there's not much I can do. I just go with the flow under these circumstances. In going with the flow, let them find something different. Chapter 83, What a Shameless Old Thing. Wei Hong told Song Yi that during this period, she had deliberately placed a beast in the other party's small world. It was a very unique kind of beast, one that liked to eat human females. Although its rank was not high, it was quite unique. Anyone who ate its flesh could enhance their cultivation. Of course, there was no doubt that such an action would definitely create a certain connection between oneself and the beast. Once the beast grew strong enough, it would definitely turn against its master. Eating its flesh could indeed enhance one's cultivation, but at the same time, with such hatred, devouring it back would also increase the beast's own cultivation. Although Wei Hong did not leave any method for nurturing seeds related to this creature, just leaving the beast was enough to suggest that Zhang Ji might have gone astray and been swallowed by it. It could be said that the investigation had reached sufficient depth already. Wei Hong did not believe that Tianxian sect would continue investigating for a disciple like this, especially a disciple who went astray. Even if the matter were revealed and caused trouble later, it would be very detrimental to the sect. That was why such a method was used under these circumstances. Simultaneously, Wei Hong specially inserted some special medicinal herbs into the beast's abdomen, coordinating with her spells, making it look as though a person had been eaten. In this way, the final conclusion would simply be that Zhang Ji went astray, trying to cultivate a beast to improve his cultivation, but was instead devoured by it in the end. Wei Hong's solution brought a smile to Song Yi's face. This way, there was no need to worry about this issue anymore. After doing all these things, Wei Hong took Song Yi inside Tianxian sect. With her level of cultivation, sneaking in while concealing her presence was effortless. No one detected them along the way, giving Song Yi a certain understanding of Tianxian sect's inner circle. As a disciple of Tianxian sect, he had actually never come to these places before. Not only was the scenery here beautiful, but it was also rich in spiritual energy. All sorts of places far exceeded what the outer sect could offer. Moreover, any single disciple here would be enough to make the entire outer sect seem inferior. Inside Tianxian sect was a forbidden mountain range, where rarely anyone appeared on regular days. Those who did were certainly no ordinary individuals. This place was also the location of Tianxian Sect's treasure repository. The mountain looked plain and unremarkable, but it was surrounded by numerous restrictions, and a very powerful formation protected it. Even someone at Wei Hong's level, who was in the divine transformation stage, faced significant risks of being discovered. Besides the formations, several elders were cultivating in the center of this mountain range. Guarding the treasure repository was an elder from the founding generation of Tianxian Sect. Back then, Wei Hong had suffered losses due to insufficient intelligence. As a result, although she managed to avoid the grand formations and those ordinary elders, she was still discovered by the elder within. Subsequently, a great battle ensued. However, that elder seemed to have special reasons that prevented him from leaving the mountain range. Otherwise, with the elder combined with the other elders and the Tianxian Sect's patriarch, Wei Hong wouldn't have merely sustained superficial injuries. Since that's the case, why do you still want to come? Especially this time, having learned from past mistakes, they will undoubtedly be more vigilant than before. Song Yi couldn't help but ask at this point. There is no choice. If we don't take it back, Jilin Cloudgate's future will really be in peril. It's similar to my current decision. Regardless, I'll either fight wholeheartedly or perish. Perhaps we might find a glimmer of hope then. Moreover, this time around, I have gathered information beforehand and prepared thoroughly. Listening to Wei Hong's words, Song Yi didn't say anything further. Right then, Wei Hong began performing the seals with both hands. Accompanied by a spell seal, suddenly a force enveloped Song Yi and her again. Unlike before, this time the spell was much stronger. At the same time, a gleam of light flashed in Song Yi's eyes. Before him appeared various patterns and currents of floating gas, and beams of light moved through the air. All of these quickly formed a great formation, whose power was undeniably immense. I have shared my divine pupil vision with you so that you can see everything clearly here. Do not touch any of these things you see. Each one of them could cause your soul to shatter. Even the ones you cannot see, once you enter the formation, they will quickly manifest. At that time, it will be extremely dangerous here. With your cultivation level, you will not be able to touch anything. Just listen to me and hide behind me, and I will do my best to protect you. But if you insist on committing suicide and refuse to listen to me, I won't be able to protect you. Song Yi quickly nodded after hearing the other party's words. Then there was a glow that enveloped him again. Even the ancestors of Tianxian Sect would find it difficult to discover your appearance through this light. But remember, don't use any spiritual power or speak when the time comes, understood? After Song Yi agreed without any objections, she finally took him inside. Upon entering the great array, Song Yi immediately felt an oppressive atmosphere. If not for Wei Hong's protective force on his body, Song Yi would have been in real danger. Even so, Song Yi could not let his guard down. Entering the formation, everything was relatively smooth so far. Following closely behind Wei Hong, they hardly encountered much danger. Even when threats appeared, Wei Hong dealt with them directly, allowing them to advance smoothly. They approached the mountain quite effortlessly. At the base of the mountain, there was a huge palace, splendid and dazzling, no less impressive than the inner gate hall of Tianxian Sect. The only difference was its smaller scale. However, the spiritual energy generated around here was even more concentrated compared to other places, and the restrictions and formations surrounding the area were denser. While Song Yi was contemplating how Wei Hong would enter next, she suddenly grabbed Song Yi and pushed open the main door. Song Yi's face was full of question marks. What kind of operation was this? Just walk right in? Not preparing at all. Isn't this telling the opponent we're here? Though filled with doubts, Song Yi remembered not to say a word as per the previous instructions. Meanwhile, Wei Hong said calmly at this moment. Evidently, the venerable senior has been waiting here for quite a long time. Since you knew I was coming, why don't we meet face to face? You little girl, you are truly relentless. How dare you show up here again? Chapter 84. This is not a threat, it's a notice. After Wei Hong's voice fell silent, an aged voice suddenly echoed in the great hall. An emaciated elder slowly emerged from the back of the hall. His cloudy eyes barely reflected any light at all, and his frail body seemed as though it might collapse at the slightest breeze. Yet, despite this appearance, Song Yi could still sense an extremely formidable power emanating from him. Faced with Wei Hong, the old patriarch of Tianxian Sect calmly remarked, "At such a moment, you actually dare to show up. I merely intended to reclaim what belongs to us from Jilin Yunmin. What's wrong with that?" Wei Hong's voice turned cold as she spoke these words. "Your things." Upon hearing these words, the Tianxian Sect patriarch couldn't help but laugh. "It's true that those things originally came from your Jilin Yunmin, but it was only due to your negligence. There was a traitor within your sect, and you should be looking for that traitor, not our Tianxian Sect. As for ours in Tianxian Sect, we also obtained it outside. So, on what grounds do you claim it as belonging to your Jilin Yunmin? Moreover, why should something found need to be returned?" This was truly astonishing, for such an old man to utter words akin to a robber's. Song Yi was also compelled to form a new impression of this person before him, although he strongly agreed with the logic. "Elder, you grow older but sharper-tongued." Wei Hong scoffed coldly. "Since you can brazenly snatch away such things, I can naturally take back what rightfully belongs to us, openly and fairly. The cultivation world itself operates on survival of the fittest, where the strong prey upon the weak." The Tianxian Sect patriarch chuckled, his ancient visage frightening indeed. "If you have the ability, then by all means, take it." He directly made a please-go-ahead gesture. Yet, if someone really dared attempt to pass him now, it would be obvious that he would immediately retaliate. Wei Hong had already anticipated all this. Yet she never expected that this near-decrepit elder in the Tianxian sect would be shameless to such an extent. I'll lead him away momentarily, just get the ancient sword. Wei Hong whispered quietly to Song Yi. And after hearing this, Song Yi was startled greatly, initially wanting to protest. However, he suddenly recalled Wei Hong's reminder. This was the patriarch of Tianxian sect after all. If he spoke out of turn here, it might be exposed somehow. Thus, he instantly shut his mouth. But, could a mere apprentice of foundation building really infiltrate the treasure repository of Tianxian sect? What kind of joke was this? Do you still think you can stay uninvolved? If we cooperate, I assure you will not lose out. I know your backing is immense. Neither Jilin Yunmin nor Tianxian sect compare to your forces. But if I could reveal the location of the Immortal Emperor's ancient tomb treasures to you, don't you think it'd be worth it? Immortal Emperor's ancient tomb. Song Yi could hardly accept such a situation, but alas, he was already embroiled in this affair without much choice. As for the so-called ancient tomb, Song Yi showed absolutely no interest in it. After all, given time, he wouldn't just remain the son of an immortal emperor. Thus, this didn't stir even a bit of attraction within him. Yet he had no other option but to agree. Should he decline at this juncture, and if Wei Hong got angry and decided to expose him instead, wouldn't Song Yi still end up in grave danger then? He was now aboard the pirate ship. There was no way off. He could only reluctantly comply. Excellent. Wei Hong thought it was her proposition that stirred Song Yi's excitement. As she looked over toward the old master of Tianxian sect, that Tianxian sect elder sat calm and composed, faintly stating, Wei Hong, you truly believe I haven't noticed the person hidden beside you? Thinking to use the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain like this, it's far too amateurish. One sentence from the Tianxian sect elder immediately startled Song Yi. I've been discovered already? Worthy indeed is the elder of Tianxian sect. At once, Song Yi nervously eyed Wei Hong, but hadn't expected that Wei Hong still maintained a calm expression. Instead, with a tone full of mockery, she said, Elder, rest assured, I grew up in Jilin Yunmin, it's my home. And now Jilin Yunmin faces a great calamity. Only retrieving the great treasure offers a glimmer of hope. Ever since leaving Jilin Yunmin, I've sworn with our sect leader that unless I bring back the great treasure, I won't return alive. Since Jilin Yunmin is doomed either way, I'd rather not witness its demise while remaining alive. Therefore, I will fight with my life. Even at the cost of my life, I will do so. The impact of a Huaxin existence self-exploding to death, I hope you can consider it. After Wei Hong's words, the old patriarch of Tianxian sect responded with a faint tone. Are you threatening me? This is not a threat, this is notifying you. Wei Hong and Jilin Yunmin shall stand or fall together. Wei Hong's statement forced the Tianxian sect elder to take her seriously. If Wei Hong had come here with the resolve to die, even at the cost of ensuring they also pay a price, they would have no choice but to reconsider how to handle the situation. Wei Hong was not like other beings of her realm. Her cultivation was far more powerful than that of an average cultivator in the same stage. She wielded numerous secret arts. All these techniques rendered her invincible within her realm, and she could rival those undergoing the tribulation phase. Thus, she must never be underestimated. Otherwise, it would easily result in a grave mistake. Upon realizing the seriousness of the current situation, several figures gradually appeared in the Great Hall. Although their levels were unequal, some were just entering the Huaxin stage, while others were still in the Tongxin realm. Yet each one represented a pillar-level existence in Tianxian sect. Esteemed elders of Tianxian sect formed the array. With the old patriarch's command, every elder rapidly performed gestures and recited incantations. Streams of light quickly converged. The surrounding essence energy surged dramatically, forming a great magical formation connecting all areas around them. By now, Wei Hong and Song Yi had already entered the formation. It seems that from the moment I arrived, they had already started setting up the formation. The grand formation for someone in the tribulation stage to use against me truly honors me. Wei Hong chuckled coldly, a sudden streak of red light flashing in her hand. The Tianxian sect patriarch shook his head and sighed. We cannot afford not to be cautious. The sect leader is currently recovering from injuries sustained during the later stages of tribulation. The sect leader was injured? Song Yi couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing this news. However, there was no time for further thought. At this moment, Wei Hong directly said to Song Yi, forgive me. For the sake of Jilin Yunmin, I must sacrifice you. What? Startled, Song Yi realized Wei Hong was speaking to him. Before he could react, Wei Hong cast a gesture, instantly revealing Song Yi's true form. Chapter 85, Treasure Vault Battle. Before the Tianxian sect launched their attack, Wei Hong took the lead in casting a spell, pointing directly at Song Yi. Suddenly, an immense force appeared in an instant. Before Song Yi could react, the light surrounding him faded, revealing his true form. Faced with this situation, Song Yi was greatly astonished. Isn't this a disaster? However, as soon as Song Yi was revealed, a sudden burst of light emerged from his body. Immediately after, he moved, and the light wrapped around him. In a flash, he disappeared from the hall. When Song Yi realized where he was, he found himself in a dim corridor. Don't just stand there. We don't have much time. Quickly find where the supreme treasure is. Wei Hong stood by his side, her beautiful eyes closed, continuing to perform incantations and gestures. Realizing the urgency, Song Yi did not dwell on the unanswered questions in his heart, but immediately began to channel the power of the Dalu sword embryo, using its sword chi to search the area. The resonance from the Dalu sword embryo was already present within the Tianxian sect, based on the earlier detection from the talisman imbued with sword energy. This resonance created an immediate resonance behind Song Yi. Behind us. Song Yi had barely spoken when Wei Hong pulled him quickly into flight. They moved with astonishing speed, but Wei Hong's protective force ensured that Song Yi felt nothing amiss. Powerful formations all around unleashed various magical attacks, each one incredibly formidable. Faced with such conditions, Wei Hong's surroundings radiated a powerful force that destroyed all obstacles before them, breaking through the formations blocking their path and continuing forward. Roar, roar, roar. Deafening sounds came from behind them. The terrifying roar almost shook the heavens and reverberated throughout the sky. That is the spirit of the sacred beast of the Jilin Cloud sect. Its physical body has long disintegrated, leaving only a fragment of its soul preserved by secret arts. It can be activated once during a crisis, forming into shape and unleashing power akin to a semi-mortal force. The last time, I failed to find the position of the supreme treasure upon arrival here, and was immediately surrounded by your Tianxian sect's elder and master. From the start, the Tianxian sect already knew the might of our Jilin Cloud sect. Despite the distance between our sects, they were still among those who wanted to take advantage of the Jilin Cloud sect's calamity for their own gain. And the supreme treasure is our last hope, something they knew since the beginning. That's why they have been laying out plans here, waiting for my arrival, intending to completely seal off the last road for the Jilin Cloud sect. Although Song Yi agreed with the actions of the Tianxian sect, it was undeniably insidious. After hearing these details, Song Yi was quite shocked, but also curious. If the Jilin Cloud sect has such an ace up its sleeve, why not use it within their own sect? This is half immortal level. Even though it's not as strong as a true immortal, it should be impossible for just anyone to break through it. Can't this resolve the disaster of the Jilin Cloud sect? Wei Hong gave no explanation, because at this moment, they had already arrived at a great door. Evidently, numerous prohibitions existed on this gate, making it no easy feat to open. Facing this door, Wei Hong had little time to choose. She immediately summoned her flying sword, and with overwhelming strength gathered its powerful sword energy to destroy it in one blow. After the destruction of the gate, suddenly, a series of spirit patterns appeared behind it. These patterns spread everywhere, connecting to various spell seals, and even possessed mighty flying swords and other treasures. As Wei Hong and Song Yi stepped inside, everything was triggered instantly. At once, accompanied by a deep hum, vast and powerful forces activated across the sky. Various magic imprints, flying swords, all kinds of beasts manifested from spiritual energy surged forth with formidable force, capable of wiping out any being at the Qi realm if they so much grazed them. Song Yi could only hide behind Wei Hong, doing his best to evade the attacks during this time. Although Wei Hong could deftly dissolve the assaults, as the array changed, things became increasingly difficult for her. The dragon spirit can hardly hold on any longer. Wei Hong suddenly grew anxious as she sensed that the dragon spirit was under multifaceted attacks and unable to endure any further. Although the Tianxian sect currently has at most the ability of overcoming a heavenly tribulation, it certainly lacks semi-immortals or immortals altogether. In fact, even among those who have passed the heavenly tribulation, there was just one elder present in the sect, while the master was absent due to injuries. But even so, one must not underestimate the Tianxian sect. The Tianxian sect was able to rise from an obscure minor sect and become a major power today. It's certainly not as simple as it appears on the surface. Even the dragon soul with semi-immortal strength ultimately could no longer endure. Wei Hong had no choice but to immediately accelerate her movements and unleash powerful spells to counter the onslaught of attacks. Such a scene left Song Yi quite awestruck. However, Song Yi's expression suddenly changed, and he urgently reminded Wei Hong with his spiritual senses to be careful. There are hidden people here. What? Wei Hong was startled, and at the same time, Song Yi hastily shared part of the Dalu sword embryo's power with Wei Hong. In this way, Wei Hong could directly sense the concealed cold sword qi in her surroundings through the resonance of the Dalu sword embryo's own sword qi. Though the opponent tried their best to hide, they used a sword. Thus, through the Dalu sword embryo's sensitivity to swords, Wei Hong picked up on faint traces of energy. Wei Hong was also surprised, never expecting that Song Yi's Dalu sword embryo would have such functionality, enabling her to act like this. Even more astonishingly, there was another person hiding in the shadows. It seemed that if it weren't for Song Yi, she would have been in extreme danger here. Humph, Wei Hong scoffed. With Song Yi's assistance, she had already located the presence of the enemy. Meanwhile, the enemy clearly remained unaware that Wei Hong had detected them. At this very moment, they were still waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Taking advantage of this, Wei Hong gave them no chance and moved forward with Song Yi just as they approached. In an instant, her position shifted almost imperceptibly. Simultaneously, Wei Hong activated the magical formations within the area. In the first moments, as Wei Hong moved, the enemy began to flee. However, Wei Hong immediately made hand seals, channeling immense power to direct surrounding forces. Suddenly, the overwhelming might summoned by the triggered cursed sigils surged forth. Instead of affecting Wei Hong, she redirected it all, unleashing it onto the person who had been lurking in the shadows. What? The hidden individual was shocked, never imagining that Wei Hong had discovered their presence. Nor did they expect such a cunning method of retaliation. Chapter 86. This snake is truly deadly. By the time he realized this, it was already too late. Because overwhelming attacks had already descended, and in such a situation, he no longer had the ability to remain hidden. Reluctantly, he could only reveal himself at this moment, and quickly formed the necessary hand seals to summon a powerful protective shield around himself. His shield swiftly deflected the magical attacks raining down from the sky. However, in the instant he revealed himself, Wei Hong had already summoned another surge of sword qi that burst forth abruptly. Swoosh! This surge of sword qi was no ordinary force, shining brilliantly. It was overwhelmingly powerful. It can be said that in that first instant, the terrifying sword qi aimed to cleave him in half. He, too, was shocked, and under such circumstances, there was little time to make choices. The only option was to rapidly gather another force, doing his utmost in front of himself to try and withstand this blow. Even so, his defense was far too hasty, while Wei Hong's attack was exceedingly swift. How potent could something hastily formed be? In the blink of an eye, it was easily destroyed by the sword qi. Following that, it immediately struck down upon him. Clang! A sound rang out as sparks flew, and this man was sent retreating several steps. Simultaneously, more attacks descended instantly. In an instant, these forces left him temporarily unable to defend, all of them coming down at once. He was violently thrown backward, landing heavily on the ground. But these attacks didn't leave him gravely injured. Instead, he slowly stood up, facing everything before him and sighed. Truly worthy of being Wei Hong from the Spirit Cloud Sect. You are indeed formidable. If I were not your opponent, I would genuinely want to befriend you. Unfortunately, I apologize, but with your notorious reputation, I dare not associate with you. Wei Hong let out a cold laugh, gripping her long sword tightly. This person before her was also someone undergoing tribulation. Unlike the previous elder of the Celestial Mystery Sect, although this individual might not match the Celestial Mystery Sect patriarch, they were still incredibly fearsome. Especially, all this person excelled in were insidious and cunning methods. Like how earlier they remained hidden. If not for Song Yi, Wei Hong would have truly struggled to detect them. Who knows when they might have launched a surprise attack back then. Even if Wei Hong managed to evade it, she would surely have been injured by that sudden assault. In such a perilous place, Wei Hong would undoubtedly end up severely wounded. Faced with such a situation, Wei Hong naturally harbored immense caution toward this person. Let's go. Without hesitation, Wei Hong immediately grabbed Song Yi and fled swiftly toward the rear. According to the direction Song Yi indicated earlier, Wei Hong continued moving forward at a fast pace. As for the person trailing behind, upon witnessing this situation, they merely smirked slightly at the corner of their mouth and then quickly vanished into thin air, continuing to escape. Continue investigating the location of Spirit Cloud Sect's supreme treasure, Wei Hong requested of Song Yi. Song Yi had no choice. Both now bound together. Should anything happen to Wei Hong, things wouldn't bode well for him either. Helpless, Song Yi resumed utilizing the power of the Great Law Sword Embryo. Instantly, the mighty force of the Great Law Sword Embryo easily bypassed the restrictions and formations set up by the Celestial Mystery Sect, establishing a connection with the swords stored here. Each position of the swords in the Celestial Mystery Sect treasure vault transmitted itself into Song Yi's mind, and their memories of the surrounding environment converged quickly into a rough diagram. Found it. Song Yi suddenly realized there was a familiar trace of sword qi. The Great Law Sword Embryo detected its location and promptly relayed it to Wei Hong. After learning about this location, Wei Hong couldn't help but change expression solemnly and exclaimed coldly, "The cursed Celestial Mystery Sect. How treacherous they are. They've placed it inside the ancient Shadow Een Snake King." The ancient Shadow Een Snake King? Song Yi was startled. The Celestial Mystery Sect was truly going all out in their preparation against Wei Hong. This journey certainly wasn't going to be easy. The exact location was already confirmed. Many dangerous places along the way were learned through the memory of every sword, allowing them to avoid danger effortlessly. This caused the Elder Supreme of the Celestial Mystery Sect trailing behind to be quite astonished. They had set up many traps within this place, and even mimicked several areas similar to where the Spirit Cloud Sect's supreme treasure might be located. Without exception, these places were filled with various kinds of traps waiting for Wei Hong to fall into them. Yet, Wei Hong managed to artfully avoid all of them, as if she'd known beforehand. Could it be that someone secretly informed Wei Hong of the route? He was deeply puzzled, yet each of Wei Hong's routes was incredibly precise without fail. Moreover, they directly entered the underground area, preparing to head toward the place where the ancient Shadow Een Snake King was being held. The ancient Shadow Een Snake King should not have appeared here. It was a beast captured by the Tianxian sect long ago. By now, it had reached the power level required for its heavenly tribulation. Originally, this could have been an enormous fighting force for the Tianxian sect, but unfortunately, the ancient Shadow Een Snake King refused to follow orders. Whenever it got a chance, it caused chaos among the Tianxian sect's disciples. Additionally, the ancient Shadow Een Snake King was naturally dissolute. Given any opportunity, countless female disciples would end up suffering from its malice. Therefore, in order to deal with Wei Hong, the ancient Shadow Een Snake King was specially chosen to serve as the host of a powerful ancient sword that was sealed within it. However, the greatest instability stemmed from the fact that the ancient Shadow Een Snake King didn't obey instructions or commands. It was hard to predict who it would listen to. With enough incentive, it might even turn against anyone. So, he did not step onto the ancient Shadow Een Snake King's territory right away, because he knew that as soon as Wei Hong faced the ancient Shadow Een Snake King alone, the Snake King would undoubtedly try its best to obtain Wei Hong. Events confirmed that their assumptions were correct. After Wei Hong entered this underground palace along with Song Yi, the ancient Shadow Een Snake King immediately noticed her. with an enormous body wreathed in 9 levels of yin energy and a terrifying presence that made one tremble. The sight of it was truly horrifying. When the ancient shadow yin snake king laid eyes on Wei Hong, its gaze brightened instantly as it flicked its forked tongue repeatedly, and saliva nearly began to drip from the corners of its mouth. Damn, Wei Hong had already anticipated this situation while en route. Despite so, she couldn't help but feel somewhat uncomfortable upon witnessing it firsthand. Even so, Wei Hong tried her best to calm herself down. At this point, she looked at the ancient shadow yin snake king earnestly and said, "Ancient shadow yin snake friend, I am Wei Hong, elder of the Xuanhuan sect. The Tianxian sect stole our sect's supreme treasure and has now shamelessly sealed it within you, which is truly abominable. I want to reclaim our treasure, and I sincerely ask for your permission." The ancient shadow yin snake king paid no attention to Wei Hong's other words, only responding in a hoarse voice. "That means nothing. However, regardless, if you want to take something from me, you'll need to offer something in exchange. Why don't you trade your body instead?" Chapter 87, Conditions. Upon seeing Wei Hong's alluring figure, the eyes of xuanhuan, ancient yin snake king, were wide open. In a licentious tone, he said, "It's not impossible to take things away from me. First, you need to offer something in exchange. Such as your body." "What?" Wei Hong's face turned red immediately. Although she had anticipated this scene early on, when the ancient yin snake king actually voiced it, she still couldn't help but took a deep breath. The ancient yin snake king was indeed shameless. If it was before, Wei Hong would have definitely swung her sword without hesitation. But now, for the sake of her Xuanhuan sect, extremely spiritual cloud sect, under these circumstances, she cannot easily offend the ancient yin snake king. Wei Hong did not have much time left to choose. In this situation, she directly said, "If so, as long as you can hand over the ancient sword to me, then these requests are acceptable." Really? The ancient yin snake king found this temporarily unbelievable. He himself was indulgent and extremely fond of women, whether they were also snakes or other races. Just as long as they were beautiful, they would catch his attention. In fact, it wasn't only due to lust that caused this. There was an even more important reason because of who he was. When the ancient yin snake king mated with others, he swallowed the yin qi from their bodies. Hence, under such circumstances, the stronger one's cultivation, the greater benefit it provided to him. As a result, simply mating would not suffice. He would further consume part of their cultivation afterwards. That's why the ancient yin snake king earned himself a bad reputation. Just think, we are currently being hunted by Tianxian sect, Divine Mysteries sect. We must escape from here as soon as possible. Ancient yin snake king, why don't you leave here with me? Naturally, we will conduct this trade once we leave. Wei Hong also directly stated at this moment, though internally she was unwilling, plus considering the surrounding environment, she opened her mouth first to stabilize the situation. However, the ancient yin snake king disdainfully replied, "Do you really take me for a 3-year-old child? After leaving here and handing over the item to you, what if you run away? In that case, you may keep the ancient sword yourself, as long as you leave here with me." Wei Hong continued. Song Yi nearby listened with quite a bit of astonishment, never expecting the other party to make such great sacrifices. Song Yi knew the other person did it for Xuanhuan sect, not just themselves, which couldn't help but make him admire them. But, would Wei Hong really sacrifice herself in this situation? After all, hearing anyone make such a suggestion, no matter who, would give rise to a chilling sensation. Not just Song Yi thought so, but the ancient yin snake king also understood these affairs. Thus, he didn't agree outright. He merely scoffed, saying, "Do you still think I'm as naive as before? A patriarch of Tianxian sect once made promises like this to me. And in the end, they deceived me here and used methods to trap me. They kept me confined here for hundreds or thousands of years, a revenge I've been waiting to exact." At this point, the ancient yin snake king's eyes flickered as he continued. "But, accordingly, I also understand your current predicament. I hate Tianxian sect too. If so, I actually agree to leave with you. However, to prevent previous incidents from recurring, I need your essence blood to sign a pact with me. From today onwards, you shall become my servant." What? Upon hearing this, both Wei Hong and Song Yi were greatly shocked. It was truly unexpected that the ancient yin snake king could go this far. For a moment, they were both incredibly astonished by his words. So, how should they make a decision at this critical moment? Even if Wei Hong cared deeply about the Xuanhuan sect, she still held her own dignity. She could sacrifice for the Xuanhuan sect, but it didn't mean accepting humiliation to this degree. Handing over her essence blood to the ancient yin snake king to form a contract meant that from this day forth, Wei Hong would turn into the ancient yin snake king's slave, to be ordered around at his will, tortured, or used for enjoyment. This would be an immense disgrace not only for a woman of strong cultivation like her, but even to any ordinary woman. Thereupon, Wei Hong angrily retorted, "Ancient yin snake king, don't push it." Pushing it. The ancient yin snake king coldly said, "I'm merely ensuring our safety. After all, what if you change your mind later? Outside, I wouldn't have the ability to resist anyway. If you refuse to do the deal, feel free to leave. I won't force anything upon you." Xuanhuan said very calmly, "No doubt, since Wei Hong wanted to obtain the treasure of Xuanhuan sect that Xuanhuan had, he surely possessed the method to control her." At this moment, Wei Hong was so angry that her whole body trembled. Song Yi suddenly became mentally taut, and after taking a deep breath, continued to pass the sword qi from the prototype of Dalu sword to Wei Hong. Wei Hong quickly calmed down as well, because with the help of the Dalu sword qi, She had already known that the elder of Tianxian sect had quietly come over again. This was done to avoid being detected, keeping the Rui distance quite far, just at the edge of the area. Unfortunately, the sword in the opponent's hand could already be sensed directly. The opponent was currently still waiting for an opportunity here. As long as Wei Hong and Gu Yuanhuan fought, they would certainly look for an opportunity to ambush both of them. If this continued, it would indeed become very dangerous. Wei Hong was also very tense during this period, not expecting there to be someone behind ready to ambush them all along. The situation before her eyes had not been completely figured out yet. Wei Hong had no choice but to become nervous and take a deep breath at this time. Then she made up her mind and solemnly said, Gu Yuanhuan, actually we are overthinking these things. Huh? What do you mean? Gu Yuanhuan asked indifferently, showing no concern. Because now what Wei Hong needed was on him, so he was controlling it. He wasn't in a hurry at all, instead looking forward to the choice Wei Hong would make next. Although you seem safe here right now, in reality, you must detest staying here, because even a guardian spirit beast of the sect ranks higher than you. You are even less significant than those beasts under command. I don't know how Tianxian sect treats you, but I believe that if in the future you don't obey their management, your end will not be good. How much life force can be added by absorbing the essence of Gu Yuanhuan? As soon as Wei Hong spoke these words, it instantly made Gu Yuanhuan tense up. Evidently, Wei Hong's words had hit the nail on the head. Chapter 88. Isn't this just too great? Is the current situation of Gu Yuan Snake King in Tianxian sect really good? Although it is true that surviving under these circumstances means living, relatively speaking, it can only ensure survival. And this is merely temporary survival. The Gu Yuan Snake King was originally suppressed here by Tianxian sect at a great cost, not because of anything else. His actions to harm sentient beings and save the world didn't factor in. Since there's no way to subdue him, then what they will do is to harvest all the treasures from Gu Yuan Snake King. Whether it's his blood and flesh or the essence of Yin Qi, or even the Yin Dan, Yin Core, they are all considered great treasures. Undoubtedly, if we count these things, the other party definitely needs these items. Because of these reasons, Gu Yuan Snake King will certainly have an unavoidable fatal end in the future. Upon hearing this now, Gu Yuan Snake King also feels that his situation could be very dangerous. Gu Yuan Snake King remained silent. Wei Hong continued. The ending you'll face in the future is something you must be very clear about. If you continue staying here, it will surely lead to your death. Then, why don't we take a gamble now? As long as we can leave Tianxian sect, in the future, you can not only regain freedom but also do what you want to do. Now, the leader of Tianxian sect is injured, the elder grandfathers are trapped. With you and me working together, this will be your only opportunity. Do you agree? Wei Hong's eyes glinted with light, her body bursting with powerful spiritual energy at the same time. After careful consideration facing the current result, Gu Yuan Snake King coldly said, What you've said, I'm indeed very tempted by, but I won't easily agree to it. At this point, I need you to make a blood oath. Once outside, you will dedicate yourself to me. Knowing what was coming, Wei Hong seemed prepared already upon hearing this. After taking a deep breath, she declared, Fine, if I don't dedicate myself to Gu Yuan Snake King after going out, I will die without any place to bury my remains. It was quite unexpected when Wei Hong suddenly made such an oath. Wei Hong handed over a drop of her essence blood to Gu Yuan Snake King. It wasn't for him to keep. Rather, it established a certain connection between her power and Gu Yuan Snake King's. Similarly, Gu Yuan Snake King also extracted a drop of his own essence blood at this moment, thus forming a kind of oath under these conditions. If either of them betrayed this vow, they would certainly be instantly killed by the backlash. This was the cause and effect dictated by the Tao. Unless they were among the immortal ranks, it would be difficult to break this bond. Even in the ranks of immortals, even an immortal emperor would find it hard to violate this type of thing. After all, regarding the hierarchy of oaths, their effectiveness naturally varies. However, just as this blood oath was about to be initiated, suddenly, a flash of light zipped past from the side, heading directly towards Wei Hong at that moment. It was Tai Shang, elder of Blood Yin Grass, who had been waiting patiently for this moment, ready to ambush. Wei Hong had actually sensed his movements beforehand through the sword Qi emanating from Song Yi's Dharma Embryo Great Sword Qi, and had already anticipated his attack. Without any hesitation, she immediately unleashed the previously prepared ordinary blade. A streak of crimson sword light shot out straight towards the enemy. Despite the lack of grandeur, the pure sword force was almost tearing apart space. In that instant, a single stroke pierced through the body of the Taishang elder of Tianxian sect. With a spurt of blood. How could it be? Taishang elder of Tianxian sect was greatly shocked. He hadn't expected that his sudden attack would be discovered. Moreover, Wei Hong had evidently been waiting for a while. This pent-up sword energy directly tore apart his body, shattering it in an instant. Dead. Song Yi hadn't anticipated that Wei Hong's strike would be so merciless. Though he didn't have much affection for Tianxian sect, since he belonged to it, should any clues be discovered by Tianxian sect indicating that he was involved with Jilin Yun sect's Wei Hong in killing their Taishang elder, then Song Yi wouldn't just face ruination. He would probably become a target of relentless pursuit by everyone in Tianxian sect. Just recalling the terrifying consequences filled him with dread. But at this moment, the corpse of the Taishang elder who should have already died suddenly emitted a beam of light that swiftly moved to the other side. Damn it! How do you manage to do this? Why can you always discover me? A voice rang out as the glowing light formed into the figure of Tianxian sect's Taishang elder. At this moment, however, he appeared somewhat ethereal, clearly no longer in his original form. After all, that strike had been one Wei Hong had prepared for a long time. Even someone with the ability to survive heavenly tribulations would find it difficult to resist such a powerful attack. Moreover, with little defense and Wei Hong's attack being charged up for quite some time, it was far from simple. So when its full power erupted, it was extraordinary. However, even though his body was completely destroyed, his soul still remained intact. For beings capable of surviving heavenly tribulations, as long as their divine spirit remains, they can be reborn at a certain cost. Looking at Wei Hong with great shock, he was filled with anger deep within, never expecting the situation to reach this point. This humiliation and pain truly made him furious. Yet, at the same time, he felt deeply astonished. How did Wei Hong manage this? Time and time again, she had uncovered his presence. One must understand that his concealment techniques were such that even those of equal rank might fail to detect him. And yet, Wei Hong, whose cultivation level was lower than his, shouldn't be able to do this. No matter how formidable her secret arts might be, it shouldn't be this easy. So what exactly is going on here? Despite his fury, he maintained his rationality about the situation. He didn't choose to lash out in anger right then and there. Xuanhuan Snake King, stop. Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan Snake King was also greatly shocked. It seemed that the Taishang elder had been lying in wait since earlier. Presumably, everything that happened before was now clear to him. Faced with this situation, Xuanhuan Snake King no longer had any room for retreat. So without hesitation, Xuanhuan Snake King quickly initiated the blood oath between their own essences, solidifying the covenant with Wei Hong. Chapter 89. You will meet a dead end if you don't agree. Previously, the ancient Yin Snake King only wished to leave from here. But starting now, the ancient Yin Snake King has truly started to fear. The Tianxian sect itself already harbored corresponding hatred towards him, and now his betrayal has been exposed, so it naturally follows that things will become dangerous going forward. Thus, without hesitation in this situation, he wants to leave immediately. So, he instantly begins forming the pact, the Essence Blood Oath. The great elder of the Tianxian sect didn't expect at all that the ancient Yin Snake King, who was hesitant just moments ago, would directly agree, truly surprising everyone. However, when he wanted to exert all his efforts to stop it at this moment, it was completely too late. In an instant, this pact was thus completed, causing ties between them which, if betrayed by anyone, would result in the corresponding punishment. King Ancient Yin Snake, you dare to betray the Tianxian sect. The great elder of the Tianxian sect was both shocked and angry at this moment. Originally, they deliberately kept King Ancient Yin Snake here to counter Wei Hong, irritate Wei Hong, and preserve the ancient sword of the Ji-Ling Cloud Gate. But unexpectedly at this moment, Wei Hong accepted the conditions of King Ancient Yin Snake and formed this pact with him under these circumstances, standing on the same line now. This was too unexpected, and it made their hearts worry even more. Humph, I have never belonged to your Tianxian sect. How can there be talk of betrayal? Tianxian sect, years ago you tricked me here using despicable tricks and imprisoned me for so many years. Wasn't it to eventually swallow my bloodline, so your old ancestor could ascend to immortality? All I'm doing now is rising up against you, not committing any act of betrayal. King Ancient Yin Snake wasn't merely wise in general terms. Even though he cared deeply about women, he possessed considerable intelligence when calm. He clearly understood the situation at hand, so he naturally paid no heed to the other side's tricks. Damn it! Hearing such a response from King Ancient Yin Snake, the great elder of the Tianxian sect was filled with anger at that moment. There's no more time, we must make our move quickly. Wei Hong had already detected at this moment that the dragon soul of the Ji-Ling Cloud Gate was nearing complete collapse. It wouldn't take long before the enemy discovered what happened here and intensified their attack. It seemed this great elder right before them must have used some unknown method to transmit the news. No matter what, time was running out now. After being notified by Wei Hong, King Ancient Yin Snake also roared furiously at this moment, opening his massive jaws as he lunged toward the great elder of the Tianxian sect. Though the great elder of the Tianxian sect was now merely in a soul state, possessing the power to survive celestial tribulations meant he still couldn't be underestimated. Facing the ancient Yin Snake King, white chains rapidly appeared around him, accompanied by various spirit patterns, swiftly attacking the ancient Yin Snake King. The ancient Yin Snake King was quickly sealed off from all sides, but then, releasing a tremendous force, almost instantaneously broke free from all the chains. Faced with the surrounding spirit patterns and magical seals, the ancient Yin Snake King simply opened his vast mouth, creating a powerful suction akin to an abyssal gulf. Within a short period of time, all of the great elder seals were swallowed into the belly of the ancient Yin Snake King, and utilizing his formidable strength, the ancient Yin Snake King thoroughly destroyed all the seals. Almost simultaneously, as the ancient Yin Snake King released a roar, terrifying power struck directly, forcefully pushing the great elder of the Tianxian sect back. There's no time left, let's go quickly, Wei Hong shouted loudly, pulling along Song Yi beside her, signaling the ancient Yin Snake King, and together they swiftly departed from this place. King Ancient Yin Snake didn't linger any longer here either. His massive body twisted with black light, wielding tremendous strength, and immediately unleashed a massive attack against the barriers surrounding this area. At this point, the structures around finally began crumbling, unable to hold up any longer. Faced with the situation at this moment, the ancient Yin Snake King didn't hesitate much either. A terrifying force had already swiftly destroyed everything around, and in an instant, The ancient Snake King spat out a gust of black mist as he was about to leave. When these black mists touched the walls nearby, they instantly began corroding them, causing underground tremors the very first time this power was unleashed. Damn it! The great elder of the Tianxian sect was extremely enraged by such a scene. He spurred the sword in his hand, forming a sword shadow that swiftly flew towards the ancient Snake King. With his powerful body, the ancient Snake King directly took the hit. As the sword shadow struck him, a crisp sound was heard. There wasn't even a scratch on him. It seemed as if the ancient Snake King hadn't suffered any harm. And just when he wanted to counterattack with his massive tail, a strong feeling suddenly emerged. The previously dispersed sword energy suddenly gathered again at this moment, becoming far stronger than before. In the blink of an eye, a resounding hum sounded from the sword, and a streak of white light carrying the sword chi flashed past. Instantly, it pierced through the ancient Snake King's body. Scales fell off his body, blood splattered everywhere, and in that instant, the sword shadow had already plunged into his body, continuously emitting formidable strength, harming the ancient Snake King's flesh. Am I really not someone who can endure celestial tribulations? The Grand Patriarch of the Tianxian sect was quite annoyed. Ever since breaking through to this realm, although he couldn't compare with others at the same level, those weaker than him were all respectful. He'd never been dealt such heavy blows. Today, being attacked repeatedly left him utterly infuriated, especially after suffering physical damage. Faced with the current scenario, he finally unleashed his ultimate technique just moments ago, injuring the ancient Snake King, giving him a sigh of relief. The ancient Snake King screamed at this point, obviously extremely angry with the present situation. Chapter 90. You fight, I'll watch. It was completely unexpected to get hurt in such a situation. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. Snake King was also very busy for a moment, releasing powerful demonic energy and attacking the elder of Tianxian sect. The physical body of the elder of Tianxian sect had already been destroyed, leaving only this spirit. However, even facing such an attack, he dodged with ease. Snake King, what are you still standing there for? Others from Tianxian sect have caught up. Wei Hong, seeing Snake King entangled with the enemy again, shouted anxiously. Snake King was nearly going mad at the moment, but after hearing Wei Hong's words, realized that their current situation was not good. So he stopped immediately and ceased the fight. In a rush of anger, he fled outward, forcibly tearing apart the large formation around him. The formation of the treasure house had already been destroyed by Wei Hong to a great extent, plus the battle of Dragon Soul. Now facing such an attack, it was naturally on the verge of collapse. At this time, the elder of Tianxian sect watched Snake King trying to escape, coldly hummed, quickly pinched the seals, a beam of light flashed out instantly reactivating the formation that was about to be destroyed. And this sucked in powerful energy. The formation that was almost ruined actually began to stabilize. Roar! From afar, Wei Hong's divine cloud door Dragon Soul could no longer withstand the concerted attacks of the elders of Tianxian sect and was eventually annihilated. Your physical body is destroyed? You were really too careless. Upon receiving the message at this moment, the elder of Tianxian sect was also very shocked. Even though the elder supreme could recast his body, being cut off his flesh under such circumstances was undoubtedly a tremendous harm to himself, reducing a certain amount of combat power. This isn't just about carelessness. Wei Hong must have used some unknown method to break my secret places. My secret art can't hide anything before them. In that case, the situation is quite dire. The elder of Tianxian sect furrowed his eyebrows at this moment, and the grand elder of Tianxian sect hurriedly said at this moment, there is no more time now. They want to escape. Let's make a joint effort. Alright, with no other choice, at this moment, naturally, the elder of Tianxian sect and the other elders cooperated and exerted force together. Almost at the first moment, as their spells changed, this power was completely released. In this instant, all of heaven and earth was covered by these spells. A terrible force spread throughout the mountains as if they were shaking. Following this, exactly at this moment, the large array formed between the mountains. A magic seal appeared around where Wei Hong and Song Yi were fleeing. In an instant, Song Yi felt extreme difficulty in breathing and found his cultivation being continuously suppressed. Comparatively speaking, Wei Hong's condition was somewhat better, yet she also felt her cultivation greatly suppressed. Not good. Don't absorb the spiritual energy here and don't breathe. Wei Hong hurriedly warned loudly. Even Song Yi, who had already reached the foundation establishment stage, did not need to breathe at this point. But was there something wrong with the spiritual energy around? After receiving the warning, Song Yi immediately acted accordingly. Buzzing sounds filled the mountain range as massive forces attempted to crush Wei Hong and the others. Let me destroy it. Facing this overwhelming force, Wei Hong, in a flash, drew her sword, and with supreme sword chi, instantly slashed through the surrounding force. However, at this moment, the mountain range was like an indestructible fortress. Even Wei Hong's sword chi could not break through it. Song Yi, listen carefully. No matter what, I will protect your life. So, you must unconditionally trust me. Otherwise we will end up dead without a trace. After this, whatever I do to you, don't resist. Wei Hong transmitted sound to Song Yi. After hearing this, Song Yi also felt extremely helpless. At this critical juncture, who else could Song Yi believe in? His life was practically in peril right then and there, so he had to believe in Wei Hong. And at this time, Snake King flew up and asked Wei Hong urgently. This formation has been prepared by Tianxian sect for a long time. Surely, when you came here, you must have known about it. If that's the case, you must have a way to deal with it. Act quickly. Those old men have already started their attacks. If we don't counter soon, we'll really be in danger. Gu Yuan Snake King's reminder caused Wei Hong to shift her gaze towards it at this moment. Gu Yuan Snake King was right. The current situation was indeed perilous. If they didn't respond now, the future situation could be easily foreseen. At the same time, from the direction of the Grand Hall at the center of the mountain range, a faint shadow was about to take shape. A colossal beast covering the sky and blocking the sun. Its front body resembled a tiger while its rear looked like a water buffalo. It was covered in long hair, surrounded by white mist, and its four legs treaded on empty air. Its low growl reverberated through the mountains, and the pressure it exuded was not one bit less than Gu Yuan Snake King's, and because of the immense force concentrated within it, it even surpassed Gu Yuan's strength. Gu Yuan Snake King, he is for you to handle. I will break the formation. Are you joking? Gu Yuan Snake King felt fear. There was no way he would agree under such circumstances. If you won't go and deal with him, then you can try breaking the formation yourself, assuming you're capable of breaking it. Otherwise, if we keep waiting here, we'll only end up dead. Faced with Wei Hong's words, Gu Yuan Snake King erupted in anger. He had not anticipated this result and already felt as though he'd been tricked by Wei Hong. Although Gu Yuan Snake King liked beautiful women, his own life meant more to him. There was no way he could disregard his own life just because of them. If his life were lost, what else would matter? Precisely because of this, he was filled with anger against Wei Hong at this moment. But there's no turning back once an arrow is released, so Gu Yuan Snake King found himself without any retreat options. With no other choice, he clenched his teeth and turned to join the battle. Wei Hong watched the direction where Gu Yuan Snake King departed and immediately sat cross-legged, drawing forth immense spiritual energy. She instantly formed seals with her fingers. Rapidly, a series of talismans formed around Wei Hong, spreading in all directions. They were composed of spiritual patterns and combined together into a massive array. Chapter 91. I've been waiting for you to betray me for a long time. The moment the great array was completed, Wei Hong took a deep breath and began continuously channeling spiritual energy into it. Meanwhile, the ancient Snake King clashed with the Tianxian sect's shadow. Its massive body engaged in combat with the colossal beast. At the beginning, the ancient Snake King indeed managed to gain a temporary upper hand using its skills and powerful strength. However, immediately afterward, the practitioners of Tianxian sect activated their array, unleashing a formidable power that sent the ancient Snake King retreating repeatedly. Suddenly, it let out a sharp howl and collapsed onto the ground, despite its struggles to rise again and fight. Alas, at this moment, numerous elders of the Tianxian sect unleashed their combined efforts, all channeling their overwhelming spiritual energy at once. Moreover, since there were two individuals who had survived the tribulation in Tianxian sect, the giant beast experienced an unprecedented surge in strength. With a thunderous roar, the colossal beast grew larger than even the mountains. Even the ancient Snake King, standing before it now, appeared like something that could be easily crushed underfoot. Its aura was also becoming increasingly terrifying. No, Wei Hong, are you ready yet? The ancient Snake King roared loudly, but Wei Hong remained silent. As the already formed colossal beast stamped its foot towards it, raising waves of spiritual energy akin to the force of a falling star, the ancient Snake King became utterly terrified. Hastily, it pleaded for mercy at this moment. Friends of the Tianxian sect, please stop. I've made a mistake. Let me live. At such a critical moment, what does dignity mean when one's life is on the line? The ancient Snake King begged bitterly. Don't kill me. Haven't you forgotten that my bloodline still has significant value? If I die now, won't you miss the chance to use me in the future? The ancient Snake King's pleading voice echoed as the elder ancestor of Tianxian sect among the other elders opened his eyes faintly and said indifferently, let it live for now. This abomination can still be useful for our sect. Wait a moment. Ancient Snake King, activate the essence blood within your body to counteract Wei Hong. Otherwise, you shall perish instantly. The grand elder of Tianxian sect had personally witnessed the ancient Snake King and Wei Hong forming their oath with essence blood. Therefore, he understood thoroughly. Normally, essence blood from an oath wouldn't be used in such a way. But the ancient Snake King was different. Its natural talent set it apart. Back then, would it have possibly established such an oath easily? In fact, the ancient Snake King had foreseen this from the very start. Not only did it want Wei Hong's body, but it also aimed to obtain the ancient sword of Jilling Cloud Gate. Moreover, it didn't intend to just possess Wei Hong's body once. It wanted Wei Hong to eternally serve it, becoming its slave. Only then, until Wei Hong's cultivation declined to uselessness, after absorbing all her vital energy and spirit veins, would the ancient Snake King finally discard her effortlessly. The ancient Snake King wasn't merely lustful, it sought control over Wei Hong's body as well. Indeed, it was extremely cunning and deceitful. Thus, back then, it cleverly concealed Wei Hong's essence blood using its unique talents, fooling others into thinking that the essence blood used in the oath had dissipated. Yet in reality, that single drop of essence blood had been carefully stored by the ancient Snake King. It awaited the opportunity to blend its own venom with Wei Hong's essence blood, return the blood to Wei Hong's body, and successfully enact a reverse affliction against her. Though impressive, even a common practitioner in the tribulation realm would struggle to detect such actions. What about Wei Hong, who was merely at the nascent soul stage? Entirely due to the fact that at that time, the supreme elder of Tianxian sect used a secret technique for observation. Moreover, when the ancient Yin Snake King was sealed away previously, it had similarly deceived a female elder of Tianxian sect with this method. Later events proved that it did renege. Instead, it consumed the victim. It was truly vicious. Due to this past lesson, the Supreme Elder managed to uncover some details through his secret techniques during the oath process and made a judgment. Furthermore, with the ancient Yin Snake King breaking its vow now, this further reinforced their conviction. Seeing itself exposed, the ancient Yin Snake King felt quite helpless. For survival, what more could it do? Right away, it infused its own power into that single drop of essence blood belonging to Wei Hong, activating the curse of the ancient Yin Snake lineage with its bloodline. By doing so, it attempted to cause a reverse affliction against Wei Hong. Although Wei Hong had attained the nascent soul stage, who didn't know this was a peculiar form of nascent soul? She could slaughter those who passed through the tribulation trials, and even dare challenge Tianxian sect. Today, Wei Hong certainly mustn't be underestimated by anyone. They had to suppress her at all costs. Damn it, this snake is too despicable. When Song Yi saw this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What shall we do, Wei Hong?" Suddenly, Song Yi remembered that he must not speak or use any magic. But the urgency of the moment made him forget that restriction. Though outwardly calm, unease already stirred within Song Yi's heart. Wei Hong said nothing in response to his outburst, but merely remarked with a faint indifference, "Do you truly think I intended to surrender myself to the ancient Yin Snake King? Have I not known how cunning and malevolent the ancient Yin Snake King is? Regardless of what its plans may be, I will never let the ancient Yin Snake King succeed. However, the ancient sword from the Jilin Cloud Gate embedded within the ancient Yin Snake King, I must obtain it." A fierce light erupted in Wei Hong's eyes as all the seals surrounding her were simultaneously absorbed into her body. She was very confident in the changes currently taking place, having understood them thoroughly from the start. Clearly, Wei Hong had foreseen everything from the beginning. She never intended to let herself be captured so easily by the ancient Yin Snake King. Precisely for this reason, Wei Hong had decided to turn the tables on the Snake King. And just as Song Yi stood astonished, Wei Hong quickly formed the gestures of an incantation while shouting loudly at the ancient Yin Snake King. "Foul serpent, did you truly think your wicked intentions could remain hidden from me? You thought your secret arts were powerful, but did you know I possess even more formidable secret techniques than you?" What? The ancient Yin Snake King was shocked upon hearing this. It had been about to activate Wei Hong's essence blood, but unexpectedly, her single drop of essence blood suddenly began resonating and drawing power first. Moreover, during this time, it directly began consuming the essence blood that belonged to the ancient Yin Snake King. What is going on? The ancient Yin Snake King was now frightened and panicking. What's wrong with the ancient Yin Snake King? Even the Grand Elder of Tianxian sect sensed that the situation was far from simple. But at this moment, the power inside the ancient Yin Snake King's body had already become completely uncontrollable. Wei Hong's essence blood was rapidly spreading throughout its form and instantly awakened the ancient sword of Jilin Cloud Gate sealed within its body. Buzz. Accompanied by the hum of the sword, a powerful blade energy surged upward into the heavens from the ancient Yin Snake King's body. No, the ancient Yin Snake King let out a roar, trying desperately to subdue all its powers. However, it was too late now. This power had begun to violently surge within it. Chapter 92, Reaping What One Has Sown. All of this had completely slipped out of the control of Gu Yuin Snake King. Without any resistance from Gu Yuin Snake King, a powerful sword chi suddenly shot up into the sky. In an instant, the shadow of the sword appeared on the Gu Yuin Snake King, and at the same time, the body of the Gu Yuin Snake King began to break apart. With a howl of pain, the Gu Yuin Snake King turned into blood mist flying all over the sky, his flesh and blood scattered in every direction, meeting a tragic end. Everyone from the Tianxian sect was greatly shocked. Was it true that the Gu Yuin Snake King, who was undergoing calamity, was dead? This really made their hearts feel indescribably complex, something they couldn't imagine for a while. More importantly, the Gu Yuin Snake King's death meant significant future implications for them, as he was now gone. However, this wasn't all. With the death of the Gu Yuin Snake King, a great force was released. Instantly, with a tremendous roar, more than half of the entire mountain range collapsed, and many of the formations were shattered. In a flash, a long sword covered in rust and age-old marks flew out from Gu Yuin Snake King's body, looking like scrap iron, then flew directly into Wei Hong's hand. Ancient sword. Wei Hong grinned, whereas Song Yi beside him couldn't help but be amazed. So this was the supreme treasure of Jilin Yun sect? Truly worthy of its name as the ancient sword. Break for me. Without hesitation, Wei Hong slashed the barrier again instantly with the sword. The barrier, though already weakened slightly due to the explosive power caused by the Gu Yuin Snake King, still wasn't broken by Wei Hong's slash. Just when Song Yi started to doubt whether it would work or not, Wei Hong's sword came towards Song Yi. Wei Hong Yu. Song Yi couldn't believe it, but it was too late to dodge. When a streak of sword energy slashed across him, unexpectedly, there was no pain. His consciousness was intact, and his body was in a very peculiar state. He could distinctly sense the surrounding environment, yet paradoxically, his body didn't seem to be present here. You shan't escape. Tianxian sect had lost so much. If the ancient sword of Jilin Yun sect were taken away, then Tianxian sect would lose not only face, but also suffer enormous losses. This expedition of theirs could only be described as losing both the bride and the battle. Yet, faced with their roaring anger, Wei Hong did not hesitate, continuing to pinch the seals. A sword chi rose from the ancient sword, forming another magical seal. Leave it behind for me. The group of Tianxian sect roared furiously. The formation almost recombined instantly, and immediately after, the giant beast was recondensed. A vast mouth spewed out a white gas. This is my thanks for your hospitality, Tianxian sect. Wei Hong gave a cold laugh as a red talisman suddenly flew out from the magical seal. Holding the ancient sword, Wei Hong disappeared from sight along with the magical seal. But that talisman stayed, colliding head-on with the white gas expelled by the giant beast. In an instant, upon hitting the talisman, the white gas ignited it rapidly. Almost immediately, a mighty force erupted, shining like the sun and instantly eclipsing everything, unleashing terrifying power. Oh no, that's a spirit explosion talisman. Numerous elders of the Tianxian sect turned pale in shock, with no time left for more thought. They summoned the giant beast to quickly cover the explosion with its body. However, the power of the talisman far exceeded their expectations. In an instant, the terrible power obliterated the giant beast's body, tearing it apart. Then, this force began devastating the grand formation ruthlessly. Boom, boom. Every place within the Tianxian sect, including the small world of Tianxian sect, even the peripheral areas, shook under this force. Although the horrifying power was suppressed by the strength of the forefathers of Tianxian sect and the great elders, it still couldn't prevent the treasure vault hall from collapsing instantly under this power. Standing amidst the ruins, the forefather of the Tianxian sect was wrapped in rage at this moment. He looked at the ruins, the remains of the xuanhuan Snake King, and howled to the sky. Wei Hong, Jilingyun sect, I will definitely annihilate you. Hear this order, elders of Tianxian sect. From this moment forward, march to Jilingyun sect and seek revenge. Having survived this massive explosion, these elders were all filled with uncontrollable anger now, together shouting loudly in unison, revenge, revenge. However, before they could act, suddenly, a voice sounded. That's enough. Upon hearing this voice, the burning anger in everyone was instantly extinguished. Instead, sheer terror spread, and tremors rippled through their bodies. Is this farce not enough yet? Do you still have the face to seek revenge on Jilingyun sect? Do you really want the world to see our Tianxian sect as a laughingstock? If word gets out that our great Tianxian sect kept Jilingyun sect's supreme treasure, only for it to be reclaimed by Wei Hong at the level of xuanhuan cultivation, and even lost a beast in the process, while having our treasure vault collapse. Do you think this is funny? A single sentence sent shockwaves through everyone, including the old ancestor of Tianxian sect and the grand elders, causing them all to tremble uncontrollably. That voice let out a cold snort and continued. I warned you long ago, all you old men, to not meddle with these affairs. Leave the current matters of the sect to its present master and the law-enforcing elders, yet you didn't listen. From now on, all of you will meditate and reflect upon your actions. As for Jilingyun sect, leave them be. Whether or not an ancient sword can survive the calamity is uncertain. In the future, 2 heirs of our Tianxian sect will surely reclaim the honor. Since the ancient Yin Snake King is dead, find alternative items for Yenner and Hauer to complete their ritual within 1 year's time. With the final words of command from the mysterious voice, none dared to disobey. Even though it was just a single voice, a distraction, it came from the person they feared most in all of Tianxian sect, and whom no one would dare defy. Their astonishment grew. Hadn't the ancient Yin Snake King originally been intended for use by this superior? Why had it been redirected to these 2 younger generations instead? However, there was no time to think deeply as they immediately hurried to address the pressing matters ahead. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wei Hong had already taken Song Yi and fled far away. In little time, they reached an abandoned house in a desolate place, where Wei Hong arrived, his face deathly pale. Wei Hong spat out a mouthful of blood, still gripping the ancient sword tightly, but managed a grin as he told Song Yi. I said I'd bring you back alive, see? I've kept my promise. You? At this moment, Wei Hong was completely weakened, clearly a consequence of activating some secret technique just moments ago. But to Wei Hong, this mattered little. Then suddenly, Song Yi noticed a trace of green fluid on the surface of the ancient sword. What is this? Both Wei Hong and Song Yi were startled. This single drop of green liquid was mysteriously linked to Wei Hong through the ancient sword. Oh no, this is... Before Wei Hong could react further, a flash of pink light blinded his vision. Chapter 93. What a wonderful poison this is. Wei Hong looked at a drop of green liquid on the ancient sword in her hand, and was also very surprised for a moment. This ancient sword was not an ordinary thing. Neither dust nor the fresh blood from a slain person would stick to it. Yet now, something could actually adhere to it. Wei Hong was very curious about these questions and did not understand how this could be happening. However, just as she was about to use her spiritual energy to remove it, suddenly, that green liquid abruptly flew towards Wei Hong's spiritual energy and entered her body. What is this? Wei Hong was greatly startled for a moment and immediately realized something. She quickly redirected her spiritual energy, trying to clear these things out, but unexpectedly, the more Wei Hong tried, the more her spiritual energy catalyzed the force within, causing it to spread throughout her body. By this point, it was too late to turn back. Song Yi, run away fast. As Wei Hong was almost losing consciousness, she shouted. Song Yi didn't understand what had suddenly happened, and when he tried to escape, it was already too late. Suddenly, Wei Hong hugged Song Yi from behind, her face flushed red, her vision blurred, and with hot breath, she kept twisting around on Song Yi. At this moment, Song Yi was rather speechless because no matter how he resisted, he found that his power was not enough to fight against the strong Wei Hong who, despite having lost consciousness, still possessed great strength. It was this strength that completely suppressed Song Yi. Song Yi was about to continue resisting when Wei Hong suddenly opened her red lips, releasing a puff of green gas directly from her mouth. This green gas caught Song Yi unprepared, and he inhaled it through his nose. Immediately afterward, Song Yi's eyes became dazed. A surge of desire rose within him, and he then got enveloped by intense flames. In this instant, Song Yi and Wei Hong rapidly merged together. All their clothes soon slipped off, and they embraced, making full contact with each other until there was no distinction between them. As a burst of essence emerged from Song Yi's body, all his spiritual energy disappeared entirely at this moment, being fully absorbed by her. But, just then, Wei Hong reciprocated, transferring an immensely powerful energy, fusing with Song Yi. Late Foundation Stage, Early Spirit Realm, Late Spirit Realm, Early Dancy Realm. A full 7 days passed like this. When Song Yi finally opened his eyes, he found himself lying alone in this wooden house. Wei Hong was nowhere to be seen. Although Song Yi indeed felt a massive surge of energy within him, he simultaneously sensed both mental and physical exhaustion. When he came to his senses and looked around incredulously, visions of Wei Hong blending with him after discarding her garments vividly played in his mind. Could it be that they? Under such circumstances, Song Yi could not believe it at first and wanted to find Wei Hong nearby to get some explanation. But alas, the current whereabouts of Wei Hong were unknown. Unexpectedly, Song Yi discovered a storage ring beside the bed at this moment and opened it right then. Song Yi, I have left here, and you do not need to worry about anything. This was Wei Hong's voice. It appeared that Wei Hong had awakened before Song Yi and already left directly from here. According to our previous agreement, you have accomplished your goal, and I have placed the ancient tomb treasure map of the Great Emperor inside this storage ring. I hope you can carefully consider it. Although it is an extraordinary opportunity, the process will also be extremely dangerous. Not even the power backing you may necessarily succeed in entering the perilous tomb of the Great Emperor. Of course, besides this enduring poison, I have also prepared some other things and placed them in here, hoping they will provide some assistance. Beyond this, I cannot help much more. Wei Hong's storage ring contained millions upon millions of spirit stones, which, let alone for Song Yi, would count as a remarkable wealth in the hands of any major power. Wei Hong's generosity was truly commendable. Even though this property was indeed very important, at this moment, what Song Yi focused on most was not that. Soon, Wei Hong swiftly explained further. I never would have thought that the ancient Xuanhuan serpent king would be so treacherous. In his plan, simply controlling me was not enough. Once he handed the ancient sword over to me, I was supposed to deliver it to the Heavenly Sect. As long as the sect leader received that ancient sword at the right time, any woman, regardless of who she was, would be controlled by the ancient Xuanhuan serpent king's blood on the sword. Since the ancient Xuanhuan serpent king has already died, we were thus completely out of control when its power entered our bodies. Although it entered our systems, it also directly caused us to lose our sense of self, leaving behind only wild beasts driven by primal instincts. This is exactly what the ancient Xuanhuan serpent king needed. So under such circumstances, I do not blame you, and you cannot blame me. If anything, we can only blame the ancient Xuanhuan serpent king for being too cunning and ultimately our own lack of caution. However, no matter what happens, the intersection between you and me can only end here for now. Wei Hong's final words had faded away entirely when she said this. Song Yi could not clearly tell whether it was the result of their fusion or just a past experience. Song Yi's feelings toward Wei Hong had grown complicated. Song Yi was no playboy, though indeed he was destined to have more than one woman in his life. Still, he would never ignore a woman after fusing with her like that. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary essence of a transforming spirit tier Great Master. The system specially rewards you with 10 million reward points. Wow, there are so many. Song Yi suddenly received a message from the system, which shocked him greatly upon reading it. He never expected that it was Wei Hong's primary essence, meaning her first time. That explained why he could improve so much under those circumstances. He leapt straight from the late Foundation stage through 2 major realms all the way to the early Dancy realm. However, although Song Yi was thrilled inside, he was also curious. Would Wei Hong fall in rank after this? After all, according to Wei Hong's words, the Heavenly Sect was about to face a great calamity, indicating the dangers ahead would be immense indeed. Chapter 94. She was somewhat heartless. Song Yi never expected that something like this would actually happen. Now, he has indeed reached a much higher level of cultivation through his union with Wei Hong. Wei Hong now undeniably has a place in Song Yi's heart. In the grand scheme of things, Wei Hong is just like xuanhuan and Ruoling, forming a close bond with Song Yi. Thus, Song Yi naturally worries about Wei Hong. He asks the system, with me absorbing Wei Hong's cultivation, how much of her cultivation will be reduced? Upon hearing Song Yi's words, the system replies in its cold tone. Although both you and Wei Hong were passive participants and lost all sense of self-will, your union has fallen within the realms of dual cultivation. In this situation, neither of you have suffered any losses to your cultivation. Instead, because you gained Wei Hong's primal energy, you've advanced your cultivation to the Danhai realm. As for Wei Hong, although she didn't improve her cultivation, she also hasn't lost anything. Given this, I can now feel relieved. Hearing that Wei Hong hadn't lost anything, Song Yi lets out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, an image plays in Song Yi's mind. It is the moment after Wei Hong awakens, and Song Yi is still lying there completely naked. At that time, Wei Hong felt both shame and anger over the situation. Her chastity of many years had been taken by someone she didn't particularly care for. Song Yi, which made her inner emotions extremely complex. However, fundamentally speaking, this isn't entirely Song Yi's fault. At most, it could only be blamed on Wei Hong herself for not checking meticulously enough, allowing the ancient Yin Snake King's trap to work. Now that it has come to this, without other solutions, Wei Hong decides to accept everything. With so many events already happening, she doesn't have time to think anymore and can only prepare to leave. When leaving, Wei Hong wasn't as decisive as what had been depicted in her earlier memories. Instead, she calmly tells Song, "Up to this point, regardless of your actual identity or my circumstances, this whole event can only be considered as an accident between us two. If there's ever another chance, if I'm still alive, perhaps we'll meet again." After finishing her words, Wei Hong leaves some items behind before turning around and departing. This was all that the system showed to Song Yi, but these images alone allow him to grasp Wei Hong's complicated feelings at the time. Song Yi paid no attention to Wei Hong's emotional complexity. Instead, he remembered that although Wei Hong had planned a lot throughout this journey, from the fundamental perspective, these plans nearly equaled risking her life if his unexpected intervention hadn't occurred. It could be said that Wei Hong had practically risked her life to retrieve the ultimate treasure of the Xuanhuan men. Even such a powerful faction as Wei Hong faces significant concerns. This must truly be an immense crisis. For a moment, Song Yi questions the system in confusion. What exactly happened to the Xuanhuan men? The current system cannot provide knowledge of ongoing developments in this world. The recommendation system has no way to answer such questions, which Song Yi had anticipated from the beginning. He merely asked anyway, unwilling to give up hope. At this point, Song Yi considers further and asks, "Where are we exactly?" "The host's current location has left Beiyu. This is a place in Shiyu." Upon hearing this, Song Yi momentarily pauses in surprise. Because according to his knowledge, they've only been traveling for a short period since their departure from Tianxian Sect, yet in this very short time, they've already left Beiyu? However, considering that Wei Hong and the others have already reached the Huashan realm, achieving this wouldn't be too difficult, especially since they used the ultimate secret techniques to escape. Song Yi knows for sure that his own strength won't be able to help the Xuanhuan men. After all, it's a calamity even Wei Hong feels powerless against. Despite this, Song Yi wants to inquire about some information here. Therefore, during this time, he alters his appearance and begins his journey across Shiyu. In truth, compared to his previous environment, there aren't significant differences. Song Yi, who has now reached the Danhai realm, naturally has nothing to worry about regarding danger. As long as he doesn't provoke overly powerful entities, those old monsters from various sects would be too lazy to bother with him. Moreover, the area where Song Yi was currently located was not a prosperous one. The spiritual energy here wasn't abundant either, and the cultivators walking around were mostly at the foundation establishing stage. Generally speaking, let alone spiritual energy, even being at the late foundation establishing stage was enough to make many people here look up to you. Whenever anyone saw spiritual energy, they couldn't help but show respect and bow politely. Although it was true that Song Yi's current Danhai realm cultivation could certainly command respect from many people here, and quite a few would keep their distance from him as a result. This would definitely attract too much attention. Sometimes drawing too much trouble wasn't a good thing. Therefore, Song Yi used a secret technique to conceal his cultivation. Not too low, but also not too high. Just right at the mid-foundation establishing stage, so not too many people could cause him any trouble in this way. Song Yi was well aware that no one among them could detect his trail. Now Song Yi wanted to inquire about some information, and the best place to find out would undoubtedly be in taverns. Like ordinary people, cultivators also had taverns. These places were the most suitable for gathering information. As Song Yi walked through the city, he soon found a very large tavern. Even the waiters there had foundation establishing stage cultivation, which was sufficient proof of the tavern's strength. Song Yi quickly entered, and a waiter soon approached, smiling cheerfully. "Distinguished guest, what would you like to order?" They seemed almost no different from normal people on the surface, but just their exposed cultivation levels alone were enough to explain everything. They weren't ordinary people, but genuine cultivators with relatively high abilities. At this moment, Song Yi merely took out a spirit stone and handed it over to him, saying indifferently, "Just give me some small dishes and prepare some spiritual wine. That will be enough." All right. After taking the money from Song Yi, the waiter immediately began calling out to others, finding Song Yi a rather lively spot where all kinds of cultivators were gathered. They continuously discussed various topics. When Song Yi arrived near them, they didn't pay any attention, continuing their discussions. This allowed Song Yi the chance to overhear some information from their conversation. Chapter 95, Guess Who I Am? The people here did not pay too much attention to those around them, and the ones who were speaking basically did not care about others either. However, although Song Yi indeed overheard quite a few conversations here, they were mostly about their personal matters or related to cultivation. There was no connection at all to Jilling Cloudgate. "Friend Dao, you appear to be new here, don't you?" Song Yi was regretting his inability to gather information when suddenly a voice came from behind. At that moment, a figure suddenly sat in front of him. It was an elegant young man holding a folding fan, looking very handsome and dashing. "These are Gongsun Fu." That person introduced himself, and Song Yi replied indifferently, "Song Yi." Song Yi asked directly, "How did you know I am not from here?" The young man smiled gracefully and said, "Actually, I have a secret art that allows me to observe the changes in surrounding spiritual energy. When one reaches a certain level of cultivation, they can see the flow of spiritual energy around people. Based on the circulation of this spiritual energy, it is possible to deduce whether it blends well with the surrounding spiritual energies. After being in one place for a long time, a connection forms among the energies within a specific area, regardless of whether they are dense or sparse, they influence each other. As an outsider, you would initially be unable to connect with these energies. This way, my secret art can detect this difference. The other party said confidently, and Song Yi couldn't help but feel amazed upon hearing these words. There was actually such a method, something he had never heard of before. It seemed like there was truly no limit to the wonders in this cultivation world. However, since the other party could immediately identify him, there must be more to it. Song Yi asked again, "Then what does your special visit to me mean?" "In fact, it's very simple." The man chuckled lightly before continuing. "I just wanted to ask about something concerning Beihai Province." Beihai Province. Song Yi suddenly froze after hearing the other party's words, then remembered immediately. Beihai Province was exactly where Jilin Cloud Gate resided. Seeing Song Yi's reaction, the other party couldn't help but feel astonished as well. "You are not from Beihai?" Song Yi shook his head helplessly, which only made the other party even more confused. This shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't be. Song Yi found the other's behavior even harder to understand. But he did not reply, as he was about to get up and leave. Suddenly, Song Yi sensed something and immediately grabbed the other, whispering secretly, "Are you a member of Jilin Cloud Gate?" After hearing Song Yi's words, the other's eyes squinted instantly. Apparently, Song Yi was right. When the other was preparing to leave, incredulous, Song Yi noticed a familiar power within him. He quickly associated this with Wei Hong. Recognizing this, Song Yi took action without hesitation and subdued the other. Although Gongsun Fu had decent cultivation, he was merely an ordinary practitioner compared to Song Yi. Feeling the formidable force radiating from Song Yi, Gongsun Fu was left powerless. Thus, under such circumstances, he could do nothing but comply and sit down. "Who exactly are you?" Gongsun Fu's eyes locked on Song Yi intently. At that moment, Song Yi gave a calm reply. "Your earlier deduction wasn't wrong. I indeed have some connections with Wei Hong from your sect." "Senior Wei Hong." Gongsun Fu stared at Song Yi in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. At this moment, Song Yi revealed the items stored in the storage ring given to him by Wei Hong. Wei Hong handed it over in great haste, leaving a few items inside which could serve as evidence proving its connection to Jilin Cloud Gate. Especially some items, which Gongsun Fu had never seen before, available only to elders. This was enough to explain everything, forcing Gongsun Fu to believe. Senior, Gongsun Fu, having learned this, began treating Song Yi respectfully and inquired, "Could you please enlighten us regarding your relationship with Senior Wei Hong?" Song Yi nodded approvingly and fabricated a response. "A while ago, when Wei Hong retrieved the treasure for your sect, Jilin Cloud Gate, I aided her." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Fu completely dismissed any doubts. After all, the fact that Wei Hong had gone to Tianxian Sect was something that only Jilin Cloud Gate knew about. Although it was possible that Tianxian Sect might also be aware of this matter. But how could someone from Tianxian Sect possibly have Wei Hong's spiritual power? Moreover, there were these items. It was quite evident then, at this moment, who Song Yi really was. Although Gongsun Fu harbored some doubts about how Song Yi's cultivation helped Wei Hong, he did not press the issue under these circumstances. After all, asking such questions could easily provoke the other party, making them feel as if he was looking down on them. Gongsun Fu instead focused his attention on what Song Yi had just said and quickly asked, "Did Elder Wei Hong succeed?" Gongsun Fu's excitement drew the attention of those around him. Song Yi adjusted his flow of energy and released a powerful aura of spiritual energy, instantly silencing those who were beginning to question an existence at this level of spiritual realm. Why would they suddenly appear here? The onlookers' minds were filled with questions, yet none dared say a word, for provoking such an individual was unthinkable. Song Yi immediately cast a soundproof spell, cutting off any external sounds before finally feeling comfortable enough to speak to Gongsun Fu. Wei Hong has succeeded and returned to Jilin Cloud Gate. After Song Yi informed Gongsun Fu, hearing this reply filled Gongsun Fu with indescribable excitement. He still forced himself to remain calm at the moment, understanding that even with the soundproof spell in place, excessive excitement would still be unwise, as many pairs of eyes were observing them. And Song Yi did not rebuke Gongsun Fu. All of this was understandable. After all, if their positions were reversed, anyone would be equally excited upon being told that the key item to deal with the sect's impending calamity had been retrieved. "These things you can verify once you return to Jilin Cloud Gate," Song Yi said faintly. "There is something I want to ask you right now." Gongsun Fu quickly subdued his excitement and looked directly at Song Yi. Even though he was convinced that Song Yi was a friend rather than an enemy, Song Yi was not from Jilin Cloud Gate. If Song Yi were to inquire about internal secrets of Jilin Cloud Gate, Gongsun Fu still did not plan to answer. However, Song Yi's question turned out to be, "Wei Hong has always mentioned that Jilin Cloud Gate will soon face a great disaster. What exactly does this mean?" Chapter 96, The Flaw in the Cultivation Technique. Song Yi directly asked what exactly was the calamity facing Jilin Sect. How could it be necessary to do this? It was truly inconceivable. Gongsun Fu had originally planned that if Song Yi were to ask difficult questions, especially some secrets of the Jilin Sect, he would certainly find a way not to reveal these matters. After all, Song Yi was not yet a member of the Jilin Sect. However, since Song Yi asked this particular question, Gongsun Fu saw no reason to keep it hidden. In fact, all the major sects were well aware of this issue. There was no point in hiding it from Song Yi. If Song Yi wanted to investigate, he eventually would uncover the truth. So, Gongsun Fu said, This calamity of Xuanhuan sect didn't start today, but has existed for a very long time. The Xuanhuan sect is reportedly a sect established by someone who obtained an immortal lord's cultivation technique. Therefore, throughout history, the cultivation speed within the Xuanhuan sect has been extremely fast. The founder of the sect rose rapidly in less than 100 years, establishing the Xuanhuan sect. Decades later, the Xuanhuan sect's patriarch unified the western regions with immense power, and the Xuanhuan sect experienced unprecedented prosperity during that time. As Song Yi listened to these words, he did not feel much at first because many sects became prominent after obtaining such legacies. Tianxian sect was no different. At this moment, however, Gongsun Fu lowered his head and spoke solemnly. Originally, this should have been a bright future. Even if the Xuanhuan sect couldn't unify the world, they would at least hold the position of a regional power. But what no one expected was that while this cultivation technique improved quickly, it also had significant flaws. There is a missing element within this technique, and because of this deficiency, anyone cultivating the Xuanhuan sect technique will face heavenly thunder cleansing. And this phenomenon occurs every 2,000 years with no one being able to escape the calamity. On those days, from the sect leader, elders, enforcers, down to ordinary disciples, as long as they cultivated the Xuanhuan sect techniques, they will inevitably face this fate. And the heavenly thunder does not weaken based on the cultivator's level. In other words, even if you are only at the forging body stage, the heavenly thunder you will face is no different from that faced during the divine transformation calamity. Song Yi was shocked upon hearing this. If so, doesn't it mean that weaker cultivators simply have no chance to survive? What kind of strength do they possess to face such powerful entities? Seeing Song Yi's astonished expression, Gongsun Fu nodded affirmatively. Yes, after these events occurred, it was already too late. The first great calamity struck unexpectedly, though immediately afterward Xuanhuan sect formed a massive array and barely survived. Almost none of the weaker cultivators made it out alive. Therefore, sometimes, Xuanhuan sect becomes a nightmare for other cultivators. Even when offered opportunities to join smaller sects, they prefer to avoid joining the Xuanhuan sect. To cope with this issue, the sect master subsequently constructed a new protective formation using ancient methods, shielding the sect. This way, even relatively weak disciples just need to hide inside the formation, and the sect's large formation can help them withstand the heavenly thunder. Although there haven't been many new recruits over the years, due to their rapid cultivation, the Xuanhuan sect still has many disciples. Although they can't compete with the truly major powers, they remain an unchallengeable force in the western regions. But, taking a deep breath, Gongsun Fu said bitterly, even our ancestors couldn't foresee that each successive round of heavenly thunder would grow more severe for the Xuanhuan sect. The number of thunders hasn't changed, one person per thunder, but the intensity of the heavenly thunder has grown stronger over time. In the past, it only matched the current realm of cultivation, and then gradually increased. Now, just to get through the calamity, they must confront celestial-level heavenly thunder. This time is worse. Although the heavenly thunder has yet to arrive, dense dark clouds have already covered the sky above the Xuanhuan sect, with tremendous energy gathering for an imminent attack. Not only are Xuanhuan sect's predecessors, but also people from other sects can sense the celestial thunder power within it, which is at least of a heavenly, immortal level. The array of the Xuanhuan sect has long since fallen far from its former glory. Even with all the strength of the Xuanhuan sect combined, we may not be able to contend with such an existence. Therefore, those around us have practically already sentenced the Xuanhuan sect to death. Thus, they all look forward to the day when the celestial thunder arrives, expecting that the Xuanhuan sect will be utterly destroyed. And among them, there are no shortage of people who will vie for the remaining resources of the Xuanhuan sect after the celestial thunder strikes. By the time Gongsun Fu finished speaking, he was practically enraged by these thoughts. In normal circumstances, the Xuanhuan sect had always been generous toward some of these sects. Yet faced with this situation, not only do they refuse to help in any way, but they also stand by idly waiting for their destruction, then plan to seize the final assets. While it is indeed the norm among cultivators, who could remain unperturbed by such actions, Song Yi sighed heavily upon hearing this, and was momentarily stunned. If things were truly as the other person described, wouldn't that mean there was no chance of survival? Song Yi thought that Gongsun Fu had no reason to deceive him. It was very likely that all of this was true. Although the exact role of the Xuanhuan sect's treasures remained unclear during such an event, it seemed unlikely that complete safety could be guaranteed. Otherwise, Wei Hong wouldn't have harbored her particular mindset at that moment. Song Yi sighed again, secretly asking the system if there were any clues about this issue. The system quickly responded coldly. This is related to flaws in the technique's rules. The cultivation method practiced by Xuanhuan sect must have been one from at least a celestial lord. It triggered the power of the rule, and this isn't just any method. It is something capable of seizing control over the forces of nature. In doing so, it violated the interests of heaven and earth. After achieving a certain degree of mastery, anger is provoked, and the practice continuously brings forth divine retribution. Chapter 97, Lightning Rod. Is it this serious? After hearing these matters, Song Yi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Even though the cultivation techniques that Song Yi had practiced were not ordinary, and were all at the immortal emperor level, still, no matter what, those techniques did not anger the heavens or subject one to heavenly lightning attacks like this one. That's because the methods the host has cultivated themselves have few defects, while these inherently possess flaws in the rules. Therefore, coupled with taking from the essence of heaven and earth, this series of events are triggered. If you want them to completely avoid such things, then only by finding complete cultivation techniques and recultivating can they achieve this. The system spoke casually about this matter, but in reality, doing it was anything but simple. Song-Yi also failed to discover such cultivation techniques in the system's space. And even if the system didn't, Xuanhuan sect had searched for many years without success. Where should Song-Yi go look? Could it be that I truly cannot offer any help at all? Song-Yi felt extremely disappointed and helpless about this matter, as he had a very clear understanding of his current strength. If he went, there would be no way for him to provide any assistance. Instead, he would only create chaos, leading others into greater trouble. Just as Song-Yi was feeling discouraged about these issues, the system suddenly continued with its cold voice. It's not entirely impossible. All they face is the attack of heavenly lightning. This is a form of heavenly punishment. No punishments come from other aspects. In this case, as long as they can handle the heavenly lightning, that will suffice. Upon hearing this, Song-Yi involuntarily rolled his eyes. The system spoke clearly, yet who could possibly face such power of heavenly lightning? Even an existence at the celestial immortal level would find it difficult to resist, let alone the powerful figures within Xuanhuan sect, who would all turn to ashes under the assault. What could Song-Yi possibly do? Would he just commit suicide in such a situation? As Song-Yi was speechless, a panel suddenly appeared in his mind. 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. When Song-Yi saw this 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, he couldn't help but feel astonished. This supreme treasure was forged from unparalleled thunder and could absorb countless bolts of lightning. It was an excellent artifact for cultivators undergoing tribulations, acting as an ideal lightning rod. During the ancient giant period, it was used by ancient giants as a lightning rod before being refined by cultivators into a gem. Song-Yi could already see in his consciousness space that now it was a very beautiful pearl adorned with several cloud motifs, continuously flickering with electric sparks. But back in the day, it was just a simple lightning rod. Now it had been transformed into this exquisite pearl. Indeed, judging solely by appearance, from a needle to a pearl, it seemed more precious than before. However, somehow, a needle just felt more secure. Regardless of that, Song-Yi could tell from the system's introduction that this was a supreme treasure. Moreover, it was a growing treasure that would continually absorb lightning and develop further. Additionally, based on the heavenly forces absorbed, it could assist the user in refining their body and improving cultivation. Truly an excellent treasure. Especially if one possessed this, the heavenly lightning of Xuanhuan sect would naturally become irrelevant. Still, Song-Yi could see how potent this object was, but its price was equally impressive. 30 million. All Song-Yi gained from merging with the mighty Wei Hong was merely 10 million. He originally thought that 10 million would suffice for his needs, enabling him to repay everything he owed previously and still leave some time to spare, waiting for his talented sons to bring him more reward points. But unexpectedly, these events happening now had brought him right back to square one, and he would have to owe a significant debt once again. How frustrating. For a moment, Song-Yi couldn't help but feel that, much like money, this pursuit was never-ending no matter the timing. Yet, he knew that he couldn't possibly neglect Wei Hong's safety in this perilous situation. Therefore, combining his credit along with the 10 million, he immediately purchased the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. The moment it appeared in Song-Yi's system space, he could already sense the extraordinary power within, although currently, it carried no heavenly lightning. With the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, Song-Yi already possessed ample confidence. He then immediately asked Gongsun Fu, "Since that's the case, can Wei Hong retrieving your Xuanhuan sect's ancient sword truly save you?" Faced with Song-Yi's inquiry, Gongsun Fu was temporarily at a loss for words. Since there was no way for him to confirm the details of the situation, all he could say at this moment was, "Senior, only the elders of our Xuanhuan sect can fully understand the ins and outs of these matters. And I am merely a junior with weak cultivation at this point. There's no way for me to make judgments about these issues." Song-Yi smiled faintly. Actually, among his worries, he already had certain answers. The ancient sword of Xuanhuan sect might not necessarily save them from this crisis, but would only give them an extra edge when facing danger, and that edge wasn't very high. Therefore, Wei Hong was still deeply worried in such circumstances. Song-Yi chuckled and said, "Since that's the case, I have a method. However, I need to go to Xuanhuan sect first to see Wei Hong. You have a way?" In just this short day, Gongsun Fu was once again astonished. He truly couldn't see anything particularly special about Song-Yi before him other than the fact that his cultivation level was slightly higher than his own. Even though his cultivation was somewhat higher, it wouldn't even count as mid-level combat power within Xuanhuan sect. Even their sect leader didn't have any solutions, so how could he? From the very beginning, when Song-Yi helped Wei Hong, Gongsun Fu still harbored some doubts inside. But then again, there were no other methods currently available. Additionally, Gongsun Fu himself had to return to Xuanhuan sect anyway. The upcoming celestial thunder meant they must return to Xuanhuan sect to face it together. So, regarding Song-Yi's simple wish to visit Xuanhuan sect, Gongsun Fu did not object at all and agreed to let Song-Yi accompany him back. "Seniors, those of us who are out here must quickly return to Xuanhuan sect. If possible, could you wait 1 or 2 more days?" "That is no problem." Song-Yi was in no rush, since this wasn't an array that needed reconfiguration. All he needed to do was directly use the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl when the time came. It could be unleashed during the emergence of the celestial thunder. Looking at Song-Yi's confident manner, Gongsun Fu nodded in agreement. He informed Song Yi that later they'd need to gather everyone from Xuanhuan sect as quickly as possible and return swiftly. Chapter 98. The Wang family is too arrogant. Song Yi had no issues with what Gongsun Fu had said. After all, they needed to quickly gather all the disciples of Jilin Cloud sect back to the sect. Otherwise, when the celestial thunder appeared, relying solely on their own abilities would certainly lead to certain death. Returning to Jilin Cloud sect and cooperating with the elders there using the power of the formation might offer them a glimmer of hope. After agreeing with Gongsun Fu, Song Yi also removed this barrier and allowed Gongsun Fu to leave. Gongsun Fu had actually noticed from the very beginning that Song Yi possessed the strength of Jilin Cloud sect's techniques. Gongsun Fu originally thought that Song Yi was also a member of Jilin Cloud sect, possibly a disciple of some elder who hadn't yet officially joined the sect. Although there were reminders in recent years, many elders still dared not randomly accept disciples. But there were always exceptions. If an incident occurred, it might lead to accidents. And if these elders couldn't report due to some matters, wouldn't these people be dead ends? Gongsun Fu believed such an event had occurred, so he wanted to inquire about Song Yi. The result, however, was completely contrary to his imagination. Now, after all misunderstandings were resolved, Gongsun Fu quickly left the place. And the surrounding people at this moment dared not let anyone rashly approach Song Yi. Even those who had just been discussing their cultivation skills dared not continue speaking loudly. After hurriedly having a meal, they also left. After simply eating some food, Song Yi rose and left, giving some spirit stones as payment. Upon learning that Song Yi was a strong figure at the Qi energy level, the innkeeper became even more respectful towards Song Yi. Given Song Yi's youthful appearance with such cultivation, he was either a top figure from a minor force or a genius from a major sect. Regardless of which identity, they both deserved intentional hospitality. After declining their services, Song Yi was just preparing to leave the inn when he saw a heavily made-up woman with a seductive appearance leading a group and bowing respectfully to him, saying, "I am xuanhuan from the Wang family. I humbly request you, Dao friend, to come over to my family." At this moment, the woman revealed her cultivation to be at the Qi energy level. Song Yi had learned from previous discussions among others that she was the head of the current Wang family in this area, a highly capable woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have obtained this position. Not interested. Song Yi replied indifferently and prepared to leave. Seeing her invitation outright rejected, Wang Siki quickly added, "In fact, I have something to ask of you. Due to an array at our Wang family estate, we need someone at the Qi energy level to host it. We've searched extensively but currently lack one person. We want to invite you, and we assure you won't regret it." Still not interested. Song Yi calmly replied once again, "You really don't know your place. My aunt has repeatedly invited you, and you dare reject us." Suddenly, a young man stepped in front of Song Yi, attempting to block his way. "Get out of my way." Song Yi coldly snorted. A powerful pressure was immediately released, scaring the young man into trembling legs, causing him to sit down hard on his butt. "Friend Dao, my junior isn't knowledgeable enough. Please show mercy." Wang Siki hastily approached the young man. Song Yi sneered disdainfully and said, "If I truly acted, he wouldn't be here anymore by now. Remember to control your juniors properly, or else they might not even know how they'll die." Without continuing any further, Song Yi walked away while leaving Wang Siki with a grim expression. Song Yi had already gathered from other people's conversations that this Wang family was nothing good. They regularly bullied men and women, making it almost a normal occurrence. Though he didn't know their exact purpose in inviting him, Song Yi didn't bother to care. After Song Yi left, the young man's face also turned extremely unpleasant. "Cousin, should we really just let this slide? What can we do if we don't? That person is powerful. Even I am no match for him." Wang Siki calmly spoke about the current situation. The others nearby were astonished after hearing this. As everyone gazed upon Song Yi's retreating back, they were deeply shocked within. Noticing their worried expressions, Wang Siki indeed coldly stated, "Do you truly think being at the Qi energy level makes one invincible? How dare he treat me like this in such a situation? Offending our Wang family here will make him die without knowing why." The others, as they looked at Song Yi's figure retreating at this moment, all nodded at the same time. They weren't afraid because of Song Yi's powerful cultivation base. Rather, they pitied him for his strong actions now, knowing that no matter how mighty he was, he ultimately couldn't escape a fate filled with death. Song Yi didn't know these things. Even if he did, he wouldn't care too much about them. Song Yi found a quiet place and rested alone for a day. Initially, he had planned to rest here for another day, waiting for Gongsun Fu to prepare everything before traveling together to Jilin Cloud sect. Song Yi indeed didn't know the way, but he could find out from the surrounding people and also had maps regarding the Northern Sea region. The reason why he chose to travel with Gongsun Fu was twofold. First, Gongsun Fu was already familiar with Jilin Cloud sect. Second, Gongsun Fu's status within the sect was undoubtedly special. Knowing so many secrets and possessing a spiritual energy far superior to others at his level wasn't something ordinary disciples of Jilin Cloud sect could match. Although Song Yi didn't know exactly what his identity was, finding Wei Hong through Gongsun Fu would be the best choice. What Song Yi didn't expect was that while it seemed straightforward for Gongsun Fu to gather disciples of Jilin Cloud sect in the city, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. At this point, Gongsun Fu could only find fewer than 3 people. Based on Song Yi's understanding, there should be at least 10 or more disciples here, including an important female disciple from Jilin Cloud sect who remained entirely without any word. Just a few days ago, she had specifically told Gongsun Fu that she would handle a matter, and once done, she would return with him. Who would have thought that by this point, still no news had arrived? Gong Sun Fu couldn't help but worry under these circumstances. Further delay would be highly disadvantageous for them. They had to return before the celestial thunder was released. So, facing such a situation, they urgently began searching. Unexpectedly, another sudden accident happened right then. Official QQ Exchange Group, 149050832. Official TG Exchange Group, https://t.me/fqtool. Chapter 99, Annihilate You All. Gong Sun Fu and his group never expected that in such a small place, someone would dare to attack Xuanhuan. Upon hearing this news, they immediately organized people to go for rescue. However, unexpectedly, all the people they sent were trapped in an ambush. Without exception, almost everyone was caught, and several disciples even lost their lives. Gong Sun Fu also sustained severe injuries during the breakout, managing to successfully break through with only 2 people. Master Brother, what should we do now? We should notify those inside our sect immediately. One of the disciples showed great panic under this situation and said anxiously. Gong Sun Fu stopped him as he prepared to send out signals to notify the sect. He weakly said, Xuanhuan is still quite far from here, and right now all the elders are busy dealing with their own tasks. Even if one elder can quickly come over from there, by the time they return, too much time will likely be wasted. It's simply not in time. At this moment, Gong Sun Fu deeply regretted it. If he could have made a decisive choice earlier and wasn't so soft-hearted, these incidents might not have happened. In fact, at an earlier time, Xuanhuan had already given direct notice, asking them to prepare to return soon since the remaining time was limited. Gong Sun Fu had found many people here in advance, but without exception, all wanted to stay longer. Because they all understood very well that in the coming times, there could possibly be an outcome where 9 out of 10 wouldn't survive. Among them, those who grasped this reality had already made up their minds to die. So they wanted to remain here, to spend more time and say goodbye to the people here properly, and to spend more time with the ones familiar to them. At that time, Gong Sun Fu also believed nothing would happen, which is why he agreed under those circumstances. But who would have thought that such unexpected accidents would actually occur? Now, Gong Sun Fu regrets it immensely. By the time the elders arrive, it will already be too late to go back. They couldn't continue dragging down the elders in such situations within their sect. The hateful Wang family. Could it be that we can only helplessly watch as they get captured by the Wangs? One disciple angrily said. In daily life, the Wang family treated each of them respectfully, and no one dared to provoke them randomly. What a humiliation. When things came to this pass, knowing that Xuanhuan was about to face a great calamity, anyone seemed bold enough to attack Xuanhuan. Had it not been for the apparent goodwill from the Wang family, making contact with them, they wouldn't have fallen for their trap, suddenly attacked, and leaving behind so many disciples. Faced with the current situation, when Gong Sun Fu was about to speak something, a sudden noise echoed in his ear. Master Brother, it's bad. The people from the Wang family are chasing after us. When they heard this, they couldn't help but change expressions drastically. The Wang family truly haunted like ghosts, unwilling to let go. Given their injuries and skills level now, they weren't a match for the opponent. Gong Sun Fu had no way out either. Immediately, he told the disciple beside him, whose injuries were not yet extensive. Take this, go to the inn and find Song Yi. He'll come to save us. Actually, at this point, Gong Sun Fu did not know exactly what was going on. After all, he couldn't confirm how powerful Song Yi was. But hopefully, he really possessed the strength to aid Wei Hong, which might give them a sliver of hope. But if not, he also reminded his junior brother in the letter. If that happens, you must immediately bring the last person back to Xuanhuan. There was simply no other way around it. They couldn't allow everyone to perish here. Hurry and leave. Gong Sun Fu forcibly pushed him aside, confronting the Wang family pursuing from behind. Without hesitation, he grabbed his folding fan and rushed towards them in combat. This disciple was not someone who procrastinated either. He knew the importance of his mission clearly. Hence, under these circumstances, he immediately took off towards the inn. Meanwhile, Song Yi was originally meditating and cultivating there, unaware that his divine awareness sensed something unusual at that moment, coldly remarking directly, "You have hidden here for a long time. Why haven't you revealed yourself until now?" To investigate your cultivation level, of course. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from a hidden spot. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared, looking at Song Yi with ill intentions and skiing in disdain. From the looks of it, you must have figured out my cultivation level, Song Yi said indifferently. The man coldly snorted in response. You are merely at the mid-stage of spirit chi, yet you dare to act so arrogantly here. It seems you've never experienced the cruelty of the world. You're no different from those disciples of Xuanhuan. Upon hearing Xuanhuan mentioned, Song Yi recalled something but chose not to say anything, instead asking calmly, if I'm not mistaken, you must be from the Wang family. I've only been here for a few days. The only thing I did was reject Wang Siki, the patriarch of the Wang family, and discipline one of his juniors. It seems you're not planning to let this go. Song Yi stared coldly at the man, who sneered, since you're not from a major sect, how dare you meddle with our Wang family? Isn't this self-destruction? In that case, allow me to send you off. After saying this, the man wasted no time and struck directly, grabbing at Song Yi with a palm. A formidable spiritual energy immediately formed into a massive handprint. Faced with the incoming force, Song Yi simply stomped lightly on the ground, releasing an overwhelming power that instantly shattered the handprint. Bang! As the handprint crumbled, the man was forced to retreat several steps. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Song Yi. How can you possess such tremendous strength? You aren't someone in the spirit chi realm. You've reached the Bon Si realm. Song Yi gave a cold laugh. It's already too late for you to realize this now. Today, I'll tell you, I won't just touch your Wang family members. I will annihilate your Wang family. Without any hesitation, Song Yi unleashed a formidable force, directly capturing the man. Chapter 100, truly eye-opening. That person was merely at the peak of spiritual energy, and compared to Song Yi's Danhai realm, it could be said that he was an existence that could easily be killed in a moment. A powerful suction force was generated in Song Yi's hand. The opponent didn't have time to react, and could only be instantly sucked over and strangled by Song Yi, who held him up like lifting a chick. In such a situation faced head-on, he had no arrogance left. All he felt was deep fear. He could not have imagined that such a powerful person would exist here, and inwardly, he couldn't help but blame Wang Siki and the others. This false intelligence has caused him great harm. At this point, he was left with only begging for mercy, pleading desperately with fear in his voice. Elder, I realize my mistake. I failed to recognize the mountain due to my shallow vision. Please, Elder, show mercy and let me off this one time. Let you go. Song Yi looked at him with interest at this moment, and he hastily nodded his head like a pecking chicken. Song Yi smiled kindly and said, It's not impossible, but I need to know some information first. Really? The man immediately felt a wave of enormous hope descend on him, so he hurriedly responded, Just ask anything you want to know, and I will surely answer everything without reservation. But regardless of what you say, I always harbor some doubts about the truthfulness of your words, something I cannot fully verify. Song Yi naturally knew that the other side wouldn't dare to lie right now, but he showed no leniency towards him anyway. After all, if their situations were reversed, such a guy would definitely be dead for sure. So Song Yi simply smiled and said, Instead of you telling me things, I'd rather just get the information directly from you myself. Elder, use soul-searching technique, no? At this moment, regardless of how much the man wailed and struggled, it was too late. Song Yi had already directly extracted his soul, wasting no time starting to take the memories contained within the soul. Wave after wave of memory rushed into Song Yi's mind at once. This man turned out to be none other than Wang Poki's elder brother, Wang Shiqi, who was currently the head of the Wang family. Even though his cultivation was higher compared to Wang Poki, he was actually one of those supporting Wang Poki as head of the household. After reviewing these memories, Song Yi couldn't help but feel deeply chilled. The Wang family, it turns out, was involved in incestuous activities behind closed doors. In order to seize the position of head of the family, Wang Shiqi offered her body to her elder brother, second elder brother, younger brothers, and numerous elders. Everyone knew about this matter, yet no one opposed it. They not only enjoyed it immensely, but also followed Wang Poki's orders willingly. It could be said that everyone fell under Wang Poki's charm, and precisely because of this, Wang Poki's hold on the position of family head remained very stable. Even the young man who called her aunt yesterday was actually her biological son. Song Yi was truly amazed at such occurrences. It was difficult for him to accept what he had learned. It was indeed shocking. Though this matter was indeed scandalous, Song Yi couldn't help but admire Wang Poki. She wasn't only capable of selling her own body, but also had the corresponding means to convince others. One could say she truly had genuine talent. But Wang Poki's limitations weren't just confined to being a head of the family. She wanted her family to become stronger in the future and desired greater power and position for herself. Therefore, she was always looking for various opportunities. Wang Poki had learned some information about the Jilin Cloud sect. However, nowadays, major sects are monitoring the Jilin Cloud sect closely, where small factions like the Wang family don't have any real qualification to participate. Nevertheless, taking advantage of the opportunity, Wang Poki was not entirely helpless either. From amidst all this, she had found disciples of the Jilin Cloud sect, acquiring somehow a certain book, planning to capture these disciples to consume their powers, using their skills for references and improvement purposes. She intended to use this method to transform her own clan and increase its influence. Moreover, the Wang family had indeed taken action against them already. Before this man came, there were traps set for Gongsun Fu and others. Although they attempted to escape with all their might, they ended up being severely injured. Upon learning this news, Song Yi was quite powerless at the moment. He really did not want to meddle in any matters, but this matter involved the Jilin Cloud sect after all, and Song Yi still wanted Gongsun Fu to lead him to the Jilin Cloud sect. Therefore, he couldn't turn a blind eye to the current situation. As for the strength of the Wang family, Song Yi learned from this person's memory that there was only one hidden elder grandfather who might still pose a threat to him. All the others were insignificant. It seemed that he must resolve the matter quickly. Song Yi then swiftly used blazing fire to burn the body and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from there and heading in the direction of the Wang family. After Song Yi left, the person Gongsun Fu had sent arrived. He searched everywhere and eventually found Song Yi's room. In this situation, he began knocking on the door repeatedly without receiving any response, and then resorted to breaking it down. But inside, he discovered that Song Yi was not there. Where is he? Where did Song Yi go at such a critical time? He searched frantically, but could not find even a trace. After all, no one knew about this mysterious tenant, nor dared they inquire due to his powerful abilities. Faced with the inability to find Song Yi, the man could only slump to the ground in despair. It's over. Everything is over. Gongsun Fu cannot be saved now. However, while the man despaired, Song Yi had already arrived at the Wang residence. The Wang family was currently off limits to everyone. No fly could enter. Except for those who had accompanied Gongsun Fu earlier, There was absolutely no entry or exit. Hey, isn't this Master Gongsun? What brings you here? Seeing Gongsun Fu and the others bound, Wang Siki mocked them. Brother, how did you also end up captured? Other disciples, seeing Gongsun Fu being taken back as well, felt utterly hopeless at that moment. Sister, everyone. Gongsun Fu looked at the tormented disciples, especially at his beautiful sister who once resembled a lotus, but now bore countless injuries and lay in grave peril, which deeply saddened his heart. And upon seeing the corpses of the Jilin Cloud Sect's disciples scattered around, their fury surged uncontrollably. Chapter 101. The young couple reflects a tragic past. Gongsun Fu was enraged at this moment. Seeing his fellow disciple being killed by the person in front of him and treated so harshly made him want to fight the person immediately. However, it was clear that he didn't have such an opportunity. People from the Wang family had tightly bound him. Gongsun Fu had absolutely no chance, not even a chance to struggle. Wang Siki looked at Gongsun Fu with a mocking gaze, originally wanting to taunt him. But then, the female disciple of Jilin Yun suddenly stood up and glared angrily at Wang Siki. As soon as Wang Siki saw this female disciple, anger surged within her heart, and she slapped the female disciple right away. Junior sister. Gongsun Fu immediately lunged onto her, shielding her selflessly at this moment. Regardless of how Wang Siki attacked, Gongsun Fu would rather die than move aside. Seeing this, Wang Siki became even more furious in her heart. She kicked Gongsun Fu coldly. What a deep bond between elder and younger sister. What romantic feelings. It's really nauseating. Wang Siki continued to kick, and Gongsun Fu bore these attacks. Especially since Wang Siki showed no mercy, combining spiritual energy with her strikes, causing Gongsun Fu great pain. Kicked to near death, blood came out of his mouth. The female disciple screamed painfully, urging Gongsun Fu to get out of the way. But under these circumstances, Gongsun Fu hugged her even tighter, refusing to let go. Other disciples were constantly calling out to Gongsun Fu, but he ignored them completely, silently enduring everything. In his heart, he would rather die himself than let his junior sister be harmed in the slightest. Absolutely not. At this time, Gongsun Fu wasn't facing these painful scenes. Instead, his mind was filled with beautiful memories. The smile and frown of his junior sister brought a touch of light to his otherwise dark life. It was this light that warmed him until now. So under these circumstances, Gongsun Fu was already prepared to die. Wang Siki couldn't help but become extremely angry. Why did this little wretch always have someone protecting her? In the past, it was her mother, and now it's Gongsun Fu. Why? Why does she have to face their mother and daughter duo? Wang Siki felt even more bitter inside. Everyone thought she was promiscuous and involved in incest. Her reputation could be said to stink far and wide. But actually, Wang Siki was once an innocent, carefree, and romantic young girl. Back then, Wang Siki also fell in love with a handsome young man. That youth was so radiant that when Wang Siki saw him once, her heart was already filled, believing that he was her destiny. But, since Wang Siki was born into the Wang family, her fate has been predetermined to live in darkness. Wang Siki's brothers and father were all simply like beasts. Precisely because of this, Wang Siki lived in the dark during her early budding years, hating the coming of darkness and wishing to escape this place forever. But, Wang Siki simply couldn't do it. Until one day, the radiant young man appeared before her. Due to his identity, the Wang family wanted an alliance through marriage, and Wang Siki thus became the best choice. It was at this moment that Wang Siki was rescued from the darkness. Although the young man didn't know this situation and unknowingly became the light. But, Wang Siki didn't care, because from before, she was already utterly captivated by him in her heart. So, in such circumstances, Wang Siki would spare no expense to be with him. But, completely different from what was initially expected. The youth liked not Wang Siki, but the ordinary maid beside Wang Siki. Whether in appearance or anything else, she could never match Wang Siki. She was indeed very ordinary, just another plain face in the crowd. To sum it up, the maid had met the young man long ago. Just that simple period of contact allowed the young man to fall in love with her. She was merely a lowly maid. Wang Siki truly couldn't understand any of this. However, in the face of the other party's background, Wang Siki, whether willing or unwilling, along with her older brothers and father, had no choice but to accept, letting the other party take the maid away for marriage. Wang Siki finally helplessly watched her most beloved man take away a small maid without rescuing her. Instead, after his departure, she plunged back into the darkness. Once again, Wang Siki was tormented by those dark forces. That period of time could be described as the most painful memories of her life. Wang Siki was destined to change from that day forward, gradually transforming from a carefree and innocent girl into the person she is today. Fortunately, heaven has eyes. That young man's family suffered a devastating blow, going from a powerful clan to complete annihilation overnight. And as for that maid, she also met a terrible end. In Wang Siki's view, this was divine retribution, the heavens exacting vengeance upon them. It gave Wang Siki immense satisfaction. On that day, Wang Siki personally went to witness the fire consume that entire family. No one survived. Afterward, the Wang family rose to become the dominant clan, ruling over this city. Wang Siki began using her beauty and strategies to ascend step by step until becoming the new head of the Wang family. Though outwardly the Wang family appeared increasingly prosperous, under Wang Siki's control it had descended into chaos and decay. However, Wang Siki cared nothing for this. Instead, she gladly embraced it all, seeing it as recompense for the harms inflicted on her by her brothers and father before she even reached adulthood. Wang Siki truly didn't concern herself much with anything or anyone. What mattered to her was power. Having come so far, Wang Siki thought she had put that sealed-away memory behind her. But unexpectedly, when the disciples of Xuanhuan sect arrived, everything changed. The exceptionally beautiful female disciple turned out to be the descendant of that young man and the maid. At this revelation, long-buried memories resurfaced in Wang Siki. Once again, Wang Siki's fury ignited within her heart. From that day forward, Wang Siki began plotting how to destroy her. Though the young man and the maid suffered greatly, they ultimately did not die at Wang Siki's hands, leaving her deeply regretful. Thus, their regret would be repaid by their daughter. For years, Wang Siki meticulously planned this day, seizing the first opportunity to capture the female disciple. Intent on torturing her, Wang Siki was caught off guard when the ancient ancestor of the Wang family intervened. Chapter 102. In the end, is he from the Xuanhuan sect, or are we? Since the other party is a person from the Xuanhuan sect, they play an important role by comparison. Wang Siki can torture and vent, but absolutely cannot kill the other party. She also cannot allow the other party to lose their original purity. Therefore, under these circumstances, Wang Siki remembers to refrain from employing various cruel methods. In regard to all this, Wang Siki still has a burning anger in her heart. Yet no one can manage her, nor does anyone care about her troubles. Wang Siki can only silently accept all of this under such conditions and waits for the final result. Now, Wang Siki angrily kicks Gong Xuanfu's body with each footstep. But Wang Siki still maintains her own sense of moderation. When Gong Xuanfu was already severely injured and near death, Wang Siki had no choice but to abandon her actions at this moment and directly spared his life. With a cold sneer, Wang Siki said coldly, "Anyway, you will die sooner or later. When all of you arrive, that's when you will meet your end. You won't succeed." Gong Xuanfu weakly replied. Wang Siki was too lazy to argue with him and shifted her gaze to the Wang family members nearby. There is still one person from the Xuanhuan sect escaping. Someone has been sent to pursue them. The subordinate reported this to Wang Siki. After hearing this, she casually remarked, "There's no need if it's just one disciple. Wait until my elder brother brings back that spirited individual. Then everything can begin." Wang Siki chuckled coldly, thinking victory was almost within her grasp, when suddenly a voice emerged from the surroundings. "Do you mean bring him back?" Song Yi kicked out a corpse directly with his foot. This was none other than Wang Siki's elder brother. And Song Yi stood atop their rooftop at this time, coldly observing all this. Big brother. The Wang family members, including Wang Siki, were extremely shocked at this moment. How could Song Yi kill Wang Siki's elder brother, who possessed peak spiritual energy? They all looked at each other in disbelief for a while. "Senior," Gong Xuanfu weakly called out. The female disciple standing beside him immediately lifted him up. There was no spiritual power left to heal him, and there were no medicinal pills available to be administered to him. All she could do was embrace him to try and alleviate some pain. At this moment, the other disciples heard Gong Xuanfu's voice, "Senior," referring to the person who looked no older than them. "You?" Wang Siki stared at Song Yi. At this moment, she wasn't just angry but was also extremely frightened. How could Song Yi have killed her big brother? What level of strength did Song Yi possess? Wang Siki simply couldn't discern it. Originally, Wang Siki believed that Song Yi was merely slightly stronger than herself. She never imagined he would reach such heights, becoming invincible in the spiritual energy realm, hadn't he? Humph. In a flash, Song Yi descended, looking at Gong Xuanfu on the ground. He directly took out a pill from his storage ring, handed it over to the female disciple, and indifferently said, "Have him take it." After speaking, Song Yi effortlessly dismantled the restriction binding the Xuanhuan sect disciples. After regaining their freedom, the Xuanhuan sect disciples didn't flee directly. Instead, they surrounded Gong Xuanfu. 1. Because Gong Xuanfu knows all this. 2. Running away right now would not be a wise move. So, naturally, they dared not do so. After Gong Xuanfu swallowed the pill, powerful medicinal energy was released from his mouth, bringing new vitality to his once fainting form. The injuries on his body began miraculously healing, restoring him significantly within a short time. "Thank you for your help, Senior." Gong Xuanfu was deeply grateful towards Song Yi at this moment. If not for Song Yi, everyone from the Xuanhuan sect might have perished here. Facing Gong Xuanfu's gratitude, Song Yi indifferently replied, "We can talk about that later. Solve the current problem first. Take these and protect yourselves well when needed." Song Yi handed over some talismans to Gong Xuanfu. Looking at these talismans, Gong Xuanfu and his group couldn't help but feel surprised. Because these talismans were not ordinary, they were indeed from the Xuanhuan sect. These had the same mark as theirs and carried identical effects, so they naturally recognized them. It couldn't help but make them feel amazed during this time. These talismans produced by Song Yi, every single one was of a high grade. Especially when Gong Xuanfu looked at the one in his hand, he was so surprised that his mouth almost dropped open. Is this a 6th grade talisman? Given that Gong Xuanfu and the others had never seen any 6th grade talismans from the Xuanhuan sect before, even if they possessed them, they would only be extremely rare treasures. They would absolutely never use them unless in times of utmost peril. But Song Yi casually pulled one out, giving it to them for their own protection. For a moment, everyone started questioning whether they were truly disciples of the Xuanhuan sect or if Song Yi was. Some disciples couldn't help but wonder, if Song Yi used these talismans right now, wouldn't that directly solve all their troubles? But how could they know that after Song Yi entered the Danhai realm, he always wanted to test his innate strength? This was therefore an incomparable opportunity. Song Yi couldn't possibly let it slip by. Of course, Song Yi wasn't talking about Wang Siki. How could Wang Siki's spirit power possibly concern Song Yi? So, under such circumstances, Song Yi naturally focused on the person lurking in the shadows. You will not let them go. Wang Siki quickly recovered from her original fear, raising her hand to summon many people from the Wang family. They all looked at Song Yi in front of them and charged straight toward him without hesitation. Song Yi paid no attention to those guards whatsoever. He simply waved his hand, releasing a current of spiritual energy. In an instant, the energy surged like mountains being toppled into seas, sending all the attackers flying back. Meanwhile, Wang Siki hadn't been idle during those people's attack either. She immediately pinched a few seals with both hands, muttering incantations, invoking a strong force of spirit power within her body. This rapidly reactivated the spiritual patterns around Gong Xuanfu before, swiftly constructing an array beneath Song Yi's feet within that brief span of time. The moment the array was activated under their feet, a powerful spiritual force erupted, rushing straight towards Song Yi. Upon contact with the area around Song Yi, this force instantly transformed into several white iron chains that fell down around him. At the very same time, Wang Siki bit her tongue, spitting out a spray of essence blood onto the array, amplifying its effects dramatically. Chapter 103. Do you expect me to feel honored about your talent? In this extremely short time, Wang Siki's formation had already been completed, and as it was released in this short moment, it completely sealed off Song Yi. With Wang Siki's essence fused, the chains of the formation seemed to have acquired an incredibly sharp, sword-like energy within that brief time. These iron chains were akin to sword qi, attempting to tear Song Yi apart with brute force. Song Yi did not show any emotional fluctuations. He just indifferently watched as these powers surged toward him. In the same instant those forces fell, a protective shield emerged around Song Yi. With a loud bang, Song Yi's protective shield quickly rose, repelling everything around it. The remaining sword-like energies in Wang Siki's chains that hadn't been unleashed were immediately dispelled in the first second, leaving nothing behind. Wang Siki gasped in surprise and hurriedly adjusted her magical incantations under these circumstances. Once again, within this fleeting period, a surge of spiritual power accompanied Wang Siki into the formation, forming what seemed like a terrifying ghostly head at that very moment, its enormous maw opening wide, biting directly towards Song Yi. Song Yi snorted and had been waiting here, becoming somewhat impatient. He then took a single step forward, and Song Yi's overwhelming strength instantly caused the surrounding formations to collapse one after another. This made Wang Siki's yet-to-be-completed spells fall apart directly without having been cast, instead causing backlash to herself. Wang Siki let out a loud cry as she had already been violently slammed against the wall, coughing up blood and looking at Song Yi in utter disbelief and shock. Siki, step back. This man is beyond your capability to deal with. He's in the Danhai realm. Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed from the darkness within the Wang household, and slowly a figure stepped forward, old and terrifying, akin to some old demons rising from the dead. Dad! Wang Siki cried out and hastily hid behind the man. Father? Song Yi abruptly remembered something from the memories of brother Wang Siki. Hadn't her father died many years ago? At that time, it came as a very sudden accident. Even the Wang family didn't have time to react, for a father who had been perfectly healthy suddenly passed away. After their father's death, the Wang family had remained under the management of the elder ancestor. It was said that this person was a 1,000-year-old monster from their Wang family, the stabilizing foundation of their player group existence. No matter who, anyone who met him would have to respectfully call him elder ancestor. A person like this, how could Wang Siki call him father? Song Yi was momentarily lost, unable to comprehend these matters clearly. As for the individual, seeing the corpse of brother Wang Siki thrown by Song Yi, then noticing Song Yi's bewildered expression, he smirked slightly and said, truly unexpected. Fellow Taoist is indeed ruthless, giving no room for life, directly extracting someone's soul. You don't compare to him. You're the one to kill directly. I only do this when threatened. Song Yi also chuckled coldly at that moment, deciding no longer to think deeply about the convoluted relationships within the Wang family. He simply gazed faintly at the figure before him, fully focused on dealing with the opponent. This individual was far from ordinary, a genuine member of the Jiling Yunmen sect. Although Song Yi could sense that the individual had been at this level for quite some time, still only at the initial stage. Nevertheless, since Song Yi had yet to fight someone truly of the Danhai realm, without recklessly employing his secrets, he had to proceed cautiously. Looking at Song Yi, the elderly figure sighed and said, this is truly unforeseen. Initially, it was intended just to deal with a Qi grade level practitioner, enough for us to activate the ceremony where these Jiling Yunmen disciples could suffice. It wasn't expected that a being of the Danhai realm would appear. Now, when that happens, my own improvement will be more than trivial. This is making me too excited. At this point, the old man couldn't help but lick his lips, almost able to envision his future breakthrough scenario under these circumstances. How magnificent it would be, satisfying the longing in his heart that he had waited for such a long time for. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Just as he was nearing his end, finally, a miracle appeared. Under such circumstances, how could he not be excited? Song Yi looked coldly at him and jeered. You truly are deserving of sympathy. Sympathy? The man asked in confusion. Why should I feel sorry for myself? I may indeed be nearing the end of my life before having this opportunity, he continued. But that's no reason for you to pity me. And compared to sympathizing with me, shouldn't you feel more sorrow for yourself? Your life will also come to an end very soon. No, that's wrong. Suddenly, realizing something here, he corrected immediately. You shouldn't feel sympathy for me, but honor towards your own actions. You are about to die so that I can break through and accomplish something great. You should feel proud because of it. As this man laughed crazily, Song Yi shook his head and said coldly, you really do deserve so much sympathy. Your cultivation hasn't broken through, but instead, you've already gone mad yourself. All your chaotic family troubles stem from you. And yet, you expect me to take pride in celebrating your minor achievement? Let me tell you, it only took me a few days to break through the Danhai realm. In the following times, I'll be looking forward to facing boundless starry oceans. You should be excited about dying under my hand. After Song Yi spoke these words, the other party obviously became furious and stopped talking altogether before instantly making a move. Indeed worthy as someone from the Danhai realm. As soon as he acted, the entire Wang household trembled. Terrifying power caused cracks to appear on the ground. An overwhelming force directly surged towards Song Yi. Yet Song Yi merely stepped back a few steps and casually waved his hand in such a situation. With a whoosh, spiritual energy around him converged into his palm. Song Yi almost immediately clenched his fist in this instant and unleashed an attack, powerful energy wrapping around his fists like a mountain-splitting punch. Bang! Upon colliding with the elder ancestor of the Wang household, the clash of forces produced waves so strong they were unbearable for those nearby. Cracks spread widely across the ground. Song Yi struck one blow, sending the elder back, which left Wang Siki feeling utterly astonished. Her father wasn't gaining any advantage. Instead, he was shaken backward and placed in a disadvantaged position. Chapter 104. The weather was really nice today. Wang Siki could hardly believe her eyes at what she saw right in front of her. However, it was an undeniable fact that Song Yi not only repelled her father at this moment, but also made a direct attack. Vast spiritual power gathered within Song Yi's fist. Facing Wang family's patriarch, he just casually threw out a punch with calmness. That Wang patriarch was greatly shocked and did not have time to consider anything else in that situation. He had no choice but to take the opportunity to defend himself quickly. Nevertheless, despite having already used his powerful spiritual force for defense against Song Yi's attack, it was all in vain. That punch shattered Wang patriarch's protection instantly. Right after, a solid blow hit Wang patriarch squarely on the chest. With a bang, the sheer force violently sent Wang patriarch flying before crashing heavily next to Wang Siki. Dad, Wang Siki was astonished as well. She rushed over urgently and tried to help Wang patriarch up. But how would Song Yi give them a chance in such a situation? At this very first moment, Song Yi had already made his move. Spiritual power converged together almost immediately arriving in front of Wang patriarch. A mystical seal was cast directly once more. Looking at the incoming attack, Wang patriarch was momentarily flustered, attempting an escape to the side. But evidently, it was too late at this point. Helplessly, he glanced towards Wang Siki nearby, resolutely gritting his teeth. At that moment he grabbed Wang Siki and loudly proclaimed, "My daughter, it is now your time to do something for your father." After finishing those words, Wang patriarch instantly threw Wang Siki away. Wang Siki couldn't believe her own eyes regarding this scene. She never expected that her father, who could be considered the only family left, would do such things. For many years within the Wang family, Wang Siki had never felt any familial affection. All she knew was pain. A life destined to be dim could only end like this, truly leaving no hope whatsoever. After all, even the youth she liked the most in her heart chose his maid instead of herself. Judging from this, Wang Siki doubted if she wasn't supposed to be born in this world in the first place, if it was because of too many evil deeds in her previous life that brought upon this present life. But until one day, when Wang Siki wanted to commit suicide, a person who claimed to be her father appeared here. And yet, it turned out that her last glimmer of hope was just like this. Deep down, Wang Siki had long known everything. After so many years, she was quite indifferent towards all this, or might as well say, she had already seen through everything. From beginning to end, she was merely being used as a useful pawn by one person after another. It was just that deep inside, she still refused to admit it. At this point, Wang Siki didn't know why, but suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Everything has really come to an end. Wang Siki could feel that the punch in front of her almost shattered every bone in her body. Her meridians were severed, and all vitality disappeared in this moment. Yet, Wang Siki didn't feel pain. Instead, she accepted everything with a sense of detachment. Perhaps it might really be liberation after all. So, Wang Siki simply closed her eyes at this moment and let her body be obliterated by Song Yi's punch. Song Yi did not expect that fellow to be so cruel either, but it seemed as though it was all within his expectation, and there was not much surprise about it. At this time, he continued to use his mighty spiritual power to ruthlessly kill the Wang family's old ancestor. Just from that moment onward, the Wang family's elder finally seized the opportunity and managed to escape during that critical moment of life and death. How could he allow Song Yi the chance to obliterate him? Thus, all Song Yi struck at this moment was air. Song Yi looked up to see Wang patriarch on the roof, forming a mystical seal swiftly at that moment. Just as Song Yi was about to release it, Wang patriarch cried out loud, "You killed my daughter. I demand your life in return." The crowd was somewhat speechless by what Wang patriarch had said. It was clear it was he himself who used his daughter as a shield. Otherwise, Song Yi wouldn't have attacked her then. and yet he still had the nerve to claim someone killed his daughter at this point. He was shameless indeed. However, at this moment, Patriarch Wang had an amulet appearing in his hand. The amulet had lines of thunder patterns on it. At that moment, spiritual power was injected into the amulet, and a purple lightning bolt began to form within it. Next, you will witness how this heavenly thunder can overpower you. This is the heavenly thunder spell that I obtained after much effort in the past. It contains powerful natural thunder attacks. Even if you're not just at the beginning stage of the Danhai realm, but rather at its later stage, you wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of attack. Watch how you try to resist. After uttering these words, Patriarch Wang immediately summoned the heavenly thunder. In the blink of an eye, the sky became filled with dark clouds, and a thunder appeared almost instantaneously. A single thought was all it took, and the heavenly thunder split through the sky. Not good. Feeling the terrifying force of the sky's thunder, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Gongsun Fu also shouted loudly to Song Yi at this time. Hurry up and use your amulets. Song Yi had high-level amulets from the xuanhuan sect. Although some were already given to them, they assumed there would still be others left that could block this heavenly thunder. But what they didn't expect was that Song Yi did not take out any amulets at this crucial time. Instead, he took advantage of the opportunity to cancel the spell he had been preparing to cast. Song Yi's actions puzzled everyone else greatly, including Patriarch Wang, who couldn't help but feel confused because Song Yi had cancelled the spell and showed no intention of escaping either. He, however, was very happy because he saw Song Yi about to turn into ashes right before his eyes. How exciting it was for him. Although today, Song Yi's sudden display of power disrupted his plans and caused him to lose his own daughter, none of this mattered as long as he could kill Song Yi. He could survive. Even though the enhancement formation had failed, he believed that as long as he continued to work hard, there would certainly be another opportunity in the future. As long as one survives, there are always hopes. However, things did not go as planned. On the contrary, at this moment, Song Yi unexpectedly took out a round bead from his hands, pointing it directly at the sky, smiling indifferently. The Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, it's about time we tested your strength. This was Song Yi's strategy to act decisively at such a critical moment. Chapter 105. Do you still have this? Song Yi directly took out the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. Faced with the thunder-filled, dark cloud-laden sky, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately activated the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. Although those heavenly thunders were extremely terrifying, Song Yi truly had many methods to deal with them. But compared to those other means, he wanted more to test the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, for which he had spent a great number of reward points and credit points. If his Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl couldn't even handle this, what would Song Yi say about using it to resolve the crisis of xuanhuan? He might as well directly request a refund from the system and then escape far away, having nothing to do with the upcoming events at xuanhuan, because that would be the only way to survive. Fortunately, the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl did not let Song Yi down at this critical moment. At the instant when the powerful heavenly thunder descended, the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl produced an extremely strong force, forming cloud patterns on its surface. When the thunders descended into these clouds, the surrounding forces of the thunder began being continuously absorbed by the clouds. In no time at all, much of the terror brought by the thunders had been neutralized, and in the blink of an eye, there was hardly any thunder left. When it finally reached Song Yi's surroundings, that last bit of thunder attempted to continue attacking him, but the originally mighty thunder now only retained a thread of its power. Clearly, this heavenly thunder hadn't forgotten its crucial mission, to kill Song Yi. Unfortunately, the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl also had no intention of letting it go. After all, its mission was to kill Song Yi. But the mission of the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl at this time was to protect Song Yi and completely absorb it. It turned out that Song Yi clearly held the upper hand in the end. The last trace of the heavenly thunder was entirely sucked into the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. Then, all the thunder-containing clouds returned to the pearl. Song Yi immediately retracted the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl at this moment, feeling that after absorbing these thunders, it hadn't reached a saturated state at all. One could even say that it had only absorbed less than 30%. Such formidable heavenly thunder had only managed to absorb so little. This gave Song Yi enough confidence regarding the confrontation with xuanhuan. After all, though this heavenly thunder belonged merely to their current realm and couldn't stand up to the heavenly thunders of any individual within xuanhuan. Remember this, Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl still possesses great potential for growth. This means that moving forward, Song Yi absolutely has the ability to make the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl grow stronger continuously. Only then can the true power of this treasure be unleashed. At this point, Song Yi's heart was also filled with joy. In contrast to Song Yi, Wang family's elder and the disciples of xuanhuan were all dumbfounded by what they had just witnessed. What exactly happened earlier? That thunder with such tremendous force had disappeared instantly. What kind of treasure does Song Yi possess in his hands? Its power is truly horrifying. For a moment, they were all unable to help but marvel at this sight. As they stood there astonished, Song Yi suddenly appeared beside Wang family's elder in the blink of an eye, giving the elder a huge scare. There was already no chance for him to flee at this point. A strong seven-colored flame burned around Song Yi's body at this moment. Its scorching heat ignited the air itself. In such a short span of time, Wang family's elder had already felt as if the spiritual energy within his body had been set alight. There was absolutely no room for action within this brief interval. One could say that he was already completely under Song Yi's control. Faced with such a terrifying flame, he regretted deeply at this moment. He should never have harbored greed that led to confronting such a powerful existence. Now, he found himself trapped in an irrevocable situation. His fear towards this outcome was indescribable. Although he tried to calm himself down, his inner turmoil simply could not settle. Song-yi was already weary of meaningless dueling like this and had a certain understanding of his own strength. Therefore, Song-yi naturally intended to resolve Wang family's elder right at this moment. Despite wanting to struggle, Wang family's elder was utterly helpless at this time and could only submit to Song-yi's punishment. Before Wang family's elder could beg for mercy, Song-yi directly asked, "Do you still have the Thunderspell talismans?" Wang family's elder and the xuanhuan disciples also couldn't help but be momentarily startled once again. None of them had expected that Song-yi would ask such a question at this time. Song-yi had just effortlessly resolved the heavenly thunder, and there were quite a number of powerful talismans in xuanhuan's possession. So why did he need to ask for the so-called Thunderspell talisman? That object could, at most, only correspond to their current Danhai level. Besides, with 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl in Song-yi's hands, it was unlikely that anything could pose a threat to him. Why then did he want that thing? Wang family's elder was very confused about this. Based on Song-yi's appearance, it seemed like he didn't even need those things. How could they possibly know that Song-yi's desire for the item was very simple? To improve the quality of his 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. The 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl could only enhance its own quality by absorbing thunders. However, among all the powerful talismans given by Wei Hong from xuanhuan, none were of the thunder attribute. This was truly strange. Without these items to feed the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, Song-yi would either have to rely on low-grade talismans or his own spells. Although Song-yi could continuously use thunder attribute spells on the pearl, considering its vast capacity, even storing a small amount of the heavenly thunder, how much time would Song-yi need to feed it in this short period? Therefore, this was clearly not a feasible approach. Naturally, Song-yi hadn't put much thought into this aspect and planned to simply use the heavenly thunder spell talismans or other similar objects to strengthen his 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. Perhaps doing so might speed up the process. But obviously, good things couldn't be found in abundance. If Wang family's elder had kept that as a life-saving treasure, it undoubtedly meant that the item itself was extremely rare. There likely wouldn't be more than one. Now that it had been used, where could another be found? Seeing that Wang family's elder couldn't produce even a single talisman, Song-yi frowned slightly and cursed under his breath. So poor. Wang family's elder was also perplexed. Chapter 106, Chaotic Family. Wang family's old patriarch was also very puzzled about this point. How could he possibly have too much of that kind of thing? Now being scolded like this, although he felt extremely cheat, unjustified, in his heart, he did not want to say much. He just wanted to plead for mercy at this time. At the very least, he hoped to save his own life. He didn't want to die just like that. However, it was very unfortunate that Song-yi saw no use in him right now and directly struck a magical seal onto his body. What are you doing? The old patriarch of the Wang family was extremely fearful inside, because he felt that his soul was almost separating from his body at this moment. No matter how hard he struggled, Song-yi clearly gave him no opportunity, directly using that magical seal as a base to forcibly extract the old patriarch's soul out of his body. The soul of the old patriarch of the Wang family was utterly panicked. He had not expected that Song-yi would be so serious about the soul extraction technique. Not only his relative, Wang Siki from his family, but even he himself fell victim to the soul extraction. But, isn't Song-yi only at the early stage of the Danhai realm? How could he manage to achieve such power? He actually forcefully extracted his soul so powerfully, despite the risk of backlash when performing soul extraction on an equal level. Is Song-yi really fearless against these dangers? For a while, Wang family's old patriarch and xuanhuan disciples evidently couldn't figure out what was happening. But they didn't need to fully understand either. Looking at the old patriarch's soul, Song-yi let out a cold hum. They had no idea that Song-yi's current soul strength could no longer be compared to that of someone merely at the early Danhai realm. Extracting the memories from the Wang family old patriarch's soul was naturally effortless. Song-yi directly began forcing through the old patriarch's memories with his powerful soul, making it impossible for the old patriarch's soul to grow or fight back at this moment. Because of Song-yi's overwhelming strength, the old patriarch felt as weak as an ant when faced with soul force. There was nothing he could do to resist or change his fate during this process. He could only wait silently for death to come. It was at this moment that Song-yi completely understood all the events involving the Wang family, along with all the old patriarch's memories. Naturally, the old patriarch of the Wang family had existed for many years and was the third head of the Wang household. Back then, the Wang family had fallen into great decline, and it certainly should not have been him who inherited the position. After all, he was greedy and lustful in the beginning, possessing absolutely no leadership qualities. To put it bluntly, his cultivation abilities were also not high, leaving him in a state of complete disarray. But there was no other choice. Because the Wang family went through a disaster at that time. Almost all members of the Wang family lost their lives in this calamity except for him, leaving no one but to push him into this position. Needless to say, he was obviously ill-suited for the role. Under his management, the Wang family became even more chaotic. Fortunately, his son turned out to be quite intelligent and ultimately saved the Wang family from the disaster, slowly bringing them back to life and recovery. Since then, there wasn't much for him to handle, so he directly left the Wang family after that, saying that he would travel far and wide. In reality, he found a legacy of cultivators at that time and chose to secretly appropriate it. heading off to that place without letting anyone find out. And it didn't disappoint him. There indeed were numerous cultivation legacies hidden within. Relying on those cultivation legacies, he gradually transformed from a waste into a capable individual and found many elixirs that extended life within. It seemed that the original cultivator wanted to prolong their life, but after consuming too many pills, their effects greatly diminished, leaving behind little efficacy. For him, however, it was perfect. So he quickly grew stronger and more long-lived thanks to these pills during this process. When he finally emerged after completing his cultivation, everything had changed. All his old acquaintances were gone. Although people who appeared to share the same Wang bloodline still existed, to him, they were strangers. But he didn't care too much about it. Because, regardless, his cultivation now grew powerful enough for him to establish a new Wang family on his own. In fact, he never cared much for the original Wang family anyway, and his next goal was simply to elevate his cultivation and enjoy life well. Wang Siki's mother was targeted at that time simply because of her beauty. Regardless of family relations, to him, it no longer mattered much. Precisely because of this, he directly made his move on Wang Siki's mother. And it wasn't just once. Strangely, although he could have revealed his identity in such situations and gained even more, since he didn't care about his reputation, he chose not to. Instead, he preferred keeping his identity hidden while still enjoying freedom within the Wang household. Many years later, due to his cultivation making no progress, he resorted to this long and used forbidden technique during that period. As for raising Wang Siki, it was entirely accidental. After discovering he had a daughter, he felt that, despite having distant relatives by bloodline, they were fundamentally unrelated to him, whereas Wang Siki shared a direct blood connection with him. Thus, he decided to help her under such circumstances. Later, he grew to deeply admire Wang Siki's abilities. As for paternal love or anything like that, perhaps it existed, but only faintly. Wang Siki never expected that her remaining thread of affection for him would be so fruitlessly wasted. Song Yi learned all these chaotic matters from the old patriarch of the Wang family's memories. For a moment, he was speechless but did not dwell too much on them. Instead, at this point, Song Yi further explored the old patriarch's memories. What was called secret techniques turned out to be merely remnants passed down from someone who had achieved the divine sensory realm. It offered Song Yi little benefit. Regarding something similar to the Heavenly Thunder Curse, the Wang family clearly possessed none of it. Song Yi found this rather disappointing and immediately incinerated the old patriarch's body to ashes. He then approached Gong Sun Fu and casually inquired, "Are your injuries feeling any better? How much longer will it take before we can leave?" At this moment, Gong Sun Fu and the others were still reeling in shock and unsure how to respond to Song Yi's question. Chapter 107. Coming to die? Over. Everything is over. The disciple who had been sent earlier to seek Song Yi's help couldn't find Song Yi in the inn. It was as if Song Yi had vanished into thin air right at this moment. With Song Yi disappearing like this, it also meant that there was no one left here who could help them. In this city, the Wang family had already reached a point where they could overshadow the sky with their hands. Currently, their xuanhuan sect was about to face a great calamity. Who could save them? In this situation, one could say his heart was filled with panic and pain. With his level of cultivation, he did not have the strength to resist those things, so naturally, he felt very powerless. Could it be that at this moment, he would quietly return to the xuanhuan sect alone? He thought about how all his sect mates would inevitably die next, and his heart was filled with pain. Inside the inn, everything was on the verge of completely falling apart. Even in such circumstances, he couldn't help but think. As per what Master Gong Sun Fu had said, Song Yi should have stayed here according to the agreement. But now there was no sign of him, leaving only one possibility. Song Yi must have been so scared in such a situation because he worried about offending the Wang family, and xuanhuan sect had already fallen to its current state. Naturally, let alone Song Yi, probably anyone else would have run away from here without hesitation under these circumstances. In such a situation, he directly accused Song Yi of escaping. He didn't even consider the fact that before reaching here, all of them had secretly been captured by the Wang family. How could Song Yi have foreseen this in advance? Moreover, he didn't thoroughly investigate the room. If he had investigated, he would have been able to sense the residual spirit energy, which would have clearly indicated that there had been a battle here. But the disciple of xuanhuan sect was already mentally broken down. How could he seriously investigate these matters? Even in such a situation, he no longer tried to escape. Even if the Wang family's pursuers were still around at this moment, he did not intend to flee. It seemed as if he truly wanted to silently wait for death here and did not plan to escape alone. However, he reconsidered and realized that solely relying on walking speed, it would be impossible for him to return to xuanhuan sect before the Celestial Festival. This place was far from xuanhuan sect, very distant indeed. Their original plan was for Gong Sun Fu himself to come out and borrow a teleportation array, saving much time. But now, only he remained, and there weren't many spirit stones left on him. He also lacked a significant identity, and the people around him were all eyeing their xuanhuan sect greedily. Originally, if the Wang family hadn't acted, they wouldn't be so troubled, but now the Wang family had directly intervened, and it was likely others would also no longer care about him. Thinking about facing nothing but a dead end ahead and having failed to gather any reinforcements, he clenched his teeth at this moment and resolved firmly. After all, it's just a matter of dying anyway. What's worth being afraid of? It might as well be better to stay together with my seniors, die together. Since he couldn't find Song Yi, he had already disappointed their expectations. Therefore, in this situation, he could no longer flee alone. Taking out a long sword from his storage bag, He resolutely charged towards the direction of the Wang family. He knew it was impossible for him to save others, but he came here only to die. Even if he died, he would stay with his brothers and sisters. A family has to stick together neatly. When he just arrived outside the Wang residence, he suddenly saw a group of people from the Wang family rushing out. All right, I'll fight you to the death. He assumed that these Wang family members knew about his return, so they sent many people to fight him. He didn't realize that with his cultivation level, the Wang family didn't need so many people. A few individuals would easily overpower him. To be honest, they probably didn't care about him that much at all. All of this was completely due to his own excessive assumptions at this moment. At this point, he gathered powerful spirit energy in his handheld longsword and rushed forward, fighting fiercely with the emerging Wang family members. But what surprised him was that these people who emerged weren't trying to fight him to the death. Instead, they were trying to save their lives at this moment. He had no time to care about being killed by them at this moment. The only goal was to escape for his life under such circumstances. Everything else didn't matter at all. He was also very puzzled by the situation, unable to understand what exactly the Wang family was up to all of a sudden. But as soon as he thought about how their fellow sect members had been harmed by the Wang family, and that these people wanted to use the xuanhuan sect to practice black magic, his anger couldn't be held back anymore. Holding his sword, he began fighting fiercely amidst the bodies scattered across the ground, yet his heart was still filled with rage. However, at this moment, he did not bother chasing those who had fled, but instead charged towards the Wang residence. But, seeing the broken state of the Wang estate at this moment, they were even more confused in their hearts. What was going on? How come the Wang family seemed utterly devastated from top to bottom? Just as he was perplexed, he suddenly noticed a few figures. On stepping closer, it turned out to be xuanhuan, who had already taken new pills and was recovering there. Senior brother, senior sister, junior brother? They were all extremely shocked. The junior brother who had just returned from outside was covered in blood from head to toe, looking much fiercer than usual, which was completely different from what they were used to seeing. It was precisely because of this that others felt so strange about him, and he was also very shocked. Why were his sectmates here? What exactly had happened to the entire Wang family? At this point, he didn't think too much and immediately knelt before xuanhuan. I'm sorry, senior brother, I failed your expectations. I didn't find Song Yi. That Song Yi must have run away when he saw us face off against the Wang family. Little brother, what nonsense are you talking? Xuanhuan and the others stopped their healing immediately, staring incredulously at this younger disciple. Little brother, Elder Song Yi has already saved us. Somebody realized that the young disciple might have misunderstood something, so they quickly started explaining. Listening to the explanation from his sectmates, he couldn't help but be stunned momentarily. What? Song Yi had already rescued them? At this moment, he couldn't help but look around in disbelief. Among the ruins, there was Wang Siqi's corpse lying there. Chapter 108. Death is cowardice. What on earth was going on? For a moment, he couldn't help but be very confused about the current issues, not understanding what had actually happened. But at this point, he also noticed Wang Siqi's body. And along with those Wang family members who had fled earlier, the once mighty Wang family was now in ruins. His mind raced quickly during this time, and finally after a brief moment, he accepted the current information and understood what had transpired. It turned out that while he had mistakenly thought Song Yi feared the Wang family and had fled, Song Yi, his senior, had already discovered the situation here and came to the rescue ahead of him. He had already rescued all of his fellow disciples and had slain the head of the Wang family. At this realization, his heart filled with immense guilt. What was I doubting just now? Unbelieving, he looked at his fellow disciples, momentarily like a child who had committed a mistake. When the other disciples learned of the misunderstanding, they were temporarily speechless, but upon reflection, such a mistake seemed quite normal. No one reproached him at that time, for if it were them, they too might have doubted similarly under the circumstances. Moreover, in such a dangerous situation, they may not have done any better than their junior disciple, who, despite facing imminent death, had returned resolutely. He would rather die together with his fellow disciples at this moment than escape alone. This certainly earned their respect. However, faced with his fellows' consolations, he didn't do much, merely standing there like a guilty child, waiting outside for Song Yi to come out so he could apologize. The disciples of xuanhuan had varying degrees of injuries, so Song Yi gave each of them some healing pills to recover as quickly as possible at this crucial time. After all, they couldn't afford to linger here for too long. While the Wang family's wealth didn't seem to effectively aid the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, how could they simply ignore so many valuable items? Thus, Song Yi directly entered the treasure vault of the Wang family at this moment. Regarding all the items here, he unhesitatingly took everything inside. Whether precious or not, useful or useless, anything with even slight value in terms of spirit stones was taken by Song Yi without hesitation. After all, if these things weren't of use to himself, he could still sell them later. That would be no small amount of wealth. There was no need to worry about filling his storage ring. Whenever Song Yi felt his storage ring was nearly full, he directly placed the items into his system space. That place was vast. Even if the Wang family came 100 times over, it wouldn't pose a problem. In the blink of an eye, Song Yi was already richly rewarded. The treasure vault of the Wang family was completely emptied. If only it were possible to dismantle this place, Song Yi would have surely torn it apart and carried it away without hesitation. Having completed everything, Song Yi then turned around satisfied and left. As he walked out, he suddenly saw a disciple of xuanhuan kneeling right before him. This sudden act made Song Yi very perplexed. Although xuanhuan truly appreciated Song Yi rescuing them, and Song Yi could understand their feelings of gratitude after surviving this disaster. He had reminded them that there was no need to thank him again. They'd be better off focusing on restoring their strength and leaving this place as soon as possible, as they were already being targeted by many people. Even with his help, they would inevitably face more troubles later. It would be better for them to quickly return to xuanhuan. After all, Song Yi still needed to go to xuanhuan to find something to improve the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. Preparing anything else at this point would only waste valuable time. Sorry, Senior Song Yi, your humble disciple failed to recognize you and wrongfully doubted you. Misunderstanding. Song Yi was also slightly surprised at this point. Who misunderstood whom? Why did he know nothing about this misunderstanding? At this moment, Song Yi was quite confused, and that disciple from xuanhuan was also regretful beyond measure. Since Song Yi didn't fully grasp the situation at this point, he explained thoroughly with deep remorse. After hearing all of this, Song Yi finally understood clearly. However, he didn't care much about this, and just patted his shoulder saying, "Your reaction is pretty normal, but though sometimes valor is important, isn't rushing to die meaningless right now? You need to understand that sometimes rushing to one's death is the most cowardly method. To survive at all costs is what you should do. Only in this way can you avenge your fellow disciples. Only then will the soul hope be carried on. The future will hold more hope. Just like your previous behavior, if I wasn't here, you should have done everything possible to return to your sect immediately, because only in this way can you find the only solution. After all, there are many ways. Though you may lack spirit stones and don't know how to return, it doesn't mean there aren't other methods. It's just a matter of willingness to try. The death of fellow disciples is indeed painful, but even more painful is dying alongside them, while the Wang family feels no comfort due to your bravery. Instead, they get excited only by the power they gain from you. I don't oppose moving forward fearlessly when there is absolutely no retreat left, preferring death over surrender. But you must ensure that you've really reached the end of the road, because sometimes it isn't as straightforward as it appears." Song Yi's words at this moment made him bow his head even lower. Although he wanted to argue back in some parts, after careful consideration, Song Yi's explanation seemed extremely reasonable. In the end, he did not refute any part, and could only silently nod. At this point, Song Yi took out a bottle of pills from himself and handed them to him, saying, "Though I disapprove of what you did, your bravery this time still deserves a reward. Remember what I said for next time." The disciple of xuanhuan looked in surprise at the pills in his hands, realizing they were extraordinarily precious, something valuable not just for him, but also for someone one realm higher. With these pills, he would soon be able to improve his strength significantly. They were truly rare treasures. For a moment, his heart surged with emotion, and his admiration for Song Yi deepened further. Chapter 109. How powerful. Song Yi, seeing that he had already understood these things at this moment, did not say much more. Because Song Yi had given them these high-grade healing medicines, the others were recovering very quickly at this time. In just a few hours, although their wounds were not completely healed, they were already in a state where normal movement was no longer an issue. In this case, Song Yi didn't let them stay any longer. After all, the commotion here had been too big. Although perhaps there was no one here currently who could rival Song Yi, that did not mean there was no danger. No matter what kind of situation it was always better to be cautious. Therefore, under these circumstances, Song Yi directly let them pack up quickly and then leave fast. The news that the Wang family was no more had actually already spread. After all, at the time, Song Yi hadn't killed off all the commoners, and while the people of the Wang family encountered an apprentice of the xuanhuan sect coming to fight a desperate battle to the death, a few still managed to escape. Naturally, in the next moments, those who had escaped told everyone outside everything that had happened. When many people learned of these events, they initially didn't believe it. However, upon seeing the state of those individuals and approaching the Wang residence to witness its current state, they had no choice but to accept the truth. They couldn't believe that such a thing would happen. Even though everyone realized under these circumstances that the strong individual within absolutely wasn't someone they could confront, they still weren't willing to leave. After all, nobody knew exactly what had just occurred, the intense battle between the Wang family members and that formidable being. Could it be that after defeating the Wang clan's powerhouse, the strong individual suffered absolutely no damage? Faced with these questions, the others all harbored some degree of skepticism at this moment. Precisely because of this, none of them were willing to leave at this moment. In their minds, if something unexpected truly happened inside, they might seize the opportunity when it arose. Good fortune won't simply appear before your eyes for no reason. Destiny, such a concept, cannot merely rely on the benevolence of heaven. Rather, most times it requires you to contend for yourself. If you even let go of such chances, then your cultivation will sooner or later reach its end. So, facing these situations, everyone wanted to obtain something from them. This single opportunity was naturally one they did not want to miss. Even if their abilities were inferior, they would wait beside just in case some unforeseen circumstance emerged. Then, they could take advantage of the confusion to benefit themselves. These people obviously did not intend to let this chance slip, yet Song Yi also did nothing directly against them. Not long after waiting, Gong Sun Fu and the rest had prepared as best they could. There was no tool here capable of supporting flight, so they had no other choice but to fly using their swords towards the teleportation area. And along the way, too many people had already targeted them. Therefore, the situation was not favorable. Song Yi immediately stepped forward during this time. Facing all those around him, he merely glanced at them indifferently and snorted coldly. "If you all don't step aside right now, it seems you really care about my injuries." Let's see who among you is willing to exchange blows with me. I am happy to accompany anyone who wants a fight. At this moment, Song Yi said very calmly, his gaze fixed on the people there. The icy chill in his eyes had already made almost all of them keep a distance. At the same time, Song Yi wasted no courtesy whatsoever. He unleashed the immense pressure from his body. That mighty aura made every heart heavy with oppression. This was far beyond what they could imagine. It was terrifying. The level of pressure like this isn't chi. This is the realm of the Pill Sea. In the midst of the crowd, there actually was a hidden strong individual. At this moment, he was equally astonished. Though he thought himself generally weaker than the Wang family, that was only because the Wang family relied on the power behind them. Wang Siki, his older brother, was merely slightly stronger than himself, but overall his strength was still significant. In his thoughts, Song Yi, in battles involving the entire Wang family. Although in the end he must have achieved victory, he surely sustained no small amount of injury as well. Thus, faced with so many people crowding over, he had been holding back and not stepping forward to say anything. As long as he could incite the surrounding cultivators to rush at Song Yi. Considering Song Yi was already injured, even if his cultivation level was truly strong, he would still be unable to withstand the attack from so many people. At that time, he would only need to secretly launch an attack among them. Wouldn't Song Yi inevitably face defeat? This was exactly the attitude he held in his heart, but something unexpected happened. The moment Song Yi stepped forward, it completely dispelled this thought. Faced with such pressure now, he regretted why he had come here in the first place. The immense aura radiating from Song Yi was not spirit energy, but rather a sign of reaching the Pill Sea realm. Each realm was vastly apart. Without exaggeration, one at the Pill Sea realm could easily annihilate those who relied solely on spirit energy. Even if Song Yi was currently injured, those around him, whose cultivation levels were at most in the late spirit energy phase, could all be wiped out instantly. Even if they were to attack in a chaotic swarm, it would merely take the other more time. Besides, the calm demeanor Song Yi displayed right now did not appear to show any signs of injury. When reflecting upon how swiftly the Wang family had fallen within half a day, didn't that already tell them how powerful a presence had appeared here? Pill Sea realm. A being this powerful dealing with the Wang family certainly wouldn't have expended much effort. Talk of injuries? Likely, spiritual force wasn't even consumed much. In this scenario, trying to provoke someone like this would indeed amount to inviting one's own doom. Thinking about this, their regret for their earlier behavior was overwhelming. They should not have come here in such haste, should not have blindly believed others so easily. Now, their legs turned soft as they fell to their knees begging for mercy. Great predecessor, spare us. We failed to recognize your greatness. Please let us go. Predecessor, we will never dare again. Predecessor, please consider my old parents and young children. Please forgive me. Chapter 110. Do you still want to teleport? As Song Yi faced the pleas of those around him, he only gave a faint cold snort. It was clear that at this point, his actions had already served as a deterrent. In reality, with his current strength, these people were nothing to him. He merely wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, if he were to attract more powerful entities, it would be very disadvantageous for them as well. Rather than taking risks, it was better to issue a warning and then leave quickly. Song Yi's purpose had already been achieved, so he turned around, leading Gongsun Fu and the others away. They immediately flew towards the outskirts of the city. Those people could only look on. No one dared to stop or obstruct them. Gongsun Fu informed Song Yi that the teleportation array there was controlled by another sect. Actually, Xuanhuan sect was one of them. When Song Yi heard this, he couldn't help but feel a bit strange, asking, since your Xuanhuan sect also has control over there, why didn't you seek help from there when you were in trouble before? Hearing Song Yi's question, the disciple of the Xuanhuan sect immediately responded, currently, there are no elders of the Xuanhuan sect over there. Although we do know some familiar people there, we cannot guarantee that they will intervene on our behalf. After all, the situation of the Xuanhuan sect is not good at the moment, and whether they will help us remains uncertain. Everyone, stop right now. After hearing these words, Song Yi's expression changed abruptly, and he immediately instructed them to halt. Gongsun Fu and the others didn't know what had suddenly come over Song Yi, but they stopped as instructed. So, what you mean is that under the current circumstances, the people there could likely be enemies of the Xuanhuan sect, and yet you dare to use their teleportation array. In response to Song Yi's questioning, Gongsun Fu stepped forward and explained, it's not like that, senior. The teleportation array isn't just controlled by other sects. The Xuanhuan sect also has rights over it. There was indeed an elder stationed there previously, but after the incident happened within the Xuanhuan sect, he went back and specifically instructed us to find one of his friends when we visit. Though that person is not from our sect, he will certainly help us. Humph. Upon hearing this, Song Yi let out a cold laugh. Looking at their naive faces, Song Yi shook his head speechlessly and slowly asked, before the Wang family captured you, could you have believed that they would betray your sect, the Xuanhuan sect? Before all these events unfolded, could you have believed that during this time, there would be no one helping the Xuanhuan sect, and instead many would eye you with hostility? After hearing these words, they involuntarily lowered their heads. Song Yi continued at this moment, saying, you think everything might be fine there now, but have you considered? In fact, they've already eyed you with suspicion. Even if the Xuanhuan sect might trigger a heavenly tribulation in the future, they wouldn't possibly let you live. Have you forgotten? Their goal from the beginning was to get some information from you. As for helping you resist the heavenly tribulation, that is fundamentally impossible. If you die, not even the Wang family would face any heavenly tribulation. Song Yi's words caused fear among many of them at this time. It seemed that due to the previous betrayal by the Wang family, they now carried some shadow in their hearts. If this conversation had taken place earlier, they might have still disbelieved it deep down, as they were quite innocent back then. But now, things were completely different. Given the situations they've encountered so far, how could they not believe in this? I'm not afraid of 10,000 possibilities. I'm afraid of just one. The suffering they endured in the Wang family had already deeply terrified them. Back then, Song Yi stood firmly behind them and saved them. However, the present situation was completely different. It wasn't comparable to a place like the Wang family. What would happen if an unexpected event occurs? Even if Song Yi were still determined to protect them, how long could he keep protecting them under such conditions? How many of them could he save? Among all these dangers, how many of them would survive? In the face of these terrifying things, they began to believe some of it under such circumstances. But, Senior Song Yi, what should we do now? The teleportation array is right there. If we don't use the teleportation array and just travel on foot, it would take at least a month. This is a whole month. There won't be any need for others to interfere. By then, we ourselves will trigger the heavenly tribulation, and there won't be enough time to return to Xuanhuan sect. Gongsun Fu's words immediately caught the attention of everyone else. Clearly, the others were also deeply worried about this. They feared what might happen if everything unfolded as predicted. Would they even have the power to change their fates? Seeing their silence and expressions of worry, Song Yi paused to think for a moment, then asked, "So, can other people also use this teleportation array?" "Yes," Gongsun Fu nodded and continued. "Besides those from our sects, others can naturally use it too. However, if someone outside wants to use the teleportation certificate, they must pay more spirit stones. Whereas the amount of spirit stones we pay isn't much, it's within a reasonable range, after all. This is partly because the operation of the teleportation array needs to be maintained so that minor issues among the sects don't constantly require the array's activation." As Song Yi heard this, his mind began to reflect thoughtfully. He quickly responded, "Since that's the case, let's go there as someone else. It simply means paying more spirit stones. We've gained so many spirit stones from the Wang family, so how could we possibly not afford it?" At this point, Song Yi faintly smiled. Maybe in the past, the Wang family wouldn't want to casually use those teleportation arrays, being unwilling to waste resources. They may have been reluctant, but it doesn't mean they lacked the capability. Now, with their assets under Song Yi's control, he certainly had the freedom to manage them as he wished. Even bringing these people back and forth repeatedly wouldn't be something to worry about. However, Gongsun Fu and the others still harbored many doubts about Song Yi's plan. Chapter 111. The Treachery of Human Hearts. Actually, at this point, their concerns were rather straightforward. It was simply that if they were to leave here recklessly in their current state, they would definitely attract attention from others. At that point, it wouldn't be a matter of whether or not they handed over spirit stones. If the other party harbored malicious intent, no matter how many spirit stones they gave, it would clearly be insufficient. Because the other party's goal was very simple, to extract certain benefits from them, and those spirit stones could not replace that desire. In response to Gongsun Fu's question, Song Yi merely smiled lightly and said, "You have finally realized. Yes, if in the future you go out for trials with such awareness and fully understand the dangers involved, then there will be no need for others to worry about you." Facing Song Yi's praise, Gongsun Fu could only lower his head. If he had understood these things earlier, they wouldn't have suffered so much under the Wang family. At this moment, Song Yi slowly said, "The answer to your questions is actually quite simple. That is, if from the beginning they didn't know us, we would just be ordinary customers seeking transmission. In this way, what reason would they have to deny our transmission?" Song Yi's words left them even more confused. How could the others not recognize them? Especially Gongsun Fu, surely they would recognize him. Apparently, such a scenario seemed impossible. As everyone held doubts about this, Song Yi suddenly pulled out some spirit talismans from his body and handed them over. "What is this?" After Gongsun Fu and the others received these spirit talismans, they were all greatly astonished. These were disguised talismans. Holding these items in their hands, they couldn't help but be surprised once again. This was something from the Xuanhuan sect. How could they not recognize it? But one must realize that disguised talismans were very rare even within the Xuanhuan sect, and also extremely valuable. Because this object allowed one's appearance to completely change. As long as one didn't use any spiritual energy or speak, it would almost be impossible to detect them. Even Xiao Wei, who was 3 realms higher than them, a master at the Spirit Passage realm, wouldn't be able to uncover their disguise. Wei Hong originally protected Song Yi using a secret method, instead of utilizing the disguised talisman. The reason was simple. This talisman could guarantee that people below the Spirit Passage realm would not detect it. And while there was a chance for Spirit Passage masters not to detect it either, it was certain that the Transformation realm cultivators could discover their true form. Moreover, back then they needed to face a Tribulation Crossing master. Relying solely on these disguised talismans was obviously impractical. Therefore, Wei Hong used a secret art in that situation. Even so, the disguised talisman itself was highly expensive. Even Gongsun Fu had only seen it occasionally unless the Xuanhuan sect randomly assigned missions. Otherwise, it was almost impossible for them to obtain such precious items. However, unexpectedly, Song Yi, who did not belong to the Xuanhuan sect, was able to pull out so many talismans at once. This truly made them exceedingly astonished. Although Gongsun Fu already knew that Song Yi and Wei Hong had an unusual relationship, he hadn't expected it to be this good. Such valuable items were not given in just 1 or 2 pieces, but in abundance. It genuinely made them envious when they saw it. Given the current situation, they didn't hesitate and immediately used the disguised talismans by sticking them on their bodies. After all, in the coming moments, as long as they could ensure their own safety, that could be considered helping Song Yi. Otherwise, if something went wrong, it would cause Song Yi immense trouble. As for gratitude, that was something for later. They hurriedly used these disguised talismans to alter their appearances and hastily exchanged their clothing. The disguised talismans themselves did not prevent speech completely, but speaking could easily expose one's original tone. Simultaneously, if they wished to alter their voices, it would inevitably cause them to use spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was the key thing that could disrupt these talismans, so most of the time, they couldn't randomly use their voices. However, since this time, they were facing someone not overly familiar, they naturally could use their natural tones under these circumstances. Of course, it would naturally be best to avoid making any sound. After resolving these issues, Song Yi directly proceeded to lead them toward the teleportation array. Actually, this place was not far from the city. It was very close, located near the edge of the city. Upon arriving here, they could see that its size far exceeded that of the city. There were also many cultivators here, each one clearly much more powerful on average than those in the city. This was actually quite normal. After all, the several major sects had specially sent out elites to guard this area. The teleportation array itself was very important. If it were to be destroyed, there would inevitably be a significant loss of resources in the future. So naturally, many people needed to be assigned to guard it during the process. In the city just now, Song Yi could move around freely, almost without encountering anyone worth mentioning except for the Wang family. However, things were completely different here, because when they first arrived, the person receiving them was already at the Spirit Chi realm. Cultivators of the Spirit Chi realm were practically everywhere here, and among them were even more powerful individuals with Danxi realms not being uncommon. Song Yi absolutely couldn't do anything rash here. Otherwise, he might easily trigger unnecessary trouble, as it wouldn't be easy to deal with everything here. Thus, Song Yi had to be cautious in what was coming next. As Song Yi led them straight inside, he immediately informed the others that he was planning to use the teleportation array to head to the Northern Sea. When the staff heard that so many of Song Yi's group intended to go to the Northern Sea, they couldn't help but give them a few extra looks. Then, after a moment of silence, they told Song Yi, "The teleportation array has just been used, and we need to wait for 2 hours." Song Yi and the others weren't particularly surprised either, as within a 100-mile radius, there was only one teleportation array. Every time the teleportation array was activated, a certain period of rest was required before it could be used again. This was done to prevent chaos in the spatial transfer, especially for long-distance teleports. Chapter 112. This could be discovered. The 2 hours were not much of a wait. Song Yi and his group simply stood by quietly at this time. But during this process, what Song Yi and the others did not expect was that the other side had already taken advantage of the time to relay these messages upward. Another trip to the Northern Sea. In fact, by this point, the higher-ups in her faction were already accustomed to such occurrences. It wasn't just here. Many places during this period saw numerous people wanting to go to the Northern Sea. After all, so many events had transpired there that everyone wanted a piece of the action, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. Naturally, no one wished to easily let go of this opportunity. Everyone wanted to gain some treasures when the xuanhuan sect would likely fall. Unfortunately, from his perspective, these were merely the wishful ideas of those seeking to profit from the chaos. Even if they succeeded and obtained some remarkable treasures, how could those with weak strength, who merely wanted to take advantage of the disorder, possibly keep such items for themselves? Wouldn't they still become targets for other sects to fight over? To him, this kind of situation was rather laughable. However, he also did not intend to stop those people from going. After all, these individuals spent spirit stones, and he naturally welcomed their expenditure. But just as he was about to agree to these matters, the other party suddenly informed him that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. Although the other side appeared to want to join the chaos like everyone else, he could sense that they were definitely not so straightforward. Because the other side was not alone, they brought many young people. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but immediately pay attention. Then he carefully examined the report and was surprised to discover that there were indeed quite a number of young people involved. Seeing so many individuals intending to go together confirmed that they were a coordinated group. At this moment, he quickly investigated an event that had been circulating within the city earlier. He finally realized that this matter was far more complicated than they initially thought. With the supporting evidence, he could now confidently conclude that these individuals were very likely from the xuanhuan sect. Considering the city reports alongside the plan to go to xuanhuan sect, it seemed entirely plausible. With this thought in mind, he sneered lightly. The xuanhuan sect. Do you truly believe we have no way of discovering you? Under these circumstances, why didn't you come to seek my help before now? At this moment, he gave a cold laugh, indicating that he had made many preparations beforehand. The xuanhuan sect. Indeed, they once had a member here, but things had completely changed long ago. Given the plight faced by the xuanhuan sect, how could they sit idly by? This was a tremendous opportunity, a perfect chance to seize their rights and interests. How could they possibly pass up such an opportunity? Under such conditions, he had actually already received orders from above. Other sects had similarly prepared themselves at the same time, awaiting their arrival. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. The xuanhuan sect is facing exactly this situation now. It's not that others refuse to give them a way out, but that other sects want to strengthen their own power under such circumstances, and the xuanhuan sect is perhaps the best target for enhancement. Upon learning this news, he immediately sought out other responsible parties and rapidly initiated discussions in this place. After all, with other sects present, they could not monopolize everything on their own. They would certainly be found out eventually. It was better for them to clarify matters now and divide the spoils together, avoiding harm to everyone. After receiving the message, the others quickly unified and arranged their troops. Given that they had already prepared thoroughly, they were now fully ready. At this moment, Song Yi was still waiting outside with Gongsun Fu for the 2 hours. As long as they could use the teleportation array, they could instantly return to the Northern Sea. Under such circumstances, their hearts were filled with excitement. Song Yi suddenly noticed that there was an array of spiritual energy being released around him. Since devouring the soul born from the remains of the immortal, Song Yi's mental awareness had long since reached the peak late stage of the Danhai realm, and he was even about to compare with the Tongshan realm. Naturally, at this moment, he immediately discovered the problem here and stood up abruptly. What's wrong? Gongsun Fu looked at Song Yi's sudden action and felt very confused in his heart. At this time, Song Yi paused silently for a moment before directly pulling Gongsun Fu and saying, "The situation is a bit off. Let's go first." Although Gongsun Fu did not know what exactly was happening, they realized it was completely inappropriate to ask Song Yi what was going on at this moment. Thus, they could only follow behind Song Yi as they prepared to leave the place. Where is this friend rushing off to in such a hurry? Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them, forcing Song Yi and his group to stop their steps. "You are so anxious, but the teleportation array will open in less than half an hour." Suddenly, another person dressed in different attire appeared from the other side, clearly not belonging to the same sect. Behind this person followed many disciples, each one wielding various treasures, arriving with great hostility. At this moment, Gongsun Fu's face changed greatly, realizing that their disguise must have slipped somewhere, but exactly where? Their hearts were filled with confusion as to why these people would make their move at this location now, after all their efforts at disguising themselves. What if they hadn't even bothered with disguises in the first place? Song Yi looked at these people calmly and said, "I have some urgent matters, so I will not be using the teleportation array for now." That simply cannot do. A friend from Jilingian sect is an important member of our faction. How can you just not use it? You must use it. Suddenly, another group of people arrived from the opposite direction, accompanied by many disciples who also wielded treasures. In no time, Song Yi and his companions were surrounded by over 100 people, almost every one of them having strength comparable to the Lingqi realm. Even Song Yi couldn't help frowning at this moment, clearly recognizing how dangerous the situation had become. Chapter 113. Not much else, but the talismans are powerful. Have you heard that this Taoist friend within the city is at the Danhai realm? If someone so important from Jilingyun Min didn't tell us beforehand, why's that? We might be able to offer some guidance at this moment, perhaps enabling you to take another step forward. At this time, those people revealed their cultivation levels, causing Song Yi to take a deep breath and feel an unusually heavy heart. Because out of these people in front of him, a full 5 were at the Tongshan realm. Song Yi was currently only at the early stage of the Danhai realm. Not to mention being just at the early stage. Even if he were at the peak late stage, it would still be absolutely impossible for him to face battle across the Tongshan realm boundary, let alone against 5 people. Clearly, the situation was extremely dire. Moreover, they had already sensed the activation of the surrounding teleportation array site, indicating that the other side intended to decisively crush them at this very moment. How utterly ruthless. Esteemed Dao friends truly have great enthusiasm, mobilizing so many Tongshan-level practitioners just for me. Song Yi also gave a faint, cold laugh at this moment. Those people humphed, saying, "You will see how things unfold next and whether it will be worth our effort to act. If you have any sense of your own standing, I believe you should now understand that you must stop immediately to avoid suffering later on." These people unleashed powerful pressure. Forget about these Jiling Yunmin disciples. Even Song Yi himself found his breathing becoming increasingly difficult at this moment. His entire body felt an overwhelming sense of oppression because their cultivation level surpassed his by a large margin. What should we do? Fear began mounting in the hearts of Gongsun Fu and the others. It now seemed that the opposing side had no intention of letting them live. After all, only with their deaths could they ensure that no heaven's punishment would trigger during what followed. They could then use this method to directly extract memories from them. Without a doubt, they were planning to employ soul-searching techniques next. Upon understanding the severity of the situation, they even considered resolving matters here and now, since doing so would spare them much more suffering. However, Song Yi calmly observed everything at this point and transmitted sound privately to Gongsun Fu and the others. "Try to get as close to me as possible. No matter what happens next, do not leave my vicinity." Gongsun Fu and the others didn't know exactly what Song Yi intended to do, but based on their trust in Song Yi, they hesitated not at all and moved closer to him. But then, at this exact moment, Song Yi looked at the people in front of him and said indifferently, "You're indeed very powerful. Even without all of you moving together, any one person among you is already far beyond my match. Clearly, such an ending has already been predetermined. We are bound to be captured. Since it's unavoidable, why not surrender sooner rather than later?" The opposing side also gazed at them with ill intent. Among these individuals, there was one Jiling Yunmin disciple at the Danhai realm who, in their eyes, might very well possess major secrets. As long as they managed to read this person's memory, they would naturally receive greater rewards in the future. They were internally elated by this thought. However, what they did not expect was Song Yi's direct response. Let's say if I were to bring out this thing, esteemed sir, what would you do?" Song Yi gave a faint smile, pulling out a yellow spiritual talisman from his storage ring at this moment. When they saw this talisman, First came a second of stunned silence, and immediately thereafter, their faces drastically changed color. Quickly stop him! They screamed frantically in this moment, making desperate efforts to prevent Song Yi from activating it, but it was already too late. Even though they were at the Tongshan realm level, Song Yi had already triggered the talisman in this fleeting moment. Earthquake Talisman. A formidable power was instantly unleashed, an almost unprecedented force that caused the earth to tremble violently. Immediately, a powerful current forced the ground into collapse. No, doing this will destroy that teleportation array. The other sects will never forgive you. For Jilin men, your path ahead will surely lead to death. Halt quickly. Song Yi took no heed of their pleas and acted immediately. The talisman was activated. The earth split open, the immense shaking akin to a world upside-down quake causing the entire area to tremble. The terrifying force obliterated everything around without mercy. Those on the scene didn't even have time to react before they were sucked into the earth's violent embrace. They never stood a chance to understand what exactly was happening as they perished under the overwhelming power of nature. The Tongshan-level experts tried their best to escape in this dire moment, attempting to take flight and rise above it all. However, just as they ascended, an incredibly powerful force dragged them back down to the ground. Even with the strength of their Tongshan realm, they could only barely counteract it. As the ground fractured apart and destruction spread around in all directions like space itself beginning to collapse, Song Yi couldn't help but change expression slightly at the sight. This item Wei Hong gave him was truly his greatest means for self-preservation. How could something possessing such destructive force end up in Song Yi's possession? At first, Song Yi speculated that perhaps Wei Hong feared being discovered by Tianxian sect under certain circumstances, so he left this behind as a tool for Song Yi to use in order to flee. Indeed, Song Yi initially believed this explanation, but upon further reflection, this must not have been the case. After all, while Song Yi may not be aware of Tianxian sect's overwhelming might, Wei Hong certainly wouldn't be ignorant of it. Therefore, resisting with this object would undoubtedly prove futile. Thus, this method simply wouldn't work. Wei Hong merely intended for Song Yi to have a lifeline in crucial moments, should things turn dire. Beyond this specific purpose, there wasn't much more thought put into it. After all, Wei Hong had left behind only so many possessions. She gave what she could when needed. Little did she anticipate that Song Yi would use these items at a time like this. This triggered a succession of calamities, resulting in the severe destruction of the entire land beneath their feet. The power unleashed was nothing short of that wielded by someone at the Huashan realm. Undoubtedly extraordinary and beyond measure. Song Yi observed the ravaged land, thankful that this talisman posed no danger to himself. With Song Yi as the center, the immediate vicinity around him remained largely unaffected, making it relatively safe. Chapter 114, giving you a shock to the ground. Immediately afterward, they saw a scene of ruins. Gongsun Fu and others walked out from behind Song Yi, looking at the sunken earth once again with amazement. These are truly powerful forces. Even those among them who have reached the divine connectivity realm were eventually subdued by this power, weren't they? In such circumstances, they could do nothing but stare wide-eyed at each other and suppress their inner fear. Song Yi hadn't expected that this ground-shaking talisman would be able to pull down even those of the divine connectivity realm who had flown into the air. Song Yi had originally thought it would just damage the earth, and he had planned to use other spirit talismans against those in the sky during this moment. But he didn't expect such an extent of destruction. It really shocked him. However, it's unfortunate that there is only one of these high-level spirit talismans, and the bodies of those people had already been almost crushed by the earth. Nothing remained. Song Yi then looked at the others and urgently said, "The time left for us now is limited. Don't hesitate anymore. Come with me." Gongsun Fu and the others naturally had no objections at this moment, and followed Song Yi toward the direction of the teleportation array. Just as they had expected, the teleportation array was also completely destroyed by the previous force under this situation. To say, in the following moments, they would have no way to use this teleportation array. What can we do now? A disciple of Jilin Yunmin looked worriedly at the current situation. Without the teleportation array, how could they return to Jilin Yunmin within a short period of time? As long as we repair the contents inside, isn't that fine? Song Yi said calmly at this point. Others upon hearing this couldn't help but pause momentarily. Could it be that Song Yi understands formations? Even if so, Song Yi might know about formations, but the core of the teleportation array's formation is actually that spatial stone. It is the final determinant of all this. Without that thing, they would have absolutely no chance of opening these exits. Moreover, these items are extremely precious and incredibly rare. Does Song Yi possess such a thing? While they harbored these doubts, Song Yi had already taken out an array plate from his body at this point, a thing that can engrave an array onto its surface. In specific situations, it could be directly released, allowing the formation to take shape immediately. Of course, such a thing is also extraordinarily expensive. In major factions, few people can produce or use such items. When Gongsun Fu and the others saw that Song Yi held such a thing in his hand, they were momentarily very surprised. But the next moment, when they learned that what Song Yi held was actually a teleportation array plate, they were even more shocked. Such ordinary ones are already exceedingly rare, and carving a teleportation array is even more difficult. It also requires more spatial stones. Even Jilin Yunmin doesn't have many. What kind of identity does Song Yi have? Clearly only at the Danhai realm, yet he casually takes these things out. Could it be given by Elder Wei Hong? At this moment, they all pondered over these questions, but none came up with answers. At this time, Song Yi directly began combining the teleportation array plate with the original transmission certificate here, connecting both. Song Yi continued to gather his own spiritual energy and divine awareness into it, altering the original teletransportation trajectory engraved on this array plate in his hand. This process was not entirely easy, though good fortune lay in the fact that although it was damaged, the teleportation array plate in Song Yi's hand was very advanced. In less than an hour, Song Yi had completely finished everything. Everyone follow me. This array plate is indeed very powerful, but its biggest defect is that it can only be used once. Be sure not to make any movements, as I've never done space teleportation before. In case the teleportation fails, we won't have a way to find the direction of the next teleport. They were reminded by Song Yi at this moment, and all nodded repeatedly. Then, as Song Yi just activated the teleportation, they suddenly heard a thunderous roar. The thief! Leave me your mark. This angry shout sounded, accompanied by a piercing sound breaking through the air at this moment. Song Yi also immediately saw the sudden approach of a magnificent sword energy, which was incredibly terrifying, almost cutting through the space itself. This is a master at the soul-refining realm. This place was very remote. Aside from teleportation, it would take other sects at least several days to get here under these circumstances. The reason they could arrive so quickly was because this person was truly a master of the soul-refining realm. Once reaching the soul-refining realm, one's spatial powers reach an extreme limit, much stronger than even the divine connectivity realm. They can directly open a spatial rift, and their power could even rival that of a teleportation array. Of course, none of this compares to the convenience and speed of a teleportation formation. Still, Gongsun Fu recognized that this person belonged to a sect called Wu Yun Min, a sect extremely far away. Yet they were able to teleport instantly, proving the strength of this soul-refining master. Faced with the incoming sword Qi, Song Yi didn't dare to underestimate it for a second. He again used another spirit talisman gifted by Wei Hong, forming a spatial defense in midair, shielding their teleportation array. With a deafening roar, the opponent's sword Qi completely dissipated upon hitting the shield. In that same instant, Song Yi hurriedly initiated the teleportation. Don't think you can escape. The other's speed was evidently no slouch. To prevent their escape, he had preemptively unleashed a swift blade Qi, but it hadn't anticipated that this attack would be blocked. However, before he could react further, the master stepped forward with great strides, carrying the force of space towards Song Yi with one hand, intending to enter the teleportation circle mid-teleport to capture Song Yi. But Song Yi's spatial defensive talisman still held its ground. Quickly, a protective barrier formed in the area. The giant hand didn't even reach Song Yi before the spatial shield stopped it. Back off! The man roared in anger. Even though the talisman was powerful, against a soul-refining master, it had no hope of resisting and shattered almost instantly. Nevertheless, Song Yi and the others successfully teleported away. Chapter 115, What if you can't catch up? Damn it, he roared in this situation, and you wanted to take advantage of this moment to teleport directly over there and capture Song Yi. But the speed of teleportation turned out to be much faster than they had imagined. By the time he wanted to chase after Song Yi again, Song Yi and his companions had already teleported away. It wasn't because he was too slow, but when these teleportation arrays were created, several sects had focused on instant teleportation as their motto. So even for distant places like this one, although true instantaneous teleportation might not have been possible, the delay would still be quite short. At this speed, even he, a master of the spirit transformation realm, couldn't possibly keep up. All he could do was watch helplessly as Song Yi quickly disappeared from his sight, leaving him seething with anger. Jilingyan sect, we will never let you go. At this point, he took out a jade token. It was their specialized communication device, and he swiftly sent the message to the other side, ensuring that they make all necessary preparations, absolutely not allowing any member of the Jilingyan sect to escape. However, shortly afterward, Song Yi and his group appeared in a relatively spacious plain. Gongsun Fu and others were also startled at what they saw. Because teleportations are usually bidirectional correspondences, if they use the array in one place, they should surely end up at another designated teleportation site. Yet they didn't find themselves in such a site now. Instead, they were standing in an open grassland. After close observation, this area indeed belonged to the Northern Sea. Song Yi looked at their shocked faces and calmly said, "There's simply too much happening involving our Jilingyan sect right now. If we had teleported so rashly over, considering how we just utterly destroyed that place and killed so many spirit masters, they definitely wouldn't let us go. Instead of sending ourselves straight into the enemy's den, we'd rather teleport somewhere far away. This time is enough for us to return. Do you recognize this place?" Gongsun Fu nodded, indicating that he knew the area very well. He added that their journey going forward wouldn't be too long. However, they still needed to conceal their movements before proceeding. After all, in the remaining route, many people were watching the actions of the Jilingyan sect closely. Even though they had disguised themselves and no longer appeared outwardly as part of Jilingyan, due to the size of their group, issues may arise nonetheless. Meanwhile, at the teleportation site in North Sea City, many people waited anxiously. Among them were figures of the Divine Passage realm and Spirit Transformation realm. As soon as they received the transmission, they focused fully on waiting for those who would come next. Regardless of personal grievances, it wasn't only about the large number of their members Song Yi had killed earlier. They absolutely could not let Song Yi slip away. With many people present there with fierce intent awaiting Song Yi, they took extra precautions to avoid incidents similar to the ground-shattering talismans from the last event. Even among spirit transformation experts, they remained vigilant, ready to act at a moment's notice. None could have predicted that the highest-level individual among the opposing party was merely in the Dantian Sea realm, yet caused so much attention. Such news released would likely invite ridicule. Despite the potential embarrassment, for the sake of safety and avoiding future mishaps, they decided to proceed cautiously. Still, after waiting anxiously left and right for an hour, not a single message came through. Wasn't this supposed to take no more than the time to finish a cup of tea? If something went wrong during the transit, it shouldn't have taken more than half an hour. Why then was there still no word? A spirit transformation expert from Xuanhuan sect instantly pulled out a communication jade disc, attempting to communicate with the spirit transformation master on the other end. Fuming, he demanded, did they really teleport here? The array itself is directly linked to the North Sea. Given their current condition, where else would they go besides the North Sea? Upon hearing this, the voice from the other side responded immediately. Unfortunately, our teleportation array here has been damaged. I don't know what method they used upon departure, but right now I cannot reconstruct the teleportation array. I expended too much spatial force earlier and need some time to recover before returning. We aren't asking when you'll be back. We're asking why there's still no sign of their arrival on our end. The spirit transformation expert of the Xuanhuan sect was already growing extremely agitated. Originally, their time was extremely precious. They had only encountered individuals of the spirit energy realm, at most one in the Dantian Sea realm, yet they had mobilized so many spirit transformation experts and divine passage masters. This itself was an incredibly disgraceful matter. And yet, after waiting for such a long period here, they hadn't even detected the other party's arrival. How could they not be furious under such circumstances? How is this possible? One of the stronger figures from Xuanhuan sect also said in disbelief, I personally witnessed their teleportation and I intended to stop them. But that young man had too many items at his disposal, and I was blocked. There can be no mistake about this. Hearing the elder of the Xuanhuan sect's words, these spirit transformation experts and divine passage masters exchanged glances. They did not doubt the elder's ability. If a spirit transformation realm expert couldn't even judge such matters, how genuine were their cultivation levels? But with all this time passing, why haven't they arrived yet? Fine, let me check where exactly they are through space. Suddenly, one of the spirit transformation experts stood up. Originally, they didn't intend to directly examine spatial teleports, as doing so could very likely disturb spatial fluctuations. It would have been highly disadvantageous. But at this point, they'd already wasted far too much time. Naturally, no one else could raise any objections in this situation. They silently agreed. Everyone watched as he began to wield his abilities, channeling his formidable cultivation into the void and examining every spatial channel within. Not long after, the expert frowned tightly, letting out a cold snort before angrily saying, there's clearly no sign of them in this area of space. What? All present were greatly shocked by this statement, quickly shifting their gazes toward the elder of the Xuanhuan sect. In response, the side of the jade disc held by the elder from Xuanhuan sect urgently said, this is impossible. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? As others prepared to voice their doubts, suddenly, the master who examined the space continued coolly, though they aren't there, I definitely sense their power within this space. Chapter 116. This person didn't come. I have already checked this space. Although they are not in it, I did indeed feel their power within this space, which proves that they have indeed been in this space. Suddenly, the strong man withdrew his hand and said indifferently. At this moment, everyone looked at him in disbelief and couldn't help but ask, there are traces of their existence in this space, but there is no sign of them. Could it be that some accident happened in this space? Were they consumed by spatial forces? Others also exchanged glances, thinking that this was not an impossible scenario. Spatial energy itself is a very mysterious and powerful existence. Although one can touch the force of space at the divine pass realm and create a small world on their own. However, that's just the beginning. Opening it is only a bit of understanding. Even at the spirit transformation realm, when more spatial power can be controlled, there still isn't much knowledge about it. So relatively speaking, whether or not the space is stable, even they cannot fully guarantee it. So throughout history, even with a space transformation realm powerhouse overseeing, a space transmission tunnel could collapse, resulting in spatial turbulence or other accidents. Faced with the current situation, even the strong man who had just investigated these matters fell silent. Looking down, he said faintly, these things are not impossible. I am no longer able to detect any information about them. The opponent is merely at the Dancy realm. If our judgment about this behavior is correct, then there is no way they could change course midway. Even if they possess spatial spirit talismans as treasures, it's impossible for them to do these things without leaving a trace. It seems that the attack they used previously must have disrupted the array, resulting in their death from unnatural causes. After making this final judgment, the strong man couldn't help but express regret. The spirit transforming realm powers were also very angry at this point. They themselves cherished time, yet spent it on these matters, and ended up gaining nothing. It made them extremely upset. They originally intended to vent this anger on Song Yi and his group, but surprisingly, Song Yi and his group had directly perished in the space. This made them even angrier, with nowhere to direct their fury. Jilling Yunmin, even if you escape the heavenly tribulations later, I will personally come to seek revenge. Humph. A bunch of little bastards dare to casually use spatial teleportation with such low cultivation. It serves you right to have died like this. If they don't die, if they dare to come here, we must dismember them. Humph. I will torture their souls. Alas, it's really a pity. One after another, They complained here continuously, full of anger. In the end, they could find no place to vent their anger and could only direct it toward xuanhuan. It's understandable why they thought this way, since only those at the divine pass realm and the spirit transforming realm can actually possess spatial abilities to transmit over such long distances. Only someone at the spirit transforming realm could arbitrarily alter the space. Even if Song Yi had such artifacts in his possession, it would still be very difficult to achieve this, let alone leave no traces behind. So they assumed that Song Yi and his group must have been swallowed by spatial forces in this space. But how could they possibly know that the spatial force in Song Yi's hands was far from ordinary? Song Yi spent a large number of credit points in the system space to purchase a transmission array disk that could directly change its trajectory direction mid-course. Indeed, it was quite impressive, and its price was equally impressive. Facing the present situation where there is no compensation available, instead accumulating more credit debt, Song Yi couldn't help but feel a headache. If this continues, when exactly will Song Yi be able to pay off all these debts? Alas, Song Yi couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong, Ancestor Song Yi? Are you injured from before? The disciples of xuanhuan also quickly asked at this moment. After all, Song Yi faced a spirit transforming level expert. Although it seemed that there were no mishaps, given such powerful attacks, what if there were things they hadn't noticed? Therefore, they were very concerned about Song Yi's well-being at this moment. Song Yi smiled faintly and replied, I'm fine, the situation is still manageable for now. Upon hearing this, they all felt reassured. Song Yi and them adjusted their states nearby, and while free, Song Yi would always convert his spiritual power into thunder elemental energy, injecting it into the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. In this way, the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl could be continuously refined to enhance its power. Although the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl could indeed extract the forces of refinement, allowing Song Yi himself to also improve his cultivation under such conditions. Song Yi understood that he would soon face an extremely intense situation. He thus couldn't afford any negligence, and the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl must quickly enhance its quality. In such a situation, Song Yi could manage to do more things. Of course, if the enhancement process was really fast, Song Yi wouldn't have any headaches. The improvement process of the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl was extraordinarily slow. Song Yi wasn't specifically practicing thunder elemental techniques. If it were life elemental, that would have been better. After all, Song Yi possessed the existence of strange fire, which could significantly enhance the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. But currently, relying solely on his own strength made things exceedingly difficult for him. The progress remained excruciatingly slow. Does the host need a thunder talisman? It contains boundless thunder forces that even a divine passage realm powerhouse cannot withstand. As long as you possess this, the host doesn't need to fear any divine passage realm experts. It's now on discount. No need for 998 points, just 888, and the host can immediately take one home. While Song Yi was worrying about these issues, the system's cold voice suddenly echoed in his mind. What left Song Yi speechless was that all the advertisements from Blue Star were repeated by this system. Moreover, the system spoke with a frigid tone very different from those TV commercials he'd seen before. Facing this system that continued to deceive him, Song Yi wished he could smash it right away. A single talisman was so expensive. Why didn't they just go rob someone? And now they were mimicking Blue Star advertisements. Those commercials had such noble tones, while this broken system's tone was outright repelling. Song Yi angrily dismissed the system, and then continued slowly enhancing the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, although the process was indeed very slow. Chapter 117. Even pills must go through a tribulation. Although this process is indeed very slow, at least there haven't been too many problems yet. And it certainly wouldn't disadvantage Song Yi. Moreover, Song Yi doesn't need to rush right now. He plans to go to the xuanhuan Gate and use its resources to help the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl improve further. After all, no matter what, that will assist their xuanhuan Gate. If Song Yi himself were to invest so much in upgrading the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, wouldn't that be too wasteful of Song Yi's resources and somewhat unreasonable? Thus, Song Yi sees no reason to act overly polite with them. However, just at this moment, the sky rumbled with an immense thunderclap as a sudden dull thunder echoed. Is someone making an oath? Song Yi looked at the dull thunder in the sky, his heart filled with joy. Is it the heavenly tribulation? No, our heavenly tribulation is more powerful than this, and definitely not this simple. So, is it just ordinary thunder? The disciples of the xuanhuan Gate were like startled birds, fearing if this was their heavenly tribulation coming, they would have no way out. But fortunately, this wasn't their related heavenly thunder, so at this point, they couldn't help but take a sigh of relief. However, an issue arose when Song Yi noticed that the lightning in the sky wasn't just common rain or thunder, but contained a trace of the way of heaven. What was this? It's a heavenly tribulation, but not ours. Song Yi carefully observed the direction. It seemed to be ahead. Under these circumstances, he wondered who had attracted such a tribulation. Song Yi thought of the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl and how it could naturally benefit from absorbing some of this heavenly lightning in the sky. But there was one problem. Those who dare to undergo a heavenly tribulation are no ordinary people. If they were to offend some terrifying existence, what would happen? Just as Song Yi wanted to leave, behind them suddenly appeared a man dressed in a green long robe. After glancing at Song Yi and his group, he said disdainfully, "So many small fry actually daring to covet pills? That's just courting death." Pills. While Song Yi was still trying to understand the details, the other party had already headed directly toward that direction. Song Yi watched as dark clouds covered the sky, but the flashing lightning was not particularly strong. Although it carried the aura of the way of heaven, it was not the incredibly fierce lightning of those records of crossing the boundary into the celestial tribulation phase. Cultivators only experience the heavenly tribulation when they cross over from the spirit transformation realm to the celestial tribulation realm, undergoing it periodically. Only when the aura of the way of heaven becomes perfect does one truly achieve immortality. And although Song Yi hadn't personally witnessed those dreadful thunders before, he understood that what they were seeing here certainly wasn't on that level. Then, what exactly were these manifestations? Could it be a pill undergoing its own tribulation? Gongsun Fu, upon hearing the words, also made a certain judgment based on that idea. Not only cultivators go through different levels of cultivation and trials, pills and magical artifacts alike, once reaching certain realms, may experience the heavenly tribulation upon their creation. Clearly, the current scene in front of them could potentially fit into this category. Song Yi carefully considered, the tribulations due for the Jilingyun Gate were still some time away, even though, right now, it isn't advisable to do anything else. However, the grade of the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl isn't very high either. In this situation, Song Yi wants to secretly go forward. If there's an opportunity, he might absorb a bit of this tribulation thunder and let the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl change accordingly. Taking into account his own safety, Song Yi decided to provide Gongsun Fu and the others with some life-saving talismans. They would stay here during this period, using this time to recuperate. With the talismans given by him, generally speaking, even if they encounter a Danhai realm expert, they should have enough ability to protect themselves. If something happens, he will return as quickly as possible. And they should also avoid any conflict with others, which would keep things under control. Although they didn't know what Song Yi planned to do, they agreed without hesitation. Afterwards, Song Yi set off toward that direction immediately after finishing everything. Currently, the area was densely packed with heavenly thunders. The entire sky exuded a kind of overwhelming pressure, bringing with it a most uncomfortable feeling. When Song Yi arrived at this seemingly ordinary village, he could already see that there were many people outside the village waiting respectfully. Some of them had cultivation levels lower than Song Yi, some were in the Danhai realm, and others were even stronger than him. But with few exceptions, most present here were at the initial phase of the Tongshan realm. As for any stronger ones, they hadn't appeared yet. Song Yi indifferently observed all this before him. He stared quietly at the sky where the thunder kept flashing incessantly. But right now, not just inside the village, but even outside, a medicinal aroma was spreading through the air. Sure enough, someone was refining pills here. Moreover, the level of this pill refiner wasn't low. They had been able to invoke heavenly thunder, so they must be at least of the 7th rank. That was also the reason why so many people gathered here. They awaited the scene after the heavens thunder struck. Rumble, rumble. Immediately after, one bolt of thunder followed another descending from the heavens. It seemed as if the entire world had entered into a state of thunderstorm. And Song Yi could clearly sense an extremely hot flame existing within this village, though it certainly couldn't compare with his 7-colored heteroclite fire. It was no doubt something extraordinary beyond normal standards. In the face of this fiery situation, Song Yi could feel a pill refiner fully immersed in their task, not allowing a single error throughout the whole process, meticulously preparing each step and precisely controlling every part of the flames. Just as those pills were about to take shape, the oppressive might of heaven began to descend. Humph, how dare that old bastard refine pills here, truly looking for his own doom. No wonder he'd act like this. After all, it wouldn't be long before his lifespan ends completely. This is probably his last chance. His last chance? Does he really think he has the ability to deal with this heavenly thunder? That's laughable. Extreme Spirit Cloud Gate hasn't dealt with him yet, and he goes ahead stirring up trouble himself. Why bother saying so much? Isn't he bound to meet his end soon anyway? We should wait for the moment when his pills are formed, then rush in. At that time, we can seize both the pills and his life. That will surely be a fine outcome. Let's properly divide everything afterward. Chapter 118. This day the lightning strikes you, old fool. Uft. Who's going to allocate things nicely with you? In the end, everyone will still scramble together. How utterly embarrassing. This is indeed the truth. Anyway, I won't bother arguing with you people then. My purpose is only one. I want that pill. Who wouldn't want an elixir that prolongs life? But unfortunately, will you be able to grab it when the time comes? Can you even seize it? And can that old man even refine it? Rather than all this talk, it would be better to wait here attentively. Song Yi listened as those ahead constantly argued, and couldn't help but frown momentarily. Clearly, there were personal interests involved here, and the alchemist among them seemed familiar with them. But what exactly was their relationship? Song Yi couldn't figure out the connection at that moment, but he also didn't feel like wasting time thinking about it. Though Song Yi did indeed have some spirit talismans on him, under such circumstances, he didn't intend to risk using these talismans to vie for the pills. Instead, Song Yi just wanted to watch the spectacle, seeing if there was an opportunity to release his 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, which might allow him to absorb celestial lightning from the sky. In reality, he had already planned in his heart. The power of the heavens must be absorbed by the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. Song Yi himself was not very familiar with Jilingyun Men, Extreme Spirit Cloud Sect, even though he had already asked Gongsun Fu beforehand. And Gongsun Fu had indeed told Song Yi that there were indeed a few practitioners who cultivated thunder-based techniques within the sect. However, they were not numerous. Moreover, most importantly, could the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl grow enough over just a few days to absorb all the celestial thunder of Jilingyun Men? The 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, while formidable and capable of absorbing the power of heaven's thunder, had a specific grade when purchased by Song Yi, and the grade of the one currently in his possession required constant evolution through absorbing thunder. If too much thunder energy was absorbed, it was highly possible that the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl would collapse. To avoid such occurrences, Song Yi intended to utilize this celestial thunder first, enhancing the quality of his Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. If these people didn't let up on him later, Song Yi wouldn't mind the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl absorbing the thunder and then releasing the unrefined power towards them. Let them experience what it's like to undergo a heavenly tribulation. Song Yi quietly hid to the side, and sure enough, amid such circumstances, lightning kept flashing across the sky. Finally, with a deafening boom, the clouds released their thunderbolts. Streaks of purple lightning began descending from the heavens, each seemingly no different from ordinary lightning strikes. However, in reality, their power far exceeded normal lightning. Moreover, they carried the aura of the Tao itself, making it an immense challenge. To emerge victorious against such celestial thunder was exceptionally difficult. Song Yi and the others observed a protective barrier forming at this moment. Once the barrier appeared, it quickly deflected the oncoming bolt of lightning. Boom. Yet, with just this single bolt of thunder, its explosive force caused countless fissures to form on the surface of the protective barrier. This thunder force is truly terrifying. Even if it were me, I would find it hard to block it without giving it my all. This is merely the first strike alone. There are many more behind, and they will become stronger with each subsequent wave. This is why higher-level alchemists are so rare and fewer in number. Sometimes, it's not a matter of their cultivation realms, as their advancement isn't particularly challenging. But in confronting dangers like this great thunderbolt, their own strength may not necessarily see them through safely. TSK, such nonsense. If their talent for cultivation is sound, they can always cultivate other forces during the celestial thunder to strengthen their foundations. Even if they can't emerge completely unscathed, they wouldn't meet a violent end. You idiot, who would willingly refrain from progressing step by step, delaying breakthroughs just to focus on the most basic levels? Would you? Tisk. After hearing this, the person who had been debating made no rebuttal since clearly, he wouldn't do such a thing either. In reality, this was indeed true. Many people, when faced with an opportunity to break through, would choose to do so immediately. Few would suppress their cultivation level to solidify their foundation before continuing the breakthrough. Although celestial thunder is indeed dangerous, if one's foundation is sufficiently strong, it's still possible to endure. Moreover, if they practiced alternative methods, it wouldn't be impossible either. However, many become impatient, leading to unstable foundations. By the time they achieve higher cultivation levels and further delay, it often proves insufficient. In such situations, celestial thunder grows stronger over time, naturally increasing the risk of calamity as well. This stands in stark contrast to them. Even some practitioners who follow difficult cultivation methods or body refinement techniques use celestial thunder to temper their bodies. Song Yi might not be of that kind, but he too preferred a slower progression for a firmer foundation. Despite his rapid growth, before meeting Wei Hong, Song Yi had maintained a very stable base. However, after a night with Wei Hong, Song Yi's foundation became somewhat unstable. Thus, during this time, Song Yi didn't plan on cultivating further, but focused solely on stabilizing his base. As another bolt of celestial thunder struck from the sky, it shattered the protective barrier completely before finally disappearing. But almost immediately, other artifacts appeared at the spot where the thunder struck. With each consecutive strike of thunder, the barrage continued unceasingly. Yet ultimately, after just 3 strikes, a cry of agony could be heard. It was clear that the original owner could no longer endure the pain. That old man is finally about to give up. He deserves it. Back in the day, if only his temper hadn't been so eccentric, if only he'd listened and followed others' arrangements, he wouldn't have ended up like this. If he'd listened to those people, we wouldn't be reaping these benefits today. That stubborn fool. No matter whether the pill is refined successfully or not, we need to act directly and leave him stranded here. No, look. What is that? Chapter 119. Is this a 7-quality celestial thunder? As those people were discussing at this moment, Song Yi also stood quietly aside and secretly acted. He had no intention of concerning himself with the grievances among these individuals. He simply wanted to use the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl to absorb the thunder from the heavens. As for their mutual grievances, they would not be affected one way or another. Neither would they know whether the alchemical pill being refined would succeed. Standing unnoticed by the side, Song Yi had already followed the guidance of his spirit awareness, and the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl had slowly risen into the air. Someone noticed the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl at this time and did not know what it was. However, just as another celestial thunder fell, suddenly, cloud after cloud appeared in the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, quickly spreading all around. Before others could react, those clouds rapidly ascended into the sky to meet the celestial thunder. No one had ever seen such a magical tool. For a moment, they could not discern its exact quality level. In this situation, they even didn't know who was controlling this magical tool. It just inexplicably appeared. In their eyes, the clouds released by the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl should merely dissipate once struck by the thunder. But at this moment, that previously powerful thunder began to weaken as it passed through these clouds, and bits of lightning started to be absorbed by these clouds. Then the clouds contained strands of thunder light. Finally, the thunder descended onto the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, which only hummed slightly at that moment, absorbing all the thunder from the sky. Everyone found this incredibly astonishing, gazing at the rather unremarkable 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl in the sky. They thought they might have mistaken something. but then another celestial thunder descended. This thunder was just like before, completely absorbed by the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl. The 9 heavens thundercloud pearl hummed again, now containing more lightning within it. At this point, they lost their composure under these circumstances. What on earth was this thing that could absorb all of this immensely powerful celestial thunder? Was this true? How had they never heard of it before? Under these conditions, they were exceptionally astonished, but everything indeed truly happened right before their very eyes. The 9 heavens thundercloud pearl could keep absorbing celestial thunder, which filled it with excitement. Hiding aside, Song-Yi was very pleased internally. Clearly, the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl could fully absorb these celestial thunders, and was not at all afraid because of the power of these celestial thunders. Instead, it felt extraordinarily excited. Song-Yi could also notice that when the third celestial thunder merged into the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl, it was already more than half full. However, during this process, the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl began refining itself, in order to prepare for the next step to continue accepting what would enhance it further. But the fourth celestial thunder arrived before the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl could completely refine itself successfully. The fourth celestial thunder, though still being absorbed completely as before, was different this time. The 9 heavens thundercloud pearl was already fully loaded, and even the clouds began to dissipate. Inside a dilapidated yard in this village, an old man with a dusty appearance looked up at the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl in the sky. Initially, he believed it was his hope. Although he didn't know exactly how, it could help him withstand four celestial thunders, regaining some vitality. Thinking he would finally be saved, he didn't expect that there would be more after the fourth thunder. With the addition of the previous 4 he endured, 8 celestial thunders had now come. Also, the mysterious pearl in the sky began showing signs of overflow after receiving 4 celestial thunders, indicating that it was almost unable to handle any more. The elder looked at his alchemical furnace and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, shouting loudly, "I don't know which Taoist friend is willing to help me through this calamity. Unfortunately, it seems this heavenly thunder I face will destroy me. Unfortunately, I fear I may not be able to leave you anything afterward. If there's fate, I will certainly try to leave you something. Thank you for your righteous assistance." Though this voice was emitted by the aged elder, it was unusually loud and could be clearly heard throughout the entire village. Song-Yi's original intention wasn't to help the other party, but merely to borrow the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl to absorb the power of the celestial thunder. He didn't expect the other person to mistakenly think he was helping him. Moreover, he even wanted to give away his own things. Song-Yi was also very pleased internally. If he could obtain good things, why wouldn't he take them? Unfortunately, there were so many people around here eyeing the situation greedily. And according to what that person said, if he truly died, then possibly nothing would be left behind. Even if something did remain, with so many people here, they would likely divide it all directly. What could Song-Yi, a mere person at the Danhai level, gain in the end? Meanwhile, others were equally shocked beside him. They could hear the words from within the village. Each of them looked toward the village and then raised their heads to look at the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl in the sky, momentarily unable to suppress their astonishment. "Did you just hear clearly? He said the pearl in the celestial palace wasn't his." "Yeah, I thought that thing was his, which is why it could withstand so many heavenly tribulations. It turns out that it wasn't actually his." After these few people finished speaking, they glanced around but didn't spot any unusual individuals, only noticing those who were as unremarkable as Song-Yi in their eyes. Could there be some hidden master around here? I haven't detected where this person exists, but why would he help that old man? Damn, what are we going to do then? Should we give up on this unknown presence? To hell with it, we've prepared for so long. How can we let someone else snatch it from us? Are you all misdirected? Suddenly, one of the more rational among them stepped forward, looking surprised and said, "No matter who that hidden master really is, regardless of whether that old man will survive later on, you must not forget, the celestial thunder associated with the 7th grade alchemical pill should theoretically be 3 to 9 strokes only. Although the number is small, its power is extremely formidable and similar to this one. But until now, 8 strokes of celestial thunder have already appeared, and the 9th has emerged, yet the divine wrath in the heavens hasn't dissipated. The dark clouds still remain. Could it be that this isn't limited to 9 strokes?" Chapter 120, 12 Heavens. Upon hearing such words, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. If the other party was refining a 7th rank pill, then the celestial tribulation they should withstand would range from 3 to 9 layers of heaven. This number is correct. But the situation right now is that there have already been 8 layers of heavens in the sky, and the 9th layer has also fully formed, yet the divine wrath has not yet dissipated. What on earth is going on? Each of them was very confused. Could it be that the old man isn't refining a 7th rank pill? Given his abilities, could he possibly be able to refine an 8th rank pill? Everyone was astonished in their hearts at this thought. In the midst of all this, Song-Yi was also worried about the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl in the sky. After withstanding 4 layers of heavenly thunder, the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl had reached its limit. If it continued, it might cause some harm to the pearl itself. To prevent this from happening, Song-Yi decided under these circumstances to retrieve the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl directly. He planned to wait for the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl to slowly absorb and refine those thunders before enhancing its rank. But what he didn't expect was that under such conditions, the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl had developed a certain will of its own, which was directly transmitted to Song-Yi. Under the current situation, it's actually a great opportunity for the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl to break through its limitations. If it were retrieved rashly, the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl would remain trapped at the 7th rank level for a long time. Then, it would be hard to face other heavenly thunders. Moreover, when the time comes, it will face thunders of immortal rank, leaping across so many levels. The Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl wouldn't even be able to rescue the xuanhuan sect. Even one of these thunders might prove too much for it. And now, this is the best opportunity. Absorbing and refining all these celestial thunders could effectively enhance the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. After understanding all this, Song Yi chose not to intervene, as the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl was needed to save the xuanhuan sect. He allowed the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl to stay in the sky and welcome the final celestial thunder. Taoist friend, quickly retrieve your magical treasure. It can no longer bear the strain. For me, this old man who's dying, it's not worth it. After the ninth celestial thunder, there will likely be 9 more. I specially refined a forbidden pill, so the celestial tribulation caused by this pill will be far more terrible than regular celestial thunders. The amount could possibly double. I've accepted your kindness. You must stop now. When these words were spoken, Song Yi was amazed at the other person. The other party had actually chosen to refine such a forbidden pill, which was usually something extremely malevolent and evil. In theory, only malevolent practitioners would refine it since it involved violating moral principles. Therefore, the celestial calamity that would follow would be much more terrifying, with more occurrences. Such acts are generally done only by malevolent cultivators and greatly wicked individuals. But from the tone of the other party, it didn't seem like they were such a person. At this moment, he was still advising Song Yi not to let his magic artifact suffer damage because of him. Could such a person truly be evil? Many questions arose in Song Yi's mind, and those around them changed expression drastically upon hearing this. They finally realized why the old man had said that he might leave nothing behind. Up until now, it might only be half of the celestial calamity, and with just half of it reaching this degree, wouldn't the rest directly destroy his body completely? For a moment, they cursed internally at the old man for doing such a thing. Actually, they weren't filled with righteous hatred. It was merely that given this old man might leave nothing behind after facing so much tribulation, they hated him. However, what nobody expected was that despite reaching such a state, the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl remained without being retracted, continuing to float in the air. No one knew why the mysterious person acting behind the scenes chose to do this. They were very confused. Was it really intended to completely destroy the magic artifact? They had noticed that the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl was clearly in an overflow state. Hadn't the owner of the magical artifact noticed it? Moreover, during this process, the old man had already reminded him. Yet why hadn't he retrieved it yet? Originally, they were puzzled by these questions, but the next moment, seeing the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl in the sky, they swiftly understood. This item is extraordinary. At this moment, they noticed that the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl had already directly intercepted the descending celestial thunder without any clouds. However, just as everyone thought it would be completely destroyed by this thunder, an unexpected event occurred. The Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl actually managed to fully digest all the celestial thunders it had swallowed moments ago. Instantly, the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl emitted a brilliant glow around its body, causing more clouds to form in the surroundings. And the force of the celestial thunder had completely dissipated. It was unimaginable that within such a short period of time, the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl could absorb and digest all the celestial thunders. Then it returned to its previous state and prepared for the 10th celestial thunder. Everyone was stunned. It seemed they truly underestimated that person's power, underestimating the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. As the situation continued, the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl kept absorbing the magnetic heavenly thunder. The 11th celestial thunder descended shortly after, and the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl once again released even more clouds, showing no fear at all towards these celestial thunders. In the blink of an eye, one thunder followed another, continuously striking down. The newly formed clouds surrounding the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl absorbed more and more energy, and Song Yi could feel that after the recent breakthrough, the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl now needed to absorb much more energy. But this level was still not enough to reach the point where it could aid the xuanhuan sect. It appeared that they would need to return to the xuanhuan sect for further help personally. Under the shocked gaze of everyone present, the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl received the 17th celestial thunder. As the final celestial thunder struck, the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl perfectly absorbed all of it. Even at this stage, the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl hadn't yet reached half of its full capacity. It was clear that it had grown stronger than before, but correspondingly, injecting more lightning attributes into it had become even harder. Nonetheless, at this moment, Song Yi also received a wave of awareness. The reason it broke through so smoothly before was because reaching the 7th rank is inherently easier to break through. Additionally, the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl had long been accumulating power, but moving from 8th rank to 9th rank would prove far more difficult. Song Yi understood that subsequent actions needed careful planning. Rash decisions should be avoided. Chapter 121. Who wouldn't want a treasure like this? Song Yi was rather open-minded about the current situation. The future enhancement of the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl wasn't much of an issue, but at the moment, he had more pressing concerns regarding these few individuals in front of him. After witnessing the wondrous power of the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl just now, greed had already filled their faces. Clearly, they all desired the miraculous strength that the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl possessed. Who wouldn't be tempted by a treasure like this? Song Yi looked at these people and understood a bit. He also made some plans. Instead of directly confronting them or intimidating them, he calmly absorbed the last remnants of celestial lightning and prepared for the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl to leave. When the final celestial lightning ended, those people, seeing the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl preparing to leave, could no longer contain themselves. Just as Song-Yi was about to make his move, unexpectedly, a figure suddenly shot out from the spring and appeared before the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl. Initially, Song-Yi assumed that the person who had recently passed the tribulation in the village must have also seen the effects of the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl's power on the body and therefore developed some greed at this moment, wanting to claim the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl for themselves. But what Song-Yi didn't expect was that the other party instead coolly glanced at those few individuals and coldly said, "You guys are really being too greedy, wanting to obtain treasures like these. Have you ever considered what kind of existence someone is who can absorb such celestial lightning? Regardless of what kind of existence, we naturally have our own methods to obtain it. Old man, since you've finished refining your pills, hand them over obediently and save yourself the pain." These people showed utter disdain for the old man's words. In this situation, they instead took a step forward, their faces filled with greed. This old man, upon seeing them, let out a huff. He had no courtesy for these individuals in front of him and simply took out a cane that he always carried. It was indeed a very fine magical treasure, shimmering with silver light. "If you want this thing, first get past me." The old man blocked their path, leaving Song-Yi uncertain whether it was because there might be a very powerful existence behind the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl that prompted him to act this way, or if it was out of gratitude for having been saved earlier. Or maybe it was both. Song-Yi didn't bother with these matters and immediately let the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl fly away. When these people saw that the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl had flown away at this moment, they were extremely anxious and all wanted to rush over and intercept it. At this point, the old man did not retreat appropriately but blocked their way. His silver cane emitted a bright light, forming a barrier that quickly repelled everyone present. Unexpectedly, the old man had already made his move, angering them all at this moment. Among them, the leader angrily shouted, "I'll deal with them. You go after that treasure." In the blink of an eye, roles were assigned clearly, and a few people intended to chase after the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl here. But how would the old man give them the opportunity? He decisively made a seal at this moment, and at once, spiritual runes appeared on his body. Simultaneously, he released powerful chi centered on his body, connecting to the spiritual forces from all directions. In an instant, the array runes rapidly combined together. They formed a great formation in this instant and expanded rapidly, trapping all of them inside. Damn, those people originally wanting to leave were stopped at the edge by this force. Attempting to escape proved futile. "You old fool, they never helped you. They let their treasure leave. And you are still willing to face us here on their behalf? Are you seeking death?" Seeing his companions held back, the leading figure felt exceptionally enraged. In response to his words, the old man only calmly stated at this time, "That fellow Taoist helped me pass my tribulation. That was enough. I naturally won't expect anything else. They helped me. How could I possibly allow their things to be obtained by the likes of you?" At this moment, the old man spoke with perfect righteousness. Facing these people in front of him, he had no hesitation and directly waved his cane, causing the spiritual array that used his body as the central eye to immediately shine with a brilliant light. Using his own body as the center of the array, he inscribed the formations onto himself, combining them with his body's powerful spiritual energy to form a mighty array. Song-Yi was genuinely seeing this for the first time. Although such an array wasn't particularly powerful, it still compared favorably against protective sect arrays, and it was certainly far from ordinary when contrasted with others. In the middle of the array, the old man stopped those people and then directly began his assault, pitting his formidable spiritual power against theirs in fierce collision. The array's power transformed endlessly, creating countless seals and attacks that allowed him to face off against other cultivators of the same level. It truly revealed just how extraordinary and strong the old man was, especially considering that earlier, he had been grievously injured. Although he had recently taken some pills to recover, how much could he have restored within such a short period? Meanwhile, while the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl was flying away, not everyone had given up chasing it. The old man merely trapped the strongest few individuals, but those on the side who hadn't made a move before were simply waiting for an opportunity. The more powerful ones harbored greed, but so did these weaker ones. The only difference was that they dared not make a direct move, but instead waited silently for a chance. Should an opportunity arise where they could snatch it under cover of confusion, they would strike without hesitation. Seeing the stronger group restrained by the array, they wasted no time hesitating. Each one chased after the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl. Song-Yi, observing their actions, also joined them. He waited until the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl flew to a certain distance before suddenly stopping. At that point, those people all paused momentarily, puzzled. However, they didn't dwell too long pondering why the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl stopped. Filled with greed, each person wanted to seize it. Having shared aims, they began contending with each other fiercely. Chapter 122. Using himself as the array. All of these things happened almost instantaneously. In fact, they had already been wary of each other in various ways, all vying to obtain the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl. But they forgot one thing. The 9 heavens thundercloud pearl already had a master. Before this master had appeared, they mistakenly thought that when the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl hovered before them, it was already within their control. Thus, under such circumstances, they started attacking each other, all wanting to seize the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl at this moment. As they watched person after person engage in combat, some even charged towards Song-Yi. Song-Yi showed no courtesy towards them. Most of these people were on his level, being in the Bonsi realm. After driving them back, Song Yi wasted no time and moved directly towards the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. As he approached the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, others halted their battles and began to focus their gazes upon him. For under such conditions, no one was allowed to touch the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. So they all decided at the same time to join forces to kill Song Yi first, then decide the victor who could claim the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. However, what they did not expect was that when Song Yi stopped, the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl suddenly flew into his hand. In that moment, everyone couldn't help but be stunned by the scene before them. What is going on? How did the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl suddenly fly into his hands? Incredulous, they all looked at Song Yi. Just then, someone shouted in shock. Could it be that he is actually the owner of this treasure? Upon hearing those words, everyone couldn't help but look at Song Yi again, thinking that indeed it seemed likely. The Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl originally belonged to someone, so under normal circumstances, if anyone tried to touch it, they would surely face resistance and attacks from the Pearl's master. Claiming it as one's own spiritual tool wasn't an easy feat either. However, now Song Yi possessed the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl so naturally, and the relationship between the two seemed quite intimate. There could only be one possible explanation. Song Yi must be its master. It turned out that the master of the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl had been hiding among them all along, and surprisingly, he was such an ordinary-looking youth. Everyone felt incredibly astonished at this realization. Those who regained their senses lost no time and attacked Song Yi immediately. After all, regardless of how one looked at it, Song Yi was just an average cultivator in the early Danxi realm. Someone in the early Danxi realm was hardly special compared to the many advanced or even peak Danxi realm cultivators present. They had originally worried that the real master might possess some terrifying capabilities, which might make them consider whether or not to collaborate and take down the owner before trying to claim the treasure. However, judging from the current situation, there was no need for such trouble. They could simply attack him directly, kill him, and then fight among themselves to claim the treasure. With such thoughts, they attacked Song Yi directly. Facing these greedy people, Song Yi let out a cold snort and raised the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl in his hand. Immediately, with a thunderous roar, a burst of lightning emerged from the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. In that instant, the person rushing towards Song Yi hadn't expected the speed of the lightning. Without any reaction time, they were met with the full brunt of the attack despite unleashing powerful spiritual energy for protection. This protective energy dissolved instantly before the overwhelming power of the lightning. The lightning struck his body, causing him to scream in agony. His body was torn apart, and he had no chance to escape. In the blink of an eye, he was turned into ashes by the lightning. Witnessing this grim scene, everyone involuntarily sucked in a sharp breath. Was the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl truly this formidable? No one had foreseen this kind of outcome, although perhaps they overestimated it slightly beforehand. At this very moment, they had to reassess its capabilities. Despite seeing such fearsome power, they did not retreat. On the contrary, their greed for the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl only grew fiercer. If originally they just considered the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl as a magic treasure to help them get through the tribulation, although they indeed thought it would have some miraculous effects, they didn't expect that such an effect could directly trigger the thunder attack just now. The power was so great. Then, wouldn't that mean for them? If they could get this Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, they would no longer need to worry about celestial thunder or anyone more powerful than themselves. In this situation, everyone's greed grew even stronger. They all looked at each other in unison without prior agreement. One of them said, "Friends on the path, that guy's thing is no ordinary treasure. Even with our combined strength, perhaps even someone in the later Danxi realm may not be able to seize that treasure from him. Rather than fighting alone, allowing him to defeat us one by one, it's better if we join forces now and take that treasure from his hands. Then we can divide it among ourselves. This is a good idea. We can sort out the division afterward. This guy has to die first. I don't want that thing. I just want something else he carries. I'm not going to compete with you all. Are you fine with this? Regardless of what, we will decide on the distribution later. There's no need to covet anything right now." Humph, a group of insatiable people trying to swallow an elephant like a snake. At this moment, each of them had enough greed for Song Yi. It's easy to imagine that even if Song Yi threw the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl here right now, they would still chase and kill him without hesitation. It wasn't just because Song Yi was the master of the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl now. More importantly, Song Yi was already at the early stage of the Danxi realm despite being so young, and he possessed treasures like the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. So speaking of which, there must be other treasures hidden within him. Given such circumstances, how could they let go of such a big treasure trove easily? As for the things on Song Yi's body, these people were even more eager to get their hands on, thus starting to strike directly. Chapter 123. Do you still want to capture me? Song Yi did not hesitate when faced with the people in front of him and did not choose to use the power of the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl at this moment. Although the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl had been refined upon absorbing the celestial thunder, the stored celestial thunder within it could continuously refine it further, continuing to enhance its original quality, even though it was impossible for it to be instantly upgraded to a higher level. Still, even such a slow enhancement was better than nothing, as one could wait for it to gradually improve. The contents here were irreplaceable. Who knew when the next celestial thunder would appear? Therefore, Song Yi directly took out those talismans from his body while facing these people rushing towards him. Immediately, Song Yi made several seals with his fingers, activating the talismans. The rolling spiritual energy within them was released all at once. Ripples of fire surged forward quickly, Those people rushing towards him also used their powerful spiritual energy under this situation to resist. However, they underestimated the power of the ripples of fire. These ripples of fire directly consumed all their spiritual energy defenses, and even the treasure protections they deployed were burned away. Some people at the front line were unable to withstand the force of the ripples of fire, especially those weaker ones, who were directly burned up by the ripples and fell down. But then, the people behind rushed forward without any hesitation or fear. Although this wave of fire was strong, they kept using their treasures and spiritual strength to defend against it. After all the waves of fire had been resisted, ferocious beasts made of spiritual energy immediately emerged from those talismans. Their appearance was terrifying and menacing. They directly pounced on the surrounding people with claws and fangs bared. Although each of these beasts was formed from only some fragmentary souls, every single one of them possessed formidable power. Despite their continued efforts to attack these beasts with their treasures, their attacks merely managed to stop the beasts from attacking them. Some of the weaker people were directly taken down by the beasts. Subsequently, under such circumstances, those people screamed in agony, being torn apart by the beasts. Without any hesitation, these people attacked the beasts simultaneously. After an exchange of spiritual energy, the beasts let out unwilling screams before disappearing into thin air. Let's see what else you have that can withstand us. At this point, a few leaders could no longer stay back and had to charge forward. They were the last remaining ones, reaching the peak of the late Danhai realm. Most of those whose cultivation was slightly weaker had already been defeated by the previous talisman attacks. In light of the technique Song Yi had used, despite them not being overwhelmingly powerful, just the talismans alone were enough to intimidate many people. They realized that if this continued, they wouldn't know what else Song Yi might pull out. So in this situation, it was crucial to completely subdue Song Yi first. Otherwise, they would find themselves in a very dangerous position. Song Yi used another talisman, instantly forming layers of barriers around him. These barriers rapidly expanded outward, stopping everyone and forcing them back. Even though the beings at the late Danhai realm let out roars, attacking the barriers with their treasures, the barriers seemed to shatter instantly, but in reality, this had drained a significant amount of their spiritual energy. Nevertheless, this was insignificant. Finally, at this moment, they arrived near Song Yi. Just as they were about to approach Song Yi, suddenly another talisman unleashed countless streams of sword chi. With Song Yi's body as the center, strands of sword chi shot skyward, cutting through everything before them. This is the sword chi of the spirit communication realm. No. Who exactly is this kid? Why does he have so much stuff? I admit my mistake, please let me go. At this moment, one by one began wailing. They wanted to escape under these circumstances, but it was too late. Song Yi used one last powerful talisman, and the sword chi it released was invincible. These people simply had no way to block it. This was essentially equivalent to the sword chi of the divine communication realm. Moreover, the attack came far too suddenly, only unleashing its force as they were closing in on him. Just when they thought they were about to overpower Song Yi, they found themselves completely unprepared for this lethal move. In an instant, their bodies were cleaved into two by the overwhelming force. The remaining ones tried to escape, but the sword chi would not let them go so easily. A streak of ethereal sword chi chased after those who fled, piercing straight through their bodies. In merely the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, most of these people had already been slaughtered by the sword chi. A few stronger individuals managed to shatter the sword chi with every ounce of strength they possessed. Indeed, the sword chi of the divine communication realm was terrifying enough. Though they narrowly escaped the sword chi's wrath at this moment, everything was far from over. Because there was still one final fatal threat left, and that was Song Yi himself. At this moment, Song Yi slowly approached the survivors, looking at them with a faint smile, and said coldly, I wonder if you can withstand my next attack. Please spare us. We are willing to become your servants. We will forever obey your orders. We are willing to hand over all our treasures to you. Please have mercy on us. These people had now lost all the dignity they once had. All that remained was fear in their hearts and the desire to survive. In this moment, they no longer cared about anything else, only about staying alive. But Song Yi only gave them a dismissive shake of his head, saying coldly, If I had been captured by you, do you think you would have spared me even if I begged? The few survivors glanced at each other nervously, attempting to argue something back. But Song Yi cut them off icily. Clearly, you wouldn't. And even if you became my servants, you'd remain unstable factors. What if something unforeseen happens? Chapter 124, Submit to me. As they listened to the words spoken by Song Yi at this moment, each of them trembled with fear in this situation. They hastily said at this time, We are willing to offer our essence and blood, willing to become your servants for this. Whenever you need us, we will brave swords and fires for you. This is an unbreakable bond that cannot be betrayed. Looking at their appearances one by one, Song Yi paused silently after some contemplation. He had originally intended to utterly exterminate these people, to bury them all here completely, because these individuals were unstable elements. Even if they became his servants later on, and even if their essence and blood were controlled by Song Yi, they would still remain highly unstable factors. So regarding such things, Song Yi still did not desire to simply control them directly. Instead, he wanted to completely resolve these troubles. But then a thought struck him. Though he had come here to search for Jiling Yunmin, the current situation in the Northern Sea was already turbulent and uncertain. Jiling Yunmin was indeed in a very perilous state and might possibly be thoroughly destroyed in the coming events. In light of these various factors, Song Yi knew he needed to act accordingly, so he required manpower. Ji Ling Yunmin could have been an excellent choice as reinforcements, but some among them were unsuitable. Upon seeing these individuals before him, Song Yi decided directly and coldly stated, "If you want to live, hand over your essence and blood, and from now on follow my orders." After hearing these words, they were filled with overwhelming joy, because this also signified that from this day forward, they would be able to survive, considered survivors from calamity. Facing this opportunity to continue living, they did not hesitate in the least, quickly offering their essence and blood, along with part of their souls. Although this process was undoubtedly excruciating, unbearable for them, compared to survival, it was something they did not care about at all. Song Yi held these controls in his hand, connecting them to their actual beings. Such methods could instantly annihilate their souls should they betray him. Afterward, these people all knelt before him, submitting entirely as subjects. Song Yi looked coldly at those before him and faintly remarked, "From now on, you do not need to stay by my side, but I will immediately notify you if there is any news. These are the elixirs for you. Recover first. If there's a chance, I'll let you know what to do." Song Yi also directly took out some elixirs from himself and threw them to them. Though they were originally extremely grateful just to be alive, upon seeing these elixirs at this moment, every single one of them was deeply astonished. They never expected that Song Yi would willingly produce precious 7th grade elixirs under such circumstances. This was a 7th grade medicine. What did this mean? It meant these were exclusive items, precisely the ones they had fervently desired to fight over before. The thing they longed to contend over so desperately was effortlessly taken out by someone else. For a moment, their hearts were filled with complex feelings. What kind of existence was Song Yi exactly? Faced with such a question, they couldn't obtain an immediate answer at this moment. But they all resolved that since things had come to this point, they needed to earnestly follow Song Yi. After all, Song Yi could produce so many powerful talismans at once, could bring forth items capable of resisting heavenly tribulations, and possessed such potent medicines on his person. All of this clearly indicated that Song Yi's identity itself was anything but ordinary. If they continued to follow Song Yi in the future, they might likely gain even more useful things. Faced with such a situation, none of them hesitated. All of them pledged allegiance to Song Yi at this moment, gaining great respect within their hearts. Song Yi also did not consider their thoughts at this time, merely calmly collecting the storage bags of those he had slain, regardless of the state of their bodies. Regardless of what function these items had inside, at the very least, these things could serve Song Yi in certain ways. After resolving these matters, Song Yi did not intend to further concern himself with those who had submitted and were recovering here. Instead, he returned to that village. As he returned, his heart was continuously musing over everything. Should he consider taking those few individuals into his own ranks? He had just used quite a number of spiritual talismans to deal with these people. Those were indeed given by Wei Hong, and she had provided quite a lot of them. But even so, they couldn't withstand such continuous use over such a short period of time. How long had it been? Song Yi calculated the spiritual talismans left on him. He guessed that they would barely be enough for the upcoming battles. Faced with such an outcome, Song Yi hesitated at this point. However, upon further thought, he decided that he might as well rescue that old man later. After all, though the old man had been making some forbidden concoctions, leading to his heavenly thunder doubling in strength, Song Yi wasn't someone who adhered rigidly to righteousness and could tolerate no imperfection. Moreover, the old man didn't seem like a great villain either. He might as well let him rest after saving him and continue refining some elixirs for him. Of course, Song Yi didn't need those elixirs per se. He required the heavenly thunder from those 7th grade elixirs, because he needed those thunders to enhance the original quality of his 9 heavens thundercloud pearl. This was clearly a very ideal result. How could Song Yi let it go easily? Therefore, after resolving this matter in his heart, he directly returned to rescue the old man. He hadn't traveled far before he returned to the village from earlier. Upon returning, Song Yi was somewhat taken aback. The village had already become a complete wasteland, and all the people who had fought here had completely vanished. Could it be that the battle had already ended, and the old man had been defeated and captured by those people? Not possible, right? In such a short time? The old man had looked strong earlier. Well, this was only his judgment after all. The old man had originally been elderly, with many injuries, and there were several others whose cultivation levels were close, or even higher than his, attacking together. How long could one endure under such circumstances? Alas, Song Yi also couldn't help but sigh, although there was nothing more he could do about it. Chapter 125, Living Dead Person. Even though, upon reflection of his original idea, it was indeed something that he could no longer achieve. Still, he was very at peace with this. After all, the original plan had been more of a pleasant surprise to him. Thus, regarding the matters within this situation, he didn't overreach or demand anything beyond reason at this point. Instead, he lightly let these things be forgotten. This village had always been sparsely populated, so there weren't many injured here. Just as he was about to leave this place, he noticed something unusual. Song Yi then walked towards the ruins, channeling his spiritual energy, clearing away the debris covering whatever lay beneath. Before long, under a collapsed house, hidden within a protective aura, he found a little girl of just a few years old. She looked emaciated, entirely devoid of any color in her face, her pallor frighteningly ghostly. Most importantly, Song Yi noticed that there wasn't an ounce of life in the little girl. Instead, she was filled with deathly vibes. This little girl isn't alive. Song Yi couldn't help but feel deeply shocked by what he discovered. It was obvious the girl wasn't alive. She had evidently been dead for quite some time. But strangely enough, she was whimpering softly, something not possible for a dead being to do. And yet Song Yi could perceive she still retained a physical body. She was no ghost. Thus, this could only mean one thing. She was what's known as a living dead person. Song Yi was aware of such occurrences. A living dead individual is someone who, even though deceased, has their soul trapped inside their body, existing somewhere between life and death, appearing as if they were normal people. But in truth, they are not similar to living beings. They neither feel pain nor eat like normal individuals. Moreover, they fear sunlight and places full of positive energy, yang energy. Essentially, there's no distinction left between them and demons. Such a form of existence is mostly not permitted in the world. Grandpa, where did my grandpa go? Big brother, do you know? The little girl saw Song Yi and began crying loudly again. Without saying a word, Song Yi opened a nearby array formation and carefully took the girl out. At this moment, he noticed a letter lying beside them. Clearly, it was left by the elder man from earlier. The contents of the note were brief. That elder was indeed the little girl's grandfather. The little girl had met an unfortunate end due to certain extraordinary circumstances before, but the elder couldn't bear the thought of his granddaughter dying like this. So, using a secret technique, he managed to keep her suspended between life and death, turning her into this living dead person. However, even at this stage, the elder remained dissatisfied with the condition of his granddaughter becoming a living dead monstrosity. Thus, he decided to defy the heavens themselves. He sought answers in numerous places and tried countless medicines, including those potent 8th-grade pills which usually have the power to bring someone back from death. Unfortunately, because the little girl had been dead for a long period and already existed between life and death, the protective effects of the previous secret techniques ended up hindering her revival efforts. Even the powerful 8th-grade pill proved ineffective. The old man was extremely reluctant inside. He was incredibly upset with the result, so finally, he resorted to another forbidden secret technique he'd learned in his younger years. This taboo ritual required siphoning away much life force. Thus, the elder went to many places and took a small portion of life force from various children, without causing their deaths directly. Moreover, he treated those children afterward. Although they might not return to their full health, he left them enough vigor to ensure their basic well-being, securing a modest life for them through their remaining days. Despite having made many reparations for his actions, regardless, he carried them out. Naturally, heaven would punish him for breaking the rules. Therefore, the old man used this forbidden technique. As a consequence, he faced 18 celestial lightning strikes while refining his pills. Although he had prepared a lot beforehand, facing the terrifying thunderbolts truly opened his eyes. It was nothing like the regular refining process of a 7th-grade pill. By then, he realized he had no way back. Regardless of how things turned out in the end, even if it meant his own death, he resolved to die alongside his granddaughter. However, what he didn't expect was that during that perilous moment, Song Yi actually used the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl to help him get through this calamity. With this, he naturally managed to survive. But he also clearly understood that with the sudden appearance of these people around him, in such a situation, he couldn't let the person who had just helped him fall into such danger. So, at the very last moment, he made a decision to risk everything and fight. At the same time, he had already arranged his granddaughter's affairs. The pills were already refined, but they wouldn't provide much assistance to others. Hence, moving forward, anyone who came here and found his granddaughter could help her achieve complete revival. And this certainly wasn't without gratitude. He had placed a storage bag within all of this. Though it was merely a storage bag, it contained numerous precious herbs, some highly valuable talismans, and quite a lot of spirit stones. All of these could be considered a substantial wealth. He hoped by leaving these behind, when someone took them, they might also be able to cure his granddaughter. Song Yi sighed. He wasn't sure whether to call this old man naive or stubborn. In most cases, even disregarding other aspects, those people lurking outside for opportunities, if they truly found their way here, they would surely take the storage bag. After all, given how many precious items were inside, they wouldn't let them slip away easily. But then, would they heal this little girl? Certainly not at first. Considering the circumstances, this little girl was in existence caught between life and death. Even after all that had been done so far, helping her would still inevitably taint them with misfortune. Thus, the likely outcome was one that was obviously very disadvantageous to themselves. Based on those individuals' characters, they would probably take the treasures from the storage bag, while leaving the little girl either completely ignored or outright killed. Naturally, there wouldn't be much else beyond that, and as for what happened afterward, they would care little about it. Chapter 126. Wanting to be the hidden one. Anyway, in this situation, that old man was already dead. How could the old man suddenly resurrect to take revenge on them? It definitely wouldn't happen. So, they wouldn't have to be restrained in such a circumstance. Song Yi observed all of these and was able to understand the helplessness of that old man. The old man must have also known all of this. But what else could he do? There was nothing left. Because even if he didn't help Song Yi, from the beginning, he had already been targeted by these people. They probably would surely surround him from all sides. Basically, it could be said that he had no way out and was bound to confront those people. The outcome was almost the same either way. So under these circumstances, there was nothing else he could do. Song Yi sighed. As a father with children, he naturally felt deeply moved by everything. Without hesitation, he brought the child out. Song Yi asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Yaya." "Brother, where's my grandfather now?" The innocent and carefree appearance of the little girl made it hard for Song Yi to tell her the truth at this moment. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching at this moment. Let them fight however they want. I don't care about them. What treasures did that old man hide here? Let me check first, and when they both lose their strength after fighting each other, I'll reap the benefits from their exhaustion. A man strutted in, looking proud and confident. At this moment, he didn't sense Song Yi's presence because he was covered in injuries all over his body. Apparently, he had sustained quite a few wounds in the recent battle. However, as he just arrived, Song Yi suddenly appeared behind him. Although this guy was indeed in existence at the Divine Realm stage, he had clearly suffered severe injuries in the previous battle, making him unable to sense the surroundings properly. Suddenly, Song Yi appeared behind him, and a powerful seven-colored odd flame descended upon him. This person hadn't expected someone to attack him suddenly, so he let out a painful scream. Who dared to ambush me? What kind of fire is this? It's so hot. You kid. Sir, please let me go. I won't dare anymore. I haven't done anything outrageous. I'm just trying to fish in troubled waters. I was only dragged into fishing in troubled waters. Please let me go. Song Yi saw the pitifully pleading face of this person and immediately turned little Yaya away, not letting her witness this cruel scene. Song Yi approached the man and coldly said, "It's very simple to save your life. Hand over your essence blood. Recognize me as your master from now on. Otherwise, I will make you die right here." Early Dan Sea Realm. When the man saw Song Yi at this moment, he was very surprised, because such scorching flames meant that even in their prime, they might not be able to withstand a direct confrontation. Such a temperature would require someone of the Divine Realm. But the individual before him was evidently not of the Divine Realm stage, but merely at the early Dan Sea Realm. Faced with this reality, he felt utterly unbelievable. However, what could he say under these circumstances? If he did not plead for mercy, he would be completely incinerated by these flames. He quickly pleaded desperately, nodding and saying, "I recognize you as my master. I recognize you as my master. Please let me go." After uttering these words, without any hesitation, he handed over his essence blood. After receiving that drop of essence blood, Song Yi established a certain connection with him. From then on, he became the master of the man before him. Even though this man was of the Divine Realm, he still couldn't resist Song Yi. As long as the opponent's cultivation level wasn't too far off, Song Yi would control the man's life henceforth and could terminate him instantly. After making the man recognize him as the master, Song Yi wasted no time and canceled the flames on his body. After the flames stopped burning him, he instantly exhaled and collapsed onto the ground. Yet, seeing Song Yi, who was merely at the early Dan Sea Realm becoming his new master, filled his heart with unbearable agony. Agonizingly, he muttered, "What kind of situation is this? I finally reached the Divine Realm, only to be captured and have to obey his commands, doing all sorts of things for that guy against my conscience. Never did I think today someone at the early Dan Sea Realm would become my master. What kind of situation is this?" In this situation, he was almost close to tears. Song Yi observed him calmly at this moment and said coldly, "It seems you're still unwilling. If so, then don't recognize me as your master. Let's just settle this right now." A stream of odd flame appeared in Song Yi's hand immediately. The man was terrified by the sight of the odd flame in Song Yi's hand and hurriedly knelt down begging for mercy. "Master, I was just talking nonsense. I truly want to recognize you as my master. Please take these flames away. I won't talk nonsense anymore. Do you think it was possible for you to be forced into what you've been doing with such ease?" Song Yi questioned again. The man quickly responded, "It's not like that, but because of, being around black turns white and being around vermilion turns red, I became like this after staying too long with that person. If my lord doesn't want me to be this way, I will change." Song Yi didn't say anything about this topic and instead asked indifferently, "Where are the others? Has the old man perished?" "Not yet, none of them did." After hearing Song Yi's question, he answered without any hesitation. Earlier, the spirit array on the old man indeed delayed them for some time. But the old man was injured, and with many people attacking him, naturally, the array could not hold out for long. Even so, during this battle, the old man dealt a severe blow to the man before him, directly knocking him off the sky onto the ground. In that case, when they saw the disappearance of the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, they were naturally infuriated, and the old man immediately fled at that moment. He knew these people would surely target him next, so leaving was the best choice for him. Chapter 127, Burning Life. At this point, those people could no longer keep up with the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. Naturally, they couldn't afford to lose it in such a situation and had to gain something from this old man. Therefore, under these circumstances, they hurriedly pursued the old man. As for the guy right in front of them who was already grievously wounded, chasing after him would only be a burden, so naturally, they did not bother with him. "Where are they now?" Song Yi asked calmly. The person answered urgently, "They should be not far from here, battling fiercely. Haven't you noticed, master?" Song Yi paused, and if he carefully probed with his divine sense, he indeed could detect a slight spiritual energy fluctuation around him, but it was very small, almost imperceptible. It was understandable, as Song Yi himself was still at the early Danhai realm. Even though his divine sense was stronger than that of ordinary people, it was merely at the later Danhai stage, and wouldn't be overly powerful. In contrast, the individual in front of him was genuinely a Tongshan realm existence. Even though he was somewhat injured now, he had undergone little change, and was naturally able to sense the situation over there. It seemed that things were still far from being over. "You ensure that Yaya is taken care of, otherwise, I won't let you off easily." Song Yi stated this indifferently at this moment. Facing this threat from Song Yi, who was only at the Danhai realm, He dared not have any defiance. After all, Song Yi in front of him was now the master of Kaide, and wiping him out would be effortless. Thus, he naturally didn't dare to go against these orders, nodding directly and quickly staying by old Yaya's side. He also promised at this time, "Master, rest assured. Even if I die, I will make sure she is unharmed." Clearly, Song Yi didn't believe much in what he said. After all, this guy surrendered due to cowardice. How could he possibly give his life to protect a strange girl? Obviously, this was impossible, though he could show his determination to protect Yaya at this moment. Given the current situation, there obviously wouldn't be too much trouble here. In this way, Song Yi could leave with peace of mind at this moment. The reason Song Yi chose to leave at this moment was entirely because he wanted to find that old man. After all, in his opinion, that old man was quite good. It would be a pity if he just died like this. Moreover, he had some matters to entrust to the other party. Thus, the other party must live under these circumstances. Song Yi set off immediately. Sure enough, he noticed after traveling for a while that an intense battle had erupted ahead. It seemed that he had underestimated the other side. Even facing so many enemies whose cultivation levels were similar to his own, he hadn't been completely defeated. However, when Song Yi arrived, he realized that the old man already bore many wounds, and one of his hands was dangling, soaked in blood. Evidently, even though he fought with those people for a long time without defeat, he was at a disadvantage and seriously wounded. On the other hand, apart from the one injured at the start, the others weren't harmed much. Under these circumstances, many people remained uninjured. Likely, because of this old man preventing them from seizing the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, they resented him deeply, although he carried items they wanted to obtain. So, under these circumstances, they hadn't chosen to subdue the old man immediately. Instead, they continuously humiliated him. Despite having numerous opportunities to capture him, they repeatedly inflicted pain on him instead, making him endure such torment. They were reveling in their game, but ensuring that in this situation, the old man wasn't killed outright. Even so, it was evident that this was cruel behavior. The old man was already riddled with countless injuries under these conditions. Faced with these people before him, he sighed deeply. It seemed it could only end here, though he still had much left undone. There was no way to witness his granddaughter's growth, and even worse, he could not guarantee her survival in the future. Whether he could encounter another kind-hearted person to take care of his granddaughter. Although these were all issues, at this moment he couldn't think about them too much. He could only silently hope and anticipate. Hopefully, he would be able to survive. At this point, there was little he could do. He could only harbor a certain expectation in his heart. He had already prepared himself at this moment to die alongside these people. Song Yi watched the old man in front of him and was surprised to see an intense surge of spiritual energy within his body at this time. This was unexpected. Song Yi could already see that under these circumstances, the other party was essentially at the end of his rope. All the strength inside his body was almost at its limit. If his life didn't receive any salvation, death would soon arrive. Under such conditions, it was impossible for his strength to suddenly increase. The only remaining possibility for such a sudden surge of power was one. The old man was about to burn his essence blood, releasing all the potential within him. In this situation, he would recover some strength. But without a doubt, even if he won the final victory, his path would still lead to death. At this point, not just Song Yi, but clearly those people had also noticed this condition. What is that old thing doing? Does he want to die? Isn't that obvious? In this situation, anyone could see that his end is near. Don't waste your breath talking. The priority right now is definitely to deal with this guy, otherwise none of us will make it out alive. After being reminded by their leader beside them, they all perked up in this situation. They focused their gazes on the old man as they unleashed powerful spiritual forces in an attempt to suppress him. Suddenly, a voice came from beside the old man. "You don't need to go so far. I'll help you resolve this." The old man couldn't help but pause in confusion. Whose voice was this? Chapter 128, A Hidden Master. Others also heard these sounds at this time, but what they cared more about was that the old man seemed to be considering whether or not to end his current state after hearing these sounds. Even though it could indeed be cancelled, he would still endure a great backlash from the sudden surge of power within his body. "Who are you?" At this moment, he did not know who had arrived, so the elder did not directly cancel his state. However, just then, Song Yi suddenly threw out the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. The Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl flew directly into the air under such circumstances. Isn't this the treasure from before? Hadn't it already left here? Why has it suddenly flown back here? Regardless of why it has returned, since it has now appeared before us, it indicates we have a bond with this object. This is no ordinary treasure. Indeed, one may search far and wide without success, only to find it unexpectedly without effort. These people were now consumed by greed at this moment. They didn't take the present situation into account, focusing all their attention on the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. Simultaneously, the old man couldn't help but furrow his brows. He still didn't understand what had just happened. The Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl should have left already, so why did it come back? And who made the sound earlier? But while they were confused, those people had already rushed towards the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. They hadn't forgotten about the old man, but in the midst of the chaos, the old man had unleashed a powerful force inside him, making him an extremely dangerous presence. As long as he didn't end his state, it would take considerable effort for them to deal with the old man. However, the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl was different. It was right there in front of them, and no one else was around. What they thought was, in this situation, seize the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl first, then deal with the old man afterward. Yet, at the very instant they touched the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, it let out a series of crackling sounds followed by thunder flashing upon its surface. Oh no! It was at this moment that they realized that the Nine Heavens thundercloud pearl intended to attack them. In haste, they tried to defend themselves with the spiritual power within them. However, this overwhelmingly powerful lightning directly erupted at that moment, covering the entire area with terrifying thunderbolts. Their hastily formed protective aura shattered instantly. A mighty thunder struck them down immediately. Forces akin to celestial thunder instantly hurled everyone away. With cries of agony, almost every single person suffered severe injuries due to that thunderstorm. The old man too was greatly astonished in such circumstances. He hadn't anticipated this turn of events, but he didn't hesitate for long. This was a good opportunity, and naturally, he took advantage of it quickly. Despite the old man being heavily injured himself, he could still unleash the remaining spiritual energy inside him for one last attack. The mystical seals began to coalesce at this point. His cane, which had been reduced to half its length, held those symbols at the top. In an instant, he aimed and released them straight at them. Damn! Although his attack was sudden, those individuals reacted in time, turning around to release a potent mystical seal that completely crushed the elder's assault. This caused immense vibrations, rippling through the air with bursts of ethereal energy. Simultaneously, a streak of dark clouds emanated from the Nine Heavens thundercloud pearl. These dark clouds swiftly enveloped above them, accompanied by flashes of lightning that continuously shot out. Who is it lurking in the shadows plotting against us? Among them, the one who appeared younger shouted angrily, directly pulling out a shield. He held it high to form a barrier, blocking all the lightning falling from the sky. The dreadful lightning discharged by the Nine Heavens thundercloud pearl struck repeatedly against the shield, causing it to tremble violently, but unable to break its defense immediately. Clearly, under these circumstances, the enemy was utterly enraged and no longer held back. All of them acted simultaneously. The leader alone stepped forward to face the elder. The others all moved in unison, attempting to fully seize the Nine Heavens thundercloud pearl. The old man faced the leader of their group directly. Despite having unleashed his full potential, he was merely on equal footing with the opponent in terms of spiritual energy. However, the speed and reflexes of that person clearly surpassed those of the elder. Thus, the opponent was able to accurately pinpoint every opportunity to sneak attacks on the elder. Although the elder managed to evade each one, he could not avoid sustaining minor injuries. It was evident that he had begun to lose the advantage. Meanwhile, the group also unleashed their formidable powers against the Nine Heavens thundercloud pearl. The shield alone was insufficient to counter the thunder, but at the same time, they pulled their spiritual forces towards its surroundings, intending to subdue it. Just as their combined spiritual power enveloped the Nine Heavens thundercloud pearl, suddenly, a massive hand descended from the heavens. The force of this palm pressurized the air so heavily that it seemed space itself was about to crack open. They were all startled and hastily retreated. However, as they dodged this immense hand, the Nine Heavens thundercloud pearl discharged its thunder in that exact moment. Moreover, the thunder tracked them relentlessly, weaving like silver snakes chasing after those who fled. In that moment, the thunder surrounded them, and they attempted to destroy it with their powerful spiritual energy. Yet, as soon as their energy made contact with the thunder, there was an explosive clash. With a loud bang, this impact instantly sent several of them reeling back several steps. Among them, the rather corpulent man was struck by the massive descending palm just then. No, he immediately summoned his full spiritual power, trying to repel the palm. There was another deafening bang as he successfully countered the great hand's descent. Just when it seemed that he had neutralized the threat, unexpectedly, streaks of lightning suddenly appeared around his feet on the ground. Chapter 129. Is his cultivation so low? No. It had been hidden on the ground from the very beginning, controlled by Song-Yi, who secretly placed the Nine Heavens thundercloud pearl on the ground to transmit the electricity. They were all too panicked just now, and indeed it was unexpected. The moment the current appeared beneath his feet, he immediately realized the gravity of the problem and tried to resist the current. However, the massive palm above his head was already beyond his ability to counteract. For a moment, he couldn't break free and could only shout loudly to those around him, "Save me." When others saw him in this situation, they hesitated. It wasn't that they couldn't rescue him at this moment, but how would Song-Yi possibly give them such an opportunity? In order to deal with them, Song-Yi had almost used up all the remaining spiritual talismans. As they started to act for the rescue, several chains formed by spiritual energy suddenly appeared on the ground. They didn't have enough time to react as the chains quickly entwined their bodies, making it hard for them to escape. Despite their strong use of spiritual force to counteract, it was difficult to completely break free under such circumstances. At the same time, the large palm had already rendered the person unable to escape, and the thunder from the ground was directly transmitted to his feet. The current made his body twitch uncontrollably, even making it impossible for him to run his spiritual force at that moment. No matter how he tried to use his abilities to counter the current, it was all in vain. The current directly destroyed his abilities, burning his body black, with his hair standing up. And under such circumstances, these currents also prevented him from resisting the large palm. The large palm came down directly, forcefully pressing him down. Just as he let out a cry of pain, the large palm had already crushed him into mush, and the currents gathered together to form a powerful thunderstorm. Boom. In an instant, his body exploded entirely, and his soul was shattered. The air still smelled of burnt flesh, and each of them looked at each other, astonished. That fat man's cultivation was certainly not weaker than any of them. Yet the outcome was still that death was inevitable. They quickly unleashed more spiritual forces to break free, while looking at where the fat man had died, exchanging glances. Who could this be? Being able to play them like puppets at the same time, being proficient in multiple attacks, something none of them could do so easily. This person had managed to do so. Moreover, the person who they had focused on, the fat man at the divine realm level, ended up dying under this power. There was no hatred within their hearts for what had happened, but instead fear had grown in their hearts. Damn, the leader was still fighting with the elder when he saw this scene, and became incredibly angry. He suddenly gathered a powerful spiritual force, forming a finger sword, unleashing a surge of sword chi towards the elder. The elder had no choice but to hastily retreat, and at this moment, the leader broke free. He released a powerful divine sense, scanning his surroundings, and suddenly directed his gaze toward the direction where Song Yi was located. Turns out it's you playing tricks. Come out. He directly gathered a powerful spiritual force into a strand of sword chi, releasing it towards Song Yi's direction. Song Yi hadn't expected the other party to discover his presence, so he instantly flickered through the air and successfully dodged that strand of sword chi. However, this movement drew the attention of the other party. All of their divine senses concentrated on Song Yi. Everyone felt incredibly astonished at this moment. Song Yi's surrounding aura was still just that of an ordinary early Danhai realm cultivator, and upon closer inspection, it was the same person seen among the crowd earlier. Could it really be him? Why could someone with merely a small Danhai realm cultivation accomplish so much? Each of them was filled with incredulity. Suddenly, the woman in the middle let out a scream at this moment. They hadn't noticed in the midst of their distraction that the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl had quietly approached her side, cloaked in mist, preventing them from discovering its existence. At this very moment, a powerful thunder was unleashed, even more formidable than before. Like a sharp sword, it directly pierced through the opponent's body, with those electric currents continuing to wreak havoc within. One could say that at this instant, the opponent was as dead as could be. Damn it, they no longer cared about their astonishment in this moment, completely enraged by the situation. What the elder hadn't managed to accomplish, Song Yi had just done in an instant by killing two of them. This was especially humiliating when they found out Song Yi was only in the early Danhai realm. Enraged, he rushed forward, forming a very powerful sword chi around him, intending to take Song Yi's life in one strike. However, as he flew over, a broken cane suddenly emitted a brilliant light and appeared in front of him. That spiritual energy forcefully intercepted and pulled him down. The elder returned with terrifying spiritual power at this moment and continued to battle with their leader. The person leading them was extremely furious, as this old man had repeatedly hindered him. No longer holding back, he decided to completely subdue this elder and then deal with Song Yi. Although he had been stopped, the other few weren't thinking about the death of their companion or the fact that Song Yi was only in the Danhai realm. They charged furiously towards Song Yi, disregarding the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. But just as they were rushing over, within less than 100 meters from Song Yi, two beams of light suddenly rose from the ground. For a moment, none of them expected that there would already be two talisman prohibitions set up here. As they tried to struggle, Song Yi made a gesture, and the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl roared. In that very moment, as if during the heavenly thunder, tens of thousands of thunderbolts were released, covering every corner and descending upon them. They could only hurriedly use all their spiritual power to resist the thunder. This thunder began to destroy their bodily spiritual powers, while electric currents surged into their bodies, shattering the spiritual powers within them. Under such circumstances, they each resorted to their life-saving skills. Chapter 130. Intending to surrender. The situation was obvious. It had completely slipped out of their control. In such circumstances, they could only give their all to resist. But how much could they actually accomplish in this dire situation? It was the celestial thunder absorbed by the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. Even though they were beings at the divine communication realm, an elder even more powerful than them couldn't withstand 3 strikes, let alone having so many celestial thunders condensed together in a single moment. A terrifying force immediately caused them to begin crumbling. They screamed under the electric shock, their flesh and blood scorched black by the lightning. Faced with such torment, they could do nothing but struggle helplessly without any means of escape. Save me. Let us go. Spare us. Even as they begged for mercy, it was already too late. In an instant, their bodies were thoroughly obliterated by these bolts of thunder. 2 more beings at the divine communication realm vanished into nothingness. Now, aside from their leader, only 2 remained. Even though Song Yi stood before them, merely at the initial stage of the Danxi realm, he made no movement to attack. Still, just the presence of the nearby Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl was enough to intimidate them severely. Recalling the deaths of their companions one by one, Song Yi seemed like a hidden Grim Reaper in this context. He instilled boundless fear within them. At this moment, even if they stood face to face, even if they could kill Song Yi in a single blow, none dared to move rashly. For none could guarantee whether Song Yi had other trump cards up his sleeve. Song Yi's arsenal was vast, so extensive that not even they could match him. Destroy him for me. The 2 of you. Quickly take revenge for our fallen companions. Their leader continued urging the remaining duo to act, but how could those 2 possibly move so easily? Even if it was an order from their boss at this critical juncture, they were filled with deep apprehension inside, gazing at Song Yi, particularly when the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl flew closer. One of them stepped forward directly. Trembling with terror, he pleaded to Song Yi, "Master Taoist, I beg you, please spare me." All of today's happenings were because he forced us to comply with him. Master Taoist, have mercy and release us. If you do, I will be infinitely grateful. I am willing to hand over all the spirit stones I possess. No one expected that at this point, he would choose surrender. Under these conditions, he handed over his storage ring. Such actions left everyone astonished. Song Yi also did not expect something like this, yet he said nothing. Instead, he silently nodded. Though he anticipated the power of those at the divine communication realm upon arriving here, deep down, he still somewhat underestimated them. Originally, he believed that the spirit talismans and 9 heavens thundercloud pearl he carried would suffice to counter all beings at the divine communication realm. However, evidently, if they acted together, the full might of the thunder contained within the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl wouldn't necessarily be enough to defeat all of them. Faced with this situation, fewer enemies would naturally be better. After all, if things continued this way, the old man on the opposing side might end up exhausting his essence and perishing entirely. Time didn't allow him much leeway either. Moreover, in this situation, it was the enemy's decision to surrender while offering everything they owned. Song Yi was naturally glad. Taking the storage ring offered by the opponent, Song Yi did not inspect it immediately. He simply placed it into his system space. Seeing this, the man was delighted and turned around to leave immediately. Get lost. Have you thought about the consequences of fleeing? Afterward, no matter how far you flee, I will chase you to the ends of the earth and slay you. You dare defy me? Stand still. Their leader was still engaged in battle with the old man, unable to break away. For this individual who had effectively betrayed him, there was immense fury, continuously bellowing. Yet, in this case, this person acted as if deaf. Or perhaps he did hear, but decided in this situation to not look back and escape as fast as possible. After all, he understood clearly the strength of their leader. What if this leader suddenly reconciled with the enemy and then pursued him again? Wouldn't that mean certain death for him? Hence, in such a circumstance, he naturally chose to flee quickly. As for the future, with such a vast world, how could the opponent surely track him down once he found refuge somewhere secure? Seeing this scene, the remaining individual hastily said, I am also willing to surrender. Here is my storage ring. I beg you, friend Taoist, to spare me a life. At this moment, Song Yi glanced at the person, while their leader could only fiercely glare at the other due to being completely tangled up by the old man. Being entirely powerless to break free, there was nothing else to be said. After handing over the pet ring, Song Yi also took it into his space without question. Yet, just as the individual turned around to leave, all of a sudden, a powerful bolt from the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl struck him. Because it came so unexpectedly, he had no chance to defend himself. The thunder had already descended upon him. And with that, under the terrifying thunder, his flesh was torn apart, and after a roar of anger, he miserably perished right there. Gazing at this sight, both the old man and the one in charge were extremely shocked. Song Yi then coldly said, it seems this person truly harbors loyalty for you. He actually attempted to place poison on the storage ring. The moment I use spiritual energy or divine consciousness to inspect it, this toxin would instantly reach me. By then, I would surely die from poisoning in an instant. Truly cunning means. Song Yi's words caused the face of the one in charge to become even more somber. If the earlier person who left indeed betrayed him, this current one wasn't the same case. They had already exchanged glances and understood each other. This person feigned surrender but in reality sought to intoxicate Song Yi through the venom, causing his demise. Even though Song Yi was merely at the early stage of the Danxi realm, the amount of tricks he possessed was truly vast. Even beings at the divine communication realm had fallen one after another beneath his hands. No one knew what other moves Song Yi might have in store, so naturally, using poison to deal with Song Yi in this situation seemed like the best option. But he hadn't anticipated that the moment Song Yi placed those items into the system space, they were already inspected. Before any trigger occurred, Song Yi had already discerned the purpose behind everything. Chapter 131, A New Sun Emerges. Another one died. Now, he was the only one left here, fighting alone. Naturally, in the course of events that followed, he had fully developed the intention to retreat. Faced with the current Song Yi and the elder, he was utterly terrified. But at this point, even if he wanted to leave, could he just go? Seeing that only he was left under these circumstances, Song Yi wasted no time and immediately activated greater spiritual power from the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl. In an instant, the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl released unimaginable strength. A mighty and powerful thunder immediately spread out and headed straight toward him. Faced with such terrifying thunder, he was very shocked inside. He tried to involve the elder in facing it with him, but the elder had realized from the start that after Song Yi resolved the others, he would definitely come here. Thus, he had already prepared himself for escape from the very beginning. When the thunder arrived, the elder simply turned around and left, leaving the leading figure to strike at empty air. At that moment, the great thunder from the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl already enveloped his sky. With no other way out, he mobilized all the spiritual power in his body and summoned his magical artifact. With all this effort, he resisted the thunder from the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl. Rumbling. Song Yi was also immensely astonished at this moment, not expecting the guy's cultivation to be so powerful. The remaining thunder condensed in the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl was undoubtedly incredibly strong, yet it wasn't enough to instantly turn the man into ashes right before his eyes. On the contrary, the thunder within the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl began depleting at a terrifying speed. Seeing this situation, the elder also directly intended to make another move. Even if it meant perishing together, he had to extinguish the enemy there. Song Yi stopped the old man and said indifferently, "Reserve some of your strength. I want you to refine 7th-grade medicines." Upon hearing these words, the old man couldn't help but pause for a moment, realizing Song Yi's purpose and understanding his intentions. However, without uttering anything, he nodded, ceased his movements, and stepped aside to start consuming medicine to recover. He believed that with Song Yi's formidable strength, he could certainly handle everything. At this moment, Song Yi awakened the Supreme Bone Golden Dragon Force, and the energy of the Eat Fire also attached onto it at this juncture, making their immense powers congeal as one. Without hesitation, Song Yi unleashed it. The terrifying Golden Dragon rushed towards the opponent, and when the leading figure saw this dragon, he was greatly startled. Had it been any other time, the Golden Dragon before him could have been shattered with one palm strike. But now, with all his energies directed towards countering the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, where could he muster more power to resist this? Hence, in such a scenario, he wished to beg for mercy. Yet suddenly, the force within the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl surged dramatically. An enormous pressure of thunder made it impossible for him to defend. And exactly at this time, the Golden Dragon reached his face. No, he cried in anguish and dissolved immediately under that force. Dead. Song Yi examined everything and retrieved the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. For the present, the situation seemed somewhat incredible. After all, this existence far surpassed his own cultivation and was truly slain. Song Yi's inner heart brimmed with immense joy. As previously the records of slaying beyond one's rank were something he had read about in books, never expecting himself to accomplish it. Suddenly, a great sense of achievement welled up within him. Song Yi wanted to clean up the battlefield at this moment, but unfortunately, the thunder within the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl was too horrifying, shattering everything, leaving nothing behind, which also meant there would be no spoils of war. Song Yi felt quite regretful momentarily regarding this. But what concerned him more was that the celestial thunder within the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl was almost entirely depleted. Hence, it couldn't be used for refining further. A short while later, his hopes naturally turned towards this elder. "Come with me. Your granddaughter has waited for you for long." Upon hearing about his granddaughter, the elder who had many doubts originally quickly nodded, overwhelmed by eagerness to check on his granddaughter's condition. As Song Yi prepared to head along with him, suddenly, a mechanical sound rang in his ear. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Your son is currently being conceived. Do you wish to add a template?" "Huh? My son?" Song Yi couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback when he heard these words. He had been exceptionally busy lately. Xuanhuan should have spent the equivalent time in the small world based on the larger world's passage of time, which means his youngest son, Song Changxing, must already be a few years old. During this time, Xuanhuan hadn't been with him at all, and he hadn't touched anyone either. So where did this son come from? Ding. Considering that your new son has a cultivation much higher than any woman you've been with, the system specially rewards you with a martial ancestor template. A martial ancestor template? Higher cultivation than himself. Song Yi immediately understood. Didn't he and Wei Hong spend just one night together? No, it was only one night. Yet Wei Hong got pregnant? Song Yi was also very surprised inside, not because he had forgotten about Wei Hong, but because theoretically, for cultivators to have offspring is even more difficult compared to ordinary people, especially for those with higher cultivation. Giving birth becomes more challenging. Who would have thought that Wei Hong managed to conceive so easily? This was indeed an unexpected joy. At this moment, Song Yi resolved within himself that he must definitely take responsibility for this matter. If he doesn't help Wei Hong, then he'd be nothing more than trash. A man who doesn't care for his wife or his son. What kind of person would that make him? Song Yi smiled at this realization. Even more exciting was that the template for his youngest son had already manifested. Unlike before, when he had to pay for Song Changxing's template, the system was so stingy and expensive. Song Yi had practically sold everything he owned, even going into debt just to acquire templates for his other sons. Had it not been for this reward, he would still be worrying about how to afford these templates for his future sons after they were born. Given this system reward, Song Yi was naturally filled with immense happiness. More importantly, this template was specifically that of a martial ancestor. Song Yi glanced at the template. It unmistakably belonged to Lin Dong. By all logic, it should belong alongside another son of his, Song Yin, as both came from the same place. One the Flame Emperor, the other the martial ancestor. What was even better was that he adored both equally, bringing a surge of pure joy in Song Yi's heart. Under such circumstances, what was there for Song Yi to hesitate over? He would surely meet Wei Hong soon to hand over this template. Chapter 132, Heavenly Thunder Refinement. As Song Yi was chuckling at his thoughts, the elder beside him suddenly reminded him. Song Yi immediately snapped out of it. The birth of his child filled him with joy, but the current danger had not yet passed. He must resolve all these crises before his son is born, so his child will come into a safe world. Song Yi also thought inwardly that Wei Hong was an elder of the Cloud sect, and this sect was an ancient and powerful school in the western regions. Perhaps allowing his son to cultivate here would be a good thing. After understanding all this, Song Yi resolved even more firmly not to let the Cloud sect be destroyed. After all, this place was where his son would grow up, and it was his wife's family too. Song Yi then immediately followed the elder to the village, quickly finding the man who had surrendered to him earlier, as well as the elder's granddaughter, among the ruins. When this man saw Song Yi returning, he sighed in relief and hurried over, grinning broadly. "Master, I knew you were fine. You've really returned safely. These are for you. Use them for protection." Song Yi tossed him a storage ring casually. It was from the man who had attempted to harm him earlier. This ring contained many treasures left by its previous owner. However, there was nothing particularly useful inside, so Song Yi directly handed it over to this person. As for the other one, it held quite a few valuable treasures. Song Yi wouldn't just give those away easily. But as the man looked at the storage ring in his hand, his expression froze for a moment. Then he asked cautiously, "Master, isn't this xuanhuan storage ring? How did it end up in your possession?" "Think about why it might have ended up in my possession," Song Yi said indifferently at that moment. The man sucked in a sharp breath of cold air and couldn't help asking, "Could it be that you truly defeated them? They're already corpses now. What about the boss? Everyone except one person who surrendered has died." Song Yi spoke calmly, but his words sent another shockwave through the man. He felt an unimaginable level of astonishment. There was no disbelief because the storage ring indeed bore no marks, indicating its original owner had been wiped out completely. And Song Yi and the elder had returned peacefully within such a short time, which proved all this. Was Song Yi really only at the Dantai realm? His mind was overwhelmed with astonishment and turmoil beyond control. It was hard to believe, but this was reality. He needed some time to slowly accept it. Song Yi paid no attention to him, and the elder took Yaya to another side. At that moment, Song Yi calmly instructed the elder, "That guy outside is at the Tongshan realm. After Yaya takes the pill, let the guy outside assist in adjusting her state. But first, focus on healing your own injuries. Don't worry, that guy has submitted to me, and there's no way he'll make any small moves." The elder nodded upon hearing this. Song Yi's abilities were far beyond the level of someone merely at the Dantai realm, so believing in what Song Yi had said was natural under these circumstances. Even though the elder didn't fully trust the outsider, given that Song Yi had protected them twice already, he chose to believe. Still, the elder decided to remind his granddaughter just in case. At this moment, after speaking some words to his granddaughter, he made her take the pill. Song Yi then let Yaya go play with the man outside, and he told the man what they needed to do next and emphasized how crucial it was to perform their tasks properly. If anything went wrong, Song Yi wouldn't hesitate to kill him. This man was now even more afraid of Song Yi than he had been of his previous boss. Under these circumstances, he eagerly agreed without daring to show the slightest carelessness. Having resolved all these issues, Song Yi finally turned his gaze towards the elder. Song Yi then stated his intention straightforwardly. "In fact, as you've seen, helping you wasn't entirely without purpose. I need you to refine 7th grade pills in a way that can trigger heavenly thunder. In this situation, my 9 heavens thundercloud pearl will absorb heavenly thunder. I need it to grow." I see. After the elder understood, everything became clear to him. In his view, Song Yi could produce so many treasures and talismans that even he couldn't possess. Certainly, Song Yi was no ordinary person. It certainly made sense for him not to be short of 7th grade pills, and all of this turned out to be for this purpose. The elder immediately nodded in agreement but helplessly said, "I need some time to recover. Otherwise, I won't be able to refine any pills. This is for you." Song Yi took out a pill from his body, and at one glance, the elder couldn't help but feel surprised. "Is this an 8th grade pill?" If it weren't for the need to quickly restore the elder so he could refine the pills and summon the heavenly thunder, Song Yi would not have willingly given away this precious 8th grade pill that Wei Hong had bestowed upon him for someone else's healing. Upon seeing the pill before him, the elder deeply breathed in. A bit of hesitation passed through his mind, then firmly swallowed it whole. At once, overwhelming medicinal energy surged into his body, and the intense power began crazily repairing his damaged physique. His foundational strength, which was already depleted due to activating potential during battle, astonishingly recovered under the 8th grade pill. After finishing the pill, the elder couldn't help but sigh with appreciation. "No wonder it's an 8th grade pill, already allowing my body to heal this much." Not enough. Song Yi, hearing this sentence, also couldn't help but feel astonished. The elder helplessly replied, "The wounds on my body are quite severe, plus I exhausted my own potential during the fight. As I am already advanced in years, such a condition was expected. However, these remaining injuries won't delay things much. Good sir, whatever pill you wish to refine, just let me know, and I shall refine it for you." Song Yi felt regret that he couldn't fully restore the elder. But since the elder could refine the pills, Song Yi soon spoke up. "What I need refined are those that can summon heavenly thunder. The more, the better. If they double the amount of heavenly thunder, even better." Chapter 133, perhaps an opportunity for sponsorship. For a moment, upon hearing Song Yi's words, the other party hesitated. Then, he helplessly said, "It's not that I don't want to refine it, but the material itself is extremely rare, and the success rate is also very low. I've already used all my herbs refining another one before. I don't have any extra ones. Since you're not asking for a 7th rank pill, but rather for Heaven's Thunder to enhance your treasure's power, it might be better if I refine all of what I have left to summon the Heaven's Thunder for you." After hearing this, Song Yi smiled and nodded. The elder wasted no time either. He directly took out his alchemy furnace and dumped all the remaining herbs on him. He began refining 7th rank pills immediately. Although such pills are not as formidable as the taboo pills before in summoning Heaven's Thunder, they can still attract some. Song Yi was very willing to accept them. The process of making the pills wasn't dull. The elder, though not saying a single word to Song Yi, was fully engaged in the act of refining the pills, with Song Yi observing everything closely. Throughout the entire process, the old man was entirely immersed. It was evident that the elder was very skilled at refining pills. In just a short while, the extraction of these herbs, his control over true fire, and the strength of the elder's spiritual awareness were all incredibly impressive. Every step was precise, and within just a few hours, the first batch of pills was completed. Not long after, the heavenly thunder began to appear in the sky. As it emerged, Song-Yi wasted no time throwing out the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. A normal 7th rank pill would only summon 9 strikes of thunder. While the number and quality of these thunders naturally couldn't compare to the previous instance, it was enough for the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl to absorb. The once empty 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl had now regained much of its former might. Once the pills were done, the elder wanted to hand them over to Song-Yi. However, Song-Yi just smiled and stated, "I'm not here for the pills, but for the thunder. You should take them to restore your body." Though the elder tried to give them to him, Song-Yi kept refusing. Helpless, the elder could only accept them back. After that, the elder began resting, as each refinement consumes a lot of spiritual energy and life force, even for such a skilled alchemist. Despite being a remarkable alchemist, he could not avoid this issue. Song-Yi also handed over many restorative pills from his own collection. Due to the appearance of his new son, though still unborn, the system had awarded Song-Yi many reward points. Although these indeed could pay off a large portion of credit points, currently, Song-Yi still needed some of these rewards to buy things. Indeed, every time Song-Yi saw those reward points, he couldn't help but marvel. Having a child with such a powerful figure could yield so much. Wasn't this system too obsessed with strength? Still, these points came with increased difficulty for himself. Being with Wei Hong wasn't easy at all. If it hadn't been for the cunning scheme of the Yin Snake, there was no way he'd have had such an opportunity. Finding someone who's a rank higher than himself in cultivation was already hard. Finding someone stronger than that was even harder. Shaking his head, Song-Yi didn't dwell too much on these matters and focused all his efforts on the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl for now. While the elder was recovering, he talked to Song-Yi. It was then that Song-Yi learned the elder's real name was xuanhuan, who was originally an elder of a sect. That sect wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Unfortunately, some accidents later left the sect non-existent. Xuanhuan's outstanding alchemical skills were coveted by many sects, even some large sects wanting to recruit him. But under these circumstances, xuanhuan refused outright. Among those sects were some who launched direct pursuits to kill him, leading to obvious consequences. In the end, xuanhuan could only have his granddaughter left by his side, wandering the world to heal her ailments. Later, he sought a place where his granddaughter could grow up slowly. He wasn't aspiring for anything more, just planned to leave the world quietly like this. Song-Yi didn't say anything regarding xuanhuan's thoughts. Everyone has their own ambitions. You can't dismiss someone simply because they lack aspirations. Having gone through much, perhaps this was the best possible outcome. After xuanhuan had fully recovered, he continued refining pills without delay, allowing Song-Yi's 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl to absorb the energy. This process went on for 2 or 3 days straight. Finally, xuanhuan was completely drained, both in terms of his spiritual energy and his consciousness. Even the pills could not restore him immediately. Song-Yi was helpless about this situation. However, during this time, the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl managed to reach its 9th grade. It was undeniable that the celestial thunder was indeed the best nourishment for the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. Unfortunately, Song-Yi realized that although the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl was absorbing these 7th grade thunders, the improvement was almost negligible. Thus, under these circumstances, he decided it was time to bid farewell. "Brother Song-Yi, are you heading to Xuanhuan?" Upon hearing Song-Yi's destination, the other party was greatly shocked. Everyone knew well what was about to happen at Xuanhuan. He couldn't understand why Song-Yi would go all the way there under such conditions. Song-Yi smiled faintly and said, "There's no choice. After all, my wife and son are still there, so I must help them avert this calamity." Wife and son. Hearing these words, xuanhuan initially intended to dissuade Song-Yi but reconsidered as soon as he thought about family bonds. It was evident that Song-Yi was someone who valued relationships deeply. With a sigh, xuanhuan said helplessly, "If that's the case, I'll accompany you." "What?" Song-Yi was momentarily stunned. xuanhuan sighed. "My lord, though my cultivation may seem weak, I possess a secret technique capable of saving one life. Although I cannot guarantee it will protect your wife against thunder of that level, I still feel that it's better if I join you in trying. It would be a way to repay your kindness for saving me and helping my granddaughter." Listening to these words, Song-Yi was astonished for a moment. Given what the elder had stated, Song-Yi naturally agreed. As for the man who had become his servant, Song-Yi naturally kept him busy as well. Chapter 134. Are you pregnant? His master was about to go to that place, so how could he possibly desert at this critical moment? After hearing these words, the guy gave a pitiful look at Song-Yi, wondering why he felt like jumping from the frying pan into the fire. Why did the situation seem even more dangerous than before? Previously, under the former boss, he was just bullied occasionally. Why now following this person seemed like a matter of life and death every time? He really couldn't understand these things. Song-Yi paid no attention to what he thought at this moment. Naturally, he would never leave alone. Meanwhile, Song-Yi also learned from xuanhuan what exactly Lan was. It turned out that the item was a special ancient spirit talisman he had obtained years ago, called the Substitute Death Talisman. As its name suggests, this spirit talisman itself could replace the original owner's death. Even if encountering heavenly thunder, one could survive with it. So, in ancient times, such a thing was also a very rare treasure for saving one's life. Countless cultivators had tried to refine it to get through their own heavenly tribulations. Therefore, Getting such a spirit talisman under any circumstances was already a luxury. Truly unexpected that the current xuanhuan actually had access to something like this, which was truly unbelievable. In fact, this was not hard to imagine. The main reason xuanhuan didn't use it on himself was primarily because this thing couldn't cure his granddaughter's illness. This talisman could only block external factors that led to death, but couldn't deal with diseases or poison affecting the body itself. Otherwise, he would have used it on his granddaughter long ago. This thing was not very useful in battles against those people. However, if this thing were to help someone pass through a heavenly tribulation, it would indeed be extremely effective. Song-yi accepted this thing readily. It was an option born out of necessity. No matter what happened next, Song-yi must ensure that his woman, Wei Hong, was safe. What Song-yi did not know was this. Ever since Wei Hong returned to Heavenly Sect, she had directly entered seclusion to recover her injuries. Her wounds were indeed very severe. In the past, without several months, or even years, there was absolutely no way for her to recover fully. But now there was no time to allow her so much recovery period. Facing the impending disaster, after hurriedly taking some medicinal pills, she suppressed the existing internal injuries within her body while slowly recovering using the pills. These methods were undoubtedly detrimental to her physical health, but under the current circumstances, did Wei Hong have any other choice? She had to ensure her sect could survive this calamity. Otherwise, everything would be ruined at the last moment. Sister. Seeing Wei Hong emerging from seclusion, the sect master of Heavenly Sect couldn't help but worry deeply about her physical condition. Wei Hong firmly said, "There is no more time for extra thoughts. We must act as soon as possible. These injuries are nothing major." Persistently speaking, how could the sect master not understand Wei Hong's determination? Thus, there was nothing to be done but sigh in resignation. Faced with the current crisis, they could only resort to such methods to protect everyone. Among them, sacrifices needed to be made, and Wei Hong was one of those who took on that responsibility willingly and fearlessly. Under the present circumstances, they could say nothing but take Wei Hong to the Great Hall. The elders had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Wei Hong arrive, they all became extremely excited. Everyone, Wei Hong has fulfilled her mission. Wei Hong pulled out the ancient sword in her hand, and the sight of it almost brought tears to the eyes of the elders. Regardless of whether this was their sole hope right now, the meaning of this ancient sword to Heavenly Sect itself was significant. For many years, they hadn't managed to retrieve this sword. Unbelievably, finally, they got to see the ancient sword again, despite the undeniable cost they had to pay during this process. Did they have any other hopes if these costs weren't paid? Wei Hong, everything from now on depends on you. Before the Grand Elder finished his sentence, Wei Hong smiled serenely, saying, "I understand perfectly well. For Heavenly Sect, everything is worth it." Seeing Wei Hong like this, the others couldn't help but feel more sorrow at this moment. A long time ago, Wei Hong had already made great sacrifices for Heavenly Sect. Never did she expect that in this cycle of reincarnation, she still couldn't cultivate properly in Heavenly Sect or live peacefully. Now, she was once again facing the need to sacrifice herself. There was nothing anyone could do about it at this point. There was nothing much to say either. Rather, at this moment, Wei Hong took a very open-minded view towards all of this. Be it the faint memories of her previous life, or this one. Wei Hong had grown up in Heavenly Sect since she was young. Every plant and tree here carried deep emotional significance for her, and how could she not care about all these things? The time is already pressing. Let's begin with the first step. Wei Hong suddenly said, and upon seeing this, the others naturally didn't question anything and simply nodded in agreement. Each elder sat cross-legged in their assigned positions, gathering their spiritual power from head to toe, then began casting spells to converge their powers in the center. With the Grand Elder and the Sect Master guarding Wei Hong came to the central position, placing the ancient sword there, and started casting the spell as soon as the time came. Instantly, an array formed above them, and at the same time began to rapidly condense together, coming to rest before Wei Hong. Wei Hong injected her strength, intending to connect it with the ancient sword, when suddenly, the array began to shake uncontrollably. What is going on? Everyone's hearts were filled with confusion and shock, even though they promptly exerted more strength to try to suppress it. Still, the formation ultimately lost its balance, and with a loud bang, it exploded in that instant. Everyone's hearts leaped in alarm, hastily channeling their spiritual force to protect themselves, while the sect master of Heavenly Sect also seized the opportunity to pull Wei Hong, protecting her. Fortunately, this did not trigger any significant explosive forces, but just as they had activated the formation, it had suddenly collapsed. How could this happen? It should have gone according to plan without error. Even the Grand Elder found the current situation utterly unbelievable. At this moment, they looked at each other, harboring many questions within their hearts. The sect master of Heavenly Sect quickly realized that the problem wasn't with everyone else, but rather with Wei Hong. Thus, he urgently began to investigate Wei Hong. Chapter 135, Must Protect the Sun. The master of Heavenly Sect was momentarily astonished, widening his eyes as he asked, "Wei Hong, when did you become pregnant? Haven't we planned everything already? How could that snake have succeeded?" At this moment, everyone became unsettled. Wei Hong was actually already pregnant? This was nothing short of a thunderclap for them. Wei Hong could almost be considered a goddess-level figure, and such an event happening to her was almost incomprehensible, especially when they realized that something might have gone wrong with their plan, possibly allowing that snake to succeed. Their inner anger ignited even more fiercely. How could their goddess and their hearts be ruined by something like that? In such a situation, naturally, their anger surged. Wei Hong's cheeks turned red as she hastily said, "That snake did not succeed. I did not lose my virtue to him." "You?" the master of Yun's sect anxiously questioned. Wei Hong hesitated for a moment, unsure how to respond. She could only say helplessly, "There were many twists and turns in the situation. Wei Hong didn't continue, but all the people inside the grand hall were already boiling with rage. It was truly unimaginable that such a thing could happen. Even though it wasn't that snake, every single one of them wished to tear apart whoever the culprit was. Since the matter has already happened, there's no point dwelling on it. Wei Hong's expression changed before she quickly asked, "At present, what I need to know is how can I continue to preside over this formation?" This. Upon glancing at each other, both the sect master and the elder had no choice but to concede. "As you are already pregnant, this has caused some exclusion within the sect." "So, I understand." Wei Hong took a deep breath. For some reason, despite never having seen this child, she somehow felt a bond with him. Although Wei Hong should have made up her mind long ago, for the sake of Yun's sect and herself, she shouldn't have wanted this child. From a certain perspective, she was already considered disgraced. This child should not have been allowed to stay. But Wei Hong didn't quite know why, yet she couldn't bring herself to agree under these circumstances. She seized the opportunity to return to her room for rest instead. Naturally, others wouldn't question this decision. Following Wei Hong's departure, the sect master of Yun's sect immediately issued a decree. "No word about today's matter shall spread outside. Otherwise, boom." The sect master did not elaborate further, but everyone deeply felt the weight of authority behind those words. Clearly, the sect master was extremely angry over this incident. This wasn't just about Wei Hong's dignity, it concerned Yun's sect as well. Moreover, given the current situation, they naturally dared not utter more and quickly moved to keep this matter a secret. Meanwhile, Song Yi had no idea about the happenings here. However, while discussing matters with Wang Sanyun, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the system. "Warning, warning. The host's son is encountering danger and may vanish at any time. Immediate rescue is required." "My son is in danger?" When Song Yi learned of this matter, he was filled with great confusion about what had happened to his son. Checking through the information provided by the system, Song Yi was instantly alarmed. Wei Hong was considering terminating the pregnancy. Song Yi grew anxious at once. Though there was no substantial emotional foundation between Song Yi and Wei Hong, he understood this sort of situation could indeed be humiliating for someone of Wei Hong's caliber. Yet, regardless, this was still his son. How could he allow the abortion to proceed? Naturally, Song Yi's inner tension increased dramatically. There was no way he would let harm come to his own son. Thus, facing the immediate problem, Song Yi promptly decided to head straight to Yun's sect without delay. Without wasting a second, Song Yi immediately gathered Wang Sanyun and went back to the previously agreed upon spot where they met Gongsun Fu and the others. Gongsun Fu and his companions were also curious about Wang Sanyun since it hadn't been that long since Song Yi had left, and yet he'd already brought back two individuals who had reached the Divine Passage realm. This was simply too astonishing. They held a great deal of suspicion about these developments internally. However, what puzzled them even more was that after Song Yi returned, he didn't even give them a moment to catch their breath. Instead, he immediately instructed Gongsun Fu and the others to follow him straight to Yun's sect. Was something wrong? Gongsun Fu and his companions were even more confused, but in such circumstances, they couldn't ponder too much. They had no choice but to quickly follow behind Song Yi as they hurried toward Yun's sect. Even though they had already arrived at Beihai, it still took nearly 2 days for the journey. Fortunately, during these 2 days, Song Yi confirmed through the system that Wei Hong and the child were both fine. Even though he wasn't by Wei Hong's side, given the fact that she hadn't terminated the pregnancy right away upon finding out about the child, this was enough proof that she already felt some compassion. Song Yi believed there was still great hope, so he hurried forward anxiously. It didn't take long before they reached the area surrounding Yun's sect. But what surprised them was that Yun's sect was now facing an imminent great calamity. The people around here did not decrease. Instead, they increased. There were many individuals loitering around, with even more hiding among the shadows. If it weren't for Gongsun Fu's group of disciples accompanying Song Yi, perhaps many would have mistaken them for people who came to wait for the aftermath of Yun's sect's calamity, looking to pick up whatever was left. However, once their identities were known, the people here made no attempt to obstruct them. After all, from their perspective, Yun's sect might not survive this calamity. At such a time, provoking the members of Yun's sect was hardly a wise decision. Doing so could result in them antagonizing an already cornered sect, leading to ferocious retribution. Yun's sect could likely be pushed to its limits soon. In this situation, whether alive or dead, they were bound to fight fiercely with anyone who dared challenge them. Would you dare take the risk? Thus, until the calamity struck, they remained completely inactive. Although Gongsun Fu and his companions were Yun's sect disciples, they were still temporarily halted outside because of Song Yi's group. They needed to wait for proper confirmation before entering, so they had to wait patiently here. Chapter 136. I am her husband. Who? Song Yi. Someone of the Danhai realm. Jilin Cloud's sect allowed Gongsun Fu and his group to enter first, as their identities were easy to explain. They were their own disciples. Thus, after confirmation, they let them in. But upon hearing about Song Yi who came afterward, they couldn't help but pause in surprise. Song Yi's name was completely unknown to them, let alone someone at the initial stage of the Danhai realm. Such a strength was not worth mentioning, not even enough to aid Wei Hong. Even they might not consider such a level of cultivation seriously. Thus, when they heard about this matter, it was hard for them to believe. It was understandable why they thought so. It was all very normal. Although deep down they didn't believe that Song Yi could help Wei Hong in Tianxian sect. Undoubtedly, Song Yi carried many belongings of Wei Hong's, especially the storage ring and various treasured magical artifacts. There was no doubt that this had a definite connection with Wei Hong. This raised too many questions, so faced with such a situation, they had no choice but to invite Wei Hong herself. When Wei Hong learned that Song Yi had actually come to Jilin Cloud sect, her expression became quite dramatic. How did he come here? Didn't I already tell him we're finished? What is going on? And why does he choose this time? Could it be that he knows about the child? No, he cannot stay here. Upon knowing these things, Wei Hong's inner feelings were incredibly complicated. Without any hesitation, she immediately walked out. Facing Wei Hong's discomposure, the disciples around were also full of confusion under these circumstances. What exactly was going on? These subordinates were utterly puzzled about what was happening. Immediately, they reported the matter to the sect leader of Jilin Cloud sect. When the sect leader learned about Wei Hong's strange behavior, he was shocked beyond measure. They specially sent Wei Hong there, asking her to provide an explanation before deciding what to do about the people outside, Song Yi and his group. However, to everyone's surprise, after learning the information, Wei Hong personally went directly outside. It was simply incomprehensible to them. The disputes involved were something they struggled to accept momentarily. Especially, when the person reporting revealed Wei Hong's muttered words, others were even more stunned in this scenario. Could it be that Wei Hong's child belonged to Song Yi? In a moment, it became something truly difficult for everyone to accept. They found it hard to believe. Though, compared to the shadow snake, this was indeed somewhat easier to believe. Yet still not much. After all, whoever looked at him would think that man was just an ordinary person of the Danhai realm. Who was Wei Hong? She was practically goddess level in the Jilin Cloud sect. With her xuanhuan cultivation surpassing even those at the crossing heaven tribulation realm, she was one of the pillars of Jilin Cloud sect. In dangerous times, she single-handedly retrieved the invaluable ancient sword. Without a doubt, Wei Hong shone with numerous glories. All of this made it hard for them to accept what was unfolding. Thus, upon learning such matters, everyone became extremely unwilling to believe these things. No matter how they tried to negate the information here. On the other side, Wei Hong saw Song Yi this time, unable to resist the nervous fluttering of her heart. After practicing cultivation for so many years, she had never felt anything like this. Not only due to their union once before, but now more so due to the innate guiding force of their shared bloodline between Song Yi and Wei Hong. Therefore, when Wei Hong saw Song Yi under such circumstances, for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Faced with the current situation, Wei Hong hid nearby for a long while. Even in this state, Wei Hong failed to notice when others passed by. It wasn't until the arrival of the sect leader of Jilin Cloud sect that suddenly everyone was staring wide-eyed at Wei Hong, caught off guard and unsure what to do. Such a scene. Truly, it could be considered a great spectacle. Sister. Wei Hong was suddenly reminded by the sect leader of Jilin Cloud sect behind her, leaving her feeling highly embarrassed at that moment. And when Song Yi heard the commotion over here, he turned his head and surprisingly noticed Wei Hong. Let's go inside and talk about this. The master of Jilin Cloud sect and the elders behind him clearly had already been able to guess the right answer regarding the current situation. Although they were unable to accept this matter in their hearts, at least their surface-level conduct was handled fairly well so far. Silently following behind the master of Jilin Cloud sect, they walked inside. Following the master's orders, Wang Sanyun and his group left directly from there, leaving only the elders of Jilin Cloud sect, Wei Hong, and Song Yi. This should be your personal matter, we shouldn't get involved. After the others had departed, the master of Jilin Cloud sect came straight to the point, asking Wei Hong. But no matter what, your future involves the entire Jilin Cloud sect. Miss Wei Hong, I only want to ask, is your consort this honored friend? Wei Hong flushed red for a moment. Despite her years of cultivation, she'd never encountered such a scene. She was momentarily unsure how to respond. However, it was at this moment that Song Yi boldly stepped forward. Facing the situation, he calmly answered, yes, the child in Wei Hong's belly is mine. Though it happened due to that snake's trickery, regardless, from that moment on, Wei Hong became my woman. Song Yi said with righteousness at this time, very resolute. Wei Hong looked at Song Yi, deeply astonished within her heart. She couldn't have anticipated that, despite her cultivation being significantly higher than Song Yi's. In this circumstance, she felt that Song Yi, whose cultivation was obviously weaker than hers, had seemingly become her greatest support. No matter what problems arose, as long as she turned to Song Yi at this time, they seemed solvable. Wei Hong was unsure what exactly was happening inside. Meanwhile, the others listening to what Song Yi was saying at this moment found it hard to believe. How could someone of such low cultivation dare to say these things confidently? Not to mention Wei Hong. Even the talented disciples of Jilin Cloud sect were stronger than Song Yi. What gave him the ability to say these words under such conditions? For a moment, everyone thought it was laughable. Chapter 137. I can save you all. But precisely at this moment, Song Yi very seriously told Wei Hong. Wei Hong, you are my woman. No matter what happens, I can solve it for you. This child must be kept. Wei Hong looked into Song Yi's determined eyes and felt deeply moved inside. She unconsciously nodded her head and surprisingly agreed at this moment. However, in the current situation, how could other people possibly accept such a thing? Immediately, one of the elders who had long admired Wei Hong spoke up. Younger sister Wei Hong, have you lost your mind right now? Firstly, This person's cultivation is far too low compared to yours. How could he possibly match you? And secondly, with our Ji-Ling Yunmin facing such a great calamity, how can you even consider these things at this time? Apparently, the other party seized on Wei Hong's fatal weakness. That's right. Ji-Ling Yunmin was like home to Wei Hong. How could she ignore her home at a time like this? You needn't preach righteousness here. When Wei Hong went alone to Tianxian sect and faced their strong warriors by herself, where were all of you? Song Yi became extremely dissatisfied with the other person's words, so he coldly snorted in response. These words left many people speechless for a short while, not knowing how to reply. Indeed, Wei Hong had volunteered for this mission willingly. There was no doubt that Wei Hong's strength was among the strongest in Ji-Ling Yunmin. Yet, the dangers involved were self-evident. Still, Wei Hong went there alone. If they weren't afraid of those things, that would certainly be a lie. Thus, they didn't know how to answer Song Yi's question now. This is our Ji-Ling Yunmin's business. What right do you, an outsider, have to interfere? The elder angrily said at this moment. Apparently unable to find any excuses, the elder could only use Song Yi being an outsider as a reason. Song Yi was extremely dissatisfied with the other person's actions and coldly replied, Wei Hong is my woman. Since this matter concerns her, why can't I speak up? Young man from Danhai, Ji-Ling Yunmin isn't a place where you can act recklessly. In a flash, a formidable force emanated from the elder, attempting to directly crush Song Yi and make him tremble under pressure. However, when Wei Hong saw the other side actually attack Song Yi directly at this moment, she immediately unleashed a powerful force without reservation, confronting the opposing force head-on. Clearly, the other side never expected Wei Hong to suddenly take action in such a situation. Consequently, this force sent him reeling several steps back, almost falling down. Wei Hong. The other side also did not expect that Wei Hong would attack him. And before he could even inquire about anything, the master of Ji-Ling Yunmin suddenly released an overwhelming power, roaring angrily. Are we supposed to let an outsider mock our Ji-Ling Yunmin? The friend you mentioned has a valid point. Since younger sister Wei Hong has already confirmed a marital relationship with the other party naturally has the right to say something. This imposing aura from the Ji-Ling Yunmin master clearly made everyone, including Wei Hong, feel uncomfortable. With such intimidation, the others naturally had to calm down in this situation, refraining from speaking. Although Wei Hong didn't say much throughout, her behavior until now already unintentionally proved that her relationship with Song Yi was definitely more than just a one-night stand. The master of Ji-Ling Yunmin sighed, gently saying to Song Yi, Friend Song Yi, I am not someone who interferes with love matches, nor do I want to break anyone apart. As for the relationship between younger sister Wei Hong and you, I don't wish to block anything. But there are some things I must tell you. This calamity isn't something that bringing back the ancient sword will resolve completely. At present, there is no one better suited than younger sister Wei Hong to preside over the grand formation. That's why we chose her. Song Yi was very confused about these matters. Although Wei Hong was indeed powerful, she was not the strongest person in Ji-Ling Yunmin. Why was Wei Hong specifically chosen? Because I am the reincarnation of the disciple of the founding patriarch. Wei Hong helplessly stated under these circumstances. She had once not thought much of this, but after Song Yi arrived this time, she suddenly felt the burden on her shoulders become too heavy. It felt as if it was pressing down so hard that she could barely breathe. After hearing all of this, Song Yi was also greatly shocked. That's why. No wonder Wei Hong was so highly regarded. No wonder Wei Hong could directly use the treasure ancient sword and had so many secret arts at her disposal. With the cultivation of the transforming god realm, she could fight against someone in the heaven tribulation realm without falling behind. Originally, there were such deep connections here. As he listened to the details, Song Yi looked at the master of Ji-Ling Yunmin with great astonishment. And at this point, the Ji-Ling Yunmin master continued helplessly. As you see now, the great calamity facing Ji-Ling Yunmin is something no one can guarantee we will completely survive. In such a situation, anyone who has any connection to our Ji-Ling Yunmin cannot escape their fate. If the calamity cannot be resolved, not only us, but even Sister Wei Hong will inevitably die under the heavenly tribulations. This is the danger involved. Therefore, in this situation, we must seek every method possible to face these calamities. Even if it's just adding a tiny bit of opportunity for ourselves, it is certainly some hope. The Ji-Ling Yunmin master was also very helpless about these matters. If they hadn't reached this stage, would they have acted like this? The others sighed heavily at these events. Even if they wanted to take Wei Hong's place, it was almost impossible. This was the destiny they were about to face. Almost everyone had already accepted in their hearts that destruction was inevitable. These were so powerless and yet so real. If they had any other way, they wouldn't act like this. So what they wanted to say was, it was only because they were truly out of options that they wanted Wei Hong to sacrifice her child, to save everyone, including Wei Hong and the entire Ji-Ling Yunmin. Song Yi watched their appearances one by one. Only at this moment did he shake his head, then confidently declare, if I have a way to help you all get through this calamity, wouldn't all of this become unnecessary? What? At this time, almost everyone looked at Song Yi with disbelief. Their first thought was how could someone at the small Danhai realm dare to make such a grand claim? Chapter 138. Is this an 8th grade treasure? The others could be said to be quite disdainful of what Song Yi had just said. Even the master of Jilin Cloud Gate couldn't help but say at this time, I know you want to save Sister Wei Hong, but you need to first understand that the calamity that Jilin Cloud Gate has gone through is not as simple as you imagine. I know. I've already asked Gongsun Fu before coming. Song Yi seemed indifferent and calmly said at this moment, the flaw in the technique, and the celestial thunder. As for the flaw in the technique, I naturally can't fix it. But regarding the celestial thunder, I have these treasures to help you get through. Song Yi directly took out the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl and placed it in front of everyone. At that moment, his behavior caused others to burst into laughter. Others became even more contemptuous, thinking Song Yi was a frog at the bottom of a well who had profited by chance, causing Sister Wei Hong to temporarily lose her mind. Such a person wouldn't say they were worthy of Wei Hong, and even if they were a disciple of Jilin Cloudgate, they would feel chills. Of course, this was just their thoughts at the moment. After all, regardless of how you look at it, Song Yi was genuinely in the early Danhai realm. This was enough to match their talented disciples. At this moment, even the master of Jilin Cloudgate shook his head, feeling that Song Yi was rather ignorant. The 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl was, at most, just an 8th grade treasure. Such a treasure couldn't possibly help them get through the disaster, or even deal with one strike from them. Wei Hong also wanted Song Yi to take back the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl to avoid being ridiculed by others. And Song Yi naturally understood their thoughts at this time, just giving a faint smile. Looking at these people, he calmly asked, "Does any of you know lightning attribute spells? Something powerful." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Among them, the elder who loved Wei Hong sneered and said, "I do." Song Yi nodded and said, "All right, then try using your lightning-based attack on the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl." What? That person, upon hearing these words, laughed loudly as if they heard the funniest joke in the world, and said to Song Yi, "Aren't you worried I'll break your treasure? Won't you regret it later when you see it damaged?" To own such an 8th grade treasure at the Danhai realm is quite difficult. Song Yi scoffed in disdain after hearing this and replied, "Not only my 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, but even a common 8th grade treasure might withstand your blow without breaking." You. Upon hearing these words, the other party immediately became furious. "Kid, don't regret this later." As the master of Jilin Cloudgate was about to intervene, Song Yi suddenly said, "Just unleash your lightning-based attacks. If my 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl breaks, I'll just accept the loss. I will slink away from here and never come to Jilin Cloudgate again. But if you fail to break it, from now on, you must lower your head and walk past me whenever you see me." Wei Hong tried to dissuade Song Yi, but Song Yi's resolve was firm. The master of Jilin Cloudgate shook his head and chose not to say anything at this moment. Clearly, there was nothing much to say about Song Yi's arrogance. Deep down, he was already somewhat displeased that his younger sister Wei Hong was with someone like him. Even in this situation, he kept yielding to Song Yi time and again. But instead of showing restraint in this situation, Song Yi continued, leaving nothing more for him to say. Let Song Yi experience some heartache. It's fine. This 8th grade treasure can always be repaired later if necessary. However, what happened next was beyond anyone's expectation. Seeing no one else was stopping him, the elder immediately started casting his spell, and in an instant, a massive amount of thunder power gathered between his hands. Song Yi was deeply shocked as well. Indeed, the man lived up to his Xuanhuan realm cultivation, though his strength wasn't as overwhelming as Wei Hong's. The terrifying power right before their eyes, however, was enough to obliterate even a Tongshan realm existence. The terrifying thunder in his hand was no less than the 7th grade heavenly thunder of the past. It could be said to be no worse, and likely better. He sneered coldly. Resentment in his heart had already grown immensely because Song Yi had taken Wei Hong from him. Now Wei Hong was even pregnant, which made him want nothing more than to cut Song Yi into pieces. Unfortunately, given the current circumstances, there was little he could do, causing great internal distress. Unexpectedly, the fellow in front of him dared act so arrogantly. Although this enraged him beyond measure, it also pleased him greatly. Because of the actions of this man before him clearly annoyed others to no end. Song Yi's actions right now have undoubtedly given him a certain opportunity. Given the current situation, he can take advantage of this chance to teach Song Yi a good lesson. An 8th grade treasure? Today, I'll turn your so-called 8th grade treasure into scrap metal. Get out of Jilin Cloudgate. In his current state of fury, he had already summoned up all his formidable spiritual energy. In an instant, the thunder between his hands became even more powerful. This thunder had now far surpassed the previous celestial thunder. Suddenly, the celestial thunder was released from his hands, aiming directly at the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. The celestial thunder descended with a roar above the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. As everyone watched in expectation for it to strike the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl at any moment, suddenly, clouds began to appear within the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. These clouds rapidly spread around the thunder. The moment the thunder passed through, these clouds started to absorb the thunder. The originally mighty thunder began to weaken significantly at that very moment. Much to their disbelief, the lightning dimmed considerably. How is this possible? The other party clearly could not believe what was happening and increased the output of their inner spiritual energy. Even so, the clouds surrounding the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl completely absorbed all the thunder, and within the blink of an eye, those bolts of lightning were entirely absorbed into the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. Not bad, Song Yi sincerely commented, as he could distinctly feel that this bolt of celestial thunder was much stronger than the ones during the previous Dan Pill tribulations. If the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl had reached the 8th grade earlier, perhaps it could have absorbed them all from the start and broken through to the 8th grade. Unfortunately, after absorbing all of this, the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl filled up only one layer despite being an 8th grade treasure. After hearing these words, the other party felt utterly humiliated for a moment. At this moment, they were burning with anger, unable to bear such a humiliation. Chapter 139. Turns out they are people from the other side. At this moment, the guy was practically boiling with anger. It was simply unimaginable that he would be humiliated in such a manner. How could he possibly accept this? In no time, he had lost all reason. While everyone else was shocked, he gathered a powerful stream of thunder between his hands, almost enveloping the entire heaven and earth with this force. Seeing this terrifying power, the people around couldn't help but be astonished. Stop! The master of Xuanhuan was just about to prevent this situation when Song Yi slightly shook his head and said with a smile, "How can we stop? It must continue now. Keep going. Don't worry, my 9 heavens thundercloud pearl is not so simple." Listening to these words, the people of Xuanhuan were also very surprised. They already realized that the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl in front of them was absolutely extraordinary. However, they didn't expect Song Yi to be so confident. Faced with such a situation, they could only sigh under the circumstances. Since Song Yi has decided under these circumstances, they did not have any further attempt to stop him. Especially the master of Xuanhuan, who noticed that the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl could absorb the power of thunder. He also wanted to see, under these circumstances, how far it could absorb until it reached its limit. Therefore, there was no interference at all. "Good boy, let your artifact and arrogance be buried together." The opponent roared as the incredibly terrifying thunder was compressed to its extreme. Even though it was just for a moment, it already made people feel the terror within. Under this ultimate force, and in that same instant, the opponent attacked the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl again, and the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl once more faintly released the original clouds. However, this was completely different from before. This time, the surrounding clouds did not swallow all the thunders into themselves. Instead, the clouds quickly reached a saturation point and were forced back by the thunder. Seeing this scene, Master Xuanhuan thought that the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl could no longer hold out. It seemed this was its limit. He couldn't help but feel sorry for it, because if it was only like this, there would still be no way to change their fate. But something unexpected happened. The cloud patterns all over the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl actually began to roll and came out from the pearl itself. In an instant, they enveloped everything around. Subsequently, the originally powerful thunder was completely swallowed by the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl within a short period of time. This scene was simply inconceivable for them. They just couldn't believe it. This is impossible. It's merely an 8th grade treasure. How could it achieve such a level? Not just this person, but apparently others couldn't comprehend it either under these circumstances. Looking at this sight, each of them was dumbfounded. Then the Master Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes and asked the great elder beside him, "Did you see that just now?" "That's right. This is absolutely not a common artifact." In this situation, the great elder fully retracted his previous disregard for Song Yi and respectfully asked him, "Friend Song Yi, according to what you know, to what extent can your 9 heavens thundercloud pearl grow?" Song Yi lightly smiled and said, "As for how far it will grow, I'm not sure, but someone assured me. If we allow this thing to grow up, helping your Xuanhuan sect survive this calamity should be quite possible." Someone. Everyone was very curious at this point, but they couldn't help but brighten their eyes. Wei Hong also suddenly remembered something and hurriedly went to the side of the Grandmaster Xuanhuan. Then she whispered something softly. After hearing this, both the Grandmaster Xuanhuan and the Great Elder couldn't help but light up their eyes, especially the Great Elder at this time, who couldn't help but glare at Wei Hong. "Little sister Wei Hong, aren't you really blinded by infatuation? How come you didn't mention such an important matter until now?" Wei Hong felt embarrassed. Indeed, after Song Yi arrived, this point had been directly overlooked, resulting in her being extremely awkward about these matters. Then Grandmaster Xuanhuan respectfully addressed Song Yi. "Previously, I was unaware of friend Dao's identity and failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive me." Others, upon seeing this scene, had a lot of questions in their hearts. What on earth was going on? What kind of identity did Song Yi have? Why did he suddenly act like this? For a moment, their minds were filled with incomprehension towards these matters. But Song Yi very calmly nodded and asked with a smile, "Do you believe what I'm saying now?" Of course, the head of Xuanhuan and the Great Elder both nodded heavily. After learning about these identities, they naturally had no doubts at all. Song Yi looked at their appearance and became even more delighted as he continued with a smile. "If that's so, then for now, I'll just stay in Xuanhuan to accompany my wife Wei Hong while she gives birth. You, however, to withstand your future tribulations, keep channeling thunder power into my 9 heavens thundercloud pearl. Don't worry, it will absorb by itself. It will upgrade automatically. There's no need to consider anything else. As long as you prepare adequately, when the time comes, the so-called calamities will naturally resolve themselves." "Thank you, Dao friend Song Yi. Sister Wei Hong, quickly go and prepare an excellent room for Song Yi Dao friend without delay." Wei Hong also nodded repeatedly under such circumstances, leaving out no detail. The way Master Xuanhuan acted now was truly unimaginable, entirely different from his usual demeanor. They had never seen their master like this, nor had they seen him behave this way under these circumstances, where even the Great Elder didn't say anything, but rather went along with Master Xuanhuan. They were full of too many questions in their minds. Song Yi paid no attention to them at all, just taking Wei Hong's hand and walking out from here with a smile, leaving the crowd behind to look curiously at the master of Xuanhuan. "Master," everyone wanted to know what had happened in this situation. Master Xuanhuan immediately gathered the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl into his hand, and, looking at everyone present, responded indifferently. "Next, we need to cultivate this 9 heavens thundercloud pearl." This is our method to overcome this calamity. Absolutely no carelessness allowed. Chapter 140. This female master is quite formidable. Almost everyone had no objection to the words of the main of Jilling Cloudgate. However, it was obvious that at this time, for the identities of Song Yi and his strange actions, they still held considerable suspicion. They hoped that the master could clarify these relationships for them at this moment. After the head of Jilling Cloudgate finished speaking, seeing everyone's puzzled faces, he sighed. With a casual hand gesture, he immediately shielded the room so that outsiders could not probe the information. Seeing what their master did, these elders also understood the seriousness of the matter. Then, the master directly said at this moment, "Today's affairs must be kept highly confidential. Regarding the matters about friend Song Yi, I should naturally tell you all some things, so you do not need to panic so much now." This matter was discovered by Sister Wei Hong. At this time, the head of Jilling Cloudgate directly informed them of Song Yi's identity. In fact, this was pretty much in line with previous expectations. After all, not only did Wei Hong think so, but Song Yi originally let them assume just that. Song Yi is from a very prestigious place, which is undoubtedly far above their Jilling Cloudgate. As for why he appeared in Tianxian sect, that is not something they can know. But there is no doubt that Song Yi's performance has already proven these points. In this way, they naturally have no way to question these facts. Especially, the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl in Song Yi's hands can already be considered sufficient proof. Perhaps other places might indeed be unable to save them, but this comes from a great place, which is beyond the imagination of people from an ordinary place. So under such circumstances, they directly regard Song Yi as their only hope. This Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, they must treat seriously. When these words reached the ears of the other elders, without a doubt, it stirred up a storm in their hearts. Apparently, they were still shocked by the situation, and their inner turmoil was immense. For a time, they couldn't believe this, especially the person who harbored affection for Wei Hong herself. At this moment, he couldn't accept that Song Yi had a better background and was more outstanding than himself. There was simply no way for him to accept it. But given the facts before his eyes, he had no choice but to believe them. Seeing the state of these people, the master of Jilling Cloudgate immediately and sternly instructed them. No matter what you are thinking now, at least we must understand that Jilling Cloudgate is already on the verge of a great calamity. It is extremely rare for friend Song Yi to come here and help us. Since we have this opportunity, if we don't try it, then eventually we will only end in destruction. Since we have this method and don't have to pay too much of a price, we should naturally give it a try. After saying these words, the master immediately selected several people among them who were proficient in lightning-based skills. They were responsible for injecting lightning power into the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, thereby enhancing the pearl according to this. After arranging everything, the master immediately discussed some important matters with the great elder at this moment. And that was regarding the matter between Song Yi and Wei Hong. The two of them went to a secluded place. Considering the current situation, Song Yi's identity was not simple either. They were certainly not the type of people who would forcefully break apart couples, so at first, they didn't plan to directly interfere with Song Yi and Wei Hong. At the start, whatever decision Song Yi made, they could leave alone. However, after Wei Hong had already made a certain decision in this situation, they could no longer ignore this matter. Thinking about Wei Hong's identity and personality, they decided at first not to force them apart. If Song Yi and Wei Hong can survive this calamity, then things should take their natural course. They approached this issue calmly, but they had to ensure one thing. Wei Hong must remain part of the Jilling Cloudgate. It seemed, however, that the situation was far from as simple as they imagined. If Song Yi really has such a powerful force behind him, how could he make these decisions so easily? What if Song Yi takes Wei Hong to his faction? In that case, they would indeed be able to form an alliance with a vast power. However, wouldn't it be a loss for Wei Hong's identity to be immediately transferred to the other side? This was exactly what the Great Elder was most worried about, and the master of Jilling Cloudgate also couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hearing these words. Indeed, having an ally with quite solid strength would certainly be a very good thing. But in contrast, they still knew nothing about the forces behind Song Yi. How could they accept this so easily? The master of Jilling Cloudgate carefully pondered over these issues and then reacted promptly. As for the current problem, why should we worry about so many things? The Great Elder suddenly became puzzled. The master of Jilling Cloud Door said helplessly, "Don't forget, we have a great calamity right now. Compared to worrying about future issues, let's first get through the current difficulties. Although we do have some confidence now, we can't pin all our hopes on the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. So, Great Elder, you go ahead and prepare to enhance and refine the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. I need to prepare something else too. We must prevent any unforeseen circumstances." The Great Elder agreed with these matters for the time being, watching as the master left before involuntarily frowning. That guy turns out to be from a foreign faction. Now, with others getting involved, if they manage to get through this calamity, that would not be a good thing. The Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. At this moment, he couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. Even though his status was undoubtedly very high, the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl was currently the last hope for Jilling Cloud Door and was also being observed by others. It is absolutely impossible for someone to show up without revealing their identity. However, the biggest problem at present was not just the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, it was also the mysterious forces represented by Song Yi, which had too many unknowns. Chapter 142, Moving into Miss Wei's home. Wang Sanyan just wanted to spend some quality time with his granddaughter in the coming days, away from all the strife. "Young man, you should properly protect friend Wang Sanyan," Song Yi suddenly said to his servant. Though there was a divine-level presence by his side who could play a role, currently, it wasn't much use. So, Song Yi decided to let him follow Wang Sanyun and leave here, playing an escorting role along the way. When Wang Sanyun learned of this, he initially wanted to refuse, but the servant was very happy inside. He understood that his master, Song Yi, was truly extraordinary and would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. But, for him, no matter what achievements there were, they were not as important as his own life. As long as he could survive, everything else didn't matter. It was precisely because of this that he fully agreed with the decision made by Song Yi and couldn't wait to leave immediately. Wei Hong did not say anything at this moment, letting Song Yi make all the decisions. After Song Yi received the spirit charm, Wang Sanyun and his group left Jilingyunmen. After all, compared to here, which was still dangerous, none of them wished to get involved. After their departure, Wei Hong looked at Song Yi beside her and asked involuntarily, "They've all gone. Are you still staying here?" "That goes without saying. Since you're here, why should I leave?" Song Yi smiled and asked. Wei Hong paused for a moment before nodding and said, "Then I'll find a place for you." "Why do I need to find a place to stay? Can't I just stay with you?" Song Yi asked with a look of surprise on his face. At once, Wei Hong's face turned red, and she shouted loudly, "No." Seeing Wei Hong's refusal under these circumstances, Song Yi naturally couldn't say anything more. He had to comply and found a relatively good yard. It has to be admitted, this place was indeed quite excellent. The moment Song Yi arrived here, he felt the abundant spiritual energy around, and the construction in the surrounding area. This wasn't somewhere ordinary people could live. It seemed like he had already received the highest treatment. After sitting down at his accommodation, Song Yi checked the system at this time. Although only a short while had passed since Lung Yin and Lung Hao started their practice, they had made rapid progress and had already reached the foundational stage. Their swift cultivation speed made the Tianxian sect increasingly pleased. Thus, numerous resources were thrown at them, a treatment that even some elders of the Tianxian sect were extremely envious of. Song Yi was deeply satisfied seeing his two sons advance so swiftly. Although he himself had entered the Danhai realm, and their cultivation progress brought little improvement to him, as long as they could advance faster, it still provided immense benefits for Song Yi. What Song Yi did not know was that both Song Yin and Song Hao could have advanced even more rapidly, and even reached the Danhai realm at one go. However, due to the death of the snake, the original plan of the Tianxian sect fell through, leading to the preparations for his two sons being somewhat delayed. Song Yi also did not realize that in his small world, decades had already passed. The resources for cultivation he left behind had already been depleted. There was no way. The resources Song Yi originally left behind were only sufficient for several years, allowing others to reach the foundational stage. How could he have known that such a long period would pass? Especially after xuanhuan gave birth to his other son, Song Changsheng. Although Song Changsheng had a model of eternal life and thus cultivated slowly, he possessed a kind of longevity with vast potential, consuming resources naturally on a large scale. This caused the resources to have been completely expended many years ago. However, Mo Yujianshin and Linglu Jianjingshin had not hoarded their resources either, apparently having quite a lot of good things on hand. In such circumstances, they took everything out and used it together. Hence, within Song Yi's small world, there was relative peace and stability. It is worth mentioning that because these sons inherently possessed the talent of a great emperor, their growth cycle was still slower compared to normal individuals. Generally, their growth followed the time of the Great World. Both Song Changxing and Song Pingyan in the small world also grew according to the time of the Great World. Therefore, even if 1 year passed in the small world, it was equivalent to only 1 day passing in the Great World. Of course, because of their inherent resources, as long as the rules here were complete, they could take advantage of such conditions, allowing each day in the small world to be equivalent to the same amount of cultivation time as in the Great World. Song Yi learned through the system that everything was fine with his sons, and he gradually put his mind at ease. He planned to wait until his new son was born, and then have him well cultivated in Jilingyunmen. During this period, Song Yi also took the time to learn about the current situation of Jilingyunmen. Although it was true that Jilingyunmen's own techniques had certain flaws, as long as the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl was present, what was there to fear from heavenly tribulations? So, he did not plan to bring Wei Hong back with him to Tianxian sect. He intended to wait until his son gained control over both Tianxian sect and Jilingyunmen, accumulating enough strength. At that point, he would take all his wives to live a leisurely life like roaming clouds and wild cranes. Wouldn't that be more comfortable? After resting for a day, Song Yi also took the opportunity to visit Wei Hong. He spent quite a few credit points from his system space to buy some elixirs. There was no way around it. Although Wei Hong indeed had access to many elixirs within Jilingyunmen, none of them could compare to those purchased from his system space. The reason Song Yi bought these was because, according to the system's investigation, he discovered that Wei Hong's condition was not very good. Although she wouldn't be in charge of hosting that great array, this didn't mean she was free of issues. Wei Hong had already expended much of her vital energy during her time at Tianxian sect and sustained numerous injuries. In the recent period, she had been relying on elixirs to suppress her condition since recovering fully would require an extremely long time. Wei Hong originally did not have that much time and had to temporarily suppress her injuries this way. Chapter 141. This doesn't work. They from the Spirit Cloud Gate would never have thought that their Grand Elder was actually a traitor. If this matter were to be revealed, it would surely be a bolt from the blue for them. Unfortunately, they knew nothing about all these. Even now, despite no one being able to doubt his identity, The Grand Elder of the Spirit Cloud Gate was still extremely worried about the situation to come. This was such a rare opportunity to destroy the Spirit Cloud Gate. How could it fail just like that? The biggest obstacle wasn't something else, but Song Yi. He had to thoroughly investigate in the upcoming situation who exactly Song Yi was, whether he could pose any danger, and what harm might follow. He wasn't afraid of these investigations leading back to his sect. Rather, he was concerned that under such circumstances, they might eventually anger the entire Western region's sects. Wouldn't that make things very bad for his sect too? Therefore, he had to solve these problems beforehand. Meanwhile, Song Yi and Wei Hong walking out had already drawn a lot of attention, especially when Wang Sanyun and the others saw Song Yi and Wei Hong confidently striding out. With Wei Hong appearing shy, it surprised them greatly. I'll find you a place to stay. Wei Hong immediately started preparing after seeing them, but Song Yi held her hand and smiled. What preparations? Wang Sanyun and friends, as well as Yaya, are just here accompanying me. After handling some affairs, we will leave. As for my servant, there's no need to trouble yourself too much. Just give him any random spot. Wei Hong looked astonished at everyone present, then asked Song Yi beside her. And you? Are you leaving too? How can I leave? Song Yi smiled and said, not only is my 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl still here, I have to help you get through this calamity. More importantly, both you and the baby are here. I must wait until the child is born. If you come with me now, we can return to my small world together. That works too. Song Yi's words were utterly astonishing to Wang Sanyun and the others. Ignoring the fact that Song Yi intended to help the Spirit Cloud Gate overcome this disaster. Just hearing about the child in Wei Hong's stomach was enough to shock them greatly. Although they didn't know Wei Hong personally, they could sense from the atmosphere that she was not an ordinary person. Such an existence not only chose to be with Song Yi, who was at the Dansi stage, but also bore a child with him. This completely overturned their worldview, making countless parts of their thoughts feel unimaginable. After hearing this, Wei Hong lost all traces of her previous grandeur as an elder, instead blushing shyly. However, upon hearing about leaving the Spirit Cloud Gate and going with Song Yi to his small world, Wei Hong firmly declined. Without considering the current state of the Spirit Cloud Gate, returning with me might bring many troubles. I do not intend to leave here. Seeing Wei Hong's determined appearance, Song Yi smiled gently and said, that's fine too. It doesn't matter where. At worst, I can bring others over to accompany you in the future. I think you two can spend some time getting along better. Song Yi originally wanted to keep bantering with Wei Hong affectionately, but unexpectedly at this moment, Wang Sanyun on the other side suddenly looked unbelievably at Wei Hong. In a hurry, he asked, is our benefactor's wife expecting? Song Yi nodded looking at his shocked face, yet he did not boast about anything under these circumstances because he realized something was off. Wang Sanyun clearly showed abnormal behavior right then. Song Yi, becoming serious, asked, what's wrong? At that moment, Wang Sanyun took a deep breath and shook his head, saying, in that case, my ancient spiritual talisman might be of no use. Why? Song Yi asked incredulously, becoming anxious after hearing these words. Wang Sanyun helplessly explained, because this ancient spiritual talisman itself can only substitute for one life, and not guarantee total safety just by possessing it. That means either the benefactor's wife or the child inside her can be protected, only one of them. After hearing all this, Song Yi couldn't help but frown at this moment. As for this, I really don't have any other methods. Under these circumstances, Wang Sanyun could only say helplessly. After listening to this, Song Yi fell silent. Wei Hong couldn't help but ask Song Yi at this point, isn't your magical treasure supposed to be able to save these people? Could it be that you were just deceiving the sect leader and others? Wei Hong was clearly very anxious about the current situation. She did care deeply about Song Yi in her heart, but she could not just stand by and watch her sect be destroyed by heavenly thunder, leaving only herself alive. It's not like that. Song Yi consoled Wei Hong. There are indeed too many unexpected situations. The 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl is indeed a glimmer of hope, but it does not mean that with this magical treasure, we can rest easy. Therefore, we must make more preparations. And it was by chance that I met Brother Wang Sanyun, who has this ancient spiritual talisman. But this thing can only be used on one person, so under these circumstances, I thought of giving it to you. This is after all a backup plan, and may not necessarily be needed. Then he patted Wang Sanyun beside him and smiled. No matter what, you've done your best. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, and I will do my best to help you. It's not that Song Yi was so carefree. Rather, there was simply no other way. After receiving comfort, Wang Sanyun handed over the ancient spiritual talisman in his hand to Song Yi. He didn't want to stay here long with his granddaughter either. So when he came, he had planned to plant the talisman inside Wei Hong and then leave directly. Now it seemed it might not be used, so he could only hand it over to Song Yi. At the same time, he infused his own spiritual power into it. In this way, the restriction was lifted from himself, and if Song Yi wanted to activate it, it wouldn't be as troublesome as before. Song Yi did not oppose his actions and understood. Chapter 143. Although not faithful, but true feelings. Wei Hong still had serious injuries on her body, but unfortunately, there were just too many things happening. For the sake of the entire Ji-Ling-Yun sect, Wei Hong constantly suppressed her wounds to prevent them from recurring so that she could take action. This would naturally have some impact on her in the future. But at least, Wei Hong could currently be said to have no major issues. But, unexpectedly, Wei Hong actually became pregnant during this process. It was precisely because of this that the baby within her, which was not yet born, directly drew upon Wei Hong's inner strength, causing Wei Hong to be unable to suppress her own injuries over this short period of time. The situation was slightly better these past few days, but as the baby grew larger, Wei Hong would start showing obvious signs. In such a situation, if not treated promptly, Wei Hong might very well risk losing her life and leave behind severe consequences. How could Song Yi possibly let such a thing go unattended? Thus, Song Yi painfully purchased a 9th rank elixir and gave it to Wei Hong. What Song Yi did not expect was that when he arrived, there was actually someone else in Wei Hong's room. She had silver hair but a childlike face, with a cold expression. "Are you Song Yi?" When she saw Song Yi, her gaze gradually turned icy. Song Yi could feel an aura from her that was even more terrifying than the master of the xuanhuan sect. "This is my mentor, xuanhuan. This is Song Yi." Wei Hong immediately introduced them both at this moment. Upon hearing this, Song Yi couldn't help but be surprised. Wei Hong herself was already quite famous within the xuanhuan sect, so many people knew about her. Before arriving, Song Yi had also heard some rumors from Gong Sun Fu and the others. Wei Hong had been adopted by the previous Grand Elder of the xuanhuan sect when she was young, and her growth rate could be described as rapid. Even though she differed by nearly 1,000 years compared to those of the current master's generation, she was still able to break through to the Huashan stage in such a short period of time. And she was capable of continually fighting against higher ranks, quickly becoming renowned throughout the world. However, after that, Wei Hong's mentor, xuanhuan, suddenly disappeared. While it was officially stated that she was secluding herself for cultivation, many had informed everyone that she had most likely perished. Unexpectedly, these turned out to be mere rumors. Xuanhuan was truly still alive. Looking at the vast presence before him, Song Yi could fully affirm that this Xuanhuan's strength was likely on the level of a half-immortal. At this moment, Xuanhuan observed Song Yi and simply could not figure out what made Song Yi special. If it weren't for all the incidents that happened, she really wouldn't agree to her disciple being with someone as ordinary as Song Yi. Helplessly sighing, she said, "Regardless of anything, since you're with Honger, I don't care about your background. As her mentor, I warn you not to be two-timed and be fully committed to her." Song Yi momentarily felt awkward. How can you not even achieve that? Upon seeing Song Yi's reaction, Xuanhuan's eyebrows furrowed, her heart filled with anger she wanted to release right then. "I will definitely be devoted to her, but I have 2 other wives at home." Song Yi helplessly stated this, but no matter how one looked at it, he himself felt like this sentence made him seem quite despicable. But there was nothing he could do. This was the truth. Although the situation between him and Wei Hong could be called an accident, Song Yi, both emotionally and otherwise, wanted to take full responsibility for her. "You already have someone." Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan erupted in fury. To her, Wei Hong was like her daughter. Her daughter unexpectedly found herself pregnant without being married, and worse, the man already had other women. How could she accept that? Naturally, under such circumstances, her heart was filled with immense anger. Seeing this, Wei Hong hurriedly tried to persuade Xuanhuan. Wei Hong's attempt to reason only made Xuanhuan angrier, and she rebuked sharply. "What do you mean by this? Honger, I am doing all this for your sake. I know that the child between you two wasn't born out of love, but was purely an accident. But since you've already decided to be with him, there's nothing I can do about it. Regardless of his background, if he ever makes my disciple feel humiliated, I, Xuanhuan, will risk my life to ensure that he doesn't get away with it." As Xuanhuan said these words at this moment, Wei Hong's heart was deeply touched. Her mentor since childhood was just like her mother. Being cared for and loved in this way made her very moved. Song Yi also genuinely felt glad from the bottom of his heart that Wei Hong had such a respected mentor. But it was at this time that he spoke. "I know, Elder, you definitely have strong opposition towards what happened between Wei Hong and me. I understand this situation. Even if I were in your place, I would react similarly. But regardless, I still want to say one thing. Since Wei Hong is now mine, there will be no turning back. I will give my all to cherish and care for her. I will not let Wei Hong suffer even a bit of humiliation. Any issues are entirely down to my lack of responsibility. However, at the same time, the other women are also extremely important to me. From the day they came into my life, they, like Wei Hong, need my protection. There's no doubt about this fact. I absolutely will not allow any of them, including Wei Hong, to feel the slightest bit wronged. To put it another way, even if I gave up on them right now, Elder, would you truly feel reassured?" After Song Yi said these words, Xuanhuan momentarily paused. As a woman, Xuanhuan really disliked men who couldn't make up their minds. But she could not negate Song Yi simply because of this single matter. After all, this whole incident was exactly as Song Yi had described. An accidental event leading to an unusual result which left no choice but to keep Wei Hong and Song Yi together. One might even say that from a certain perspective, Song Yi coming to look for Wei Hong after everything had occurred proved him to be a very responsible person, fully committing himself to such an extent, which indeed moved many deeply. Chapter 144, Snow Eagle Master. But if, under the current circumstances, Master Snow Eagle really forces Song Yi to only have Wei Hong as his woman from now on, and for Song Yi to completely forget all others, would such behavior really put Master Snow Eagle at ease? Quite the contrary. If Song Yi were truly to act this way, he might be the one most deserving of concern. Regarding these matters, Master Snow Eagle naturally has no way to argue against them. Sighing, he looked tenderly at Wei Hong beside him and said, "I hope you've truly found a good man. In that case, I, as your master, will truly be at peace. No matter what happens in the future, by then you'll be supervising from the side." Song Yi smiled, then walked over and chuckled, saying, "Wei Hong, this is the pill I prepared for you. Once taken, it will greatly benefit your body. Upon hearing this, both Wei Hong and Master Snow Eagle couldn't help but pause in surprise. At this moment, they both looked towards the pill held in Song Yi's hand. Clearly, they were very astonished because they could tell that Song Yi had brought out a 9th rank pill. Although 9th rank pills are indeed suitable for the soul transformation realm, comparatively speaking, 9th rank pills themselves are extremely rare. Even the Divine Cloud sect has a very limited amount, so it's impossible to casually bring out a 9th rank pill. As for 10th rank pills, at the present moment, it's even less likely. One can only obtain them from the outside world. Under these conditions, the 9th rank pill presented was even more precious. When Master Snow Eagle inspected this pill, there were waves of turmoil in her heart. With her semi-immortal cultivation, she effortlessly determined that this was a nourishing spirit and cultivating origin pill, appearing as an ordinary nurturing pill. In reality, she immediately found out that this was much stronger than those regular nurturing pills, undoubtedly among the superior ones within the 9th rank pills. It's not only effective for the soul transformation realm, but also capable of nurturing practitioners of that level. Actually, when Song Yi initially arrived here, Master Snow Eagle had already noticed something off about Wei Hong. After checking, she immediately understood the reason. Originally intending to treat Wei Hong's injuries, she didn't expect Song Yi's sudden arrival. The pill he provided solved the urgent problem just in time. The original worries about how long it would take to heal Wei Hong's previous injuries and whether any aftereffects would remain became things Master Snow Eagle paid attention to. She was originally worried about whether she would have enough time to address these concerns, but unexpectedly, this pill could solve it. The pill is quite good. Master Snow Eagle nodded at this moment and said to Wei Hong beside her, I will assist you with treating your injuries shortly. This can be considered my return gift to you. Suddenly, Master Snow Eagle turned around and threw a box to Song Yi. Although Song Yi caught the box, he couldn't help but comment to Master Snow Eagle beside him. Wei Hong is my woman. Whatever I give her, no matter how valuable, is entirely justified. Why do you need to give me thanks? Despite Song Yi's dissatisfaction, Master Snow Eagle calmly replied, You should first see what I have given you. Song Yi was momentarily stunned and quickly opened the box. When he saw what was inside, Song Yi couldn't help but feel astonished. For within the box was a yellow fruit encased in mysterious patterns, exuding a yellowish aura. It created a refreshing sensation wherever it went. Could this be? At this point, Song Yi looked incredulously at Master Snow Eagle, who grunted and said, Regardless of anything else, you are Honger's fiancé in the future. At the very least, your apparent cultivation cannot lag too far behind. This is also intended for you. If there aren't any other pressing matters, please leave here first. I am about to treat my disciple's injuries. Without any courtesy, Master Snow Eagle began urging him to leave. Song Yi could sense at this moment that although Master Snow Eagle appeared very rude on the surface, in truth, she was a warm-hearted person who treated others very kindly and was an excellent elder to Wei Hong. The item given is exactly what a practitioner of the Pill Sea realm needs, seedling fruit. This item can enable someone at the Pill Sea realm to directly elevate their cultivation by one minor level without any side effects. It can even enhance the spiritual energy within one's body during this period. If one has the talent, and if sufficient resources follow, it can be said that continuous breakthroughs are entirely possible. At the Pill Sea realm, it is an exceedingly precious item. By giving this directly, Song Yi was deeply moved. Thus, he didn't delay her treatment of Wei Hong's injuries and immediately left with the Linghai fruit. Master. Wei Hong looked at Snow Eagle Master at this moment, while Snow Eagle Master solemnly addressed Wei Hong. You, my child. Even as a person reborn in 2 lifetimes, you're very smart, but correspondingly, your understanding of many matters outside is truly too limited. This has resulted in such outcomes, leaving me unsure what to say about you. Luckily, the Song Yi you've encountered today is indeed a worthy match. I only hope you don't disappoint each other. Thank you for your approval, Master. Wei Hong was also extremely happy inside. Just as she was about to continue saying something, suddenly another person arrived. Grand Elder? Wei Hong looked at the Grand Elder with great surprise, but Snow Eagle Master remained silent. The Grand Elder, upon seeing Wei Hong, was about to speak, but then noticed Snow Eagle Master standing nearby and was instantly shocked. How? Uncle Master, when did you return? Clearly, at this moment, the Grand Elder was greatly astonished. In reality, not just Song Yi. Currently, Snow Eagle Master's sudden return is known only to Wei Hong within the entire Divine Cloud sect, and she had learned of it quite abruptly. So this caused the Grand Elder to feel an immense shock upon seeing Snow Eagle Master. Humph. Snow Eagle Master sniffed and coldly said at this point, Do I need to inform you when I return? Of course not. The Grand Elder was embarrassed and appeared tense at this moment. He hastily wanted to leave at this time, but Snow Eagle Master suddenly called him back. Chapter 145, The Sky Disaster That Never Arrived. What are you doing here at Hong's place? Why do you suddenly want to leave without saying anything? The voice of xuanhuan was so cold, yet filled with such dignity. Even the Grand Elder was drenched in cold sweat and gasping for breath at this moment. He could only quickly regain his composure and say, Uncle Teacher, I came because I see Sister's injury hasn't healed yet. I've specially prepared some pills for her. Now that Brother Sony has the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, Sister can also recover earlier. After speaking these words, the Grand Elder immediately rummaged through many pills on his person. Then, after handing them over, Wei Hong thanked him briefly, and seeing that xuanhuan remained silent under this situation, he then took his leave immediately. Turning around, he left quickly. Clearly, he was shocked by what had happened here. xuanhuan. an almost pillar-level existence within Jilingyun sect. Speaking of fame, Xuanhuan was undoubtedly the first among her generation. Many years ago, Xuanhuan had already reached the strength of a semi-mortal. In those days, it was said in the South Realm that Xuanhuan was nearly killed due to being ambushed while crossing the celestial tribulation. Precisely because of this, Xuanhuan harbored an intense grudge against the one responsible. Right after breaking through to the semi-mortal stage, she even single-handedly reached the other party's sect. In front of their entire sect, she slew that individual. Even though the other side had semi-mortal level elders, not just one either, and afterward activated their grand formation with all the might of their sect. The final outcome was still the same. Xuanhuan emerged unscathed from it all. While it was indeed somewhat exaggerated to say that Xuanhuan alone could withstand an entire major force, it was nonetheless true that she possessed the ability to slay someone at the semi-mortal realm. And back then, it was right after her breakthrough. Now, after all these years, she surely surpasses her past self. Thus speaking, how far has Xuanhuan's strength advanced? Even if ranked as the absolute first in the western region below immortality, it's very likely. And more likely still, she leads by a wide margin. Upon thinking about this, fear already welled up inside his heart. This matter regarding Xuanhuan not perishing, he must spread it urgently. This woman is simply extraordinary. If it were before, he could have entrusted the resolution to the approaching sky disaster, allowing it to destroy everything. But things have changed now, because he personally witnessed how miraculous the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl brought by Song Yi truly was. Who knows, it may really be able to mitigate this calamity. So they must devise other methods beforehand. However, given such a short period of time, especially since Xuanhuan has returned, what exactly can he accomplish? He himself is rather lost regarding this point. Xuanhuan was also quite puzzled by the sudden arrival of the Grand Elder, but didn't dwell on it too much. Immediately thereafter, she started aiding Wei Hong and healing her wounds. Meanwhile, Song Yi, after obtaining the spirit sea fruit, returned to his living quarters. Although he isn't currently rushing to enhance his cultivation base, everyone in Jilingyun sect is in a state of tension. There isn't much for him to do here anyway, so he may as well return to cultivate quietly. Anyway, matters concerning the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl don't need any interference from him. But something unexpected happened. He felt his body's entirety explode with spiritual energy after consuming the fruit. That surging spiritual energy made Song Yi feel almost uncontrollable at this moment. Swiftly, Song Yi began the process of advancing with this power. From the early stage of the Danhai realm, he rapidly broke through to the intermediate stage. In this process, feeling the remaining power of the Linghai fruit, Song Yi continued cultivating during this time. After all, Wei Hong also required help from Xuanhuan to heal her injuries. Song Yi visiting Wei Hong wouldn't yield any productive result either. Moreover, the news of Xuanhuan's return quickly caught the attention of many people. Once the master of Jilingyun sect heard, he swiftly headed towards Wei Hong's location. However, Xuanhuan merely said a word calmly to the master of Jilingyun sect. No matter what happens next, they will handle it. As for matters they couldn't handle, she would only intervene. If there was nothing necessary, there would be no need to seek her out. The master of Jilingyun sect also found this situation helpless. But regardless, these were the words of Xuanhuan, and he had no choice but to heed them. However, soon after, Song Yi had spent another month cultivating here, yet surprisingly, there was not a single sign of change outside. It seemed as though no celestial tribulation was coming at all. Wei Hong also emerged from her seclusion under such circumstances. Her injuries, adjusted by Xuanhuan, had already healed. But, nowadays, everyone in the entire Jilingyun sect harbored doubts. Reasonably speaking, within these few days, the heavenly calamity destined for Jilingyun sect should have arrived, but hadn't, even under these circumstances. This state of affairs left too many questions. Clearly, everyone felt utterly perplexed about it. Yet, despite their confusion, there was absolutely no slack in their preparation. They remained on high alert during this period, waiting anxiously for the imminent arrival of the celestial tribulation. In this month's time, the elders of Jilingyun sect ceaselessly poured lightning-affiliated spiritual power into the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. Miraculously, the pearl had reached the 10th rank. Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. They'd simply been injecting lightning power into it. Could such a result really be attributed to merely that? Truly, it defied belief. Of course, they all understood very well. This wasn't solely their achievement. It was entirely due to the innate quality of the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl itself. Although it had successfully attained the 10th rank, they still showed no signs of stopping. Virtually every second, they continued feeding power into it, hoping to make it break through to an immortal class before the celestial tribulation arrived. With only a few more days remaining, would this be sufficient? The answer turned out to be more than enough. They endured their uneasiness while continuing to wait. Precisely because they never ceased their effort during this time, the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl began to break through steadily towards the first level of immortality. Even though Song Yi did not intend to absorb the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl's strength, under these conditions, some of its power inevitably fed back into Song Yi. As Song Yi sensed this surge of energy, astonishingly, when the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl achieved the first stage of immortality, he too ascended to the later stage of Danhai realm. Chapter 146, Go Back First. Since it was upgraded to the rank of Xianpin 1, the power of the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl has already become extraordinarily powerful. After that, Jilingyun wanted to further attempt to enhance the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. Naturally, this became increasingly difficult. Even a slight improvement would consume a great deal of their thunder element spiritual power. Faced with such difficulties, they were at a loss. What perplexed them more was that in the following days, xuanhuan remained in a state of peace. There was no sign whatsoever of an impending heavenly tribulation. Though this was indeed something to be glad about, the prolonged absence and their ignorance of the cause began to worry them greatly. What was going on? Even the master of xuanhuan couldn't help but begin constant investigations under these circumstances. They reviewed all the scenarios when the heavenly thunder had arrived in the past, and there had never been such a long wait, without even a hint of activity. This was truly abnormal. It felt as if it wasn't that this heavenly tribulation had disappeared, but was instead preparing for something even more dangerous under such circumstances. For this reason, they were even more concerned in their hearts. When they were at a loss about these matters, Song-Yi showed a remarkable composure regarding all this. Now his strength had improved, and the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl had also been promoted to the rank of Xianpin. Undoubtedly, this was absolutely something very pleasing to him. It's worth noting that ordinary artifacts, once promoted to the Xianpin rank, are bound to undergo the trial of heavenly tribulation. However, the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl itself possesses the power of heavenly tribulation. In that case, how could it possibly undergo so-called heavenly tribulation trials? Thus, this step was naturally bypassed. Regardless of what was happening here, Song-Yi spent this period living quite peacefully. Moreover, during this time, he would occasionally take many things to visit Wei Hong, offering condolences to his child. He quietly waited for the birth of his child, while simultaneously binding the template of the martial ancestor onto his unborn child. If it weren't for the concern that this heavenly tribulation might suddenly arrive, Song-Yi would have taken Wei Hong back to his small world at this time to visit his other children and wife. He didn't know if Qing Ruoling had awakened by now. While Song-Yi was worrying about these things, after just a couple of days, he noticed that in the discount section of the system, there was actually another teleportation charm. The price, relatively speaking, wasn't very valuable, allowing instantaneous teleportation to another place. Song-Yi had always been considering this item, because nowadays, not even xuanhuan himself was very sure. When exactly would this heavenly tribulation arrive? Faced with current events, they were extremely puzzled internally. So in light of such a situation, although Song-Yi desperately wanted to stay here until Wei Hong gave birth, but judging by the passage of time here, a single day here equals a year passed in his small world. His being away meant decades had gone by, and though his 2 sons wouldn't grow based on hours, other people cannot withstand this either. He should go back and check, at least give them some explanation. Initially, considering the round trip, even using the teleportation array would surely delay much time. However, thanks to the appearance of this teleportation talisman, everything can be different. He could mark the place well here, then use this teleportation charm to instantly return. It is undeniable that doing this is indeed very wasteful, because it's similar to the previous one. Even in the face of a place as dangerous as the Crack Void Forbidden Area, it can be used to escape. So, this can almost be considered an unmatched life-saving treasure. Such treasures should only be used in the most perilous moments, but unexpectedly, Song-Yi simply wanted to use it as a convenient transportation tool for frequent travels. If others knew, they would surely berate Song-Yi as extravagant. But, for Song-Yi himself, this was precisely what he needed right now. Things aren't necessarily needed or unnecessary, but whether they can come in handy in certain situations. And this is key. Therefore, after carefully considering, Song-Yi decided that he indeed needed to go back home urgently, not only to see his family, but at least to return to Tianxian Sect and make some preparations. After all, such a major event had occurred in Tianxian Sect, and there must have already been some actions taken. However, Song-Yi had specifically reported beforehand that he would be leaving, but the specifics and many other matters were not disclosed by Song-Yi. In this way, at the beginning, he could indeed utilize his identity, which wouldn't attract much attention, to remain unnoticed. But if he stayed away for too long, things might happen. Thus, they did have such concerns in their hearts, and this was precisely why Song-Yi decided to return under these circumstances. After understanding all of this, Song-Yi decided to go back for a while. Regarding this matter, Song-Yi didn't particularly seek out the master of xuanhuan. He only went to Wei Hong and xuanhuan. After all, the master of xuanhuan couldn't really say much about this matter. When xuanhuan and Wei Hong learned of this, Wei Hong was very surprised. They hadn't expected Song-Yi to suddenly want to return at this time. But then they reconsidered. Song-Yi himself had come out with Wei Hong to contend for this supreme treasure. It was unexpected, and so many things happened, which led to Song-Yi ending up here. So much so that now, Song-Yi can't even return. If no news is received from the other side, it will naturally cause anxiety. They could naturally understand these feelings. After considering these thoughts, they could only agree. Anyway, given the current situation, things are indeed strange. The heavenly tribulation has still produced no results as of today. And more importantly, the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl has already been upgraded to the rank of Xianpin. As long as Song-Yi doesn't take this away, it's natural that there's already a sufficient safeguard. Whether Song-Yi is here or not makes no difference. After all, Song-Yi is merely a weak individual at the Danhai stage. Even when the heavenly tribulation arrives, Song-Yi himself wouldn't play a significant role. Chapter 147. Haven't found this yet? Master Xueying had carefully considered the causes and consequences of these matters, and only decided at the last moment to let Song-Yi leave. In contrast, Wei Hong, though she was indeed somewhat surprised by Song-Yi's sudden departure, after a moment's thought, she believed it was all reasonable. Therefore, She naturally agreed without giving it much more thought. Just before leaving, Song Yi specially asked Master Shuang, "Senior, is there anything that could allow me to receive your messages even when I am far away in Tianxian Sect? I want something instantaneous." Song Yi originally wanted Wei Hong's essence blood token. With this item, he could observe Wei Hong's physical condition at any time. However, although this item was undeniably good, its indication would only show up if Wei Hong's body fell into some kind of trouble. For instance, if Wei Hong were in danger due to some powerful enemy, or even when a celestial calamity arrives, there would be no advance warning with this item. It would only give a sense of perception when death is almost imminent, or after suffering severe injuries. If it worked like that, wouldn't it be too late? Without going into other aspects, at least when facing dangers, if this transmission spirit talisman experienced some delay, wouldn't that lead to a disastrous outcome? Thus, it was unquestionable that Song Yi did not intend to choose this option. Master Shuang understood Song Yi's intention. Although he did not think that, at the strength of Danhai Realm's later stage, anything significant could truly happen. In this situation, Master Shuang handed over a new jade pendant to Song Yi at this moment, and said indifferently, "If something happens here, I will immediately notify you using this. You don't need to worry about anything, because whether within our 4 domains or outside places, as long as anything happens, you will be notified first thing." However, Master Shuang paused here, looking straight at Song Yi, and couldn't help but ask, "I can notify you instantly, but can you instantly return? Do you have the capability to save someone who has reached the Huashan realm?" In response to Master Shuang's inquiry at this moment, Song Yi faintly smiled and said, "Senior, you may rest assured. Since I'm saying this now, I must certainly have considerable confidence." Since that's the case, then Junior takes his leave. Master Shuang glanced at Wei Hong beside him, then indifferently walked away. He understood well that at this point, the final words should naturally be left for the two of them to speak privately. However, at this moment, after Master Shuang left, Wei Hong also didn't know what exactly to say. Song Yi looked at Wei Hong's perplexed appearance and directly embraced her at this moment. This made Wei Hong feel even more shy and more unsure of what to do. "Wait for me to return. Take care of the child. No matter what happens, don't be afraid. I'll be there." Wei Hong listened to his words, feeling momentarily extremely bewildered. Although Song Yi was merely at the later stage of the Danhai realm, he provided her with a corresponding sense of security. At this point, Song Yi said nothing more. Turning around, he began to leave, as Wei Hong watched Song Yi departing further and further, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Master Shuang came from behind, watching the scene ahead, and couldn't help sighing. And just like that, Song Yi quietly departed from Jilingyun Sect. People within Jilingyun Sect noticed this moment with great surprise. But, given that Song Yi was, after all, a special guest, and could be said to have an extremely noble identity, they naturally could not say anything about such a matter, and could only helplessly watch as Song Yi left from here. After Song Yi left, the news spread quickly. When the Master and the Grand Elder of Jilingyun Sect learned of this matter, they were both extremely shocked. However, upon learning that this event was tacitly approved by Master Shuang, they felt quite helpless at the same time, and thus didn't ponder this matter any further. Though, it was merely that the Master of Jilingyun Sect did not deliberate on this matter. But, the Grand Elder was entirely different. For him, Song Yi's sudden appearance practically disrupted his original plan completely. Even though, under the current situation, this celestial calamity had not arrived, and his original plan was somewhat optional. But, regardless of whether the celestial calamity had arrived or not, Song Yi's appearance had brought them too many surprises, and this matter absolutely could not be left unchecked. Faced with such a situation, he immediately tried to find a way to leave from here as soon as possible and quickly informed his sect. He made them urgently dispatch people to investigate and track Song Yi, to see what was going on with him. But then again, how simple was that? Even though they had already sent people out in a rush to conduct an investigation, they were ultimately one step too late. Song Yi wanted to avoid being halfway back to Tianxian Sect when news of something major happening suddenly reached him, forcing him to return before even reaching the small world. Thus, he immediately purchased another instantaneous speed charm within the system space. Of course, although this charm was cheaper compared to the teleportation talisman, it still required Song Yi to continuously propel himself forward at high speed. It could enhance his speed, but once his spiritual energy was depleted, he would inevitably stop. Song Yi had used this the moment he departed, so his speed was extraordinary. This resulted in the Great Elder's contacts outside, whether at the teleportation point or along the way, failing to locate Song Yi. There was no help for it. Song Yi never went to the teleportation location, and at other places, his speed was simply too fast. He quickly moved past those areas. As such, it naturally did not take much time. Song Yi quickly left the area, and although the journey was also extremely taxing on his spiritual energy, his speed remained undiminished. It only took him half a month to leave the western regions. Meanwhile, the Great Elder and his group were utterly shocked. Despite deploying so many people to search for Song Yi, they had utterly failed to find him. The fact that Song Yi had the skill to evade pursuit by so many individuals was deeply impressive. Because of this, they became even more certain. Song Yi must have come from a great power. Song Yi was absolutely someone they could not provoke easily. Chapter 148, The Changes of Taishan Sect. The Grand Elder and the others could also make a final judgment at this moment. After understanding that Song Yi's identity was not ordinary, even the entire sect had no choice but to reconsider these matters. Although they still harbored ill intentions towards Jilingyun Sect, by this time the celestial tribulation still had not arrived, and it might be that the celestial tribulation would never come. However, even in the face of such a situation, they still wanted to obtain what belonged to xuanhuan sect. They didn't intend to easily give up things which, in their eyes before, were almost effortless to gain. Therefore, under such circumstances, one after another their hearts became incredibly restless. But they had to seriously consider the current situation. In the end, they simply couldn't ponder too much on the matter and came to a unanimous conclusion. Firstly, they must not offend Song Yi. This was something everyone could currently confirm. Song Yi could casually take out Jitian Lei Yunju, which could grow to the immortal quality, and also possess the ability to suddenly disappear from right before their eyes. All of these without exception prove that Song Yi was definitely someone with an extraordinary background. They couldn't offend a force like this. So, regardless of what happens afterward, unless Song Yi and Wei Hong die during the celestial tribulation, these matters are unrelated to them. As for other actions, they must let Song Yi and Wei Hong go. This is actually their greed caught in the middle. After all, from their point of view, the backgrounds behind Song Yi himself were extremely vast. They feared offending Song Yi, so they dared not move against him or Wei Hong. Yet, under such circumstances, they were filled with greed in their hearts and didn't want to let go of such benefits. After all, their plans for xuanhuan sect had gone on for far too long. For this day, they had made countless preparations without knowing. Regardless of whether the celestial tribulation for xuanhuan sect would truly arrive or not, under such conditions, they would try every possible means to act against xuanhuan sect. They completely forgot that as strong individuals themselves, how could they regard weaker ones with such simplicity? So, even if in the end, Song Yi and Wei Hong were both safe and sound, for Wei Hong, the place she grew up in from her childhood, was targeted by them. Her relatives from childhood died like that. How could Wei Hong possibly let them go easily? And for Song Yi, seeing his beloved treated this way, how could he remain silent? If they were on the same level, even if Song Yi was slightly higher than them, there would be many considerations in such a case, so they wouldn't dare to act rashly. But at present, how could their current situation compare equally? Not mentioning anything else, just judging by the outcome, there would surely be much retaliation directed toward them. But they didn't think about these things because, in their opinion, they had already done enough. And Song Yi did not know any of this at the time. If Song Yi had known, he absolutely wouldn't have let them off easily. On his journey back, he spent no small amount of spiritual energy, and it took him a month to finally return to Taishan sect. During this month, he felt uneasy every day, because he was very worried that, in case there was sudden news from xuanhuan sect requiring him to return immediately, what was the point of his trip then? Such a long distance, wasn't it merely for physical exercise? Actually, this journey was beyond Song Yi's expectations. Originally, he thought that it should take no more than 10 days for him to return to Taishan sect. After all, this was his first trip, and he wasn't aware of the potential issues along the way, naturally causing delays. During this month, although there was no news from xuanhuan sect, still, to avoid unnecessary concerns, what if Xin Shuiying believed that Song Yi's cultivation was insufficient, and therefore did not inform him? That would be troublesome. Thus, Song Yi specially checked Wei Hong's spirit blood jade token, and there was absolutely no reaction. It seemed nothing had happened. But, could it be that the celestial tribulation for xuanhuan sect really wouldn't come? This was indeed somewhat peculiar. For a moment, Song Yi couldn't figure it out. So Song Yi stopped thinking too much about it, and hurried to complete these tasks as soon as possible to return to xuanhuan sect. Song Yi arrived at Taishan sect without encountering any obstructions along the way. It seemed that things were not as complicated as he had imagined. When Song Yi returned to Taishan sect, he specifically inquired about the other disciples. He immediately learned that more than 2 months ago, Taishan sect had indeed experienced a fairly large earthquake. The news from the sect was that an elder, after absorbing the power of a snake demon, had achieved a significant breakthrough in cultivation, which was why such a commotion ensued. After hearing this, Song Yi felt speechless. Taishan sect was certainly good at fabricating stories. Such an explanation was indeed unexpected for him. However, he could understand that if this matter were to be disclosed, it would have a great impact on them. Therefore, in response to such incidents, they sought to conceal it by all means. It seems that Taishan sect, fully aware of these implications in their relation to xuanhuan sect, chose not to conduct any investigations within their own sect. This was fortunate. Song Yi was just sighing in relief about this when he suddenly heard the news of Zhang Ji's death. Apparently, this matter had already spread completely. What was gratifying was that even though the news had spread, the outcome was much like Wei Hong had originally anticipated. Due to the mimicry involved, the higher-ups directly assumed this might have been caused by Zhang Ji practicing evil techniques. Concerned that his actions could affect the sect, Taishan sect quickly investigated the candidates he had recommended. Unexpectedly for Song Yi, almost without exception, the candidates recommended by Zhang Ji turned out to have problems. Although these individuals showed decent talent, they themselves had a gap when it came to comprehending the rules. Because of this, their potential achievements would be limited. In such a case, even if abundant resources were invested, it wouldn't help much. Furthermore, their cultivation speed and lifespan were slower compared to normal cultivators, clearly showing many issues. Chapter 149, Unable to Punish. Thus, when they learned of such a situation, the internal anger within Tianxian sect was unprecedented. They couldn't believe that something like this would happen. The number of young talents recommended by Zhang Ji wasn't small. Basically, every one of them had these issues, which meant a lot of resources were invested into them. No wonder. Even though their talents seemed very good, they didn't know why, but their cultivation speed was extremely slow. Everyone was confused about these things and never expected that the problem actually stemmed from this aspect. After this incident occurred, the sect leaders were extremely angry. As a result, without mercy, they gathered all the people with talent-related problems. If they had achieved any significant level of cultivation, they were all expelled to the outer sect, becoming the lowest-level disciples. After all, no matter what, they could still be considered as a form of combat power, and perhaps in the future, they might still be useful in some ways. But it was impossible to rely on them for procreation since their destiny was that of ordinary people, and thus their children would mostly be like them. Even worse, due to those changes, they may not even give birth to children at all. Zhang Ji's actions were simply infuriating, almost making the master spit blood. In one go, it was equivalent to wasting so many resources. Moreover, if word of this gets out, what kind of disastrous impact would it cause? The sect truly had nowhere to vent its anger. These apprentices were innocent people, and they also possessed certain resources. Punishing them directly would ultimately be counterproductive. As the main culprit, Zhang Ji could only be recorded as having died due to being counterattacked after using evil magic. There was nothing more they could do. Other aspects were fundamentally untraceable, making it even harder to find others or administer punishment, leaving deep resentment in their hearts. In this situation, to avoid the truth getting out, they had to lock down all of Zhang Ji's information, only telling everyone that he died due to inappropriate cultivation. Although this did not explain why Tianxian sect suddenly removed all the apprentices recommended by Zhang Ji. At least, these matters were under control as much as possible. When Song Yi learned of these developments, he was also quite surprised. After all, he hadn't discovered that there were so many problems with those apprentices either. And once these issues were uncovered, Zhang Ji was naturally marked with a sign of shame. Even though most people still don't know exactly what happened, Tianxian sect has specially changed its original rules. From now on, regardless of who recommends apprentices, the rewards they would get will be significantly reduced compared to before. Of course, if those apprentices reach a certain level of cultivation or receive awards later, the disciple recommending them would also receive some rewards. Considering it, these indeed contain relatively more rewards than before. But if you think carefully, how fast can someone improve their cultivation? In this way, things that could be easily obtained are instead going to take them much longer. Sometimes, they themselves have limited time. How is it possible for them to have time to wait around for these things? It was precisely because of this that such rules began causing a great deal of suffering among many people. But what could they do? Tianxian sect would absolutely not change these regulations. After all, the same mistake they did not want to make again. Song Yi didn't expect that over these 2 months, such huge changes had occurred. Truly unexpected. After learning about recent events, Song Yi also heard from the gate entrance. Tomorrow, Tianxian sect will hold a competition. Should Song Yi participate? Song Yi smiled and refused. Brother, look at me. After being out for such a long period, my cultivation is only at the late stage of Xiantian. With my current abilities, am I not asking for humiliation by participating? And I won't gain anything. It's better for me to return to my own little world and search for new recruits. Upon hearing this, the other party burst out laughing, saying, although both personal cultivation and tasks are important, sometimes watching others fight can be beneficial to your practice. Seeing how wise you are, let me share an insider tip with you. An insider tip? After hearing this sentence, Song Yi also couldn't help but pause for a moment. That person mysteriously glanced around and then whispered to Song Yi, let me tell you, don't just look at the surface this time. The eldest brother might have the highest chance of winning. But in fact, as far as I know, our Tianxian sect actually has a very mysterious disciple in secret, whose cultivation is incredibly strong. It's said that his supernatural power is a golden dragon that can effortlessly destroy mountains. Golden dragon? Song Yi was also taken aback for a moment upon hearing this sentence. How does it sound so much like his son Song Hao's supreme bone? Song Yi wanted to get more information from the other party, so he took out some spirit stones and smiled. Senior brother, why don't you go on? The other party didn't hesitate to put all the spirit stones into his pocket and explain with a grin. Actually, this person right in front of him, though his cultivation was only 1 level higher than Song Yi, his background was not bad. His father was an elder of Tianxian sect, so he had learned about something very important from an elder recently when following his father. Just half a month ago, there was a disciple in Tianxian sect who attracted strange phenomena after breaking through their cultivation. Although the issue was quickly resolved, the sect master specifically ordered an elder to suppress his own cultivation and fight against the disciple to test the latter's strength. What no one expected was that the elder failed to hold on for even a few moves before being defeated. Even though the elder had suppressed his cultivation, his fighting techniques and experience far surpassed those of younger disciples. But despite all that, he was still utterly crushed by the disciple. Because of this, the elder harbored great frustration within him. But even though he was frustrated, he was also very glad because of this. This was Tianxian sect's genius after all. Naturally, they would be a tremendous help to the sect in the future. Unfortunately, the elder didn't reveal much about the identity of the disciple, keeping it highly confidential. And during the upcoming combat, the disciple would be using a disguise. Chapter 150, Decades-Old Acquaintance Departs. This person, at a loss, said helplessly at this moment. It is said that this is the requirement of the sect leader. One cannot be limited to only those kinds of geniuses who immerse themselves in cultivation all the time. Without fighting against outsiders, there's no way for them to grow. To prevent his true identity from being exposed, he has been disguised. His coming here is for him to see what kind of battles lie ahead. It can also be considered as a trial. These trials indeed don't count as particularly great ones, but it must be said that Song Yi, listening to the other party's words, almost confirmed that this was absolutely greatly related to his son Song Hao. It was almost certainly him. He had recently broken through and possessed the golden dragon divine power, allowing him to fight beyond his rank. This sounded so much like him. This point was almost about to be confirmed. However, Song Yi was curious. If the sect leader agreed for such a person as Song Hao to participate in that grand competition, why wasn't his other son, Song Yan, participating? For a moment, Song Yi was very puzzled about this point. That disciple noticed Song Yi drifting off in thought at this moment and immediately smiled while continuing. All of what I've told you might be truthful. Remember tomorrow when we, these disciples, place bets on each other's matches, do not choose others first. Among us, the most mysterious one is likely the person we are looking for. The person spoke earnestly, and Song Yi nodded after hearing these words. Even though he hadn't thought too much about it, he still deeply appreciated the information disclosed by the other party. With these contents in mind, Song Yi immediately bid farewell to the other party and returned to his own small world. Apparently, even though he had been away for so long, everything on the Tianxian sect side was still relatively normal. After leaving here, Song Yi checked the current status of his two children. Song Hao's current cultivation level was in the mid-stage of qi refinement, which could be said to have progressed extremely rapidly, even far surpassing Song Yan already. Song Yan's cultivation level was still in the middle stage of foundation establishment, whereas Song Hao had made such breakthroughs within this short period of time. Actually, Song Yi himself was extremely curious. How could Song Hao advance so quickly in such a short time, even leaving Song Yan far behind? In theory, their talents were roughly equal. Even if they had some different attributes between them, the gap shouldn't have been this wide. Therefore, regarding this matter, Song Yi himself was also unclear. Nevertheless, regardless of how it was, he was delighted that his sons were able to enhance their cultivation levels. Song Hao was able to raise his cultivation during this period and bring Song Yi many reward points, which already sufficiently indicated that there was nothing wrong with this advancement. If there was a problem, the system would have warned him first. Perhaps the elder son had encountered some unique opportunity, and Song Yin may not have participated because his cultivation level wasn't sufficient. Song Yi had now returned to his own small world. It was evident that during this period, the small world itself hadn't changed too much. However, this was relative to Song Yi himself. In reality, during the time he was gone, decades had passed below. The newly established dynasty had already seen the change of two emperors. After Song Yi left, although the new emperor believed in deities, his focus remained on diligent governance, thus enabling the realm to flourish. But after 40 years of such practice, initial problems began to surface. Excessive faith in the divine had caused them to stop thinking altogether, resulting in a growing laziness of the mind. After that, following the passing of the previous emperor, it became clear that the second emperor started revealing changes. Too many people blindly believed in the divine. Observing this situation, he began to forcibly alter things. He wanted everyone to stop believing in deities so excessively and instead believe more in themselves. However, his actions violated the original established rules, and consequently, they produced opposite effects. During this process, many began raising numerous objections to the emperor. Ultimately, it resulted in increasing numbers of people gradually ignoring his orders. Chaos ensued, leading to further disintegration higher up, causing turmoil lasting several years. Following this, numerous events unfolded until a new emperor ascended the throne, starting to integrate various ideologies and gradually altering the situation. Still, to Song Yi, it seemed that the current dynasty was still stable, as if nothing much had happened. Therefore, he naturally didn't bother with these matters anymore. Soon, he flew to his mountain range. Even until today, there were still no significant changes here. The original protective formation outside remained intact, and no enemies had come to launch a sneak attack. This place also remained peaceful. Song Yi quietly entered the formation, but unexpectedly, just after stepping in for only a second, a streak of sword qi came rushing towards him. However, this streak of sword qi quickly recognized who he was and dissipated right before Song Yi. Have you returned? Upon seeing that the one who returned was Song Yi, Mo Yujianling couldn't help but feel surprised. But soon afterward, Mo Yujianling put on an indifferent expression. She said to Song Yi, I thought you would have left with that powerful woman and never come back. I did leave with her, but since my home is here, I must return when it's time. Song Yi smiled faintly. Just as he was about to walk in, Mo Yujianling suddenly stopped him. At this moment, she spoke with a tone filled with sorrow. Song Yi, you should know that time passes differently inside this small world compared to outside. One day outside equals 1 year inside this small world, which means decades have passed here since you left. I already know. Song Yi was unclear why Mo Yujianling had brought this up. And at this moment, Mo Yujianling sighed. Don't you understand what I'm trying to say yet? Decades can make many things change beyond recognition. In such a long span of time, many people's lifespans could have reached their limit. Impossible. Song Yi's eyebrows knitted together tightly as he stared at Mo Yujianling and declared, there's no way they could have exhausted their lifespan in just a few decades, especially since I've left so many resources behind. Chapter 151. Who has no conscience? Resources. Mo Yujianling asked very surprisingly. What resources are you talking about? The resources that you yourself left behind. Have you ever carefully considered them? How much is needed to maintain the Great Formation? And how much do their cultivations require? They aren't standing still every day, they improve. Especially among them, Zhang Xiaonan and Su Wenwen's parents are already quite elderly. In such a process, if they cannot obtain the corresponding cultivation resources, do you think their improvement will be fast? And as their attainments rise, especially with Song Changsheng, another talented child of yours, what then can be done? For a moment, Song Yi could not believe the words spoken by Mo Jianling, and thus directly used his own spiritual awareness to probe. But at this time, he did not detect anything, which caused his heart to sink involuntarily. Mo Jianling shook her head and continued. Have you ever thought about it? How fast your son Song Changsheng is growing? And what about Song Ping'an? And also, your other wife Qing Ruoling? How much resources will she need afterward? Ruoling. Upon hearing this sentence, Song Yi was momentarily startled and couldn't help but ask, but isn't it true that Ruoling only needs blood legacy grass? Only blood legacy grass will suffice. When Mo Jianling heard this, she felt quite surprised and angrily asked, do you think blood legacy grass is something you can just feed directly to Qing Ruoling and let her absorb it herself? In that way, everything would be finished, right? Then all these issues would be completely resolved. Song Yi for a moment did not know how to respond. Of course not. When I refined blood legacy grass for Qing Ruoling, I needed an enormous amount of spirit stones. Afterward, for Qing Ruoling to recover daily, we needed many medicinal herbs and a great deal of spiritual energy. And those two sons of yours are the most resource-intensive among all. Faced with such a situation, we had no choice but to reduce everyone's resources. Myself and Xiling Lu also took out all our own resources to support their growth, but we ourselves consumed much in the Rift Void Prohibition area. So, after that, it didn't take long before everything was completely depleted. I had to stay behind to maintain this great formation, while Xiling Lu, to prevent other incidents and find some resources, took Song Ping'an and Song Changsheng and left here. They began cultivating in the outside world, saving some resources that way. What happened to them? While listening to these words, Song Yi's inner tension rose. At this point, Mo Jianling sighed again. Afterward, all resources were completely squandered. And more importantly, your relatives, especially Zhang Xiaonan and xuanhuan, who fell ill due to yearning. Xuanhuan is fine since she is still young. However, Zhang Xiaonan, he has passed away. Please bear up. In cultivation, this is very common. Many times, cultivators, in order to cultivate the Tao, must sever various kinds of emotions. You need to understand these things. Upon hearing this, Song Yi could no longer remain calm. Could it be that Zhang Xiaonan's life finally ran out? Zhang Xiaonan originally did not prioritize cultivation, so in Song Yi's view, such an outcome was highly possible. Is this reality now? In an instant, emotion completely replaced his original rationality. Not pondering on the numerous inconsistencies, Song Yi directly rushed inside at this moment. Fortunately, he didn't shout or make noise. Otherwise, when Song Yi rushed in and encountered Zhang Xiaonan exactly, it would have been quite awkward. Song Yi entered the courtyard and found Zhang Xiaonan engaging in battle techniques with Xuanhuan's parents in the yard. Xuanhuan, pure and youthful even after so much time, chatted happily with Qing Ruoling beside her, whose beauty remained unmatched despite simple clothing. As they spoke, seeing Song Yi suddenly burst into the yard, they were all naturally surprised for a moment. Song Yi looked at them and couldn't help but be stunned. This idyllic scene made Song Yi feel as if it were an illusion. Deadbeat. Brother Song Yi. Song Yi. They couldn't help but call out his name at this moment. As Song Yi slowly approached them to confirm that everything was truly real, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement in his heart. But suddenly, at this moment, he saw Mo Jianling approaching from the other side, and couldn't help shouting loudly. Mo Jianling. What do you want? Mo Jianling strolled over with a nonchalant expression, showing no fear despite Song Yi's anger. She responded coolly. I just said a little bit, and most of it is completely accurate. For instance, you've been away for such a long time, and your so-called cultivation resources have actually been long depleted. For all this while, Xiling Lu and I have been covering the costs. We had to pull out all our resources just to sustain everyone's cultivation. You see their individual achievements now. With my guidance, even your godson Zhang Xiaonan can already refine elixirs. When you came back, not only did you fail to thank me, but you dared to yell at me. Song Yi, don't you have any conscience? Song Yi froze upon hearing her words. He could clearly see that everyone around him had significantly advanced in cultivation, especially Qing Ruoling, who had reached the peak of the spirit Qi realm at this moment. She had completely surpassed Song Hao and far exceeded others. This was something Song Yi never imagined. Without even mentioning other aspects, Qing Ruoling's current breakthrough in power alone would far exceed the limits of the resources he had previously left behind. There was no doubt in Song Yi's mind that this must be due to Mo Jianling's help and the effects of the blood legacy grass. Seeing all this, the anger that had risen in Song Yi's heart earlier had now completely dissipated. Although his anger had disappeared, Song Yi still found it hard to express gratitude to Mo Jianling. After all, the first thing she did when he returned was to give him such a big scare. This naturally made Song Yi still harbor some resentment inside his heart, even though he had managed to suppress it for now. Chapter 152. With your ability, go find a rich woman to lean on. However, thanks to Mo Jianling, this is completely unnecessary. Looking at Mo Jianling in front of him, Song Yi said indifferently, aren't those resources you have originally meant for your masters? Am I not your master? Isn't it the same if you give it to me and my family? I didn't say that it was for my master, Mo Jianling said with a touch of pride. Song Yi's gaze swept around, but did not see his two sons, or Linglu Jianling. He couldn't help but ask, where are the two boys? And Linglu Jianling. Haven't I just told you? This place is no longer suitable for them to cultivate. So Ling Lu took them out to practice. Mo Jianling said indifferently, but when Song Yi heard these words, he couldn't help but be startled. The age of his two sons was not based on the time of this small world, but rather on the time outside in the larger world. That meant one of them is only a few years old now, and the other isn't even a year old yet. And Ling Lu Jianling, though she had existed for a very long time, her intelligence level is roughly the same as that of a child. In that case, wasn't it as if a child was taking another child and an infant out? In such a situation, Song Yi could not help but feel deeply worried inside. Rest assured, I've already informed Ling Lu. They are already on their way back. Mo Jianling also understood, though she trusted Ling Lu Jianling. After all, Song Yi has returned. Regardless of whether it's about Song Pingyan, whom he always mentions, or Song Chongsheng, they should meet Song Yi regardless. After all, when Song Yi left back then, it was too sudden, so he never got to see his son. Upon hearing this, Song Yi nodded immediately. This is no place to talk. Let's go inside first. Zhang Xiaonan suddenly realized that they were still outside at the moment and proposed this. The others reacted promptly, without any hesitation starting to walk toward the house. At this time, Song Yi quietly moved closer to xuanhuan and Qing Ruoling and hugged these two women of his. Brother Song Yi, dead ghost, what are you doing? Xuanhuan and Qing Ruoling naturally felt extremely shy about this. After all, there were so many people watching here. Song Yi paid no attention to their protests, especially from Qing Ruoling. Song Yi really felt as if he hadn't seen Qing Ruoling for an entire lifetime. Had there not been so many people present right now, he would have directly expressed himself. Otherwise, he would surely have fully expressed his longing to Qing Ruoling. After entering the room, Song Yi learned of the recent changes here from them immediately. In fact, there weren't too many changes overall. For the most part, everyone spent these past few decades practicing cultivation monotonously. After Song Yi left, Qing Ruoling awakened within a year or two in this small world due to the immense power of the blood yin grass. Also, because of the great amount of energy accumulated previously, it was completely refined. So, Qing Ruoling's cultivation level leaped forward, eventually reaching the spirit chi realm. This was entirely unexpected, and Qing Ruoling's massive breakthrough naturally took quite some time to stabilize and become familiar. As for the others, xuanhuan gradually recovered after giving birth to Song Chongsheng and slowly began cultivating again. During these days, Qing Ruoling grew familiar with everyone, and their relationships became much more harmonious. Although Song Pingyan's breakthrough could indeed be considered very fast, in the eyes of Ling Lu Jianling and Mo Jianling, if Song Pingyan continued to practice cultivation only in this place, his understanding of the sword Dao was still somewhat insufficient. So in response to this situation, Ling Lu Jianling took the two children out directly, needing them to experience the great Dao laws outside. This was the method beneficial to their growth. Every 3 years spent here, they would take them out for one day. Song Pingyan's cultivation speed was also extremely fast. Song Yi saw that he had already entered the later heaven stage. If anyone else knew this, people from Tianxian sect would definitely be extremely shocked upon hearing it. Because, how could someone cultivate so quickly? Song Yin and Song Hao have used a great deal of resources under such circumstances. To allow them to cultivate quickly, countless methods were thought up. Of course, this doesn't mean that Song Pingyan's innate talent surpasses these two elder brothers. It's because Mo Jianling and Ling Lu Jianling carry quite a few good things with them. Those extremely remarkable resources are far beyond what Tianxian sect could offer. After all, those were specifically left by Gu Fengzi for his chosen successor. Without mentioning other aspects, in terms of resources, at least before reaching immortality, there would be no lack. After learning about the situation here, they grew even more curious about what exactly happened to Song Yi afterward. In response to their inquiries, Song Yi did not withhold much information, recounting every detail. From the perilous experience of seizing an ancient sword from Tianxian sect to eventually being betrayed, he disclosed everything. However, one thing that surprised them during this process was, Song Yi actually informed them, especially xuanhuan and Qing Ruoling, that Wei Hong had also become one of them, becoming Song Yi's woman. Upon hearing this, xuanhuan didn't show much reaction, while Qing Ruoling understood that Song Yi wouldn't just settle for one or two women. Nevertheless, she still feigned anger and said, "You're still as lustful as ever. It seems that you've definitely gone around flirting after going out." "He isn't lustful, who is?" Mo Jianling suddenly chimed in with full agreement with Qing Ruoling's words, looking rather unfavorably upon Song Yi. Still, she was more amazed that someone as powerful as Wei Hong had become Song Yi's woman. With a hint of resentment inside her heart, Mo Jianling said, "I think we should find an opportunity to look for someone even more powerful. If it's the Empress herself, that'd be perfect. Then in that case, you won't need to do anything yourself, nor endure the hardship of cultivation anymore. You can simply cozy up to the Empress." To cling to a rich woman? Song Yi has no such thoughts. Although he indeed wishes to take it easy, if he could already rely on his son's abilities, why does he need to give up his dignity? Of course, if there were someone like Wei Hong, kind and virtuous, that wouldn't be bad either. Chapter 153, Just Brewing. After this, Song Yi also told them, Wei Hong's Jiling Yunmen still had a lot of trouble that hadn't been resolved. Song Yi would need to visit Jiling Yunmen again next time, not for anything else, but at least he should rescue Wei Hong from it all. Regarding such matters, xuanhuan and Qing Ruoling didn't say much. Instead, Mo Jianling unexpectedly fell into deep thought at this moment, then looked up at Song Yi and couldn't help but ask, "You said their martial arts techniques have certain flaws, so they affect their own great path. Upon hearing this, Song Yi nodded as well. But at this moment, looking at Mo Jianling's expression, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Mo Jianling was silent for a while, and then indifferently said, "Things are probably not as simple as you imagine. No matter how much the technique is lacking, it can at most be considered incomplete. It is fundamentally impossible for it to bring down heavenly calamities. Otherwise, look at those who only obtain some incomplete techniques. Why can they still establish sects and eventually even ascend through cultivation? There is another explanation. The techniques they themselves practice violate the natural order, hence leading to these results in such situations." At this point, Song Yi made another judgment, which Mo Jianling strongly agreed with upon hearing. Then very seriously said, "If this is the case, there will certainly be no surprise. It must be an extremely extreme martial art. No matter what, the heavenly calamities they have invited are indeed not false. However, regarding what you mentioned earlier, the heavenly calamity that was supposed to arrive a month ago but has yet to show up until today, I believe you should not celebrate. Instead, you should be very nervous and fear what comes next." When Song Yi heard these words, he instinctively frowned deeply and urgently asked, "So, what exactly is going on? How to put it?" Mo Jianling pondered for a moment over these points, then sat down at the table and slowly said, "A situation like this simply cannot suddenly disappear unless someone powerful among them directly compensates for everything. It's impossible to restore the originally deficient techniques because this technique involves taboos related to the natural order, which is why they themselves have encountered punishment. Even if restored, the technique remains prohibited. So their only recourse is to replace all of these completely, or, more likely, become strong enough that even the natural order cannot subdue them. Otherwise, the arrival of celestial lightning will only grow more terrifying each time. In my estimation, they were previously also protected by that formation, so they might not have been fully aware that under their ignorance, the power of celestial lightning grew increasingly fearsome. This time, the delay in its appearance is because the celestial lightning is brewing its final strength. What they are about to face is likely the strongest they've encountered so far, and your preparatory methods must at least double, perhaps even exceed that. At this point, you should not wish for the later arrival to be better. Rather, the faster the celestial lightning arrives, the better." After hearing this sentence, Song Yi drew in a sharp breath. It has already been over a month. To what extent has the celestial lightning brewed? The 9 heavens thundercloud pearl, given its current state, has barely reached the immortal grade. Although after reaching this level, Ji Ling Yunmin never ceased injecting attribute-related forces into it. Yet the result was quite evident. During this period, the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl showed no growth at all. Perhaps if faced with a more terrifying heavenly calamity, the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl really wouldn't suffice. Worried inside, Song Yi's joy from just reuniting moments ago had quickly turned into concern now. Mo Jianling lost the playful mood he had before, looking at Song Yi and saying quite helplessly, "Back in the rending sky forbidden zone, many things of mine were already consumed. If we truly face such terrifying forces, I may be unable to help." Suddenly, Mo Jian paused for a moment and then hastily added, "Of course, it's not entirely without solutions. In fact, I know quite a few formations. Although it's not certain that Jilin Yunmin can set up an array that resists more powerful attacks, it should at least be of some use. In that case, you come back with me to Jilin Yunmin." Song Yi absolutely could not stand by and watch Wei Hong perish under the heavenly calamity. He must return as soon as possible and do everything in his power. In this current atmosphere of worry, xuanhuan and Qing Ruoling also did not know what else to say under these circumstances. And Mo Jianling seemed to finally make a decision, then stared at Song Yi and said, "Actually, there is one last method, but you'd have to go back to the rending sky forbidden zone." "What?" Upon hearing this, Song Yi couldn't help but feel startled. Mo Jianling then directly began explaining. "To put it simply, we don't really have too many left items of the immortal grade on us. But our old master, Gu Fengzi, from the very beginning limited myself, Xiaoling Lu, and our future master only because he aimed beyond reaching merely the immortal grade. From the start, we were aimed at breaking through the peak of the immortal grade. How could we have just those resources? It's exactly as I told you before. Before any inheritance reached your son or you, we were already directly transmitted out. So as long as we can obtain that inheritance, it won't even matter about Jilin Yunmin's heavenly calamity. Making you dominate these 4 domains would be simple." After hearing this sentence, Song Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wasn't this the same as saying nothing? Even though he had used a spirit talisman to teleport last time, it still didn't allow him access into the entire rending sky forbidden zone. It was only through Mo Jianling and Linglu Jianling's activation of the formations within the forbidden zone that such things were achieved. But if he entered himself, he would inevitably face great dangers. He wouldn't be able to reach the inner areas, let alone find that inheritance. So, these ideas were practically impossible to implement. The rending sky forbidden zone was far more dangerous than imagined. Therefore, Song Yi couldn't help but worry. Could it really be that there was no hope? How, then, was he supposed to face this calamity? Chapter 154. He is the Emperor Yin Template. Song Yi was once again plunged into the previous predicament. What was different from before was that the system could previously provide Song Yi with the 9 days Thundercloud Pearl. However, this time around, the system couldn't offer a more powerful 9 days Thundercloud Pearl. Song Yi couldn't help but fall into distress because of this. Anyway, it's impossible to enter the crack void forbidden ground for now. Mo when the time comes, go back to xuanhuan sect with me. All we can do in this situation is try our best to set up an array to resist. Song Yi could only give his all at this moment. No matter what, he had to ensure Wei Hong and his own child would survive. Mou, the sword spirit, didn't oppose this plan nor forcefully persuade Song Yi to return to the crack void forbidden ground to obtain its inheritance. Regardless of the inherent dangers there, one would at least need to reach the immortal realm to gain the inheritance. So, they could only fantasize about it for now. The gap between them and such a level was still too vast. As Song Yi was troubled by this, a cold voice suddenly came from the system. Congratulations, host. Your son, Song Yan, has successfully mastered the Thunderfire. The host gains the power of Thunderfire and receives 10,000 reward points. Ding, congratulations, host. Your son, Song Yan, has broken through to the late Danxi realm. The host gets cultivation feedback. At that moment, a formidable momentum surged within him. Instantly, he received the feedback of these enhancements in cultivation. Song Yi actually reached the peak of the Danxi realm at this time, being just a step away from breaking through to the divine communication realm. This sudden change was felt by everyone. However, except for Mou, Xuanhuan and Qing Ruoling also thought at this moment that Song Yi must have known about these matters and felt powerless, leading to anger. But Mou's insight was different. She could clearly perceive that although Song Yi was indeed very angry in that situation, he did not completely succumb to rage. At the very least, at that time, his spiritual force was still very stable. Yet, this sudden increase in cultivation left her quite unprepared. How did Song Yi suddenly improve so much? For a moment, Mou found herself extremely puzzled about this event. Song Yi himself was both confused and shocked at this point as well. His inner world was inevitably filled with surprise for a moment. The speed of cultivation of his sons could be described as lightning fast. This he could understand. After all, they themselves possessed the talent of the great emperors. Perhaps in others' eyes, it seemed incredible that within a short few months, they had risen from mere mortals to their current strong Danxi realm. But, you must realize, if such talents were provided with truly sufficient resources, it wouldn't even be an issue to reach the Danxi realm in a few months. Reaching the soul transformation stage would be no problem either. However, the resources of Tianxian sect weren't enough for that kind of growth. Especially this Thunderfire heterochromatic flame. How could such a precious resource be utilized? Though the name Thunderfire seems ordinary, it is in fact a very powerful type of heterochromatic flame. It may not match the 7-colored heterochromatic flame he possesses, but it is certainly not inferior. In Tianxian sect, it is regarded as something extraordinarily potent. That his son managed to obtain it genuinely filled him with happiness inside. If it weren't for learning about the present state of affairs concerning the xuanhuan sect, Song Yi would have forgotten all troubles due to this event. But now everything was different. Now, all these issues weighed heavily on him, making this piece of good news only a slight consolation. However, Song Yi suddenly remembered something. Even in the Danxi realm, the might of Thunderfire might not be easily resisted, let alone absorbed. Therefore, according to Song Yan's original cultivation, it would be absolutely impossible to achieve such things. At this moment, Song Yi also suddenly recalled that his son Song Yin had become a master alchemist recently. Within a short span, he became an alchemist, and his cultivation rose quickly. Clearly, these matched the pattern of the early Emperor Yan. Upon closer consideration, this matter was probably not as simple as it seemed. Emperor Yan's early talent wasn't low, but due to having his strength absorbed by an elder in a ring, he couldn't break through for a long time and experienced a setback in his cultivation. Precisely because of this, he fell into being labeled as a failure. But his son had never encountered these things from the very beginning, and even entering the Tianxian sect, he was an absolute genius. These things were simply impossible to happen. Yet, he became a Dan master and could absorb this Thunderfire. Perhaps, there must be something truly remarkable that has already emerged within him. If that were the case, considering that Emperor Yan's teacher was once at the peak of the pyramid, maybe he really stands a chance to invite such an extraordinary figure, who might indeed help resolve these crises with this opportunity. At this moment, his mind was already set on this idea. This was undoubtedly his only hope. Once Song Yi realized this, he knew he couldn't afford to abandon it. After pondering over the situation for a while, Song Yi realized he hadn't yet publicly announced himself as the father of Song Yin and Song Hao. And considering the current circumstances, it wouldn't be suitable to make this revelation either. Thus, he couldn't go openly searching for his two sons. He needed a way to contact them without being noticed. Upon some contemplation, Song Yi suddenly remembered the great competition of the Tianxian sect. From what he understood so far, there was a high possibility that his eldest son, Song Hao, would participate in it. In that case, he could also try to participate under the guise of this competition. Then if he managed to get in touch with his eldest son, he could find a way to communicate with Song Yin too. At present, this appeared to be the only method. Understanding all this, Song Yi no longer harbored so much worry. Regardless of how it turns out, we'll do our best when the time comes. Song Yi directly said this to the others who still seemed concerned. Avoiding their continued anxiety would have its benefits. Hearing his words, they all nodded at this moment. Since they weren't personally familiar with Wei Hong, they didn't have many feelings about her. They were just worried about Song Yi's concerns. When Song Yi stopped worrying, they all sighed in relief. Song Yi did not act immediately. After all, one day outside was equivalent to a year inside the small world. Now that he couldn't find his son, all he could do was wait. Chapter 155, Blue Cloud Taoist. Song Yi has said that there is no problem currently, so naturally other than Mo Yujianling. no one else has any suspicion. Since Song Yi has finally returned and Qing Ruoling has woken up, it's a truly happy occasion. Thus, xuanhuan proposed at this moment. Now that our group is reunited, shouldn't we have a good meal together? Song Yi also nodded, finding the suggestion to be a good one. Although the matters with Lingyun's sect aren't yet settled, there's no need for excessive haste. After all, regardless of how anxious and furious Song Yi feels inside, there's nothing he can do. There are still methods to resolve the current situation. While everyone else was busy making preparations, Imo Yujianling slowly approached Song Yi and asked, "What exactly happened with your recent improvement? Would you believe me if I told you it was a sudden enlightenment?" Song Yi naturally didn't know how to explain, so he said that momentarily. Imo Yujianling rolled her eyes and scoffed. "Given your talent, how is that possible? What about my talent? If my talent wasn't good, how could I have so many excellent sons? And furthermore, if my talent was bad, how could I improve so quickly?" As Song Yi mentioned these points, Imo Yujianling momentarily had no response. Just then, both Song Yi and Imo Yujianling suddenly stiffened simultaneously, because right now, they sensed that Linglu Jianling and Song Pingyun were bringing Song Chongqing back into their small world. But this was not something to rejoice about, because they felt another power directly intruding into their realm. This force followed closely behind them, arriving in this direction very quickly. Without giving them much time to think, the force had already reached outside. You don't need to be nervous or run so fast. I mean no harm. Even if you hide in this formation, I still have ways to get in. The person approaching now was an unkempt old man who lifted the wine pot in his hand, took a swig, let out a satisfied belch, and looked contentedly at Imo Yujianling before him, as well as Song Pingyun, who held Song Chongqing from behind. He smiled warmly and said, "Young ones, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Bad people wouldn't tell others they're bad. And since your face doesn't carry any label claiming not a bad person, why should I judge that you're not a bad person?" Linglu Jianling directly countered. The old man carrying the wine pot paused momentarily, shook his head, and replied, "I haven't written on my face bad person, anyway. Moreover, if I were really a bad person, you would have been captured by me a long time ago. Little sword spirit and two obedient babies, you obviously don't understand the underlying logic here. The big sword spirit hiding on the side and the Dao friend, you must have sensed my power, right?" The shabby elder grinned and looked towards the courtyard. Song Yi and Imo Yujianling gradually flew out from where they were hiding. Song Yi could feel the terrifying aura from the opposite party, unfathomably deep. He didn't know what the other party's purpose was, but he understood clearly that he couldn't possibly resist. Imo Yujianling, however, retorted sourly, "Old man, you're here again. Weren't you saying you weren't interested in our master's things? Why follow us after we leave?" Imo Yujianling startled Song Yi with her sudden remark. But surprisingly, when the shabby elder heard this, he laughed merrily again and said, "Of course I'm not interested in those. However, I am interested in this little one. To be honest, if it weren't for the opportunity one had while stealing some drink, you wouldn't have caught this little guy. Poor thing, I'm getting old, and yet I don't have anyone suitable to inherit my legacy." By the end of this statement, this disheveled old man actually started crying, his appearance becoming grotesque. Imo Yujianling snorted coldly and said, "Isn't that because you love alcohol too much? Remember how all those troubles came just because you love drinking? The outcome hasn't changed, has it? Truly deserving, isn't it? Or do you plan to snatch away our master's successor?" "Why not?" the unkempt elder questioned confusedly. "If we are talking about seniority, then it should have been me first. It was only because you guys took this father-son pair to your space while I wasn't paying attention. So naturally, I should come and talk to you. It's just that you appeared at that time. But he has already signed a contract to become the master of Linglu Jian." Imo Yujianling also hastily interjected. The unkempt elder was originally about to argue at this moment, but Song Yi suddenly couldn't help but ask, "Can anyone tell me what exactly is going on here? You two know each other? And you are both here for my son and me." Song Yi's tone of doubt caused them to stop arguing with each other. And Imo Yujianling directly began to explain at this moment. "To be precise, we do indeed know each other, but we aren't really friends. However, there is an old debt between us. Years ago, this old man Qingyun Jinren was tricked and lured into the Laikong forbidden grounds. In a life and death crisis, he was saved by our old master. Therefore, back then, he stayed with us for a very long period of time. At that time, little Linglu had just been born, her consciousness not yet fully developed, so she didn't know these things. Later, this guy believed that no matter whether staying or escaping, it was all one dead-end road, so he broke through that space. Under those circumstances, he decided to fight for his survival. If he succeeded, there would be a way out in his future. If he failed, it wouldn't be in vain for this lifetime of his. So in the end, he ventured alone through the space. We didn't expect him to actually survive under the influence of those spatial forces and achieve his current cultivation level. Even more unexpectedly, he repaid kindness with enmity. Hold on. As soon as the unkempt elder heard this, he immediately stopped Imo Yujianling. He quickly rebutted, "Your old master indeed did have a favor towards me, but relatively speaking, I gave him something that could replenish the essence of spirit back then, allowing him to complete what he wished to do in the end, which balanced out the favor. Certainly, that was my assumption. One might say that I hadn't actually repaid that favor back then." Chapter 156, I will settle for him. The unkempt elder remained calm at this moment, speaking with great righteousness. "Although I cannot determine whether this counts as repaying a favor, at least I've done it. Regardless, I still think you people have gone too far. I finally found someone to carry on the legacy, and then you just took them away. I went through great hardship to go to the Rake Sky Forbidden Zone to find you, and yet you were able to leave there. After that, I had no choice but to spend more time searching for you everywhere before I could finally locate your traces. I think you really went too far. Hearing these words for a while clarified the reasons. It seemed that this guy had some connection with Mou's sword spirit Lu Jian's master Gu Fengzi, who was also once trapped in the Rake Sky Forbidden Zone and saved by Gu Fengzi. At first, there seemed to be no way out, but using some unknown method, he survived despite extreme danger, emerged from it, and his cultivation greatly improved afterward. There were indeed many questions about this process, but for now, this person was certainly not ordinary. Regardless, Song Pingyun is the heir of the old master. Would you dare take him away from the old master? Mou's sword spirit stared intently at the man before her. Although this untidy elder Qingyun Daoren might not seem serious, she knew him well enough. This man was someone who valued emotions and righteousness. So, this was the only way to restrain him. After all, his cultivation was right there in front of everyone. Even if they forcibly kidnapped him, they would be helpless. Qingyun Daoren glanced at Song Pingyun, couldn't help but sneer for a moment, and said very discontentedly, "Lulu girl, you are the real disgrace, far more immoral than me, old man." Qingyun old ghost, make sure you understand. Regarding seniority, I am much older than you, so it should be me calling you a young whelp, not the other way around. Mou's sword spirit was also extremely dissatisfied. If it weren't for being only a 7th grade spiritual weapon now, why would she ever fear him? After hearing what Qingyun Daoren had to say, he snorted coldly and said, "I, Qingyun, am a person who values feelings and righteousness, and my noble character is right here. I can't possibly do such a heartless act." For some reason, when those words, noble character, came out of this guy's mouth, it felt like he was sullying those words. He looked at Song Pingyun, then looked at Song Changsheng behind. Song Changsheng was currently learning to talk, and was practically like an infant with no discernible difference. TSK. If it weren't for the fact that you're somehow connected to Gu Fengzi, I would have really wanted to tie you up and study how it is possible that every one of your children possesses such astonishing talent. Your talent is so garbage that there is absolutely no chance it could be inherited from you. Your women are just common mortals. This isn't plausible either. Qingyun Daoren became very confused and smiled mischievously while staring at Song Yi. Song Yi started sweating nervously. Indeed, if there wasn't strength backing him, others hearing this matter would surely give rise to wicked thoughts. To explain, if a person like him with such talent bore a child possessing an emperor's talent, it might just be sheer luck. After all, there are also grassroots-born heroes whose parents were ordinary mortals who eventually achieved emperor status. But usually, those emperor's talents were rather average and gained extraordinary abilities only after encountering some sort of fortune. However, the phenomenon where the child has exceptionally excellent talent whereas the parent's talent is trash is incredibly rare. Appearing once means their ancestors' graves must be smoking. Appearing twice raises far too many questions. More importantly, Qingyun Daoren was very aware that Song Yi several months ago was also merely an existence of negligible cultivation. Now, though still of humble cultivation, he had already reached the peak of the Danhai realm. This kind of improvement was perplexing even to him. In this world, achieving such progress is indeed somewhat hard. Were it not for the reason of Gu Fengzi, perhaps Qingyun Daoren would have truly abducted Song Yi. Alright, since this is the case, I will take this child. He suddenly pointed at Song Changsheng. It sounded like both a question and a declaration to Song Yi. Song Yi froze momentarily as Qingyun Daoren chuckled again. Do you have any objections? Could it be that you think I'm unworthy to be the mentor of your child? Of course not. Song Yi shook his head, and at that moment Mou's sword spirit stepped forward without saying anything yet. Qingyun Daoren continued. Miss Mou, there's no need for further words. I know well that Gu Fengzi left behind only 2 legacies, essentially allowing 2 people to inherit from you, and this little one. The child with a fine aptitude for the sword way has already become the master of the young lady here, thus setting the stage for him to eventually carry on Gu Fengzi's legacy. As for you, your contract with this man is now established, and in essence, you are his sword spirit. Therefore, both lineages have found their rightful heirs. Could this child still refuse, then? Upon hearing this, Mou's sword spirit had no response. Qingyun Daoren went on. Although this child lacks any talent for the sword way, his inherent talents are still quite remarkable and in no way inferior to this Song Pingyun. Given some grooming, he could inherit my own legacy and achieve far greater heights. As the father, surely you cannot keep your son bound by your side forever, stifling his growth, can you? This last sentence was addressed to Song Yi. Naturally, Song Yi didn't intend to make his child remain like a caged bird eternally. Indeed, he wished to see his son develop and thrive. Learning under such an expert would undoubtedly prove excellent. But the question persisted. Could this person truly be trusted? As Song Yi hesitated, Mou's sword spirit sent a mental communication consoling Song Yi. She informed him that although Qingyun Daoren's character appeared eccentric today, his core remained sound. Moreover, his cultivation was extremely formidable, far surpassing anything offered within sects like the Tianqian sect. Letting the younger son follow him represented an excellent choice. After all, Qingyun Daoren searched for his successor and would assuredly safeguard Song Changsheng diligently. Song Yi nodded, realizing that though Song Changsheng's path leaned toward longevity, which might slow his progression compared to others, it wouldn't fall significantly behind. Placing his son in this man's care seemed an appropriate decision after all. In that case, may the honored elder look after my son properly. However, I do hope the elder delays departure somewhat longer. Our family reunites so rarely, perhaps we can. Before Song Yi finished speaking, Qingyun Daoren suddenly brightened, as if spotting something intriguing. Chapter 157. Eating is the most important. Wow, what a fragrant smell of food. Are you guys preparing so much food? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Is there any wine? I don't need any particularly good spirit wine. Just give me some ordinary ones with enough flavor. Especially those that have been aged for years, meant for mortals. Why are you still standing there? If you don't go, I will. To everyone's surprise, at this moment, Master Qingyun actually ran directly toward the courtyard and shouted loudly. Here comes your admirer for fine wine. Mo Yujian could not help but feel greatly astonished by the man's actions today, and thus faintly remarked, this old coot, after all these years, has evidently become more and more eccentric. This isn't just strange, it's bizarre beyond comprehension. Song Yi couldn't help but sigh at this moment, but no matter how you looked at it, it was evident that this person, although somewhat odd, was certainly not a major villain, and he did possess genuine prowess. Thus, Song Yi felt assured in entrusting his son to him. At least, there wouldn't be too many problems during such a process. Moreover, his growth could progress based on the other party's abilities, and most importantly, Song Yi could seek assistance from him at this time. Song Yi glanced at Linglu Jianling and Song Pingyan, then said to Song Changsheng, no matter what, let's go back first. Subsequently, they immediately returned to the courtyard. At this point, Master Qingyun had already arrived at the dining table. Amidst the astonished gazes of Qing Ruoling, xuanhuan, and others, he immediately picked up the dishes and began eating heartily, completely ignoring the astonished looks around him. This rice is good, though it would be better if it were saltier. This dish should have had more chili peppers. That's how it gets its flavor. And this. For a moment, as he ate, he couldn't help but comment on every dish. Faced with his behavior, Qing Ruoling and xuanhuan were evidently shocked. Not anyone could casually barge into this place. Clearly, the person before them wasn't as simple as they appeared. Hence, the two of them didn't dare make any rash moves. Shortly thereafter, Song Yi slowly walked in, and Qing Ruoling immediately came over wanting to inquire about the situation. Song Yi merely stated calmly, don't worry, he's not a bad person. He's also Changsheng's master. Changsheng, xuanhuan showed immense astonishment at this moment. Indeed, your son has remarkable talent. Allowing him to follow me for training in the future will surely prevent his talents from being wasted, and might even achieve greatness. In the short while he'd been away, Master Qingyun had already consumed a significant portion of the food on the table. This caused no small amount of astonishment. However, at this moment, when xuanhuan heard these words, she was extremely shocked and asked Song Yi, Brother Song Yi, does he mean to take young Changsheng away so early? This isn't appropriate, right? As Song Changsheng's mother, despite the years passing, xuanhuan had watched this child grow up before her eyes, yet he remained the same age. In her heart, he was still her baby. She hoped to someday personally witness her son grow up, not to be taken away so young, right out of birth, to train with another. Xuanhuan had heard that both of Qing Ruoling's children had left young, and up to now, hadn't seen their faces again. Even though it was undeniably beneficial for her own child, hoping her offspring could achieve greater things and gain more success in the future. The thought of such a long separation, while so young, was truly hard to accept. Xuanhuan naturally felt great anxiety over this, so she was reluctant to do so at this time. But, Xuanhuan knew deep down that this was for her child's well-being. Although she acknowledged it was for the best, when imagining her child leaving her so young, even unable to call her mother, Xuanhuan couldn't bear it. How could she agree? Therefore, under these circumstances, Xuanhuan had too many thoughts swirling in her mind that she couldn't express, making her momentarily unable to face the reality. Indeed, Song Yi had overlooked this issue from the very beginning. It really isn't appropriate for a child to leave here at such a young age. Old man, didn't you swear not to join any sects back then? Mo Yojin's spirit suddenly stepped forward and directly spoke to Qingyun Taoist. At this moment, Qingyun Taoist let out a burp and immediately looked up at Mo Yojin's spirit, calmly saying, I am not joining any sects, so what of it? If that's the case, you might as well stay here and teach Song Changsheng too. I think with your standing, going out once could bring in excellent resources, right? And staying here allows you to savor the fine food and wine every day, doesn't it? That seems quite to your liking. Mo Yojin's spirit had been here for a long time and already developed good relations with Qing Ruoling and xuanhuan. After understanding the situation thoroughly, Mo Yojin's spirit also wanted to advocate on their behalf. But after hearing these words, Qingyun Taoist immediately put down his chopsticks. At this point, he seriously asked, don't tell me you haven't noticed there are problems in these areas over this long period of time? Upon hearing those words, Mo Yujian was momentarily startled and anxiously asked, so, what I sense is true. What exactly do you sense that's true? Song Yi was also extremely confused at this moment. Qingyun Taoist immediately explained, in fact, it's rather simple. This entire four domains area collapsed many years ago due to the battle between the two emperors. The damage wasn't limited to just one rift forbidden area. Even the rules within the entire four domains started collapsing. Therefore, entities above the immortal level simply can't remain here. Even if they were here, they cannot stay longer or break through. Furthermore, they cannot unleash their full strength either, hence why many issues arise. Chapter 158, Staying isn't impossible. When Song Yi heard these words, he was very surprised for a moment. He had never heard of such things before. Upon hearing them now, his inner being was naturally shaken with great awe. At this point, the other party continued to say, in fact, looking at the current situation, it's not a problem for entities below immortals to cultivate here. However, at most, it is only an issue of resources. However, as time goes by, the longer these rule defects persist, the lower the realm they can reach in their cultivation. In the past, there were celestial immortals and earthly immortals here. Currently, only immortals are barely able to stay here, like me. Existences like me have no choice but to suppress our cultivation. If I hadn't found some talented disciples here, I wouldn't have waited around unnecessarily. Mo Yujianling also took up the topic at this moment and said, I indeed felt the same way in the past, but since I am currently just a 6th-tier treasure, I naturally didn't perceive all this. Xuanhuan looked at Song Chongqing, feeling extremely reluctant inside. Suddenly, at this moment, Qingyun Taoist directly looked at Song Yi and said, no, to take your son as my disciple is actually a good thing for you. Now you've let me wait so long and make your son grow up before he follows me. These demands aren't unreasonable either. But where's the basic sincerity? Is there food without wine? Without even a bit of sincerity, how could I agree? At this moment, Qingyun Taoist kept slapping the table. Song Yi immediately understood that the other party agreed with Mo Yujianling. Without any hesitation, Song Yi immediately pulled out many pre-stored spirit wines from his body. Smiling faintly, he said, Senior, please enjoy the drink. How straightforward. That Qingyun Taoist didn't hesitate at all. He directly opened the wine pot and gulped it down loudly. After drinking, he wiped his mouth, indicating that there was nothing else on the table at this time. Song Yi immediately asked Qing Ruoling and others to go to the kitchen and prepare. After all, no matter what, the other party was considering them, and it wasn't an excessive demand, just ordinary. For those cultivators like them, achieving this would be very simple. Qingyun Taoist kept eating while drinking, and then said indifferently, with my schedule, I can stay here for a year. A year. Su Wenwen's mood, which had improved slightly, once again hesitated involuntarily. A year's time, when considered, isn't long, yet in reality, it's quite short. How much has her son grown during this year? Su Wenwen became sad once more at this moment. Looking at this appearance, Qingyun Taoist immediately flared up and said, what's with you? A year is already insufficient. By the time calculation of your small world, that amounts to exactly 365 years, which equals the entire lifetime of a mortal. And even that is maximum. I think the time I'm giving you guys is already very humane, and if it gets longer, I won't even be able to bear it myself. After hearing this, Su Wenwen and Song Yi immediately realized it and expressed gratitude. Nevertheless, Song Yi couldn't help but ask, Senior, can you help me with something? One day, I will surely give a heavy reward to Senior. Seeing Song Yi's manner, Qingyun Taoist just nodded indifferently and said, speak. Do you know xuanhuan? Isn't that the xuanhuan whose techniques have flaws and will soon face heavenly tribulations? As soon as he heard this familiar term, Song Yi quickly smiled and said, Senior, what I actually want to ask you to do is. Before Song Yi could finish saying this, Qingyun Taoist instantly replied, all kinds of help are possible except assisting xuanhuan against heavenly lightning. Song Yi was also stunned upon hearing this. Qingyun Taoist irritably replied, xuanhuan themselves are minor sections. They possess those defective skills but don't modify them despite knowing the problems. Isn't this killing oneself? Thinking one can survive peacefully, not realizing they've paved their own death path. The celestial lightning they'll face next can directly take their lives. The upcoming celestial lightning is terrifying, and you'd better avoid getting involved to save your own life. After hearing Qingyun Taoist's words, Song Yi couldn't help but ask in a moment of urgency. Could it be that even with your level of cultivation, you cannot handle these heavenly tribulations? Just how powerful are they? Who says I can't handle those heavenly tribulations? Qingyun Taoist replied with a faint snort. Song Yi was even more confused after hearing his response. At this point, Mo Yujianling stepped forward and said helplessly, it's not that he himself can't withstand the heavenly tribulation. Rather, it's that he cannot cope with this particular tribulation. This one little difference makes all the difference. The main issue here is actually very simple. It lies in the fact that the loss of certain laws in this land prevents him from moving freely here. Every step for him is extremely difficult. If at this moment, he tries to interfere with the celestial lightning, then without a doubt, he will be devoured by the heavenly way. So there is no way for him to face this celestial lightning. The instant he tries to intervene, the heavenly way would detect him and take him away. That would inflict great harm on him as well. Upon Mo Yujianling's explanation, Song Yi immediately understood the reasoning. He never imagined something like this could occur. In fact, relatively speaking, although immortals indeed can act here, according to my observations, the tribulations xuanhuan is about to face may surpass those faced by immortals. If that happens, even those immortals who can act here might encounter danger in the subsequent process. Why would they want to help? So, young man, at your Danghai realm, stay as far away from this place as possible. Listening to these words, Song Yi fell silent momentarily. How could he possibly stand idly by? Wei Hong and his son were still over there. But, if even immortals couldn't do anything about it, what should Song Yi do? With his current strength, there was absolutely no way he could save them. Could it really be that there was only death waiting ahead now? Chapter 159, Stealing, I'm good at it. Song Yi momentarily fell silent as he thought about the matter at hand. Little Mou, this is something I've brought for you. Take a look and see if there's anything in it that might be helpful. Suddenly, at this moment, Qingyun Taoist unexpectedly threw out an ancient ring. How did you manage to get your hands on this? Clearly, Both Mou's sword spirit and Linglu's sword spirit beside her were greatly shocked by this object. However, Qingyun Daoist appeared very calm about all of these things. He simply remarked coolly, "Wasn't it particularly easy for me to obtain these things? Although I can't use my powers freely here, the Rending Void Prohibition Zone is an exception where I can still move about as I please. Back then, Master Gu Fengzi even wanted to take me as his disciple. These items have been left undisturbed in the same place for so many years. Not once have you thought to tidy them up. I saw that all of you had left, and that space was about to collapse. Thinking that you wouldn't return for who knows how long, I took them out for you." What Qingyun Daoist had brought out was exactly the legacy ring left behind by Master Gu Fengzi, containing the inheritance portion intended for Song Yi and his son Song Ping'an. Each aspect within was distinct from one another. Upon realizing this, Mou's sword spirit immediately examined the ring and soon broke into a smile, saying to Song Yi, "I can give you an edge now. Even though with your current cultivations, both of you cannot fully inherit everything, yet inside it, there are array formations left behind by our old master. The inherent power of this formation is truly immense. As long as sufficient resources are piled up within it, you two alone can rely on its strength to rival even a celestial immortal." Is it really that powerful? Upon hearing this, Song Yi couldn't help but feel a sudden surge of joy. At this moment, Mou's sword spirit said proudly, "Of course. Who is my old master? It's Gu Fengzi. That's the #1 alchemical artifact craftsman under heaven and earth. He's dead." That's no longer the case. Just as Mou's sword spirit was feeling proud, Qingyun Daoist suddenly interrupted. Mou's sword spirit rolled her eyes. If she hadn't lacked full recovery of her abilities at the moment, she would certainly have chosen to thoroughly beat this guy up. Even if, upon recovering, she might not entirely overcome him. But at least, she couldn't endure such humiliation. Song Yi didn't care about their internal conflicts. At this time, discovering a way of salvation was the most important. But gradually, this will require some materials. Mou's sword spirit reminded them. Seeing Song Yi's worried expression, Mou's sword spirit continued to explain. Although this array formation is rather advanced, the grade of the required material isn't exceedingly high. At present, I can prepare other items for you, but unfortunately, I don't have any spatial stones available. Mou's sword spirit couldn't help but gaze meaningfully at Song Yi. Song Yi also quickly produced the spatial stone obtained earlier from the system. However, shortly after, Mou's sword spirit directly shook her head and said, "This one just won't cut it. If we are to form this formation, your level here is somewhat too low, easily leading to the entire array disk collapsing." For a moment, Song Yi could only fall silent. He wasn't sure whether the Jilling Cloud sect possessed potent spatial stones, but during this critical moment, the only kind available in the system space belonged to these grades. "Don't look at me. I'm completely broke, and when I descended, I brought nothing." Qingyun Daoist, sensing their gazes, immediately retorted. After all, however you look at it, he had already given away so much. Surely, they couldn't expect him to provide more, right? Moreover, that particular item truly wasn't in his possession at the moment. While Song Yi was troubled about this, he suddenly remembered something. Tianxian sect has them. But knowing that these stones were extremely precious, obtaining them would surely not be an easy feat. Without wasting another second, Song Yi informed Mou's sword spirit and the others about the whereabouts of those spatial stones. The fact was actually simple. The grand competition upcoming for Tianxian sect would not take place internally within the sect itself. Instead, it was set to occur in a special space, rumored to be an ancient secret realm developed by their ancestors. Originally, it didn't belong to the Tianxian sect, but the sect had specially deployed 5 powerful spatial stones to sustain it. Therefore, once it commenced, 5 spatial stones would inevitably appear. However, the issue arose. During the event, there would undoubtedly be highly skilled elders from Tianxian sect present. Even though Song Yi had reached the peak of the Danhai realm in his cultivation, even with Mou's sword spirit, it was still absolutely impossible for him to obtain that item. "Stealing, I'm good at it." As they were silently pondering, suddenly Qingyun Daoist once again burst out from the side. To their surprise, he appeared unusually excited about this theft. Mou's sword spirit informed Song Yi on the side. Although Qingyun Daoist generally abided by righteousness, in reality, he was nothing more than a full-blown thief. That's why he was marginalized by many people in his former sect. However, back then Qingyun Daoist would always share the items he stole with his sectmates. One might say, on multiple occasions his sectmates actually needed him to do the stealing. But no one expected that in the end, the blame fell solely upon him, and also the consequences were borne completely by him. Meanwhile, the fruits of those actions were enjoyed by his sectmates, who later even sacrificed Qingyun Daoist for their own benefit. Song Yi knew how hard these memories must be for Qingyun Daoist, so he didn't bring up the matter. At this moment, Qingyun Daoist laughed and said, "For your array formation, only 1 stone is required. But I have a way to make 3 stones go missing without being noticed or raising any suspicion. So all you need to do before this is avoid getting caught." "Kid, how does that sound?" Song Yi and the others were somewhat taken aback. They only needed 1 stone, but listening to Qingyun Daoist's tone, it seemed he wasn't planning to just steal one. This meant that there was definitely something else he had his eyes on. Thieves never leave empty-handed. There was no choice, since they currently needed this item very much. They could only agree with Qingyun Daoist's proposal this time. Qingyun Daoist was very satisfied with this result and nodded with a smile. When they learned that the opening time of the space would require waiting 1 day outside to pass a year inside, Qingyun Daoist showed no dissatisfaction. Instead, at this moment, he patted Song Yi's shoulder and said, "During this period, you'd better take good care of me." Chapter 160. Is he going to drink this wine too? Of course, there's no problem with that. At this moment, Song Yi and the others were extremely delighted. The appearance of Qingyun Daoren could really be considered their savior. The only concern now is that the Jilin Yunmen side must not suddenly encounter a heavenly tribulation at the very beginning of these events. Although, from a certain perspective, the earlier this heavenly tribulation arrives, the better. But, currently, the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl here seems insufficient as well. Preparations must also be made before then. Song Yi feels that it would be relatively safer if the heavenly tribulation arrives after he completes all these tasks. At this moment, Song Yi's primary goal is to register. Otherwise, he won't even have the qualification to enter. In fact, it's definitely not a wise move for Song Yi to register now. Leaving other aspects aside, Song Yi was originally supposed to provide talents for the sect, which implies that people in such a place naturally lack talent. This way, it can basically be said that they have no qualification to participate. However, in the current situation, there is no retreat possible. Moreover, although it is rare for people of such identities to participate, it's not entirely absent. Take Zhang Ji as an example. Before this, why did all fellow disciples respect and revere him? Wasn't it because he possessed formidable strength? Actually, many people are not surprised by those who cultivate and nurture talents also possessing considerable strength. After all, if they can truly bring promising talents to the sect, they can acquire quite a lot of resources. Song Yi didn't plan to act overly strange here. As long as he manages to bring Qingyun Daoren in later, his goal is merely to take away that space stone. So, although Song Yi attracted attention when he registered, not many people cared much about it. After completing this task, Song Yi specially searched outside for some good quality spirit wine. These are needed by Qingyun Daoren. Qingyun Daoren isn't particularly picky about wine. To him, as long as the wine tastes good, it's fine. Unlike others who rely on wine to improve their cultivation, he just wants to satisfy his own appetite. Although Song Yi didn't look for particularly expensive spirit wines, he still bought quite a few, spending a lot of money. After doing all of this, he directly returned to his small world. As expected, Qingyun Daoren showed great approval towards the wine that he brought back. He even praised loudly upon seeing how much wine Song Yi had brought. Within a day, he could drink over a dozen jars, a speed that amazed Song Yi. However, it was understandable, given that he wasn't an ordinary person, so his drinking pace was naturally incomparable to that of ordinary people. During this period, Qingyun Daoren had plenty of free time. When there was nothing to do, he enjoyed drinking wine and eating dishes, and after meals, he would simply fall asleep. There was no need to teach disciples or anything during this time, making each day pass leisurely. Meanwhile, Song Yi also took advantage of this period to discuss inheritance with Mo Yujianling. Although the ring containing the inheritance had already been taken out, the seal left by Gu Fengzi requires either Song Yi or Song Pingyan to reach the Xian realm to break it open. Inside, there are countless treasures and numerous magical artifacts, sufficient for them to cultivate for a long time. Unfortunately, Song Yi is at the peak of the Danhai realm, while Song Pingyan is merely at the Zhu base stage. Therefore, it will be impossible to open it within the short term. Nonetheless, Mo Yujianling managed to find a set of formations among its contents. Gu Fengzi was indeed quite considerate. If, by chance, they encountered unavoidable enemies after leaving here, and if they lacked sufficient strength, then they would certainly need to use this formation. Most materials listed in it are readily available where Mo Yujianling is located. Only the spatial stone was missing. Actually, there used to be preparation for it in the past. However, during the time they were at the Laikong Forbidden Grounds, the area they were in experienced a massive collapse unexpectedly. Thus, they were forced to use that one spatial stone in the process. However, this issue can currently be considered as resolved. There's no need to worry too much about it now. They just need to prepare for what lies outside. Even though 1 year passes in this small world, and even with the company of family during that time, Song Yi still harbors certain concerns regarding the situation of Jilin Yunmen. Precisely because of this, his heart carries a sense of unease under these circumstances. Nevertheless, this state of anxiety didn't last very long. After all, at such a time, worry doesn't solve any problems but only adds unnecessary trouble to oneself. And right at this moment, Song Yi fully immerses himself and calms his inner self. Even if there are abundant resources here in this small world, cultivating for an entire year is still difficult to achieve anything substantial. But Song Yi can utilize this time to completely master the secretive technique he has been practicing. In doing so, Song Yi becomes relatively safer than before. Time flies, and the year soon passes. There were no significant changes during this year. Up above, only 1 day had elapsed, so naturally, his sons remained unchanged. Except for Song Pingyan, who gained some progress in cultivation, everything else was exactly the same. Carrying Qingyun Daoren and Mo Yujianling, Song Yi directly left this place. Tianxian sect is incredibly lively right now. After all, it happens only once every 10 years. Missing this chance means one doesn't know when they'll encounter another. Since many people at this moment are eager and ready to compete, they may not necessarily aim for first place, but as long as they win 1 round, they can obtain corresponding rewards. The more they win, the higher their ranking will be, and the more rewards they can obtain. Especially for disciples without masters from down below, this is their chance to excel. Maybe someone will appreciate them and help change their current circumstances. As for those with masters, they also hope to showcase themselves well through this competition. Chapter 161, temporary change. Those who have a master, they wish to take advantage of this opportunity to show off and spread their names. At the same time, in this process, there are naturally many people who want to improve themselves through these battles. Song Yi was originally still doubtful about how xuanhuan would be able to hide himself. After all, Mo Jianling can act as his treasure, using its secret techniques to conceal his cultivation level. In that case, there would be no problem at all. But what should xuanhuan do? To Song Yi's surprise, when they had just stepped out from that small world, xuanhuan saw one of the Tianxian sect disciples and cheerfully walked over to him. He was holding a wine pot and smiled as he greeted the other person. Apparently, the other party didn't recognize him, but it didn't matter at all whether the other party knew or not. He acted very intimately, leaving the other with no room to resist. He directly poured wine into the other's mouth, and then xuanhuan pulled him aside. Effortlessly, he had already made the other pass out. Then, xuanhuan directly stripped off the other's clothes, making him appear naked, transforming into a tiny blade of grass, just staying here. Next, xuanhuan immediately transformed into the other's appearance. He held the wine pot while walking towards Song Yi and said, "Don't you see? I am your Tianxian sect disciple." Seeing this guy acting carelessly while drinking at such a crucial moment, Song Yi really felt speechless. You don't need to worry about the rest. Just focus on your competition, and I'll get it for you later. Having said that, xuanhuan walked away toward another direction. Song Yi originally thought that at this point, there might be some kind of action. Unexpectedly, he found a few more Tianxian sect disciples and loudly asked, "Do you have any wine? Do you have any wine? I will exchange spirit stones for wine. Give me all you have." Song Yi really felt somewhat exasperated. In order to avoid this guy's identity being questioned and traced back to himself, Song Yi also walked to another side at this moment. This way, he could try to dissociate himself as much as possible. They first arrived outside the main hall of Tianxian sect. There were already more than 1,000 disciples gathered closely here. Basically, everyone's cultivation was around the spirit realm stage. Among them were those at the foundation establishment stage too. The Danxi realm was extremely rare among them, which could already be considered the top disciples of the entire Tianxian sect. Naturally, Song Yi couldn't possibly reveal that he was at the peak of the Danxi realm. After all, with just this level of cultivation, Song Yi could almost rank among the top few disciples of Tianxian sect. It wasn't the right time to attract too much attention, so he quickly suppressed his cultivation level to the peak of foundation establishment. Actually, at this level of cultivation, even if Tianxian sect investigates, they would find nothing to criticize. After all, the resources given by the Tianxian sect enforcement elders to Song Yi at the time were already sufficient to reach beyond the spirit realm. As long as during this period, Song Yi could study diligently, it would still be possible for him to reach this level. Song Yi looked around a bit, and it seemed that there were already quite a number of people making bets in private here. Song Yi also saw that kinsman who returned to Tianxian's sect yesterday. Sure enough, he had already started placing wagers at this point. Basically speaking, there wasn't much concern with the bets at this time, because the peers they knew were all very powerful. So they definitely would easily pass these preliminary competitions, and even encountering challenges was relatively uncommon. However, at that point, bets were almost non-existent. Instead, at this moment, people were mostly betting on where the results would fall. For instance, like Song Yi and others, the chosen disciples, how many people among them would end up passing the test? This was one of their stakes. Song Yi did not participate in these bets at this moment. It meant nothing to him. Soon, after a period of clamor, a powerful figure appeared in the sky above the main hall of Tianxian sect, and it was the sect leader of Tianxian sect. It seems that after the battle with Wei Hong before, his wounds were all healed now. He was as spirited as ever. A glance below only elicited a faint comment from him. In recent days, too many things have happened within our Tianxian sect. But no matter what, the once-a-decade grand competition of Tianxian sect must not be missed. Today, as per the usual rules, as long as you can pass these competitions, everyone will naturally receive the corresponding rewards. I hope all of you can unleash your strongest combat power and not disappoint me. After the sect leader of Tianxian sect finished saying these words, the enforcement elder came up to explain most of the rules. These were basically the same as what had been stated in the past, except that they refreshed the memory of everyone at this moment. Song Yi was more concerned about the fact that there were no signs of the sect leader's two sons beside him. Where did these two sons go? Wasn't it said that one of them would participate in the competition? He looked around, but failed to find the whereabouts of his son. Of course, with over 1,000 people here, Song Yi himself hadn't seen all of them. Perhaps they just haven't officially appeared yet. However, after the enforcement elder announced the rules, he also announced the subsequent process. The competition would last for 3 days. There would be 3 or 4 rounds each day. Thus, on the first day, the matches would directly take place outside the Grand Hall. Basically, all members of Tianxian sect could observe the situation here. However, after that, the third day's battles would be moved to a space secret realm. More precisely, only the top 8 participants would be able to enter. At that time, designated elders would be inside ensuring everything went smoothly. It would only be at that moment that everything would be thoroughly settled. As for now, they could only fight outside. Upon hearing this, Song Yi was utterly shocked. What was this? Hadn't they always fought directly in the space secret realm before? Why must only the top 8 enter at this time, and other disciples are unable to enter and watch? This was simply too absurd. Not only Song Yi, but others were evidently very confused and puzzled by the situation here. However, neither the enforcement elder nor the sect leader of Tianxian sect would explain these matters to them. Chapter 162. lucky people always get through easily, and they could only accept such arrangements at this point. This had completely disrupted all the plans of Song Yi and his group. After all, they originally intended to enter and participate, not just in the first round of competitions, but also immediately snatch spatial stones from the start. In light of that, they would now have no choice but to strive for a spot among the top 8. Fortunately, before this, Song Yi's team had specifically signed up. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to enter the top 8. For a moment, Song Yi appeared extremely troubled. What worried him wasn't that he lacked the ability to achieve these goals. It was that during the process, he would inevitably expose his true strength. With the cultivation base he had currently revealed as being at the foundation building level, getting half of the spots would already be considered excellent. If he exposed too much, it would be far too easy to provoke the suspicions of others afterward. Song Yi found himself very troubled about all of this. While the announcement was still being made above, he had already begun searching for the figure of Xuanhuan Daoren below. He didn't want to expose his real power under such circumstances. Thus, he hoped to place his hopes on Xuanhuan Daoren. After all, from an essential perspective, Xuanhuan Daoren was the main person responsible for seizing this. Without him, Song Yi wouldn't have been able to accomplish these things either. So, it was actually irrelevant to Song Yi whether or not these things were achieved. He simply wanted to hand over the matter to Xuanhuan Daoren to resolve. Soon, he found the figure of Xuanhuan Daoren among the crowd. Unexpectedly, while important announcements were being made above, he was still drinking wine with priority below, clearly showing no regard for any of it. Even those around him looked at him with quite strange eyes, especially those familiar with his original identity who were questioning his transformed appearance. They were very surprised. According to their knowledge, this man wasn't usually like this. Why did he suddenly act this way today? Even when someone went up to question him, he remained entirely nonchalant, even offering his wine as if inviting the other to drink. Others were extremely angry at his behavior. However, there was nothing they could do. Song Yi had to find him and discuss the next steps at this critical time. Seeing Song Yi's arrival, Xuanhuan Daoren smiled while holding his wine and said, "There's nothing I can do about this matter, since although I don't fear your sect, I cannot fully expose my powers here. And when the time comes, with so many people around, they will surely pursue me. I feel that if it's just me, I'm bound to run into issues. The spatial stones shouldn't be placed on me. Instead, you should give them to Mou. She can store them safely. They won't be discovered here. This means that unless you enter that space, there's nothing more I can do." But, before Song Yi could say anything, Xuanhuan Daoren continued slowly. "What you're worrying about is merely exposing your true strength. I really don't understand why you're concerned about this. You can tell them you encountered an unusual event where your abilities skyrocketed unexpectedly, or perhaps claim you utilized some secret method to boost your cultivation rapidly. At worst, after the fact, they'll punish you accordingly." Listening to his reasons, Song Yi felt utterly speechless. Seeing Song Yi's expression, Xuanhuan Daoren gulped down more wine and sighed helplessly, saying, all right. Let me help you by ensuring your opponents aren't too strong. We'll make sure you accidentally make it into the top 8 and enter together with me." "Thank you, Elder." With this promise, Song Yi let out a sigh of relief and wore a smile. Immediately afterward, Song Yi moved aside. After all, he couldn't be too close to Xuanhuan Daoren, who had already attracted considerable attention. Doing so would likely lead to numerous problems. Then, once the Elder above clarified everything, he directly performed the ritual, and a surge of spiritual energy soared into the sky. At that moment, an illusion quickly appeared in the sky, showing the names of everyone, including Song Yi's name. Everyone come forward to fight based on these names. The first match, Maharan vs. Jiang Yao, Wang Lu vs. Feng Wu. As these announcements were made, several arenas suddenly appeared out of thin air on the street. They weren't very large, but their materials were extraordinary. Even cultivators at the Danhai realm would find it difficult to damage them significantly with their attacks. Soon after, a few figures emerged and proceeded to their respective arenas. "What's Maharan standing there for? Are you possessed today? Damn, this guy's had too much to drink. Just wait till he gets back and sees what the master does with him. Maharan, you are truly cursed. You're drinking here when there's something so important going on." For a moment, amidst all the scolding from those around him, Xuanhuan Daoren finally snapped out of his daze. So the name of the person he had taken over was Maharan. It was already his turn, yet no one had reminded him. He couldn't help smirking at that, before casually walking up to the arena. Song Yi watched all of this, feeling quite helpless. Clearly, it was Maharan himself who had been drunk and forgotten everyone else's reminders. Even just moments ago, countless people had reminded him. But still, he hadn't listened at the time and was now blaming others instead. Song Yi sighed inwardly about how clueless this man could be. However, he didn't say anything outright. Xuanhuan Daoren's strength was unquestionable. It was evident as soon as he ascended. His power was almost on par with Song Yi's. Furthermore, he did not instantly slay his opponent. If he had, many suspicions might have arisen. Thus, under such circumstances, Xuanhuan Daoren slowly defeated his opponent and eventually claimed victory. After winning, he simply went down again, drinking wine as if nothing had happened. What startled Song Yi next was an even greater surprise. Sure enough, as the matches continued, he encountered his own son in one of the duels. Just as the fellow disciple mentioned yesterday, his son was entirely concealed in a black robe and protected by secret techniques, making it impossible for anyone to see through his disguise. This way, no one could uncover his true identity. Chapter 163. This match was truly one of a kind. During the process, what surprised Song Yi most was this. That person was indeed his son, but it wasn't Song Hao. Instead, it was Song Yin. What's going on here? For a moment, Song Yi simply couldn't figure it out, and he didn't even have the chance to greet his son. He could only faintly look at his son who was fighting on the stage, relying purely on physical strength and effortlessly defeating opponents of the same level in an instant. This certainly shocked a lot of people. Many were curious about his identity. How had he managed to conceal himself like this? Moreover, the enforcement elder didn't seem to mind this either, and instead fully endorsed it. While others couldn't tell who this person was, Song Yi clearly recognized that it was Song Yin. But what about Song Hao? Even by the end, Song Yi never saw his other son. Finally, it was Song Yi's turn. But everyone was incredibly surprised when they realized Song Yi had directly skipped his round. This meant that in this instance, Song Yi didn't need to face any opponent and was already considered advanced to the next stage. This made many people extremely envious. For a time, the attention turned to Song Yi and his supposed good fortune. Although he received a fair amount of attention, no one particularly held it against him for this. After all, it was merely luck. Song Yi knew deep down that it probably wasn't just his own luck. It was likely something arranged by Xuanhuan Taoist from the other side. However, at this moment, Song Yi felt no joy about these things. What worried him more was the status of his other son, Song Hao. Throughout the entire competition, Song Hao hadn't appeared. If it weren't for the fact that the current system indicated Song Hao was perfectly fine, Song Yi would have been driven to find Song Yin immediately to ask what exactly happened to his older brother. It's no wonder Song Yi cared so deeply about this situation. After all, according to some earlier information, it might not have been his second son originally slated for this position, but his eldest son. Somehow his son disappeared somewhere, and instead his second son showed up. How could Song Yi not be concerned about such a development? For a moment, Song Yi helplessly shook his head. Despite the fact that his second son Song Yin remained aloof and isolated on the other side, seeming completely cold-hearted, ignoring all those who tried to greet him. In reality, many within the Tianxian sect were watching him closely. Most importantly, even the sect master himself was intently focused. Because Song Yin represented the future of Tianxian sect, so now was the perfect opportunity to thoroughly assess what kind of disciple he really was. By the time the competition concluded, nearly half of the participants had been weeded out. Among these people, there were both strong and weak competitors, but the ones with real abilities still stood firm. After taking a short break, the second round commenced immediately. Since the event had only 3 days, everything was tightly scheduled. Originally, these competitions were supposed to last about a month, giving participants ample rest between matches. However, due to the events unfolding during this period, the enforcement elder announced to everyone that while important announcements may follow, the rules of the competition would stay unchanged, but the process would speed up considerably. Though unclear about the reasons, everyone followed through regardless. Before they knew it, the second round had already begun. No one expected what came at the very start, a king-size showdown. The current chief disciple of Tianxian sect versus the senior disciple of the enforcement division. Both were arguably top-tier combatants, and normally they should have appeared much later in the final rounds. Unexpectedly, this thrilling battle emerged right at the beginning as their paths crossed by coincidence. Even the enforcement elders themselves didn't foresee it. After all, for fairness, the matchups were determined by random drawing of lots. Encountering such formidable opponents drew expectant eyes from everyone watching the fight. Simultaneously, comparisons on other arenas faded into irrelevance. True to expectation, the battle lasted a long time, and eventually, the chief disciple prevailed over his rival. Yet, something unexpected followed immediately after this match concluded. After another round of drawings, it turned out the other two combatants were also very powerful. This battle could be considered a match between equals, both at the Danhai level. Such a fight naturally brought joy to some and worry to others. After all, the more these strong contenders were eliminated, the better, allowing those below them more opportunities to rise. Song Yi was very clear that everything behind the scenes was orchestrated by Xuanhuan Taoist. His manipulations had already removed half of the top disciples who should have been ranked in the top few positions. When it was Song Yi's turn, his opponent was merely someone who had just entered the Zijijian stage. The battle was rather easy. Song Yi directly obliterated his opponent. This fighting continued well into the evening as the third round of matches began. At this moment, Xuanhuan Taoist once again started manipulating events from behind the scenes. Under his influence, soon it became a scene of strong versus strong and weak versus weak. Not only were the disciples baffled, even the elders were puzzled. Wasn't this clearly aiming to drive out the strongest disciples before the final duel? While they were puzzled about these matters, the enforcement elder and the leader of Tianxian sect immediately checked for any interference, but found nothing unusual. With no choice, they could only assume it might just be luck. In this competition, Song Yi also faced an opponent with weaker cultivation. Thus, he successfully advanced after this. After the battles concluded, it naturally gave everyone ample time to rest. At this moment, Song Yi directly returned to his own small world with Xuanhuan Taoist. Of course, during this process, Ma Haoran, who had been turned into grass, was infused with new memories by Xuanhuan Taoist and sent back. Upon his return, he would immediately fall into a coma, giving the impression that it was because of a major battle earlier that day that left him too exhausted to wake up. After all, Ma Haoran had advanced 3 consecutive rounds, including defeating someone above his level. This result was already something worthy of celebration for others. Chapter 164. There are actually people dedicated to adjustments. So, despite the series of problems that arose during the day, after returning, Ma Haoran received much praise and was naturally not held accountable in any way. Song Yi and his group would have a few months rest in the small world before the battle tomorrow. After returning, Song Yi also thought hard about the fact that his eldest son did not show up. He really could not figure out what was going on. However, today he also observed a bit and could say there was almost no chance for him to talk with his son. Basically, his son always had someone keeping an eye on him. If he said anything in this situation, he might be directly discovered by the other side, and then the matter would naturally become troublesome. During this period, Song Yi reviewed the current situation. As it currently stood, his eldest son, Song Hao's condition could still be considered very good. Because he was constantly enhancing his cultivation and his speed could be described as fast. Looks like he probably had some kind of opportunity. Before they knew it, the second day of the great world had arrived. Song Yi and the others also came out of the small world, and due to yesterday's situation, they made extra preparations today. Xuanhuan Taoist quietly approached Song Yi and informed him at this moment. Because of what happened yesterday, although Tianxian sect couldn't figure out until the end, they could only think that this current situation was due to the result of luck from the draw. Regarding this, naturally, they couldn't do anything. But, to prevent the same thing happening today as it did yesterday, they specially arranged personnel who would adjust the battle objectives accordingly. This meant that moving forward, everyone would follow their own methods. Xuanhuan Taoist didn't have time to deal with these things anymore. After hearing all this, Song Yi couldn't help but frown, never expecting the situation to escalate to this point. The one bright spot amid all this was that, even though those people behind were arranging these battle objectives, they still made each competitor equally matched in order to prevent accidents. In this manner, the opponent Song Yi faced would mostly be around his level of cultivation. As long as Song Yi didn't face Xuanhuan Taoist in the process, there would be nothing more to worry about. And right at this moment, Xuanhuan Taoist transformed into Ma Haoran. Ma Haoran, who had just arrived here, didn't know any of this yet, and was knocked unconscious again. In fact, Ma Haoran found all this quite strange. He didn't understand why he slept for an entire day and suddenly inexplicably won several times over. This time was the same again. In this round of battles, Song Yi met an opponent stronger than himself in the first match. To avoid being exposed, Song Yi had to resort to various means, and ultimately narrowly triumphed under everyone's gaze. Ma Haoran's opponent wasn't that strong, and he had no such qualms. Thus, in this kind of fight, he predictably won another round. Yet, in these two matches throughout the day, even though both Song Yi and Xuanhuan Taoist performed as if they had narrowly won in the end, the comparison revealed that Song Yi's use of tactics was simply too frequent. Indeed, it had caught many people's attention. What intrigued everyone even more was Ma Haoran himself. Normally, everyone didn't know what kind of existence this person was. Who would have thought that this guy possessed such formidable combat strength? Especially, his performance these few days was indeed very odd, so much so that numerous eyes were now on him. In the last match to enter the top 16, Song Yi unexpectedly encountered an opponent whose cultivation was at the peak of the spirit phase. Song Yi was only at the foundational building stage. It had to be said that this was very easy to confirm for many people. Later on, it was definite that Song Yi wouldn't last even one turn before being defeated. And Song Yi himself couldn't help but feel extremely anxious because of this. As for how exactly he should act, for a moment, Song Yi was lost on what to do. When pondering uncertainly, Xuanhuan Taoist smiled calmly and said, "Relax, relax, I'll solve this problem for you. I've been watched by many already, you mustn't be noticed too. Regarding that guy, I can tell you, he absolutely cannot beat you. Just punish him properly with your foundational building power." What? Song Yi was completely confused by all of this. In fact, at this point, Song Yi had already planned to give up in the upcoming matches. The reason was very simple. He could not expose himself entirely because of this matter. If that were to happen, it would lead to serious consequences. Of course, this did not mean that Song Yi lacked other ways to solve this problem. Actually, it was quite simple. He just needed to follow Xuanhuan Taoist's method and disguise himself as one of the top 8 contenders using the same disguise techniques. Although, according to Xuanhuan Taoist's initial statement, disguising himself might still be fine, but if it was Song Yi doing the disguising, there was a high chance of being detected by the powerful beings of Tianxian sect. However, Song Yi could take advantage of the secret symbol within the system. Even though it might seem challenging to deceive Tianxian sect on its own, if combined with Xuanhuan Taoist's method, they would still have a certain way to achieve it. What he didn't expect was that Xuanhuan Taoist had already perfectly mapped out everything for him from the start. It was actually quite simple. Xuanhuan Taoist deliberately made his yet-to-heal injuries worsen under such circumstances. Song Yi stepped onto the stage, watching the opponent slowly approach. Even before Song Yi made a move, the opponent's face had turned deathly pale, clearly indicating there was a significant issue. Damn it! At this moment, the opponent stared at Song Yi, suddenly feeling dizzy. Song Yi's figure started to blur, as if more than one person stood before him instead of just Song Yi alone. Faced with the ever-increasing overlapping shadows, the opponent clenched their teeth and struggled to persevere. This is just a small foundational builder. As long as I can hold on here, once I attack, this little foundational builder will definitely be killed instantly. No matter how many tricks he uses, he's just a foundational builder. I'm at the peak of the spiritual chi level, way above him by a large margin. I just need to endure a bit longer. I cannot fall here. No matter what, I must enter the top 8. Chapter 165. Isn't this luck just too good? However, what he didn't expect was that he simply couldn't continue any longer. At this moment, looking at Song Yi in front of him, his body had completely softened. His breathing became extremely difficult, and the pain all over his body made him almost lose himself completely. No. In this situation, he gritted his teeth and made one last effort. Staring at Song Yi in front of him, he kept thinking, just needing to hold on a bit more would do. But he couldn't endure it anymore. He could only give everything he had at this moment, trying to gather all the spiritual energy from his entire body to make a charge. The massive body and terrifying power were unleashed fully at this point. But what he didn't expect was that when he rushed in front of Song Yi didn't even move a finger at this moment. Instead, he tripped over and fell flat on his face right in front of Song Yi. What's going on? Could it be that his previous injuries haven't healed yet? Isn't this too ridiculous? A mighty peak spirit cultivator hasn't even gotten the chance to fight a Foundation establishment practitioner and already collapsed. What can you do? Can a dead person leap out of their grave to attack if someone dances on their tomb? Isn't Song Yi's luck way too good? First he skipped rounds, then he encounters weak opponents, now a severely injured rival? How does everything always go his way? Could he be a legendary Xuanhuan person of fortune? For a time, many people felt incredibly dissatisfied with Song Yi. Clearly, he lacked the ability, but somehow had such extraordinary luck. It was really hard to believe that he had managed to enter the top 8. This outcome left everyone astonished. But what else could they do? Even when the elder of Tianxian sect heard this news, the enforcer elder couldn't help but ask a fellow disciple beside him. What's going on? Weren't we supposed to have a fair comparison? The disciple has suffered severe injuries already, and should be disqualified for sure. Why not pair him with some stronger contestant rather than this weakling Song Yi? Oh well, the elder who managed this also felt wronged. Clearly, before the last battle, though the disciple indeed suffered some injuries, visibly, the injury wasn't serious enough to look life-threatening. How could it become so severe all of a sudden? This left him puzzled as well. But what else could they do? The situation had turned like this already. There was no way to suddenly declare the fight invalid, right? So under these circumstances, Song Yi could say that he was quite lucky and won another round. He managed to enter the top 8. Comparatively speaking, the others at this moment, including Qin Yun Dao himself, weren't as fortunate. They faced very challenging fights. After battling each other for a long time, their cultivation levels continuously soared before finally overcoming their adversaries. Ma Haoran, what's up with your cultivation level? Qin Yun Dao's cultivation strength suddenly surged, which did not at all match Ma Haoran's original strength in disguise. Thus, naturally drawing attention from many people who questioned him accordingly. Be it his master, his peers, or even the enforcer elder on stage, all of them were curious. A sudden enhancement in combat capability must be associated with significant issues, so naturally, there were suspicions whether he used prohibited items. For instance, perhaps consuming pills that boosted his capabilities. That wasn't entirely improbable. Hence, in this context, victory wouldn't be declared immediately. Facing questions from the crowd, Qin Yun Dao also responded humbly in the identity of Ma Haoran. Esteemed elders, revered master, my sudden cultivation growth is due to a wondrous adventure I encountered earlier. Because of this, I deliberately concealed my strength. I hid my cultivation level using this method. Qin Yun Dao pulled out a jade pendant from his person and presented it to the elders for inspection. The elders could naturally recognize that this jade pendant was of extraordinary quality. Indeed, it could conceal the cultivation level of others to a degree that even an enforcer elder couldn't see through. At this point, the enforcer elder could only quietly say, Ma Haoran, come with me after this. Let the rest continue. In fact, the main reason to summon Qin Yun Dao now was to check if he had been possessed by someone else. All potential threats to Jilin Yunmin must be excluded. However, facing the examination from the enforcer elders, Qin Yun Dao had his own methods. He could make it impossible for them to detect his true situation. Meanwhile, during this process, he also had to flatteringly hand over this treasure. Otherwise, there was no way this matter would end so easily. Qin Yun Dao was very proficient in this entire process and did not let anyone discover any abnormalities about him. After handing over the jade pendant, although the other party would still examine him for a while, this hardly affected him, allowing him to continue participating in the competition. Instead, due to the events that happened today, Qin Yun Dao as Ma Haoran would receive much attention going forward. If everything went well, Ma Haoran would be specially nurtured in the future. Unfortunately, all this was based on the premise that Ma Haoran wasn't just Qin Yun Dao in disguise. After all of this ended, the competition on the next day officially came to a close. Both Song Yi and he advanced successfully. Now they already had the top 8 participants. Following this, in order to prevent everyone's injuries from worsening due to lack of recovery and to better adjust their conditions, Tianxian sect specially prepared a resting area for them. This place was rich in spirit energy, and special healing pills were provided to help them recover. Song Yi didn't refuse either, arriving here along with the others. After being assigned a separate room, he thought he could just wait peacefully until tomorrow. But what he didn't expect was that someone would come to his room at this time. And the visitor was none other than the person who always wore black robes during battles. When this person saw Song Yi, he looked quite surprised. The moment he was about to take off his black robe, Song Yi immediately cast a spell around them, blocking out external sounds. In this way, no one outside could hear what was happening inside. It was originally a technique set up by Qin Yun Dao, but Song Yi was capable of modifying it. Chapter 166, Still an Acquaintance. With just this adjustment, it was as if the outside world had been completely isolated. Song Yi was extremely confident in Qin Yun Taoist. The man in the black robe, seeing what Song Yi did, hastily said, Father, rest assured. I've specifically checked everything this time. Currently no one is watching us. To To be precise, it wasn't me who did the checking but someone else who helped. Song Yi could hear that the voice now belonged to his son, Song Yan. Looking at his somewhat matured appearance, although they had only been separated for a few months in the great world, it was evident he had grown quite a bit. Song Yi found immense solace in this and smiled, nodding his head. I know. Father, you know. Song Yin was incredibly surprised. At this moment, suddenly another voice came from him. Disciple, you can cease wasting your efforts. There is also a powerful person by your father's side. From the very start, they have already discovered my presence. It seems your father is more mysterious than I imagined. Suddenly, a translucent middle-aged man appeared beside him, appearing elegant yet transparent, almost like an illusion. However, his figure carried a profound sense of authority, such that merely facing him directly made one feel an overwhelming pressure. I am Danzun Gudan. Senior, hello. Song Yi indeed confirmed this must be the master from Yin Emperor's template. Truly unexpected, even this part of Yin Emperor's profile was duplicated. What about the other sons? Shouldn't they also have encountered similar circumstances? You really are becoming more peculiar. Originally, I thought since you have two sons with extraordinary talents, that was remarkable. But unexpectedly, another son of yours has shown such potential too. Your nephew truly is a prodigy. Teach me how this was possible? How can such outstanding children be born at once? Let me, old man, refresh some youth too. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Xingyun Taoist suddenly entered the room. He examined the Dan elder before him, then calmly remarked. Who would have thought the young fellow back then has grown so much now? Judging from your looks, you're not doing well either. Young fellow. Upon hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but feel startled, their eyes widening in astonishment as they looked at Xingyun Taoist. If Dan elder acts at this moment, then he would look unbelievably towards the current Xingyun Taoist. Are you senior Xingyun? How? Old man's memory is still intact. Rather, it's you who forgets your elders. Xingyun Taoist teased lightly at this moment. Dan elder was utterly shocked at this moment. Never thought I would meet you here. I never expected to see you here either, looking like this. Anything happened? Why not tell old man? Maybe I can help you. Seeing Xingyun Taoist ahead, Dan elder felt helpless and started recounting his past. Regarding his past, Song Yi had actually guessed it right from the beginning. As expected, it didn't deviate much from Yin Emperor's own background story. Betrayal by his once trusted disciple while gravely injured, almost on the brink of death, and finally falling into desolation here, awoken unintentionally because of Song Yin. The difference was that it wasn't Song Yin whose abilities were absorbed by Dan elder. It was another disciple who should have become Dan elder's apprentice. But who would have thought that after being absorbed of his spiritual energy, upon realizing the main culprit was Dan elder, without hesitation discarded Dan elder, and began his solitary cultivation himself. The result was apparent. His cultivation ended up failing. Being of too low power level, he was cast out too. In this situation, though regretful afterward, he couldn't find Dan elder anymore. Under such circumstances, Song Yin chanced upon Dan elder. Song Yi felt utterly speechless, sipping tea while thinking about his son just picking up this treasure. This was really incredible luck, worthy of being the son of destiny. Seemed like Dan elder was specially waiting for him all along. Afterward, noticing Song Yan's pure character and extraordinary talent, Dan elder put him through a series of tests before deciding to take him as his disciple. Not only did he impart alchemy techniques, but also gave him a method that could enhance cultivation by absorbing flames. It was identical, almost perfectly matching the Yin Emperor's template. After knowing all this, Xingyun Taoist couldn't help but sigh with many emotions. In the end, he shakes his head and says, actually, I can take you back with me. We will definitely be able to find better resources for you then, and you could directly repair your original body. My current state, even if it can be restored, would still have major problems. The main issue isn't that my physical body is destroyed, but rather that my spirit has been affected. To completely remove this seal, it might only be possible through this technique, which could give me a glimmer of hope. Xingyun Taoist looked at him strangely. Can you really trust such a thing? This method, even an emperor may not fully trust it. It's likely a complete fabrication from start to finish. So I think you should I think I should still give it a try? Many times, if you haven't tried something, you can't prove or deny its possibility. Dan elder sighed. How hadn't he thought about these things himself? Yet, he was willing to gamble on them. Even if it fails, one can always start over. Seeing Dan elder's determination, Xingyun Taoist continued. If that's the case, there's nothing more I can say. However, if you want to come back with me, that's fine too. But I need some time. After resolving a few matters, I'll leave. Dan elder hesitated, looking towards Song Yin beside him, and said, Pupil, let me give you a piece of advice. Although Tianxian sect has provided you with quite a bit of resources, this place is, at most, a third-rate sect in our area. The resources given to you don't even compare to what they provide to an average disciple. If you were to go there, you'd definitely get more resources and improve rapidly. Considering your talent, it wouldn't take many years for you to achieve immortality. But I must warn you that place is also very dangerous. Your cultivation path itself conflicts with the heavenly way. So, once you arrive there, the future might bring even greater dangers. You need to make a decision. Chapter 167. The Things Your Father Gave You. As Song Yin listened to the words, he hesitated for a moment. Following this, watching Song Yi summoning up courage, and then making a resolution. Just at this time, gathering courage, he said, Master, I have decided that I still want to rely on my own abilities and proceed step by step towards the end. Is it so? Yes, as you say, if we go there now, there will certainly be many dangers. Instead of this, it would be better to wait for a proper opportunity before going again. Although if I were to go now, I would definitely gain a lot of resources. These cannot guarantee that there will be no problems later on. Moreover, I also feel that if one solely relies on others' help in such situations, in the future it may not lead to achieving great endeavors. Dad, what do you think? Song-yi smiled slightly, approving silently, feeling that his son had done something very correct. There was nothing improper about it. The upcoming road was all for him to walk alone, and Song-yi would find it difficult to assist him until the very end. Dan Laosher became silent upon hearing these words, then nodded in satisfaction. He directly refused Qingyun Daoren. Senior Qingyun, as you see, perhaps it is best if I do not return temporarily. As you wish. Qingyun Daoren did not comment on this since he initially prepared to offer help due to a certain sentiment. Since the other party has refused, he naturally wouldn't continue to insist on it. At this moment, Song-yi suddenly asked, Son, where's your elder brother? Since you participated in this grand competition, what about your elder brother? Father, don't worry, brother is currently safe. Song-yin hastily related the events of the past few months. Even though it was only a span of several months, for them, it felt like they had gone through years. Things were entirely different. During this period, there was no doubt that both Song-yin and Song-hao were regarded as the most brilliant prodigies. On the surface, they merely held some identities as disciples, not exactly being of high status. In reality, Tianxian sect almost expended everything for their sakes. Anything they needed would undeniably be provided without hesitation. Originally, these two sons should have been cultivating under the patriarch of the Tianxian sect. However, unexpectedly, the founding ancestor of the Tianxian sect suddenly awakened. Upon learning of this, the founding ancestor actually forcibly took both of them from under the Tianxian sect patriarch. This old man liked the talent of the two children immensely. Under such circumstances, he directly chose to activate the ancient array and utilize the essence of an ancient evil snake to improve both individuals, allowing them to grow more rapidly. That snake was originally meant for the master to extend his own lifespan. Although it wasn't able to prolong life by much, it was undoubtedly precious. The fact that he could bring forth these indicates how much he cherishes the two youths. Throughout this process, he continuously refined their bodies, but Song Yan's cultivation differed somewhat from what Song Hao practiced. Thus, more focus was placed on Song Hao himself. It wasn't as if Song Yan was neglected, but inevitably there was a slight difference in treatment between the two. However, Song Yan inadvertently encountered Dan Laosher's ring, which could be considered another form of compensation. Currently, Song Yan equals having two masters. In fact, Song Yan himself felt somewhat embarrassed because of this matter, but there was no help for it. Compared to Tianxian sect, Dan Laosher's cultivation methods evidently suited him better. Moreover, during this process, Dan Laosher agreed to all of this. What more could he say? He simply had to consent, thereby now counting himself as having two masters. Actually, this kind of situation isn't uncommon in the cultivation world, where a disciple may have multiple masters. Generally speaking, there aren't too many factional prejudices. As long as the schools are not vastly different, it's not an issue. It was during this period that Dan Laosher assisted him in absorbing his lightning fire. It was during this period that Song Yan's own growth could be said to be extremely rapid. Not only was his body thoroughly forged into incredible hardness, but he also possessed lightning fire, greatly enhancing his cultivation. And during this period, due to the issues with the snake, Song Hao was directly taken by the founding ancestor of Tianxian sect to another place for cultivation. This strength had already been prepared well in advance, making it quite suitable for Song Hao. If applied to Song Yan, it would relatively fall short in comparison. Therefore, a decision was made directly under these circumstances to temporarily set aside those simultaneous placements on both of them and instead focus on Song Hao alone. This way, one could gain extremely fast improvement. As for the other, Song Yan, although he received quite a few resources during this process, naturally, there was no way to compare with Song Hao. However, Song Yan thus could independently enjoy other resources, improving as quickly as possible in the meantime. Song Yan's enhancement during this period also came with the advice from the patriarch of Tianxian sect. So it was at this time that he participated in the grand competition. Unexpectedly, he encountered Song-yi during this process. It was precisely because of this that Song Yan attempted to meet Song-yi during this period. Song-yi was also very pleased that his son had taken such initiative. After learning about the recent situation, he sighed with relief. Father, why did you suddenly join this grand competition? In Song Yan's memory, his father was definitely not someone who would willingly seek the limelight. Nor could he possibly be here for the rewards. Song-yi paused for a moment before telling them about his purpose. Space stones. Upon realizing this was the objective, Dan Laosher and Song Yan couldn't help but feel surprised. Nevertheless, Dan Laosher looked at Qingyun Daoren, who seemed completely unconcerned on the other side. He understood immediately. Since Song-yi had chosen this path, there was certainly some hope. Yet they couldn't help but be shocked to learn that these things were intended for Jilingyun sect. Just like Qingyun Daoren said, even Dan Laosher couldn't demonstrate too many abilities within the four realms. Thus, it was practically certain they couldn't provide any assistance. Now that they've spent some time reminiscing, Song Yan could not linger here long, considering he was being watched closely. He couldn't return to the small world, and could only wait until his strength was sufficient enough to go back and see his other relatives. Song-yi smiled and said, Son, your old man is waiting for the day when you two become the patriarchs of Tianxian sect. This item was originally meant to be given to you later, but since you are developing well under Dan Laosher, I'll give it to you in advance. Chapter 168. not a single vote for him. At this moment, hearing Song Yi's words, Song Yin couldn't help but feel full of questions. Suddenly, Song Yi, with a smile on his face, took out a bundle of xuanhuan fire from his body. This 7-color fire was then handed over to Song Yin. Son, take it. Song Yin looked at the fire in front of him and was greatly shocked at the moment. Dan Lao and the nearby Qingyun Taoist also couldn't help but stare intently at this bundle of 7-color fire, observing it continuously. The two had naturally seen plenty of treasures, but they had never seen anything quite like this. This heat fire is not inferior to my thunder fire at all, and judging by its current state, it seems that it hasn't fully matured yet. If this type of heat fire were given enough time, its future accomplishments will surely be very powerful. TSK Tisk, he's right. Young man, I truly didn't expect you to have so many good things in your possession. Why didn't you show them to me before? The two individuals clearly envied this kind of 7-color heat fire. It absolutely wasn't an ordinary item. Its future achievements would certainly not be low. Song Yi could only bluff at this moment, laughing heartily and saying, "It was purely luck that I obtained it." In fact, he had acquired it through the system. Originally, it was indeed an ideal match for his second son, Song Yin. However, unfortunately, his son hadn't fully grown up yet. Giving this thing to him at that time would have caused him immense harm. It was also for his own good at that time that Song Yi didn't give it to him. But now that Song Yin had already absorbed Dan Lao's thunder fire, and his son's safety could be considered to be relatively assured, Song Yi naturally extracted the essence from this bundle of heat fire. This was different from the Deluo sword embryo. Song Yi originally planned to wait until his two sons reached a level nearly equivalent to the master of Tianxian sect. Then Song Yi would hand over the Deluo sword embryo and the 7-color heat fire to them both. For them, their future accomplishments will certainly go beyond that point. However, regretfully, the elder son currently didn't seem to have a chance to appear. Therefore, Song Yi could only hand over part of the essence of the 7-color heat fire to him. What made one happy amidst all this was, just extracting part of the essence of the heat fire would have some impact on the heat fire itself, but with enough time later, it would recover. But the Deluo sword embryo was different. If this was given to his elder son, the Deluo sword embryo would no longer appear afterward. Of course, even so, Song Yi would without hesitation hand these over to his two sons when the time comes. After all, only when his two sons are strong enough can he afford to slack off. Thank you, father. Song Yin was also very pleased to take it, quickly integrating this thread of essence into his body. Although it wasn't as powerful as his master's thunder fire before, just as his master said, as long as it's cultivated properly, its future achievements will be limitless. Kid, after this recovers, remember to leave a thread of essence for me. Seeing such a good thing, Qingyun Daoren naturally wanted a piece too. Song Yi also nodded with a smile without any opposition. After receiving these things, Song Yin left together with Dan Lao. Song Yi couldn't help but shake his head at this moment. If it weren't for the numerous events he encountered during this period, he really wanted to rest and relax completely. Actually, upon closer reflection, from when he obtained the system until now, his improvement speed has been incredibly fast. But even so, he inevitably encountered so many issues. It can be said that all sorts of miscellaneous matters have already forced him to step forward. Hopefully, after thoroughly resolving the matters concerning Ji Ling Yunmin this time, he can rest and recuperate peacefully. Then he could simply slack off, waiting for his few sons to become stronger successfully. After Song Yin and the others left, Qingyun Daoren directly told Song Yi, "Tomorrow it starts, and I must brief you on the final situation. To avoid any problems occurring on your part then, or it would be very troublesome." Song Yi took his reminder to heart directly. There wasn't much waiting either. Soon Qingyun Daoren returned directly. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed, and the last match had officially begun. This time, things were different because the place they were going to was extremely secure. Thus, during this process, they could not be in control themselves. A dedicated elder would personally escort one of them to a location for teleportation, bringing them inside. Throughout the process, Song Yi and the others had absolutely no way to perceive anything about the outside world. Because they were completely blindfolded throughout the entire process, their senses were entirely blocked off. This was done to avoid them overhearing anything during the journey. The secret realm was an extremely concealed and highly significant place. Thus, this place must remain as secretive as possible. To say that numerous security measures were taken during this process wouldn't be far from the truth. Only then could they feel entirely at ease. However, in reality, they didn't know that Qingyun Daoren had already scouted out the area around them perfectly in secret. No matter how stealthy the operation was, there was simply no way to completely shield everything from him. There was nothing they could do. It was their own issue. What could they do when facing such a powerful person? After all, this was Qingyun Daoren of the upper realm. Meanwhile, at the same time, the disciples outside were also gathering outside the grand hall. After all, everyone was very concerned about what was going to happen next. The sect even set up an image projection right after, allowing them to see everything happening inside the secret realm through it. On this final day, apart from the battles themselves attracting much attention, what drew even more focus was that many people had placed bets on the outcomes of the final matches. It was almost exactly as predicted. Hua Haoren and Song Yin, transformed by Qingyun Daoren into two mysterious dark horses, naturally garnered the most attention. The betting odds for them and the current top disciple of Tianxian sect were relatively high. For others, the betting situation was more or less similar. There was only one striking exception. Without question, that was Song Yi. Take someone like Ma Haoren, who received unexpected legacies and was acknowledged by the sect as a mysterious presence. Song Yi was indeed another dark horse, but in the eyes of everyone else, this dark horse completely relied on luck. How could someone like that even count? Chapter 169, I want to borrow 4. So in this situation, Song Yi ended up being the one with the lowest pressure, because no one actually chose to vote for him. At the same time, Song Yi and his group had also arrived in this space. Looking at the scenery within this space, they were all immensely surprised. This secret realm could be described as having beautiful mountains and waters. After coming here, Song Yi could feel the poetic essence reflected in the works of ancient scholars. Although he himself didn't possess such skills, watching it all made him involuntarily wish to record every bit of it. Also, Song Yi could clearly sense a very powerful surge of spiritual energy within this place. It was definitely different from the outside world. The reason Tianxian sect wouldn't let other disciples enter such a secret realm was to create a unique spatial world. By doing so, they could rival the upper realms. In the future, those entering here to cultivate would have sufficient rules to follow, as well as the spiritual energy from the great world and the passage of time from the small world. That would be simply perfect for cultivation, making it absolutely the best place for practice. The fact that Tianxian sect could achieve this level reveals just how deep its foundation truly is. And here, the several elders quickly began forming seals with their hands. Soon, in the central area, a massive hollow zone formed, surrounded by a unique barrier. Disciples, your battles here will be aided by unique forces that repair any injuries on your body. There will also be special energies to help you recover swiftly. Therefore, we've chosen this place for the final stage. Within a day, this should allow you to determine the ultimate winner. This time, both the master of Tianxian sect and the law enforcement elder came here. It was clear how much importance they placed on the concluding event. As Song Yi and the 8 others stepped into this area, looking around at the scenery, they prepared themselves for the upcoming ranking battles. But unexpectedly, the space suddenly trembled as if an earthquake were occurring. What's happening? This space shouldn't have issues. We've checked it multiple times before. For a moment, whether it was the law enforcement elder or the other elders, they were all quite perplexed, but took no hesitation in using their magic to stabilize the space. And a few elders quickly shielded Song Yi and the 7 others who had insufficient cultivation. Whether it was Song Yin or the others, they were all significant assets to the future of Tianxian sect. How could anything unexpected happen to them here? However, Ma Haoran slightly retreated at this moment, and none noticed the bright light emanating from his hand. No, the master of Tianxian sect quickly realized the situation wasn't right. This isn't spatial instability. Someone is deliberately causing disorder here. Who dares to interfere with Tianxian sect? Though the sect master glared angrily around, he couldn't locate the person responsible. Suddenly, the sect master realized that perhaps the person wasn't hiding somewhere, but was instead among them. He suddenly shifted his gaze to the various elders, then gradually turned it towards Song Yi and the others. Suddenly, his gaze finally landed on Ma Haoran. He noticed the surging spiritual energy being secretly released by Ma Haoran, which was causing changes in the space. There was constant trembling and shaking. Who are you? The sect master acted immediately, his palm releasing a giant hand heading straight for Ma Haoran. At this point, Ma Haoran abruptly rose into the air and landed on a nearby tree. Not bad, master of Tianxian sect, truly impressive. To discover my presence so easily shows I underestimated you from the start. Who exactly are you? Why do you come to disturb our sect? After protecting all the remaining disciples, both the sect master and all other elders stared directly at Ma Haoran. Haoran, what is going on with you? Even Ma Haoran's mentor roared in anger. He could hardly believe that this disciple, who had brought him the most surprises, was now betraying Tianxian sect. To him, this was the greatest blow. And then, when the dust settled, they realized this wasn't really Ma Haoran. The real Ma Haoran might already be dead or hidden somewhere. The expert before our eyes has already transformed into the appearance of Ma Haoran. None of us expected that. We all thought it was Ma Haoran who had inherited the teachings and deliberately hid himself. But now we realized that the person was wrong from the very beginning. Upon hearing this statement, everyone couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. They hadn't expected such a turn of events. Their hearts were overwhelmed with shock. Qingyun Daorin did not resume his original form at this moment. Instead, he spoke in a hoarse voice. I don't like any killings, so I merely concealed that young man within Tianxian sect. Once everything settles down, he will return to his original state on his own. My purpose for coming here is rather simple. I just want to borrow 2 items from your Tianxian sect. Tianxian sect master didn't rush to attack, but looked at him calmly and asked, what is your esteemed self-desire? The spatial stones maintaining this secret realm. I need 3. No, for pieces. Qingyun Daorin chuckled, revealing a set of white teeth, while still disguised as Ma Haoran. However, upon hearing these words, the face of Tianxian sect master immediately changed. The expressions of all the elders darkened. To be able to enter this space secret realm proves that these elders had considerable status within Tianxian sect themselves. Naturally, they participated in constructing this secret realm and understood it very well. A great deal of effort was spent on crafting this secret realm, especially concerning the spatial stones. These are not ordinary spatial stones that could be substituted. In order to acquire them, they paid an unimaginable price. In the end, they managed to obtain only 6. But now, this person demands 4 right off the bat and calls it borrowing. How different is that from stealing? Would he truly return them after taking them? That's absolutely impossible. Hearing these statements, Tianxian sect master coldly snorted. Absolutely out of the question. Not to mention 4 pieces. Even the loss of a single one might cause this secret realm to collapse anytime. You will not lay hands on them. That is absolutely impossible. Already aware of this result, Xingyun Dao Ren grinned and said, then I shall not hold back. Chapter 170. The Secret Realm Battle Begins. It's really too bad. Since you refuse, I won't be polite anymore. Xingyun let out a chuckle at this moment, and his body immediately released a terrifying force. The entire space was affected at this instant, starting to transform constantly. What had been just a slight tremor now turned into a full-fledged earthquake, and a powerful spiritual energy surged from Xingyun's body. Ma Haoran, whose appearance had been ordinary before, now looked like a grandmaster under the influence of this aura. At this point, the master of Tianxian Sect could clearly see that the person in front of them was an immensely powerful enemy. Even the master of Tianxian Sect found it hard to match the other's momentum and couldn't detect his exact cultivation level. This was indeed a mysterious existence. But no matter what kind of being it was, Tianxian Sect could not let him go easily. This was Tianxian Sect's territory, and such things must not happen here. Moreover, every spatial stone represented a possibility for the future of this secret realm. These were all methods to further enhance Tianxian Sect. There was absolutely no room for such events. The master of Tianxian Sect also gave orders loudly. All other disciples retreat. No unauthorized actions, or else you will meet your end. To the other elders, for the sake of Tianxian Sect, and to protect the disciples behind us, join me in forming an array. With one command from the sect master, the many elders acted simultaneously, channeling their immense spiritual powers in perfect coordination to form mystical seals that connected rapidly with each other. Humming sounds filled the air as powerful spiritual forces swelled and combined into an array, fully manifesting in the blink of an eye and expanding to cover the surrounding heavens and earth. It seems like the Taoist Xingyun is some kind of evil spirit. Song Yi was among the disciples, and it wasn't surprising he thought so. After all, Xingyun was here to take their possessions. It was completely reasonable. However, Song Yi also couldn't help but worry at this moment. Although Taoist Xingyun was truly very powerful, in this world, he was unable to exhibit his original abilities. As he himself said, he could only exert power equivalent to someone who had passed through heavenly tribulations at most. That was why Song Yi was very concerned about the presence of half-immortals, especially the founding ancestor of Tianxian Sect. No one knew how powerful that old monster was today. His ability to command everyone in Tianxian Sect didn't stem merely from his seniority, but also from his formidable strength. So if that founding ancestor were to suddenly appear under these circumstances, according to Xingyun's words, it could greatly alter the situation. Thankfully, Song Yin had informed Song Yi earlier that the founding ancestor had temporarily left due to assisting in enhancing Song Hao's capabilities. This news brought relief to Xingyun. Hence, at this time, he felt bold enough to act freely towards these people. Even in face of this array, Xingyun did not care much inside. This formation has its charm. You're not bad, truly impressive. Looking at the formations of so many sects, although yours haven't reached complete formation yet, they rely on the spiritual powers injected now to create combat arrays, which already have significant power. It seems even I have to pay attention carefully, otherwise, a small mistake might result in great loss. Taoist Xingyun sighed after observing the combination of this array formed by the elders, enforcement elders, and the sect master instantly. Nevertheless, he showed no signs of retreating at this time. Recognizing the uniqueness of the opponents before him, Xingyun quickly retrieved a stick from his possession. What is that stick? Could it be that my cultivation is insufficient, hence I can't see that it is a treasure? Perhaps that is a truly remarkable treasure. Even though we are currently in peril, we should still observe this great battle well. It might be an unforgettable experience for our entire lives. Even if doing so may seem inappropriate, we cannot deny that witnessing battles between such strong individuals allows us to catch glimpses of great truths and helps in our own growth. For a moment, these disciples were not only shocked, but also very excited by the current situation. It is rare to witness a battle between such strong individuals, especially for cultivators as weak as them. It's even harder to encounter such a situation. Moreover, no one stopped them because everyone understood that this was indeed a rare opportunity for them. More importantly, they were currently facing some issues. They were unable to activate the teleportation array to send these disciples away. Within this situation, a powerful force was blocking their activation of the teleportation array. It was clear without any doubt. This must have been done by Xingyun. In this way, he severed the connection with the outside world. They didn't know how to contact the outside yet, but there was nothing they could do about it, leaving them with no choice but to ignore everything else. Therefore, they firmly placed these disciples behind them to protect them from being affected in the upcoming battle. More importantly, they needed to prevent these people from being taken as hostages. Although they had specifically set up protections here, who could guarantee that no accidents would happen? This left them feeling quite anxious at this moment. Meanwhile, those outside, though they could see the situation inside through the mirror outside the Great Hall, could only worry helplessly, for there was nothing they could do. After all, almost all the strongest existences of Tianxian Sect were already trapped inside. Not only had the founding ancestor left, but even the semi-immortal ancestor had gone as well. As such, the remaining elders didn't know where to go or whom to inform. Only the master of Tianxian Sect might have a way to notify others. But the master and the enforcement elder were also trapped inside. So what could they do now? Now, they had no idea how to open the teleportation array to enter the secret realm. All they could do was anxiously watch. And soon, the battle within the secret realm was about to begin. At this moment, Xuanhuan, who had waited for a long time, infused some spiritual energy into the wooden stick in his hand. He suddenly raised it and pointed toward the sky, shouting loudly. The boundless sea rolls on endlessly. The sword intention appears. Chapter 171. Can the sword intent of the sea be blocked? At this very instant, a surge of spiritual energy instantly formed in the sky like an ocean. And right at this moment, Xuanhuan Doran's wooden staff suddenly turned into a sharp blade, releasing a piercing sword chi that surged towards the sky and merged with the sea. Zing zing. At this moment, accompanied by a resounding sword cry, the boundless sea coalesced into strands of sword intent. Looking at the vast ocean in the sky, it was astonishing to see it all condense into strands of sword chi. How terrifying it was. Just by feeling this sword chi, they could already sense its overwhelming power and great strength. In this instant, it seemed as though one could feel that every strand of sword chi had the ability to cleave through heaven and earth. Frightening. Staring at this scene before their eyes, not only were the disciples astonished, but everyone there felt deeply shocked inside. Leave the formation. The master of Tianxian sect also roared at this time. He quickly performed gestures, and immense spiritual energy gathered on his body at this very instant. The law enforcement elder followed closely after, and the other elders, upon seeing this, gathered their own spiritual energies together. They then swiftly condensed everything according to the formation requirements. Whoosh. The formation manifested instantly, almost covering the entire sky in an instant. Facing the surging sword chi, the formation quickly sealed it, trying to completely enclose it all, leaving no escape. But this plan failed soon after, because the oceanic sword chi instantly released itself along with the sound of swords crying out. Despite how solidly their formation sealed, that sharp sword chi managed to split open the gaps with just one go. These surging strands of sword chi continued one after another, almost instantly breaking through all their defenses. As for the already erupted sword chi, everyone again activated the formation. Although the formation resealed it, it was impossible to fully contain these infinite streams of sword chi. Clearly breaking through now was just a matter of time. However, Tianxian sect master and his group were not so easily defeated either. While the formations were constantly sealing things up, suddenly, the formations changed slightly. Suddenly from within those formations, several figures emerged enveloped in faint light and rushed into the fray, showing no fear of the sword chi slicing into them, leaving cut after cut on their bodies. It was evident that the puppets condensed by these spiritual force formations weren't merely as simple as they appeared. Indeed, in the next moment, as these strands of sword chi killed the puppets, their bodies rapidly released streams of spiritual force merging into the vast oceanic expanse. ZZZZT. These electric-like currents quickly diffused through the vast sea, preventing further coalescence of the sword chi. Simultaneously, the formation emitted a ray of light. Then suddenly beneath their feet where the ground had been shaking non-stop, another formation became apparent. This formation began to expand immediately and appeared below Xuanhuan Doran. Initially, this formation had existed here, waiting precisely for such an opportunity. The law enforcement elder looked at everyone briefly before his figure transformed into a strand of sword chi directly rushing into the midst, directly killing toward Xuanhuan Doran. Xuanhuan Doran remained quite calm, simply pointing at the sky with his wooden stick. Instantly, the vast ocean above became even more powerful. The previously calm sea surface turned into turbulent waves, with countless strands of sword chi spreading outward. The damage caused by the earlier spirit force and the array hadn't affected much time at all. More strands of sword chi cut through from above, quickly destroying the arrays before jointly attacking Master Tianxian and others. Master Tianxian and others also used various forms of spiritual energy simultaneously at the same moment, invoking the formation to swiftly protect the surroundings. But when the enforcement elder reached Xuanhuan Doran with powerful sword chi, unexpectedly, as that sword chi descended onto Xuanhuan Doran, he disappeared here by crossing over a shadowy trace. Bad. The enforcement elder quickly retreated, only to find multiple strands of sword chi shooting forth from under his feet, taking him off guard completely. By the time he realized it, it was already too late to hastily withdraw. He could only muster his own attack and directly face the oncoming sword chi head-on. Boom boom. At that very moment, these strands of sword chi swiftly struck against those on the law enforcement elder. The mutual clash resulted in the elder's sword chi being quickly severed. In an instant, these beams of sword chi landed on the law enforcement elder. How despicable. Seeing the strands of sword chi hit the law enforcement elder, they were utterly powerless at this moment, with great anguish welling up inside them. In that split second, the law enforcement elder had almost become a bloodied figure, quickly sealed by a magical seal. Then, he was bound in place, rendered completely immobile. I told you, I don't kill, I just came to take what I need. You can rest assured, I've merely rendered him incapable of moving for now. Xuanhuan Doran said calmly at this moment, then abruptly thrust his wooden staff into the ground. In that fleeting moment, this staff seemed to possess boundless power, as the earth instantly began to crack from the point of the staff. In all directions, there was no escape as the cracks spread rapidly everywhere. Apart from where the law enforcement elder stood, which remained relatively safe, the other areas started to crack immediately. They had originally intended to use the formation to counter this. But unexpectedly, this was not merely a simple earthquake, nor was it about surrounding forces damaging the earth. Instead, within this ground shock lay a spatial force. Instantly, Everyone was caught in the unrelenting tremors, swaying uncontrollably. Even Tianqian Sect's master gritted his teeth with utmost effort, barely managing to suppress the shaking using all his spiritual strength. Tianqian Sect's master indeed deserved the title Qingyun Daoren once bestowed on him. Apart from the founding ancestor, he was their strongest foe. His prowess neared that of a semi-mortal. Moreover, he wielded the celestial mystery sword, making him nearly match the capabilities of a semi-mortal. Amidst forming the array, he directly chose to draw his sword and integrate it with the others' formations. Chapter 172, A Deceptive Transformation. At this very moment, the leader of Tianqian Sect placed the sword into the magical array, and almost instantly, the sword passed through the array, creating countless illusions. At that moment, it continuously soared toward the sky and merged with the original oceanic energy, beginning to fiercely contend. At the same time, several other elders also took out their treasures. Under the drive of their spiritual power, these artifacts quickly ascended into the air. As various forces converged together, even though the initial attack by the leader of Tianqian Sect wasn't sufficient to harm the sword energy of Qingyun Daoren too much, the combination of all these powers for a while was able to suppress him. The members of Tianqian Sect regretted at that moment. If only they had let the law enforcement elder join them from the start. He wouldn't have been injured like he is now. Rather, with the immense power of the law enforcement elder present, they could have attacked simultaneously, and definitely would have had more of an advantage than what they currently do. In no time, Qingyun Daoren's oceanic sword energy was put on the defensive. Through these formations, Tianqian Sect quickly expanded and surrounded the sea. The combined strength of multiple treasures began causing chaos within the originally tranquil ocean. This terrifying power still caused the earth to constantly tremble. But Tianqian Sect no longer cared about the potential collapse of this space. Because, for them, as long as they could protect those 6 space stones, everything else was secondary. After all, if this space were to collapse, they would merely need to expend some effort to reconstruct it. Let's be honest, compared to the smaller worlds, this one merely has an extra layer of rule-based force. Even if they dispatched a few divine-level experts and transformation realm experts, they would still be able to repair everything. But if the space stones were lost, then it would be akin to losing the foundation. Wouldn't that mean everything would fail, making any attempts at restoration futile? Therefore, at this moment, Tianqian Sect doesn't care about any of the rest, only about mounting a full-scale offensive against Qingyun Daoren. This is most important. Song Yi also observed Qingyun Daoren increasingly falling into disadvantage and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Boy, you don't really think I'm going to lose, do you? Suddenly, a sound reached Song Yi's ear. Song Yi turned around, but aside from the other disciples, there was absolutely no one else present. Haha. Boy, you forgot about the seal I left on you yesterday. I've actually been inside your body since yesterday. Fortunately, you didn't do anything bad, or I'd have known every detail. What? Song Yi was extremely shocked after hearing those words. Qingyun Daoren explained hastily. I can't tell you more. We must speed things up. My avatar used most of its strength dealing with Tianqian Sect's law enforcement elder just now. So, I must obtain that thing quickly. Song Yi suddenly remembered that before parting ways, Qingyun Daoren had left some kind of seals on his body. Song Yi initially hadn't understood what they were for. Now it became clear. Originally, Qingyun Daoren had concealed his true self inside Song Yi from the start. Very soon, in that moment, Qingyun Daoren's true body emitted a faint glow, quietly separating from Song Yi's. It rapidly hovered above the formation, releasing a powerful energy in no time, spreading all around the formation. Meanwhile, even though Tianqian Sect leaders' attacks already had Qingyun Daoren's oceanic sword energies on the verge of collapsing, there was always no way to make any further progress. Suddenly aware of something at that moment, Tianqian Sect leader glanced at the law enforcement elder. It turns out that the law enforcement elder had awoken just then. Facing the determination in the law enforcement elder's eyes, Tianqian Sect leader gritted his teeth. He knew he had to do this now. Instantly, Tianqian Sect leader quickly changed the mystical gestures. In an instant, Tianqian Sect leader vanished from his original spot. Everyone, including the surrounding elders, was deeply shocked. But immediately afterward, they saw the law enforcement elder appear before them bound by a strange power. On the other side, where the law enforcement elder was supposed to be standing just moments before, Tianqian Sect leader appeared holding a celestial Xian sword, condensing tremendous sword energy and swinging it directly towards Qingyun Daoren. Yet, right in that instant, Qingyun Daoren, surprised and startled, quickly raised his staff to resist. However, the terrifying sword energy instantly severed Qingyun Daoren's wooden staff into 2 pieces. At this moment, everyone clearly saw that there was no spiritual energy in that staff. It was just an ordinary stick. Right after, that streak of sword energy quickly approached Qingyun Daoren's chest. Yet, he didn't show any pain. Instead, with a single palm strike, he sent the leader of Tianqian Sect retreating several steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Master, after stabilizing himself, the leader of Tianqian Sect looked at Qingyun Daoren in disbelief. Although Qingyun Daoren had a trace of the sword energy's mark on him, there was no actual wound. Not even a drop of blood was drawn. Just then, his body flickered slightly, as if mirroring a phantom. No, it's not right. This isn't the real body. At that very moment, the leader of Tianqian Sect shouted loudly and immediately looked toward their formation. In an instant, the combined formation they had been continuously operating suddenly had an external force invade it. The leader of Tianqian Sect couldn't react in time to counteract this force. With a bang, each person received an impact, everyone sustaining some injury. Following that, just as they were about to stabilize their formation before it collapsed, they abruptly realized that the space stone embedded in its core, the object they were protecting with the array, had suddenly flown out at that moment. Bad news. They all couldn't help shouting in panic at that moment. But it was already too late. In that instant, the 6 flying space stones were directly snatched by a shadow that appeared. The moment they tried to snatch them back, behind them, the xuanhuan of xuanhuan continued wielding the damaged wooden staff, unleashing the final attack of the sword energy. A sea-like surge of sword energy swept across, forcing them to defend fully against this fierce assault. And while xuanhuan possessed those, he opened a spatial passage without delay. You will never take them away from me. The leader of Tianxian sect screamed, coughing up another mouthful of blood, channeling a horrifying force straight toward xuanhuan's body. Chapter 173. Are you going to look for him? The head of Tianxian sect was extremely angry at this moment, watching as the space was about to collapse and all the space stones had been taken away. Without any hesitation, he used the essence blood from his body, releasing a terrifying force instantly. He directly grabbed towards the direction where Xuanhuan Taoist had left. And Xuanhuan Taoist, while in midair, suddenly felt a force coming from behind. At this moment, he had no choice but to turn around and confront the force head-on. Unexpectedly, the force came too fast and sudden, piercing through him. This wasn't just a simple attack, it was a supernatural ability relying on spatial power to seize. Xuanhuan Taoist looked at himself and realized 3 space stones were missing. However, he didn't hesitate, quickly turning back and leaving through the space tunnel, which opened in that instant. The original seal remained unchanged. Buzz. Suddenly, at the edge of the space tunnel, an extremely terrifying pressure descended here. It collided with the place where Xuanhuan Taoist had left. Faced with this, Xuanhuan Taoist loudly shouted in great dissatisfaction. Your Tianxian sect is insane, risking lives over these things. Is this really necessary? It's truly frustrating. If you're so protective of them, I'll return them to you. After saying these words, Xuanhuan Taoist actually threw the space stone into the space. Immediately after, his figure transformed into a streak of light and disappeared on the other side. Watching him leave, the force that had arrived did not pursue, but instead headed toward the 3 space stones. The space stones are fake. The master of Tianxian sect yelled at that person who couldn't help but furrowed his brows. Then, he immediately directed his gaze to the direction where Xuanhuan Taoist escaped and coldly said, he won't get far. After receiving your message, our ancestor returned as soon as possible. Tianxian sect is already under the control of the ancestor. Master, this place is about to collapse. We should save everyone first before worrying about other matters. That person, Song Yi, was familiar, being the same old ancestor Wei Hong had encountered earlier. It must be said, this person exuded a very formidable aura throughout his body. Now they faced each other properly. Fortunately, in their eyes, Song Yi wasn't considered much of an enemy. This ancestor fed some pills to Master Tianxian and others, then quickly made some hand gestures to open up the space and lead them out of there together. The moment they left the secret realm, they heard a rumbling sound inside as it collapsed entirely. Master Tianxian could not help but sigh. Tianxian sect had struggled for the secret realm for so long, only to end up failing completely in the end. How could he possibly accept this result? However, the most important matter now wasn't the collapsed secret realm. It was the space stones supporting the secret realm. Although he had already retrieved 3, these 3 alone were clearly insufficient. Though, as the ancestor mentioned, once Grandmaster Kai learned about the situation, he immediately returned and had set up defenses around the periphery to catch the opponent. But for some reason, a faint sense of worry arose within him. Sure enough, not long after, a voice suddenly echoed here. Seal off Tianxian sect. This incident absolutely cannot be leaked. Check Tianxian sect thoroughly to see if there are any other individuals still lurking. No one should be overlooked. This was the voice of Grandmaster Kai. Even though he hadn't appeared yet, the dignity and authority in his voice were unmistakable. In an instant, Master Tianxian asked despite suppressing his own injuries. Ancestor, what has happened to the space stones? Put aside the issue of the secret realm for now. To retrieve 3 space stones is already quite challenging, Grandmaster Kai replied. Upon hearing these words, they knew fully well the meaning behind them. Clearly, the space stones had already been completely taken away, though it had been somewhat anticipated initially. Hearing it confirmed directly from the mouth of Grandmaster Kai still caused an unbearable wave of disappointment within them. Who exactly is this individual? To dare come to Tianxian sect to steal treasures? Don't they fear us engaging in war with their forces? One of the elders angrily said. Faced with his rage-filled words, Grandmaster Kai also snorted coldly, saying, if you truly have such courage, why don't you go fight in the upper realms? If you can retrieve the space stones, forget about the position of the head of Tianxian sect. An even higher position wouldn't be impossible for you. Upon hearing these words, everyone looked at each other in silence. Were these words not already quite clear? This was precisely the untouchable, truly powerful existence behind Tianxian sect. For a moment, they all felt deeply powerless about this. Yener, I need to know something about your master. Come with me. Just as Song Yi was rejoicing that Xuanhuan Taoist had obtained those things, unexpectedly, the other party directly said such words to Song Yan. The other disciples were all confused about the situation. Who is Yener? And who's master? While they were puzzled, Song Yin slowly stepped out from among them. No need to worry. From the very beginning, the founding elder of Tianxian sect knew about my existence. and it could be said that he has long since tacitly approved of everything. He thinks as long as I don't cause harm to them and can help enhance the abilities of Tianqian sect disciples, it's also a good thing. Regardless, they tested my character before this and understood that I am someone who values loyalty and righteousness, and absolutely would never betray our sect for any individual. So on this point, they are still at ease. Now, I think he probably suspects whether I have any connection to what happened today or wants to inquire about something related to it. Song-yi friend, you relax. I will handle this matter well. Afterwards, I will also try to inform you of the developments in this matter. For a moment, with Dan Lao's assurance, Song-yi let out a sigh of relief. After all, Song-yi did not want his own affairs to harm his son. Now that there was such an assurance, there was no longer anything to worry about. Subsequently, after Song-yin was taken away, speculations started rising here. Clearly, everyone was extremely curious about what had actually happened in this situation. What kind of identity did Song-yin, this disciple, have that allowed him to have some kind of connection with the founding elder of the sect? Precisely because of this, they were all very curious at once. Chapter 174. He still has a master. As for this, no one has given them any explanation. It was at this moment that the master of Tianqian sect turned his gaze toward them. He then said to the other elders, starting with these disciples, we must search every corner of Tianqian sect and not miss anything. Should there be any abnormality, you must inform me immediately. After finishing, the master of Tianqian sect and the law enforcement elder turned and left. There's nothing they could do. During the previous battle, the two of them suffered the most losses. One was severely injured, while the other had consumed a great amount of essence blood. They needed a long time to recover. Therefore, they naturally couldn't appear on the scene moving forward. Upon being instructed by the founding ancestor, the elders below naturally began their full investigation. Now, Song-yi and his group would need to be investigated first, especially Song-yi. It seemed that, as if in destiny, these dark horses in the grand competition all had issues. One is the ringleader, while the other, though the situation isn't clear, does have some connection to the founding ancestor. But Song-yi, he didn't have too many connections. He was just an ordinary person. However, his cultivation could increase so fast in such a short time, which was indeed problematic. And because of this, at this time he became the first one to be checked. In fact, from a certain perspective, their thinking wasn't entirely wrong. Among these three individuals, each certainly had their own problems. It was apparent that all of them were somehow involved. Song-yi started investigating right from the beginning, but comparatively speaking, he did not directly participate in it. Although Qingyun Daoist released power on him during the process. For safety reasons, Qingyun Daoist specially released a force upon each individual, mixing things up visually. In this way, it became impossible for them to predict anything from this point. Thus, after the checks, Song-yi was sent back to his small world. Of course, during this period, no one could enter or leave Tianqian sect casually. Tianqian sect has already been thoroughly investigating everything across the board. When Song-yi returned to his small world, it had special formations set by Qingyun Daoist from the very start. In this way, it was fundamentally impossible to detect Song Chongxing and Song Ping'an inside. Though their probes into the small world were more meticulous than before, they still couldn't uncover anything from under the formation protections. Finally, everything concluded. The moment Song-yi returned to his courtyard, he unexpectedly found that Qingyun Daoist was sitting in the yard holding a wine flask, drinking wine. How did you get here? Why can't I be here? Do you intend to drive me away? Qingyun Daoist said with indifference. Song-yi said anxiously. At present, the entire Tianqian sect is searching everywhere for news about you. If they discover you are here, what will happen then? Apparently, Qingyun Daoist cared little about this, took another sip of wine, and then asked, do you know why? After the Tianqian sect founder only briefly traced me and then quickly gave up the pursuit? Song-yi shook his head, unaware of the information. At this time, Qingyun Daoist proudly said, that's because when he found me, he realized I was actually in existence from above, one of supreme strength. Although that man is intelligent and wants to develop a counterpart in the lower realms against the upper realms, he still cannot avoid needing resources from the upper realms. Thus, in this process, he naturally cannot completely offend me. To say it like that, he still needs to pretend properly in front of you all, otherwise wouldn't Tianqian sect lose face? You can rest assured, I am currently entirely safe, and it's hard for them to find me here. After hearing these words, Song-yi calmed down. Suddenly, Qingyun Daoist threw out a transparent stone containing spatial powers from his body. It was precisely a space stone. This thing absolutely surpasses what Song-yi had seen before. It was a high-quality item. It contained spatial energy extremely vast. No wonder Tianqian sect valued it so much. I have already given you the item. Now I will wait for my good disciple to grow one day, so I can leave together with him. But how slow my good disciple grows. It's already been such a long time, yet there has been no growth. How much longer do I need to wait? At this time, Qingyun walked to the other side and accompanied Song Ping'an in practicing martial arts, while Song-yi pondered over the space stone in his hand. Naturally, he couldn't comprehend it all, so he handed it over to Mo Jianling. Mo Jianling couldn't help but say, that thing is truly stingy, giving you just one. Not enough. Song-yi's eyebrows furrowed. Mo Jianling responded indifferently. It's passable, enough for now. Leave me undisturbed from now on. I'm going to carefully study this formation, striving to fully unleash its power here. Song-yi had no objections. He also needed to study at this moment. He had to figure out how to further enhance his strength, and at least ensure that Wei Hong could survive. In the next few days, although according to Qingyun Taoist, the founding ancestor of Tianxian sect already understood deep down that those things couldn't be retrieved, he still didn't want to give up. After all, even if the surface efforts were necessary to continue, Song Yi soon received a sudden message. It was from Song Yan's master, Dan Lao, who specially sent news with a flicker of flame. Even though his current strength could only be used minimally, and Song Yan was taken away after returning this time. However, for Dan Lao, passing on this piece of information was very simple. The message itself wasn't anything special. It basically informed Song Yi that everything was exactly as Dan Lao had originally expected. The founding ancestor of Tianxian sect indeed noticed right from the start that Song Yin wasn't an ordinary person. Practicing Thunderfire was different from what they had originally practiced. How could such a thing possibly stay hidden? The matter was uncovered very quickly. Yet the founding ancestor of Tianxian sect had always turned a blind eye to it. No matter what, Song Yin was someone who knew gratitude. Dan Lao observed that Song Yin didn't belong to any sect or clan through some period of observation, so there was basically nothing to worry about concerning this issue. Chapter 175. Would they dare if they knew? This would mean it would be equivalent to Song Yin unexpectedly receiving a legacy, but still remaining as one of their own people and not changing sects. It would be like obtaining a dedicated teacher for free solely to instruct him. Why wouldn't this be agreeable? Isn't this just the same as specifically providing enormous help to the Tianxian sect? After all, at the beginning, the founding ancestor of the Tianxian sect found it hard to teach Song Yin much because his cultivation methods suited Song Hao more. He was extremely worried about this matter. After all, no matter how you look at it, both in terms of nature and talent, Song Yin is nearly on par with Song Hao, especially seeing that these two children are close and also blood brothers. Such a thing naturally makes him very happy in his heart, but there was always no way to offer what he had equally to both of them. This was very inauspicious. Precisely because of this, he has been constantly concerned. Now, the issue being resolved so easily, he naturally agrees readily. Thus, throughout this process, he kept his eyes on the person involved with Song Yin, to prevent any ulterior motives from Dan Lao later on. There were no problems during this time, so he finally put his mind at ease back then. And now, with the incident within the Tianxian sect already occurring, he naturally needs to clarify everything. Fortunately, there isn't too much here to worry about. The founding ancestor of the Tianxian sect also directly conversed with Dan Lao. As a result, the other party also accepted Dan Lao becoming master to Song Yin. At the same time, Dan Lao must recognize Song Yin as part of the Tianxian sect, since Dan Lao did not place any conditions for these matters. Thus subsequently, things went smoothly without much hindrance. Furthermore, the founding ancestor of the Tianxian sect gave many resources at this time. Currently, these events have proven mutually beneficial. Upon learning that nothing was amiss, Song Yi sighed in relief. It seemed that regarding his son's situation, under current circumstances, this could be considered the best outcome. Nor did the waiting time last long. In the small world, 3 years had passed. In the great outside world, merely 3 days had elapsed. Finally, through this series of evaluations, they eventually relaxed. During these 3 years, Song Yi tried to break through to the divine communication realm. After all, relatively speaking, if his strength could be elevated, perhaps when the time comes, it would grant more opportunities. But the rules of this small world are incomplete. Despite prolonged cultivation times, Song Yi's improvement in the end was minimal. He also had no choice but to face reality at this point. Though thankfully, Song Yi's reward points have fully repaid the originally borrowed credit points. Firstly, Song Yin consumed the strange fire, and although this grand competition wasn't able to officially calculate results, there's no doubt, this journey established his reputation completely. Also because of this fame, currently, everywhere within the Tianxian sect is spreading news about Song Yin. Initially, everyone assumed he was a traitor or someone of special identity, until the elder of the Tianxian sect stopped the endless speculation below by explaining the truth. Song Yin is certainly not a traitor. Like everyone else, he is a disciple of the Tianxian sect, just that due to early cultivation problems, he was hidden away. Following this major competition, evidently, there are still some cultivation issues. Thus, he requires treatment from the elder masters within the sect. Originally, this excuse was intended to quell the endless doubts. But unexpectedly, this explanation sparked even more guesses. No matter whether the details of the matter are true or false. Regardless of Song Yan's cultivation issues, the fact that a senior figure like an elder from the Tianxian sect heals him personally, this honor is something even the top disciples of the sect find hard to obtain. This shows that his identity is definitely not simple. For a while, many within the Tianxian sect began speculating about his identity, adding quietly to his growing prestige among everyone. Unbelievably, by revealing his background, the boy Song Yin has gained boundless prestige. Lastly, the system rewarded him with numerous reward points as a result. Moreover, coupled with the smooth cultivation progress of his elder son Song Hao, Song Yi naturally received more reward points in these short few days, having already repaid all the credit points he originally owed. And there were even some remaining. This could be considered resolving a major worry for Song Yi. However, the next biggest concern was still about the Jilingyun sect. After staying in this small world for a while longer, and once everything outside the Tianxian sect had completely calmed down, Song Yi decided to inform the sect that he wished to go out for training. Although technically, Song Yi was still nominally one of the disciples tasked with finding talents during this period. But realistically, his ranking in the top 8 at that time did have a large element of luck. Yet, his cultivation level had been exposed to everyone. He possessed spiritual energy cultivation. Such strength already placed him among the middle rank of all the disciples. He no longer needed to just focus on finding talent. Therefore, Song Yi's decision to head out for practice was entirely reasonable and appropriate. Regarding his usage rights of the small world, since Song Yi hadn't returned them, naturally, those above wouldn't strip them away from him. As for if any talents were born within this small world, Song Yi directly informed them that there would be specialized personnel responsible for selecting them, and he would surely notify the Tianxian sect as soon as he knew, so they could come to collect them. During the process of selecting these talents, naturally, some people would reach levels requiring seclusion for cultivation and couldn't possibly keep an eye on the small world all the time. Even with strong cultivation, it's impossible to be aware of every single situation everywhere. So naturally, in this process, many people chose others to assist them. This was also completely reasonable. After Song Yi resolved all the subsequent issues, the Tianxian sect overseer elder naturally had nothing to say, allowing Song Yi to leave. There was absolutely no need to worry about the small world. Qingyun Daoren would temporarily remain there. As long as he was there was no need to worry about anything currently. Linglu Jianling still possessed numerous resources, and Song Yi left some behind. Enough for cultivation over the coming time. With Mou Jianling by his side, Song Yi would now need to quickly make his way toward the Jilingyun sect. Even though up to now, the Jilingyun sect had yet to release any news, they still needed to arrive early to begin setting up their formations. Chapter 176, Fear of Death? What is the current state of Jilingyun men? Since Song Yi has not yet arrived there, he naturally does not know. However, relatively speaking, during this period, Song Yi can clearly feel that his 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl has not improved much during this time. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it's actually very simple. No matter how strong Jilingyun men may be, there are no true immortals in the sect. And the only Snow Eagle immortal, his own strength is not that of an immortal, at most just a half immortal. Moreover, he hasn't cultivated any thunder-based techniques, so naturally, the role he can play in this process is rather limited. So in the end, the improvement of the 9 Heavens Thundercloud Pearl was extremely minimal. Although Song Yi feels quite regretful about this, he did not say anything. Currently, it seems, it was indeed very correct to make alternative preparations. What surprised Song Yi was that Mou Jian had already been promoted to the 7th rank. Such speed truly amazed Song Yi. However, the Mou Jian spirit wasn't very satisfied with this point. Previously, within Zhang Ji's small world, they had obtained the physical power of a true immortal, and Mou Jian indeed could use part of that power for enhancement. But from the Mou Jian spirit's perspective, they should have reached the 9th rank at the very least. But as it turned out, after Mou Jian absorbed it, he only reached the 7th rank. After accumulating all that fragmented power over such a long time, after absorbing all of the incomplete power of the immortal, he was only able to barely reach the 8th rank. From her perspective, this was truly disappointing. Song Yi originally wanted to say something, but once he thought about how he felt almost the same way. At first, Song Yi also wanted to slack off indefinitely. However, later on, after obtaining his system, although he made some efforts for this reason, he merely wanted his son to grow up so that he could continue slacking off. He wanted his son to grow up while he himself continued slacking off until he became the father of the Tianxian sect master. Unexpectedly, it turns out that now all matters must be handled by him personally. But this is also something unavoidable. After all, his few sons still haven't grown up enough. If he doesn't step in at this time, then the result would be destruction, losing anyone important to him being something he absolutely cannot allow. Just like right now, even though they've done much already, he cannot disregard issues related to Jilingyun Min or Wei Hong. His sons also can't lend much help. Therefore, this old father also has no choice but to step onto the stage. To be honest, Song Yi really wants to return to his own little world after all these events conclude. By then, whatever happens outside doesn't concern him anymore. He'll just spend his time with his wife in his small world having more sons, completing the system's tasks, and continuing to slack off until the day his son achieves emperorhood, when he can sit back and enjoy the fruits. Unfortunately, this is just a post-thought plan. For now, he still has no other choice but to keep going forward. Right now, he hasn't used the teleportation talisman because Jilingyun Min hasn't sent word. That means currently there isn't too much calamity over there yet. If he uses the teleportation talisman now, what if something happens afterward? As of now, Song Yi isn't particularly eager to go back either. After all, even if all this time were spent cultivating, it wouldn't increase much. Instead, along the journey, it's better to observe the surroundings and see if anything comes to mind regarding the current situation. And as for them, as long as there's no imminent danger warning at the moment, it's fine to let things be. Once the message arrives, he can immediately return using the teleportation talisman. The time spent traveling to arrive here was significantly slower than returning. This time, he didn't use any divine speed talismans because in his view, those aren't too important either. Since he currently has no idea where to start anyway, might as well wait until they become truly useful before using them. Thus, it ended up taking 2 extra months. Only now have Song Yi and his group arrived at the Northern Sea. The journey was fairly calm thus far. Song Yi also revealed at this time his peak Danhai realm cultivation, on the verge of Tongshan realm. Such conduct means that unless someone at the Tongshan realm arrives, it would generally be difficult to obstruct him, let alone Tongshan realm experts, who likely wouldn't even be able to stop Song Yi. Besides, these Tongshan realm experts are themselves exceedingly scarce, let alone Huashan realm cultivators. Each of these top-tier beings are constantly in seclusion, cultivating continuously. After all, once you reach this level, you're not far from eternal life. Even if one doesn't aspire to become an immensely powerful being in the future, at the very least, one should aim for immortality. Thus, under such circumstances, people generally focus diligently on cultivation, and no one goes out of their way to block others. This time returning to the Northern Sea. It was merely a span of 3 or 4 months. Though he had been there before, Song-yi was just like last time. He didn't have much mood to look around. His mind was entirely immersed in xuanhuan. However, upon arriving here, he had already heard voices around him. To his surprise, he found that now people were talking quite a bit about xuanhuan. What surprised Song-yi even more was that at this moment, he encountered Gongsun Fu and the others. Gongsun Fu. Song-yi was passing through a market in the Northern Sea when unexpectedly, he saw Gongsun Fu with some fellow disciples. Gongsun Fu also heard someone calling his name. Turning back, he saw Song-yi. Senior Song-yi, how come you're here? Gongsun Fu hurried over quickly, and the surrounding disciples also gathered around. Some of them Song-yi recognized, but others he did not. This question should be asked by me. Why are you here? At this time, shouldn't you all be at xuanhuan waiting? Song-yi didn't finish his sentence. Looking at the people around him, he paused. Before Gongsun Fu could say anything, suddenly, a young female disciple nearby pointed at Song-yi and loudly proclaimed, "Oh, I thought who it was. So you're the cowardly Song-yi." Cowardly Song-yi? Song-yi as me? Yes. Song-yi, hearing her words, couldn't help but feel extremely puzzled. Where does that claim come from? Although this girl's accusation made him very angry, what troubled him more was the question of when exactly he had acted as a coward. Indeed, he may truly be a person who fears death above all else. But seemingly, he had never displayed that side. Chapter 177. Your father is the same as me. Especially in front of the doors of the Heavenly Sect, I have never shown any sign of being a coward who fears death. Not only have I not been a coward who fears death, but instead helped your Heavenly Sect in such situations constantly. So where does this theory about me being a coward who fears death come from? Wang girl, you should not make groundless comments and start spouting nonsense here. Gongsun Fu was also extremely angry at this person's words, roaring out loud. But several disciples of the Heavenly Sect accompanying that girl were quite contemptuous of these words. It was obvious that at this moment they all looked down on Song-yi. Respected senior Song-yi, please forgive us. Wang Jr.'s sister has always been so ignorant, so she often rambles. You don't need to mind what she says. Gongsun Fu also hastily apologized to Song-yi. Song-yi didn't really care much about these juniors anyway. Accurately speaking, he would not care about what this girl was saying either. However, he was slightly curious about the statements made by her regarding his fear of death at that time. But it wasn't something he was overly focused on. Unexpectedly, Gongsun Fu had already apologized for her. Not only did this girl refuse to be grateful at this moment, but she actually continued to look down on Song-yi disdainfully, saying, "My father said that Song-yi is afraid because our Heavenly Sect's celestial thunder is too powerful. So he left without a word to avoid dying here in the future. Abandoning Elder Wei Hong, a man who started but abandoned things. Really despicable. Yes. Now seeing that our Heavenly Sect hasn't encountered the calamity, he comes back at this time. How could such a person ever match up to Elder Wei Hong? You will stop talking immediately. If you continue, I'll throw you back to the Heavenly Sect right away." At the sound of those people speaking together, Song-yi remained completely unruffled at this point, whereas beside him, Gongsun Fu was already infuriated. In response to Gongsun Fu's explosive anger, the two henchmen of the female disciple naturally shut their mouths instantly. But the female disciple herself still disdainfully turned her head away. Song-yi understood clearly. It seems that his departure has been completely misinterpreted by them. Right at this moment, Song-yi directly asked, "Who is your father? To defame my integrity like this? My father is Wang Luken. If you dare, go find him. With your level of three-cornered cat cultivation skills, if you go, it would only mean seeking trouble." Gongsun Fu almost became speechless. What wrongs did he do in his previous life? He merely went down the mountain alone, yet ended up getting saddled with these followers. He could barely express how vexed he felt about this matter, especially since they were continuously causing trouble for him right now, which made his head feel like it was going to explode. He could only bring Song-yi along hastily at this time, apologizing. "Respected senior Song-yi, Elder Wang is just of such character. You must not take it seriously. No matter what he encounters, he always talks nonsense. My father certainly doesn't. Everyone says this. Even the great elder says so. If this guy wasn't his sectmate, Gongsun Fu would really want to dig a pit at this moment and bury this girl. She kept bringing endless trouble to him." Elder Wang. Song-yi's mouth curled with a hint of a smile. This is truly interesting. He couldn't help but ask Gongsun Fu. "I remember that Elder Wang is the one pursuing Red Girl, right?" "Red Girl, respected senior Song-yi. Are you referring to Elder Wei Hong?" "Yes, that Elder Wang is indeed relentlessly pursuing Elder Wei Hong." Gongsun Fu nodded. After finishing this sentence, he suddenly regretted it for a while. He shouldn't have spoken these words at this time. Isn't he creating trouble for himself? But the daughter of Elder Wang continued with great contempt. "So what if it's my dad?" Song-yi originally wanted to say that having a daughter of his age, he was still pursuing Wei Hong. But upon reflection, since he himself had more than one child, and also had 2 wives, wasn't he also pursuing Wei Hong? Although there was some reason behind it, he had to admit that he could not criticize others based on this aspect. However, although Song-yi wouldn't criticize him on this point, this guy dared to malign him and even involve the great elder. Within this short span of time, Song-yi quickly bore this grudge against him. Song-yi didn't even bother to deal with the girl who was talking nonsense at this moment. He directly turned to Gongsun Fu and said indifferently, "The reason I left before was because I needed to go back and confirm something. I've returned after confirming these things now." "You've just confirmed it's safe, haven't you?" Gongsun Fu for a while didn't know what to say. As for that girl behind him, he simply couldn't defend her any longer. He even found himself thinking at this moment that as long as Song Yi spared her life, whatever happened next, Gongsun Fu would not intervene. Song Yi lightly chuckled, shaking his head as he seriously looked at them and said, "Do you really think your calamity is over?" "What?" After hearing those words, Gongsun Fu was first to lose his composure, while the girl showed no care for such matters. Song Yi shook his head again in response and said, "No matter what, let me head over to the Jilling Cloud Sect first. Gongsun Fu, hurry up and make sure everyone from the Jilling Cloud Sect outside goes back. Remember, this must be done in secret. Absolutely no one should find out. The real catastrophe will soon fall upon the Jilling Cloud Sect." Seeing Song Yi's serious expression at this moment, Gongsun Fu instantly understood how serious the situation was. Having gone through so many events already, Gongsun Fu trusted Song Yi implicitly within his heart. Therefore, without opposition, Gongsun Fu immediately prepared to act. As for the girl standing nearby, Gongsun Fu simply didn't care about whatever she thought. What mattered most was that at this moment Gongsun Fu brought out the Elder Order of the Jilling Cloud Sect. All the disciples had to obey his orders and return to the Jilling Cloud Sect at once. Actually, the number of people currently out wasn't large. Gongsun Fu didn't need to expend much effort before gathering everyone together. Next, acting with authority, Gongsun Fu forcibly commanded all of them to return swiftly to the Jilling Cloud Sect along with him. Those people were extremely puzzled by the current situation. Wasn't everything fine? Hadn't the disciples been allowed to leave the sect to do some shopping? So why the sudden change? Chapter 178. Obstruction on the way home. Regardless of what was really going on, at the very least, Gongsun Fu's command was still highly effective at this moment. The rest of these individuals also came forward one by one at this time. After gathering everyone, Gongsun Fu directly headed back toward Jilingyun sect. On the way, Gongsun Fu wanted to ask Song Yi about what had happened exactly. Suddenly, even before they could make it back, a bright formation lit up on the inevitable path back to Jilingyun sect. What is happening? Who are the clients that have set up an ambush for us here? The sudden burst of power under their feet restrained everyone. Everyone, including Gongsun Fu, Song Yi, and that girl, found themselves hard to move at the same time in that moment. The light-emitting seals below made everyone's movements extremely difficult. TSK. Never would I have thought that we'd encounter such little shrimps. There's no choice. After all, the only ones leaving Jilingyun sect were these few. Never mind so much. Let's capture these guys first and see what's going on later. Several figures walked out from beside the trees with grins on their faces as they looked at Song Yi and others. Dan Hemin, Badeo Zong, Huang Feng Pai. Gongsun Fu was utterly surprised. Everyone who had come was a disciple from these great sects of the western regions. These several were all at the Danhai level, and the leader among them was actually at the peak of the Tongshan realm. Such formidable cultivation, let alone Gongsun Fu, Song Yi wouldn't be able to escape from this either. It was already quite impressive that Song Yi and Gongsun Fu could escape from the formation hastily built by the other party. In an instant, a dreadful pressure emanated from the other party's bodies, causing Song Yi and Gongsun Fu to immediately feel breathless. Do you dare to attack Jilingyun sect? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from Jilingyun sect afterwards? Well, things might have been okay earlier, but our Jilingyun sect hasn't encountered those calamities yet. Soon, we'll recover and counterattack you. If you let us go now, we won't report this incident to the elders within our sect. Unquestionably clever at this moment were the daughter of Elder Wang and her group, using the reputation of their sect wisely. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly been a deadly situation for them. However, at these words, the opponents burst into laughter. It seems you've plotted for quite some time. Gongsun Fu calmly stated. You've been waiting here for Jilingyun sect's celestial tribulation to arrive, and then seize the opportunity to attack Jilingyun sect. But now, Jilingyun sect has not encountered such tribulations. Aren't you afraid of Jilingyun sect's retaliation? Or do you think that after combining your sects, you'll be immune to fear? Unlike the panic of the others, Gongsun Fu spoke these words with remarkable calmness. Facing these words, the leader remained unusually composed. At this point, he said indifferently, Jilingyun sect has been around in the entire western regions for too long. We're simply too frightened by its reputation. Although the heavenly disaster that should have wiped you all out did not come, even if our sects unite, we will still eradicate you. There must be a lot of intelligence on these younger generations, especially you, Gongsun Fu. Even though you're not Jilingyun sect's top disciple, you're still a well-known figure. Certainly, there will be information we want on you. Even this existence with a peak Tongshan realm cultivation admired how young Gongsun Fu was yet remained steady and collected. But unfortunately, Gongsun Fu was from a rival sect. This matter was indeed too regrettable. But he showed no mercy at this moment, preparing to capture Gongsun Fu as well. Do you think that because your sects can defeat Jilingyun sect, they can also defeat me? Song Yi suddenly erupted with a powerful aura throughout his body, and Mo Yujian appeared in his hand. Although facing a Tongshan-level expert before him, Song Yi still managed to force a breakthrough using Mo Yujian and the strength of the supreme bone within him, even though doing so would cost him dearly. But Song Yi had no choice but to act thus. Seeing this imposing momentum, although as a peak Tongshan realm being, this person felt nothing extraordinary. Still, Song Yi, merely at the peak of the Danhai realm, was actually capable of resisting his pressure. He was quite amazed. More surprising still, when he heard Song Yi's words at this moment. What do you mean? What do you mean isn't simple enough? With a smile, Song Yi said, it's naturally because once you die, everything will be resolved. In that very instant, Song Yi suddenly brandished the Mo Jian and launched a killing strike at the opponent. In this moment, a terrifying spiritual energy gathered upon his body, a golden light forming a golden dragon in an instant. The golden dragon descended before him, reaching his head before he could react. This came far too suddenly. Indeed, he was astonished by the resistance Song Yi displayed just moments ago, but he never anticipated that someone at the mere peak of Danhai realm could launch such an attack against him. Moreover, the attacks were so sudden and so powerful. This was all beyond his expectations. By the time he realized what was happening, it was already too late. In that very instant, the golden dragon struck him. The power of the supreme bone golden dragon was undeniably formidable, but unfortunately, due to giving some of his essence to his son earlier, the seven-colored heterodox fire hadn't yet fully recovered. Song Yi couldn't use it freely at this moment. Otherwise, this attack would have been even mightier. Still, even as it was, when the attack of the golden dragon crashed into him, it came unexpectedly. Its power surged forth, lifting him up despite his status as a Tongshan realm powerhouse who managed to react and defend in the nick of time. Yet the assault was so abrupt and the golden dragon so strong that his defense crumbled instantly. Following this, as the horrifying strength landed upon him, the golden light exploded violently, causing the earth to tremble. Ah! He screamed in pain as he was thrown back. The others at the Danhai realm quickly shielded him, though the attack of the supreme bone golden dragon was indeed formidable. Still, he survived in that moment. Attack me! With an enraged roar, he commanded those around him at the Danhai realm to charge forward. Alas, they hadn't noticed what was behind them. Chapter 179, Instant Kill. 8th grade treasures already possess a form of intelligence, you know. Suddenly, an icy voice rang out behind them. By the time they reacted, they had already seen an exquisitely beautiful figure enveloped in an azure aura. In that very moment, strands of ghostly energy converged to form sword Qi descending from the heavens. No. The terrifying sword Qi instantly descended upon the land, and within moments, numerous individuals at the Pilsi realm were struck through the heart by the Yin sword Qi and perished. The few survivors could not last long either. Even the being at the peak of the Spirit Pass realm, who was already injured, found it extremely arduous to continue fighting. In an instant, a golden dragon coalesced within Song Yi, and the supreme bone was activated once again. Having reached the pinnacle of the Pilsi realm, Song Yi could now freely utilize the supreme bone. Although its power was not overwhelming, it was enough when facing opponents one realm higher. Unlike the supreme bone he hastily formed earlier, this golden dragon was colossal, nearly sweeping across heaven and earth. With an awe-inspiring dragon's might, torrents of golden light surged forward toward the enemy in an instant. Caught under the dual assault of the golden dragon force and Mou's sword Qi, they let out anguished cries before meeting their demise on the spot. Gong Sun Fu and the others could only look on in astonishment. That being had been at the peak of the Spirit Pass realm, merely a step away from the immortal transformation realm, and yet had fallen so easily under Song Yi's blade. Also, the spirit sword in Song Yi's hand, was it an 8th grade treasure? That was incredibly powerful. At this moment, Gong Sun Fu was filled with immense surprise over what had transpired. The corpses scattered across the ground seemed to silently attest to Song Yi's formidable strength. Song Yi tossed a single fireball onto these people, reducing them to ashes in the next instant. He then dismantled the array here and said to those still stunned, "What are you all standing around for? The opponent set up an ambush here. There must be others elsewhere. If we keep standing around like this, by the time the opponent regroups here, you won't even have a chance to escape." Realizing this, Gong Sun Fu was the first to react and immediately called out to the other disciples, urging them to follow closely. Senior Song Yi, since this route has already been set up with an ambush, moving further ahead might be. Gong Sun Fu did not finish his sentence. The concern in his heart mirrored that of the other disciples as well. If they could set an ambush here, there would certainly be more lying ahead. At this point, Gong Sun Fu felt stuck between advancing or retreating. As they hesitated, Song Yi suddenly took out something given to him by Master Xuanhuan just before he left, activating it in an instant. Although this object didn't have too many functions, it was tightly linked to Master Xuanhuan. Master Xuanhuan naturally sensed the activation at the very moment, realizing it originated from Song Yi's possession. This was enough evidence that trouble had occurred here. Although she did not fully understand what had happened, Master Xuanhuan, sensing the proximity, swiftly left the mountain without delay. Xuanhuan, undoubtedly the most powerful among the half-deities, unleashed a magnificent momentum straight down from above, bypassing all the arrays of Ji Ling Yunmen without them noticing her presence. Of course, it wasn't because the arrays weren't potent, but rather fundamentally, they were designed in part by Xuanhuan herself. Because of this, many areas that should have detected her movements were bypassed, allowing her to descend the mountain quickly. Now, with her formidable divine sense, Xuanhuan instantly detected the presence of many people lurking around Ji Ling Yunmen. Each individual's gaze was sharp and calculating, waiting near Ji Ling Yunmen. Even though they made no moves, their intentions were clear enough. And soon enough, those individuals also noticed Xuanhuan's actions and the formidable power she brought along. Without any hesitation, they abandoned their original plans to attack. They would rather face the main master of Jiling Yunmin than challenge Xuanhuan herself. After all, this woman was renowned as the strongest beneath the half-deities. Though some might dispute this title, none dared to defy her directly, especially considering their forces here were relatively insufficient. However, while they deliberated, Xuanhuan suddenly formed a seal with her left hand, gathering vast spiritual energy within it. At that moment, the tremendous force manifested into a mystical seal. Xuanhuan showed no hesitation at all and directly unleashed a seal towards the surrounding people. Shwa shwa shwa. That single mystic seal quickly split into many in the air, heading off in all directions. Master Xuanhuan, are we really going to let her pass? Are you being absurd? Do you think you can stop her? No, even our sect's founding ancestor might not be able to subdue her, let alone me. I know exactly how much I'm worth. But now that she's emerged, our plan is ruined. Why bother with so much? When the time comes, all sects will join forces. With those old ancestors present, do you think one Master Xuanhuan could possibly be a threat? That's not right, everyone. Look at Master Xuanhuan. What is she doing? Those seals, they're attacking us. Run. By the time they reacted, these seals had already transformed into countless showers of icy rain. Each strand of ice rain contained sword chi no less formidable than that of a grade 9 spirit sword, descending from the heavens in an instant. The terrifying power instantly wiped out even the transcendent experts among them. In a blink, everywhere the ice rain fell, bodies lay cold and lifeless. Cries of agony echoed as many tried to flee. But alas, none were faster than Master Xuanhuan's icy rain. In an instant, over a dozen transcendent experts were slain here. Remember, each of them was the elite of their respective sects. Even more numerous were those of the divine sensing realm who perished without count. These individuals had merely been stationed outside the Jiling Yun gate as a precaution, just in case. Who would have thought? It was Master Xuanhuan herself who acted, and her strike was merciless. She gave no time for anyone to react or struggle. As a semi-immortal existence, when Master Xuanhuan acted, it was ruthless. Her power was truly terrifying. Within moments, countless had been annihilated. Master Xuanhuan paid no mind to this and advanced directly toward the source of the signals. On the way, anyone she encountered secretly observing was met with her immediate retaliation. Chapter 180. This is the Grandmaster. Those hidden in front of the Jiling Cloud Gate. Their situations could be described as extremely dire at this moment. In the blink of an eye, they had already been turned into countless corpses. When these messages were reported upward, how shocked and enraged the people above would be. However, Xuanhuan Immortal simply did not care about those things. For Xuanhuan Immortal, since these people wanted to hide around here, their original intentions were obvious. If they dared to do that, then they should not fear retaliation from others. Xuanhuan Immortal quickly arrived at the direction of the signal, took a close look, and surprisingly discovered Song Yi. Song Yi, you've actually returned. The arrival of Xuanhuan Immortal made everyone pause for a moment. Who exactly was this person in front of them? Except for Song Yi, no one had seen him before, including Gongsun Fu. After all, when Xuanhuan Immortal left, this younger generation had just begun to appear, only the first one back then. After returning, Xuanhuan Immortal himself remained quite low-key and generally stayed with Wei Hong. Even if the master of the Jiling Cloud Gate wanted to say something, they would have to personally go to Wei Hong to find Xuanhuan Immortal. Xuanhuan Immortal's temper was indeed peculiar, but having powerful strength was sufficient backing for the Jiling Cloud Gate. Respected senior, are you implying that I am really the kind of scum who would abandon his lover? You could be. Xuanhuan Immortal also chuckled faintly. He glanced at the current Gongsun Fu and others and said indifferently, "It seems you have already been attacked here." Huh. Song Yi helplessly gave a simple recount of what had just happened. Since this place was so close to the Jiling Cloud Gate, although there were many ways on Gongsun Fu's body to notify the elders inside directly, if they used it during this time of siege, they might risk being noticed by the enemy. After all, a presence at the peak of the divine sensory realm had appeared here. There could also be an essence transformation realm expert lurking. At the peak of the divine sensory realm, Song Yi himself could still fight. But once he faced an essence transformation realm expert, without the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl, he would undoubtedly have no way to resist. Even if combined with Mo Yujin Supreme Bone, it would be absolutely impossible. Unless, the Great Luo Sword Embryo might have a slight chance. But even then, the chance would be slim. Hearing these words, Xuanhuan Immortal was very surprised and carefully observed Song Yi. You are indeed remarkable. In such a short time, you have reached the peak of the Pill Sea realm. It seems with your methods and foundation from that place, defeating someone at the peak of the divine sensory realm is not a problem. Fighting against someone a whole major realm higher and still winning. Looks like in the future, when you enter the essence transformation realm, you might not be worse than Little Hong. Song Yi smiled. However, Song Yi didn't dare to imitate Wei Hong. Although fighting beyond his rank was certainly handsome and could become the talk of the town. No matter what, Song Yi himself did not want to take such risks. Because most importantly, he himself was undoubtedly in an extremely dangerous situation. There must not be any accidents during the battle process. That sort of forced pressure battle, Song Yi would rather give up trying. Indeed, his approach was to retreat and play dead. You guessed correctly. Indeed, more powerful presences exist above. When you all went down the mountain previously, perhaps because of certain concerns, they did not make a move against you. But now that there's no heavenly thunder anymore, they naturally started acting without any restraint. It's to investigate some matters. If I hadn't come down, the essence transformation realm experts above would definitely have captured all of you. But along the way, I killed over a dozen essence transformation realm experts. These sects should be furious by now. Hearing these words, Song Yi was momentarily sleepless, his brows furrowing. This Shuiying immortal was truly a battle maniac, having killed so many, yet showing no care at all. And the disciples around, every single one of them involuntarily sucked in a cold breath at this moment. Essence, transformation realm. Practically speaking, except for those at the heaven tribulation level, they already counted among the top-tier existence of this world. Speaking so casually about it, it seemed too unreal, almost like exaggeration. Yet, currently, no one dared to say anything. Gongsun Fu overheard the conversation between Song Yi and Shuiying Immortal at this moment. Unlike others, he carefully thought through the current situation and immediately understood who this person in front of them was. Someone who could instantaneously kill a being at the essence transformation realm must be at least someone who had undergone the heaven tribulation. And within the entirety of the Jiling Cloud Gate, how many such heaven tribulation experts even existed? Moreover, in the conversation Song Yi had mentioned, she was referred to as Wei Hong's master. Although Gongsun Fu hadn't personally seen Shuiying Immortal, he had definitely heard about some stories related to Shuiying Immortal. Never did he expect that the old-looking yet youthful woman standing before him was none other than the legendary Shuiying Immortal from Jiling Cloud Gate. It turned out Shuiying Immortal herself came out to save them. Instantly, Gongsun Fu respectfully saluted, his tone solemn. Younger generation Gongsun Fu greets senior Shuiying. Even Wang Elder's daughter, upon hearing these words, couldn't help but be shocked. She understood very well the significance of this name. Without hesitation, she bowed. After all, the figure standing right before her was far more precious than even the sect leader of Jiling Cloud Gate. How would they dare to show any disrespect at this moment? You may all rise. Now is not the time for formalities. Hurry up and follow me back inside the sect. We must prepare for the battle ahead. Shuiying Immortal indeed lived up to her reputation as a battle maniac. Unexpectedly, upon the occurrence of such an event, the first thought wasn't about calming the situation around them, but rather declaring war against countless sects. Was it due to Shuiying Immortal's unwavering confidence in her own strength? Or should one say that Shuiying Immortal was simply too eager for battles? Song Yi didn't comment at this moment, but Shuiying Immortal, while looking at Gongsun Fu nearby, spoke indifferently. Gongsun Fu, you must be a descendant of that old ghost Gongsun. Gongsun Old Ghost and his descendants share the same irritating nature. Shuiying Immortal harbored evident dissatisfaction toward Gongsun Fu in her heart. This utterly terrified Gongsun Fu. How could Gongsun Fu dare to offend Shuiying Immortal? And how could the entire Gongsun clan afford to upset Shuiying Immortal? For a moment, Gongsun Fu felt overwhelmed with internal grievances, unable to express himself. However, Song Yi observed that Shuiying Immortal wasn't angered by Gongsun Fu's identity alone. Rather, it was more because Shuiying Immortal remembered certain past acquaintances fondly. In Gongsun Fu, she noticed some semblance of those long-gone individuals. There was no further mention of anything at this point. Subsequently, they tidied themselves up, preparing to return to Jiling Cloud Gate. Chapter 181. If you say more, I'll cut off your tongue. Real person Shuiying. Real person Shuiying was just about to return to the Jiling Cloud Gate with Song Yi when he suddenly heard a roar from behind. A powerful aura suddenly tore through the space and revealed a terrifying figure. Song Yi and the others felt an overwhelming sense of danger at that moment. This terrible power could perhaps only be compared to that of Qingyun Taoist and the elder of Tianxian sect. This terrifying force nearly shattered this space. Could it possibly be a half-immortal from another sect? Song Yi immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. But what they did not expect was that real person Shuiying just coldly snorted and said, "What can immortals do? If any immortal in this world dares to attack Jiling Cloud Gate, then you are inviting death. Eat my sword." Without further ado, real person Shuiying suddenly drew a snow-white longsword filled with icy coldness. The sharp sword energy froze almost all space-time as it slashed out. That figure which arrived through the space also hurled a powerful force for a head-on confrontation with this sword strike. The result was that the surrounding space quickly froze in an instant. However, the opponent's attack was also frozen by this space, but soon after, the cold and icy sword energy directly severed everything around, cutting the opponent with a single stroke. Oh! The opponent let out a painful cry as the icy sword energy shattered the surrounding space instantly. We're leaving. Without looking back, real person Shuiying immediately took Song Yi and the others away from there. That was an actual immortal, not a half-immortal. Song Yi was astonished while observing real person Shuiying say this. This wasn't something Song Yi had sensed. Mo Yujianling mentioned it. Even though immortals' powers were significantly suppressed in this lower realm, they were still no less than those of a half-immortal. Nevertheless, real person Shuiying managed to injure him with just one slash, showing how fearsome this person truly was. Confronting such a situation, Mo Yujianling couldn't help but be unable to judge what realm real person Shuiying had reached right now, because the feeling of real person Shuiying was truly too profound. Yes, immortal. One could basically say they're unique existences in this world, unable to completely unleash their full strength, but are definitely above the level of a half-immortal. If it were in the upper realm, perhaps I'd really be no match. But down here, even if there were several of them, I wouldn't be afraid. Real person Shuiying arrogantly said this. This tone didn't make anyone feel like she was boasting. Instead, the terrifying aura from her presence forced admiration. Real person Shuiying was indeed exceedingly formidable. Upon returning to Jiling Cloud Gate, real person Shuiying told Song Yi. If you want to see Hong Er now, go to her room. I need to find the sect leader to discuss strategies against the alliance of multiple sections. Gongsun Fu and others at this time were quite convinced that real person Shuiying was clearly eager for war against these numerous allied sects. In the face of so many alliances, Gongsun Fu and the others couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated at the idea of facing off. On the contrary, real person Shuiying showed extreme excitement, making everyone feel surprised. Just then, Song Yi unexpectedly blocked real person Shuiying. What is it? Shuiying looked at Song Yi without getting angry. Song Yi faintly said, are we truly prepared for a war against these sects right now? With my own strength, resisting their sect's immortals and half-immortals is not an issue. As for the rest, our sect leaders aren't amateurs either. Real person Shuiying appeared very confident at this moment, acting as if the upcoming battle was not a major conflict, but rather a trivial matter. But Song Yi shook his head and replied, I'm not talking about the great war against those sections. What I mean is, do you have a chance to survive this heavenly calamity? The heavenly calamity has passed. Has it really passed? Have you ever thought that it might not have passed, and it's merely accumulating its power, preparing with an incredibly formidable form to destroy Jiling Cloud Gate? As Song Yi spoke the last sentence, everyone started to become unsettled, especially real person Shuiying, who coldly stared at Song Yi. What nonsense are you spouting? Since you're not a member of Jiling Cloud Gate, mind your tongue, or you will be thrown out, she sternly said. At this moment, the daughter of Elder Wang suddenly stood up, angrily pointing at Song Yi. But there was no need for Song Yi to make a move. At this moment, real person Shuiying merely gave her a cold glance. In that instant, a terrifying force instantly descended upon her. The girl was struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood before falling straight to the ground. No one dared to come forward and help her up at that moment, because they had offended not just anyone, but real person Shuiying. Having dealt with these trivial matters, real person Shuiying looked at Song Yi before asking indifferently, are your words true? Absolutely true. Song Yi said every word deliberately. This time after I went back, I consulted many people. Among them were two very powerful individuals, and their answers were all the same. Your Jiling Cloud Gate's own cultivation method has already incurred the wrath of heaven. This is not a test of your cultivation techniques, but rather an intention to completely destroy you. The intervals between the heavenly thunderbolts will become longer and longer, and that is not a good sign. It is because it is continuously gathering power. Just like the array of your Jiling Cloud Gate that was broken earlier, do you really think it was broken simply because of its long existence? Is there not another possibility, where the power behind it grew stronger in this situation, leading to the array being destroyed? Real person Shuiying couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment at this moment. Actually, regarding these matters, real person Shuiying had always indeed sensed something. However, it wasn't much, and the information was not precise enough. But now, after Song Yi had explained all of this, real person Shuiying truly understood. It seemed that these things were indeed true. Follow me. Real person Shuiying immediately took Song Yi away, then suddenly remembering something, turned to Gongsun Fu and said, don't let this matter spread around yet. Gather all disciples who are aware of this together. Prohibit anyone from leaving the mountain. If there are any questions, they may come find me or the sect leader. Yes. Gongsun Fu naturally did not dare to show any resistance. Once these matters were confirmed, Gongsun Fu immediately set out to handle the issue. As Song Yi followed real person Shuiying directly toward the Grand Hall, the sect leader of Jiling Cloud Gate had also grown tense due to knowledge of the events outside. Chapter 182. Don't you all understand yet? So many experts of the Huashan realm were instantly killed outside. Even if this matter was done by real Snow Eagle, and even though it was completed in a blink of an eye, if the master of Jilingyun sect didn't know at this moment, then he would really be utterly useless. After realizing this, naturally the master of Jilingyun sect wouldn't dare to question the real Snow Eagle directly, nor does he know if Snow Eagle has returned or not. But there are so many people gathered out there, especially a significant number of them are at the Huashan realm, indicating that this matter itself is extraordinary. Thus, the master of Jilingyun sect can only immediately bring all the elders over to deliberate on the matter. When the grand elder of Jilingyun sect heard these things, his heart was also filled with great shock. Unbelievable. There wasn't even any fighting outside yet, and so many people had already been slain. Worthy of being real Snow Eagle, his move was indeed fast. Just as they were discussing these matters, they suddenly saw Snow Eagle hastily walk in from the outside. Naturally, for what had just happened, they dared not question him outright. What made them more surprised at this moment was that Song Yi was actually following behind Snow Eagle. Didn't Song Yi leave earlier? What's going on here? This temporarily left everyone confused. And when Song Yi arrived, without hesitation, Snow Eagle quickly casted a gesture to seal the doors tightly around them to avoid anyone eavesdropping. Grandmaster. After leading everyone to bow, the master of Jilingyun sect immediately said, though those sects outside have always been eyeing us greedily and wanted to take action. But whatever happens, we don't need to face so many sects at once. I think intimidating them should be enough. Initiating a full-scale battle is unnecessary. The other elders also nodded their heads at this time, agreeing with the statement. However, Snow Eagle gave them all a disdainful glance. The enemy has already pushed us into such a tight corner, yet they still yearn for reconciliation at this crucial moment. For a brief while, Snow Eagle thought these guys completely lacked ferocity. However, at this moment, Snow Eagle did not intend to talk about these matters either. He coldly remarked, I brought Song Yi here not to discuss this great battle with you. Not about the war. Everyone could not help but pause in confusion. Things have reached this stage now. Yet, if this isn't about deliberating the battle, then what else could it be? When they were in doubt, Snow Eagle glanced at Song Yi and said, "Tell them what you just said." Without any hesitation, Song Yi directly informed everyone that the thunder calamity of Xuanhuan sect hadn't ended yet. In fact, a much greater one was currently brewing. Next, it might possibly destroy all of Xuanhuan sect, meaning this disaster is far more powerful than originally anticipated. What nonsense are you spouting here? How is this possible? It's been so long. How could such events happen? Apparently, none of them believed it, not even the master of Xuanhuan sect. After all, this is a crisis unprecedented in scale. How could they easily believe it? Song Yi had foreseen this very reaction beforehand. He simply shook his head and said, "Believe it or not, that's your business. I've sought counsel from numerous individuals for your sake this time. I wouldn't do so much for you if it wasn't for Honger and my future child." Song Yi openly conveyed his true thoughts. Indeed, this much is true. If Xuanhuan sect perished, so be it. Why should it concern me personally? Even if among those present there are some familiar faces, Song Yi can offer no more than what he could within his capacity. Especially facing calamities like this. Why would Song Yi take risks for others' safety? After hearing these words, the crowd gradually calmed down. The master of Xuanhuan sect also recovered first and calmly questioned, "Friend Song Yi, according to the seniors from your side, when exactly will this heavenly calamity arrive?" He cannot estimate accurately either. Song Yi helplessly responded, "The later the heavenly calamity arrives, the stronger the forces it accumulates. Almost every day sees an enhancement in strength. One thing is sure, the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl that I gave you, even if it has reached divine quality by now, would absolutely not be able to withstand this." Upon hearing these words, everyone grew grave and gloomy at this moment. Clearly, this undoubtedly marks the greatest blow. They had been enduring torment during this period. After waiting for such a long time, the heavenly calamity had not arrived. Just when they truly thought that no heavenly calamity would occur, Song Yi suddenly stepped forward and uttered these words. It was as if he had poured a bucket of cold water over their original hopes. This made them feel excruciating pain at this moment. More terrifying is the fact that the power of the heavenly calamity has already exceeded what an immortal can counter. However, immortals cannot offer help. The rules between these realms do not permit them to intervene under such circumstances. Hence, we can only rely on the strength below immortals. Song Yi also conveyed all that Qingyun Daoren had said to them. Listening to these words, the master of Xuanhuan sect immediately felt a wave of disappointment again. Originally, they intended to seek assistance from Song Yi at this time, requesting help from the ancient beings behind him. But now, with those few words, he had completely cut off all their hopes. Could it be? Is Xuanhuan sect really doomed to face this end? As they felt utterly disheartened, Song Yi suddenly said, "Even though the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl cannot serve a great purpose now, it does not mean there are no methods at all. Although there are no strong figures to offer help, I have brought you a formation diagram. I believe this formation will help you survive this crisis." After saying this, Song Yi directly let Mo's spirit sword fetch out that array diagram. How can a formation achieve anything? Elder Wang angrily remarked. However, when Song Yi revealed that chart, even he could not resist going over for a glance. This one look was crucial, and in an instant, his gaze was completely captivated. 1,000 Yuan Spirit Gathering Formation. It coalesces the vast essence of heaven and earth, harnessing spiritual energy for the cultivation of formations, capable of significantly enhancing the user. If 1,000 spirits gather within the formation, ordinary human force can challenge divine wrath and manipulate space. Gazing upon the intricacies of this formation, everyone involuntarily became entranced. Even real Snow Eagle was not exempt. How marvelously subtle this thing was. For a while, everyone was incredibly astonished. This was definitely no common artifact. This was certainly something extraordinary. Chapter 183. Do you need concubines? Maids will do too. If the original 9 heavens thundercloud pearl had already made it clear to everyone that Song Yi was very extraordinary, then the 1,000 Yuan spirit gathering array in front of their eyes now. It makes them unable to help but gasp. Even at their peak, the extreme spirit cloud gates formations were fundamentally unable to compare with this one. This 1,000 Yuan spirit gathering array. Every step of its inscription is incredibly profound. The so-called 1,000 Yuan spirit consists of numerous spiritual forces from heaven and earth, combined into spirit eyes and spirit veins, and gathered in one place. Even a weak mortal can manipulate it. As mentioned within, the 1,000 Yuan spirit gathering array can withstand the force of 1,000 spirit veins, concentrating all these powers together. Even a mortal could then resist heavenly tribulations. Facing these terrifying forces, the master of the extreme spirit cloud gate couldn't help but sigh. This truly deserves to come from a great place. It's indeed extraordinary. Perhaps, by using this, if I were to oversee the formation, there might really be power enough to contend against earthly immortals and with the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl. If we say that our extreme spirit cloud gate's spirit veins were even more vigorous, and if each disciple of ours infused strength, perhaps resisting this heavenly tribulation would not be such a difficult task. In response to Snow Eagle Master's sighing voice, the others nodded at this moment as well. But when they saw the materials used for constructing the 1,000 Yuan spirit gathering array, they couldn't help but freeze in surprise. These things are simply too precious, right? These. The elders of the extreme spirit cloud gate exchanged glances, continuously discussing among themselves. Realizing he had no choice, Snow Eagle Master joined the conversation. At last, he said helplessly, "We cannot do it. We can only gather half of what's required on this list, especially this extremely crucial spatial stone. The one we possess cannot meet the demands." Damn it. For a moment, they watched as the hope they originally came with seemed extinguished once again, filled with anguish. At this point, Snow Eagle Master suddenly stepped forward calmly and said, "It's not impossible. Just because we don't have these here doesn't mean others don't." Snow Eagle Ancestor, are you suggesting? The head of the Extreme Spirit Cloud Gate and others also caught on to something. Snow Eagle Master nodded, saying, "I'll go over there and snatch them. Perhaps it will be enough to gather everything needed." This Snow Eagle Master was really domineering. What wasn't available here, he would just seize from others. But it worked. Song Yi immediately stopped Snow Eagle Master, saying, No need. I've prepared everything for you long ago. For my wife and the unborn child, I've prepared everything for you. If later on you still can't resist the heavenly tribulation, then it will truly be beyond redemption." Song Yi took out all the materials, including those provided by Mou Jianling. Looking at the materials taken out, especially that particular spatial stone, they couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath. Isn't this far too extravagant? Almost all the items contained here have surpassed what the Extreme Spirit Cloud Gate could possess. It's fair to say, what Song Yi had presented could rival any top-tier power in the western regions. Song Yi, who hailed from a large faction, did not disappoint. His generosity was unmatched. At that moment, someone was deeply impressed. Right at this moment, one of the older-looking elders secretly approached Song Yi. With a beaming smile, he said, "Brother Taoist Song Yi, seeing how talented you are, with such a high background, so dashing and elegant, and thinking so thoroughly for us, you've given so much for your beloved one. There are very few like you in this world." Everyone knew this old fox had an ulterior motive. At this time, he was constantly flattering Song Yi, nearly kneeling down before him. Song Yi almost reached out to support him at this point. Unexpectedly, as the man continued talking, a sly smile spread across his face as he told Song Yi, "A genius like you, having only a wife, where does that get you? Do you not need some concubines, or maybe some maidservants? I won't hide it from you. My daughter is beautiful and highly talented in cultivation. Though she may not match Elder Wei Hong, she could serve as your concubine. My maternal aunt's younger sister-in-law has a daughter who is also quite beautiful. Would you like her as a maid?" You? Get back here." That guy kept talking non-stop, and Real Snow Eagle directly and rudely yanked him back. He even made the man do a somersault on the ground, which was incredibly comical. It made many who were feeling down burst out laughing. But at this moment, the man looked extremely aggrieved. "Ancestor Snow Eagle, if your disciple gets to eat meat, can't we even have some soup? Please give us a chance to survive." Real Snow Eagle almost wanted to beat this guy up badly. This domestic matter was still so amusing. For someone of his advanced age, he was arguably the oldest person on the battlefield aside from Real Snow Eagle. Even the master and the great elder of the Extreme Spirit Cloud Gate couldn't compare with him. But for all these years, he had never been serious. It was truly speechless. However, before leaving, Song Yi once again spent a great deal of credit points from the system space to purchase several items specifically designed to enhance the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl. These items could be said to be extremely precious. But for Wei Hong, Song Yi was willing. After handing these items over to the master of the Extreme Spirit Cloud Gate, Song Yi left directly to search for Wei Hong. The master of the Extreme Spirit Cloud Gate was now immensely grateful to Song Yi. If they could get through this calamity, Song Yi would undoubtedly become the greatest savior of the entire Extreme Spirit Cloud Gate. Because of this sudden news, all their methods prepared for the heavenly tribulation beforehand were practically useless. Even their arduously obtained precious ancient sword might not even come into play. Not that it was entirely useless, but it wouldn't fulfill the function they initially imagined. Nevertheless, Wei Hong's order to retrieve the ancient sword was still very correct. Because Wei Hong successfully brought the ancient sword back safely. More importantly, she also brought a great savior, Song Yi, to the Extreme Spirit Cloud Gate. This was the destiny of the Extreme Spirit Cloud Gate. But what they didn't know was, the Grand Elder of the Extreme Spirit Cloud Gate was inwardly filled with both fury and excitement at this moment. Excited because the heavenly tribulation the Extreme Spirit Cloud Gate faced was so terrifying. Enraged because Real Snow Eagle had killed so many people. And Song Yi had brought such a massive amount of support. Chapter 184, A Thing Without Any Harm. The situation on this side now can be said to be quite troublesome. The Great Elder does not know exactly how to solve it. It absolutely cannot continue like this. Otherwise the Xuanhuan sect may not only be saved in the future, but also rely on Song Yi from an even stronger force to quickly rise. Perhaps they might really rule the entire western region in the future. This is something he cannot stand to see. Therefore, regarding such matters, he must find a way to resolve all these issues. However, he did not appear anxious. Instead, he was very excited at this time. Other elders also thought that perhaps this was their only hope, and they must grasp everything well at this moment. Thus, during this process, they exerted all their efforts to figure out how to rearrange this formation. I have already passed the 1,000 yuan spirit gathering array to you. Next, it's up to you how to solve it. I will take my leave. Person Song Yi has already brought them so many important things that even Elder Wang, who was very bu-fu cheat, unwilling, towards Song Yi deep inside, did not say anything for the time being. After Song Yi left the Great Hall, he directly went to Wei Hong. "You're back." Upon seeing Song Yi return, Wei Hong's heart was still very glad. Just like a little girl waiting for her lover to return, she was extremely coy at this moment. I promised that I would definitely come back. Song Yi could not help but embraced Wei Hong. Wei Hong snuggled into Song Yi's arms, no longer displaying her former strength, and giving off more of the feeling of a young girl in love at this moment. Is what you said true? Wei Hong listened in surprise as Song Yi described the current environment of Xuanhuan sect. Only then did she understand. It turned out that they had not returned to their original tranquility, nor had they surpassed this calamity. Instead, they were merely waiting for the arrival of a great disaster. How could this not weigh heavily on their hearts? Rest assured, I've brought back the 1,000 yuan spirit gathering array. Just as Song Yi wanted to console Wei Hong, unexpectedly, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. The 1,000 yuan spirit gathering array merely increases chances. There's no saying that it can completely withstand this calamity. Perhaps in the end, the only road will still be destruction. In the blink of an eye, Mo Yujian emerged from Song Yi's body. Looking at the beautiful woman transformed from the Mo Yujian spirit, Wei Hong did not feel surprised, because when she noticed the Mo Yujian spirit in the room back in the small world, she and Song Yi mainly had a relationship based on transactions. So, she did not give it much thought. And now Mo Yujian emerging from Song Yi's body was simply considered as Song Yi's magic treasure. She didn't pay too much attention to it. But Mo Yujian was different. She couldn't understand. Why had Wei Hong, clearly a strong master of the Huashan realm, who could even rival the Dujia realm, ended up with Song Yi, a mere Danhai realm person? And why did she present herself like a young girl now? This really puzzled the Mo Yujian spirit. So naturally, Mo Yujian's spirit couldn't help but mock him here and then. Song Yi knew that this woman often criticized him sourly after eating grapes. As long as he showed any good point, she would try every means to criticize him. So, Song Yi was calm at this moment and didn't want to argue with Mo Yujian about anything. He then wanted to use his identity as the owner to make Mo Yujian's spirit go back. Mo Yujian's spirit felt the suppression of the contract. At that moment, she was still trying her best to hold out and couldn't help but tell Song Yi, "Good job, Song Yi. You are indeed an ungrateful rogue. I just finished the 1,000 yuan spirit gathering array for you, and in the blink of an eye, you threw me back into the storage space because of a woman." Song Yi shrugged. Though it was indeed true, there was nothing he could do since Mo Yujian's spirit always intentionally provoked him. Song Yi barely managed to enjoy some sweetness with Wei Hong, yet she came again to create trouble. How could Song Yi not put her back? As for gratitude, that could wait until later. Seeing that Song Yi still intended to send her back, Mo Yujian's spirit angrily said, "I warn you, Song Yi, I still have one method to save the Xuanhuan sect right now. Do you just intend to miss it?" After finishing these words, Mo Yujian's spirit immediately transformed back into Mo Yujian and flew into Song Yi's storage space. Song Yi and Wei Hong looked at each other blankly, hearing the last sentence spoken by Mo Yujian's spirit. They both noticed something at this moment. There's another way to save the Xuanhuan sect? Upon receiving this news, Song Yi and Wei Hong, regardless of whether it was true or false, immediately summoned out the Mo Yujian spirit. However, after what had just happened, the Mo Yujian spirit let out a cold snort and said, "You just shoved me back in there, and now you want me out again. This matter is not so simple." Song Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Wei Hong looked at Song Yi and couldn't help but ask at this moment, "Can't you control your magic treasure? He thinks he can control me? Try another 10,000 years. The Mo Yujian spirit transmitted a voice full of disdain. Wei Hong had originally intended to tell Song Yi that actually, regarding such disobedient sword spirits like this one, she had quite a few methods to completely refine them into obedience. By doing this, Mo Yujian would be under Song Yi's complete control, even though the spirit's intelligence would significantly decrease as a result. But over time, they could cultivate another sword spirit. This method could avoid a lot of trouble. In many cases during battles, if these sword spirits were uncooperative, it might lead to dangerous situations instead. Wei Hong indeed thought about doing this. But upon further reflection, although the Mo Yujian spirit was not fully under Song Yi's control, its wisdom was evident. In fact, it even managed to design the 1,000 yuan spirit gathering array, showing how exceptional it was. From this observation, it was highly possible that the Mo Yujian spirit was passed down by some great master as a treasure to Song Yi. It definitely served a significant purpose. Thus, Wei Hong chose not to say anything more. Song Yi asked helplessly, "Then what do you want?" The Mo Yujian spirit paused for a while before laughing and saying, "Actually, there aren't too many things I want to do. But from now on, whatever I do within the Xuanhuan sect, you mustn't interfere. This is unacceptable." Wei Hong refused first. After all, she was an elder of Xuanhuan sect. How could she possibly let anyone act freely within the sect? Even if it belonged to Song Yi's magic treasure, or Song Yi himself, that wouldn't work. "Relax." The Mo Yujian spirit responded without irritation. "What I am about to do will only bring countless benefits with no harm to your Xuanhuan sect. You may not trust me, but at least trust your man, right? Don't you think he's a good person? I guarantee that everything I'm about to do will benefit your Xuanhuan sect." Chapter 185. The Alliance is Sand. Wei Hong glanced at Song Yi. She naturally trusted Song Yi very much, even though, in her heart, she felt that outsiders acting so freely in Xuanhuan men was unreasonable. However, no matter what, Xuanhuan men could also be said to be on the verge of great calamity right now, and Song Yi and Mo Yujianling were undoubtedly their saviors next. Things between them gradually calmed down. Wei Hong had already agreed at this point, and Song Yi naturally couldn't say anything either. Mo Jianling sometimes indeed made some mischief and deliberately targeted him a bit. But overall, it was definitely not going to harm him. In that case, he would have to go by what Mo Jianling said. However, what exactly is the other method you mentioned? Wei Hong also brought up her attention at this moment. This was the most important thing, and both her and Song Yi paid great attention to it. Mo Jianling smiled and said, "Actually, this matter is best kept confidential for now. If it can succeed, the chance for people in Jilin to survive in the future will greatly increase. At the very least, it won't be inferior to upgrading Yuan Qianjuling array by 1 level." After hearing this, although there were still many questions in Song Yi and Wei Hong's hearts, they did not continue to ask anymore. Perhaps, Mo Jianling really had some other methods. Song Yi also believed in Mo Jianling and let her out without hesitation. Mo Jianling instantly turned into a gust of wind and flew away from here. After Mo Jianling left, Song Yi quietly informed Wei Hong. Mo Jianling, who had been so clever for such a long time, ultimately encountered certain problems. She forgot that, in fact, there was a contract between her and Song Yi. Therefore, Song Yi could sense where Mo Jianling had gone. Song Yi sensed for a while and found that Mo Jianling was initially circling around this area. Even Song Yi himself fundamentally couldn't figure out what Mo Jianling intended to do. This puzzled him greatly. Eventually, he reluctantly stopped further investigation. Naturally, Mo Jianling knew that Song Yi would use such a method to investigate her actions. However, there were things Mo Jianling didn't want to reveal, as there were many issues involved. In such a situation, Mo Jianling naturally understood how to prevent Song Yi from probing. She remained inactive for a long time. It wasn't until evening that Mo Jianling finally took some action. At the same time, xuanhuan led the Jilin Yunmen sect masters, and they began setting up formations after spending a long time on every detail. Xuanhuan herself needed to check every single spot throughout the process. The Grand Elder also transmitted these messages outward within a specific period of time. Outside Jilin Yunmen, because of Xuanhuan's hand today, killing many Divine Passage Realm cultivators, even numerous Transformation Realm beings, and severely injuring immortal patriarchs. Such matters naturally caught the attention of many. These alliances quickly convened a meeting. They say Jilin Yunmen will encounter a heavenly tribulation, facing a devastating calamity. But until today, have they made any moves? People are still peacefully cultivating on the inner mountain, whereas we are the ones who are continuously watching day and night outside the mountain, wasting our cultivation time, wasting countless resources aside. And today, we suffered so many casualties. What is this supposed to mean? Faced with this person's anger, many others also agreed. However, the leader from the Huangfeng sect sneered at this moment and said, "What's the problem? From the start, everyone has agreed on this. Everyone wants Jilin Yunmen removed from our western regions, so all of us gathered here. Although the intelligence encountered some accidents, making it hard to confirm, don't forget that everyone is willing to unite and attack Jilin Yunmen under this circumstance. Are you all afraid and want to abandon this alliance because of Xuanhuan's performance today?" Huangfeng sect leader, you speak so simply. Yet, not only has Jilin Yunmen failed to encounter that heavenly tribulation, but with its formidable strength, should we directly engage in combat? Just the power of Xuanhuan today has already been evident. She alone severely injured a real immortal. With such immense power, how much sacrifice must be made when that battle ensues? Are you all this scared of Xuanhuan? If that's how you feel, why bother cultivating at all? Xuanhuan alone can severely wound a true immortal. Can your immortals just attack on a whim? She is half divine and capable of fighting freely. Strange, isn't it? Her and her disciple, one in the transformation realm can fight against someone undergoing heavenly tribulation, and another who is half divine can slay immortals. Is the difference in realms really this small? Why can't I even defeat someone just slightly above me? That's because you're trash. A burly man stepped forward and started arguing with others. Several elders from his sect were killed today, so his heart was filled with rage. To make it worse, their sect's immortal patriarch had intervened directly, but still ended up heavily wounded. This was an unforgivable humiliation. In his sect, many had already considered attacking Jilin Yunmen outright. Even the old patriarch, despite being injured, wanted to fight Jilin Yunmen to the death. The reason was simple. The slain elder in the transformation realm was his son. As the master of his sect, he naturally had to take responsibility for everything. But now, it was clear that this alliance had become as disunited as loose sand. There was no need to doubt. When the battle began, they would likely flee first. There was simply no way to fight under these circumstances. Faced with this situation, the leader of the Huangfeng sect felt an immense headache. How could he not know about Xuanhuan's terrifying combat prowess? When the time came, it might be impossible to truly defeat her. If too many people here lost focus, even if they managed to win against Jilin Yunmen, the cost would undoubtedly be tremendous. The losses would certainly be heavy. In the end, they might fail to gain what they desired while suffering enormous casualties. That was not their goal. Just as they were arguing incessantly, a sudden message arrived. Upon seeing this message, the Huangfeng sect leader furrowed his brows. He then turned to everyone coldly and said, "Take a look at this message." Chapter 186. Anyway, someone will take the hit. So what's to fear? Nowadays, I place this message before all of you. How to make the decision is for you to see beforehand. When the time comes, I think we can decide by voting. The master of Huangfeng sect quickly showed this news to everyone. What? The so-called celestial calamity faced by Jilin Yunmin has not ended, but is brewing. Is this information accurate? If the information is inaccurate, why until now have the people who suddenly came down from Jilin Yunmin gone back, and life hasn't returned to normal yet? The master of Huangfeng Sect also said to everyone at this moment. According to our informants in Huangfeng Sect, the person from a great place has now returned to Jilin Yunmin, bringing this grave news along with a rescue formation. So currently, Jilin Yunmin may very likely face an unprecedented celestial calamity. But amidst this, Jilin Yunmin already has a counteracting formation. Furthermore, if we act, it will definitely anger Song Yi from the great power. The identity of Song Yi remains unknown even now. However, one thing is sure, he is probably from the upper realm. All these messages were revealed to everyone, and when they saw these pieces of information, they all couldn't help but lower their heads in deep thought. Clearly evident. Nowadays, all are uncertain about how to decide. Although the celestial calamity that was originally supposed to arrive has not disappeared, and might possibly be even more terrible. However, Song Yi has brought a new formation to resist. This isn't the main issue. In their view, even if the formation can resist, there will inevitably be some damage. Even so, it's still possible to launch an all-out attack on Jilin Yunmin under such circumstances. Their concern at this point is Song Yi's identity. It's undeniably clear that Song Yi has revealed too much strength by this time. His identity itself is not simple. If we offend him, then not only will strong warriors from his location come to seek revenge, but even when we ascend to the upper realm, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. So, they must proceed cautiously, ensuring Song Yi's safety while simultaneously making sure they don't anger him. For a time, this issue caused headaches for many people, even causing the usually warlike master of Huangfeng Sect to hesitate. Unexpectedly, at this moment, an elder who had previously been against continuing the fight suddenly chuckled and said, "I feel that if the celestial calamity truly arrives, we could simply go up there to claim leftovers. After all, no matter what, it's the destruction wrought by the celestial calamity. What does it have to do with us? We're merely those who seize some opportunities. More importantly, if Song Yi ends up being annihilated by the celestial calamity, we'll bear no fault. I don't want to miss this opportunity. After all, our sect has already sacrificed much for it." Many people still didn't realize in this situation when the elders' allies among other sect leaders suddenly started supporting the idea. Such behavior made some others realize. What they said is based on the assumption that the calamity would really occur and significantly devastate Jilin Yunmin. The formation brought by Song Yi wouldn't necessarily guarantee annihilation either. To ensure complete devastation, someone would need to sabotage the formation. Huangfeng Sect would undoubtedly need to participate during this process. Later, if something were discovered, it would be Huangfeng Sect's problem and nothing to do with them. With this in mind, they agreed directly without any hesitation. After understanding these implications, the others likewise unreservedly agreed. Observing these figures' attitudes, the master of Huangfeng Sect naturally understood their thoughts. However, he didn't say anything but rather happily accepted their proposition. With the alliance formed at this critical moment, he then transmitted the message. Definitely, the following actions must be carried out according to the original plan. Upon hearing this news, the great elder of Jilin Yunmin was initially shocked. Nonetheless, they didn't hesitate either and proceeded according to the initial plan. Thus, things began to develop gradually. The Xuanhuan spirit gathering formation within Jilin Yunmin was continuously constructed and directly replaced Jilin Yunmin's previous formations. Jilin Yunmin's array had protected the sect for over 1,000 years. During this period, it resisted countless disasters and safeguarded countless people. Unthinkably, it has come to today. This array is actually going to be dismantled. Naturally, there are many people who are extremely reluctant in their hearts. But is there any way? This array is indeed very meaningful and was once incredibly powerful a long time ago. But nowadays, it's simply incapable of resisting this heavenly calamity. Moreover, the activation of this array itself requires the Jilin Yunmin spirit vein. Between the Xuanhuan spirit gathering formation and this one, they can only choose one. Thus, they naturally chose the one that could currently protect them. When the original array was being disassembled, xuanhuan continuously observed the situation here. He feared that something might happen under these circumstances. Right at this moment, the Xuanhuan spirit gathering formation replaced the old one. Huge spiritual energy directly gathered within as a result, with lines of the formation lighting up and swirling beams of light enveloping the entire Jilin Yunmin. Though this array didn't make too much of a stir visually, one could already sense a formidable sense of pressure emanating from it, truly worthy of being the Xuanhuan spirit gathering formation. If it can truly save our Jilin Yunmin in the future, this will be our main protecting array. Xuanhuan looked at all this from afar, feeling quite moved inside. It appears that interacting with those mighty individuals and associating with someone like Song Yi, who possesses a special identity, still has its benefits. The time has come about. It's now the time to enter the spirit vein. Xuanhuan then immediately started entering the Jilin Yunmin spirit vein at its location. Even the master of Jilin Yunmin stayed outside during this period, overseeing the formation for fear of any issues arising. However, suddenly, an elder looked around and couldn't help but ask, "Where's the great elder? Why haven't we seen the great elder? Wasn't he just here a moment ago?" The master of Jilin Yunmin also involuntarily furrowed his brows. Indeed, there wasn't any trace of the great elder around. At such a crucial time, where could the great elder have gone? Nevertheless, they didn't pay much attention to this either. After all, Building the Yuan-Qian spirit gathering formation doesn't require too many people anymore. If the Great Elder isn't here, it's also normal. Otherwise, they would have called the Great Elder over right at the start. Chapter 187, Sneak Attack. They naturally had no idea that at this moment the Great Elder had suddenly disappeared. Given the current situation, they did not give much thought to the sudden disappearance of the Great Elder. They believed all of this was normal. But in reality, they didn't know. After real cultivator Xuanhuan entered the cave of this spiritual vein and unraveled the surrounding seals, it wasn't long before he surprisingly found a person lying there at the last seal. When real cultivator Xuanhuan saw this scene, he couldn't help but pause for a moment. This place was the spiritual vein of the xuanhuan sect, an extremely important location. The number of people who could come here were few. Even Great Elder couldn't come here except the master of Tianxian sect. At this moment, real cultivator Xuanhuan unexpectedly looked around here and astonishingly discovered that the person lying there was none other than the Great Elder. What happened? Real cultivator Xuanhuan immediately noticed signs of combat around the area. Although the prohibitions here hadn't been damaged, the residual energy around already provided ample proof that an intense battle had taken place here before. Seeing the severely injured Great Elder on the ground, within an instant, real cultivator Xuanhuan injected a strong force of spirit energy into him and simultaneously flicked his finger, sending a pill directly into the Great Elder's body. He started healing him immediately, and the medicinal potency was fully released in an instant. The speed of healing was quite fast. Without the time it takes for a cup of tea to brew, the fallen Great Elder had gradually regained consciousness. I haven't died. You're close. Real cultivator Xuanhuan coldly said at this moment and did not rescue him directly. Instead, with icy determination, he formed a powerful spirit imprint with his formidable power, placing it quickly by the Great Elder's side. If the Great Elder made any movement, real cultivator Xuanhuan could instantly kill him. Grandmaster. The Great Elder, upon seeing real cultivator Xuanhuan's arrival, was internally very excited. However, seeing the immense powers around threatening him, he became momentarily astonished as well. Explain. What exactly is going on here? Why are you here? Even with your identity as the Great Elder, you should not have come here. And the injuries on your body indicate traces of combat from earlier. I've detected remnants of the xuanhuan sect's techniques on you. Coldly questioning, real cultivator Xuanhuan did not let the Great Elder go just because of his status. Even as the Great Elder, he harbored a certain amount of suspicion within her heart. Grandmaster, there is a mole in the xuanhuan sect. I discovered someone secretly entering this place. I suspected he was intending to destroy the spiritual vein, so I've hidden and followed him all along. But unexpectedly, I was discovered by him instead, resulting in a fight here. The man's strength far surpasses mine. With just one move, he gravely wounded me. Had I not used the combined seal under such circumstances, I would probably have died right then and there at his hands. Combined seal? Real cultivator Xuanhuan was also extremely surprised upon hearing this. It was a unique spell of the xuanhuan sect. If someone was struck by this spell, then afterward, their body would bear a distinct mark. Not only was its power immensely potent, but it also locked onto them, making them endure excruciating pain. More importantly, those who utilized the combined seal could use this method to track down the opponent. Let me take a look. Real cultivator Xuanhuan approached, and the Great Elder quickly extended his right hand. Within his palm appeared a mark emitting light. This was precisely the seal mark left by those who cast the combined seal. It was confirmed, apparently, whoever had borne this mark must be somewhere within the xuanhuan sect. Real cultivator Xuanhuan always suspected that indeed there was a traitor, a mole within the xuanhuan sect. After all, up till now, those people outside have consistently been watching this area, and they observed everything accurately with a purpose behind their actions. These pieces of information weren't easily obtained, indicating that there truly was a formidable presence within the xuanhuan sect. At this moment, real cultivator Xuanhuan directly approached the Great Elder. She discerned that his wounds were extremely severe, despite being healed somewhat by the pills earlier. He still wouldn't be able to utilize spirit power within a short period of time. She knew that this traitor must be up to something in the xuanhuan sect. Even though the exact purpose wasn't clear, it was bound to be something complicated. Real cultivator Xuanhuan merely wanted to directly understand from the mark in Great Elder's hand where that person was located. But unexpectedly, the hand the Great Elder extended suddenly emitted a puff of black smoke. When real cultivator Xuanhuan, who had moved closer, saw this black smoke, she immediately sensed something amiss and tried to hastily retreat. However, she surprisingly found that a small array had appeared beneath her feet at an unknown time, perfectly binding her movements. And at the same moment, the black smoke emitted by the Great Elder had already reached real cultivator Xuanhuan's body. In the next instant, the Great Elder struck with another palm, fiercely hitting it against real cultivator Xuanhuan's body. Trying to die. Unexpectedly, in that moment, a powerful force erupted throughout the body of real cultivator Xuanhuan. With a violent reaction, she sent the Great Elder flying into the air, crashing heavily onto the barrier. While enduring excruciating pain all over his body, the Great Elder hurriedly stood up, laughing bitterly. No wonder you're known as real cultivator Xuanhuan. It said even immortals can't match you. You are indeed formidable. I have used so many tricks, including this mist formation and heaven soul smoke, yet your power remains so strong. It appears that if we do not eliminate you, it may truly be impossible to destroy the xuanhuan sect. Real cultivator Xuanhuan discovered with alarm that the spiritual energy throughout her body was becoming increasingly sluggish. and a sharp pain was coursing through every part of her body. Was it from that palm strike? No. Real cultivator Xuanhuan clearly perceived that the palm strike just delivered on her didn't cause too much damage and contained no poison either. She managed to dispel its effects almost instantly. If the formation underfoot had constrained her, it did not offer much of an effect anyway. Was it the smoke? No. From the very moment real cultivator Xuanhuan first noticed the smoke, she shielded her entire body completely, using her spiritual powers, theoretically preventing herself from getting poisoned. Chapter 188. The Traitor Appears. Chapter 188. The Traitor Appears. Damn, real Snow Eagle was extremely surprised. There was a force inside his body that was causing him excruciating pain. His spiritual power throughout his body could no longer be utilized effectively, and even with real Snow Eagle's formidable cultivation, this time, he found himself powerless. Don't waste your strength, real Snow Eagle. Your reactions are indeed impressive, but these have not affected you much. I must admit, if I had followed the original plan to deal with you, I would surely have been defeated without fail. So when you constructed the xuanhuan spirit gathering formation, I secretly injected a dose of poison into the area under my responsibility, and you did not detect it. Since these wouldn't affect you too much anyway, as you arrived here, combined with the previous attacks and what's here, congratulations, you've completely triggered them all. Xuanhuan Toxin, Yellow Wind Sect. You're from the Yellow Wind Sect. Real Snow Eagle suddenly realized upon hearing this. Indeed, worthy of you, real Snow Eagle. You have indeed perceived all this in the first instance. Your guess is correct. This is the Xuanhuan Toxin. Apart from the supreme xuanhuan Toxin of our Yellow Wind Sect, nothing else could harm you. At this moment, the Grand Elder revealed a bitter smile. The physical pain paled in comparison to his current joy. Staring at the real Snow Eagle before him, he said with a laugh, Real Snow Eagle, to deal with you, to avoid arousing your suspicion, I really got injured. And next, real Snow Eagle, it's time for you to die. Upon finishing his sentence, the Grand Elder suddenly began forming seals with his hands. A powerful surge of spiritual energy immediately unleashed, directed straight at real Snow Eagle. In response, real Snow Eagle gritted her teeth, consolidating all her remaining power to confront the Grand Elder directly. The intense clash of their powers shook the entire surroundings of the spirit vein. Their conflicting spiritual energies were extraordinarily strong. The person had not anticipated that, even at this point, real Snow Eagle could still maintain an upper hand. If things continued like this, the situation would turn unfavorable. Understanding this, the Grand Elder sneered slightly, producing a purple talisman on his body, which instantly adhered to both of his hands, emitting an entirely new form of spiritual power. A magical seal then erupted with the Elder's strength and surged towards real Snow Eagle. In the face of such attacks, real Snow Eagle felt an even greater headache, her spiritual energy depleting further. She never imagined. How could she, the esteemed real Snow Eagle, end up like this? Being betrayed by someone so despicable. She was utterly heartbroken. Die. The Grand Elder dared not linger any further, channeling all his remaining spiritual energy into his attack, his injuries far less detrimental than the poison afflicting real Snow Eagle. However, just as his force reached its peak, a swoosh sound pierced through the air. What surprised both the Grand Elder and real Snow Eagle was that from the final incomplete restriction, there suddenly emerged a sword enveloped in ghostly energy, glowing an ominous blue. With terrifying momentum, the blade shot directly towards the Grand Elder. What? Clearly shocked, the Grand Elder had no chance to react against the blade in front of real Snow Eagle. In an instant, the sword pierced through his body, leaving a large blood-stained hole. Whoosh! Instantly transforming into a woman. MOU, the sword spirit, appeared. MOU, with a cold expression, formed a seal, and a magical imprint descended onto the Grand Elder. Already heavily wounded, the arrival of this seal rendered him immobilized. Though unfamiliar with MOU, real Snow Eagle felt relieved seeing someone who had come to help. By this point, however, real Snow Eagle was completely drained of energy and collapsed onto the ground. MOU approached real Snow Eagle, examining her, and couldn't help but frown. Grandmaster, Grand Elder, what has happened? Finally, people from outside entered due to the commotion, led by the master of the xuanhuan sect. When they saw real Snow Eagle lying on the ground and the Grand Elder bound, they actually thought at this moment that it was MOU, the sword spirit, who had caused all this. Even though they didn't know exactly how she did it, the master of xuanhuan sect also immediately launched an attack, a powerful force directed straight at MOU, the sword spirit. Stop! It was her who saved me. Real Snow Eagle managed to look at the master of xuanhuan sect. Hearing this, xuanhuan and the other elders quickly hurried to real Snow Eagle's side. What in heaven's name is going on here? Who is she? The elder is a traitor who betrayed me. Real Snow Eagle said in great pain. But after finishing these words, he could no longer hold on and immediately fainted in MOU's arms. Damn, I never expected to fall to such a state. The Grand Elder cursed inwardly at this point. Originally, according to his plan, after deceiving real Snow Eagle, he would be able to hide everything, so no one would discover that all of this was his doing. At last, he could continue undercover in xuanhuan sect, pretending nothing happened as if all this were unrelated to him. But he never imagined that real Snow Eagle's formidable strength and MOU's unexpected appearance completely disrupted all his plans. To this extent, he was now considered fully exposed. Years of his covert operations fell apart at this crucial moment. However, what made him somewhat glad was that at least he completed what he originally intended in the end. Looking at the master of Xuanhuan sect straining every effort to channel all his spiritual power into healing real Snow Eagle, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. You are wasting your efforts, master. The xuanhuan toxin even a celestial body cannot withstand. Real Snow Eagle is certainly doomed. The xuanhuan toxin? So you're from the Yellow Wind sect. The master of Xuanhuan sect was utterly shocked at this moment. He simply couldn't believe that the Grand Elder, with whom he had been together for so long, the elder who worked diligently and earnestly for Xuanhuan sect over the years, in the end, turned out to be a spy. And worse still, someone from the Yellow Wind sect who poisoned real Snow Eagle. Chapter 189, She was doomed. Master. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Wei Hong and Song Yi actually arrived here at this moment. Originally, Mou Jianling could indeed have deceived Song Yi. But then again, how could the battle here just now not draw the attention of Song Yi, who held a contract with Mou Jianling? Once he understood what had happened here, Song Yi immediately brought Wei Hong here. And when Wei Hong saw Senior Xuanhuan in such a state, she felt an immense pain in her heart and rushed to his side. You found me after all. Mou Jianling said irritably. She had already anticipated this, but when Song Yi came according to their contract, there was still some resentment brewing inside her. Do you two know each other? When the sect master of Xuanhuan Gate and the others confirmed that Song Yi and Mou Jianling shared some kind of connection, they were shocked for a moment and no longer doubted Mou Jianling's real identity. Song Yi nodded slightly without directly explaining anything. The sect master of Xuanhuan Gate and the surrounding elders could hardly believe this. Yet no matter how they checked Senior Xuanhuan's body at this moment, the facts before them proved everything. They were all true. Senior Xuanhuan had indeed been poisoned, and it was clearly done by this Grand Elder. Traitor! Some angry elders wanted to beat the Grand Elder to death right there and then. However, they were stopped by the sect master of Xuanhuan Gate, as any action at this moment would be useless. What was more important now was obtaining the antidote. Antidote. The sect master of Xuanhuan Gate almost seemed ready to kill someone, but the Grand Elder showed no fear, instead calmly saying, Have you ever heard of an antidote for xuanhuan poison? Even if there were an antidote for xuanhuan poison, do you think I would give it to you? Right now, I've risked my own life, and I am willing to pay with my life so that your Xuanhuan Gate will perish. The so-called xuanhuan poison is certain death even for immortals. What can serve as an antidote? There simply is no antidote for xuanhuan poison in this world. Senior Xuanhuan is as good as dead. At this moment, he broke into maniacal laughter, thinking he had achieved everything he intended. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded. That may not necessarily be true. Your so-called poison without an antidote? That's only your narrow-minded understanding. Just a bunch of well-bottomed frogs thinking that even immortals can't find a cure. Why do people bother cultivating if that's the case? Mou Jianling spoke coldly, her words instantly capturing everyone's attention. Unable to help themselves, they turned their gaze towards Mou Jianling, all feeling like they had glimpsed a glimmer of hope as they stared at her intently. And at this time, the Grand Elder sneered and retorted. You're talking nonsense, spouting lies here. Where does an antidote for xuanhuan poison exist? Believe or don't. Mou Jianling stood up with disdain plastered all over her face, and she looked at the Grand Elder coldly. If I can create a yuan-qing spirit gathering array, isn't it effortless to find these antidotes? Then what about the antidote? The sect master of Xuanhuan Gate and Song Yi, along with Wei Hong, quickly asked. Mou Jianling rolled her eyes helplessly. I can't create it for now. Huh. All of them were stunned at that point. So many words were spoken by Mou Jianling just now, but ultimately, she couldn't produce the antidote. This caused Wei Hong to lose hope momentarily, and others also started resenting silently. Nevertheless, there was nothing they could say about the identity relationship between Mou Jianling and Song Yi. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Grand Elder burst out laughing heartily. After all those big talk, it turns out you can do nothing. You are truly amusing. If Senior Xuanhuan really ends up hurt, I will make sure your background sect pays with blood. Song Yi stared coldly at the Grand Elder in front of him. He watched Wei Hong grieving, sharing the same pain due to the loss of a loved one. Anger surged within Song Yi. Upon hearing these words, the Grand Elder could not help but look intently at Song Yi. He dared not continue speaking at this moment. If anyone else said it, perhaps he would doubt. But since this mysterious Song Yi uttered the words, maybe he could really achieve what he threatened. He didn't dare wager the future of his own sect against this gamble. But he wouldn't compromise either at this moment. Although he claimed to be wary of Song Yi, he would not change his original plan just because of Song Yi. After all, based on the correspondence with Huangfeng sect, it could be learned that perhaps as long as Song Yi also died under the calamity of Xuanhuan men, then all these problems would be resolved effortlessly at that time. Naturally, there would be no retribution from the forces behind Song Yi onto others. Give me the antidote. Song Yi glared coldly at him. Even though Song Yi was only in the Danhai realm, an extremely formidable pressure emanated during this moment. Combined with the Grand Elder's existing fear of Song Yi, this made him even more uneasy. At this very moment, despite being at the Dwejia level, the Grand Elder couldn't help but feel intimidated and didn't dare to look straight at Song Yi. Antidote. Song Yi again gave him a cold stare. He already said there's no antidote. After all, this is a poison targeting the strongest person in Xuanhuan Gate, and given his caution against you, they must have chosen one of the strongest poisons without an antidote. So you shouldn't expect any antidote from him. Mou Jianling spoke very calmly behind them. This remark wasn't just heavy for Wei Hong. Even the Xuanhuan Gate sect master and others felt profound regret at this moment. Why had they not paid attention earlier when the Grand Elder disappeared suddenly? Had they been more cautious when investigating the Grand Elder, or acted sooner upon noticing his disappearance, they might not have committed such a grave mistake and reached this dire conclusion. With Xuanhuan's death, Jilingyun Gate lost its pillar of strength. Most importantly, in a short while, when the calamity arrived, without Xuanhuan supervising the Yuan Qing Jun spirit gathering array, it would almost certainly face destruction. They were truly filled with rage about the situation, yet powerless, leaving them to silently regret their choices. After Mo Yu Jianling finished speaking, she consoled the deeply sorrowful Wei Hong beside her. You don't need to be so sad, do you? Nothing has really happened. The deceased isn't your master, is he? Wei Hong remained silent, but at this moment Song Yi spoke up, his tone sour. Mo Yu Jianling retorted sharply. Why would anyone die? Did I ever say she would die? Chapter 190. People from a small place have simply never seen it. Mayo Jianling looked arrogantly at everyone here. Shui Yingjinren will never die. Ingu Tudu, certain death without a doubt. The Great Elder was still loudly insisting on his belief at this time. Song Yi directly slapped him in the face without any patience. However, as for Song Yi, he could only glare. Nowadays, there was no way to struggle, and he couldn't even say anything fierce. After all, although Song Yi is said to die under this heavenly calamity, but that is also part of their plan, in case Song Yi suddenly leaves during this process. Even though they have set up layers of defenses outside, Song Yi's abilities are too unimaginable. Previously, he just disappeared under so many people's surveillance, so they cannot guarantee these situations. In this situation, naturally, they can't offend Song Yi. What if something happens later? Frog at the bottom of the well. Mayo Jianling looked at the Great Elder with disdain and said angrily, certain death without a doubt. Don't be so definitive. It's just a level you can't access yet, where cures are possible. You say there's no antidote, right? Can you or can't you do it? If you can't, then move aside. Stop talking nonsense here. Do you know how annoying you are? Imagine if someone says something sarcastic when your old master is in trouble. What would you do? Song Yi immediately sarcastically mocked Mayo Jianling. Mayo Jianling gave Song Yi a glance. Although he was very angry about what Song Yi said, he did reflect from Song Yi's perspective at this moment. He understood Wei Hong's pain at this time. So he directly said, making an antidote takes too much time, and many herbs are required. There is simply not enough time in the short term. By the time it is made, it might already be too late. Shui Yingjinren will inevitably die anyway. So we need to choose other methods under these circumstances. What method? At this moment, everyone focused on Mayo Jianling again. The Great Elder showed a look of contempt at this time, thinking that Mayo Jianling was only talking big. However, Mayo Jianling gave him a contemptuous glance, then came straight over and placed a finger on the white forehead of Shui Yingjinren. At this time, everyone was surprised to find that Shui Yingjinren suddenly started convulsing, biting his teeth tightly, cold sweat pouring down his body. Not long after, a bit of black mist flew out from Shui Yingjinren's white forehead, reaching Mayo Jianling before disappearing quickly. At this time, Shui Yingjinren stopped convulsing and slowly opened his eyes, looking towards Wei Hong. Master. Wei Hong happily embraced Shui Yingjinren, feeling her master recovering as if she had come back to life. Hey, are you going to let me save her or not? Mayo Jianling asked angrily. Though Song Yi didn't approve of Mayo Jianling's temper, he still held Wei Hong. Realizing her inappropriate behavior, Wei Hong immediately stepped away. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Ingu Tudu poison fundamentally has no antidote. The Great Elder wouldn't believe it no matter what. But what's before his eyes now can't be denied. Shui Yingjinren's Ingu Tudu toxins were completely absorbed by Mayo Jianling bit by bit. Even though these poisons were originally something that Shui Yingjinren himself found hard to deal with and may cause death, it turned out that Mayo Jianling could directly absorb them all. And it seemed that once these Ingu Tudu toxins reached Mayo Jianling, they completely disappeared. Mayo Jianling didn't feel any pain at this moment, but rather had some enhancement after absorbing these toxins. This was simply unbelievable. Not only the elders and masters of Jilingyun Sect were astonished, even Song Yi was surprised. However, Song Yi soon realized the reason. Ingu Tudu, isn't it a toxin refined by Yin energy? Yes. Oh, I see. After confirming with the master of Jilingyun Sect, Song Yi lightly smiled. Mayo Jian itself belongs to Yin and possesses the extremely pure Jiyo Yin Qi, which is incredibly terrifying. It's precisely because of this point, how can other Yin energies compare with it? Although the Ingu Tudu poison is made from Yin energy, it ultimately still contains some Yin energy, which naturally can be absorbed by Mayo Jianling. Song Yi could sense that the Ingu Tudu not only had no effect on Mayo Jian, but instead caused Mayo Jianling to start rapidly enhancing under these circumstances. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Watching Shui Yingjinren gradually recover, this person still could not believe what was happening. Not long after, although Shui Yingjinren's face was still deathly pale, she had recovered significantly in this situation. She felt her original spiritual power starting to gradually return, and although her body was still somewhat weak, the previous pain was gone. This miraculous scene truly left everyone in awe. Indeed, people from the great sects were different. The Yellow Wind Sect's Ingu Tudu poison has struck fear into countless cultivators of the western regions. Although few have actually been poisoned, almost all who have suffered from it inevitably perished without a cure. It was like an incurable disease, with no method of treatment. Because of this, when Shui Yingjinren was poisoned, their hearts were filled with despair. They thought there would be no salvation. So many powerful cultivators fell victim to this poison without hope of rescue. Even the Yellow Wind sect believed it to be utterly effective, but they never expected that someone from such a prestigious background would simply be able to counteract it. Not only did they create a cure effortlessly, but they also showed complete disdain for the toxin. Despite lacking herbs, they managed to use other methods for treatment, proving that in their eyes, the Ingu Tudu poison was something easily neutralized. Seeing how unconcerned they were, everyone couldn't help but feel deeply shaken. I wouldn't have guessed you're quite the hero, willing to risk your life just to obtain Ji Lingyun sect's secrets. Or do you think as long as your xuanhuan can leave this body, everything will be fine? Chapter 191. The Heavenly Tribulation Arrives. Looking at xuanhuan, who had completely recovered by now, there was simply no way for him to believe this point. It felt like a dream. How could one possibly believe it? It seemed fake. After all, this was the most well-known poison here. The Ingu Gucho toxin, which once afflicted, meant certain death. And yet, in the end, it was resolved so easily. How could this be acceptable? Thus, naturally, his heart was filled with disbelief at this moment towards such an event. But these things were right before his eyes. No matter how he denied it, xuanhuan's condition had already improved. At best, due to the situation, his body wasn't entirely recovered and was still slightly weak. To recover fully would not take too long. After all, the Ingu Gucho toxin within his body had already been completely eradicated. Mo Yujianling was truly too miraculous. So potent a poison, yet Mo Yujianling managed to resolve it completely in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Such an occurrence was something others could never comprehend in their lifetimes. Mo Yujianling then directly looked at him and said indifferently, "If my guess is correct, you are not actually the great elder himself." Mo Yujianling also suddenly turned around to look at this person and spoke. Upon hearing Mo Yujianling's words, the other party was shocked. Looking at Mo Yujianling incredibly unbelievably, Mo Yujianling exhibited a look of nonchalance, followed shortly thereafter by saying faintly, "Even though your xuanhuan, spiritual core, can perfectly fuse with this body, you're not fully connected to this body. Ordinarily, it appears unremarkable, but when the Mo Yujian pierced through your body, I immediately sensed that your xuanhuan was not perfectly paired with the body. So speaking of which, that leads to only one possible conclusion. That is, you are not the original owner of this body. You've just placed your xuanhuan on this body and used a special secret art to perfectly merge this body with yourself. This looks exactly like body snatching. But when this body completely dies, your xuanhuan within will also disperse completely, while the real you will awaken afterward, having lost a certain amount of essence and spirit." The sudden revelation of these words by Mo Yujianling startled everyone present. More shockingly, the person standing before them, upon hearing these words, could do nothing but stare at Mo Yujianling in disbelief. He was able to determine even more clearly at this moment that this individual came from a great land and was somehow capable of seeing through his true nature at a glance. Remember, this act took immense effort. Even immortals and xuanhuan hadn't been able to discern any differences over extended periods of time. Ever since residing in the Ji Lingyun sect, he could confidently say that no one had ever doubted anything. He had deceived everyone perfectly. Regardless of circumstances, no one had ever suspected him. Had it not been for his attempt today to eliminate xuanhuan thoroughly, he wouldn't have been exposed. However, unimaginably, this secret was directly revealed by Mo Yujianling. From his perspective, this was simply too astonishing. "You won't speak, so I'll take that as your admission." Then Mo Yujianling shifted her gaze onto the heads of the Ji Lingyun sect and slowly said, "You need only reflect carefully about when your great elder left after being severely injured. And given the length of his stay outside, we can judge when the change occurred. The previous great elder may indeed have been a good man, but the one before us now is merely this individual." Mo Yujianling's words instantly sparked deep reflection among everyone present. The leader of the Ji Lingyun sect also reacted quickly, then slowly said, "I remember, 50 years ago, the great elder once left. He returned grievously wounded and spent half a year outside, requiring another year for recuperation. Could it be that from that point onwards, the great elder was substituted? It's not a substitution. Rather, understand that someone else's spirit had already taken up residence in his body. From that point on, this person has been imitating your great elder, while simultaneously ensuring none of you could detect it. That is to say, the xuanhuan inside this body now belongs to another person. You can consider it as a form of body snatching, but not a complete one. During this process, he could separate his original body and let the xuanhuan return. This cannot be stopped. It's akin to an avatar." Hearing these words, the people of Ji Lingyun sect exchanged bewildered glances. It was only now that they finally understood. The great elder hadn't betrayed them. Rather, the great elder had already been replaced from the very beginning. Although such an event was sorrowful and painful, it brought at least some comfort to their hearts. Song Yi believed that the current situation would not be so simple. Mo Yujianling couldn't merely reveal these truths without there being more to it. Mo Yujianling then continued, "So you just wanted to resort to your original method after this plan failed, intending to return to your sect afterwards. You thought doing this way would allow you to stay safe and free from any danger. This was your original confidence, since there wouldn't be any worry about the heavenly tribulation falling on you. In the end, you still could preserve your life. But have you ever considered why Ji Lingyun has always been unable to escape the heavenly tribulation through other means, and thus ended up with only one path? What do you mean?" This individual had originally decided not to speak further at this moment because he knew the more he spoke, the more risks of exposure there were. But, The point Mo Yujianling had raised compelled him to pay attention once again. Mo Yujianling shook her head and then indifferently said, "The heavenly tribulation is indeed triggered by those cultivation techniques and targeted toward Jiling Yunmen sect. These techniques violate the natural order, which is why all this occurred. From this perspective, it is correct, but the locking isn't solely aimed at those who practice these techniques. More precisely, it locks onto anyone connected to these rules. You might not fully understand what I'm saying, but let me tell you, from the moment your Yuanshin linked with Jiling Yunmen sect, you became an integral part of it and can never break away." Chapter 192 came suddenly, unprepared. Right now, I can very responsibly tell you, you've already become a part of it. Even if your soul departs from this body and returns to your original body at that time. Because of your actions beforehand, the original you far away in your sect will also certainly face this heavenly tribulation. At that time, you will still end up with your soul scattered and meet an inevitable death. After Mo Yujian's spirit uttered these words, he instantly widened his eyes in disbelief. Being unable to accept these facts, he stared at Mo Yujian's spirit. Although he did not say anything, judging by his expression, he had already fundamentally refused to believe all of it. Whether you believe or not is up to you, but I've explained everything that I should have. Mo Yujian's spirit was not surprised by his reaction. After all, this final resistance before death could be understood. One won't give up until hitting rock bottom. You can just wait then. Based on my observation, the heavenly tribulation will arrive soon. Since you're so loyal, you'll apparently not care too much about this either when the time comes. After saying these words, Mo Yujian's spirit naturally said nothing more. Meanwhile, the man became extremely conflicted. Regardless of whether this matter was true or false, his heart had already believed a great deal. Wei Hong then directly told the master of Jiling Yunmen sect, "My master's toxins have been removed, but nonetheless, she is yet to fully recover. I want to take her back to rest. It should be done. It should be done. If there's any need for medicine by our revered ancestor, I will certainly get it as soon as possible." The master of Jiling Yunmen sect and his disciples did not dare to neglect even slightly, fearing that real person Shuang wouldn't recover properly, which would indeed be disastrous. Song Yi also didn't stay long here. The events here had come to an end. For Jiling Yunmen sect, this news could certainly be considered quite heavy. No one would have expected that the Grand Elder of Jiling Yunmen sect was actually a spy. They tried their best to suppress this information, avoiding making it a bigger scandal. Even though they made many preparations, in the end, secrets cannot remain hidden forever. Especially during this process, the identity of the Grand Elder raised numerous issues. However, given that Jiling Yunmen sect is currently facing a grave situation, they decided to conceal the matter as long as they possibly can. The current greatest problem among them was the people outside, who were eyeing them greedily, and the condition of real person Shuang's body. When taking real person Shuang back to rest, both real person Shuang and Wei Hong felt very grateful to Mo Yujian's spirit. Without Mo Yujian's spirit, real person Shuang could really be described as having died over and over again, whether killed by the Huangfeng sect spy or dying due to Yinggu Hu toxins effects in the future. In any case, every path led to an unavoidable death. Facing such a situation, Wei Hong's heart was truly filled with immense fear. Her master would just pass away like this. At this moment, Wei Hong and real person Shuang were deeply thankful for Mo Yujian's spirit's timely aid and help. But Song Yi didn't share their sentiments, instead questioning Mo Yujian's spirit. Why did he go to that person's spiritual vein? Currently, within the hearts of the master and others of Jiling Yunmen sect, there was definitely some such doubts. But out of consideration for appearances, they did not bring it up outright. They could refrain from asking. But Song Yi must ask. Mo Yujian's spirit impatiently told Song Yi, "Isn't this all for quickly improving our combat strength? Look at my current power. 8th rank peak." After careful observation, Song Yi was extremely astonished. How could Mo Yujian's spirit improve so fast? It had only been a few days, right? Yet Mo Yujian's spirit said proudly, "Actually, speaking of this, it's rather simple. The spiritual veins under Jiling Yunmen are indeed extraordinary. The spiritual vein at that place can provide complete guidance, and that's why I wanted to enter and enhance myself." Originally, Song Yi wanted to criticize him for his stealthy behavior as being shameful. But, as he recalled the past, Song Yi himself had committed similar deeds countless times. Naturally, he was in no position to criticize the other. Alas, Song Yi sighed. Things now were truly becoming overly complicated, causing headaches. Just when he wished to step out for relaxation, his entire body suddenly quaked uncontrollably. What is this? Looking out from this room, it was startling to see that the outside had already been covered in dark clouds, hiding the sun. Gloomy clouds had descended over every area of Jiling Yunmen sect, as if about to collapse and crush the sect. Among the black clouds, bolts of lightning were continuously flashing. The terrifying power made all those of lower cultivation tremble with fear. At exactly the same moment, a dreadful heavenly might suddenly descended, and everyone felt their spiritual energy stagnate. That fearsome force was akin to seeing the wrath of heaven itself. They raised their heads and looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, which didn't appear like clouds at all, but rather like an enraged black dragon glaring menacingly at Jiling Yunmen sect. The thunder flashing upon its body seemed capable of completely destroying Jiling Yunmen sect at any moment. The heavenly tribulation had arrived. Everyone gazed upwards at the sky and never expected that the heavenly tribulation would arrive so suddenly. This was too unexpected. Although they had waited for a long time beforehand, No one anticipated it would come right after real person Xuanhuan's injury, without any warning. It was as if the heavens knew xuanhuan sect had already gone through hardships. How could this be? This is the heavenly tribulation? It has truly arrived? Damn, what Song Yi said was indeed correct. These heavenly tribulations clearly aim to utterly destroy our xuanhuan sect. Master, what should we do? Huh. Finally, it has come. Finally. The spy from Huangfeng sect burst into laughter looking at the sky. He had been waiting for this moment for such a long time. Finally, it had arrived at this moment. Glorious heavenly might, supreme thunder. Is this the wrath of heaven? Even when ascending to immortality, one hadn't experienced such an oppressive sensation or such overwhelming power descending. The master of xuanhuan sect looked upward at the heavenly thunder in the sky, aiming to annihilate his sect. His breathing became hurried at this moment. Immediately, he sent a message throughout every part of xuanhuan sect. All disciples, maintain silence. The heavenly tribulation has arrived. All disciples must join me in facing it together. To all the elders, hurry to the positions of the great formations according to previous arrangements, connecting all the disciples. I will host the grand array. Let us work together to face the heavenly tribulation. For the sake of our xuanhuan sect, we must endure everything and ensure its survival. Chapter 193. Join in to slack off. Yes. Although everyone was extremely afraid inside, they completely obeyed the arrangements of the xuanhuan sect leader at this moment. As for the mole from the Huangfeng sect, after all, the body he was using was still that of the great elders. Thus, the only option was to use powerful magic arts to directly imprison his spirit and seal off his entire dantian, rendering him unable to act during the following events. Subsequently, other disciples were immediately organized to proceed according to the specifications of the xuanhuan gathering spirit formation, going to each array position to start transmitting energy towards the center. The celestial calamity arrived suddenly, and Xuanhuan was suddenly injured again. With no other choice, the sect leader of xuanhuan had to serve as the focal point of the xuanhuan gathering spirit formation. And the entire xuanhuan was already in complete chaos at this moment. I want to help. Xuanhuan wanted to help at this time, but despite the guho poison being thoroughly cleared from her body, she realized she could not fully utilize her abilities. Even walking out of bed proved incredibly painful. Master. Wei Hong quickly supported Xuanhuan, fearful of any mishap. Song Yi did not expect things to be so sudden. All his original plans vanished in an instant. He did not know how to get through this calamity. It seemed he could only silently pray in his heart. Song Yi, you must prepare for two possibilities. My Yujianling suddenly transmitted sound to Song Yi. Although it is hard to admit, even the xuanhuan gathering spirit formation isn't certain to withstand this celestial calamity. Moreover, now with Xuanhuan, who should be leading the battle, heavily wounded. In the current state of xuanhuan, there's probably only a 30% chance of success. 30%. Listening to this, Song Yi felt a wave of panic rise within him. He did not anticipate such an outcome. But what preparation could he make at this moment? Would he just watch idly while his wife and child remained here? There was also his unborn child. Even though he hadn't seen it once, between him and this child, a connection of bloodlines had already formed. Yet, importantly, my Yujianling was right. With merely a 30% chance, the situation was indeed very dangerous. How would xuanhuan endure this calamity? Now, as dark clouds gathered, and the celestial calamity descended upon xuanhuan, it wasn't just visible inside the sect. Those waiting outside saw everything clearly too. People who had waited long outside xuanhuan finally witnessed the countless bolts of heavenly lightning descend, the awe-inspiring power that could annihilate the entire sect anytime. Their hearts became extremely agitated. This is truly it. After waiting for so long, it has finally come. xuanhuan will perish, ha! This day we have waited so long. xuanhuan must pay for its deeds back then. Ha! Everyone, when the heavenly lightning comes, it will surely be terrifying. Regardless of whether xuanhuan can survive this calamity or not, we need to leave this place soon. Yeah. If we are caught up in these events, it won't be good. We need to strengthen our defenses around. The Huangfeng sect leader looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but let a smirk form on his lips. Recalling something suddenly, he said some words to the great elder beside him. Of course, the great elder had no objection. After all, once the heavenly lightning descends and destroys xuanhuan entirely, they could immediately charge in and seize treasures. No matter what, they must possess everything possible. Thus, the departure of the Huangfeng sect leader himself was quite unexpected at this moment. However, fortunately, they understood everything well, since he was preparing to welcome their elder, who had been undercover in xuanhuan, helping his spirit return at this moment. Afterward, they would naturally join this grand battle together. More importantly, the elder from the Huangfeng sect didn't merely plot within xuanhuan to sabotage and stop Xuanhuan and the xuanhuan gathering spirit formation. If the heavenly lightning destroyed everything, then in the end, what would they obtain? Ashes. All this hustle and bustle, sacrificing so many people, was it worth it? If there were not enough benefits, they would never act under such circumstances. And the elder hiding in the Huangfeng sect had already concealed many things in certain places beforehand. When the time came, all they needed to do was break in and bring those things out. Thus, the return of the Huangfeng sect's elder also became necessary. The sect leader of Huangfeng directly went back to the Huangfeng sect when no one was paying attention. But no one noticed. In fact, at this time, he had already released another piece of news. The The real situation was the mantis stalking the cicada while unaware of the oriole behind. Compared to the increasing chaos outside, the situation inside here was actually somewhat better. Under the utmost efforts of the xuanhuan sect leader, there wasn't much trouble, but even so, everyone was still worried about the heavenly lightning suddenly striking from the sky. Boom. With the sound of thunder, suddenly everyone saw a purple bolt of lightning flashing in the dark clouds. Right in that instant, the lightning began brewing, massive thunder fully emerging within the black clouds, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. All members of xuanhuan formed the array. Following the command of the sect leader of xuanhuan, everyone quickly gathered all their spiritual energy. Then they started displaying their powers one after another, concentrating their spiritual force into the 1,000 yuan gathering spirit formation. And the ordinary disciples, following the order, entered the array as well, coordinating with xuanhuan's spirit veins and a large number of spirit stones. The 1,000 yuan gathering spirit formation could be said to have reached its peak. I will help too. Wei Hong suddenly arrived. Song Yi followed closely behind as well. He couldn't stop Wei Hong at all. Wei Hong was now bound together with xuanhuan. If xuanhuan perished, Wei Hong would be lost too. So, Song Yi had no reason to stop her. Although Mo Jianling wanted Song Yi to leave at this moment, Song Yi didn't go either and instead joined the 1,000 yuan gathering spirit formation at this point. Song Yi was only at the peak of the Danhai realm, and the strength he could contribute was truly very limited. Compared to others, his contribution might not seem significant, but every little bit counts. Chapter 194. Even this can be useful. Shui Yingzhenren appeared here, looking at the situation. At this point, there wasn't much more she could do. The Yin Gudu poison has been thoroughly cleared, but because her body has yet to fully recover, now, let alone presiding over the Qianyuan Juling array, even comparing with a normal elder is impossible. Faced with such a situation, she was truly feeling extremely helpless and powerless inside. Rumble. Another tremendous explosion came, and soon everyone saw the changes that had already occurred in the sky. Countless thunders were evenly distributed at this time, producing a sudden rumbling sound. At this moment, the wrath of heaven descends. The anger of the heavens finally appeared in the world at this time. Countless flashes of lightning piercing through the clouds, carrying endless currents, and at this moment appearing on the earth. Array activated. All people simultaneously channeled all their spiritual energy into it. The Qianyuan Juling array being guided by an enormous amount of spiritual energy, instantly emitting a brilliance of 10,000 rays. One by one array patterns combined, spiritual energy filling every corner. On the exquisite spirit sect cloud door, countless beams of light appeared, each beam of light representing the disciples of the exquisite spirit sect collectively injecting their spiritual energy into it. Truly united as one, the stars lighting up the brilliance together. At this moment, the Qianyuan Juling array gathered all its forces at the central point. Also at this same time, the sect master of the exquisite spirit sect felt the vast power within, without experiencing any discomfort in his body. In just this short time, his strength had exceeded the crossing the raft level. It could be said that compared to a celestial being, he was even more powerful. The heavenly force from the world allowed him complete control at this time. With all the forces concentrated in one point, the sect master didn't hesitate a moment, taking out the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl from his body. Vast spiritual energy poured into it, the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl shining with boundless light at this moment. Whoosh! Under the power of the Qianyuan Juling array, the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl flew directly into the air. In this very moment, countless streaks of clouds emerged from the pearl, quickly soaring towards the sky. The thunder among the clouds, bursting with almost world-ending might, cleaved through the heavens, the distant bright skies watching these infinite flashes of lightning, causing anyone who sees it to shiver involuntarily. The Qianyuan Juling array held up the clouds around the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl, placing them around the cloud-covered sky above the exquisite spirit sect, awaiting momentarily the descent of the boundless thunders. The clouds quickly enveloped the thunders, beginning to absorb the terrifying current continuously. But what they were witnessing now was different from before. Currently, this heavenly thunder was simply too horrifying. The surrounding areas around the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl that absorbed the energy turned, in just an instant, into clouds reaching saturation. This was the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl that had reached the Xian level quality. And still, it reached a state of fullness at the first opportunity. Immediately afterward, the clouds around the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl rapidly returned into it. The sect master of the exquisite spirit sect immediately placed the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl aside, allowing it to self-process the heavenly thunder contained within. Fortunately, after the refinement of the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl, the remaining strength from the first wave of thunder was not too overwhelming. The sect master directly oversaw the Qianyuan Juling array, releasing dazzling light, and a strong magical seal shot directly into the sky. Boom! In the blink of an eye, this magical seal shattered the heavenly thunders in the sky. At the same time, the 9 heavens thundercloud pearl refined the thunder within it. In this short period, although there was no significant increase in power, absorbing all this was not too challenging anyway. Then, that was merely the first wave of the heavenly thunder. To put it plainly, every person within the exquisite spirit sect faced the same heavenly thunders. There were countless waves ahead. Following that was the second wave, third wave, fourth wave, 50 waves of heavenly thunder falling at the same moment. Everyone present couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. It turned out that the previous first wave was merely for testing. This was where the real attack began. Each wave of heavenly thunder was even more terrifying than the first. 50 waves falling simultaneously, each capable of destroying the entire exquisite spirit sect. Such a terrifying force. Seeing it made anyone's heart brim with fear. These things right before their eyes seemed as if the world was ending. Every member of the distant observing factions involuntarily harbored immense fear within their hearts. As they saw before their eyes, a single heavenly thunderbolt might not be something even a celestial being could block, and with so many descending at once, this looked like just the appetizer. How terrifying it was. After all the subsequent thunders completely fell, would Jilling Cloud Gate still exist? The master of Jilling Cloud Gate's face also became somber. Although the first one wasn't an issue at that moment, 50 or more struck simultaneously, and there was no respite afterward yet. Bitterness arose in his heart. But what else could be done? He had to face it head on. For the sake of Jilling Cloud Gate, he must hold them all back. However, as another deafening roar filled the air, the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl shot out again. It began to rapidly operate, releasing its clouds completely, continuously absorbing the heavenly thunderbolts. At the same time, under the power of the xuanhuan jeweling array, the cloud patterns on the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl became even more robust. Yet no matter how powerful the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl was, in the end, it was merely a newly ascended treasure into the celestial class. It was already miraculous that it could absorb a few heavenly thunderbolts surpassing what a celestial being could endure. And after that, they kept coming without interruption. Instantly, countless clouds absorbed the heavenly thunderbolts into the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, putting it directly in a fully saturated state. Song Yi, who was injecting energy into the xuanhuan jeweling array, could feel that the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl was about to collapse. Fortunately, the master of Jilling Cloud Gate also noticed the issue and promptly stored away the Nine Heavens Thundercloud Pearl, starting to use the xuanhuan jeweling array to resist the heavenly thunders. With each heavenly thunder arriving, the master of Jilling Cloud Gate held an ancient sword and performed various divine sword techniques, blocking with all his might. Yet, how could these incredibly terrifying thunders be so easily countered? In the blink of an eye, the xuanhuan jeweling array started vibrating uncontrollably. If it weren't for the immense power contained within the array, countless disciples would have fallen from these terrifying assaults already. And this was only the beginning.